Sumu once swept through the apocalypse with her wood element power and a dimensional grain warehouse. When her vitality was finally exhausted, the warehouse faded away and she died. But she awoke again, back in the Interstellar era with a precious son as an unexpected gift. From then on, Mad Sumu could run a household, cook, earn money, fight monsters, farm, and raise a child. And she even turned a desolate desert planet into an oasis. But just as she was thriving on that barren planet, the child's father showed up at her door. Sumu, who are you? I don't know you. The child's father. It doesn't matter if you didn't know me before. Now you will. Sumu, I don't want to know you now either. I've already had the child, so what do I need you for? The child's father. I have an army, the kind that can farm. The entire federal army looked up at the sky. Did we just get sold off? After 10 years of brutal war, the zombies across the world had at last been wiped out, and the world finally returned to peace. Humanity began to build new homes, and everything seemed to be moving in a better direction. Sumu, who had earned great distinction in battle, was now carrying a worn camouflage backpack and setting off on the road home. The apocalypse had begun too abruptly. From the moment a zombie burst into the classroom where a lecture was being given, the world began to fall apart. Infected zombies were everywhere, and their numbers grew at a terrifying pace. She endured countless hardships to make it home, only to find her parents' broken bodies and a blood-soaked zombie standing nearby. Overwhelmed by the scene, she went black and fainted. When she woke up, she found herself surrounded by camouflage uniforms. The sheer shock had stimulated her special ability. After painful training, she eventually became an outstanding ability soldier. With a single magical vine, she cut down enemies far and wide, earning a fearsome reputation. Killing all the zombies to avenge her parents became the reason she kept fighting. In fact, Sumu had awakened not only a wood-type ability, but also a spatial granary system. The system's rule was simple: kill zombies in exchange for food and supplies. This undoubtedly gave Sumu great motivation and backing, but the prerequisite for activating the system was her life force, meaning that when the task was completed, her life force would become the system's nourishment. At the time, blinded by hatred, Sumu activated it without ever considering the consequences. Of course, Sumu had never regretted it. Standing at the entrance to the village, Sumu looked at the stranger yet familiar place and felt an unexpected unease. The village that always appeared in her dreams was now without its dreamlike laughter. The road was empty, and she did not know how to react. Only her eyes reddened without her realizing it. The village was still the same village, but it was wrapped in endless silence. Broken walls and collapsed roofs were everywhere. Weeds grew tall enough to hide whole houses. Everything was quiet, desolate, and barren. Sumu sighed and followed her memories until she found the courtyard of her own home. Before her, the gate was all but hidden by weeds. The wooden door had decayed, covered with traces left by time. Yet the sight made Sumu's heart relax. She had finally come home. It had been 10 whole years, and at last she was back. Only there was no one left but her. Sumu moved her fingers. A thick thorn-covered vine burst out of the earth, wrapped around the waist-high weeds in front of the gate, and tore them out by the roots. The mottled gate was revealed completely. After retracting the vine, Sumu could barely remain standing. Her face was pale, and her once rosy lips had lost all their color. She shook her dizzy head slightly and smiled helplessly. Have I become so weak? Just from pulling up a weed. She walked over to a large old tree and sat down, putting her backpack at her feet, and let out a long breath. She looked up at the still lush tree. It had been planted by her father when he was a child some 60 or 70 years ago. As the old saying goes, one generation plants the tree and the next rests beneath it. When she was little, she loved to sit here in the shade to eat here while chatting with the neighbors. A bowl of rice could take her a whole hour, and every time her mother would scold her for eating too slowly. But now she could never hear that voice again. Only in dreams could she dimly recall that familiar scolding wrapped in affection. Sumu coughed a few times and felt it difficult to breathe. She knew that her life was probably nearing its end. For 10 years, she had burned her own life force every day to fight. Now that the task was done, she had reached the final step of the road. But fortunately, she had still come back to the place where father and mother had once lived. The three of them could finally be reunited. The only one she felt sorry for was Little Claw. Little Claw was the vine she had just used. It had latched onto her while she was chasing a zombie deep in the mountains. Back then, Little Claw was still a thin young vine clinging to her clothes and refusing to let go. Sumu had no choice but to bring it back and nourish it with her wood-type ability. Bang! Something struck Sumu on the head with a clear sound and then fell to the ground. She picked it up and found it was a seed she had never seen before, not a seed from this tree. It was oval, about the length of one finger segment, with a hard brown shell. Sumu channeled the remaining wood-type ability in her body, wanting to see whether the seed could sprout. Then she found that the last of her ability was flowing uncontrollably into the seed in her hand. She was a little surprised but too indifferent to resist. Since she would not live much longer anyway, she thought she might as well give it to this seed. It had fallen on her head after all. That meant some affinity. She was thinking of letting Little Claw out to greet the seed when her mind grew heavy and her consciousness became faint. Meow. Where is that cat's meow coming from? Sumu forced her heavy eyelids open and saw a black cat crouching not far away, its amber eyes calmly watching her. When the cat saw she had opened her eyes, it gave another soft meow. Sumu feebly beckoned it over. The black cat obeyed, approaching with elegant steps, and then sat down beside her. Have you come to take me away? Sumu looked at the black cat and asked softly. After saying this, Sumu glanced at the black cat's amber eyes and gave a soft laugh. She thought to herself what was wrong with her, imagining that this black cat had come to lead her to the Yellow Springs. As a child, she had read in a book that dark cats, mystic cats, were messengers of the soul. If a person had little time left, a dark cat would come to their side and wait until they stopped breathing. But after all, a story was only a story. The wood-type energy in her body kept draining away, but Sumu had no intention of putting down the seed in her hand. With her other hand, she took a packet of bread out of her backpack, tore it open, and placed it beside the black cat's feet. Eat up. There is only bread left. The granary was now closed, and this was the last bread in her bag. It seemed she would not need it anymore. The black cat tilted its head, glanced at Sumu, then looked down at the bread. It sniffed, opened its mouth, and slowly began to eat. Sumu smiled. She could feel the energy in her body draining faster now, but there was no fear in her heart, only a strange anticipation. She would soon see her parents, and the family would finally be reunited. That truly was something to be happy about. She slowly closed her eyes. Her breathing became weaker and weaker until it disappeared, and her chest stopped rising and falling. The hand that had been gripping the seed suddenly drooped, fingers opening wide. But in her palm, there was no trace of the seed at all. In the vast universe, there are countless planets, and those bearing life are even more numerous than one can count. Shashing, a planet once hailed as the cradle of life, had been eroded and transformed by countless ages until it became a forgotten world. The whole planet was covered in yellow sand, so it was called Shashing, while its original beautiful name, Launching, Blue Star, had faded into the river of history. The current residents of Shashing, including a baby and a robot, numbered only 15 people. They were truly a presence forgotten by the interstellar civilization. Inside the swirling yellow sand, a huge manor stood beside the only oasis. In that manor was an unremarkable courtyard, and in a small room of that courtyard a fragile figure lay motionless on the cold floor. A pool of blood had spread beneath her head, and her black hair soaked in sticky red blood looked glaring and piercing. It was clearly a scene of an accident, or perhaps not. Suddenly one finger of the fallen figure twitched. Then the body sat up abruptly, and with a heavy thud collapsed again. A muffled groan rang out. Damn, that hurts. Sumu pressed the back of her head with her hand, and struggled to sit up from the floor. Seeing the blood on her palm, and smelling its metallic scent, Sumu frowned. For a moment, she could not understand what was happening. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Why was she hurt again? And where was this place? Looking around the unfamiliar environment, Sumu suddenly felt a splitting headache. The back of her skull hurt, and the inside of her head hurt even more. In the next moment, it felt as if many things were being forcibly stuffed into her mind, about to burst it apart. The pain made Sumu hug her head tightly and curl into a weak ball. The next moment, a wave of memories, both familiar and strange, rushed into her mind. It was like watching a film. After living through that person's entire life, Sumu knew that her once-forgotten memories had returned, and that she too had returned. She was the true owner of this body, and her name was still Sumu. Her father had been an interstellar war god, and her mother a military doctor who always stayed by his side. The family had been happy and complete, but everything stopped abruptly on that day. When she was 17, her parents' starship exploded during an operation against interstellar bandits, and their fate was unknown. Everyone believed they could not have survived, but she refused to accept it, so she secretly set out to find them. Then an accident happened. When she opened her eyes again, she had become 10-year-old Sumu on launching. After she became little Sumu, she inherited all of the original body's memories, while her own interstellar memories gradually faded, so that she truly became little Sumu. She had never imagined that she would return one day, and that she would also have mysteriously gained a child. Yes, she was now a mother. Her child was a little boy just 3 years old whose name seemed to be Xingbao. Yes, that was what it was called. Sumu was not entirely sure. The child had been conceived after an accident that happened while she was out searching for her parents. As for who the father was, she truly did not know, nor did she want to know. If she ever found out, Sumu thought she would break his legs first. Thinking of this, Sumu suddenly felt that her life had been full of twists. It could almost be written into a novel. Then a voice spoke. Xing system, little star, here I come. Suddenly, an unfamiliar soft milky voice appeared in her mind. Sumu was already immune to sudden images or voices. She calmly moved her body back to lean against the wall, but those 2 steps used up almost all her strength. After giving birth, this body had become muddled. She would not eat properly, she refused to care for the child, and she often hid him. So everyone here disliked her and treated her as invisible. Naturally, no one cared whether she lived or died. Now this body was even weaker than the one she had before death. Her arms were as thin as bamboo poles, as if a slight force could snap them. Sumu leaned against the wall, caught her breath, and closed her eyes to rest. Her palm-sized face had not an ounce of extra flesh, and her chin was so sharp it could pierce someone. Only her butterfly wing-like lashes rested quietly on her eyelids, each stroke distinct. Speak up. What are you, and what the hell is the Xing system? Sumu's pale lips trembled slightly as she spoke, but her voice was weak and breathless. No response came from her mind. Just as Sumu thought the voice had been an illusion, that soft, milky voice sounded again. Master, I am not a thing, and the Xingxing system is not a ghost either. Sumu suddenly felt dizzy, a burning sensation rose in her stomach, and it made a loud, gurgling sound. The discomfort made her irritable. Even that cute, milky voice now sounded hateful, and a low-pressure atmosphere began to emanate from Sumu. The owner of that milky voice also felt the oppressive atmosphere, and quickly said, Master, don't be angry. I'll show myself right now. Inside the system, the little cat opened its big, watery eyes, and hurriedly pulled Sumu in. It was truly afraid that if this host died from anger, it would have to disappear along with her. The kitten pitifully wiped its face with its paw. It was really unlucky. It had only eaten a little bit of the bread that woman gave it. It had only touched that seed out of curiosity. As a result, it was threatened and forcibly bound. Not only that, the seed absorbed half of its life force and turned it into a tiny cat. Even worse, it could interfere with its control of the Xingxing system and forcibly bind a host. It had struggled hard to level up and become the system's master cat. But before the system was even warm in its paws, it had been demoted to a little system assistant. It was almost too tragic for tears. As the little milky voice faded, Sumu found herself in an empty space. Around her were rows of shelves arranged in an octagon like the wooden medicine cabinets used in traditional Chinese pharmacies, or drawers to be more precise. Every drawer had characters on the outside, all things once familiar to her ears. Potatoes, tomatoes, cabbage, apples, oranges, watermelons. These were the words she saw on a shelf marked seeds. Inside should be the corresponding seeds. There was also a shelf named cooking, written with oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. Clearly these were cooking supplies. However, some of the characters were black, while others were gray. Looking at this familiar place, Sumu froze for a minute, then instantly understood. So the system had never been unbound. At the thought, Sumu felt a surge of excitement. After all, although she was in the interstellar age, the once brilliant food culture had been completely lost to the river of history. Moreover, plants and animals had all mutated. Fewer than 1 in 1,000 were edible, and their taste was indescribable. Almost impossible to swallow. What people now used to fill their stomachs were the so-called nutrient supplements. Those fruits and vegetables were extremely rare and expensive. If she could own these food supplies and seeds, it would truly be a huge fortune and would become her support for survival in the interstellar age. From her memories, she knew that the manor's supplies had become precarious because the manor owner had been away for too long. No one knew how much longer they could last. But since the system was still here, could it be that her wood element ability had also been brought back? Sumu closed her eyes and concentrated, and sure enough, she sensed a faint glimmer of green light deep within her body. It was no larger than the tip of a needle, yet it was enough to send a surge of excitement through her. As long as her ability remained, she would one day return to the peak. After all, in any era, one's own strength was what mattered most, let alone in this interstellar age where every citizen fought. Little Star tilted its tiny head and stared at its host, whose expression kept shifting in front of it. A huge question mark seemed to gleam in its eyes, yet it realized the person had not noticed its existence at all. Little Star grew a bit indignant. Was it really that unremarkable? She would not even spare it a single glance. It was a dignified system sprite, so adorable, and yet it had been ignored so thoroughly. This was an insult to it, a disrespect to the system, utterly unforgivable. Hey, can't you see me? Little Star leaped directly in front of Sumu and shouted at her. Its milky little voice carried a hint of anger and grievance. I do see you. Sumu replied listlessly, then glanced up at the cute, yet cocky little black cub. To be honest, the little thing was quite adorable. Its palm-sized body was mostly a round little head, while a pair of bright eyes sparkled with mischief. Its slightly long black fur looked very fluffy. In short, it was simply lovely, and the cocky expression on its face only made it more endearing. So cute it struck straight at Sumu's heart. Sumu restrained her itching hand. In the past, the system sprite had only been an emotionless mechanical voice, and her relationship with it had been purely transactional. In that transaction, she had been the weaker party, and in the end she had reached the end of her life at far too young an age, just 25. But this time a physical sprite had suddenly appeared. If she were to believe there was nothing fishy about the system, she would not have been convinced even if beaten to death. So no matter how adorable you are, I'll just leave you hanging, and see who loses patience first. Sumu turned away without a trace of hesitation to avoid the little cat cub, her gaze seemingly never lingering on it at all. She walked over to the shelf stocked with fruit, reached out, and pulled open a drawer marked apples. Bright red apples came into view. Sumu grabbed one, wiped it on her clothes, and raised it to her mouth. You can't eat that. It costs money. Money. Sumu frowned slightly, then relaxed her brow. She thought to herself, money. That's fine, that's fine. It only costs money, not my life. Easy to deal with. With that, she took a big bite of the apple. In an instant, her parched mouth was flooded with sweet juice. Sumu finished the apple in just a few bites, still craving more, and reached out to take another. Seeing this, the little cat cub immediately pounced onto Sumu's outstretched hand and said pitifully, Master, you can't eat anymore. If you do, Little Star will be punished. The system cannot do business at a loss. Sumu glanced at the tiny thing clinging to her hand, thought for a moment, and said, Little Star is not a good name. From now on you'll be called Blackie. You know, the cub of a little beast. Blackie. That's awful. I don't want it. I don't want it. I'm little star. The little black cub was stunned for a moment before reacting, then completely broke down. That name was simply unbearable. Objection overruled. I'm your master. Sumu cast a sideways glance at Blackie, ignoring its protest, and pulled back the hand she had extended. There was indeed no such thing as a free lunch in this world. That had always been her creed. In the apocalypse, this grain depot had not charged money, but it had truly taken her life force and the zombies' life force as payment. But now it only charged money. Sumu felt that was far more humane, since compared to harvesting life force, money was nothing but child's play. Still, since this little creature called her master, she naturally would not let it suffer a loss. If she could not eat, then she would not eat. Since the fruit was off limits, Sumu walked over to the seed section that had not existed before and reached for a drawer marked only with the word life. Among all the drawers, her eyes had been drawn to this one instantly. She was rather curious about this thing called life. Master, you can't open this one. I already tried. Creak. In response, the sound of the drawer being pulled open echoed out. Blackie was dumbfounded. It had truly tried before. The moment it discovered this drawer had appeared, it had attempted to pull it open, but had been utterly unable to do so. Why did it have to be treated so differently? The little cub felt its heart take 10,000 points of critical damage. What kind of seed is this? Why does it feel so familiar? Sumu picked it up and examined it carefully, but apart from a faint sense of familiarity, there was nothing special about it. Seeing the seed in Sumu's hand, Blackie bristled instantly like a little hedgehog, its voice shrill as it cried out, "How could it be this thing? What's wrong with it?" Sumu tossed the seed in her hand and asked curiously, "Is there something special about it? Why did it scare you like that? You have the nerve to ask. If it weren't for this seed, how could I have ended up like this? It's the root of all evil." Blackie was so furious that every strand of its fur stood on end. "Then tell me in detail what happened." Sumu leaned against the shelf behind her and said, "I'm all ears." Blackie flicked its tail, crouched at Sumu's feet, and its little whiskers trembled with anger as it spoke in its milky voice. "Back then, after I ate the bread you gave me, I was about to take the system out of your body and return to report. But the moment I touched you, that seed inside your body took control of me and absorbed half of my life force. The system that had left also bound itself to you again, and because my life force was so greatly diminished, I became this tiny little thing. It's all your fault." The little cub's ears drooped as it said pitifully, "Life force is something special. Once lost, recovering it is no easy task." Hearing Blackie's explanation, Sumu finally remembered the little cub and the seed in her hand. No wonder it felt familiar. Looking at the pitiful little creature before her, Sumu crouched down and raised an eyebrow. She extended a slender finger and gently tapped the little thing's pink nose, chuckling softly. "It seems my luck isn't bad after all. Since things have already come to this, why don't you tell me clearly about the system's current rules and requirements? I see that many new things seem to have been added here. I wonder if the rules have changed." As for being bound to the system, Anu, Sumu felt she was quite fortunate. But this time she could not be fooled like last time, signing an unequal contract and being exploited until she died at the age of 25. She was now someone with experience, someone who had been through it all, and she absolutely could not be deceived by the system, especially by this Blackie who did not look honest at first glance. Hearing that Sumu wanted to know the system's current rules and requirements, Blackie guessed that this master would not be easy to fool. Its big eyes rolled slyly, and it puffed up with confidence, and said, "The system has now been fully upgraded and renamed the Interstellar Mall. Literally, this system is no longer merely a mobile grain depot. It is now omnipotent. Whatever you want, you can find it here, just like a large shopping mall. But the premise is that you must exchange enough money for it." The system had been upgraded once, and it was indeed not bad. It really was keeping up with the times. During the apocalypse, when zombies ran rampant, this system had only provided food and had taken life force as payment. Now that it had come to the interstellar age, it had switched to monetary transactions. "Then tell me, why are the words on some drawers black and some gray? What do they mean? I remember these weren't here before." Sumu looked at the few words written in black and reached out to pull a drawer marked in gray, one labeled mutton, only to find it would not budge. Blackie gave a light leap and landed on Sumu's shoulder, yet Sumu felt no weight at all. Black means things you can afford with the money you currently have, while gray means you don't yet have enough money to buy them. Blackie explained earnestly for its master, but it did not notice the dark look spreading across her face. Sumu twitched the corner of her mouth. After this upgrade, the system has really fallen head over heels into a money pit, hasn't it? How much was the apple one just ate? 50 gold coins. It has already been deducted from your account, master. Your current balance is 0. What a ripoff. One apple, and I'm completely broke. Sensing that its master's emotions were a little agitated, Blackie quickly encouraged her in an adorable voice. "Don't be discouraged, master. You just need to work hard and earn money. One day, master will surely enjoy boundless wealth and become the richest person in the entire interstellar realm. I'll take your word for it. No need to be so polite, master." Outside the courtyard, a middle-aged man in a disheveled gray suit was hastily leading 3 elderly men toward the compound. While guiding the way, he said, "Elder Zhuang, Elder Shi, Elder Ma, you 3 must vouch for me. It was all because that lunatic Su Mu tried to seduce me, and when I refused, she tried to kill me. I only fought back in self-defense and accidentally injured her. This is not my fault. Chi Min wore a look of grievance and panicked desperately, pleading his innocence to the three elders. Yet the three elders simply kept walking forward without responding to Chi Min's words. They were no fools. They wouldn't believe whatever he said just because he said it. Their combined age amounted to nearly 400 years, and at an age where they should be nearing the end of their lives, they would not be led by the nose by a young man like him. Moreover, they did not believe Su Mu would ever try to seduce Chi Min. The young men in the manor were all handsome and charming, and no matter how mad or foolish Su Mu might be, she would not pass over handsome youths to seduce an old man like him. Besides, although Su Mu had been acting deranged these past 2 years, she visibly avoided Chi Min whenever she saw him. It was impossible for her to approach him on her own initiative. These were facts they had all witnessed with their own eyes, and no matter what they refused to believe his story. But since Chi Min had gone so far as to drag all three of them here, there had to be something fishy about it. They just hoped that girl Su Mu hadn't really met with some misfortune. At that thought, the three elders exchanged glances and immediately quickened their pace. Having each lived over 100 years, they were no fools. Perhaps something really had happened to Su Mu. Their hearts tightened in unison. If anything really happened to that girl, when Bailancio comes back, he'll be out of his mind. The three of them shared the same thought, and immediately broke into a run, afraid that even a moment's delay might lead to something irreparable. Watching the three elders suddenly speed up, Chi Min felt smug. Even if you've realized it now, so what? The woman is already dead. When the time comes, I'll be the one spinning the story however I please. He knew exactly what the three old men were afraid of. Unfortunately, that person couldn't even take care of himself right now, and whether he'd ever make it back was anyone's guess. He had seen the private message that person sent to that crazy girl Su Mu, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to be so bold. But fortune favors the bold. Su Mu was already dead. As long as that person never returned, this manor and the entire Shashing domain would become his for the taking. At the thought of soon becoming the master of this place, Chi Min couldn't help the smile that crept onto his face. The next moment, afraid of being seen, he quickly suppressed it and followed behind the three elders with a look of feigned earnestness. Behind the courtyard, two youths, Su Chun and Su Wen, were tugging at their similarly youthful companion Shin Ma Bei, arguing heatedly in front of the window. At this moment, the Su brothers wore anxious expressions, urging him repeatedly, "Shin Ma Bei, hurry up and get in. What are you dawdling for?" Shin Ma Bei, being dragged along, wore a face full of impatience, his eyes bloodshot, as if he might throw a punch at any moment. "If you two want to go in, just go in on your own. Why are you dragging me along? Let go of me right now. Don't make me use force." Shin Ma Bei snapped at the pair of twins before him, feeling irritable and ready to fight. "Bei, since when did you become so long-winded? If you want to fight, we'll gladly spar with you all day tomorrow. Hurry up and get in here. Something must have happened to Sister Su Mu." Su Wen was the first to climb through the window, then pulled his younger brother in after him. He turned to Shin Ma Bei, who was still standing outside, and urged him anxiously. "Got it." Shin Ma Bei still wore a look of utter impatience. He pressed his palm flat on the windowsill and vaulted over it nimbly. The moment his feet touched the floor, he heard the two brothers' frantic voices. "Sister Su Mu, what happened to you? Wake up." Now Shin Ma Bei grew anxious too. He hurried over and saw Su Mu surrounded by the two brothers against the wall, sitting there with a face as pale as death, her breathing faint and completely unresponsive to their calls. Shin Ma Bei's gaze swept across the room and landed on a pool of bright red blood still wet beneath the table. Panic seized Shin Ma Bei. His hand trembling, he reached out and pressed his fingers against Su Mu's neck. Feeling the warmth beneath his fingertips and the faint throb of her carotid artery, he let out a long breath. "Thank goodness. She's not dead." "Of course I'm not dead." A weak voice suddenly issued from her pale lips, startling the three of them so much that they stood frozen in place. Under their stunned gazes, Su Mu slowly opened her eyes. Su Mu glanced at the three youths before her and gave an approving nod. Not bad looking. Quite easy on the eyes. Just as she tried to stand up, she felt something heavy pressing against her neck. Su Mu shot a look at Shin Ma Bei. "Shin Ma Bei, would you mind taking your hand off my neck?" "Oh." Shin Ma Bei quickly withdrew his fingers and tucked them behind his back. "Wow. Sister, you actually recognized Bei. What about me? What about me? What's my name?" Su Wen's face lit up with excitement as he pointed at himself and asked. Su Mu gave him a dismissive glare. "Su Wen, when will you ever be as steady as your elder brother?" "That's wonderful. Sister's madness is cured, isn't it?" Su Mu nodded. I really am cured. Thanks to Chi Min. After a trip to the gates of hell, I'm no longer mad." "That's great." Su Wen bounced up in sheer excitement, and even Shin Ma Bei and Su Chun had undisguised joy shining in their eyes. But when they heard Su Mu's last words, the trio's excitement instantly vanished without a trace. Just as they were about to ask what had happened, they heard Chi Min's voice coming from outside. "Elder Zhuang, please walk slower." The three exchanged glances. First they asked about Su Mu's condition, and upon learning that her wound had stopped bleeding and she was in no danger, they asked her for the full story of what had happened. Su Mu gave them a concise account of the whole affair. After learning the truth, Su Wen and Shin Ma Bei were so enraged that they rolled up their sleeves and charged outside, ready to beat Chi Min to a pulp. "Shin Ma Bei, you scum. I'll beat you so hard you'll need to be melted down and reforged. Su Wen and me. I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. The two were about to rush out when Su Chun, who had been silently standing off to the side, reached out and stopped them. He advised helplessly, hold on you two. Let's hear what Su Mu has to say. They both turned to look at Su Mu, waiting for her to speak. Su Mu looked at the two young boys poised to charge into battle, and her eyes curved into a smile. Perhaps they weren't so insufferable after all. When trouble came, she still had people willing to stand by her. There were still people who would protect her. But now was indeed not the time to act rashly. She needed to first find out what Chi Min had been saying to the others. So she said to the three, hold off on the fighting for now. There's no rush. What I need to know now is, how did you find out something happened to me, and what did Chi Min say? Hearing there would be no fight, Shin Mabe immediately deflated, turned his head, and stood off to the side. Seeing this, Su Mu began to wonder if his eagerness to stand up for her was just an excuse to get into a fight. Seeing the two of them acting petulant, Su Chun could only step forward to explain things to Su Mu. This is what happened. Su Wan and I were playing with Xingbao in Grandma Xiaojuan's courtyard when Chi Min came running over in disheveled clothes, claiming you had tried to seduce him, and when he refused, you tried to kill him. He said he accidentally injured you in a moment of overreaction, and he wanted Grandma Xiaojun to come take a look. But she refused, so he went to go fetch the other three grandfathers. Su Wan and I didn't believe you would ever do something like that. We felt something was off, so we dragged Bebe over here first. And then, before Su Chun could finish his sentence, the door was pushed open, revealing 4 figures outside. 3 white-haired elders plus 1 disheveled man in a suit. When they saw Su Mu safe and sound inside the room, the 3 elders, who had been anxious just moments before, instantly calmed down, as if their earlier urgency had never existed. Chi Min, standing behind them, had a flicker of panic on his face, but it was quickly concealed. Elder Zhuang cleared his throat and said to Chi Min behind him, she's fine, isn't she? You came rushing over like the sky was falling, making me think Su Mu's life was hanging by a thread. She's perfectly fine here, isn't she? Well. Chi Min was about to defend himself and steer the conversation towards Su Mu's supposed seduction when a light, soft voice drifted over. Grandpa Zhuang, you actually guessed right. I really did almost lose my life. If you don't believe me, just look. Su Mu's airy words fell, and she lifted her hand to point at the pool of blood on the floor, drawing a sharp intake of breath from everyone present. All eyes turned toward Chi Min at once. This has nothing to do with me. Su Mu seduced me. I only fought back and ended up hurting her, Chi Min said, starting to panic. His face changed as he stumbled over his explanation. Bullshit. Would a madwoman like Su Mu seduce you? I think your own dirty mind got the better of you. Su Wen cursed loudly, completely forgetting that the madwoman he was talking about was no longer mad, and that she was standing right there watching. Still not satisfied after cursing, Su Wen strode over and kicked Chi Min. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Chi Min crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Standing off to one side, Su Mu rolled her eyes at Su Wen's repeated madwoman comments. She told herself not to get angry. Fine, the boy was only trying to defend her. For the sake of his good intentions, she couldn't lose her temper. The young man was full of hot-blooded vigor and raw strength. The kick sent a sharp, piercing pain through Chi Min's chest, and for a moment, he could not even pick himself up off the ground. Elder Mai, however, nimbly sidestepped to avoid getting caught in the blast. He patted his chest in relief. Goodness, I dodged it just in time. This youngster has far too much fire. That kick must have hurt like hell. Su Wen paid no attention to Elder Mai's remark. He wanted to land another kick, but his brother Su Chen held him back. Brother, why are you stopping me? You can't believe that lecture. Su Mu is muddled all day long and runs away whenever she sees that pervert. How could she possibly seduce him? If you ask me, he's just been stuck here for ages without a woman. MMPH. The rest of his words were swallowed by Su Chen's palm. Su Chen clamped his hand firmly over his younger brother's mouth. This boy dared to say absolutely anything. He was in serious need of discipline. Even though he too thought Chi Min was a hypocrite, decent-looking yet two-faced, saying one thing and doing another. Chi Min was still the estate steward appointed by Uncle Bai. Some things were not theirs to judge. Still, because of Su Wen's outburst, everyone's eyes fell once more on Chi Min, who had just struggled to his feet, their gazes full of suspicion. With a look of maturity that seemed far beyond his years, Su Chen fixed a cold stare on Chi Min. My brother may be impulsive, but what he said is true. Sister Su Mu has always avoided you on sight. I think you, Steward Chi, already know the reason, don't you? I shouldn't have to spell it out. So I absolutely refuse to believe that Sister Su Mu would seduce you. Besides, how do you explain that pool of blood on the floor? It's clear you meant to kill. And this is Uncle Bai's study. Ordinary people seldom come here. Yet you came, and you hurt someone. If we hadn't arrived so early, Sister Su Mu would probably be dead by now. The vivid red blood had yet to dry its scarlet hue, glaring and harsh. Su Chen's voice turned cold, and hard, his gaze boring into Chi Min. You wanted to kill Sister Su Mu, so you picked the study where no one would come. Chi Min suppressed the panic in his heart, keeping his face composed as he sidestepped the real issue. Su Chen, don't think you can slander others just because you're young. Would a sane man like me ever take a fancy to that fool? A woman who gave birth to a fatherless little bastard. She's been dirty for a long time. Damn it. The moment Chi Min finished speaking, Su Wen violently wrenched himself free of his brother's hold and charged at Chi Min. You're the fool. Your whole family are fools. Su Mu is a madwoman, not a fool. Not a fool. She's cleaner than you. Xingbao is so adorable. This time Chi Min was ready and dodged Su Wen's attack, but Su Wen chased him all over the room hurling curses. Su Mu's eyes narrowed with murderous intent. To call her child a bastard was practically suicide. The three elders exchanged looks, their faces full of bewilderment. What was going on? When did Su Mu become so close to that boy Su Wen? And why did Su Mu look so normal today? Was she no longer mad? Seeing Su Mu pale, yet utterly composed, Elder Mai's eyes lit up. A madwoman suddenly turning sane was excellent material for research. Shin Mabe stood idle in the corner. Watching the chase unfolding before him, a restless agitation stirred in his chest. Cracking his knuckles, he plunged into the fight. What had been a fairly even struggle instantly turned into a one-sided rout. Su Chen did not stop them this time. Instead, he walked over to Su Mu and watched the drama unfold at his leisure. Shin Mabe had always suffered from mania. When his condition flared, no one in the entire estate could rival him except Bai Lanxiu, let alone a hypocrite like Chi Min. With Shin Mabe and Su Wen working together in tacit coordination, Chi Min had no power to resist whatsoever. The room soon erupted in a chorus of miserable screams. Help! Shin Mabe, you madman. Su Chen, control your brother. Someone's going to die. Ow! Ow! Elder Zhuang, elder, my elder, sure save me. The screams grew shriller and more frantic until gradually they faded into feeble groans. Chi Min lay on the ground, face bruised and swollen, panting heavily and drenched in blood. A lone white object lay beside him on the floor, smeared with red blood and dust. As Su Wen's foot was about to stomp down on his face, once more Chi Min forced open his swollen blackened eyes and looked toward the three elders. Opening his blood-soaked mouth, he mumbled vaguely, elders, save me. I've been wronged. By now Chi Min's mouth was filled with blood, his words were slurred, and one of his front teeth had been knocked out. No matter how you looked at him, he was a truly pitiful sight. But the three elders were no fools. They knew Su Mu's condition well. Raving mad all day, refusing to acknowledge her own son, and not close to them either. The idea of her seducing Chi Min was utterly impossible. Chi Min, on the other hand, might very well have been driven by lust. Yet they did not care about the truth. As long as Su Mu was alive, that was enough. As for Chi Min, what did he have to do with them? But with old age came a soft heart. Seeing Chi Min so pitiful, they still called out to stop Su Wen's kick. You got off easy. Huh. Su Wen sheepishly withdrew his leg and spat at Chi Min. All right, the beating is done and the anger is spent. Su Mu is fine, so it's time for us to head back. Elder Shi, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. He looked towards Su Mu and said, Su Chen, Su Wen, take Su Mu to Grandpa Mai's courtyard and have him examine her. Yes, Su Mu's injuries. Come, let me have a look right away. Elder Mai, who had been spectating on the sidelines, finally remembered his old profession. He hurried over to Su Mu and began inspecting her wound, his hands moving over her from top to bottom. Chi Min, meanwhile, with more breath leaving him than entering, was left forgotten in the corner to fend for himself. No one gave any thought to treating him. Gloomily, Chi Min watched the harmonious group, his eyes dark and vengeful. These people all deserve to die, Su Mu most of all. Bai Lanxiu is never coming back. Sooner or later I'll finish off that little wench Su Mu. Su Mu sidestepped, dodging Elder Mai's reaching hand. The wound on the back of her head had already healed the moment she woke up. Although her wood-type ability was now extremely weak, her body's recovery capacity was remarkably strong. Aside from being somewhat weakened by blood loss, she currently had not a single wound on her. This must not be discovered. Otherwise that potion-crazed Elder Mai would never let her off so easily. Su Mu lifted her eyelids and said calmly, I'm fine, no need to trouble Grandpa Mai. But since someone has finally remembered I exist, I think it's necessary for me as the party involved to step forward and clear up this farce. With that, Su Mu lightly held up a small black object in her hand. Looking at Chi Min, who was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, she sneered, Steward Chi, with that aggrieved look on your face, you don't really think I have no evidence, do you? Don't you know there are surveillance cameras everywhere here? This study was where Bai Lanxiu worked. Normally few people came here without a reason, and since Bai Lanxiu was away from the estate, even fewer would visit. That was why Chi Min had tricked Su Mu into coming here. Clearly he had no idea that surveillance cameras had been installed. At the mention of surveillance cameras, Chi Min's eyes shot wide open. He muttered incredulously, impossible. Impossible. I checked it myself, clearly. He stopped mid-sentence, but the terror and disbelief on his face were plain for everyone to see. You're bluffing. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Chi Min's gaze turned wild in an instant. He was certain that Su Mu was deceiving him, that she was lying just to make him admit it himself. Since you don't believe me, I'll have to be a little thick-skinned and let everyone see the whole story, and see your true face, so that no girl who comes to this estate in the future will ever be harmed by you again. Su Mu handed the storage device to Su Chen, signaling him to play it for everyone. No, you can't. Chi Min panicked and scrambled to his feet, trying to snatch the storage device. Shin Mabe, annoyed, sent a kick flying that hurled Chi Min into the wall. This time he truly blacked out. The room went silent at once, and the footage on the storage device began playing. From how Chi Min tricked Su Mu into entering the study to how he injured her, and then fled in a panic, not a single detail was missing. Chi Min, you bastard. Clenching his fists furiously, Su Wen walked over to Chi Min and dealt him several more angry kicks. This time no one stopped him. Su-Wen, leave him with a breath of life. Su-Mu reminded Su-Wen calmly. Sure thing. Su-Wen added one final kick before stopping, then spat at Chi-Min. You got off cheap, scum. Grandpa's, how should this matter be handled? Su-Mu asked the three elders. Elder Sure, who had remained silent all alongside. You are the victim. You decide. And you, how can she make a decision? She's a madwoman. Elder Zhuang, who had been keeping a low profile all this time, suddenly spoke up and cut off Elder Sure's words. The very idea of letting a madwoman decide was simply incomprehensible to him. For Zhuang, who was clearly out of sorts, slapped him squarely on the arm and sneered. What's wrong with you? Did your brain short-circuit? Look at Su-Mu. Where does she look insane? If you can't speak sensibly, keep your mouth shut. The old man Zhuang was jolted awake by his old friend's slap. Turning his gaze towards Su-Mu, he saw her staring at him with wide, clear eyes. Deep and luminous, utterly unlike her former frenzied state. The intensity of her look made Zhuang shrink his shoulders slightly. He dared not meet her gaze. Murmuring softly, he said, Su-Mu, I'm sorry. Old man Zhuang's mind has been clouded. Please don't hold it against me. Su-Mu harbored no resentment. This elder had devoted himself entirely to his work, caring little for anything else, and it had taken Chi-Min's effort to bring him here today. Besides, the old man had already apologized, though she had no intention of being unreasonable. However, certain matters still needed to be made clear. Su-Mu spoke to them with solemn gravity. I, Su-Mu, have fully recovered. I will never indulge in such foolishness again. I ask that you no longer treat me as a madwoman. Very well, no problem. Sister Su-Mu, I will never look upon you as insane again. No one harbored doubts about Su-Mu's sudden recovery. After all, she had only gone mad from trauma, not from birth. Though old man Mai was intensely curious about Su-Mu's sudden recovery, his greater interest lay in understanding her physical condition. He found this phenomenon of her ceasing to act mad quite fascinating. He planned to discuss privately with Su-Mu whether she might allow him to study her mind. Having secured their assurances, Su-Mu walked over to Chi-Min, who lay unconscious on the ground. Her small foot stepped deliberately upon his outstretched palm, and the sound of cracking bones rang out unmistakably. Chi-Min, roused from his unconsciousness, let out a piercing scream. The crowd was startled by the shrill cry. In that moment, Su-Mu suddenly seemed even more terrifying than before. Su-Mu paid no mind to her image in their eyes, and pressed her foot down with greater force. Old man Mai could tell at a glance that Chi-Min's entire hand had been shattered. Though modern technology could restore it, the pain would be excruciating. He felt that this young girl seemed somewhat cruel. Just as he was about to speak up, Su-Mu's voice reached his ears. Chi-Min, this is restitution for what you did to me. If you had not caused me to strike my head and bleed so profusely, I might never have regained my clarity. I truly owe you my gratitude. Old man Mai clamped his mouth shut, abandoning any thought of interceding. Su-Mu met Chi-Min's murderous glare with a scornful smile, then crouched and spoke softly. I know your designs. But as long as I am here, you will never succeed. What is not yours shall never be yours. Su-Chin, Su-Wen, and Mo Bei. Bind him and take him to the basement for now. No, this is far too lenient. Su-Wen protested loudly, feeling that mere confinement was insufficient to satisfy his anger, but his brother covered his mouth again, reducing his complaints to muffled whimpers. Su-Wen signaled with his eyes for his brother to release him, but Su-Chun ignored him and pressed his hand even tighter. Su-Wen, be quiet for once. The persistent commotion gave Su-Mu a headache. The boy was simply too noisy. Oh, all right. Su-Wen instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, his spirit sinking. He could not explain why, but Su-Mu's casual words had stripped him of any desire to resist. Prior to this, he had held nothing but disdain for Su-Mu. Though he and his brother had lived with her the longest, and were the first to arrive at the manor, their relationship had never been closed, for her periodic bouts of madness had driven a wedge between them. He and his brother had treated the protection of Su-Mu as merely an obligation, a condition agreed upon when Uncle Bai had rescued them. But now, facing the recovered Su-Mu, he found himself instinctively unwilling to contradict her. It was strange. Seeing his brother fall instantly silent, Su-Chin finally removed his hand and wiped the saliva onto his clothing with a disgusted expression, earning a rolling of Su-Wen's eyes. Su-Mu glanced calmly at everyone and explained, Uncle Bai is not here now, and management authority over the manor has transferred to me. Though I have the right to deal with Chi-Min as the victim, he was brought in by Uncle Bai, so I must obtain his permission before taking any action against him. This was Su-Mu's way of showing respect to Bai Lanqiu. Chi-Min had always appeared refined and gentlemanly, playing the role of a deeply responsible employee so flawlessly that even in Bai Lanqiu's eyes he seemed trustworthy. If she had not accidentally discovered Bai Lanqiu's message sent before his accident, revealing that Chi-Min was heading somewhere perilous, a journey of 9 deaths and 1 life, and transferring all management authority over the manor to Su-Mu, Chi-Min would likely have continued his act indefinitely. She wanted him to witness Uncle Bai's return and personally face his judgment. She also wished to remind Uncle Bai not to take in just anyone at the manor. As for Chi-Min, she did not wish to take his life so easily. Over these past 3 years, he had harassed Su-Mu endlessly behind the scenes. Fortunately, her predecessor, though mad, was not entirely foolish and had managed to avoid Chi-Min. Now the tables would turn and Chi-Min would live in constant fear. Sumu cast her gaze toward the corner where Chimin lay battered and unconscious. Her eyes narrowed disdainfully, and she noticed his eyelids twitching faintly. An idea suddenly formed in her mind. She whispered something into Su Wen's ear, and Su Wen nodded repeatedly. After Su Mu finished her instructions, the three men said nothing more and hauled Chimin toward the door. On their way out, Chimin's head struck the steps with a sharp crack that made all three elders' eyelids tremble. Very well, let us be going. Su Mu motioned for Old Man Mai to lead the way, following slowly behind the three elders. Along the path, each man returned to his own residence, while Su Mu accompanied Mai to a two-story blue building with white walls and tiled roofing. As they walked, Su Mu observed that the entire sanatorium shared this architectural style: clean white walls and blue tiles, fresh and natural, yet something seemed conspicuously absent. No sooner had they entered the courtyard than a pungent smell of disinfectant hit her nostrils. Su Mu rubbed her nose and looked around. The first floor consisted of an ordinary living room and a modest dining area. Go to the second floor. Old Man Mai climbed the stairs first, signaling for Su Mu to follow. Su Mu obediently ascended and found the scent of disinfectant even stronger upstairs. Mai pushed open one of the doors and rows of test tubes and reagents came into view. Su Mu walked past them to a somewhat dilapidated white medical pod in the corner and remarked casually, "This medical pod is rather old. Haven't you thought of replacing it?" Su Mu, you actually know what a medical pod is? Old Man Mai's face twisted in utter disbelief. Su Mu's pale lips twitched slightly. Am I supposed to pretend I'm still a fool? Realizing his remark had been inappropriate, Mai chuckled awkwardly and said, "Do not let the pod's age fool you. Its capabilities are no inferior to the newest generation available. It integrates both examination and treatment. Lie down inside and receive a comprehensive checkup. After all, you lost considerable blood." Su Mu was the very foundation of the sanatorium. Though Director Bai was often absent, the facility existed primarily for her. She might be mad or foolish, but her body must never falter, otherwise they would all be forced back to wandering the stars. He had no desire to return to a drifter's life. "Little cub, can this medical pod detect anything? Can you interfere with its examination?" Su Mu asked silently within her mind. Her scalp wound had long since healed, clearly anomalous. She refused to be dissected like some oddity by the old man before her. "For just 500 gold coins I can bend the results to your advantage." Su Mu frowned. "I have not a single coin to my name. You have the audacity to demand 500 gold coins. Why not simply rob me? I have no gold coins at all. Put it on credit." "On credit? How can we do that?" Black Cub's childish voice cracked with indignation. He had never once made a losing transaction. "Just tell me whether credit is acceptable. Stop dawdling. I'm in a hurry." Su Mu's tone dripped with threat. It was clear that if he refused, she would walk away immediately. The little cub was miserable, but kept silent. "Fine. Credit is acceptable." His childish voice was filled with grievance. Satisfied with the answer, Su Mu pressed the medical pod's activation button. As the transparent lid slowly opened, she lay down inside without hesitation. Medical pods were nothing unusual to her. As a child, she was exceedingly mischievous, tomboyish in temperament, constantly injuring herself. Her father would beat her first, then place her into the medical pod for treatment. Those memories remained vivid as if they had occurred only yesterday. Meanwhile, the fragments of her apocalypse years grew increasingly blurred. The transparent glass canopy lowered slowly, sealing the entire medical pod shut. Su Mu's consciousness gradually blurred, her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, closing against her will. The patient has entered sleep mode. Full body scan commencing. Do not move the patient. Blue light swept across Su Mu's body again and again. Old Man Mai was already standing before an optical computer, the terminal linked to the medical pod, where every piece of data would surface. Moo moo. Wake up, quick, wake up. Who was calling her? Why was that voice so familiar? Su Mu opened her eyes with reluctance and met the gaze of an exceptionally handsome, refined man who was looking at her with doting affection, his fingers gently tugging at her cheek. Su Mu was briefly stunned, staring blankly at that face before her, a face marked by the passage of time. "Su Lingyong, stop at this instant. Moo Moo's face has been pinched red by you. You have no idea how strong your hands are. What if you mar her face?" A beautiful yet fiery female voice came from the side, and the big hand on her face was promptly smacked away. A familiar figure squeezed past the man and appeared before her, then reached out her fingers, gently kneading Su Mu's cheek. So gentle, as if she were afraid of causing the slightest pain. Seeing this, the man behind her let out a helpless sigh and retreated behind the woman, yet his face was still full of indulgence. "Moo Moo, your mother and father are leaving now. You must take good care of yourself. You're a big girl now, no more crying, all right? When we return, we're going to give you a grand coming-of-age ceremony." A slender hand pressed gently against her face. Su Mu could feel clearly the calluses and roughness of those fingers, so mismatched with the enchanting, beautiful woman before her. The woman turned her head and rose, then said to Father Su, "I'll wait for you outside." Then she walked quickly away. She didn't want her daughter to see the tears that were already about to fall. Little did she know her voice had already betrayed a choking sob. Su Lingyong watched his wife's retreating figure and sighed helplessly. He reached out and ruffled Su Mu's hair. "Be a good girl, protect yourself at home, and wait for your parents to come back." With that, Su Lingyang rose and hurried after his wife. And Sumu simply stood there dumbstruck, watching the two of them leave one after another. Only after their backs had vanished completely did Sumu realize she was in a lovely estate seated on a white swing chair. She seemed to have just woken up. As the wind brushed past, it carried strands of chill, she felt distinctly. White sculptures around fountain pool, cobblestone paths paved with delicate patterns, and the white swing hanging beneath the eaves. Familiar scenes suddenly surged into her mind, like a movie playing so clear and so known. Sumu felt a chord snap in her mind. "Father! Mother!" Sumu shouted toward the door, springing up and dashing toward the entrance. "They are father and mother. They are father and mother." She had to call them back, call them back. Sumu sprinted furiously, her bare feet stepping on the hard cobblestones, yet feeling nothing at all. Her eyes held only those fading backs. It was this time, this very departure, after which her father and mother never came back. Sumu could feel tears streaming across her face. Her eyes were so clouded with mist that she could only hazily see the two silhouettes climbing aboard a flying vehicle. Su Lingyang heard his daughter's voice and turned to look. Seeing her sprinting madly toward him, his eyes filled with unbearable reluctance. But in the end he hardened his heart, turned back, and entered the flying vehicle, directly forcing back the tears in his eyes as he started it. The wife beside him was already weeping uncontrollably, yet there was nothing she could do. Sumu watched helplessly as the flying vehicle left a streak of white smoke and vanished into the sky. She slumped down limply onto the cold, hard ground. Was it true that in the end nothing could be changed? She had remembered now. It was this departure, and her parents never came back. A month later she would receive the news of her father and mother's deaths, and the shock would be too much to bear. She went out in search of them, and that was how the trajectory of her fate was overturned in cataclysmic ways. At that memory, Sumu suddenly felt her head spin and darkness fell before her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself in a dim, obscure place. Rough, heavy breathing came to her ears along with a faint, elusive warmth of breath upon her skin. Sudden alarm bells clanged in Sumu's mind, and her nerves instantly grew taut. Everything felt so familiar, including the distinct discomfort in her body. "You're awake." A hoarse voice sounded by her ear. Sumu instinctively shrank away. Yes, she was awake. This time she was awake. But the girl she had once been, driven to the brink of madness by her parents' deaths, gone days without food and subjected to such cruel treatment on top of it all, had never opened her eyes in this era again. When next she did, it was only after she had already exchanged souls with the young Sumu of the apocalypse. But now she was awake. And now she truly wanted to know who this man who had ruined her life and driven her insane was. She would absolutely tear him limb from limb. Who was this monster so deranged and heartless? He'd better pray he never ever crossed her path. Sian noticed the girl beside him remained silent, merely breathing heavily. He knew she must be enraged. After all, any person in such a situation would be furious. Though he too had been left with no choice. Because of his wounds, he hadn't been able to resist the drug's effects, which was how the current situation had come to pass. But since it had happened, he would certainly take responsibility. Sumu had just collected her chaotic thoughts when a voice said from beside her, "This was beyond my control as well, but I will take responsibility. Don't worry." Responsible? You don't know a damn thing about responsibility. Sumu's eyes flew wide, her curses exploding forth as she threw a heavy punch into the darkness. A muffled grunt sounded. Sumu grew only more energized as she drove with both fists and feet, punching and kicking toward wherever the sound had come from. "I'll teach you to bully me. I'll teach you to bully me. You sick pervert. You say you'll take responsibility. As if you could. Do you know my parents are gone? They're missing." By the end, Sumu was choking on tears. The man who had been beaten remained silent all along in the darkness, silently enduring her violent barrage. All the grievance and confusion in Sumu's heart gushed out now. She was not the apocalypse's death-dealing queen, nor the battle-hardened warrior of two lives. She was simply a child who had just lost her parents, frantic for an outlet, to vent the sorrow accumulated in this body, the torment of two souls spanning time and space. She didn't know how long she had fought. Sumu finally felt spent, breathless. She sat down, catching her breath, ready to turn on the light to see the true face of this shameless degenerate. But the familiar wave of dizziness swept over her once more. Her vision blackened and she passed out again. When Sumu opened her eyes again, the harsh overhead light made her instinctively screw her eyes shut. "Mumu, what happened just now? Your brainwave fluctuation was so strange." The voice of He Zaire rang out in her mind. "It's nothing. I just had a dream. Is the treatment over?" Sumu casually made up a reason to fob her off. But that dream had been too real. So real that she felt as if she had lived through it once more. Even now she could still feel that unfamiliar sense of discomfort in her body. Thinking of this, Sumu was both embarrassed and livid. She only hated that she had suddenly fainted. She should have gotten in one more kick. Though she knew it was just a dream, it would at least have eased her anger. On the Federal Prime Star inside a vast ancient Chinese-style estate, Imo Junyan woke with a start from a dream, his deep handsome eyes tinged with a faint confusion. Imo Junyan looked at the bright light outside the window, raised his fingers to rub the space between his brows. "How could I have such a dream in broad daylight? Utterly ridiculous. General, are you awake?" We should go to the commander's residence to report our victory. The commander has sent someone to hasten us. The adjutant's voice came from outside the door. Understood. Mo Junyan tousled his short hair flustered, expelling the images of the dream from his mind, then rose to dress himself. The two Su brothers Su Wen and Su Chun along with Shun Mabe locked Chi Min in the basement, binding him with iron chains before leaving with peace of mind. Knowing that Su Mu had gone to Grandpa Mai's place, the three were in no hurry. They first stopped by Aunt Mai's, then made their way to Grandpa Mai's. Arriving outside Old Man Mai's courtyard, they began shouting, Grandpa Mai, open the door. We've brought you something delicious. Aunt Mai just made it fresh from the pot. Open up. Old Mai treasured his room full of medicinal agents and test tubes more than anything. Ever since a young Su Wen had wreaked havoc there once, he had set access restrictions on the gate, especially making Su Wen extremely unwelcome. But where there's a policy, there's a loophole. Old Mai could never resist good food. Whenever delicious snacks led the way, he was sure to be won over. Sure enough, within 5 seconds of their words, an old man in a white uniform appeared on the second-floor balcony. Beneath his gray-white hair was a still refined, slightly wrinkled square face. One could tell he had been a great handsome man in his youth, and though aged, he remained a distinguished old gentleman. Only his expression at the moment was rather sour. What are you brats doing here again? Old Mai frowned, his flecked white beard twitching, as if expressing his displeasure at the three below. Su Wen acted as if he hadn't noticed the disgust on Old Mai's face. Grinning, he waved and called out, Grandpa Mai, open the door quickly. If you don't open up, the pastries Aunt Mai worked so hard to make will get cold, and they won't taste good anymore. Su Wen's face then took on a look of great pity. Old Mai gave a light snort, still not intending to open the door. He knew exactly what tricks these brats were up to. Besides, the temperature inside the spatial pod was constant. How could the pastries possibly get cold? The excuse was far too childish. Did they take him for a 3-year-old? Oh, Grandpa Mai, just open the door. We're really worried about Sister Sumo. She lost so much blood after all. Please let us go in and see her. We promise not to touch anything in the room. I swear. Su Wen shamelessly acted coy toward Grandpa Mai on the second floor, nearly swearing to heaven itself. Old Mai truly couldn't stand a big boy like Su Wen acting spoiled at him. It gave him goosebumps. All right, come on in. Stop making me sick. Old Mai waved his hand in disgust, signaling them to come up, and added an extra roll of his eyes so obvious it could not be missed. Coming right up. The moment Old Mai's words fell, Su Wen couldn't wait to vault over the wall. Old Mai's eyelids twitched at the sight, and he immediately regretted letting him in. Su Chen also felt helpless at his younger brother's antics, and resolved to give him a proper lesson once they got back. Why haven't you two come in yet? Hurry up and get in. Su Wen, completely oblivious to Grandpa Mai's murderous glare, was still waving at the two outside the gate. Su Chen side grabbed Shin Mabe, who was about to climb the wall as well, and strode in quickly through the front door, truly afraid that if they delayed even a moment their access privileges would be revoked, a loss not worth the risk. Upstairs, Old Mai saw that all three had entered and gave a heavy huff before turning to go back inside. By now that girl Mu should be awake. When Old Mai entered the room, Su Mu had indeed woken up, her eyes open seemingly in a daze. The unwelcome trio had also made their way upstairs. Before Old Mai could speak, Su Wen hastily took out the pastries Aunt Mai had made from his spatial pod, his talisman of protection, one that had never failed. Sure enough, after taking the offering, Old Mai only gave a light snort and said nothing more. Grandpa Mai, what happened to Sister Su Mu? Are her injuries severe? Su Chen looked at the motionless Su Mu with growing worry. Old Mai glanced at Su Mu in the medical pod, then checked the treatment records on the optical computer and said she's fine. Apart from slight malnutrition and excessive blood loss, there's not a single problem. Even her brain is normal now. This should be a blessing in disguise. She just woke up and is probably still a bit dazed. She'll be fine in a moment. Su Mu meanwhile had been bickering with the little one for a while, and her mood had improved considerably. After all, some things had already happened, and no amount of complaining about fate could change them. Yet Su Mu still refused to believe her parents were dead. A voice deep inside kept telling her that her father and mother must still be alive somewhere. One day they would meet again. And as for the unknown father of her child, beating him up just once still didn't satisfy her, especially since it had only been in a dream, causing no real harm at all. This left Su Mu deeply frustrated. She swore in her heart that if she ever found out who he was, she would beat him until he was crippled for life. Having cleared her thoughts, Su Mu opened the glass cover of the medical pod. The moment she sat up, she saw 3 pairs of eyes staring fixedly at her. What are you 3 doing here? Su Mu climbed out of the medical pod and walked to one side where she saw Old Mai contentedly eating something. We were worried about you. You're not that dumb. Su Mu shot a sharp glare, and Su Wen's remaining words died away under her piercing gaze. What are you eating? Give me a taste. Su Mu's eyes locked onto the greenish thing in Old Mai's hand, and her stomach betrayed her with an uncontrollable growl. Seeing that thin bony hand extended before him, Old Mai instinctively clutched the pastry tighter. He suddenly regretted taking it out to eat now. His heart was torn. Should he give it or not? If he didn't give it, wouldn't that make him seem heartless and stingy? But if he gave it, he'd feel reluctant. And besides, she was a patient. With a pained expression, Old Mai handed it over, saying, just a tiny bite now. Just a tiny bite. He even used his fingers to show exactly how small a portion he meant. Grandpa Ma, you're so stingy. Su-mu is still a patient. And she lost so much blood. Look at you being such a cheapskate. Su-wen muttered discontentedly under his breath. Exactly. Grandpa might just give it all to Su-mu. Even Su-chun and Shun Ma-bei, who rarely spoke, quietly voiced their protest. It's just a little snack. Grandpa might give it all to Sister Su-mu. Aunt May can always make you more. Don't be so stingy. With the three of them going back and forth, old Mai's face grew hot with embarrassment. His expression darkened, and he shoved the pastry directly into Su-mu's hands. Here, take it all. It's not like I said I wouldn't give it. These brats are simply insufferable. Su-mu looked at the green pastry of unrecognizable ingredients in her hand, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Actually, she hadn't really wanted to eat it. She had only teased old Mai because watching him enjoy the snack was rather adorable. In the Interstellar era, many food ingredients had gone extinct, vanishing into the river of history. The surviving flora and fauna had all mutated to some degree, and the taste of food made from them was simply indescribable, definitely nothing close to delicious. If she had never lived in the great modern culinary nation, she might have eaten that pastry without any change in expression in her current starving state. But now she couldn't help feeling like she had picked up a rock only to drop it on her own foot. Yet with those 4 pairs of eager blazing eyes fixed on her, Su-mu had no choice but to open her mouth and take a bite. The texture of the pastry in her mouth was utterly indescribable, like chewing on wax. No, it did have a taste. It was just that this neither sour nor salty flavor truly opened Su-mu's eyes. She genuinely had no idea how old Mai had managed to eat it with such relish. Could this be the taste of modern interstellar people? She could have sworn that the food she used to eat at home, while nowhere near as delicious as the cuisine of Lanxing, not even palatable really, had never been this bizarre. Well, is it good? Su-wen swallowed his saliva and asked eagerly. Su-mu swallowed the sticky pastry with a blank expression, suppressing the nausea in her mouth, and said flatly, "It tastes pretty good. Quite delicious." Then she handed the rest back to old Mai, claiming she had only been joking earlier and wasn't actually hungry. Of course it's delicious. Aunt May's cooking is the best in the manor. She rarely cooks, so we can only eat that tasteless nutrient solution. Su-mu echoed expressionlessly. Oh, is that so? Then Aunt May is quite impressive. Delighted at the return of his pastry, old Mai happily rummaged through his room and pulled out a few tubes of nutrient solution, handing them to Su-mu. Here, take these. Don't say I don't care about my patient. After downing 2 tubes of nutrient solution, Su-mu finally felt the hunger in her stomach fade, though the taste was hardly commendable. Still, compared to the pastry from just now, it was practically a delicacy. After the examination and treatment in the medical pod, Su-mu's body was no longer in any danger. The wound on her head had healed, although she was still somewhat weak and only needed proper nutrition and plenty of rest. After receiving the results, the 4 of them were naturally sent packing. Before leaving, the old man had specifically warned Su-wen not to come to his house again unless it was really necessary. This was sheer undisguised disdain. After leaving old Mai's house, Su-mu suddenly remembered that she still had a child who was being raised at Granny Xiaojuan's place. No matter what, the child was hers, so she ought to go and see him. Actually, this unexpected child did not repel Su-mu the way he had repelled the crazy Su-mu of the past. After all, he was a piece of flesh fallen from her own body. She could never ignore him, much less hurt him. If anything, she wanted to hold him in her arms and shower him with affection. Hearing that Su-mu was going to see the child, Su-won and the other 2 wanted to tag along too, but Su-mu refused flat out. If she went openly, she would definitely be thrown out. Even visiting the child had to be done on the sly. So what was the point of bringing 3 glaring third wheels along? Feeling rejected, the 3 could only slink away in embarrassment. The child had been under Granny Xiaojuan's care since birth. As his mother, Su-mu had only seen him a few times after he was born, and on those rare occasions, she had wanted to harm him every time. In Granny Xiaojuan's eyes, she was nothing but a dangerous element, someone to be kept far away. Su-mu knew that to get her child back from Granny Xiaojuan, her first step was to earn the granny's trust and make her believe she would never harm the baby. The thought gave Su-mu a headache. This was not an easy mess to clean up. Besides, this was her first time being a mother in 2 lifetimes. No experience at all. Granny Xiaojuan's house was not far from old Mai's, only about 5 or 6 minutes away. Following the route in her memory, Su-mu arrived at a house covered with green plants. Unlike old Mai's bare house, with its empty yard, Granny Xiaojuan's house was completely wrapped in green vines with thick stems and lush leaves covering the walls so tightly that the whole place resembled a forest cottage. At that moment, a little boy of about 3 sat in a chair in the yard watching a video on a light computer and laughing gleefully. His chubby face was fair and adorable, especially his big almond-shaped eyes, bright and watery, and his small fan-like lashes that fluttered. They struck straight into Su-mu's heart. The little boy wore a soft white top and light blue overalls, which made him look exquisitely fair and adorable. Was this her child? Su-mu pressed a hand to her chest, feeling her heart pound violently. At that moment, she desperately wanted to go up and hug the child to tell him that she was his mother. But she was also terribly afraid that her past actions had left a shadow over the child. Xingbao, come drink your nutrient supplement. You can continue watching after you finish, okay? Just then an aged voice came from inside the house. Then a woman who was advanced in years but still had an elegant charm walked out holding a cup of liquid that looked like milk and handed it to the little boy. So the baby's name is Xingbao. That's lovely. Sumu suddenly felt that she had been right to rename the little black cub. How could that little black cub contend with her precious darling over a name? But how could her precious baby drink that stuff? It was so awful. That would really be putting her child through hardship. As his mother, how could she let her baby suffer such an unpleasant drink? Sumu recognized that substance. It was a nutrient supplement for infants and young children. Although it looked like milk, its taste was not much better than adult nutrient supplements. Sumu thought that since she was back, she absolutely could not let her precious baby suffer. She had so many good things in her space. Even if she had to sell everything she owned, she would make sure Xingbao never had to worry about food again. As for that nutrient supplement, forget it. Sure enough, the little boy pouted, turned his head aside, and refused adorably, I don't want to drink it. It's really horrible. Outside, Sumu nodded in agreement as well. Right, exactly. It's too horrible. Even now, when she thought of it, a strange taste lingered in her mouth. Sumu's aversion to the so-called nutrient supplement was so extreme that her inner words slipped out aloud. She instinctively covered her mouth, but it was already too late. Who's outside? Granny Xiaojun shouted, and turned to look outside. She had thought it was Su Wen and the others who often came to see Xingbao, but never expected it to be Sumu. Her face, which had been full of smiles, immediately darkened, and she stretched out an arm to block Xingbao from sight. Sumu watched as the woman stepped in front and shielded Xingbao, behind her like a hen protecting her chicks, furiously driving away this wicked eagle that had come to snatch a little chick. What are you here for? You want to hurt Xingbao again, don't you? Let me tell you, I will absolutely never allow you to hurt Xingbao again. Get out of here this instant, or don't blame me for being rude. Bailancio isn't here now, so no one can protect you. Sumu had anticipated Granny Xiaojun's attitude, and had already steeled herself for a scolding. What she was rather glad about was that there were 3 fewer onlookers around. Seeing that she was so unwelcome, Sumu did not shamelessly keep pushing the matter. She only took a deep look at Xingbao, then bowed deeply to Granny Xiaojun, and said, thank you, Granny, for taking such good care of Xingbao. With that, she turned and left. Seeing Sumu act in such an unusual way, Granny Xiaojun was still a little stunned, even after Sumu had gone. She murmured, has her madness been cured, or has it grown worse? Granny, who was that pretty sister just now? She's so beautiful. Xingbao walked up to Granny and asked curiously. He felt that the beautiful sister was so warm and dear. Granny Xiaojun crouched down, stroked Xingbao's little head side, and then said with a gentle smile, Xingbao must not call her sister. You should call her mama. Although Granny Xiaojun did not think Sumu deserved to be Xingbao's mother, blood ties were blood ties after all. Besides, she did not want Xingbao to believe that he was a child without a mother. Xingbao was already 3 years old. Sometimes he would curiously ask where his mother was, but she had always fobbed him off with the excuse that his mother was not in good health and was recuperating outside. Is she really my mama? Then why did she go away? Why didn't she hug Xingbao? Is it because she thinks Xingbao isn't good enough, so she left? Tears instantly filled Xingbao's beautiful black almond-shaped eyes, making Granny Xiaojun's heart ache. She hurriedly hugged him and comforted him, saying, Xingbao is very good. How could your mama not love you? Look, didn't your mama just come to see you today? She was hurt today and bumped her head. She left because she was afraid it would scare you. Once she recovers, she'll come to see you again. Don't cry, Xingbao. Your crying breaks Granny's heart. After finally calming Xingbao down, Granny Xiaojun sighed. Fortunately, Sumu had now regained her senses. Judging from her behavior just now, there was no madness in her eyes anymore, and her gaze when she looked at Xingbao was full of affection. But Granny did not know whether this normal manner was an act or a true recovery. She hoped it was the latter. Otherwise, when Xingbao grew up a little more and asked her for his mother, she really would not know what to say. At the same time, she felt a little resentful of Sumu. Why had she come all the way here but refused to acknowledge Xingbao? That simply made her unworthy of being a mother. Obviously, Granny Xiaojun had momentarily forgotten that she was the one who had driven the boy's mother away. Sumu left, but she was not as free and easy as she had appeared. Although she had not gone through the hardship of 10 months of pregnancy and childbirth, the blood bond was undeniable the moment she saw Xingbao. She really wanted to gather Xingbao into her arms and tell him that she was his mother. She could not be sure what Xingbao's attitude toward her was now, or whether what she had done in the past had caused him pain or left a shadow on his heart. So she could only take things slowly. Besides, from the looks of it, Granny Xiaojun was raising him very well, so Sumu felt relieved. Returning to her own house, Sumu found that her 2-story little house was practically a showpiece. Bare, and even emptier than Old Mai's house. There was not even a single weed in the yard. In her memory, Bailancio had brought her a gift every time he returned from outside, and her house had been decorated beautifully. But it could not withstand her own destructive behavior. She kept going mad and smashing things at every turn to the point that she had almost torn the house apart. Looking at the house with only the basic fixtures, Sumu sighed. Fortunately, it hadn't been completely destroyed, it was barely livable. Shall I bring me a glass of water? Sumu flopped onto the soft sofa and called out to the room. Master, are you calling me? A white, short, stout, cylindrical robot moved over from the corner. It was the most basic model of robot bought by Bailancio to serve Sumu, but it had never once been used. Whenever Sumu went mad and started smashing things, it would secretly hide thereby, escaping the fate of being sent back to the factory for a rebuild. Of course I'm calling you. Who else here is named Xiaobai besides you? Yes, master. I just wanted to be sure. I'll get your water right away. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the short, stout white cylinder glided away. After finishing a glass of plain water that smelled of disinfectant, Sumu finally felt alive again. Indeed, water is the source of life, even when it tastes like disinfectant. The ever-silent Zaire suddenly spoke up. Mumu, are you forgetting something? What did I forget? Sumu was completely baffled without the slightest memory. Zaire looked wrong, tears rolling down his fluffy fur, and accused her in a tearful, babyish voice, a debt must be repaid. That is only right and proper. Mumu, how could you do this to me? You can't bully your little cub like this. Sumu was stunned for a moment by Zaire's whole performance, then helplessly patted her forehead and coaxed him gently. There, stop crying. It's not like I said I wouldn't repay you. Why are you pushing me so hard? Can't you let me rest a while? Zaire, I don't care. You have to hurry up and earn money, or else there's no way you'll get any more credit from me. I know, stop nagging. Let me first think about how to make money. Sumu was also getting a headache from the little rascal's nagging and grumbled, I never thought you little brat would be such a money grubber. The little cub called a money grubber felt bitter inside. If it weren't for Sumu, it would never have been controlled by that seed, which weakened its power and its hold over the system, leaving it unable to freely use what was stored inside. Worse, its energy was so weak that it was in constant danger of vanishing. That was why it was so desperate to push Mumu into earning money. Meanwhile, Sumu was indeed earnestly thinking about ways to make money. Although she had no worries about food or drink here, the sour, astringent nutrient solution, and the food whose taste defied description really made it hard for her to swallow. The biggest problem was that she still had a baby to raise. Whenever she thought of her little baby having to drink such unpalatable nutrient solution, her heart ached, and the fact that the system's abundant supplies were unavailable made it ache even more. So making money was a must, and it was extremely urgent. Sumu searched through her optical brain for a long time, but couldn't find a way to make money that suited her. The main problem was that the planet she was on was remote and desolate. Yellow sand filled the sky, and apart from the manor she currently lived in, there were no other residents. This greatly limited her options for earning money. Sumu wandered aimlessly through the Starnet, searching for money-making ideas from time to time. Of course, the Starnet offered many money-making jobs, but none of them suited Sumu. Sumu suddenly remembered that before the apocalypse came to Blue Star, the hottest thing had been short videos. In the interstellar age, video and image content naturally flourished endlessly, but the principle remained unchanged. Aside from entertainment, making money was still a necessity. At that thought, Sumu looked at the abundant supplies in her system and knew she had found her way to make money. A food blogger? Isn't that tailor-made for me? In this era lacking delicious food, if the food she made didn't become popular, there would be no justice in the world. Sumu also browsed some food videos and found them almost unbearable to watch. What were those? They were dark cuisine, an utter insult to the very word food. This only strengthened Sumu's resolve to make money through food videos. After planning it out, she immediately summoned Xiaobai and told it to go to Aunt May's place to get some kitchen utensils. This Aunt May was normally in charge of all meals and daily affairs at the manor, so it could be said that she was extremely busy. It was said that Aunt May loved delicious food and often researched new tasty dishes. The plate of green unidentifiable pastries that Su Wen had brought over earlier had been made by this Aunt May. The pastries that Su Wen brought to Elder Mai were made by that Aunt Lan, so the only kitchen utensils in the entire manor were at Aunt Lan's place. Seeing that Sumu would rather borrow things than ask him, Zaire felt a bit unbalanced and kept complaining in the system space, Mumu, you're favoring outsiders. The system mall has everything, yet you'd rather go borrow. Sumu ignored his complaint and simply replied, borrowing costs no money. Zaire was speechless. Sure enough, before long, Xiaobai pulled over a small cart piled high with things of all sizes. From large ovens and steamers down to small pots, pans, bowls, and dishes. Everything was there, along with some kitchen tools Sumu had never seen before. Sumu highly suspected that Xiaobai had looted Aunt Lan's entire kitchen. Meanwhile, Aunt May stared at the now empty kitchen and felt like crying. She simply couldn't understand why Sumu needed all those kitchen utensils. Didn't everyone say Miss Sumu had recovered from her madness? How has she turned into a bandit now? She's even robbing kitchen utensils. It's not as if she can cook. Sumu had no idea what Aunt May was thinking. She was currently haggling with Zaire. After finally managing to figure out how to use those kitchen utensils, she ended up stumped by the ingredients. What was going on? If you asked what was going on, the answer was that the ingredients were too expensive. She was already deep in debt, and her star card was cleaner than her own face. Back when she swept through the apocalypse with this system, she never needed to worry about money. All she had to do was slash zombies. She had cut down enemies on all sides, and what a generous system it had been back then. How had it become so stingy in Zaire's hands? Still, as long as it only wanted money, not her life, everything could be settled easily. Since ancient times, a saying had circulated on Blue Star, money is a bastard, if you don't have it, earn it again. At that thought, Sumu perked up, ready to show what she could do and win her first pot of gold. To save money, Sumu could only order the smallest amount of ingredients. Apart from oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, she bought only 3 eggs. Her money-making journey would begin with these 3 eggs. It really wasn't that Su-Mu was stingy. Mainly she had already run up quite a debt without earning a single penny, so she had to be thrifty. The first dish she planned to make was simple steamed egg custard. To avoid wasting ingredients, Su-Mu first familiarized herself with the cooking process in her mind. Once all preparations were ready, she turned on the recording function of her optical brain. In the entire frame, only the countertop, the kitchen utensils, and Su-Mu's fair, slender fingers appeared. She cracked the eggs, added salt, stirred, and strained them in one smooth motion, then placed them into the steamer. After quietly waiting 15 minutes, the golden silky egg custard emerged from a swirl of steam. Su-Mu then drizzled the prepared vinegar oil dressing over it, and finished with a few drops of sesame oil. Instantly the whole room was filled with fragrance, and the delicious aroma made Su-Mu's mouth water. Holding back her craving, Su-Mu was about to turn off the recording and deliver the egg custard to Xing Bao before coming back to edit. What's that smell? It smells wonderful. Suddenly a small head poked in from outside the door, staring at her with round, curious eyes. Xing Bao, why are you here? Did Granny Xiaojun bring you? Su-Mu looked around outside but didn't see Granny Xiaojun and knew he must have slipped out on his own. Xing Bao's sudden visit was naturally a delightful surprise to Su-Mu, but at the same time she worried about his safety. How had such a tiny child managed to find this place? Sure enough, Xing Bao looked up at her in a daze and said in his babyish voice, I missed Mommy, so I came over. Granny doesn't know. I sneaked out, so you can't let Granny know, or else she'll be angry. Su-Mu squatted down and held Xing Bao in her arms, holding back the bitterness in her heart. She sighed and said softly, okay, we won't tell Granny Xiaojun. But Xing Bao mustn't come alone again, understand? What if you get lost? The little guy shook his head firmly. No, Xing Bao won't get lost. I can use navigation. Oh my, how smart our Xing Bao is. Then how about Mommy rewards Xing Bao with delicious egg custard? As she spoke, Su-Mu led Xing Bao to the dining table, sat him down, and placed the freshly steamed egg custard in front of him. This was great. She no longer had to deliver it herself. So this is egg custard. It smells so good. Xing Bao took a deep sniff and asked, why have I never eaten this before? Because no one here knows how to make it except Mommy. Mommy is amazing. Thank you, sweetheart. Let's try it first, okay? Su-Mu scooped up a spoonful and brought it to Xing Bao's lips. Without the slightest hesitation, Xing Bao swallowed it in one gulp, and his beautiful almond-shaped eyes immediately lit up. So yummy. Xing Bao has never eaten anything this delicious. Xing Bao wants more. Alright then, let's keep eating. Mommy, have some too. Okay, Mommy will have one bite. Granny Xiaojun finished tending the plants in the courtyard and only then realized Xing Bao was missing. She searched the entire house, but found no trace of him. She felt extremely anxious and suddenly regretted not having installed surveillance cameras in the house. She had no idea where he could have gone. Just as she opened her optical brain to contact the others to help search for Xing Bao, she found the message Xing Bao had left for her Granny. Xing Bao want to find Mommy. Don't worry, Granny. Granny Xiaojun instantly relaxed, then laughed and scolded, you little rascal. Although she knew where Xing Bao had gone, Granny Xiaojun was even more worried. Xing Bao was being fed by Su-Mu, eating steamed egg custard spoonful by spoonful. The look of pure contentment on his face brought Su-Mu a smile. She finally understood the joy of feeding a little one. No wonder so many people used to post pictures of their little ones on social media. She finally understood. By the time Granny Xiaojun arrived, Xing Bao had already finished a whole bowl of egg custard, and his little belly was round and stuffed. Mommy, my tummy hurts. Xing Bao clutched his belly and whimpered softly as he leaned against Su-Mu's chest, his face looking truly miserable. Where does it hurt? Did you eat too much? Su-Mu reached out nervously and felt Xing Bao's tummy. Sure enough, it was swollen, round, and taut. She gave it a light pat, and it made a crisp sound like a ripe watermelon. Seeing her son's pained expression, Su-Mu felt a twinge of guilt. It was all her fault for not considering how young he was. He usually only drank nutrient solution, so his ability to digest real food was weak, and yet she had let him finish an entire bowl. Su-Mu gently rubbed Xing Bao's belly and said with loving tenderness, Xing Bao, it's all Mommy's fault. I shouldn't have let you eat so much and make your tummy upset. No, it's not Mommy's fault. Xing Bao was too greedy. It's all Xing Bao's fault. Seeing his poor pitiful look, Su-Mu couldn't help laughing out loud. I didn't expect our Xing Bao to be such a little foodie. Then from now on, Mommy will cook delicious food for you every day, okay? When Granny Xiaojun arrived, she saw Xing Bao's small body lying on the sofa, his little face scrunched up. Her heart seemed to skip a beat. She hurried over in 3 quick strides, swatted Su-Mu's hand away, and a crisp sound echoed through the room. Xing Bao, what's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Granny Xiaojun's face was filled with tension and worry. Xing Bao smiled at his mother, then explained to Granny, Xing Bao is fine. Mommy said I ate too much and just need to digest. Please don't be angry at Mommy. Hearing Xing Bao defend her, Su-Mu felt a warmth in her heart. He really was her own son. Only after Xing Bao's explanation did Granny Xiaojun calm down. She shot Su-Mu a wary glance. She wasn't sure whether this Su-Mu, awake and clear-headed now, was truly a good person. But seeing how strongly Xing Bao sided with her, she didn't want to openly question the boy's mother. Su-Mu looked down at the back of her bony hand, now flushed red and burning with pain. Sensing Granny Xiaojun's gaze, she raised her head. Seeing the wariness in the old woman's eyes, Su-mu could only force a smile, though inside she was bitter and exasperated. What monstrous things had the original Su-mu done to her own child? In response to Su-mu's friendly greeting, Granny Xiaojun gave an expressionless nod. Then she turned to Xingbao and asked gently, Xingbao, let's go back with Granny. It's already very late. Xingbao glanced at his mother, unwilling to go, and pouted his pink lips, coaxing Granny, can Xingbao stay with mommy tonight? Hearing that her son wanted to sleep with her and didn't want to leave, Su-mu felt a secret thrill and gave a mental thumbs up to her boy. Truly mommy's good son. But Su-mu knew Granny Xiaojun wouldn't agree. Sure enough, Granny Xiaojun didn't agree right away. She hadn't expected Xingbao to accept Su-mu as his mother in such a short time. Looking at Su-mu and Xingbao's expectant expressions, she kept thinking of how to refuse without making Xingbao sad. Seeing Granny Xiaojun stay silent, Xingbao pulled at her clothes and wheedled, please Granny. Xingbao has never slept with mommy before. With that, Xingbao's fair, cute little face put on a pitiful expression. Granny Xiaojun felt torn. She thought to herself, it's not that you've never slept with your mother. You nearly lost your little life. But she didn't dare say that to the 2-year-old. She could only look at Xingbao's mother, Su-mu, hoping she would have the sense to step forward and turn down Xingbao's request. Su-mu naturally understood what Granny Xiaojun meant. She also didn't want to make things hard for this kind-hearted granny. The fact that Xingbao had accepted her, a mother who was practically a stranger, so easily showed that Granny Xiaojun had never spoken badly of her in front of the child, or perhaps had never mentioned her existence at all. Naturally, Su-mu was not one to ignore kindness. She reached out, stroked Xingbao's head, and said tenderly, Xingbao, go back with Granny. If Xingbao isn't there, Granny will be lonely. Mommy has some things to take care of lately, and I'm afraid I won't have time to look after Xingbao. When I'm done, I'll come pick you up, okay? During that time, Xingbao should stay with Granny, all right? Xingbao pursed his lips, looked from Granny to Mommy, and let out a soft sigh. All right then. But Mommy has to come see me often and bring me yummy food. Seeing the greedy look on her son's face, Su-mu pinched his little nose and laughed. You little glutton. How about Mommy makes you delicious food and brings it to you every day? Su-mu watched the small figure being led away by Granny Xiaojun and suddenly felt a surge of reluctance. She suppressed the urge to snatch her son back. Just as she turned to go inside, Xingbao spun around, a huge smile blooming on his cute little face, and called out in a lisping baby voice, Mommy, you must come see me tomorrow. Then he turned to Granny and said, Granny, let's go home. Granny Xiaojun glanced at Xingbao and sighed softly. She had no idea what magic Su-mu possessed to make Xingbao adore her after only one meeting. Was it truly the power of blood? After Xingbao left, the whole courtyard was empty again, devoid of any signs of life. Xiaobai, go wash the pots and bowls. Yes, master. Watching Xiaobai drag its plump white body into the kitchen, Su-mu had just sat down on the sofa in the living room when He Zai's voice shouted in her mind, earn money. Earn money. Hurry up and earn money. You're young, you can't just lie flat. Hey little He Zai, are you obsessed with money? I never noticed you were such a money grubber before. How dare you say that? If you hadn't picked up that seed, would I have ended up like this? I would have gone back with the upgraded system long ago. Instead, look at me now. My body shrank, and on top of that, most of my energy was absorbed. Even the debt you owe was paid with my life energy. If you don't make money soon, I'm going to crash completely. Su-mu furrowed her brows and was about to say something when He Zai urged again, Mumu, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and think of a way to earn money. Su-mu silently rolled her eyes and answered helplessly, fine, I know. Stop nagging me. My ears are growing calluses. He Zai, good as long as you know. Engrave, make money into your brain. Stop making me keep reminding you. He got nothing but another roll of Su-mu's eyes. Su-mu pulled up the video of the steamed egg custard she had just shot from her optical brain and watched it from beginning to end. She cut out the flawed parts and applied filters, lighting, and beauty modes one by one, working to make the color, fragrance, and taste as perfect as possible, so one glance would make people unable to resist. After editing the video, Su-mu found one of the most popular video platforms on the Interstellar network, created a personal account, hid her address, and uploaded the video. Since she wasn't very familiar with the process, by the time she finished all these steps, the sky was already dark. Su-mu glanced at the nutrient solution on the table, suppressed the nausea, and downed it in one gulp. To be honest, even though she had lived through the apocalypse, she had never suffered when it came to food because she had owned a massive grain warehouse. She had never eaten anything so foul. This only gave her more motivation to earn money. Su-mu slept soundly through her first night back, not a single dream troubling her. Sister Mumu. Sister Mumu. Something terrible has happened. Su-mu snapped open her eyes, her expression dark with displeasure. The moment she sat up in bed, she heard a deafening bang. The door had been slammed all the way into the wall behind it. The sudden crash jolted Su-mu fully awake. Seeing that Su-mu was already awake, Su-wen blurted out in panic, Sister Mumu, it's terrible. That bastard Chi-min has escaped. He took the estate's only small aircraft, and worse, he carried off most of the supplies. What are we going to do? Compared to Su-wen's panic, Su-mu was utterly composed. She said to Su-wen, pour me a glass of water. Sister Mumu, how can you not be worried at all? Though Su-wen did not understand, he still obediently fetched a glass of water and put it into Su-mu's hand. Su-mu took a sip, moistened her throat, and only then said, what use is worrying? Chi-min could be anywhere by now. It's not as if you can catch up to him. Then what do we do? We don't have enough nutrient solution left to last much longer, and there's no telling when Uncle Bai will return. It's all our fault. If we had kept a better watch on that bastard Chi Min, he could never have slipped away. Su Wen was overwhelmed with guilt. They had thought tying Chi Min up in the basement would make everything foolproof. In the end, the man had outplayed them. Su Mu cast a calm glance at the guilt-ridden Su Wen and comforted him. It's not your fault. Chi Min was after all the estate's steward. How could he be locked up so easily? Stop blaming yourself. Step outside for a moment. I need to change my clothes. Oh, okay. Su Wen turned and left, closing the door behind him. Su Mu let out a deep breath, changed out of her pajamas into a crisp, white casual outfit, and tied her hair up high, looking neat and sharp. Once ready, Su Mu led Su Wen to Bai Lanqiu's office, the room where Su Mu had first awakened. Sister Mumu, why are we here? Su Wen thought Su Mu was taking him to the basement where his elder brother was still standing guard to see if there were any clues. Su Mu walked directly behind the desk, sat down, and switched on the optical computer. This optical computer contained the estate's entire surveillance system, as well as the tracking system for the small aircraft that had been taken, but until now only Bai Lanqiu and Su Mu herself had known about it. The surveillance here can show us Chi Min's movements. While answering Su Wen's doubts, Su Mu searched through the records. Really? How come we never knew this place had surveillance? Su Wen ran over excitedly and saw the images on the optical computer. One of the feeds showed exactly where they were, so clear that every detail was visible. Curious, Su Wen looked up and scanned the room, but he could not see any cameras or similar devices. Found it. Chi Min left in the aircraft at 3 in the morning. It's 7:50 now. More than 4 hours have passed. There's no hope of catching him. Su Mu's hands did not stop. Her long, slender fingers tapped rapidly across the optical computer. Then what are we going to do? Is that bastard trying to kill everyone in this estate? He didn't just run away. He also took more than half of the supplies. Who knows if what's left can last until Uncle Bai gets back. If not, we'll just have to go hungry. The more Su Wen thought about it, the more furious he became. So what if he ran? You don't actually believe he can get away that easily, do you? Su Mu's voice dripped with disdain. With a light tap of her finger, she let out a soft laugh. Some things once done must come with a price. Seeing the confusion still lingering in Su Wen's eyes, Su Mu sighed and explained kindly, this optical computer can control the aircraft systems. I've just destroyed its control system, so. You get it? Oh, what? You mean? Heavens, I never knew. Ha ha, that bastard Chi Min never saw this coming. Ha ha. Alright, stop laughing. Take me to the warehouse, and let's see how long the remaining supplies can keep us going. When Su Wen led Su Mu to the warehouse, Su Chun was already waiting there. Seeing Su Mu and Su Wen arrive, Su Chun hurried over. He had already heard from his younger brother what Su Mu had done and why she had come, so he said directly, what's left will only last us half a month. If Uncle Bai hasn't returned by then, we'll have to come up with our own solution. Su Mu looked at the sparse boxes scattered around the warehouse and pressed her lips together, thinking, it's probably too much to expect Bai Lanqiu to come back in time and save us. Who else knows about this? Su Mu suddenly asked. No one except the three of us. After we found out, we hadn't had time to inform anyone else besides you. Su Chun answered truthfully. In truth, the two of them knew that even if they had told the others, it would not have helped. Everyone lived in their own little world, and words would have been wasted on them. But for some reason, as soon as trouble occurred, the first person they thought of was Su Mu, as if she would definitely have a solution. Sure enough, their instincts had not failed them. Gazing at the empty warehouse, Su Mu rubbed her brow and said to the two brothers, since no one has been told yet, keep it that way. If anyone asks, just say the man ran off, and nothing more. As for the supplies, I'll deal with it. Su Chun and Su Wen both nodded, promising not to say a word. Su Mu sent the two brothers back and wandered through the estate by herself. Though vast, the estate was eerily empty. Apart from Granny Xiaojuan's courtyard, which was filled with thriving greenery, every other patch of ground was bare and lifeless, dreary beyond words. After wandering a while, Su Mu grew bored, and without realizing it, arrived at the main gate. There stood a silver-white gate, 2 zhong high, shut fast without the slightest crack. Flanking it were white walls of equal height. Looking closely, one could see a transparent glass-like canopy atop the walls, forming a faint dome that enveloped the whole estate. This was a specially designed protective barrier. Since the planet was covered in yellow sand and a sandstorm swept through every month, the barrier had been built specifically to withstand it. Su Mu opened the optical computer and controlled the gate to open. Ever since Bai Lanqiu had sent her a message, every permission in the estate had been open to her. The silver-white gate slowly swung open, revealing a lush expanse of green. It was a vast oasis. The estate had been founded around this oasis, the only oasis on the entire planet. All around the oasis grew thick, dark green vines. They twisted around one another like massive trees, their sharp, hooked thorns making them look savage and imposing. Su Mu walked to the middle of the oasis and sat down by the water. Instantly, a wave of refreshment washed over her, and inside her body, a very familiar faint force began to stir restlessly. Su Mu's heart raced with excitement. She stretched out her palm, and a faint pale green glow slowly materialized at its center. This was her wood element power, or perhaps her life force. What exactly had caused this power to stir awake? Su Mu was deeply thrilled. She had believed it would not be easy for this power to grow again, but she had never imagined. Looking at the green vines surrounding her, she suddenly realized something. With a flicker of thought, the green glow in her palm twisted into a thread and transformed into the slender shape of a tiny vine. This was Little Claw. Her little claw had returned. Sumu was ecstatic. She hurried over to the thickest vine and immediately felt the wood element energy inside her surge stronger. The little claw in her palm thickened by the barest fraction. The change was negligible, but it still came as a wonderful surprise. These vines could supply her with wood element energy, which meant there was every chance her wood ability could one day return to its peak. And there was her little claw too. Sumu was still lost in her delightful daydream when a cutesy voice suddenly chimed, "Master, dreaming isn't realistic, you know. The entire planet belongs to you now, so you must learn to make good use of waste. Why not plant the whole planet with vines?" Just as Sumu was about to scold that little wretch, a green shadow flew at her at terrifying speed. Sumu hastily threw herself aside to dodge. Turning, she saw a thorn-covered vine lashing at her and nearly blurted a curse. Has this vine turned into a demon? It can actually attack. The thick branch slammed into the sandy ground, kicking up a storm of sand and leaving a deep crater behind. Sumu patted her chest in relief, knowing perfectly well how little strength she had at the moment. With no intention of fighting, she turned and dashed toward the estate in one agile move. The vine chased after her relentlessly. Just as it was about to catch her, Sumu rushed through the gate and shut it at once, crushing a section of the vine to pulp and squeezing green juices out of it. Listening to the vine still pounding against the gate outside, she felt as though she had narrowly escaped with her life. Fortunately, the gate was sturdy. It only shook slightly. Earlier, she had wondered why the oasis was not built inside the estate. Now she understood perfectly. The only question is there a way to subdue this vine? Sumu looked thoughtfully at the severed vine section lying on the ground. The companion who had once fought beside Sumu and swept across Blue Star was a vine that had gained sentience, now no more than a tiny seedling named Xiaozhua. Sumu believed that although both were vines, her Xiaozhua was definitely the strongest. It might be so weak now that 2 fingers could crush it, but once Xiaozhua grew up, those other vines would be no problem at all. Xiaozhua's growth depended on her wood-type power, so she had to find a way to absorb more wood-type energy. Sumu looked up at the sky above her, lost in thought. Beep beep. Sumu opened her optical brain and heard Xingbao's adorable, milky little voice, "Mommy, are you busy? When are you coming to see me? Xingbao misses you." Hearing her precious son's voice, Sumu felt her heart nearly melt. Softening her voice into a gentle coo, she said, "Baby, can you wait a little longer for Mommy? Once Mommy is done working, I'll go see Xingbao, okay?" "Okay, Mommy. You go ahead and work. Xingbao won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye, Mommy." "Goodbye, Xingbao." After ending the call, Sumu finally relaxed. Speaking so gently was utterly exhausting. Since she was going to see her precious son, showing up empty-handed was clearly not appropriate. Sumu quickened her pace, planning to return to the courtyard first and make something delicious for Xingbao. Back at the manor, Sumu called Xiao Bai to pour her a glass of plain water as usual. She drank it down in one gulp, then relaxed on the sofa, closed her eyes, and entered the system to select ingredients. It was hardly a matter of choosing. In truth, her funds were limited, so she could only pick the cheapest. Sumu called Hey Zaire over. "Zaire, since everything here is clearly priced, where is the price list?" Hey Zaire flicked its small tail, crouched on Sumu's foot, and swiped a little black paw through the air. A transparent screen appeared in midair, displaying categories such as fruits, grains, vegetables, seeds, trees, flowers, and grass. There were even recipes and farming techniques. Indeed, after the system upgrade, everything was high class. Such fancy features had never existed before. Sumu tapped an option at random and saw that every item had a clear price, but the prices were absurdly high. She simply could not afford them. Sumu flipped through page after page and discovered that the further she went, the higher the prices became. She sighed and asked helplessly, "Zaire, are you trying to rob me?" Hey Zaire washed its face and said softly, "How could I rob you? These are things that no amount of money in the entire interstellar civilization can buy." "Fine. Then give me 3 eggs, a gene of flour, a scallion, and a carrot." "How much are these?" As soon as Sumu finished speaking, the ingredients she had just ordered appeared one by one on the screen, each followed by the corresponding amount. 1 egg, 5 gold coins. 1 scallion, 10 gold coins. 1 carrot, 5 gold coins. 1 gene of flour, 3 gold coins. Total 33 gold coins. Amount owed, 788 gold coins. Remaining balance, 0 gold coins. Staring at what had appeared on the screen, Sumu twitched the corner of her mouth, said nothing, and directly left the system space. Back outside, the ingredients she had just ordered were already on the table. Sumu wasted no time. She opened her optical brain, adjusted the angle, and began to prepare the ingredients. This time she was making egg pancakes. Soft and easy to digest, they were perfect for Xingbao and Granny Xiaojun. First she washed and finely chopped the scallion and carrot, then set them aside. Next she cracked the 3 eggs into a bowl, added an appropriate amount of flour and water, and stirred it into a batter. Then she added the chopped scallion and carrot. Sumu used only half the carrot, along with some salt, and stirred everything evenly. Then she brushed oil on the pan, poured in the batter, and spread it evenly. She waited for the batter to change color, then flipped it once. Egg pancakes were very easy to make. Leaning against the stove, Sumu picked up the remaining half carrot and took a bite, munching as she waited for the pancake to cook through. Then she took it out, placed it on a prepared plate, and poured in more batter. A bowl of batter made 10 pancakes in total. Each one was golden crispy and bursting with fragrance. In truth, Su-Mu's cooking skills were not exceptional, but she had a knack for flour-based dishes and grilled meat. Su-Mu had not eaten anything that morning, and by now her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She ate one pancake first, then packed the remaining 9 into the thermal container. Carrying the thermal container, Su-Mu strolled leisurely toward Granny Xiaojuan's courtyard. As she drew near, she spotted a small, tender yellow figure sitting on the doorstep from afar. The little body was curled into a ball, hands propping up its cheeks, looking just like a plump yellow peach. Xingbao? Su-Mu waved at Xingbao from a distance. Xingbao, who had been lost in a daze, suddenly lifted his head. Seeing the figure waving at him from afar, he broke into a delighted smile and shouted excitedly, "Mommy." Then he ran over joyfully. His small figure plunged into Su-Mu's embrace like a young bird darting into the forest. Ouch! Xingbao slowed down. Su-Mu was pushed back a step by the impact, but she still held the little bundle tightly in her arms. "Mommy, I missed you so much." "Did you miss Xingbao?" "Of course Mommy missed you. I even made something delicious especially for you." Su-Mu gently rubbed her forehead against the little one's forehead. Cough, cough. A few coughs came from the side, interrupting their mother and son moment. Su-Mu looked up and saw Granny Xiaojun in a linen-colored long dress standing on the steps watching them. She walked straight toward her while holding Xingbao. But to her surprise, Granny Xiaojun simply turned around and went inside, without sparing Su-Mu so much as a glance. Su-Mu sighed softly, carried Xingbao into the courtyard, and set him down on a stool. "Granny Xiaojun, sorry to disturb you. I made egg pancakes today especially for you and Xingbao. Please have a taste." She then opened the thermal container, took out the egg pancakes, placed them on the table, and took out 2 pairs of chopsticks for them. Granny Xiaojun looked at the chopsticks offered to her, but did not reach out. She said indifferently, "Just put them down." Knowing that she was still unwelcome, Su-Mu did not insist. She obediently put the chopsticks down on the table, and then helped Xingbao eat as he was still too young to use chopsticks. "Mommy, the food you make is so delicious. I want to eat your cooking every day from now on." After saying this, Xingbao took another big bite. Seeing that Granny had not eaten, he said in a milky voice, "Granny, why aren't you eating? Mommy's cooking is really good, Granny. Hurry and eat." "Oh, all right, Granny will eat." Granny Xiaojun picked up her chopsticks, and as a token gesture put a small piece into her mouth. She chewed a few times, and instantly her eyes lit up. She took another bite and savored it carefully in her mouth. It was truly delicious. Then she finished an entire pancake, and quietly put down her chopsticks. "Granny, what's wrong? Is it not delicious?" "No, Granny is already full. I'm going inside to rest now. You eat well." After Granny Xiaojun left, Su-Mu fed Xingbao bite by bite. After 2 pancakes, she stopped him. Facing Xingbao's pleas, Su-Mu said only one sentence, "Your little belly is already this stuffed. If you eat any more, it will start to hurt." After eating and drinking their fill, Xingbao became drowsy. Su-Mu placed him in the small hammock in the courtyard and sat beside it, gently rocking him. The little one soon fell into a deep sleep. Finding herself with nothing to do, Su-Mu looked at the vines filling the courtyard and tried to sense them with the wood-type energy inside her. Sure enough, the wood-type energy in her body stirred faintly once again. With her eyes tightly shut, she could clearly feel specks of green light drifting into her. The amount was not large, but it was enough to fill Su-Mu with pleasant surprise. She could now be completely certain that she could absorb the wood-type energy contained in these vines. Whether other plants had the same effect remained to be tested. After all, she had only seen vines so far. Su-Mu did not stay there long before returning to her own courtyard at He Zaire's urging. Lying on the sofa, she edited and polished the video she had just shot, uploaded it to her video account, and also checked how the previous video's view count was doing. When she looked at the comments piled up like a towering building in the comment section, Su-Mu knew she had succeeded. Most of those comments were full of doubt. What is this thing she posted? I've never seen it before. This blogger is just playing to the crowd. Where in the interstellar world is there such a small egg? Some people will go to any lengths for fame these days. Can this really be eaten? Isn't that just for attention? She's definitely a scammer. If the blogger really has the guts, why not post a mukbang video and turn on the olfactory system? I checked online and couldn't find out what kind of ingredient that is in the video at all. Where's the blogger? Why isn't she answering? A few Starnet users also spoke up timidly. It actually looks pretty tasty. Right, and it looks nice too. Su-Mu roughly skimmed through the comments and then closed Starnet. She didn't care about these doubts for now. It was just a tiny ripple, hardly enough to stir any real waves. She lay sprawled lazily on the sofa, her mind churning wildly. She needed to think carefully about how to walk the road ahead. "Mumu, hurry up and take this nasty thing out." A shrill, angry voice suddenly rang out in her mind. Su-Mu's head began to ache. "What is it now? You're always giving me frights all day long. I'll be scared to death by you lot." In response, a seed appeared out of thin air and struck her directly on the forehead. Frowning, Su-Mu rubbed the spot and picked up the offending object from the ground. "Hey Zaire, you had better give me a proper explanation." Su-Mu's voice was icy, causing He Zaire to tremble involuntarily. He stammered, "It's not my fault. It almost ate everything the system had stored." Looking at the little seed in her hand, Su-Mu could not believe that this kitten was trying to fool her. "Don't believe me. Then go check the balance in your system. All the black fur on Zair's body stood on end as he glared with wide, angry eyes. When Sumu took a look, she was completely thrown off by the huge string of digits behind that negative balance. Looking at the seed playing dead in her palm, Sumu took a deep breath. There was nothing she could do about a seed, as she simply couldn't imagine how it had managed to eat anything. But no matter what, the things in the system space could not have disappeared for no reason. Forget it. You'd better stay outside for now. Sumu looked at the seed in her hand and suddenly remembered that when she was on launching, the last trace of wood-type energy in her body had been absorbed by it. That was why she had died so quickly. She wondered whether it could still absorb now. At the thought, Sumu felt a restless urge to act. She stirred up the pitifully meager wood-type energy in her body, and sure enough, the moment she activated it, she sensed that little bit of power being drained completely by the seed in her hand. Feeling the emptiness in her body, Sumu sighed deeply. Well, now I know. She then called Xiaobai over to find a flower pot. Xiaobai searched for a long while, but found nothing, so Sumu had to use a large bowl instead. She scooped a bowl of soil from the system and planted the seed in it. Little seed, you'll stay here for a few days. Looking at the soil in the bowl and thinking about its price, she suddenly had a wonderful idea. This soil was probably the cheapest thing in the system. Since it was so inexpensive, the system only charged a token 1 silver coin. Sumu felt she had found herself a bargain. If she could use this soil to grow grain, fruits, and vegetables, wouldn't that be wonderful? An image immediately rose in Sumu's mind, a beautiful retirement life surrounded by fruits and vegetables with granaries full of grain. At that thought, Sumu flipped up like a carp, then plopped heavily back onto the sofa. Closing her eyes, she entered the system again. Hey Zaire, help me find a few vegetable seeds that are easy to grow. I want to run an experiment. What experiment? There was obvious confusion in Zaire's eyes, but he obediently waved his little paw and called up the seed interface. All kinds of seeds appeared on the screen. Sumu sat cross-legged on the ground. The hard floor pressed painfully against her bones. She suddenly realized the place felt rather empty. There wasn't even anywhere to sit. She couldn't help complaining to Zaire, there isn't even a sofa in here. One of these days I'll move one in and fix up a cat bed for you two. Unexpectedly, Zaire's eyes lit up, and he said in a soft, adorable voice, no need to go through such trouble. There's no time like the present. Things from outside can't be brought into the system anyway. Our mall has everything, if you can think of it, it's there. What do you think of this sofa? Look at how beautiful the color is. It must be comfortable to sit on. This one is nice too, and that one looks comfortable as well. This cat bed is also great, fluffy, and definitely soft. Well, Mumu, which one have you taken a fancy to? Zaire's eyes sparkled as he excitedly pointed at one of the white, fluffy cat beds. I think this one is pretty nice. Sumu looked at the price on the screen, and her face instantly darkened. She gave Zaire a glare. I didn't like any of them. Hurry up and find me some seeds. The cheap kind that are easy to keep alive. Fine, I knew it. The little one's small ears instantly drooped. After careful comparison and selection by the girl and the cat, they finally chose Chinese cabbage seeds as their experimental subject. As for why Chinese cabbage, naturally it was because it was cheap, tasty, and easy to grow. Sumu had originally intended to buy some nutrient fertilizer as well, but Zaire stopped her, saying that anything from the mall was guaranteed to be of fine quality. A tiny cabbage had no need for such things. On top of that, Sumu bought 2 more bags of soil ready to make a big push. The total cost this time was less than 5 gold coins. However, after the previous debt and everything that seed had absorbed and devoured, she could be said to owe a huge fortune. All in all, more than 2,000 gold coins. Seeing such an astronomical number, Sumu felt a sharp pain in her chest. After exiting the system mall, Sumu opened her optical brain to contact Su Chun, but just then Su Wen's video call came in. Sumu accepted the call, and Su Wen's oversized head appeared on the palm-sized screen. A patch of bruising marked the left corner of his mouth, though it was unclear who had struck him. Su Wen barely opened his mouth before he winced and drew a sharp breath, his face contorted in pain. Gritting through the ache, he shouted into the screen, Mumu, you need to get over here right now. If this kid doesn't want to live anymore, I can't control him. After saying that, the screen shook violently. Only then did Sumu see that Su Wen had a person in a firm grip, someone slightly shorter than him, but whose resistance was anything but weak. Mumu, don't just stand there, come help. Su Wen urged while struggling to restrain Su Rishu. If she didn't come soon, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Got it, I'm on my way. After ending the video call, Sumu racked her brain, but couldn't recall who Su Rishu was, let alone where he lived. In the end, she opened Su Wen's location tracker. Recalling that she had a small flying hoverboard in her house, she had Xiaobai find it for her. The silver mini hoverboard resembled a small standing electric scooter, except that it could fly through midair, making it an excellent means of transport around the estate. Sumu accelerated her flight speed and reached her destination in 2 minutes. It was another 2-story house, but painted a light blue, giving it a fresh and refined look. Pushing open the front door, she heard several dull thuds from inside. Sounds like bodies hitting the floor. Sure enough, a few muffled groans followed. Sumu hurried toward the inner room, following the sounds to push open a door. The dim room instantly became bright. The two inside were momentarily blinded by the sudden light, their eyes narrowing to slits. Mumu, you're finally here. Seeing Su-mu arrive, Su-wen finally breathed a sigh of relief, though he didn't loosen his grip. Su-rushu was pinned tightly to the ground by Su-wen, his hands locked firmly behind his back. Hearing Su-wen's voice, Su-rushu looked up at the doorway and saw a slender figure standing there. For a moment, he couldn't understand why Su-wen had called such a lunatic over. Su-wen, why did you bring this lunatic here? To watch me make a fool of myself? Su-rushu struggled a few more times. Seeing that he had calmed down for the moment, Su-wen released him and stood up, saying to Su-mu, sorry Sister Su-mu. I was too anxious just now. Rushu suddenly had an episode, and I really didn't know who else to turn to. He truly had no other choice. His brother was tied up by Shin Mabe, and no one else could be relied upon. Despite Su-rushu's lean build, once he started resisting, Su-wen couldn't control him at all, so the only person he could think of was Su-mu. Before Su-mu could speak, Su-rushu, while flexing his arms, sneered, what's the use of calling her? Do you think a lunatic can stop me from killing myself? Just shut up. Su-wen immediately clamped his hand over Su-rushu's mouth. How could he forget what a sharp tongue this guy had? He hurriedly apologized to Su-mu. Mumu, don't lower yourself to his level. He's insane, always trying to die, cursing heaven and earth. Don't mind him, or you can beat him up to vent your anger. Su-rushu was extremely unhappy about being muffled, but Su-wen held him tight, so he could only glare at them, expressing his dissatisfaction with his eyes. Turns out he's mentally unhinged. Always trying to kill himself. What nonsense. It just means he has too much time on his hands. Then Su-wen let him go, if he wants to die so badly. I'd like to see exactly how he plans to do it. Su-mu shot Su-rushu a contemptuous glance. Hearing her words, Su-wen didn't hesitate and immediately released him. Only then did Su-mu get a clear look at Su-rushu's appearance. His looks truly matched his name. Delicate features like a fresh breeze after rain, and amber eyes that seemed deeply melancholy. Even when his mouth had been covered, she had thought his eyes were beautiful. Now paired with his refined nose and lips, he was indeed a melancholy young beauty. But as beautiful as he was, he still needed to be taught a lesson. Seeing Su-rushu immediately make a dash to slam his head against the wall the moment he was released, Su-mu's fiery temper flared. She lashed out with a sweeping kick, sending his lean, slender body flying through the air before it crashed heavily onto the floor with a resounding thud. Su-rushu was stunned by the impact and lay motionless on the floor. Rushu, are you all right? Su-wen, startled by Su-mu's move, hurried over to check on him. Standing by, Su-mu patted her pant leg and said nonchalantly, don't worry, he's fine. So young, and yet refusing to study hard and improve himself. Always wallowing in death talk and negativity. He just needs a lesson. Go find a rope and tie him up. Let him go only when he comes to his senses. Tie him up? That doesn't seem right. Su-wen sounded uncertain. Nothing wrong with it. If you won't tie him up, I'll beat him until he can't move. Simpler that way. Your choice. Fine, I'll tie him up. I'll do it right now. Unable to find a rope, Su-wen tore off a bedsheet and tied Su-rushu to the bed. Regaining his senses, Su-rushu immediately cursed him. Su-wen, you coward. You actually listen to that lunatic. Are you crazy too? Whatever she says, you do it. Are you her slave? You. Before he could finish, Su-wen stuffed a wad of cloth into his chattering mouth, finally bringing silence. Su-mu walked to the bedside, lowered her head to gaze directly at Su-rushu, who could only stare helplessly, and placed her palm over those eyes, saying with a touch of regret, what a pity, such beautiful eyes. Then she crouched down and whispered contemptuously in his ear, Su-wen is no coward. The one avoiding reality and wishing for death, that's you. With that, she stood up and looked at Su-wen. Where's your brother? Shin Mabe just had a manic episode, and he's got my brother trapped. At that, Su-wen felt helpless. What a mess. Let's go to Shin Mabe's place. What about Su-rushu? Su-mu glanced at Su-rushu tied to the bed. Just leave him tied up? What could happen? We'll tie up Shin Mabe too and let him keep company. Then she walked out. Su-wen cast a sympathetic glance at Su-rushu and followed. Arriving at Shin Mabe's residence, Su-mu saw the two men locked in a standoff. Without a word, she went straight up, pulled Su-chin away, and kicked Shin Mabe. Caught off guard, Shin Mabe staggered back several steps. Shin Mabe stared at Su-mu in disbelief and excitement, shouting, huh? You actually dared to kick me? Come on, let's fight, you and me. Let's fight. With that, he charged at Su-mu. Mabe, don't do this. Su-chin was about to intervene, but Su-wen held him back. Pressing his still painful mouth corner, Su-wen said to his brother, stay out of it, okay? Mabe needs to be taught a lesson. Ever since we came here, they've been running wild. They don't listen even to old Mai and never even try to control their conditions. This can't go on. Let Su-mu give them a proper education today. Su-chin wanted to retort that a girl like Su-mu couldn't possibly beat a raging Shin Mabe, but then he witnessed an almost unbelievable scene. Their Shin Mabe was beaten so badly that he couldn't fight back at all, yet his mouth stayed stubborn. He kept provoking her, and each provocation was answered with even more painful blows. Su-mu clapped her hands and said to the two brothers who were watching from the side, all right, tie him up and send him to Su-rushu's place to keep him company. I'm a woman of my word. After a moment's thought, Su-mu added, come to my house when you're done. I need your help with something. Then she mounted her small hoverboard and sped away, leaving only a white afterimage behind. Su-chun and Su-wen, under Shin Mabe's murderous glare, placed him beside Su-rushu. Watching their two companions bound tightly on the bed, Su-Wen couldn't stop grinning, and in the end, he was laughing so hard, he could barely straighten his back. I can't take it anymore, bro. They're too hilarious. Who'd have thought they'd end up like this? Su-Wen leaned on his elder brother's shoulder, trying hard to suppress his laughter, but failing utterly, and finally burst out laughing. His remark earned him two big eye rolls from the pair on the bed. Su-Chen shook his head helplessly and warned Su-Wen, "Tone it down, or you'll laugh yourself into a cramp." "Alright, I won't laugh. I won't laugh." Su-Wen fought back his smile, turned his head away, and covered his mouth with his hand, but his shoulders still shook uncontrollably. Su-Chen pretended not to see it. He consoled the two on the bed. "You two just lie here and cool down for a while. Su-Wen and I are going out. We'll be back soon." With that, he pulled Su-Wen out of the room and thoughtfully closed the door behind them. The moment Su-Chun and Su-Wen stepped into Su-Mu's courtyard, a thunderous bang startled them so much that they both jumped. What was that just now? The two exchanged bewildered glances. Immediately afterward, a cloud of smoke billowed out of the house, followed by coughing, and a figure with a soot-blackened face and hair frizzed out like an explosion dashed out. "Oh, you're here." Seeing the two brothers before her, Su-Mu waved her hand apologetically to disperse the surrounding smoke. Yeah." The two were still dumbfounded, unsure what was going on. "Sister Mumu, what happened to you? We heard a huge bang just now. What happened?" Su-Wen, an inquisitive soul, snapped back to attention, his dark eyes sparkling with gossipy curiosity. "Ahem." Su-Mu coughed lightly to cover her embarrassment and explained, "It's nothing. Just one of the machines malfunctioned a little." "What?" With a noise that loud was it an explosion? "Sister Mumu, are you okay? Let me take a look." Being the impatient type, Su-Wen immediately spun Su-Mu around to check if she was hurt. Su-Chen remained motionless, but his eyes were full of concern. "I'm fine. See, I don't have a scratch." Su-Mu obediently spun around in front of them to show she was unharmed. "Alright, since you're both here, don't just stand around. Help me out, spread those bags of soil in the corner over that empty patch of ground." Su-Mu had long since placed the soil in the yard, just waiting for the two brothers to arrive. Actually, given the current level of interstellar technology, this kind of manual labor could easily be done by machines. But there was no helping it. They were too poor. The entire estate had only two intelligent robots. One was Meishi, who managed all the daily meals and chores of the estate, whom they called Aunt Mei. The other was her Xiaobai. With Xiaobai's small frame, he could probably only serve tea and pour water. Expecting him to till the fields was simply unrealistic. So she had no choice but to resort to the most primitive form of manual labor. Of course, she wasn't going to make them work for nothing. She had come back early intending to bake some cookies to reward them, but who would have thought the oven would simply explode? Su-Chun and Su-Wen both assured her it was no trouble. Each of them picked up a bag of soil and dumped it at the designated spot. Su-Mu gave them a few instructions, telling them they had to spread the soil evenly. Only after confirming they understood did she go back inside the house. By then Xiaobai had already cleaned up the kitchen, but the oven was beyond repair and a batch of ingredients had been wasted. With no other option, Su-Mu, persuaded by He Zire, spent 100 gold coins to buy a multi-purpose oven from the system mall along with a complimentary baking recipe book. To be honest, even though Su-Mu had guarded a granary during the apocalypse and never lacked food or clothing, her cooking skills were atrocious. Moreover, to keep that secret from being discovered, she had never cooked openly. The most she had ever done was roast meat, because meat was the most abundant thing in the apocalypse, though it was indeed zombie flesh. So baking was not something Su-Mu was skilled at. To avoid wasting ingredients again, she carefully studied the oven's instruction manual. Once she understood it, she carefully studied the recipe book and picked the simplest cookie recipe from it. The ingredients needed for these cookies were simple, as well: only cake flour, cornstarch, butter, powdered sugar, salt, cooked egg yolks, and milk powder. She bought another batch of ingredients from the system mall, then set up the camera and followed the recipe step by step. In the end, all the ingredients were kneaded into a smooth, moist dough. Su-Mu divided the dough into small balls, placed them on parchment paper, and pressed her thumb into each one to create cracks. Finally, she put them all onto a baking sheet. Following the recipe, Su-Mu preheated the oven to 170 degrees Celsius for 5 minutes, then placed the baking tray on the middle rack and baked at 170 degrees for 20 minutes. Listening to the oven's working hum, everything seemed to be going smoothly, and Su-Mu finally sat down on a stool with a sigh of relief. She hadn't expected making cookies to be such a hassle. She hoped it would succeed this time. Time ticked by minute after minute, while Su-Mu kept her eyes fixed on the oven. "Sister Mumu, we're done." Su-Chun and Su-Wen walked in side by side, their hands covered in soil. "What's that smell? It's so fragrant." Su-Wen sniffed and discovered that the air was filled with an aroma he had never experienced before. He couldn't quite describe it. He just knew it smelled wonderful. Ding! The oven emitted a crisp alert. Su-Mu glanced at Su-Chun and Su-Wen, telling them to go wash their hands first, while she put on the oven gloves and opened the oven door. Instantly, a rich buttery aroma rushed out, making the mouths of all three present water. Su-Chun and Su-Wen cast one last reluctant glance at the oven before heading to the bathroom, washed their hands as fast as possible, and returned to the dining room. By then, Su-Mu had already placed the cookies on the dining table. Each one looked golden, crispy, and tantalizingly fragrant. "Come over and try the cookies I made. Consider them your reward for today's work." Sumu, unable to wait, grabbed a cookie and took a bite. The melt-in-your-mouth texture made her narrow her eyes in bliss. Su-chun and Su-wen didn't stand on ceremony either. Each took one and began to eat. In the end, they all widened their eyes in astonishment, then eagerly grabbed another. This is way too delicious. Sister Mumu, you're amazing. What is this? It's incredible. Su-wen's mouth was stuffed full. Sumu tugged at her curly hair, a faint, burnt smell lingering at the tip of her nose. Hearing Su-wen's muffled voice, she said, "Never mind what it is. As long as it tastes good, that's what matters. These are all for you. Take them all away." "Really? Awesome. Thank you, Sister Mumu." Su-chun and Su-wen excitedly began packing up the cookies. After seeing off the Chunwon brothers, Su-mu made another batch of small cookies. This time she made a larger quantity not only for her precious son and Grandma Xiaojuan, but also for the 3 old gentlemen and 2 other little friends she had never met. Practice makes perfect. Sumu could clearly feel that her cookies were turning out better each time. Sumu baked 7 trays of cookies in total. Each of the 3 elderly gentlemen and the 2 little friends got 1 tray. Xingbao, being small and eating little, shared a tray with Grandma Xiaojuan, and she kept one for herself. As for the 2 bound ones, they were simply ignored. "Meow meow, I want some too, I want some too." The fragrance wafting through the air reached Hei's eye even inside the system mall, making it so hungry it hopped around eagerly. Sumu just giggled and comforted it. "What a pity, little one. You can't come out, so you can only watch me eat." Then she put on a very helpless expression. "Meow meow, Mumu, you're so mean." Hei's eye felt extremely wronged. This master was too stingy and held grudges. Ha ha ha, Sumu laughed happily. When all the cookies were packed, Sumu looked at her clothes now covered with gray dust and decided to take a quick battle shower. Standing before the bathroom mirror, Sumu was stunned by her explosive hair and soot-blackened face. She had been parading around in front of the Chunwon brothers looking like this for so long. Good heavens. Let a thunderbolt strike me dead. Those 2 little rascals didn't even tell me. They can forget about any more treats in the future. After showering, Sumu went out with Xiaobai. She programmed Xiaobai to deliver 3 trays of cookies to the 3 old gentlemen. She would deliver the remaining 3 herself. Stowing 2 of them in her space ring, she took the last one and headed first to Grandma Xiaojuan's place. Just like the first time, Xingbao was still in the courtyard watching a video, but this time, he was studying, following the video and reading aloud word by word. Grandma Xiaojuan, dressed in an elegant dark green long skirt, was watering the vines in the courtyard with a watering can, looking intellectual and graceful. Xingbao was already 3 years old, long past the age for nursery school. That was why Grandma Xiaojuan would find online courses for Xingbao to follow. Seeing Sumu, Xingbao happily threw himself into her arms, tilting his little head up and saying, "Mommy, you're here." Then he sniffed the air with his little nose and asked, "Mommy, what's that smell? It's so nice. What a sharp little nose you have." She gently poked Xingbao's nose, causing the little one to grin from ear to ear. Taking a cookie from the bag, she popped it into Xingbao's mouth and said with a smile, "Here's one to satisfy your craving. You can have more after you finish your studies." "Okay, Mommy." The little one reluctantly returned to the table and sat down, holding the cookie in his hands and nibbling at it slowly, his face full of bliss. "You're here." Grandma Xiaojun put down the watering can and walked over, sitting down at the table. Sumu sat down as well. "Yes, Grandma. I made some cookies for you to taste." Sumu spoke respectfully and handed a cookie to Grandma Xiaojun. A smiling face is hard to refuse. Grandma Xiaojuan's hostility was not as strong as before this time. After hesitating briefly, she took the cookie. After one bite, she couldn't stop and ate several in a row before pausing. "I never expected your cooking to be so good after you recovered from your illness." Even though Grandma Xiaojun didn't particularly like Sumu, she had to admit that these cookies and the egg pancakes from last time were delicious, even better than all the delicacies she had tasted before in Dixing. In response to the compliment, Sumu merely smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your kind words, Grandma. Over the years I have relied on you to take care of Xingbao. I have nothing to repay you with except making some tasty food. I hope you don't mind it." "I don't need your repayment. Xingbao is a lovable child, very sensible. I treat him like my own grandson. I just hope you'll be good to him from now on. Of course. In the past I was immature and muddled, but now I am clear-headed. I will never repeat what happened before." "I hope so." Xingbao appeared to be listening attentively to the lesson, but he was secretly straining his ears. Yet he found that he couldn't understand a single word of what his mother and grandma were saying. "You little rascal, why are you sticking your ears out like that?" Sumu reached out and gently tugged Xingbao's little ear. Xingbao chuckled silly and protested, "Mommy, I wasn't." Sumu chuckled. "You got caught, and still you say you weren't. All right, stop studying for now. Have another cookie. Study more when you're full." "Yay? Thank you, Mommy." Sumu stayed with Xingbao for a while longer before leaving under his reluctant gaze. In the entire estate, besides Aunt May, who was a robot, there were 2 people Sumu had never met. Although she knew of their existence, she had never seen them. One reason was that since arriving at the estate, they had never left their own courtyard. Another was that when she was previously insane, she hadn't paid attention to anything. Bai Qingfeng and Yida lived in the same courtyard. The former was 13 and the latter 12. Both seemed somewhat autistic, so they never went out. All their daily needs were handled by Aunt May. Sumu arrived at their courtyard and knocked on the tightly shut door. As expected, no one answered. But as the temporary manager of this estate, how could this stump Sumu? Bending her knees and crouching, she pushed off the ground with force, and in a moment, she had vaulted over the high wall and landed in the courtyard. Bai Qingfeng stared blankly at the girl who had suddenly dropped from the sky. As soon as Sumu landed, she heard a soft, drifting voice. "Are you an angel?" Sumu looked up and saw a very delicate and handsome little boy sitting in a chair staring at her in a daze. His eyelashes like little fans fluttered as if he were startled. "Yes, I am an angel. Do you have any wishes?" Sumu walked over with smiling eyes and bent down to ask. But the young boy didn't answer. Instead, he lowered his head and avoided her gaze. "Why don't you speak? Don't you have any wishes?" The boy remained silent. Sumu furrowed her brows slightly, but kept her voice gentle as she asked. "I'm Sumu. What's your name?" "Let me guess. Are you Bai Qingfeng?" Sure enough, hearing his name, the boy slowly raised his head. "Right, I guessed it correctly." Sumu showed great excitement, but Bai Qingfeng only glanced at her and lowered his head again. "All right, talking to you is quite difficult." Sumu gave in. She truly lacked the patience to communicate with an autistic child. She took out a bag of cookies, stuffed it into Bai Qingfeng's arms, and said, "I made these. They're for you." With that, she went into the living room. She wanted to see if the little golden-haired boy would be as hard to communicate with as this little Qingfeng. As for how Sumu could tell them apart, it was because Bai Qingfeng was the nephew of Bai Lanxiu, an Easterner with black hair and black eyes, while Yida was a Westerner with golden hair and blue eyes. That was why she could distinguish them at a glance. This time, Sumu easily ran into Yida, who had come out looking for a nutrient solution to drink. The little boy had long golden hair that softly draped over his shoulders, his thin bangs covering his eyes, and his skin was pale from lack of sunlight. Sumu called out to Yida, who was just about to drink the nutrient solution. In the instant he froze, she snatched the nutrient solution from his hand, placed her cookies into his palm, and even popped one into his mouth, saying, "What's so good about nutrient solution? Can it be as tasty as cookies?" Sumu did not stay long at Bai Qingfeng and Yida's place, as she left as soon as the items were delivered. As for the two autistic individuals, Sumu could only admit that her abilities were limited. Still, by now she had basically met everyone in the manor, and her goal had been achieved. Sumu returned to her own courtyard, lay down directly on the sofa, and began editing the video of the cookies she had baked today. She even included the earlier clip of the oven exploding. After all, that made it more authentic and gave it topical appeal. Once the editing was done, Sumu uploaded it directly. This time she did not forget to enable the aroma sync feature. Since this was a food temptation, the real temptation was to let them smell it while being unable to eat it. Sumu checked the video dashboard and found that the video she had uploaded before had already received over 1,000 views. The comments below were piled up, several stories high, containing both praise and insults. Sumu did not care, nor did she bother reading them. But seeing the viewing revenue on the dashboard made Sumu smile. Oh, indeed, taking this path had been the right call. Still smiling, she shut down her light brain, but missed a message on it. Her efforts had paid off, and she finally had some income. Sumu could finally relax. At least she no longer had to live by consuming her savings. She had Xiao Bai bring over the cookies she had left behind, then enjoyed them at leisure. She also bought a small packet of green tea from the system mall and asked Xiao Bai to brew it. A sip of tea and a bite of cookie. It was beyond words how comfortable and happy she felt. No zombies, no stench of blood. This was the kind of life a normal person should have. Sumu narrowed her eyes in bliss, but then abruptly snapped them open. No joy shared as joy multiplied. With that, she bought a black cat mask from the system mall, one that covered only the eyes, leaving the nose and mouth exposed. Although she did not know what a sensation her cooking would cause across the interstellar world, these things were after all incredibly rare in the universe. However, she was only here to earn money. Once she had earned enough, she would leave. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she had to keep her cover well concealed. Then she opened her light brain, set up the camera, and prepared to put on a live eating feast. For Sumu, live streaming was also a first, an impulse done by a complete novice. Once the live stream was up, Sumu ignored it, simply sending cookie after cookie into her mouth, paired with a sip of tea, bubbling with happiness. There were over 10 billion netizens in the interstellar world, and no small number of them spent their days on the Star Network watching videos and live streams to pass the time. It was dinner time, the peak period for surfing the internet, with everyone relying on the Star Network to accompany their nutrient packs. Sumu had just eaten a few cookies and taken a sip of tea to moisten her throat when she looked up and found the live stream room already in an uproar. The number of viewers in the live stream room had already reached 1,000 and was still climbing. Sumu was dumbfounded. All she could see was the constantly refreshing barrage of comments. "It smells so good. I can't take it, I'm drooling. Sis, what kind of cookies are you eating? Are you selling them? I'll pay 100 gold coins for one cookie. I bid 121 for one cookie. The person above is way too stingy. I'll send a big spaceship and pay 200 gold coins per cookie." The live stream room instantly turned into a bidding zone, with prices climbing rapidly. Sumu was dumbfounded. She wondered, are gold coins really this easy to earn now? The comments below kept changing without pause. "No way. Are the people above all crazy? I've got money. What's it to you? I'll do whatever I want." "Exactly. I do what I want and I've got money. Sis, don't just sit there. Keep eating." "That's right. Keep eating. Even just watching you eat to satisfy our craving is okay." Seeing this comment about satisfying cravings, Sumu suddenly felt that what she was doing might be a little inconsiderate. But the thought vanished in a flash. After all, making money mattered most. Watching the screen fill with large spaceship gifts, Sumu was elated inside. How much money did that equal? Sumu calculated silently. Even after splitting the earnings 50-50 with the platform, she would still make a considerable amount. She secretly rejoiced, but her face remained incredibly calm as she continued taking a cookie in one bite, and pausing now and then for a sip of tea. Miss Streamer, are those cookies you're eating for sale? Just name your price. Yeah. Streamer sister, could you sell a little to us? They look so delicious. Seeing just name your price, Sumu was tempted, but the next moment she sighed. Their remote, desolate planet was a godforsaken place, so naturally, there wasn't even an express delivery station. Even if she wanted to sell, there was nowhere to send the goods. Looking at the countless fans in the live stream begging to buy, Sumu could only smile and explain, thank you very much for your love, but these cookies were just casually made by me. The quantity is limited, so I can't sell them. I'm very sorry. After all the cookies were eaten, Sumu ended the live stream. Although she had been somewhat bewildered at first, it had gone smoothly in the end, and was quite a novel experience. The only pity was that she couldn't satisfy her fans' requests to buy. After all, only a fool refuses money when it's within reach, as she had never expected that there would come a day when she couldn't earn money, even when she wanted to. Sumu resolved to work hard and establish an interstellar express delivery station on Shaw Planet as soon as possible. On the capital planet at the Mo Manor, Mo Junyan had just turned off the live video stream when his adjutant reported that the president had arrived. Mo Junyan's sharp, sword-like brows drew together. He had no idea why his brother had come at this hour. Nothing particularly unusual had happened recently. It couldn't be that he had quarreled with his sister-in-law again and come here to find some peace, could it? Watching the tall, slim figure enter, clad in a beige form-fitting robe that hugged his lean frame, his face, which was 80% similar to his own, full of worry, Mo Junyan frowned even harder. Mo Junyan, what kind of expression is that? Are you saying you don't welcome me? The moment Mo Junmin came in, he saw his younger brother looking at him with a frown, as if he couldn't stand him. Mo Junyan stood up, instantly a head taller than Mo Junmin, radiating an oppressive presence. He said in a low voice, if I remember correctly, we met just yesterday. What are you here for again today? Mo Junmin's eyes flickered. He cleared his throat lightly and said, I'm your brother. Can't I just miss you? Mo Junyan gave him a faint glance. Speak plainly. You. Furious, Mo Junmin pointed at Mo Junyan and was about to curse, but from the corner of his eye he saw the guards outside. He quickly withdrew his finger and closed the door. Can't you change that awful temper of yours? You never give anyone any face. Watch out, or you'll end up single for life. Mo Junyan simply turned around and sat down away from Mo Junmin. Just get to the point. If you dawdle any longer, I'll have someone send you back to the presidential residence. Without lifting his head, Mo Junyan continued dealing with documents on his light brain. Hey, don't. Mo Junmin quickly sat down beside him. I'm your elder brother, your own brother. What's wrong with coming to see you? You have no idea. Your sister-in-law got all worked up today and insisted on eating some little cookies, 1 cookie per bite, and demanded I buy them for her. If I didn't, she'd throw a fit. Tell me, where am I supposed to buy them? And what even is this 1 cookie per bite thing? Ugh. Tell me, why is my life so hard? If I go back, your sister-in-law makes a scene, or if I come here, you can't stand me. I'm the president of the Federation. Why am I so cursed? Mo Junyan watched Mo Junmin venting frenziedly without any regard for his image. He rubbed his forehead in helplessness. He really didn't want to admit that this man who was 80% similar to him was his own elder brother. If it weren't for that, he would have sewn his mouth shut and thrown him out long ago. As dusk slowly fell, Sumu could not shake the feeling that she had forgotten something. Her gaze swept around the living room and landed on the flower pot on the table. Only then did she suddenly remember that the Chinese cabbage seeds had yet to be planted. How could I have forgotten something so important? Where did I put that bag of seeds? Sumu rummaged through the living room and finally found the small bag of Chinese cabbage seeds under the table. The seed packet had a thoughtful, detailed description of the planting method and precautions on the outside, which left Sumu quite satisfied. It clearly stated that in order to improve the germination rate, the seeds needed to be soaked for an hour before being planted in the soil. Sumu therefore poured the seeds into water and soaked them as instructed. Noticing the flower pot bowl beside her that held the mysterious seed, she gave it a little water as well and murmured to herself, I wonder what kind of seed you are and when you'll sprout. Beep, beep, beep. The optical brain on her wrist suddenly rang. Sumu put down the water kettle, tapped, opened the optical brain, saw an unfamiliar number, and rejected the call without a second thought. But this caller was extremely persistent, calling back every time she hung up, as if it would not stop until Sumu picked up. Sumu was about to reject it again, but the next moment she changed her mind and accepted the call, curious to see who it was. Hello, is this Miss? Hey, Zaire. A gentle female voice came through the optical brain. Hearing such a gentle voice, Sumu instinctively softened her own voice. I'm sorry, I'm not her. Miss. Hey, Zaire is busy right now. If you have something to say, just tell me. Hearing that the caller was looking for Miss Hey Zaire, Sumu knew that this person must have seen her video or watched her live stream just now, because her video account was called Hey Zaire Loves Gold Coins. At the time she really had no idea what name to use, and since Hazire was always pressuring her to earn gold coins, she ended up with such an awkward name. Is that so? Alright then. Hearing that she was not the blogger herself by Weiwei felt somewhat disappointed. She was about to hang up, but still asked with a faint glimmer of hope, I'm a fan of Hazire loves gold coins. My name is Weiwei. I left her a message on the video platform. Could you tell her to reply to me? Hearing that there was a message, Sumu was a little surprised, but she assured her that she would definitely pass the word on to Hazire. After hanging up, Hazire in the system grew unhappy and protested that she was ruining its reputation. Sumu just chuckled. Saying you don't love gold coins is what would ruin your reputation. Everything I said is the truth. Besides, loving gold coins is nothing to be ashamed of. If you love something, love it openly and love it with pride. After lecturing Hazire, Sumu opened the message center and found that there were quite a few messages. Most of them were official platform messages which she had no interest in reading, so she went straight to Weiwei's account name. Hello blogger. I'm your fan. I want to buy some cookies at a high price. Could you do me a favor and sell me a little, please? A pitiful expression followed the text. So it was another person wanting to buy cookies. She hadn't expected such a small cookie to be so tempting, but she remembered that she had already said during the live stream that she wouldn't sell them, hadn't she? She had even contacted her specially to buy cookies. It seemed she had really been won over by the charm of the little cookies. After thinking it over, Sumu replied to her after all, explaining in detail why she couldn't sell the cookies and promising that when they could be bought and sold in the future, she would let her know at once. After replying to Weiwei, Sumu skimmed through the other messages and found that most were also asking about cookies. She gave them all the same reply, that she couldn't sell them, and then stopped bothering with them. Just as she was about to exit the message center, the video platform had new messages again. Curious, Sumu opened them and saw that she had accumulated 3 or 4 unread messages, all inviting her to sign a streamer contract. Sumu had no interest at all and directly exited the message center. She could still earn money without signing a contract, so why tie herself down? The moment she exited the message center, the optical brain rang again. It was still an unfamiliar number. Sumu thought about it and finally tapped accept. This time a male voice came through. Hello, I'm a staff member of Starlight Video. May I ask if you are Hazire loves gold coins herself? This time Sumu did not deny it. She nodded and said, yes, I am. What can I do for you? Well, our platform thinks your videos are very popular, so we'd like to cooperate with you and make you an exclusive streamer on Starlight. Would you be interested? Sorry, I'm not interested. Thank you. Goodbye. She refused straightforwardly, without any hesitation. Hey, wait. Please hold on, I still have something to say. The staff member on the other end seemed not to have expected Sumu to refuse and hastily spoke again. Won't you really reconsider? Starlight Video is the largest video company in the Interstellar world. The income you can get as an exclusive streamer is beyond what ordinary streamers can compare to. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? No thanks. Hey wait. Judging by your account nickname, you really like money, and you might even be short on it. Are you sure you don't want to think about it? If you sign, I can apply for more benefits for you. You just need to stream 60 hours every month. That's only 2 hours a day. All live streaming revenue will be split 60-40-60 for you, 40 for us. Are you really not going to reconsider? The staff member on the other end of the optical brain was starting to panic. To complete his task, he had no choice but to increase the temptation. Obviously, his temptation had been somewhat effective. Sumu weighed money against freedom in her heart, and in the end money won. Even so, she put forward her own demands. I can consider it, but I have 2 conditions. First, 60 hours of streaming a month is too long. I can only stream 30 hours at most. Second, for the revenue split, I want 70-30-70 for me, 30 for you. I'm afraid I can't make that decision. I need to ask my superior. Please wait a moment, don't hang up. Then came the sound of him hurrying away. About 10 minutes later, the staff member's voice came through the optical brain again. Hello, Ms. Hey, are you still there? Yes, go ahead. Well, our leader has approved your conditions. If everything is fine on your end, I'll draft the contract and send it over shortly. Please keep an eye on your optical brain messages. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. After ending the call politely, she checked the time and realized that an hour had already passed. The seeds had soaked long enough. Sumu poured out the water in the bowl, then carried the bowl of seeds to the courtyard, ready to plant them promptly. Walking into the courtyard, she saw that the sky had already turned completely dark and the streetlights in the yard had lit up right on time. Looking up, she caught sight of the familiar moon hanging far off on the horizon. This was the first time Sumu had seen the moon since coming here, and she suddenly realized that it looked truly similar to the moon of launching in her past. Even the sun during the day sometimes gave her the illusion that she was still living on launching. A bold guess suddenly surfaced in Sumu's heart. Could this so-called Shashing actually be the former launching? Sumu became more and more convinced that her guess was right. But since there was still no solid evidence, she planned to dig into the records as soon as she had the time. In the moonlight at the far corner of the courtyard, a small patch of vegetable field had already been opened up, only about 3 or 4 square meters in size, covered with thick soil that looked very even. All this was thanks to the hard work of the Chunwon brothers during the day. Sumu decided that these 2 strapping young lads really were good hands at farming. In the future, she could ask them to help out more often. Of course, she would never let them work for nothing. Sumu briskly rolled her sleeves up to her elbows and bent over to sow the seeds. Taking into account how large the cabbages would grow, she calculated the spacing and dug holes and covered them with soil very evenly. Afraid that the seeds might not germinate well, Sumu covered them with only a thin layer of soil. Not a single seed was left over. Sumu planted them all in the soil, and they turned out to be exactly enough. When she stepped out of the small vegetable plot, her hands and feet were covered in mud, and her waist was a little sore, but she felt utterly content. Looking at the bare vegetable plot in front of her, Sumu felt that something was still missing. Alright, a little fence. But it was already too late today, so she would deal with it tomorrow. Sumu patted the dirt from her hands, and was about to go inside to take a shower when she suddenly noticed that a large and a small figure had appeared at the doorway. Mom. Seeing that Sumu had spotted him, Xingbao obediently called out Mom, his face glowing with a happy smile. Xingbao? Granny, why are you here so late? Sumu walked toward them, feeling pleasantly surprised by their arrival. Granny Xiaojun looked at Sumu and sighed. Xingbao missed you and refused to go to sleep no matter what, so I could only bring him over. Granny Xiaojun felt a little downcast, but a child missing his mother was only natural. She couldn't bear to stop it. Besides, from their interactions over the past few days, she had come to believe that Sumu had truly returned to normal and would not hurt Xingbao. Only then did Sumu notice that the two of them were both wearing pajamas. Xingbao wore a black and white cat onesie with a small cat-eared hood behind his neck, looking extremely adorable. Granny Xiaojun meanwhile wore a striped shirt dress that looked very gentle and elegant. Sumu wiped the dirt off on her clothes, then took Xingbao's little hand and said to Granny Xiaojun, "Thank you so much for making this trip, Granny. It's already very late, so why don't you stay here tonight?" "No need. I just needed to bring Xingbao here. I'll go back now." Seeing that Granny Xiaojun was about to leave, Sumu gently grabbed her arm with her other hand. Granny Xiaojun instinctively frowned at the dirt on Sumu's hand, and Sumu happened to catch it. Sumu quickly withdrew her dirty hand and said with a grin, "Granny, can you not leave tonight? Xingbao has never slept alone with me before. I'm afraid he'll miss you in the middle of the night." Sumu winked at Xingbao as she spoke. Fortunately, Xingbao was sharp enough to pick up the signal, and he reached out to tug Granny's clothes, saying in a soft, adorable voice, "Granny, tonight, you'll stay here with Xingbao at Mom's place. I've never been separated from Granny before. I'll miss you, Granny." Looking at the mother and son, whose expressions and tones were exactly alike, and unable to turn away a smiling face, Granny Xiaojun admitted defeat. "Alright then. Sorry for the trouble." "No trouble at all, no trouble at all." Sumu led them inside, and called Xiao Bai to tidy up the guest room. The guest room had actually always been kept ready, though it had never been used, so Sumu still told Xiao Bai to clean it again. After all, Granny Xiaojun obviously loved cleanliness very much. Granny Xiaojun was also very satisfied with Sumu's arrangement, because she was indeed someone who loved cleanliness. After settling Granny Xiaojun, and Sumu brought Xingbao into her own room, tucked him into the blankets, and then went to the bathroom for a quick no-fuss shower. Lying in the soft bedding, Xingbao tightly hugged Sumu's arm, and his little short legs rested directly across her thigh. A full-on bear hug. Amused, Sumu tried to pull Xingbao's whole little body into her arms, only to find that her small frame could barely manage it. In the end, she could only lie on her side and hold him. Looking at her own rather slender wrists, Sumu thought to herself, "It seems this body of mine needs some proper nourishment." She slept dreamlessly through the night. When Sumu woke up, it was already broad daylight, and Xingbao in her arms was still sound asleep, letting out small snores. She gently tapped his little nose, then got up to prepare breakfast. Sumu slept very well that night. Xingbao's sleeping posture was also very good. He didn't toss or turn, so nothing disturbed her rest. After a quick wash, Sumu went downstairs to the living room. Behind the living room was the open-plan kitchen. At that moment, Granny Xiaojun was taking nutrient packs out of the refrigerator. "Morning, Granny," Sumu said, waving in greeting. "Morning." Granny Xiaojun gave a faint reply, then placed the prepared nutrient packs on the living room table, and said to Sumu, "This is breakfast for you and Xingbao. I'll be heading back now." "What's so great about those nutrient packs? Let me make you a proper breakfast. You can't be in such a hurry to leave, Granny. I still have things to do after breakfast, and I'll need you to help me watch Xingbao." Sumu affectionately steered Granny Xiaojun by the shoulders and guided her onto the sofa. "Granny, have a seat for a bit. Breakfast will be ready soon." Seeing how enthusiastic Sumu was, and more importantly, how she had even thought of a reason for her to stay, Granny Xiaojun found it hard to insist on leaving. Moreover, she was actually quite looking forward to the breakfast Sumu would make. This breakfast was very simple: plain rice porridge, fried eggs, and a plate of stir-fried greens. This time, Sumu didn't choose to film a video. Since she had already decided to go the live stream route, she didn't want to make videos anymore either. The post-production editing was far too troublesome. Right after Sumu set the breakfast on the table, Xingbao came downstairs with a sleepy face, obediently greeting Sumu and Granny Xiaojun. Looking at her son so obedient and adorably cute, Sumu suddenly felt that she must have saved the Milky Way in her previous life to be rewarded with such a good boy. "Xingbao, go wash up first, then come have breakfast. The bathroom on the first floor is to the left of the stairs." "Okay, Mom." Sumu laid out the dishes and had just sat down with Granny Xiaojun when little Xingbao came running over excitedly. "Mom, I'm all washed up. What are we having for breakfast? Is it nutrient packs?" "Of course not. It's something delicious." Sumu lifted Xingbao onto his chair and tied a cute little bib around him. Mom, why do I have to wear this? It feels weird. Xingbao tugged at the blue Doraemon bib. It felt uncomfortable, but he thought the pattern on it looked very nice, and when he found out he couldn't pull it off, he stopped tugging. Granny Xiaojun looked at the breakfast before her. She had only ever seen these things in history books, ancient star history at that. Yet here they suddenly were on the table in front of her. She raised her head and looked at Sumu, seeming to want to say something, but hesitating. What's wrong, Granny? Sensing the gaze from across the table, Sumu asked Granny, are you not used to the breakfast I made? No way. Mom's cooking is delicious. Little Xingbao, who had been burying his head in his food, suddenly looked up and answered. Everything Mom makes tastes great. The true nature of a little foodie was now fully exposed, making Sumu and Granny Xiaojun both laugh out loud. No, it's just that this is my first time eating this, so I'm a little unaccustomed. After saying this, Granny Xiaojun lowered her head and drank the rice porridge. Its rich, silky texture immediately won her heart. This was rice. She had seen it in history books. It was a kind of crop that grew in water, and interstellar civilization no longer had an environment that could support such crops. In truth, it wasn't that no experts had ever grown it, but the grains they produced were simply too unpleasant to eat. Granny Xiaojun then picked up a piece of greens with her chopsticks, though she was not very skilled at using them. As soon as one leaf entered her mouth, its crisp, refreshing flavor instantly captured her heart. She recognized this vegetable too, but the greens grown in the interstellar age now were more than twice the size of these, and their taste was a million miles away. It's fine if you're not used to it. You'll eat it often from now on, Sumu replied, as if casually. Actually, Sumu understood Granny Xiaojun's doubts very well. Although she couldn't clearly tell her where these food ingredients had come from, she had never hidden it either. After breakfast, Granny Xiaojun wanted to go back, but Sumu kept her once again. Xingbao clearly wanted to live with Sumu, but Sumu had never had any experience taking care of a child, so she could only swallow her pride and ask Granny Xiaojun for help. Sumu set the house access permissions for both of them, then changed out of her pajamas into a light blue long dress and left the courtyard. Ever since she discovered that she could absorb the wood element energy from the vines, Sumu had always been thinking about that patch of mutant vines around the oasis. Arriving at the oasis again, Sumu cautiously kept a safe distance from the vines. Sensing the human presence, the vines, which had twisted together into thickness like a great tree, began to move slowly and creep stealthily towards Sumu. Sumu stopped at a safe distance, closed her eyes, and mobilized the wood element energy in her body to attract the wood element energy in the vines. Feeling the surrounding wood element energy slowly being absorbed into her body, she smiled slightly and simply sat down on the sandy ground. The scorching heat made Sumu let out an ouch and leaped to her feet. Holding her burned bottom, she looked at the blazing light overhead with narrowed eyes and furrowed brows. Is the sunlight this fierce even in the early morning? Baby, make mommy a beach chair. Facing such harsh conditions, Sumu chose to compromise. Oh, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Alright, Mom. Wait, when did you become my mom? Mumu. You're taking advantage of your baby. Hearing He Zaire's accusation, Sumu showed no guilt and urged, stop dawdling. Hurry up. I know. A somewhat aggrieved babyish voice fell, and on the empty sand a beach lounger with a sun umbrella appeared out of thin air along with a small round table beside it. Sumu lay down on it directly, and the blazing light was immediately blocked outside, her entire body hidden in the cool shade. If only there were a cold drink now, it would be perfect. Sumu sighed regretfully, then closed her eyes and began to mobilize the power in her body to absorb the wood element power from the vines. The energy contained in the vines here was clearly beyond comparison with the vines in Granny Xiaojun's courtyard. Perhaps because of the mutation, not only had their main bodies become thicker and sturdier, but the power within them had also become more ferocious. Therefore, Sumu was especially careful when absorbing it. Time passed slowly. Several times the vines twitched their branches to attack Sumu, but they failed because the distance was too great. Instead, the closer they approached Sumu, the faster the power within them drained away. After several tries, the vines grew smarter. They not only stopped attacking Sumu, but each one hid far away from her. So when Sumu opened her eyes, she saw that all the vines around the oasis had retreated to the other side, as if avoiding something, and the leaves on the vines had become quite withered. Sumu stretched, her bones cracking throughout her body. Feeling the abundant wood element power within her, she was in a very good mood. With a flip of her palm, a small green branch appeared in her palm. As if sensing Sumu's gaze, it rubbed against her palm affectionately. Feeling a slight itch in her palm, Sumu's eyes curved with joy. She reached out a finger and tapped Xiao Zhua's head, drawing out a portion of energy from her body for Xiao Zhua to absorb. Then she saw Xiao Zhua growing at a visible speed. Just a moment ago it had been the size of a matchstick, but in the blink of an eye it had become the size of a cotton swab stick. Seeing Xiao Zhua's growth, Sumu was overjoyed and full of hope for Xiao Zhua's recovery. After the absorption was complete, she took Xiao Zhua back into her body and also put the sun lounger and sun umbrella into the system space. Just as she stepped into her courtyard, Sumu noticed a circle of people gathered outside. Hey, Sister Mumu, you're back. Su and Sharp-Eyed spotted Sumu and greeted her excitedly. Sumu walked unhurriedly to the door, looked at the few people crowding there, raised an eyebrow, and turned to Su Chun, who had been pushed to the front, asking with confusion, Su Chun, what's going on? Why are you all blocking my courtyard gate? Su Chun, who was asked, rubbed his nose awkwardly. Well, it's because the cookies you gave us were so delicious. They want to eat more, so they all came to see if you could make some again. The others all nodded in agreement. They truly missed that flavor. It was so delicious and made them so happy, but the amount was a little small, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. As for Su Chun, his face was about to sink into the ground. He felt extremely ashamed to come asking for food, but the cookies were so delicious and irresistible that he had to steel himself and come. Hearing Su Chun's answer, Su Mu's gaze swept across the crowd. The three old men were surrounded at the front, with old man Mai standing at the very front, his eyes sparkling with blinding light. Su Mu couldn't bear to look and turned away, looking at Su Rushu and Shun Mabe hiding in the back. These two had been taught a lesson by Su Mu yesterday and had been tied up all night. At this moment, they both felt a little uncomfortable seeing Su Mu. Su Mu walked up to them and said to the eldest Su Rushu, do you also like the food I make? Su Rushu raised his head to glance at Su Mu, then immediately lowered it again. Though he didn't understand why Su Mu asked, he still nodded and said, I do. It's delicious. Hearing that her cooking was enjoyed, Su Mu felt a sense of accomplishment. Although her heart was blooming with joy, not a trace of happiness appeared on her face. She remained expressionless and asked, so are you still trying to die every day? After all, the food I make is extremely precious. It's too wasteful to give it to someone who constantly seeks death. Su Rushu was silent for a moment, then said, I'll keep myself in check. What Su Rushu didn't say was that after eating the cookies yesterday, he had felt a long-lost emotion called happiness. He thought that if he could regularly eat such food, perhaps there was a chance he could recover. Sumu was not entirely satisfied with Su Rushu's answer, but she also knew this couldn't be rushed, so she nodded and said, I hope you keep your word. What about you, Shun Mabe? Before Sumu could finish, Shun Mabe answered on his own initiative. I promise I'll try my best to control myself and never throw tantrums again. Sumu nodded, then suddenly realized that it seemed two people were missing. Bai Qingfeng and Ida hadn't come. Could it be that those two little ones hadn't been won over by her cookies? She suddenly felt a bit unhappy. Suchin Su and go and bring Bai Qingfeng and Ida here. Today we'll have a gathering to celebrate my recovery to normal. Sumu instructed the two. Got it. We promised to complete the mission. The two ran off after saying that. Looking at the remaining people, they all stared at Sumu with eager eyes. Under everyone's gaze, Sumu said calmly, Don't all stand here. Go inside and wait. But I'll make this clear, you can have something to eat, but there's a condition. You all have to help. No one gets to be idle. Sumu stated the terms bluntly. She had no intention of slaving away alone, while everyone else simply opened their mouths and waited to be fed. Upon entering the courtyard, Sumu finally understood why everyone had gathered outside instead of coming in. Neither Xingbao nor Granny Xiaojun was there. Sumu opened her optical brain to get in touch and saw the message Xingbao had sent her. Just as she had expected, Granny Xiaojun had taken Xingbao home to pack their things. Since they planned to stay at Sumu's place for a long time, there were some everyday items that still needed to be prepared. Sumu sent Xingbao a reply telling the two of them to pack up quickly and come back for dinner. There were many good things to eat today. After replying to the message, Sumu said to the group, since there are quite a few of us, we should divide up the work properly. Alright, Mu girl, just tell us how you want to divide it, and we'll follow your orders completely. With delicious food ahead, old Mai was exceptionally cooperative. The other two old gentlemen also chimed in exactly. Mu girl, don't mind our age. We're still in excellent shape. Whatever needs to be done, just give us the order. I can help too. Shin Mabe raised his hand in agreement. Me too. Su Rushu replied in a soft voice. Pleased with everyone's response, Sumu nodded and said, very well. Wait in the living room for now. I'll go to my room to get something. Sumu then returned to her room with Xiaobai. She needed to think carefully about what delicious dishes to make for this gathering. With so many people and her rather limited cooking skills, she had to choose something tasty yet simple to prepare. After thinking it over, it seemed that only barbecue would do. But what meat should she barbecue? This stumped Sumu. There were many kinds of meat in the system mall, but not many she could choose from. After all, there were few edible types of meat in the interstellar age, and most of them were strongly gamey and hard to swallow. Thus, Sumu needed to pick a kind of meat that looked similar to some edible interstellar meat. That would make it much easier to explain. After mulling it over, Sumu decided to ask Hey Zaire, is there any interstellar edible meat in the mall? There is, but it has too much of a smell. Even after the gamey taste is removed, the texture is still poor. I don't recommend you eat it, Momo. Hearing Hey Zaire's answer, Sumu gave up that idea and decided to make beef and mutton instead. She would also grill some pork belly and vegetables, simple and convenient. She was quite good at making this, as she often made it in the apocalypse and loved eating it. Besides, since the meat was already prepared, who could tell what animal it came from? Sumu listed all the ingredients she needed and handed the list to Hey Zaire, letting him make the purchases while she stayed out of the system. While Hey Zaire prepared everything, Sumu changed out of her long dress and put on a simple green lounge set, a short-sleeved top and long pants. It was not as pretty as the dress, but it was much more convenient for work. Once she had changed and all the ingredients were ready, Sumu and Xiaobai each carried 2 large bags downstairs. Everyone, time to get to work. Sumu handed the ingredients to Su Rushu and Shunmabe, and asked where are Old Mai and the others. They're outside. They seem to be studying something. Shunmabe took the bags, glanced at the courtyard outside, and said, "Oh, you two go wash the ingredients first. The kitchen is over there. I'll go out and take a look." With that, Sumu went out into the courtyard. Sure enough, the three old men were gathered in the cabbage patch, studying something so intently that they did not even notice Sumu approaching. "What are you studying?" Sumu suddenly spoke, startling the three old men. Old Mai clutched his chest, and feeling his heart pounding violently, said, "Mu girl, are you trying to scare us three old fellows to death?" Sumu gave a light snort and crouched down in front of them. "I wasn't trying to scare you. You three are the ones overreacting. What are you studying with such concentration? You were so focused that you didn't even notice me." Old Mai pointed excitedly at the dirt, and asked, "Mu girl, this is your courtyard. Do you know what this is?" Sumu blinked, and said, "It's just dirt. What's so strange about it?" "There's nothing strange about dirt. What's strange is that dirt appears here. Don't forget where we are. This entire planet is covered by yellow sand. Here soil became history long ago." Old Zhuang pushed up the glasses on his nose, and carefully studied the soil in his hand. He was an architect, and by garden had been designed and built by him. Because the yellow sand here was extremely loose, lacking the dense support of real soil, one could only imagine how difficult it had been to construct the estate. As for the soil that had suddenly appeared here, he hoped this was a miracle. As for Sumu, who could not explain where the soil came from, she did not try to make up an excuse. She simply blinked at the three old men, and said mysteriously, "Why not treat this as a miracle? Just like the way I returned to normal." The four of them looked at one another. At last, Old Mai broke the strange silence with a hearty laugh. Right, it's a miracle. It really is a miracle. Huh. At that moment, Granny Xiaojun came back, with Xingbao followed by the Chunwen brothers by Qingfeng and Yida. Sumu had not expected that they could actually bring those two children who never left the house. Behind them followed a female robot with short ear-length hair. What was especially striking was that she wore a black lady's uniform. Only her exposed hands and facial features revealed that she was a robot. This should be Aunt Meishi, the robot known for her love of cooking. Sumu invited them inside and, bending down, scooped Xingbao into her arms. She kissed his soft little face and asked with a bright smile, "Mommy is making something delicious today. Are you looking forward to it, Xingbao?" Whatever Mommy makes, baby likes to eat." Sumu was thoroughly pleased by Xingbao's unconditional support. Since her son was such an enthusiastic fan, she would make sure to fix something extra delicious for him later. This time Sumu planned to make griddle barbecue, simple and convenient. Now that everyone had arrived, and all the ingredients were ready, she began assigning tasks. Because grilling meat would produce too much smoke, Sumu decided to set everything up in the courtyard, which was also more spacious. With everyone's help, all the supplies were moved outside. Once everyone was seated, Sumu noticed that the courtyard seemed a bit too empty. There was not a trace of green. It seemed she should take a walk outside sometime to see if there were any plants like cacti that could survive in this environment. Why not consider vines? Because she was simply tired of looking at them. She already had Little Claw, and once Little Claw grew up, it could wrap around the entire courtyard. Everything was set, and only then did Sumu turn on her live stream, intending to stream the barbecue session. But as soon as the stream went live, she remembered that she had not signed the contract yet. She immediately opened the contract, skimmed through it, and finding nothing wrong, signed her name and sent it back. The others were quite surprised that Sumu actually did live streaming, but none of them thought it was strange. After all, in such an idle and boring life, browsing videos on the optical brain had become a major pastime, so one after another they asked to follow Sumu's video account and become her fans. "Ayo, Mu girl, so you're actually Hazire loves gold coins. I said the figure looked just like you. Not bad, not bad." Old Mai stroked his gray beard and laughed heartily. "Let me take a look too." "Me too." After Sumu's little disguise was exposed, a new scene appeared, Sumu grilling meat, while everyone else scrolled through videos. Every now and then someone would ask Sister Mumu, "Is the steamed egg custard good?" "Mu girl, that egg pancake looks delicious." "Mu girl, how can you hog all the good food? Don't you know you should be sharing with us old bones?" Sumu said nothing and silently continued grilling. Little Xingbao opened his big eyes wide and looked around left and right. Everything seemed so peaceful and serene. With her exceptional knife skills, Sumu evenly sliced various meats into thin pieces of uniform thickness, neatly arranging them on plates. Then came an assortment of vegetables, the ones she always cooked for barbecue, such as mushrooms, shiitake, enoki, king oyster mushrooms, along with onions, garlic chives, and eggplant. While the others were browsing the star net, only Aunt May was helping out on the side. At that moment, fans had begun trickling into Sumu's livestream room. They were all curious about what Sumu was doing. Only her arms were visible, revealing slender, delicate hands gripping a cleaver as she rhythmically chopped and sliced on the cutting board. A truly pleasing sight. The streamer has prepared so much meat. What delicacy is she making today, eh? "Yeah, what are you making today, miss?" "Same question. Same here. Have you all noticed that some of the things she makes seem really strange? Either the ingredients are especially rare and unlike anything we've seen, or the items are smaller than the ones we're used to, making them look even more delicate, right? I've noticed it too. Like the egg custard she made last time. I looked up that little round thing on the star net, and it seemed to be some kind of animal egg, but much smaller than any ordinary egg. And this time look closely at the meat. See any difference? What the person above said makes sense. Normally the meat of interstellar beasts is quite tough, not this loose and tender. And those vegetables are also smaller, much smaller than normal. Sumu glanced at the live stream room, but ignored the questions, only explaining softly, "Today I'm making barbecue. If you'd like I can turn on the scent sharing feature." Her crisp low voice came through the video, without further explanation. "Yes please. Yes please. Yes please." The screen was instantly flooded. Sumu smiled slightly, and activated the sharing function. "Sister Mumu, you're really popular. I want to become your fan too." Suwon looked up at Sumu, her eyes filled with admiration. "Mu girl, from now on we're all your fans." Old Mai refused to be left out, and followed Sumu's account. "So the young lady's name is Mumu. What a nice name. Haha, finally we know her name." At the recognition from these companions, Sumu felt uncertain whether to be happy or helpless. After all, it was just a name, and she didn't mind. Still, she said to everyone present, "If you want barbecue from now on, don't bring up any topics about me. Otherwise, not only will the barbecue disappear, but when we're done you'll also be responsible for washing all the dishes." Wow, the young lady is angry. Even when she's angry, she's so gentle. "Sister, we're waiting for the barbecue. Waiting for it. Waiting for the barbecue. Waiting for the barbecue." Su-chin handed out the dipping sauce to everyone. "I'm about to start grilling." With everything prepared, Su-mu skillfully placed the meat on the iron griddle. A sizzling sound rose as the aroma of roasted meat instantly filled the air. Everyone present stopped what they were doing and stared intently at the source of the fragrance. Seeing their expressions, Su-mu felt they had all turned into hungry children eagerly waiting to be fed, just like Xingbao. Su-mu grilled a large batch at once, and since the meat slices were thin, they cooked quickly. She then invited everyone to eat. "The meat is ready. Help yourselves. There's dipping sauce on the side along with scallions and garlic. Eat them as you like." Unexpectedly, everyone looked at one another, and no one moved their chopsticks. They simply stared at her wide-eyed as if asking how to eat. Sumu had no choice but to put down her tongs and demonstrate. In the next moment, the large platter of freshly grilled meat vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. "The live stream room. How can you do this? The food's gone, and I haven't even gotten my fill of the smell." Same. Miss, keep going. "Thank you for your hard work, miss. Keep going, miss." Seeing the screen flooded with words of encouragement, Sumu let out a helpless sigh, and said to her equally eager companions, "I can't feed all of you with just these 2 hands. Come, I'll teach you. Let's grill together. The meat will taste even better this way." No one refused Sumu's proposal. Instead, they were all eager to try. This way of eating was entirely novel to people who had long been isolated from the outside world and relied only on nutrient packs to survive. Once everyone joined in, the grilling speed increased noticeably, and of course so did the eating. With Xingbao taken care of by Grandma Xiaojuan, Sumu had nothing to worry about and buried herself in the feast. When they had eaten most of the meat, Sumu started grilling the vegetables. The moment everyone took their first bite, their taste buds were captured once again by the griddled vegetables, and they instantly felt that what they had eaten before could hardly be called food. Of course, they weren't the only ones feeling this way. The fans in the live stream room were all crying with hunger, frantically flooding the screen. Even though the scent sharing feature had been activated, being able to smell but not taste was even more torturous. Little did they know the worst was yet to come. Sumu glanced at the streaming timer and saw that over an hour had passed, so she said directly, "I'm sorry, but the live stream time is already up. See you all tomorrow." "No, don't go." But Sumu ignored the screen full of protests and simply turned off the live stream. She then said, "All right, everyone, speak freely now." "Suwon, finally I can talk. I was dying to say something." "Shinmabe, exactly. Not talking is so suffocating." "Su Rushu, eating can't even shut you up." "Shinmabe, mind your own business. I'm happy. If you can just don't talk." Looking at the lively courtyard, Sumu finally felt that she truly existed. Ever since she had woken up, she had felt an emptiness inside with no place to rest in her heart. She kept feeling that all of this was nothing but a dream, and that she might wake up at any moment. Now at last she was certain that she was real. "Everyone quiet down. I've gathered you all here today, because there are some things I need to tell you." Sumu stood up, and the surrounding noise instantly faded. Everyone turned to look at her, not a single person speaking. Sumu thought for a moment before continuing, "There are some things I think I should share with you. First, after Chi Min fled, he took most of the estate's food and nutrient packs. Our remaining supplies will only last about half a month." Seeing that everyone's expressions remained largely unchanged, she went on, "The second thing is that Uncle Bai has run into some trouble outside, and there's no definite date for his return." After Sumu finished, she saw everyone's faces change. "Mu girl, so how should we handle this?" Old Mai asked, somewhat at a loss. They had always been well taken care of, so when something like this suddenly happened, they didn't know what to do. Sumu looked at Old Mai and smiled gently. "There's no need to do anything. We just have to wait patiently. But first you must obey my arrangements." "Why?" Suwon quickly covered Shinmabe's mouth. That guy simply had no brains. At that, Sumu merely raised an eyebrow and said, "Right now I am the master of this estate. As long as you stay here, I'll make sure your lives are provided for. You need not worry about that." How will you guarantee that? Su Rishu, who had been sitting silently all along, finally spoke, gazing at Su Mu with a calm, unreadable look in his eyes. The whole estate housed no more than this handful of people, so it could be said that once they had entered these grounds they owed unconditional obedience to its master. And until Bai Lanxiu returned, Su Mu was the master of this place, and of the entire planet Shashing. Thus they had no standing to question Su Mu. In the end, swayed by the allure of fine food, everyone gave their word to obey Su Mu unconditionally. Su Mu, for her part, likewise promised never to make unreasonable demands out of nowhere. The first order Su Mu gave upon taking the reins was that everyone had to name their own quarters and hang a placard outside. After all, sprawling as the manor was, it did not even have house numbers. Far too inconvenient. So once hunger was sated and cups drained, everyone set to racking their brains. Su Mu started by naming her own courtyard Xingmu Garden, blending Xingbao's name with hers, then logged the name into the manor's electronic system. Following Su Mu's lead, the others came up with their names one after another. Old Mai's courtyard was Wubbing Courtyard. Old Shi's name was even more blunt. He called it Shitu Garden outright. Old Zhuang's courtyard was Jianxi Garden, a fitting choice for a master architect enjoying his twilight years. Granny Xiaojuan's was Tingmen Garden, and Su Rushu's was Rui Garden, a name Su Mu had devised. As for Bai Qingfeng and Ida, those two did not talk much, so Su Mu simply named their courtyard Yifeng Garden on their behalf. Meanwhile, for Su Chun and Su Wen's shared courtyard, the brothers argued endlessly, each refusing to yield. In the end, Su Chun relented and adopted the name his younger brother had chosen, Susu Garden. After all the names were entered into the system, the manor still had 12 vacant rooms apart from the already occupied houses. Su Mu could not quite understand why Bai Lanxiu had built such a vast manor on a desolate planet. That, however, was not her problem. What she needed to worry about now was who would clear away the dishes. Excluding the 4 elders, 1 baby, and 2 withdrawn children, everyone else had to decide by rock, paper, scissors who would clean up the battlefield. In the end, Su Rishu turned out to be that lucky one. He was not, however, left to manage it alone. Su Mu did not trust him to handle it by himself. She eventually sent Aunt May to lend a hand and teach him, and once he got the hang of it, things would be easier afterward. After the others left, Granny Xiaojun saw that Su Mu was exhausted, so she volunteered to take Xingbao to wash up and have Xingbao sleep with her that night. Su Mu, for her part, carried the flower pot into her bedroom. She washed up first, then slipped beneath the quilt with her whole body at ease. Feeling the ample wood-type power surging through her, Su Mu decided to conduct an experiment with that seed. She had been able to return and remain connected to the system precisely because of it, and she was intensely curious about what it actually was. What was more, it could absorb things from within the system. Zaire had said that the items it devoured from the mall were all seeds, vegetables, trees, fruits, and similar things. Su Mu boldly speculated that this seed could survive by absorbing wood-type energy. Thus, Su Mu decided to test it on herself. She took up the flower pot, found a comfortable place to lie down, and channeled the wood-type energy in her body toward the pot. She discovered that the wood-type energy vanished the instant it made contact with the flower pot, and she suspected that the seed had devoured it. She tried several more times, but the outcome was exactly the same. By rights, a seed that had sipped up so much wood-type energy from her should have sprouted long ago. Why was there still no movement? Baffled, she set the flower pot on the nightstand and prepared to sleep, intending to deal with it after waking. But the little one in the system mall called out to her. "Mumu, you're not being fair." The soft, adorably childish voice seemed tinged with boundless wrongness. Su Mu's pretty eyes were full of bewilderment. She stretched lazily under the covers and let out a comfortable sigh. "Ah, that feels wonderful. Zaire, tell me, where am I not being fair? Let's hear it." "Humph. Today you made delicious food for them and poured energy into that weird seed. Why don't you ever think about paying Zai back some money? You're already so deeply in debt. If you keep not paying, I won't be able to hold out. Maybe you won't even see me tomorrow." "That can't happen." Hearing how severe the consequences were, Su Mu immediately opened the dashboard of Starlight Video to see whether her earnings were enough to pay off the debt. What she saw was a pleasant surprise. Although it had only been a few days, her income, if not enormous, was not trivial either. She just did not know whether it was sufficient to settle the account. Su Mu withdrew all her gold coins and then said, "Zaire, this is all I have in my account now. Is it enough?" "Not bad, I suppose. It won't clear the entire debt, but it has reached the minimum repayment amount. I hope Mumu will keep up the good work." At last she could sleep. Before falling asleep, Su Mu sighed over and over. No matter where or when, money might not be everything, yet without it nothing at all could be done. Tomorrow she would have to keep working hard to earn money. Early the next morning, Su Mu woke with the dawn. Seeing that no one else was up, she walked quietly into the courtyard. Gazing at the cabbage plot, which still showed no sign of life, Su Mu suddenly swung her arm. As her hand swept through the air, specks of green light scattered down and melted into the soil. Cabbage seeds normally took about 7 days to sprout. Su Mu wanted to see whether these seeds could germinate ahead of time with the aid of wood-type power. Still, she set aside a small patch to serve as a comparison. With that done, Su Mu boarded her small hoverboard again and swiftly flew out of the manor. Coming here every day to absorb wood-type energy had become a daily ritual. Today she arrived a little later when the temperature was not yet high. When the wood-type energy in her body gradually reached abundance, she ended the absorption. This was not something to rush, it required steady, gradual progress. Overindulgence would only make the body feel pain and do more harm than good. After finishing, Sumu mounted her small hoverboard again, but instead of heading back, she flew far into the distance. She had intended to go out since yesterday to look for cacti or similar plants. In this barren desert, the only plants Sumu could think of that might survive were vines and cacti. Cacti, in fact, could also be found in the system mall. But Sumu still wanted to look for one herself. If she could find one, she would not have to waste money on it. After all, she was a penniless wretch right now. Every person in the estate relied on her for support, and on top of that, she was loaded with debt. Moreover, the estate supplies would last only half a month. She had to find a solution before the half month was up, or else pin her hopes on by Lancia returning in time. Of course, with the system mall around, they would never starve. But she was poor, and everyone else in the estate was even poorer than her. So every little bit saved counted. A cactus hardly needed the system's involvement. Clearly, Sumu had been a little naive. After flying over the desert for nearly 2 hours, she found not a single cactus, not even a touch of green. All around her stretched endless yellow sands, desolate and uninhabited. Sumu flew further into the desert, yet still found nothing. Seeing that the hoverboard's power was running low, she decided to head back first and explore again another time when the opportunity arose. She turned around and flew back, but due to insufficient energy, her speed was much slower than on the way there. However, Sumu was in no hurry to return. She leisurely took in the vastness of the boundless desert. Gradually, however, Sumu felt something amiss, an inexplicable sensation that a pair of eyes was watching her from behind. She glanced around cautiously, yet found nothing. But her intuition told her that this place was not safe, and she had to leave immediately. Hey Zaire, does the mall have the energy needed for the hoverboard? Sure, I'll give it to you right away. Sumu guided the hoverboard to a slow landing and hurriedly replaced the spent energy cell. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly a rustling sound rose from all directions, growing closer and closer. An urgent alarm blared in her heart. Sumu hurriedly jumped onto the hoverboard, and before she could take off, she saw that she was surrounded by a group of unknown creatures. Sumu hastily piloted the hoverboard up into midair, and the spot where she had just stood was already overrun by those unknown creatures. It was then that Sumu got a clear look at the creatures. They had slender bodies and curved, segmented tails tipped with venomous stingers resembling scorpions. Yet an ordinary adult scorpion was at most 5 or 6 centimeters long, while these scorpions were at least 10 centimeters. Gazing at the mutant scorpions surrounding her with hungry, menacing gazes, Sumu's heart pounded nervously. Sumu pushed the hoverboard to maximum speed, but these scorpions, having lived in the desert year-round, had impressive crawling speed. Wherever Sumu flew, the scorpions followed, and more scorpions kept joining the swarm from all directions. This won't do. I need to think of something. But before she could come up with a plan, Sumu was already under attack from the scorpions. Damn, they can fly. Their jumping power is insane. This is cheating. Sumu maneuvered the hoverboard to dodge the attacks, but there were too many enemies. Even her clothes were slashed by the scorpion's sharp claws. Fortunately, she hadn't suffered any real damage yet, but that might not hold for long. Zaire, give me a weapon. Coming right up. Catch Mumu. She extended her palm, and a round, slightly concave weapon with a handle appeared in Sumu's hand. Sumu seized the handle tightly, and without even a glance at its shape, she swung it fiercely at the cluster of scorpions flying toward her. In an instant, a swarm of them was sent flying. Sumu was overjoyed, but the next moment, she froze as she saw the weapon in her hand. Zaire, what is this? I asked for a weapon, and you gave me a frying pan. Are you messing with me? Hey, Zaire said, Mumu, don't just judge by appearances. It works well. Fine, forget it. As long as it works. Facing the scorpion's renewed attack, Sumu had no mind to argue with Hey Zaire. Controlling the direction with one hand, she swung the frying pan wildly, with the other battering the scorpions as they came at her. Each swing sent clusters of them falling to the ground. Yet the swarm besieging Sumu showed no sign of thinning. Instead, it seemed to be growing larger and larger. These scorpions won't hold a grudge, will they? The kind that never stops until one side dies. As the scorpions attacked again, Sumu slammed the pan at them once more and took the chance to check how much time remained until she could return to the manor. Fortunately, only an hour remained. Wait, an hour? Sumu suddenly sank into despair. Zaire, is there any weapon that can deal with these mutant scorpions? Sorry, no. Hey Zaire's soft, cute voice reached her ears, nearly making Sumu fall over backward in anger. Sumu then asked in an unpleasant tone, why not? Didn't you say the Interstellar Mall has everything? Are you fooling me? Sensing Sumu's anger, Hey Zaire hurriedly explained, it's not like that. Attack weapons are special items. You haven't met the requirements to unlock them yet, so you can't buy them, much less use them. Once your interstellar balance reaches 50 million gold coins, the restriction will be lifted. And as the amount increases, the weapons you can unlock will be even more powerful. Also, alright, stop for now. Explain it to me when we get back. The most important thing now is to get back safely. If I don't, I'll be eaten by these scorpions. Sumu cut off Hey Zaire's explanation. Clutching the frying pan, she swung it rapidly to fend off attacks from every direction. She could feel her movements slowing down, and her arms were sore and burning, and she was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Wait. Let me see. Found it. Moo catch. As He Zaire's words fell, the frying pan in Su Mu's hand vanished, replaced by an umbrella handle. A large black umbrella with a metallic sheen spread open above Su Mu's head, its golden metal handle firmly gripped in her hand. Moo, there's a button on the handle that activates omnidirectional defense. Su Mu followed He Zaire's instructions and pressed the red button on the handle. In the next instant, a pale yellow barrier formed around her body. The scorpions that had been leaping at her were all deflected and sent sprawling onto the sand. This sight stunned the scorpions below for a moment, but the next second they charged at Su Mu even more crazily. However, all their attempts were futile. They were bounced back exactly the way they had come. This is a treasure. It has no offensive power, but its defensive ability is solid. But Zaire, why didn't you take this out earlier? I just didn't think of it at the moment. Then what use are you? With the crisis temporarily resolved, Su Mu relaxed and teased He Zaire a little. At the same time, she reflected that she should take the time to understand the system more thoroughly instead of relying on He Zaire for everything. The mutant desert scorpions could not attack Su Mu, yet they refused to give up. They kept circling her, waiting for another chance to strike. Protected by the barriers, Su Mu let them be. Seeing the oasis in the distance, a smile spread across her face. Finally, she was almost home. This trip had been too tough. As the oasis drew nearer, Su Mu noticed that the scorpions gradually halted their pursuit. Once she entered the oasis area, they retreated outright. Su Mu didn't think much of the scorpions' change, as she figured they had realized there was no hope and given up. But just as Su Mu let out a sigh of relief, she heard violent whip-like sounds, and then she nearly got flipped off. Su Mu quickly grabbed the hoverboard's handle and realized she was surrounded by a swarm of vines. Thick branches were whipping relentlessly against her barrier. Damn, I escaped the dragon's den only to walk into the tiger's lair. Su Mu quickly changed the hoverboard's direction to avoid the vine's attack range, intending to take a detour. When Su Mu returned to the estate, a wave of exhaustion washed over her. She dragged her weary body back to her own Xingmu garden. 4 or 5 hours had passed in the round trip, and after expending so much energy along the way, Su Mu's stomach rumbled loudly. She was hungry enough to eat an entire cow. Pushing open the door, she saw Xingbao sitting in the courtyard studying, staring at his optical computer with rapt attention. Only when he noticed Su Mu return did he look away from the screen and come pattering toward her. Su Mu crouched down, gave him a hug, and ruffled his hair. Xingbao is such a good boy. You can already study on the optical computer all by yourself. The little boy broke into a wide grin at the praise and said shyly, not at all. Go on studying. Mommy is a little tired, so she's going to rest for a while. Xingbao saw Su Mu's weary eyes, the tear in her dusty clothes, and obediently nodded, urging his mother to go rest quickly. Su Mu stroked the top of Xingbao's head again and marveled inwardly. Truly Mommy's little darling. He's so considerate. But where was Granny Xiaojun? I don't see her. The moment she finished muttering, a cool, faintly world-weary voice came from the side. So you're only coming back now. Are you hungry? Following the voice, she saw Granny Xiaojun crouching in the corner of the courtyard by the Chinese cabbage patch, watering the seedlings with a watering can. Yes, they were real seedlings. The cabbage seeds had already sprouted. The early sprouting of the seeds delighted Su Mu, but she still decided to sleep first. She would look into it after waking up. Right now, nothing was more important than sleep. I'm not hungry, just truly exhausted. I want to sleep first. Thank you for looking after Xingbao, Granny. No need for thanks. I didn't find it hard even when Xingbao was much smaller. With that, Granny Xiaojun went back to watering the plants and ignored Su Mu. Seeing this, Su Mu could only shrug, helplessly twitch the corners of her mouth and head inside. Su Mu slept straight through until dark. By the time she woke, the outside world was already swallowed in darkness, and she was so famished that her stomach felt stuck to her spine. She climbed out of bed, briskly washed up in a hurry, and went to the kitchen to make something to eat. Before cooking, Su Mu first ate an apple and set aside 2 more, one for Xingbao and one for Granny Xiaojun. 1 apple down, the hollowness in her stomach eased considerably, and she clumsily began preparing the evening meal. Su Mu intended to make a sumptuous spread to reward herself. Rice porridge, scrambled eggs with green peppers, stir-fried desert mutant scorpion choy sum in oyster sauce, and a cold cucumber salad. Most of it was vegetarian. The only meat dish was today's spoils from her own hunt. There was no choice. Su Mu's income had gone negative again, so she could only afford cheap vegetable dishes. Just after the rice was put into the pot, the front gate was pounded loudly. Su Mu hurried into the courtyard and saw Granny Xiaojun already opening the gate. Outside stood a crowd of old and young people. Sister Xiaojun. Has Mu girl made dinner yet? What delicious food has she made? We've come to crash the meal. Old Man Mai walked at the very front of the group, his wrinkled face crinkled into a fawning smile. There was no helping it. Among these people he had the thickest skin. Right, Granny Xiaojun and Sister Mu should be back by now, don't you think? You have no idea. Ever since we ate Su Mu's barbecue yesterday, we've completely lost our appetite for nutrient supplements. We haven't eaten anything for a whole day already. Su Wen said in a pitiful voice. Yet all he and Old Man Mai got was a cold glare from Granny Xiaojun. If you can't eat, then you're not hungry. One sentence left them both with nothing to say. Hey Sister Su Mu, you're back. Su-chin sharp-eyed spotted Su-mu in the living room and quickly waved at her. In truth, Su-mu had heard everything they said. She could not bear to send them away, so she could only say to Granny Xiaoju and Granny let them in. "Oh yeah, Sister Mumu, you're the best." "Exactly, Mu girl is so reasonable and considerate." Old man might even shot Granny Xiaojun a deliberate glance only to receive another big eye roll in return. "Don't celebrate just yet. All the cooking ingredients here cost money and they're not cheap. So you can't eat for free, you have to pay for your meals." Seeing the pale slender palm Su-mu extended, everyone in the group froze. Su-wen was especially dumbfounded, his eyes wide, and he muttered, "I don't have money." The other companions nodded along too. Only Bai Qingfeng and Ida showed no reaction, though by the looks of them, they probably didn't have money either. Su-mu could only turn her hopes to the three elders. "What about you all? You've lived this many years. There's no way you don't have a little savings." Old man Mai stroked his beard and averted his gaze awkwardly. "Well, I do have some, but it's not much." "How much is not much?" Su-mu planted her hands on her hips, looking as if she expected a serious answer. Old man Mai slowly, tremblingly held out one hand. 500 gold coins. "No." Old man Mai shook his head. 50. He shook his head again. "Don't tell me. 5 gold coins. You guys are way too poor." Su-mu's face was full of disbelief. "No, it's 5 silver coins." That shattered Su-mu's expectations completely. These people were even poorer than she was. Still incredulous, she looked at the other two silent elders and asked, "And you too?" "Don't ask. They're the same. Neither has even as much as I do. Before we came here, we were all drifters. After arriving, Uncle Bai has been supporting all of us. It's already pretty impressive that we have this much, don't you think?" Hearing Old Man Mai's explanation, Su-mu was left speechless. She suppressed the irritation rising in her chest and said to them, "Since you have no money, you'll work off the meals. Anyway, you're all free enough." "No problem. But what exactly would we have to do?" Old Man Mai's eyes gleamed. As long as there was good food, he was willing to do anything. "I haven't decided yet. I'll let you all know once I do. Do the rest of you agree?" "Agreed." Everyone said it in unison, and even Bai Qingfeng and Ida gave rare nods. "Then wait in the courtyard for now. If you're bored, you can water my little Chinese cabbages. Those will be your rations from now on." Su-mu entered the kitchen alone, leaving the group of companions in the courtyard. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. Granny Xiaojuan, watching this bunch of clueless souls, could hardly bear it any longer and began assigning them tasks. "Old my old Shi and old Zhuang, the three of you come with me. The rest of you can amuse yourselves, or you can help me teach Xingbao his lessons." "No need, Granny. I can study by myself. I don't need the big brothers to teach me." Little Xingbao hastily refused, his adorable little face scrunching up. "Wrong, Xingbao. You shouldn't call them brothers, you should call them uncles." Granny Xiaojun corrected Xingbao's way of addressing them with complete seriousness. But Su-wen and the others didn't mind at all. They teased him, "It's fine, it's fine. Calling us big brother works too. Come, let big brother teach you your lessons." With that, he lifted Xingbao onto a chair, opened the star net, and started the lesson. Even Su-chun was dragged over, leaving the other 4 companions staring at one another. As for the 3 elders, Granny Xiaojun led them to water the baby bok choy while explaining the important details. Although the 3 old men wore looks of disdain, they listened attentively, and their hands moved with great care. "Don't make that face. This soil is incredibly precious on Shashing. You could say that the entire planet probably has only this patch left now. I've looked up the records. On the ancient blue star, soil was what all life depended on. Most plants could only sprout and grow in soil. But now the soil throughout the interstellar worlds is irradiated and mutated. Oh, whatever is grown in it carries a metallic smell that simply cannot be removed. Here, take a whiff. Does this soil have even the faintest trace of a metallic smell?" Seeing their disdain, Granny Xiaojun could only explain how rare and vital this substance was. She scooped up a handful of soil and held it under their noses, urging them all to smell it. Indeed, not the faintest metallic smell. Elder Mai leaned and took a whiff and nodded, confirming there was no strange odor. The other 2 elders also took a smell and reached the same conclusion. "It truly has no odd smell, but I wonder what will come of the things grown in it." Elder Zhuang voiced his opinion. Though they didn't understand such matters, they still had common sense. If the interstellar age had not solved soil radiation in so long, how could a miracle appear here? That question will be answered soon enough. See those little tender sprouts on the ground? They're called bok choy, a kind of vegetable. They've already sprouted now, we just wait for them to mature and see the result. When Granny Xiaojun had first discovered these things, she had also been utterly incredulous. After all, Su-mu was a simpleton. Even if she had already recovered, where could she possibly have gotten such things? It simply made no sense. But she understood that as long as these things existed only here, nothing else mattered. No matter where they came from once they left Shashing, whether it was fortune or misfortune was anyone's guess. An innocent man may be condemned for the treasure in his keeping. That is a truth handed down since the ancient blue star. Then tell me, if this thing is really so miraculous and precious, how did that girl Su-mu get it? That is not for you to worry about. All you need to know is that from the moment you came to Bai Manor, everything you have belongs to this place. This place treats you well, so don't doubt anything. Granny Xiaojun felt that she still needed to caution these old friends so that no untoward thoughts would take root. "Oh, Xiaojun, what thoughts could we have? We were just a little curious. Yes, yes. Best if you have none. Now water the plants properly. Meanwhile, Sumu reached the kitchen and added 5 more bowls of rice to the pot. With so many extra mouths to feed now, that bit of rice porridge cooked earlier wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. After preparing all the remaining ingredients, she finally turned on the live stream. Hello everyone, I'm Blackie Loves Gold Coins. Today I prepared a few side dishes to go with rice porridge. If you're interested, feel free to stick around. On the screen appeared a pair of fair, slender hands. Her nails were neatly rounded and soft pink. She was slowly rinsing a small bunch of greens under the faucet. As Sumu's words fell, fans began trickling into the live stream one after another, and small gifts started scrolling up the screen. Sister Goldcoin, what side dishes are you making today? Give us the menu. Sister, is there any meat today? I'm craving meat. The meat from yesterday was so fragrant I'm still drooling just thinking about it. Sister, where did you buy your ingredients? Can you share the source? Watching the questions flood the screen, Sumu picked a few to answer, her hands never stopping. Today's side dishes are cold smashed cucumber salad. It's crisp and refreshing, just right with the porridge. Enjoy some in oyster sauce made with this green I'm holding. Sumu brought the green closer to the camera so everyone could see it clearly. This oyster sauce green is truly delicious. There's also stir-fried eggs with green peppers. The main ingredients are eggs and green peppers with a rather spicy flavor. I'm not sure if you all like that taste. I like it. Sister Goldcoin, I'd love anything you make. The one above is such a flatterer. You haven't even seen it. And yet you say you like it. The one below is the real armchair critic. I hope when you actually see it you don't say you like it. Sumu watched the two of them start bickering in the live stream, but since it didn't affect her broadcast, she ignored them and continued. There are 2 more dishes: stir-fried desert mutant scorpion and crayfish. This desert mutant scorpion is a local specialty. I went out today and nearly couldn't come back because they surrounded me. So today I'm going to cook them all and eat them. Wow. Sister Goldcoin is amazing. Girl, do you have to be so violent? But honestly, I love it. I love this streamer's temperament. She repays every grievance. Without lifting her head, Sumu continued. 1 more dish: stir-fried crayfish. The shells are hard, but the flesh is delicious and firm, a rare delicacy. However, the flavor is rather bold, so I'm not sure if it will suit everyone's palate. It suits. Definitely suits. Sister, keep going. Waiting for the food. Once all the ingredients were nearly prepped and the scorpions and crayfish were cleaned, Sumu started with the cold, smashed cucumber salad. A bright green cucumber lay on the cutting board. Then came a crack. Sumu's hand fell with clean precision, and the cucumber burst apart. She smacked a dozen or so cucumbers in the same way, because with so many people, making too little would not be enough. Sumu suddenly felt as if she were cooking a huge communal pot of rice. Meanwhile, the fans across the internet were stunned by her violent technique, and the same thought crossed their minds: can cooking really be this brutal? The screen went blank for a rare moment, then a flood of frantic bullet comments surged in. Wow, sister, your knife skills are impressive. You could go into battle and kill star beasts with those skills. Exactly, sister, you're so cool. Sister, can I marry you? You can take your knife and protect me. Once all 5 dishes were done, the congee simmering in the pot was almost ready as well. Sumu gave it a stir with her ladle. The rice porridge had turned thick and silky, and the fresh fragrance of rice wafted through the air. Alright, that concludes today's live stream. See you all tomorrow. Sumu ignored the viewers' pleas to stay and closed the stream directly. Coming. At Sumu's ringing call, the people outside scurried in all at once. Old Mai was the swiftest. Before the words even left her mouth, he was already standing in front of her. To this, Sumu simply gave a friendly nod, raised her thumb in approval, and affirmed, Old Mai, you're still hale and hearty, your legs are quite spry. Ah, you flatter me. Where's the food? I could smell it from outside. Old Mai's thoughts at that moment were entirely on the meal. It's in the back. Go bring it out. Remember to carry the big pot out directly. Su-chin, bring out the bowls and chopsticks, and set them out. Su-won and Shin-mabe, you two move the dining table outside. We'll eat outdoors as usual. Thanks to Su-mu's reasonable division of labor, the meal started right on time. 2 minutes later. Xingbao sat between Su-mu and Granny Xiaojun. Though the little one had short arms, Su-mu had prepared a separate tray for him in advance, so he could eat on his own without any help from the 2 women. When Su-mu announced the start of the meal, everyone else eagerly picked up their bowls and took a sip of the congee. Wow, it smells wonderful, smooth and silky on the tongue, leaving a lingering fragrance in the mouth. Old Mai closed his eyes slightly, savoring the delicacy. What dish is this? Refreshing and crisp, not bad, not bad. And this one, pungent to the nose with a hard shell, yet its meat is tender and succulent. Old Mai made a comment after every dish he tasted. The others silently shook their heads and quickened their chopsticks. After all, when delicious food is set before you, hesitating to grab it would be foolish. Under everyone's fierce attack, the porridge and dishes were soon wiped out. Although Su-mu had cooked generous portions, they were no match for the diners' voracious appetites. Apart from the 4 elderly people and the child, everyone at the table was a hungry adolescent. Half-grown boys can eat their fathers out of house and home. That saying was not just empty words. Especially those 3 old-timers. They ate no less than the youngsters. Looking at the 4 empty plates, Su-mu noticed one dish had been snubbed: the desert mutant scorpion. Su-mu pointed at it and asked, Why aren't you eating this? I risked danger to bring it back from outside, and you won't even taste it. Su-mu felt a little aggrieved. Even if you don't like it, you should at least have a bite for politeness. How could you not touch it at all? Was it so unworthy? Sumu suddenly felt sorry for the dead scorpions. Moo girl, I was just about to tell you. This black-tailed mutant scorpion can't be eaten. It's poisonous. When Suwon first came here, he ran out mischievously and got stung by one. He almost lost his life. We truly don't dare to eat it. Suwon, being named, nodded earnestly in confirmation of old Mai's story. Sumu did not argue. She simply picked up a scorpion the size of two of her palms, gutted it without hesitation amidst everyone's protests, and put the white meat into her mouth. The whole courtyard fell silent in an instant. Xingbao didn't understand why everyone was staring at his mother, so he put down his spoon and stared at her too. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 15 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. No sign of poisoning appeared. At last one hand reached for a scorpion from the plate. Then a second, then a third. One after another they all picked up scorpions and began dissecting them, as Sumu had done. Not bad. Delicious. I never expected this to be so tasty. Sister Mumu, you're amazing. With so many scorpions in the desert, we could eat them every day. At that thought, Suwon's eyes sparkled. But seeing that only a few scorpions remained on the plate, he clearly quickened his movements. Exactly. Old Mai also nodded in agreement, then added in a slightly serious tone, but Moo girl, how did you find out this was edible? You're way too bold. Sumu ate one and put it down. In response to their questions, she simply said, though these scorpions are poisonous, all the venom is concentrated in the tip of the tail. The rest is harmless. Look at the ones in your hands. I've already removed their tails. Everyone checked and found that it was indeed true. They suddenly felt rather ignorant. Didn't even measure up to a person who had been insane for 3 years. Xingbao, sitting by the side, looked back and forth. Though he couldn't understand what they were saying, it didn't diminish his adoration for his mother, since she could make so many tasty dishes. He raised his little head to Sumu and said, sweetly, Mommy, you're wonderful. Hearing her son's praise, Sumu beamed with joy. She smiled warmly at Xingbao, ruffled his hair, and said, Xingbao is being a good boy too. After the meal, Sumu delegated the dishwashing task to one of the young men. How it was divided was not her concern. After all, those who wanted to eat her cooking had to work for it. Old Mai and his two companions had already watered the vegetable plots earlier, so they left as soon as they finished eating, but not before booking the next evening's dinner. Granny Xiaojun also took Xingbao upstairs to rest, and the courtyard instantly became quiet. On the planet Juxing in the federal capital, inside a mansion as magnificent as a palace, Bai Weiwei stared at the ended livestream with deep regret. Why did it end so soon? I was counting on her stream to get through my nutrient supplement. With that, she frowned and tossed back the nutrient supplement in a single gulp. At that moment, a tall, elegant figure approached. His gentle voice was full of confusion as he said to his beloved wife, why do you torment yourself like this every day? If you want to eat good food, just have the cook make it. Mo Junmin had meant well, but all he got was his wife's glare. How is that the same? Ever since I tasted Sister Gold Coin's cooking, what those chefs make is simply inedible. I'd rather drink nutrient supplements. Just toss it back in one gulp, no need to savor it at all. Seeing his wife about to flare up, Mo Junmin wisely moved to soothe her, saying gently, all right, don't be angry. I'll definitely find this person for you. But I need to go see off our son's squad before they set off. I'll be back later. With that, he hurried outside. Hey, wait for me. I'm coming too, Bai Weiwei said and dashed after him. Sumu sat in the courtyard listening to the continuous banging from the kitchen. Her brows furrowed, but she knew that having a bunch of young men who were used to never lifting a finger for chores learn to do housework was a necessary step. To take her mind off the noise, Sumu went to the corner of the yard to check on the seeds sprouting. There she discovered that the patch of earth bare that morning had already pushed out a layer of green. Although the tender sprouts were only a centimeter tall, they were enough to surprise and delight Sumu. But she also noticed that the small portion of soil she had deliberately left untouched without infusing wood element power was still barren. We've finished washing up. Sister Mumu, what are you looking at? At the sound of Suwon's loud voice, 6 little mushrooms appeared beside Sumu, lining up in a row and squatting down at the edge of the vegetable patch, just like her. Suwon pressed close to Sumu, staring curiously at the muddy ground that was already green. This patch of land had been worked on by him and his elder brother before. How had it changed so completely in just 2 or 3 days? Sister Mumu, what are these little green sprouts? Can they be eaten? Just now I saw Granny Xiaojun and the others watering them. Sumu reached out and touched a little sprout beside her foot, saying it's called bok choy. It's a kind of vegetable with high nutritional value, and it's also delicious, crisp, refreshing, and wonderfully tasty. You can make hot and sour cabbage, vinegar sautéed cabbage, sesame paste cabbage, broth braised cabbage, cabbage in him, soup cabbage, and tofu soup. Sumu rattled off a stream of dish names, and Suwon's mouth began to water. He hurriedly cut her off. Sister Mumu, please stop. I'm already drooling. I've never heard of any of them before, but they sound delicious. Of course. Otherwise, why would I have planted them? Then when can we eat this cabbage? At the mention of food, the row of boys squatting on the ground instantly brightened. Even Bai Qingfeng and Ida, squatting at the very end, pricked up their ears. Sumu thought for a moment before saying it probably takes about a month from sprouting to maturity. But not necessarily. It might be even faster. Actually, this was Sumu's first time growing vegetables too. Still, she remembered that the seed packet said the germination period was 5 to 7 days and the maturity period about 25 to 30 days. With the support of her wood-type power, the growth would only be faster, never slower. Oh, it still takes that long. Su-Wen was a little disappointed. A palm came down directly on the top of Su-Wen's head, followed by Su-Mu's voice, crisp yet oddly old-souled. You call that long? It's already very fast. What do you think growing vegetables is? You can't expect them to ripen overnight. I was wrong. Su-Wen lowered his head and admitted his mistake without the slightest hesitation. At Su-Wen's prompt admission of guilt, Su-Mu merely raised an eyebrow, a trace of amusement flashing in her eyes. An idea came to her, and she said seriously, since you've admitted your mistake, this vegetable plot will be yours to tend from now on. If you take good care of it, there will be a reward. At the word reward, Su-Wen sprang to his feet excitedly. Really? What reward? Is it something tasty? Seeing how excited Su-Wen was, Su-Mu didn't keep him in suspense. If you take good care of it, I'll make you a delicious little dessert. Super tasty. Her tone was full of temptation. The others could no longer sit still after Su-Wen had gotten such a good job with just one apology. Su-Rushu looked at Su-Mu with his beautiful melancholy eyes and said in a slightly reproachful tone, Mu-Mu, why did you only assign work to Su-Wen? Are we not worthy? After saying this, he simply gazed at Su-Mu in silence, as if demanding an explanation. Su-Mu could only press a hand to her forehead, speechlessly looking up at the sky, and blurt out, what a round moon tonight. So, why only Su-Wen? His tone was tinged with sorrow, as if Su-Mu were some heartless woman who had refused to choose him. Stop. Su-Mu quickly stopped Su-Rushu before he could speak. She hadn't expected this melancholy handsome man to become so competitive, so she could only explain patiently, there's only one vegetable plot for now. If you want to help, you can help Su-Wen tend it first. Once this batch of cabbage is mature, I'll open a few more plots and plant different vegetables. Then each of you can manage one. Okay. Su-Mu suddenly felt as if she were coaxing children, but Su-Rushu remained unsatisfied. Why not open the plots now? Why wait until the cabbage is mature? Isn't that a waste of time? Shinmabe, who had been playing the invisible man all along, spoke up. Right? I think Su-Rushu has a good point. Even Su-Chun, who was usually steady and composed, actually nodded along. Only the two little invisible ones squatting at the very end voiced no opinion, though their opinions didn't matter anyway. Faced with their insistent demands, Su-Mu could only sigh and say, let me say the unpleasant part up front. Since you're all so eager, we'll start opening new plots tomorrow. But if you don't manage them, well, don't blame me for turning angry. Growing vegetables isn't actually that simple. I originally wanted Su-Wen to get a feel for it first, and then share some experience with you. But since you're all so proactive, I believe you can do it, so don't disappoint me. Of course, we won't let you down. Hearing their determination, Su-Mu's eyes curved with a smile that carried a hint of schadenfreude. A faint, ominous premonition suddenly rose in Su-Rushu's heart, but he reassured himself that if Su-Wen could do it, so could he. Actually, Su-Mu was quite supportive of Su-Rushu's way of thinking. At least having something to do could divert their attention and disperse their energy, so they wouldn't keep seeking death. Shinmabe also wouldn't keep picking fights as an outlet. As for the remaining two withdrawn ones, at least good food still had its appeal to them. Alright, it's getting late. You should all go back and rest. Gather at my place at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Having issued her dismissal, Su-Mu paid them no more attention. She left the courtyard, went upstairs, and returned to her room. She really was quite tired. When her whole body sank into the soft bed, Su-Mu let out a comfortable little sigh. Nothing is more comfortable than bed. After lying there for a few more minutes, she finally got up to take a bath. After the bath, she felt fresh all over and much more energetic. Su-Mu glanced at the seed on the bedside table and found that it still hadn't changed at all. The fact that the seeds had sprouted today made Su-Mu certain that her wood-type power could definitely be absorbed by seeds. Since this seed remained unchanged, it could only mean it hadn't absorbed enough. Su-Mu was extremely curious about the seed's true identity. To help it sprout as soon as possible, she decided to feed it some wood-type energy every day until it germinated. Su-Mu extended her finger and sent a wisp of energy into the seed. As for why only a wisp, naturally it was because she didn't have much power left in her body. A little for Little Claw, a little for the cabbage seeds. There was hardly anything left. It seemed that enhancing her wood-type power was an urgent matter. Sinking into the soft bed, Su-Mu directly entered the Interstellar Mall. She sat cross-legged on the glossy floor. Hei Zaire saw Su-Mu and came bounding over to curl up in her arms. Su-Mu gladly accepted Hei Zaire's affectionate snuggle. Holding it in her arms and stroking its fur, she asked, is there anything that can turn sand into fertile soil? Buying soil directly would be too much trouble. She had only asked tentatively, but unexpectedly there really was such a thing. At that moment, a small white porcelain bottle appeared on the screen, floating in midair. Written on it were the words soil conversion liquid, followed by a detailed explanation. Soil conversion liquid, 1 drop, can convert compatible soil into fertile earth suitable for planting. 1 bottle costs 500 gold coins. Seeing the number on the label, Su-Mu felt relieved. Good. It was still within an acceptable range. I'll take this one. Also find me a few more vegetable seeds, still the kind that are relatively easy to grow. This time she returned with a full load. Su-Mu placed everything on the bedside table and finally slipped into dreamland with peace of mind. The next morning before the sky was fully bright, Su-mu had already awakened from her slumber. She glanced at the flower pot and found it still unchanged, so she extended her hand once more to feed a wisp of wood element energy into it before she began washing up. When she left Xingmu Garden, the others had not yet risen. Stepping outside the estate once more, Su-mu noticed that the vines around the oasis seemed rather listless today. They showed no sign of wanting to attack her as before. Su-mu took a few more steps forward and found the vines beginning to quiver. Upon closer inspection, they were actually shrinking back as if trying to keep their distance from her. Su-mu paid it no mind since they would not attack her. It was all the more convenient for her to absorb energy. Yet this time as she absorbed, she could feel the vines struggling as if they were fiercely resisting her draining. This had not occurred during the previous 2 attempts. Could it be that she had absorbed too much, forcing them to resist? Su-mu opened her eyes and saw that the edges of the vine's leaves in the distance had turned yellow as if withering. No way. I've drained them dry. Su-mu was deeply shocked, disbelief written all over her face. How can this be? If they all die, where would I absorb wood element energy from? This won't do. With that, Su-mu began to think of ways to remedy the situation. Right remedies. Is there any way to remedy this? Su-mu stood still, brows knitted tightly, one hand on her chest, and the other supporting her chin, deep in thought. Got it. The worry on her face was replaced by excitement. Su-mu slowly approached the oasis, but with every step she took forward, the vine branches retreated one step back. Don't worry. I swear I won't absorb your energy this time. As Su-mu's voice faded, sure enough, all the vines halted their retreat. Su-mu stopped one step away from the vines, extended her palm toward the nearest vine branch, and slowly channeled wood element power into it. In truth, Su-mu was somewhat experimental in this approach. The wood element power she possessed could sprout cabbage seeds and help little paw grow, so she reasoned that it was perfectly viable on wood-based organisms, and naturally, these mutated vines were no exception. Moreover, taking from the vines and giving back to the vines should not be wrong. As the power flowed into the vines, the branches that had been limp and the leaves that had yellowed began to recover at a visible speed, brimming with new vitality. At the same time, Su-mu discovered that the wood element power she had lost actually circulated through the vines, and then returned to her body even purer and richer than before. The vines that had once been hostile to her now all radiated cheerful energy. One leaf even nuzzled affectionately against the back of Su-mu's hand to express its joy and delight. What's going on? Surprised yet puzzled, Su-mu decided to consult Zaire. Zaire, do you know what's happening? Although Zaire was inside the system space, he was fully aware of the changes in Su-mu's body. Hearing her question, he extended a tiny paw and washed his face before replying, well, I don't know either. Damn it. Su-mu blurted out a curse. If you didn't know, why didn't you say so? What were you waiting for? Zaire was a little embarrassed by her words. I was just thinking about whether I knew it or not. And the result is I don't know. Hearing his explanation, Su-mu rolled her eyes hard, utterly speechless. Forget it. I shouldn't have asked you. Regardless, this discovery was still a revelation to Su-mu. With this, she no longer had to fear that one day she would absorb these vines until they withered. However, if she wanted to grow quickly, these vines were clearly not enough. It seemed she needed to put vine cultivation on the agenda as well. But one must eat one bite at a time, as Su-mu planned to take things step by step. After all, with limited manpower, one cannot become great in a single gulp. Rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, dark clouds gathered across the sky, and a tremendous rumbling came from the heavens. It's not going to rain, is it? But Shashing hasn't seen rain for nearly 300 years. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become a planet of swirling yellow sand. This is a miracle. Forget it. Time to head back. Seeing Su-mu about to leave, the vines beside her reluctantly stretched out branches to tug at the hem of her clothes, as if loath to let her go. In response to the vine's attempt to hold her back, Su-mu merely twitched the corner of her mouth, reached out a finger to tap the branch tugging at her clothes, and said with amusement, All right, I'll come back tomorrow, okay? You never seemed to like me this much before. What's with you today? The vines clearly sensed her teasing, and feeling bashful, shrank their branches a little before pulling back, entirely hiding behind the thick vine trunks. The rumbling grew louder, and the sky grew increasingly gloomy. Su-mu stepped onto her small flying board and sped toward the estate. When she returned to Xingmu Garden, little Xingbao was sitting on the sofa, bleary-eyed and half asleep. Granny Xiaojun was in the kitchen making breakfast. You're back? I saw there was some rice left in the kitchen, so I cooked porridge. I don't know if I did it right. Hearing Su-mu's return, Granny Xiaojun came out wearing her apron and explained. Sorry to trouble you, Granny. Su-mu nodded to Granny Xiaojun in thanks, thinking that later she could stock the kitchen with more common, long-lasting ingredients, which would save a lot of trouble. When she was away, Granny Xiaojun could also try making some simple dishes on her own. Seeing Xingbao's sleepy face, Su-mu's eyes curved with a smile. She sat down beside him and patted his little head. What did you do last night? You look so sleepy. Xingbao yawned, opened his eyes, looked at Su-mu, then threw himself into her arms and murmured, Mommy, Xingbao is so sleepy. Let me sleep a little longer. Seeing her son so sleepy, Su-mu stopped asking questions. She gently patted his back and adjusted his position to make him more comfortable. Xingbao had slept alone since he was 2, always very self-disciplined, going to bed early and rising early every day, never causing Granny Xiaojun any worry. But what was wrong these past 2 days? Every day Xingbao seemed unable to wake up fully. Granny Xiaojun left the rice cooking in the pot, took off her apron, and came to the living room. Seeing Xingbao sleeping soundly in Su Mu's arms, she said softly, "Fallen asleep again." Su Mu nodded and asked Granny Xiaojun, "Granny, what time does Xingbao usually go to bed? I feel like he hasn't slept well these past 2 days." Granny Xiaojun sat down beside her and said softly, "Indeed, he hasn't slept well. Xingbao is young. He usually gets sleepy and goes to bed at 6 or 7. It's just that these past 2 days he's been going to bed a little later." After Granny Xiaojun finished, Su Mu's face suddenly felt hot. Without even looking, she could sense the reproach in the granny's eyes. "I understand. From now on I'll make sure Xingbao goes to bed earlier." Su Mu stroked the back of Xingbao's head, her eyes full of tenderness and self-reproach. It was all her fault. Recently she had been staying up too late and hadn't considered Xingbao, so he had been staying up late with her every night. With that in mind, Su Mu decided that when the others came over at noon, she would tell them not to come to her place in the evening anymore, as she would no longer provide dinner. Nothing could be allowed to interfere with her son's sleep. Xingbao slept all the way until 10 o'clock. Su Mu had just set the 3-person breakfast porridge on the table when Su Wen arrived with his companions, 6 of them in all. Fortunately, Granny Xiaojun, being a first-time porridge cook, had been too liberal with both rice and water in her inexperience, leaving an extra pot of rice porridge. Su Mu invited them to eat first and talk afterward. The 6 of them wasted no time on formalities, fetching bowls and ladling porridge for themselves in the kitchen. "Why doesn't this porridge taste as good as last time? Is it because there are no side dishes to go with it?" Su Wen took a sip and muttered under his breath. But the living room was only so large. No matter how low the voice, every word still carried clearly to everyone's ears. Su Mu raised her eyes to glance at Su Wen, then lowered her head to continue her porridge, finding that it was indeed not as delicious as the batch she had made herself. "If it doesn't taste good, then stop eating. Go back and drink your nutrient solution." A harsh voice suddenly sounded right in Su Wen's ears, startling him so violently that the porridge on his spoon splattered everywhere. Su Mu watched the fuming Shin Mabe and found it unexpectedly amusing that the true person concerned hadn't even spoken a single word yet. And yet here came an unexpected third party charging out of nowhere. Interesting, truly interesting. "Shin Mabe, what are you doing? You scared me half to death with that sudden outburst." Su Wen looked utterly bewildered. Weren't you just saying the porridge wasn't good? Sister Mumu was generous enough to cook for you, and you still have the nerve to be picky. If nutrient solution is so tasty, go back and drink your nutrient solution. Isn't that right, Sister Mumu? Faced with Shin Mabe's fierce defense, Su Mu was left dumbfounded. With a look of utter innocence, she quickly waved her hands. "This has nothing to do with me. Nothing at all. Don't ask me." With that, she suppressed her smile and lowered her head to continue eating. Well, who could have imagined that the rough and tumble Shin Mabe harbored such careful little intentions? Interesting, very interesting. It seemed her initial impression of them had been quite inaccurate after all. "I cooked that porridge. Eat it if you can swallow it, and leave it if you can't. No one is forcing you." Granny Xiaojun didn't even lift her eyes, continuing to drink the porridge in her bowl with quiet elegance. "Delicious, delicious. I misspoke just now." Su Wen hastily apologized and raised his bowl to drink directly from it, demonstrating his admiration for the porridge. Alarm! Alarm! The abrupt blare of an alarm suddenly pierced the air, startling everyone seated in the room. "Alarm! Alarm! The Shastar defense net has been struck by an unknown object. Alarm! Alarm! The defense net has been breached. The defense net has been breached. Please repair it immediately. Please repair it immediately." The piercing alarm echoed through the living room, and all present exchanged bewildered looks, unable to fathom what had gone wrong. Only Su Mu opened her light brain and read the message relayed by the planetary defense system. Indeed, the alarm just now had come directly from Su Mu's light brain. Since waking up, Su Mu had bound herself to all the defense and surveillance systems of Shastar and the manor, taking complete command of the planet and the entire estate. The defense system now displayed that the planet's outer defense net had been torn open with a massive hole. To prevent the planet from sustaining any further attacks, it had to be repaired within 8 hours. Luckily, since this was the first time the planetary defense net had suffered damage, there was still one chance to remedy it. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Mu pressed the repair button. However, this repair function could only be used once. If there were another breach, the defense net would have to be replaced entirely. Alright, all is well now. Su Mu had just put her mind at ease when she felt the ground heave violently beneath her. What's happening now? Our planet isn't under attack, is it? The moment Su Wen's doubtful words left his mouth, a tense atmosphere instantly flooded the living room. "Don't talk nonsense," stirring everyone into a panic. Granny Xiaojun shot Su Wen a glare, and then her own light brain began to ring. "Xiaojun, are you all alright? The ground shook so violently just now. Surely it wasn't an earthquake, was it?" Elder Mai's voice came through the light, brain brimming with tension and worry. "We're fine. It didn't feel like an earthquake. It seemed more like the planet was struck by something." Granny Xiaojun shared her conjecture. "Granny, call the 3 elders over," Su Mu said. "With everyone together, it will be easier to work out a plan." Granny Xiaojun relayed Su Mu's intention to Elder Mai and did not hang up until she received his firm confirmation that they would come. However, from then until the three elders arrived, no further unusual incidents occurred. Everyone finally allowed themselves to relax. Sumu, however, refused to drop her guard. Since the defense net had been torn open, either it was so flimsy that the merest touch could break it, or it had suffered an immensely ferocious impact. Now that it was breached, combined with the violent shaking just now, which bore a striking resemblance to the meteorite impact that had once devastated Blue Star, Sumu was thoroughly convinced that something had landed on their Sha star. She simply didn't know whether it was animate or inanimate, enemy or friend. But as far as she knew, the only ones who could freely enter and leave this planet were the people of the manor, and the only one who frequently went out was Bailancio. At this moment, Sumu felt a twinge of worry. If this truly was an enemy invasion, then this group of elderly, weak, sickly, and wounded souls would be nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Girl Mu, what's the matter? Are you worried about something? Granny Xiaojun noticed the tension and unease written across Sumu's face and asked. After careful deliberation, Sumu decided to voice her suspicions aloud. After all, many hands make light work. Far better than fretting all alone. But before anyone could devise a solution, the manor system suddenly let out another alarm. Once again the sound blared from Sumu's light brain. Its shrill, piercing wail stabbed at Sumu's temples, making her feel as though her ears were about to go deaf. She inwardly regretted not having transferred the alarm tone elsewhere long ago. She had practically become a walking siren. Alarm! Alarm! A signal is attempting to connect. Do you accept? Do you accept? Sumu stared at the SOS that had materialized on the defense system's display within her light brain. The vivid crimson letters seemed to announce the dire crisis of the signal sender. Sumu pondered for a moment before finally tapping accept. In the next instant, a frantic male voice layered over a chaotic backdrop of noise came pouring through. We are students of the Interstellar Federation Military Academy. We were attacked by space pirates and crashed onto this planet. We've run into desert scorpions. Requesting support, requesting support. Ah. Ling Ji, watch out. Listening to that voice, frantic with urgency yet remarkably crisp and clear in timbre, one couldn't help but feel that its owner must be a refined and courteous gentleman. At this moment, however, Sumu only had a vague instinctive feeling that the voice sounded oddly familiar. This person couldn't be a fraud, could he? Trick us into going out first, then kill us all. Su Rishu leisurely sipped the porridge in his bowl, his long black hair cascading in soft silky waves over his shoulders, as if those words had never slipped from his lips at all. Bullshit. We are students of the Federation Interstellar Military Academy. How the hell could we be frauds? This time another voice seized the channel, one visibly more hot-tempered and irascible than the one before. Sumu said nothing in reply. She silently looked up the account information bound to this light brain and found the attached notes indicating a third-year student at the Federation Military Academy along with age and gender. Because light brain information was all tied to real name authentication, it was impossible to falsify. Sumu also searched the Star Network for any news of a military academy being attacked by space pirates. To her surprise, she actually located it. But these students' backgrounds were rather formidable. Sumu closed the Star Network and addressed the light brain once more. What are all of your names? I need to confirm your identities. Watch out. Yinshu, watch out. A storm of clamor surged through from the other side, making it all too clear how grave their predicament was. After a pause, that clear, pleasant voice spoke again. There are 8 of us in total. 5 of us are currently together, or we've lost contact with the other 3. My name is Yenzhou. The remaining 7 are Mo Lingji Lin Yinshu AI Meyer Li Muyun Zheng Yang Yang Yifeng and Wang Xiaoyan. Very well, please send us your coordinates. We'll set out to rescue you right away. Good. I hope you can be quick. We're barely holding on and 3 of our companions are still missing, their fates unknown. Sumu ended the call and finally turned to the others. Their identities have been verified. We must go rescue them. In the end, it was unanimously decided that Sumu, Su Chen, Su Wan, and Shen Mabe would go together to rescue the others. Before they left, however, Su Rishu objected. With a cold, handsome face, she blocked the doorway, her eyes fixed intently on Sumu. Why didn't you call for me? I'm going too. Time was pressing, so Sumu could only nod again and again. Fine, we'll all go together. But when the 5 of them reached the manor gates and saw the endless yellow sands stretching into the distance, they suddenly stopped. Sumu glanced at the location tracker, then looked at the other 4. It's quite far. Do we have any means of transportation? The 4 exchanged blank looks, clearly having no idea. Alright, I shouldn't have expected anything from you. Just as Sumu was about to contact Haizair to buy a desert vehicle, several blaring honks sounded growing closer from afar. Meishi drove a white vehicle to a stop at the entrance and said to them word by word, "Good thing you haven't left yet. I'm not too late, am I?" No, Auntie May, you've arrived just in time. As they were about to board the vehicle, Shun Mabe pointed at a nearby oasis. Look, aren't there 2 people in the water? See that black hair? The others followed his gaze, and sure enough, 2 people were floating on the surface of the water. Hurry, save them. They can't die in this water. Su Rishu quickly got out of the vehicle and called for the others to help. The water they usually drank came from this very place, only after purification, so those 2 must not die here. Looking at the two people who had been pulled out of the water, both were wearing dark green academy uniforms with the academy emblem pinned on the left side of their chests. Sumu was certain that these two were among the 8 who had fallen here. Fortunately, they had fished them out in time. The 2 were still alive. Sumu chose to give one of them chest compressions. The person had a head of short black hair that covered his brows and eyes, but his features were exquisitely refined. The other was handsome too, yet still slightly less striking than this one. As the water in his abdomen was forced out, his consciousness gradually returned. Mo Lingji's awareness slowly recovered. Groggily opening his eyes, he vaguely saw a slender figure moving back and forth beside him, and then he heard a pleasant, melodious voice say, "Auntie, may the danger is over for him. Please take them both back first." Then he felt himself being carried over something hard, the pressure hurting his stomach. He wanted to resist, but found he couldn't make a sound. Watching Annie May sling one person over each shoulder and carry them both back, everyone fell silent. "All right, stop staring. We need to get going." Sumu pulled the 4's gazes away from Annie May. Once they were all back in the vehicle, Sumu found herself in a bind again. She didn't know how to drive. Whatever she thought, and simply grabbed the controls. She had never driven a hovercar before, but all vehicles were more or less controlled the same way. Why not just try it? After a bumpy halting start under Sumu's clumsy control, the vehicle finally launched and wobbled off toward their destination. "Brother Yinzhou, do you really think they'll come to save us? I can't hold on much longer." Zheng Yangyang barely managed to beat back another wave of desert mutant scorpions. His formerly cute baby face was now scrunched up like a steamed bun, his lips were cracked and peeling, and his voice was so hoarse he could hardly speak. "That's right. They wouldn't lie to us, would they?" Emily, with her golden curly hair, had long since lost her delicate makeup. She huddled miserably behind Lin Yinzhou, and Yinzhou frowned at her words, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Truth be told, he wasn't sure whether anyone would come to rescue them either. But what worried him even more were Mo Lingji and Wang Xiaoyan. They hadn't landed in the same place as the rest of them, and all attempts at communication had failed. Their very lives were unknown. At the thought, Yinzhou's attacks grew faster. He said sternly to the others, "Instead of speculating wildly, it's better to figure out how to deal with these things." Seeing that the scorpions showed no sign of diminishing and only kept multiplying, and Yinzhou swallowed, nervously praying they would make it out of here alive. "How are we supposed to deal with them? We've fallen right into their nest. What can we do? I shouldn't have come at all." Emily's tone was full of impatience. Lin Yinzhou, who was shielding her, hurriedly comforted her. "It's all right, Emily. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. Nobody asked you to tag along." Yang Yifeng had always disliked Emily. She relied on her noble status to boss everyone around, yet possessed no power of her own, an insufferable princess. Only the blind Lin Yinzhou would keep trailing after her. "You enough? All of you shut up. It seems you're all too idle." Although Yinzhou was usually perceived as a gentle and refined gentleman, no one dared to provoke him easily, because when he did lose his temper, none of them would get off lightly. And so the moment Yinzhou grew angry, everyone quieted down and focused seriously on their defense. But their enemies were simply too numerous. Even with their defenses, they suffered wounds of varying severity. Worst of all, they had run out of water. The ship had exploded in the violent crash, and all their supplies were gone. As the temperature climbed higher and higher, their strength gradually gave out, their reactions grown sluggish, their bodies covered in ever more wounds. And Yinzhou could clearly feel that his physical strength was reaching its limit. Suddenly, a white hovercar burst out from one side and screeched to a halt right in front of them. Then a clear, hearty voice rang out, "Good thing we made it in time, right?" Next, a slender black-haired girl wearing a white hoodie and pants stepped down from the driver's seat. She looked very young, and the frying pan in her hand seemed a bit odd, yet at the same time strangely fitting. With one hand holding the pan, Sumu deftly smacked away the scorpions that lunged at her. With the other, she brushed back her shoulder-length hair, a smile in her eyes. "Are you all right?" "We're fine." And Yinzhou shook his head, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with the girl before him. "Good, since you're fine, hurry and get in the car." "Move it." Su Wen and the other 3 also got out of the car and directly lifted the most severely injured person to carry him aboard. "Make way, let me go first. I'm a girl." Emily shoved straight past Shin Mabe and scrambled into the car. "Oh, for..." Shin Mabe's temper flared, and he dropped the injured person he was supporting, ready to lash out. Su Chen blocked him. "Enough. Don't stoop to her level. We'll deal with it later." The military academy students said nothing about Emily's behavior, but a restrained anger burned in their eyes. Hesitating briefly, space inside the car was limited. Sumu and Su Wen finally chose to sit on the roof. Sumu once again opened that special large umbrella and raised it overhead, and in this manner the group returned safely to the estate. Sitting atop the car, Sumu noticed another interesting phenomenon. The desert scorpions seemed to be highly wary of the estate, or at least of the area near the oasis. Both times they stopped chasing once they came close. She wondered whether there was something here that could suppress those scorpions. If that were truly the case, then there would be a way to deal with this group of mutant scorpions. From afar, Sumu saw 3 figures at the main gate, who seemed to be waiting for them. As they drew closer, she realized they were Qing Feng and Yida, with Aunt Meishi beside them. After entering the estate gate, Sumu jumped out of the car and went to the cab to tell Su Chun to send the injured to the infirmary. At the same time, she sent a message to Old Mai asking him to treat the student's wounds. Seeing Su Mu climb down, Su Wen jumped down as well. Upon seeing the two small slender children, he asked with concern, Qingfeng Yida, why are you two just standing there? Bai Qingfeng said nothing while Yida, standing beside him, murmured, we were waiting for you to come back. Haha, at least you two have a conscience. Let's head back. Su Wen beamed with delight and reached out to ruffle the two little ones' heads only for them to dodge him with evident disdain. Feeling a little hurt, he looked at Su Mu pitifully. Sister Mumu, look at them. Su Mu put away the large umbrella, smiling faintly at their interaction. Alright, enough teasing. Let's go back. Since there was no vehicle available, they had to walk back. Su Mu once again felt that the estate seemed a bit poor. After all, this was an interstellar age bursting with technology, yet they could not even provide a single means of transportation. How shabby that was. Make money, make money. I must work hard to make money. Back at Xingmu Garden, only Granny Xiaojun and Xingbao were in the yard loosening the soil around the cabbages. The cabbage seedlings that had only just sprouted a hint of green yesterday were already 3 centimeters tall. This growth rate was anything but ordinary. This morning, Su Mu had infused a little wood element power into the patch of soil that had not sprouted, and now those seeds had also emerged from the earth, putting forth tiny green shoots. Su Mu could already picture a bountiful harvest of cabbages. Seeing the 4 return, Xiao Bai, without waiting for Su Mu's order, dutifully brought over 4 cups of water. Su Mu accepted a cup, took a sip of water, and only then instructed Xiao Bai, go and bring me everything on the nightstand in my bedroom. Xiao Bai obediently did as told. The 6 bags of seeds and a bottle of soil conversion agent were placed on the table in the yard. Each of the 6 bags contained different seeds, and Su Mu gave them the choice. Since only Qingfeng Yida and Su Wen were present, Su Mu let them choose for themselves. Even Granny Xiaojun and Xingbao came over to watch the excitement. Because Qingfeng and Yida were still young, Su Mu planned to have the two of them share a plot and grow one vegetable together. Neither had any objection. They were all new to this kind of thing, so Su Mu told them to first read the precautions and planting requirements on the back of the bags, and only then let them pick the seeds they liked. The 3 deliberated for a long while. In the end, Qingfeng and Yida chose coriander seeds, while Su Wen chose green radish seeds. He also said he might as well choose Su Chun's, so he chose potato seeds for him. Once the selections were made, Su Mu let them keep the corresponding seeds. When she judged that the time was about right, she contacted Su Chun and the others to see if they had finished, and if so, to come over. They had originally agreed on 10 o'clock this morning. Even though the unexpected incident had caused a delay, Su Mu did not think of postponing the matter until tomorrow. Never put off until tomorrow what can be done today. After all, her time was precious, time was money, and she dared not waste it. Not long after Su Mu sent the message, the 3 of them came running over. At that point, only 3 types of seeds remained on the table to choose from: chili peppers, tomatoes, and eggplant. Since Su Chen seeds had already been chosen by Su Wen in advance, Su Rushu and Shun Mabe only needed to pick their favorites from the remaining 3. The 2 agonized for a long while. In the end, Su Rushu chose tomatoes and Shun Mabe chose eggplant. Su Chen, though helpless, could only accept his younger brother's choice. With the seeds now distributed to each person, the next step was to choose a fairly large area to serve as the experimental field. They racked their brains over several places, but Su Mu rejected every one. She wanted a large location where everyone could be gathered together so that they could think of solutions as a group whenever problems arose. Granny Xiaojun, unable to watch from the side any longer, reminded them, there is a large open area in the center of the courtyard. It was originally meant for a flower garden, but for some reason no flowers could survive there. Besides, Lan Xiao's funds were limited, so it was left unused. I think you can give it a try. That could work. Su Mu's eyes lit up, and she planned to go take a look with everyone right away. Arriving at the abandoned garden, they found that it was indeed very large. Apart from a small pavilion in the center, there were only the wild vines along the walls. Su Mu noticed how much this place loved growing vines. It grew nothing but vines, as she wondered whether there was some special reason. Su Mu silently absorbed all the wood element energy from within those vines, and only then instructed the others to clear the vines away completely. They looked at the withered vine branches and simply pulled them down with their bare hands. When the area was cleared, Su Mu said mysteriously, watch closely. I'll show you a magic trick. As she spoke, she sprinkled the conversion liquid from her hand onto the ground. They stared fixedly at the ground, only to find that there was no change apart from the liquid being absorbed by the sand. They looked at Su Mu in bewilderment, as if asking, where's the magic? Su Mu felt a little embarrassed. Just as she was about to explain, she saw the ground at her feet changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The others naturally noticed the transformation, as well, their faces filled with astonishment. By then, Su Mu had already prepared hoes for breaking the land and handed them to her still shocked companions. They looked at the unfamiliar tools in their hands, a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. How had they never known that the estate had such things? Sister Mumu, where did you get these? Su Wen voiced the question in everyone's mind. Su Mu answered evasively, they were specially prepared for you. You'd better take good care of them. To keep you from getting too tired, they're semi-automatic and very expensive. In fact, the Interstellar Mall had an even more advanced, fully automatic tilling machine, But that machine was too large, and most importantly too expensive, so Su Mu had chosen this one in the end. Su Mu demonstrated it on the spot for them, then let them clear the land with peace of mind, while she went back to prepare dinner for them. With dinner as their motivation, they were brimming with energy, and each vowed to finish reclaiming all the land that day. Su Mu left those people in the garden and returned to Xingmu herself. Seeing Su Mu back, Granny Xiaojun pointed to the only remaining bag of chili seeds on the table and said, "Let me plant these. Anyway, I don't have anything to do all day." "Of course you can." After saying that, she picked up the seeds and handed them to Granny Xiaojun. Su Mu had originally planned to plant them herself, but since Granny Xiaojun wanted to grow them, she was naturally delighted. After all, judging by the vines in Granny Xiaojun's courtyard, she was a true master of planting. Far better than Su Mu, who was merely a half-baked amateur. Moreover, Granny Xiaojun had tended that cabbage patch meticulously these past days, something Su Mu could never match. Other than the seeds being planted by Su Mu, almost all the work had been done by Granny Xiaojun. At the thought, Su Mu transformed another plot of land beside the cabbage patch. This miraculous operation stunned Granny Xiaojun. Su Mu explained that it was a special invention by Lanxiu had happened to bring back for her, and she had accidentally discovered its extraordinary use. As for the seeds, naturally Bai Lanxiu had brought them back for her too. Su Mu knew these reasons would not bear close scrutiny, but since no one had ever pressed her once she gave an explanation, they simply believed it. Indeed, Granny Xiaojun was skeptical of this reason. However, Bai Lanxiu really did roam all over the star system, having been everywhere, and he often brought things back for Su Mu, so it made sense that he could bring back such strange items. Su Mu also handed Granny Xiaojun a semi-automatic hoe, demonstrated how to use it, and then went to prepare dinner. This time Su Mu decided not to cook congee again. Since everyone had used up a lot of energy today, she planned to steam rice for them. Then, thinking of the group of wounded people, she decided to make them a pot of plain congee to make do. Su Mu turned on the live stream as usual, took out 2 pots, one to steam rice and one to cook congee, set the timers, and started preparing the side dishes. Only after washing and cutting all the vegetables did she look up at the live stream. What she saw nearly made her jump. The number of viewers had reached 200,000 and was still climbing. Su Mu suddenly wondered if her cooking was really so well loved. Still, it was a good thing to be liked, for all those gifts flooding the screen were money. Anyone who doesn't make money when they can is a fool. When a wave of gifts ended, Su Mu finally saw what the fans were saying. They were all asking what delicious food she was making today. Some asked her to make more, saying there wouldn't be enough to eat. There were also newcomers who doubted why the streamer was liked by so many people, whereupon the older fans began zealously recommending her to them. Su Mu merely smiled faintly and introduced today's menu in an orderly manner. Today we'll make 3 dishes and a soup: hot and sour cabbage, braised pork belly, braised spare ribs, and tomato egg drop soup. Of these, apart from braised pork belly, Su Mu had made the other dishes many times before, and they tasted pretty good. The braised pork, however, had failed several times. This time she followed the recipe almost exactly. Fortunately, the dish came out well and did not end in disaster. The braised pork was cut into even squares with alternating fat and lean layers and a glossy red color. Su Mu couldn't resist taking a bite first. It was fragrant, but not greasy, melting on the tongue, absolutely perfect. Then, following the same formula, she braised the spare ribs. The ribs this time were perfectly uniform in size and firm in texture. True to the mall's quality, they were top-notch, so she even praised Haizai for it. With every dish, Su Mu clearly explained the method, ingredients, heat, and other notes, completely unafraid of others stealing her technique. Then a fan said, "I suspect the streamer is trying to teach us." At that, the fans collectively protested, saying she was inhumanely giving them only methods and no ingredients. Without the same ingredients, how could they possibly make the same taste? Then the live chat's tone shifted sharply from craving the streamer's cooking to criticizing genetically modified food companies, saying that the fruits, vegetables, and meat they produced were all garbage. The genetically modified farming company, which had fed half the star system, never expected to be cursed out so fiercely behind its back. Watching the complaints in the live chat, Su Mu suddenly had a thought. Would there come a day when her produce could be sold across the entire star system, just like that so-called genetically modified company? Once the 3 dishes and soup were all done, Su Mu simply said goodbye and ended the live stream without a trace of reluctance. By then, the rice and congee were also ready. Su Mu also separately stir-fried a plate of egg fried rice for Xingbao, with shrimp, diced meat, eggs, and carrots. Only then did she message the people in the garden that dinner was ready, telling them to hurry back and eat. A minute later, Su Chen replied, saying they were almost finished and would come back when they were done. Su Mu was perfectly fine with that, only telling him not to stay out too late. Even if they weren't coming back, Xingbao and Granny Xiaojun couldn't go hungry. Su Mu served a portion for Granny Xiaojun and called her over to eat. Then she began serving food for the 3 elders, Old Mai, and the others, as well as the group of students. In the end, realizing it was far too much to carry alone, Su Mu had to call Xiao Bai over to deliver it with her. When Su Mu arrived at Wabinjuan, she saw that a sign had already been hung outside the courtyard. Very conspicuous, though the lettering was a bit ugly. "Grandpa, my time to eat," Su Mu shouted toward the second-floor balcony. Sure enough, the next second, Old Mai's white figure appeared on the balcony. The gate slowly opened. Su Mu led Xiao Bai inside and saw the great hall packed with people, all staring straight at her, or rather at the food in her hands. Why did it take you so long to bring the food? We're starving. AI Mir finished her contemptuous complaint and reached for the food in Sumu's hands, but Sumu turned away and dodged. Your food is over there. Sumu pointed at what Xiaobai was carrying, then walked straight over to the dining table and set the food down without giving her another look. Just then Old Mai and his 3 friends also came downstairs. Catching the fragrance in the air, they all quickened their steps. Now that Mu girl has recovered, we get to enjoy good food again. What bliss! Old Mai said, and without waiting for his friends he strode to the table and sat down in one swift motion, saying to Sumu, then I won't be polite. Ai Mir, a noble young lady blessed with exceptional beauty, had never been so ignored. She was about to flare up when she heard a cough. Her blazing anger died out at once. The most delicately handsome boy among them stood up, took the kanji from Xiaobai, sat down at the table, and started drinking it. But although everyone ate at the same table, the treatment was clearly different, especially as the fragrance drifting through the air teased the 8 young boys and girls seated there. But although everyone ate at the same table, the treatment was clearly different, especially as the fragrance drifting through the air teased the 8 young boys and girls seated there. After a few people lowered their heads and took a sip of the kanji, they were instantly conquered. At the same time, they couldn't help drooling over the food served to the 3 elders. Watching Sumu tidying things up, Mo Lingji couldn't help asking, why don't we get those dishes? Without looking up, Sumu replied, your food is free. It's the patient's meal. There's cost money. It's the deluxe meal. How much? We'll pay. The one thing this young lady, am never short of his money. Sumu's eyes lit up at the prospect and she smiled broadly, not caring about Ai Mir's attitude at all. Certainly. Please pay first. 1 dish costs 500 gold coins. Of 4 dishes, make 2,000 gold coins. Card or cash? Are you robbing us? Ai Mir realized she was being treated as a fool, but since the words had already left her mouth, she had no face to take them back. She said crossly, card. Right away. Please wait a moment, the food will be here soon. Sumu chuckled and went back to prepare the dishes. Fortunately, she had cooked quite a bit this time, so setting aside a portion for them was more than enough. Sumu returned to Xingmu Garden, where Su Chun and the other 5 had just entered the courtyard. All of them looked exhausted, clearly worn out from a tiring day. After they washed up and sat down at the dining table, Sumu had just packed 1 dish of food and 8 portions of rice. She had Xiaobai deliver them, while she herself prepared to eat, with Su Chun and the others. As soon as Su Wen and the others sat down, they started wolfing down the food. Sumu watched these children eating like starving wolves and thought that letting Xingbao and Granny Xiaojun eat early had definitely been the wisest choice. Otherwise, with their kitten-like eating speed, they would surely have gone hungry. Forget about it, eating was the priority. Sumu quickened her own pace as well. After a whirlwind meal, the 4 dishes and 1 soup had been eaten clean, not even a single grain of rice left. The 6 set down their bowls and chopsticks, collapsed into their chairs, and let out satisfied burps. That felt amazing. I never imagined being full could feel this good. They all leaned back against the chairs, their bodies lazy and relaxed, eyes half closed with fully contented expressions. The others were not quite as languid as he was, but they were much the same. Everyone leaned back in their chairs and rubbed their little bellies, clearly having eaten too much. Sumu was naturally delighted that the food she had cooked was so well received. Back in the apocalypse, although she had possessed a granary that could never be exhausted, she had never dared reveal it in front of others. Not even to the comrades who had shared life and death bonds with her. Naturally, she had never experienced the joy of sharing. Now, looking at her companions who were completely stuffed, she felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment in her heart. Sumu had indeed wondered whether it would be dangerous to reveal these things so freely in front of them. Yet deep down she seemed to have subconsciously never thought about such questions, nor had she ever felt any worry. It was as if she had already decided that these elders and these young companions, would never harm her. Hey Sister Mumu, when you went to deliver food to Wubbing Infirmary just now, how are they doing? Su Chen's voice pulled Sumu back from her absent-minded wandering. Sumu put down her chopsticks, blinked her big eyes, and said innocently, I didn't pay attention. I just delivered the food and left. But they should be fine, right? That pretty young lady I saw looked full of energy. Good that nothing's wrong. Those people can't have any trouble here, or we'd be in big trouble. A wave of relief instantly washed over Su Chen's handsome face as he explained those people aren't just ordinary military academy students. Their 8-person team was originally meant to represent the military academy of the main planet in competitions on other planets. Every one of them has extraordinary strength, powerful backgrounds, and abundant resources, especially that son of the Federation head of state. He is the next heir to the Federation. So impressive. But since they're military academy students who can represent the academy in competitions, I want to go spar with them. Shun Mabe was brimming with excitement, eager to try. Sumu cast a glance at Shun Mabe and bluntly deflated him. You can't even beat me, and you still want to spar with them. I think you're asking to be ganged up on. Who said that? There's no way I can't win. Shun Mabe instantly flared up at Sumu's lack of faith. But the next moment his fire died down, and he retorted, besides, even if they gang up on me, don't I still have you all? Don't you all agree? Shun Mabe looked around, hoping to gain his brother's support. But except for Su Wen beside him, who looked excited, everyone else stayed silent. In particular by Qing Feng and Ida, those 2 rascals had their heads lowered so far they seemed to be buried in the ground. What do you mean by this? Are we still good brothers and partners or not? Shinmabe was furious, his finger trembling as he pointed at them. Don't be so angry. Surushu grasped his trembling finger, a trace of melancholy in his beautiful pale blue eyes, and sighed. It's not that we don't want to. But look at us, skinny arms and thin legs. Isn't going up against military cadets just asking for death? Look at Qingfeng and Yida. Can you bear to let them fight? Shinmabe widened his eyes and looked around the table. Finding that he really could not refute Surushu's words, he could only mutter, I never actually intended to make you fight. But can't you at least support me with words? I can. Of course I can. Bebe, I support you. Suwen thumped his chest hard, demonstrating his absolute determination to support him. What about you all? Shinmabe looked at the others again, his face full of innocence and grievance. The sight made Sumu laugh in spite of herself. All right, we all support you. You go fight in the front, and we'll cheer for you from behind. After saying that, Sumu made a cheering gesture which made everyone at the table laugh and nod. Even the two children Qingfeng and Yida had faint smiles on their faces. Of course Shinmabe was the exception. His handsome, somewhat rugged face had puckered into a bitter gourd. All right, stop messing around. Sumu clapped her hands, and the whole table quieted down. She continued, now that you've finished plowing the land, the next step is planting. To take better care of them later, we need to first study the knowledge about the seeds. As novices, they had no right to object to Sumu's proposal, so they could only nod in agreement. Still, Sumu had a kind heart. Considering how hard they had worked all day, she let them go back to rest first. As for the seed information, she would send it to their personal light brain devices, so they could study at home and be questioned tomorrow. As soon as they heard they could leave, they all scurried off in a flash. Only Qingfeng remained still, waiting for Aunt May. As the only fully intelligent robot on the estate, Aunt May was very busy. Everything in the estate required her attention, so she had to find time to look after these two children. Sumu thought for a moment and decided to ask the two for their opinion about moving into her place so she could take care of them. She had expected them to refuse, but to her surprise, no sooner had she spoken than both of them nodded in unison. All right then. When Aunt May arrives in a little while, go back, pack up your things, and move over. The two nodded again. Still, Sumu was already quite satisfied. At least they were willing to communicate. That was a huge improvement. After Aunt May came and took the two away, Xiao returned as well. Sumu left all the tasks of cleaning up the kitchen and dining table to Xiao, then went upstairs to sleep first. Over at Wubbing Infirmary, however, it was still very lively. Elder Mai, because of his age, used to go to bed quite early, basically right after dinner. But now the noise was giving him a headache, and he only wanted to immediately throw these proud prodigies out the door. After supper, Old Mai prepared to arrange lodging for them in an empty house beside his manor. The manor indeed had no shortage of rooms, so there was no concern about finding a place to stay. Yet Old Mai's thoughtful arrangement was rejected by the young lady Amelie. I don't care. I'm staying right here today. That house clearly hasn't been lived in for ages, so it surely can't be as nice as this place. I won't stand for it. Besides, we are guests. How could you put us up in such a shabby house? Listen here, old man, I'm staying right here today. If you want to stay there, go ahead. But I refuse. Amelie remained every bit as arrogant and overbearing as ever, even before an elder of her grandfather's generation, like Old Mai. Old Mai trembled with rage. Never in his life had he been treated with such disrespect by a junior. After finishing their meal, Zhuang Lao and Shi Lao judged that nothing more would happen here, so they took their leave, leaving Old Mai utterly alone and rather pitiable. As for Amelie's utterly unreasonable behavior, every student of the Nebula Squad furrowed their brows in deep impatience. Mo Lingji sat in the corner of the sofa, his entire figure concealed within the shadows. With his brows lowered, a boundless chill radiated from his form, and those who knew him well could tell that he was already at the end of his patience. Sure enough, Amelie's incessant chatter was abruptly cut short as an unseen force slammed into her. She was sent flying, landing heavily in the courtyard, kicking up a great cloud of dust. Amelie was stunned senseless by the fall. The moment she recovered and was about to wail, a single icy sentence choked the cry right back down her throat. If you won't stay, then leave. Utter another needless word, and you'll spend the night in the desert. The voice was soft yet dripping with frost. Seeing the speaker's utter ruthlessness, Amelie turned toward Lin Yenshu with a tear-streaked face, her expression one of heartbreaking supplication. The moment Lin Yenshu met her aggrieved gaze, his heart softened, and he was about to plead on her behalf when Zheng Yangyang tugged at his sleeve and gestured with his chin toward the figure behind them. Then he said quietly, Yenshu, don't meddle. She brought this entirely upon herself. To be perfectly honest, Zheng Yangyang truly disliked Amelie. She was willful, spoiled, and forever stirring up trouble. If not for her, none of them would have ended up stranded in this wretched place. In the shadowed corner behind them, Mo Lingji sat in a black shirt. His refined, elegant features held the eerie beauty of a dark elf, and his thin lips were pressed tightly together. Exquisite, yet dangerous. Slowly he rose to his feet. His 180-centimeter frame stepped into the light, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure that suffocated the air around him. Though the other students present shared a unified military academy discipline and possessed formidable presence before Mo Lingji, they all felt inexplicably suppressed. Mo Lingji bowed deeply to old Mai, who stood upon the steps and spoke with a hint of apology. Old Mai, I sincerely apologize to you for her attitude. Please do not take it to heart. Seeing Mo Lingji's demeanor, the others offered their apologies as well. Old Mai only made a weary gesture, silently bidding them to leave quickly. Mo Lingji led the group out of the Wubbing courtyard, and Amelie was supported out by Lin Yinshu, not daring to cause any further trouble. Though the adjoining courtyard had been uninhabited for a long time, it was spotless, without a speck of dust. A faint refreshing scent of lemon drifted through the air. Pick a room for yourselves. Mo Lingji left behind a single sentence before ascending to the second floor, pushing open a door and disappearing inside. And Yinzhou followed suit, climbing the stairs and entering the room next to his. When Zheng Yangyang, with his baby face, saw Amelie making for the second floor, he hastily squeezed past her and dashed upstairs, claiming the room on Mo Lingji's other side. Amelie could only glare at the tightly shut doors, her face burning with fury and no outlet for it. She grabbed Lin Yinshu's arm and clung to it fiercely, venting all her pent-up rage. Lin Yinshu maintained a smile on the outside, but bitterness gnawed at his heart, and he had no choice but to endure. Yet the loneliness in his eyes could not be concealed, no matter how he tried. The other teammates could only offer comforting pats on his shoulder before each picking a room for themselves. The house had exactly 8 rooms, 4 on the upper floor and 4 below. In the end, Lin Yinshu and Amelie were left with the only remaining rooms on the ground floor. And Yinzhou lay on the soft bed. Though his body was exhausted, his mind remained unusually sharp. He kept thinking that the girl who had saved them during the day seemed strangely familiar, and her name was exactly the same as that of a little girl he had been close to in his childhood. Even her appearance was remarkably similar. But it was impossible for her to appear here, because she had passed away not long after her parents' accident. And Yinzhou rubbed his forehead, telling himself to rest at once and stop overthinking. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. The next morning, and Yinzhou rose early. When he reached the living room, he found Mo Lingji sitting alone on the sofa, speaking with someone over a communication device. Seeing and Yinzhou approach, Mo Lingji ended the call and gave a slight nod, gesturing for him to sit down. Then he spoke. I've already contacted my father. He is preparing to send people to pick us up. However, given how remote this place is, they likely won't arrive for at least half a month. And the military tournament. And Yinzhou calmly voiced his concern. That will have to be negotiated by the academy. If it cannot be arranged, we may have no choice but to forfeit. Neither of them could easily accept this outcome. For the sake of this tournament, they had poured in too much effort, yet all of it was lost to an unexpected accident. Bang! A thunderous crash. Mo Lingji slammed his fist onto the table, and the marble surface shattered into fragments in an instant. What's going on? What happened? Doors flew open in an instant, and one by one a groggy crowd appeared, still shrouded in sleepiness. Yet in the next moment, they all snapped wide awake. From the look in their captain's eyes, he seemed ready to devour someone. Zheng Yangyang instinctively turned toward an Yinzhou seated nearby, only to receive a helpless look in return. Since you're all awake, come over here. I have something to tell you. Each person found a seat or leaned against the wall, rubbing their eyes. Yawns and idle murmurs filled the room. But the instant they learned they would not be able to compete normally, every gaze swung toward Amelie, eyes blazing with anger. Made uneasy by the stares, she snapped irritably. What are you all looking at me for? It's not like I'm the one stopping you from going to the tournament. Her only reply was a cold, contemptuous snort from Yang Yifeng. Driven to humiliation by the group's hostility, Amelie fled back to her room with a face full of grievance. What right does she have to feel wronged? She doesn't even have to compete. If not for her, would we have ended up stranded in this poor remote backwater? We even nearly lost our lives. Zheng Yangyang's boyish face burned with fury. He and Mo Lingji had been dragged from the water by Su Mu. Even a moment later, and they truly would have been dead. The others wore grim expressions, all except Lin Yinshu, whose face showed a tangle of conflicted emotions and regret. After all, Amelie was not a member of his team and should never have been aboard the same warship. It was through his intervention that the others had agreed to take her along, which was what had ultimately led to the accident. Nor had he imagined the consequences would be so severe. At this moment, remorse flooded his heart. For this tournament, everyone had trained relentlessly for a whole year, not only for themselves, but for their academy as well. As the military academy of the main planet, they had long been derided by other planets' academies as the noble academy, dismissed and ridiculed for finishing dead last year after year in the tournament. I'm sorry. Lin Yinshu's face was full of guilt. Though he had admired Amelie, he was no fool, and he genuinely regretted his decision. Seeing their brother in such pain, the others could not bear to leave him drowning in self-reproach. They quickly comforted him, saying it was not his fault, and telling him not to take it to heart. At that, Mo Lingji merely gave him a calm look and said, as long as you know you were wrong, that's enough. Don't let it happen again. In the morning, Su Mu made her usual trip to the oasis before heading to the garden. Su Wen and the other 5 had already gathered in full, each holding a basin of pre-soaked seeds. Su Mu nodded approvingly and said, you've all done well. But I'm not sure if any of you actually looked at the material I sent yesterday. I'm going to quiz you now. Let's start with Shun Ma Bei. What? Shin Ma Bei shuffled forward reluctantly and stammered, quiz. Quiz on what? Su Mu glared at him and said crossly, what do you think? Tell me what you read yesterday. Oh, It's that. Eggplant, eggplant. Shun Mabe's eyes darted around as he muttered, failing to produce a coherent answer. Alright, enough with the eggplant. Sumu shot Shin Mabe a displeased look, then turned to the always honest and steady Su-chun. Su-chun, tell me what you read yesterday. Su-chun nodded and began reciting the material Su-mu had sent yesterday. His tone was steady and his voice clear. Though his recitation was incomplete and clearly the result of rote memorization, Su-mu was quite satisfied. Finally, someone obedient. What about the rest of you? Did any of you read the material I sent, or did you all forget it just like Shin Mabe? Sumu shot a sharp glance at the others as if to say lying would have consequences. We read it, we read it. Several of them nodded hastily. Sister Mumu, I really did read it, but there were some parts one couldn't understand. Suwon suddenly raised his hand to voice his confusion, looking embarrassed and ill at ease. Seeing this, Su Rushu also nodded. Right. I don't understand it either. I've never come across anything like this before. Hearing their explanations, Sumu realized she had overlooked something. For children just beginning to learn such things, it was indeed like reading heavenly script. Even if they memorized it, they still couldn't understand it. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Today we'll plant the seeds and I'll explain as we go. Sumu led everyone to the tilled plot of land. A large expanse had already been evenly divided into 6 rectangular beds of identical size. The seeds in your hands have been specially improved, so they only need a brief soak before sowing. They sprout quickly, bear plenty of fruit, and require little care later on. Since this is your first time farming, I'll give you a demonstration first. After saying this, Sumu took the seeds from Shun Mabe's hands. She gently scooped up a handful and scattered them evenly over the soil, then covered them with a thin layer of earth before continuing the same process. As she sowed, she explained, eggplant is a very economical vegetable. Based on the shape of its fruit, it can be divided into 3 varieties: round eggplant, long eggplant, and oval eggplant. And by fruit color, it can also be divided into purple eggplant, red eggplant, white eggplant, green eggplant, and striped eggplant. What we're planting now is the purple long eggplant. Sumu explained earnestly, and the young people behind her listened just as earnestly. No one could tell that Sumu was also a half-baked amateur cramming at the last minute. Even her vegetable growing knowledge came from the complete guide to planting and cultivation she had just bought from the mall the day before. After Sumu demonstrated the seeding technique, once everyone was able to follow suit and imitate it, Sumu corrected their mistakes from behind from time to time. Even the youngest Qingfeng and Yito worked together with such tacit understanding that they finished earlier and with even more care and detail than the others. With everyone working together, 5 plots were completely planted in less than an hour. As for the remaining plots, Sumu still had not decided what to grow. The group of young people looked at the fruits of their labors, satisfied smiles spreading across their faces. Even the aches and pains in their bodies became insignificant at that moment. Alright, everyone finished for now? Let's head back. Granny Xiaojun and Aunt May have made us a delicious breakfast. When they returned to Xingmu Garden, Granny Xiaojun and Aunt May had just placed all the dishes on the dining table. Even Xingbao was helping out on the side, though his little legs were so short that Granny Xiaojun kept fearing she might accidentally step on him. Breakfast that day was still simple rice porridge, egg pancakes, and sautéed baby greens, plus a steamed egg made separately for Xingbao. Grandma, did you make all this? I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. It's really delicious. Suwon took a mouthful of rice porridge, then gave Granny Xiaojun a thumbs up amid a stream of praise. Haha, Aunt May and I made it together following Mumu's video. It looks like the result turned out quite well. Granny Xiaojun's deeply wrinkled face beamed with kindly smiles. At some point she too had started calling Su Mumu. Qingfeng and Yita sat at the end of the table. Looking around, they did not see Aunt May anywhere and immediately grew restless. They had moved into Xingmu Garden with Aunt May only yesterday, yet now she was nowhere to be found. Qingfeng, Yita, are you looking for Aunt May? She's gone to deliver food to Grandpa Mai and the others. What can you do? Those 3 grandfathers of yours always put on airs. Next time we'll make them come here to eat instead of delivering to them. Granny Xiaojun had been keeping a close watch on the 2 children. The moment she sensed something wrong, she explained promptly to prevent the 2 children in her home from growing anxious. In truth, these 2 children had changed a great deal ever since being won over by Su Mu's delicious cooking. Sure enough, after Granny Xiaojun's explanation, Qingfeng and Yita calmed down at once and began eating in peace. At the table, aside from the sounds of eating, there was the murmur of everyone exchanging farming experience. It seemed they genuinely enjoyed this kind of physical labor. Perhaps she could put them to work more often in the future. Sumu secretly rejoiced, as if the day when meals no longer cost money was just around the corner. Mumu, I need to remind you, at your current rate you won't be able to pay off your debt in less than a year or 2. The voice that suddenly appeared in her mind shattered Sumu's daydream. That wretched little kitten was truly too annoying. Sumu, in a fit of indignation, turned her bitter frustration into appetite and downed an entire bowl of rice porridge in one gulp. It had to be said, Granny Xiaojun and Aunt May's cooking was genuinely excellent, even better than her own. Sumu suddenly remembered the dark greenish culinary creation Aunt May had made before. She felt it definitely was not Aunt May's cooking that was the problem, it was absolutely the ingredients' fault. Aunt May first delivered breakfast to the 3 elderly gentlemen and only then brought nutrient supplements to the house beside Wabinjuan. and they were the lowest grade nutrient supplements at that. Mo Lingji had already changed into the military academy uniform. He sat bolt upright at the dining table, with Zheng Yangyang on his left, and Yinzhou on his right, while the others sat, in order around the table. All of them were staring angrily at the 8 servings of nutrient supplements placed before them, the lowest grade nutrient supplements. Bang! A dull thud rang out. Ai Mir suddenly sprang to her feet in her red dress, her fair little hand pressing against the table as her face burned with fury. What are they trying to do? Giving us nutrient supplements that even dogs wouldn't eat. Who are they looking down on? Looking at the low-grade nutrient packs on the table, the few people seated all wore grim expressions. Since they were enrolled in an academy that claimed to be exclusively for noble students, their backgrounds were hardly ordinary. Although training sometimes meant going days without food, none of them had ever had to swallow low-grade nutrient packs before. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't endure hardship, it was that after last night's delicious meal, these inferior nutrient packs became all the more unpalatable. Miss Ai, since I'm living under someone else's roof right now, I should be grateful just to have something to eat. And Yinzhou advised, kindly reaching out first to take a nutrient pack and drink. A bitter taste spread through his mouth, and Yinzhou swallowed with difficulty, slowly setting down the half-finished nutrient pack. Then he rose and said expressionlessly, "Wait a moment. I'll go ask about the breakfast situation." With that, he turned and walked out. "Brother Yinzhou, what's wrong? He doesn't look good." Zheng Yangyang, with her baby face, blinked with confusion in her large eyes. "Never mind him." Mo Lingji stood up and left the table. The others exchanged glances before drifting away as well. And Yinzhou directly used his light brain device to locate Su Mu's courtyard and headed straight over. When he arrived at Xingmu Garden, Su Mu and the others had just finished breakfast. Apart from Shun Mabe, who was washing the dishes in the kitchen, everyone else was studying in the living room. During breakfast, Su Mu had decided that it wasn't fair for them to eat well every day while making Xiao Bai do all the cleaning. Starting today, they would take turns with the chores, or else no meals. Today began with Shun Mabe, since he had willfully failed to study the materials Su Mu sent him. This was his punishment. Shun Mabe had no choice but to accept it. As for studying, Su Mu had told them that since they occupied an entire planet like Shashing, they needed to learn to be self-sufficient, so as not to waste such excellent resources. Thus, Su Mu resolved to turn them all into planting experts. Su Mu had only just learned that Granny Xiaojun was actually an interstellar planting expert, which caught her by surprise. After all, the courtyard where Granny Xiaojun lived had no plants other than that one enormous vine, so Su Mu had never given it a thought. Still, with Granny Xiaojun as their specialist, Su Mu felt much more at ease. After all, she was just a novice herself, not much better off than Shin Mabe and the others. And Yinzhou pressed the doorbell downstairs. A moment later, the door opened to reveal a golden-haired, blue-eyed youth in a white loungewear set, with what seemed to be a stain on his cuff. Yet it did nothing to diminish his elf-like demeanor. But the young man only stood there silently gazing at him. And Yinzhou had no choice but to explain in a gentle tone, "My name is Yinzhou. I'm a student of the Main Stars Military Academy that Miss Su Mu rescued yesterday. I'd like to see Miss Su Mu. Is she in?" Yida let him in. Su Mu had heard Yinzhou's voice from inside, and told him to come in. "Student, is there something you need from me?" Su Mu tossed the book in her hand to the others for them to read, then led Yinzhou over to the dining table. "Please have a seat." And Yinzhou didn't stand on ceremony, and sat down directly. After weighing his words for a moment, he explained his purpose. "It's like this. On behalf of everyone, I wanted to ask Miss Su Mu, since we'll be troubling you for another half-month, how should we settle the board and lodging fees?" Looking at the young man before her in his crisp light blue military uniform, with slightly wavy chestnut brown hair and gentle features, he gave off a mild-mannered air, yet clearly possessed a keen and resourceful mind. Su Mu poured 2 glasses of water, pushing one to Yinzhou before taking a sip herself. Then she said in a leisurely tone, "Talking with someone as clever as student and makes things simple, so I'll be direct. At the manor right now, all we have left are low-grade nutrient packs, but they can last you until you leave free of charge. However, if you want to eat the same meals as us, you'll have to pay. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Besides, those ingredients are extremely rare, nowhere else but on Shashing. To eat them is practically a blessing." And Yinzhou looked at the eloquent young woman before him. Her shoulder-length hair was slightly yellowed as if from malnutrition, and her small palm-sized face made her eyes look especially large. Within them a faint smile was shining. And Yinzhou grew increasingly certain that this girl looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. "Student, and what do you think?" Seeing that Yinzhou seemed to be spacing out, Su Mu frowned. What was he thinking about, so lost in thought? "Oh, I've decided. Forget the low-grade nutrient packs. Just name your price for the meals." And Yinzhou snapped back to reality, generously letting Su Mu set the price herself. Su Mu didn't stand on ceremony, and quoted a price right away. After all, only a fool would turn away money, and she was no fool. Per person, the daily rate is 500 gold coins. One person for 15 days is 7,500 coins. With 8 of you in total, 15 days comes to exactly 60,000 gold coins. What do you think? Fair and square, isn't it? Looking at Su Mu's beaming face, and Yinzhou felt she was treating them like deep-pocketed fools. But remembering that she was their savior after all, he thought, so be it. As long as he didn't have to eat low-grade nutrient packs. Deal. And Yinzhou extended his palm, signaling agreement to the transaction. Su Mu's eyes widened. You're not even going to bargain. And Yinzhou's eyes curved with a smile. Nothing to bargain over. You're our savior, and this amount of money is nothing. Besides, the food you serve here can't be found anywhere else. That's true. Since money is no object for you, I hope you enjoy your time here. Mommy, who is this handsome brother? Xingbao trotted over, nestling against Su Mu's leg and clinging to her waist. Su Mu patted Xingbao's little head. You can't call him brother, you should call him uncle. Hearing himself addressed as uncle, and Yinzhou was even more startled by Xingbao's cry of mommy. He hadn't expected Su Mu to have a child. So whose child was it? And Yinzhou's thoughts suddenly scattered in all directions. Wait, why does this child look so familiar too? It's as if I've seen her somewhere before. And Yinzhou shook his head, feeling confused. Why did everyone he looked at seem familiar? He couldn't stay any longer, so he quickly took his leave of Su Mu. I'll head back first. As for the gold coins, once I collect them from everyone, I'll bring them to you. But how will our meals work? Are they? Before Yinzhou could finish, Su Mu said, you can come here to eat. There are a few of us, and we have a lot to do every day, so it's not convenient for us to deliver meals. Just come over with Elder Mai to eat every day. Or you could move closer and stay near my courtyard. Once the matters of meals and lodging were settled, and Yinzhou promptly took his leave. Meanwhile, Su Mu sent messages to the three elders saying that from now on they should come to Xingmu Garden on time for meals, as delivery service would no longer be provided. She also asked Elder Mai to remember to bring along the rescued students when he came. Although Elder Mai was quite reluctant about having to bring those students, he still replied to Su Mu with a single message, understood. And Yinzhou was quite dependable. Not long after he left, Su Mu received 60,000 gold coins on her optical brain. Since she had taken the money, she had to provide good service. She was self-aware enough to know that. Su Mu decided to prepare a lavish lunch to entertain these little money gods. Baby mom is rich now. See if this is enough to pay off the debts from before. Su Mu swaggered over to the mall, scooped up He Zaire, who was sound asleep, and ruffled its little head. He Zaire opened his dark round eyes, rolled them at the instigator, and asked in a milky voice, did you get rich? Yeah. I got rich. I'm catering for a group of money gods for half a month. How about that? Isn't it a great deal? Su Mu looked smug. With this money, she could be much more comfortable and no longer had to calculate every purchase. He Zaire checked Su Mu's account and saw that there was indeed a huge sum. I want a deluxe cat bed. He Zaire said unceremoniously. Seeing Su Mu's reluctance, it immediately said pitifully, last time you said it was too expensive and didn't buy it. Now you have so much money. After paying off the debts, there's still plenty left. More than enough for a cat bed. Su Mu thought of how He Zaire, so tiny, usually had to sleep on the cold floor, and her heart softened. She agreed. Meow. Yay. Moo Moo is the best. He Zaire happily leaped down from Su Mu's arms and jumped around excitedly on the ground. A pink round cat bed surrounded by a ring of white feathers materialized out of thin air. He Zaire bounded straight into it and curled up inside, refusing to come out. The small black ball sank into the fluffy bed, completely hidden from view. Only the bed could be seen squirming continuously. Su Mu shook her head indulgently and left it alone. She sat down on the ground nearby, summoned the mall interface, and selected ingredients for lunch and dinner. Now that she was rich, Su Mu no longer picked the cheapest ingredients for everything, afraid of spending an extra cent. Things were different now. She had money and could buy whatever she wanted. Vegetables, fruits, and all kinds of meat. Su Mu bought a large amount at once. But in her eyes, that was only enough for one day's meals. After all, there were more than 20 people to feed. After selecting the ingredients, Su Mu also bought a cookbook on the side. When she came out of the mall, it was already close to 10 o'clock and lunchtime was approaching. With time pressing, she had to hurry and prepare the ingredients, so she called Granny Xiaojun and Aunt May over to help. With more people eating this time, the cooking truly became a big pot affair. Su Mu gave the prawns, chicken, and pork to Aunt May to handle and assigned Granny Xiaojun the task of washing vegetables. She herself started rinsing rice, steaming it, and preparing seasonings. For lunch today, she planned to make 6 dishes and 1 soup. Although it was only 7 items, the portions were extraordinary: 3 whole chickens, a basin of prawns, and 3 jean of pork. Once all the ingredients were ready, Su Mu opened the live stream platform and began today's broadcast. Su Mu suddenly felt that live streaming for an hour every day was too troublesome and tedious. It seemed that in the future she should set aside a dedicated time to stream and save up enough hours so she wouldn't have to check in every day. As soon as He Zaire loves gold coins went live, the fans went wild. God knows that these days, without watching Gold Coin Sisters' food stream, they couldn't even swallow their nutrient supplements. Having finally waited for Gold Coin Sisters' live stream, they immediately called all their friends to come watch. Watching the number of fans pouring in rise sharply, Su Mu gave a brief greeting. Hello everyone, I'm He Zaire loves gold coins. Today I'm making big plate chicken, garlic butter prawns, sweet and sour pork, tenderloin, vegetable salad, stir-fried, oyster mushrooms, vinegar sautéed potato strips, plus a hot and sour tripe soup. Since we have several guests at home today, the portion sizes will be larger than usual. If any of you little cuties like it, you can go home and try making it yourselves. After she spoke, Su Mu noticed Granny Xiaojun looking at her with curiosity. Feeling a little embarrassed, she explained, Granny, I'm live streaming. It can make money. Granny Xiaojun smiled slightly and said, I know. I'm not an old fossil. I was just thinking, are we eating too much? The ingredients you bring out are clearly ordinary things. I don't know where you get them, but they can't be free. Otherwise you wouldn't be working so hard to earn money. So I think we shouldn't let you bear all the hardship alone. Sumu hadn't expected Granny Xiaojun to be so considerate. Her heart ached, and holding back the sting in her eyes, she forced a smile. I'm not stupid. How could I let myself do all the work? Haven't you seen that I sent Su Wen and the other 5 to farm the land? The things they grow can feed us and be sold for money. As for you and Aunt May, aren't you also being pulled in to cook with me? I can't handle so much food alone. That's good, that's good. If anything comes up, just say it. You mustn't bear it alone. Come on, let's cook properly. The boys will be back soon to eat. Sumu skillfully cut the ingredients and set them aside. She deveined and shelled the clean prawns by splitting their backs, then marinated them in cooking wine and black pepper for 15 minutes. In a small pot, she melted some butter, stir-fried the prawn heads in it to extract the savory oil, then removed the heads. She added minced garlic and red chili stir-fried until fragrant, then added the prawn meat. When she plated it, she sprinkled some chopped scallions to boost the presentation. A whole basin of garlic butter prawns came out of the pan, making the fans in the live stream go crazy and beg Sumu to feed them. In response, Sumu merely raised an eyebrow and smiled. This is just the first dish. There's even more delicious food coming. Wow, the streamer is so mean. Exactly. This girl is so annoying. I really want to eat. Just smelling it isn't enough. Oh my god. Why did I only just follow this streamer? What have I been missing? The live stream erupted in lamentations, but Sumu remained completely unaffected and continued with the next dish. The second dish was big plate chicken. She chopped all 3 roosters into pieces. At that moment, the entire live stream could only hear the rhythmic thud of the knife falling. Each time a whole chicken was reduced to small chunks, leaving the audience dumbfounded. No one expected that this streamer, who looked so thin and small with delicate wrists that seemed like they could snap with one twist, could be so strong. Truly, people can't be judged by appearances. It took 2 hours before all the dishes were finished. By then the fans in the live stream were drooling from the temptation of the food. Seeing the 6 dishes and 1 soup, they knew the moment of farewell had arrived. Every time the heartless streamer finished cooking, she would let them smell it for a moment and then end the stream. Sure enough, Sumu glanced at the time and decided that today's streaming time was almost up. In fact, she had even accumulated enough for tomorrow. After bidding everyone farewell, she ended the live stream. Mumu, your culinary skills are impressive. Granny Xiaojun was genuinely amazed by Sumu's cooking. Although the meals Sumu had made in the past few days had all been delicious, she had never directly witnessed the entire cooking process before. In response to Granny Xiaojun's compliment, Sumu just blinked and handed her a copy of the complete guide to cooking she had just bought. It covered everything from 5,000 years of history to interstellar food preparation methods. If you could think of it, it was in there. After breakfast, Su Wen and the others were put to work in the small garden by Sumu. They were asked to make signs for each plot of land, labeling them with the corresponding vegetable names to avoid confusion. A sign was also hung at the entrance of the yard, simply reading, Vegetable Garden. The 6 of them finished their work and hurried back to Xingmu Garden, for they knew the military academy students would be coming for lunch that noon. If they returned too late, they might not even get a bowl of soup. Sumu, grandmother Xiao Jun, and Aunt May had just finished setting the table when they spotted the 6 of them running back in a frenzy. Why are you all running? So urgent is your tail on fire? Grandmother Xiao Jun teased the panting 6 with a good-natured scolding, making them all feel rather embarrassed. Only Su Wen let out a chuckle and scratched his head, feigning innocence. We were worried you'd be too busy with lunch and ran back to help. Isn't that right, everyone? Right. The others quickly caught on and nodded in agreement. All right. I know what you're up to. Hurry and wash your hands and eat. Yes, ma'am. They pushed and shoved each other as they rushed to the washroom. At that moment, Elder Mai and 2 others arrived with 8 students in tow. The 3 elders were dressed in loose black casual attire, with 7 youths standing tall, like green pines behind them, all wearing the standard blue military academy uniform. With their height exceeding 1.80 m, they exuded an imposing aura. Of course, there was one exception. Ai Mier, clad in a red dress that radiated temptation in every step. You're here? Do sit down first. Sumu explained, since we have quite a few people and haven't prepared a table large enough, we'll split into 2 tables for today's meal. Does that sound alright? If no one has objections, please take your seats. With that, she sat down at one of the tables herself. No objections. Mo Lingji's thin lips parted slightly, and he walked straight over to sit beside Sumu, leaving the rest of his companions utterly stunned. Brother Mo, why are you sitting next to her? No way, I want to sit there too. Ai Mier's sweet voice rang out as her red lips parted, but it only made Mo Lingji frown immediately. And Yanzhou and Zheng Yangyang exchanged a glance, moved their feet, and in the next moment, they had already taken the 2 seats beside Mo Lingji, cutting off any possibility of Ai Mier approaching him. Only then did Mo Lingji's expression soften. Sumu watched this scene unfold before her and could only feel her eyes twitching. What on earth was this handsome guy thinking? He had to sit right beside her, but that woman in the red dress was no pushover, you know. True to form, the next moment the woman in red stomped her foot, glared at Yanzhou and Zheng Yangyang, and then marched towards Sumu. Oh no, this young miss was picking on the soft persimmon since in Yinzhou was untouchable. Watching the fierce AI Mier approach, Su Mu felt a wave of helplessness. She really didn't want to cause a scene. Couldn't they just have a decent meal? After a moment's thought, she decided it was best to take the high road and leave. But the moment she stood up, 2 fingers grabbed the corner of her clothes. Su Mu looked down and found herself meeting a pair of dark, clear eyes. His eyes were very beautiful, but that didn't mean he could yank at her. You were the one who saved me from the water, weren't you? I remember you. His thin lips parted and a cold, slightly husky voice from his changing period rang out. Before Su Mu could react, she was pulled and staggered. Sharp nails scraped across her arm, making her wince in pain. Get lost, you're not worthy of sitting beside Brother Mo. Move along. As her arrogant words fell, Ai Mier reached out again to grab Su Mu, but Mo Lingji's calm voice stopped her. Ai Mier, stop it. Su Mu looked at Mo Lingji's cold expression and couldn't help but think to herself, this kid has no moral compass. I'm at least your savior, and this is how you treat me. Brother Mo. Ai Mier, as if unaware of Mo Lingji's disdain, continued to act coquettishly, as though nothing had happened. Mo Lingji completely ignored her petulance, and said in a flat, emotionless tone, apologize. Apologize to Miss Su. Ai Mier froze, unable to believe that Brother Mo was actually making her apologize to a commoner. Impossible. I won't. What do I owe her an apology for? I refuse. Ai Mier looked at Mo Lingji with a heartbroken expression, but turned to Su Mu with utter contempt. In response, Su Mu merely lifted her sleeve, slightly revealing several fresh scratch marks. At that moment, Su Wen and the others emerged from the washroom. Su Wen's eyes immediately landed on the blood marks on Su Mu's arm, and he rushed over urgently. Sister Mumu, who scratched you? How could they be so ruthless? As soon as Su Wen spoke, every pair of eyes turned toward Ai Mier seated across from Su Mu. Ai Mier grew deeply unsettled under their collective gaze and retorted impatiently, what are you all staring at? How was I supposed to know she was so fragile? You. Su Wen was infuriated by her brazen words and was about to teach her a lesson, but Su Mu reached out and stopped him. Su Mu simply offered a faint smile and said coolly, so I am fragile. Then let me see just how tough your hide really is. With that, she directly slapped Ai Mier's exquisite face, sending her flying through the air and crashing onto the ground. Mier. Lin Yinshu hurriedly rushed over to help Ai Mier up. Ai Mier clutched her swollen cheek, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The pain was so intense that she could only cover her face and weep, unable to even curse. Miss Su Mu, weren't you a bit too far? Lin Yinshu was thoroughly displeased with Su Mu's actions. Just as he was about to seek justice for Ai Mier, Zheng Yangyang spoke up to stop him. Yinshu, Miss Ai was in the wrong from the start, and she refuses to apologize. Those words left Lin Yinshu speechless. Yinshu, escort Miss Ai back. The moment Mo Lingji spoke, Lin Yinshu, though unwilling, had no choice but to comply obediently. Great, the annoying person is finally gone. Now we can actually enjoy a proper meal. Su Mu clapped her hands and invited everyone to take their seats, reminding them not to let the incident ruin their mood. Su Mu served herself a portion of food and said to the group, enjoy your meal, everyone. I'll go upstairs to eat with Xingbao, so I won't be dining with you all. Bon appetit. With that, she carried her food and went to the second floor. As soon as Su Wen and the others sat down, they began to feast heartily. But at the military academy table, none of the students dared to eat until Mo Lingji picked up his chopsticks. Everyone eat. The moment Mo Lingji's voice fell, the others finally began to eat. After one bite, they all accelerated their pace. Watching the situation at that table, Shin Mabe simply said one word, pretentious. With that, he buried his head in his bowl and began to eat. After Lin Yinshu sent Ai Mier back to the courtyard, she flew into a violent rage, smashing everything in the house before collapsing onto the sofa, her face twisted with anger. Su Mu, just you wait. Once I get out of here, I'll settle the score with you. The very mention of Su Mu's name made Ai Mier gnash her teeth in hatred. And you, Lin Yinshu, you useless trash. You just stood there watching me get beaten. What use are you? Ai Mier sneered in disdain, casually picking up an object and hurling it at Lin Yinshu. Caught off guard, he failed to dodge in time, and the object struck his forehead. Bright red blood trickled down through his hair, dripping onto the floor to form a tiny scarlet bloom. Seeing Lin Yinshu's expression of disbelief and hurt, Ai Mier felt a momentary twinge of guilt, but her mouth remained harsh as she said arrogantly, you really are a waste. You can't even dodge a water cup. In that single instant, Lin Yinshu suddenly came to his senses. Zheng Yangyang had been right all along. He shouldn't have meddled in other people's affairs, nor should he have greedily hoped to win her heart. The fault was his own. Since he had figured that out, Lin Yinshu felt there was no point in staying. He turned and walked straight out. Where are you going? Seeing Lin Yinshu leave without a single word, Ai Mier suddenly felt a pang of panic. The only response was the sound of his departing footsteps without the slightest pause. In her room, Su Mu finished dinner with Xingbao, then picked up the empty dishes and led Xingbao downstairs. At this time, only 4 elders were chatting in the grand hall. Su Mu carried the dishes into the kitchen and found Aunt May washing utensils, so she asked Aunt May, why are you washing by yourself today? Where's everybody? They said they were going to do work, so they left me to do the washing. Aunt May's eyes darted about, her hands moving at lightning speed. By the time she had spoken to Sumu, a pile of dishes and chopsticks had already been scrubbed clean. Sumu didn't say anything more about it. She just patted Aunt May on the shoulder and said, "Good work. You've worked hard." "No hard work at all." Aunt May shook her stiff neck, her voice full of joy. In the living room, the four elders were playing with Xing Bao, refusing to let go of the child, and were all coaxed into grinning from ear to ear. Sumu greeted the four elders, entrusted Xing Bao to their care, and then prepared to make another trip to the oasis outside the estate. Ever since she had pulled those two students out of the water yesterday, Sumu had felt that something was amiss. She remembered that when she first approached the oasis, she had been attacked by the vines growing beside it. It was only afterward that the two parties had reached a mutually beneficial agreement, which allowed them to coexist in peace. But what about those two students who had fallen into the water? Why hadn't they been attacked by the vines? Through several encounters with these students, Sumu had discovered that they were simply ordinary interstellar humans. Their physical constitutions and mental strength might be somewhat higher than those of ordinary people, but they definitely possessed no wood element ability. Wood element power was extremely precious and scarce throughout the entire interstellar realm. In this age, nature itself had become a distant myth. So how had they managed to evade the vines' attack? Intensely curious, Sumu felt she had to figure out this mystery. If the problem didn't lie with those students, then it could only lie in the water. Moreover, she had long suspected that the mutated desert scorpions were terrified of this oasis. Every time they chased her and the others, they would stop of their own accord near the oasis and turn back the way they came. Just now at dinner, when Sumu saw the two rescued students, these thoughts suddenly clicked together in her mind. The flying skateboard shot forward at terrifying speed. A phantom blur streaked past, and by the time it stopped, she was already at her destination. At Sumu's arrival, all the surrounding vines swayed with delight, but without her orders they could only remain obediently in place. Sumu crouched by the water's edge. The whole surface was a shimmering expanse of ripples like a mirror of liquid jade. What exactly is wrong with this water? Sumu muttered to herself. Then suddenly she stood up, stripped off her top and long trousers, leaving only a tank top and pair of shorts, and dove headfirst into the water, startling the surrounding vines so much that they all trembled. Even Hei Zai in the system mall was frightened and cried out, "Moo, don't do anything reckless." "Shut up. I'm just looking for something." Sumu blew out a few bubbles from her mouth. She kept feeling that there was something under the water. As far as she knew, this sandstar had not seen a single drop of rain for years. Even yesterday, thunder had rolled through the sky, yet still no rain fell. But this water source had never shown any signs of drying up. On the contrary, it had nurtured vines with sentience. Every anomaly must have its hidden fiend. After swimming some distance underwater, she still hadn't reached the bottom. Never expecting this body of water to be so deep, Sumu accelerated and continued plunging deeper. The light around her grew dimmer and dimmer, and the pressure on her body became heavier and heavier. Sumu suddenly felt the urge to turn back at once, but the urge vanished the very next moment, because ahead in the pitch-black space a glimmer of light suddenly appeared. The bright rays radiated outward, irresistibly drawing Sumu's gaze. Sumu swam with all her might toward the light. The closer she got, the brighter it became, until the entire space was bathed in illumination. Finally, braving the tremendous water pressure, Sumu reached the light's source. A green stone was bobbing in the water, swaying back and forth like a fluid. Sumu carefully cupped the green stone in her hands, feeling as though she were holding a living green mass, moist, soft, and cool. Unsurprisingly, this was precisely what she had been looking for. Clutching the green jelly-like object, Sumu swam back toward the surface. The moment she broke through the water, she truly felt how vital air was. After taking several deep breaths of fresh air, she finally climbed out and plopped down onto the sand. She hefted the jelly a couple of times, but couldn't make out what it was. It simply felt icy cold, soft, and wonderful to the touch, just like real jelly. Bringing it close and inhaling deeply, she noticed a faint sweet fragrance. She couldn't name the exact scent, but it was extremely pleasant enough to make anyone want to gulp it down in a single gulp. And Sumu did exactly that, regretting it the next instant. The soft jelly-like fluid slid down her throat and into her stomach, and then a suffocating pain swept through her entire body. In that moment, Sumu couldn't bear it and cried out loudly. The elders who were playing with Xing Bao were all startled by the agonized yell. "Did you all hear some sound?" Elder Mai asked the other three present. Granny Xiaojun frowned and said, "I heard it. It sounded quite painful." "What is that sound?" "It couldn't be a star beast appearing nearby, could it?" Elder Zhuang offered his guess. The others could only speculate wildly. But Xing Bao, cradled in Granny Xiaojun's arms, frowned deeply with a worried expression and said seriously in response to the elders, "It's not a star beast. It's Mommy. That's Mommy's voice. Mommy is in pain." Hearing Xing Bao's earnest voice, the four elders exchanged glances, uncertain whether the child was joking. "Xing Bao, are you telling the truth? You're not deceiving us, are you?" Granny Xiaojun asked Xing Bao in a grave tone. But by then Xing Bao was already sobbing and choked out, "Xing Bao isn't lying. It's Mommy. Mommy is in terrible pain right now." And as Xing Bao had said, Sumu was rolling on the ground in excruciating pain, her body caked with sand and mud, her forehead covered in beads of sweat, and her features twisted together in agony. "God, this is killing me. If I'd known, I wouldn't have been so greedy." "Oh, Her only reply was Hey Zaire's excited shout Mumu, you've hit the jackpot. You've hit the jackpot. Such dense water-attuned energy. This is practically sheer dumb luck, isn't it? Who would have thought that a desert star like this was hiding such a treasure? This is way too lucky, right? Haha. Sumu could no longer hear the rest of Hey Zaire's words, but the phrase water-attuned energy came through clear as a bell. No matter what, this was definitely a treasure. And since it was a treasure, the old rule naturally applied: you can't catch a wolf without being willing to risk the child. No matter how much it hurt, she had to endure it. As Sumu kept howling and rolling around, the sweat on her body gradually changed from crystal clear droplets to brown perspiration, then to black sweat, and finally back to glistening transparent beads. At the same time, the pain inside her grew lighter and lighter. In the end, Sumu lay sprawled on the sandy ground, unable to move. She was too exhausted. Although the pain was gone, her body felt terribly weak within. But when she looked at her mud monkey of a body, Sumu gritted her teeth and went into the water anyway. Otherwise, she would have hated herself to death. How did that voice disappear? My Lao holding Xing Bao said breathlessly that they had been following Sumu's screams, but as soon as they reached this spot, the voice vanished, and now they did not know which direction to take. This way, Mom, is over in that direction. Xing Bao pointed toward the manor gate and urged Granny Xiaojun to hurry over. Granny Xiaojun had no choice but to hold Xing Bao and exchange a glance with my Lao and the other two. Seeing all three nod, she ran toward the gate. If Sumu had gone to the oasis, then that piercing scream was hardly surprising. After all, when they first came here, they had all suffered at the hands of those vines. Even the vines in Granny Xiaojun's courtyard had been transplanted from that place. But judging from how loud the cry had been, Sumu was likely in grave danger. At the thought, the four of them quickened their steps. At that moment, a large group was also rushing toward the gate in a flurry. None other than Su Wen's party of 6 along with the 6 military cadets. Originally, after finishing their meal, Su Wen and the others had planned to go to the experimental garden to continue breaking ground. Then somehow or other they had managed to talk those military cadets into coming along too. But they had only just reached the experimental garden and picked up their hose when a piercing scream tore through the air. Startled, Su Wen dropped the hoe in his hand. Su-chan recognized Sumu's voice and, fearing that something had happened, hurried toward the gate. The others, not knowing what was going on, could only run after him. Thereupon a lively group of young men collided at the gate with 4 equally flustered elders. Grandpa, my grandpa Zhuang, Grandpa Shi, Granny Xiaojun. Why are you all here too? Seeing the 4 of them also out of breath, Su Wen quickly asked, and what about you all? Old Mai took a deep breath, braced his hands on his knees, and panted heavily. Running so hard, all of a sudden, had nearly taken the old man's life. We suddenly heard a howl that sounded like Sister Mumu, so we followed the sound over here. Su-chan voiced his suspicion, and only then did the others who had come along snap back to attention. Granny Xiaojun set Xing Bao down. Xing Bao, walk on your own now. Granny can't carry you anymore. Xing Bao stood obediently, and only then did Granny Xiaojun say, us too. Alright, let's get going. Let's see what happened to that Mu girl. I hope she isn't in any real danger. Old Mai felt that he had caught his breath, and urged everyone to keep searching for Su Mu. Mo Lingji did not know why, but from the moment that child appeared, he could not take his eyes off her. He felt as if he saw a strangely familiar shadow in her. Especially her eyes and brows. They were far too familiar. And Yanzhou noticed Mo Lingji's peculiar behavior and nudged him with his shoulder. Mo Lingji snapped back to his senses and frowned. What are you doing? And Yanzhou ignored his attitude and simply raised an eyebrow with a smile. Don't you think that person seems a bit familiar too? After saying this, he suddenly stared at Mo Lingji's handsome face and froze. Why are you staring at me? Mo Lingji turned his head away from Yanzhou's gaze with a hint of shy embarrassment in his eyes. If there had been any other meaning in that gaze, he would have thrown a punch then and there. Shoved by Mo Lingji, and Yanzhou snapped out of his daze. With a mysterious look, he said, I just realized why that child seems so familiar. Her eyes and brows look very much like yours. Brother Lingji, brother Yanzhou, what are you two whispering about? Come on, keep up. Zheng Yangyang waved at them from up ahead. Coming. And Yanzhou called back, and before Mo Lingji could react, he dashed off. Mo Lingji came to his senses, cursed under his breath, and walked over as well. Although he thought Yanzhou was talking nonsense, he actually also thought the resemblance was quite striking. When everyone reached the oasis, they saw no sign of Su Mu. Only her clothes beneath a huge vine-entangled tree. Su Wen was just about to rush over when Granny Xiaojun stopped him, refusing to let him go any deeper. These vines attack people. Be careful. No, they don't. Last time we fished those 2 out from the water, and the vines didn't attack us. If you don't believe me, ask the brothers. When Su Wen finished, they all nodded along. Indeed, they had not been attacked that time. That's impossible. Granny Xiaojun found it hard to believe. Still, since they had stood there for so long without the vines making even the slightest move, it did confirm what Su Wen and the others had said. But the very next moment, the surrounding vines suddenly shook and their leaves rustled loudly. Everyone instantly became alert. Suddenly a splash drew everyone's attention. All eyes turned to the water, and then a figure shot up from its surface. Her glossy black hair traced an elegant arc across the water, revealing a delicate porcelain white face the size of a palm. Her features were exquisite, and her skin looked so supple that it seemed a breath could break it, glowing with crystalline radiance in the sunlight. The sight left everyone rooted where they stood. Sumu wiped the water from her face in one sweep and opened her eyes only to find herself being watched by a crowd. What the hell? What's going on? Sumu hastily crossed her arms over her chest and shrank back into the water. Hadn't she only gone in to wash the filth from her body? How had she ended up being gawked at by a crowd? Seeing a figure suddenly emerge from the water, Granny Xiaojun finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when Sumu shrank back down again, she glared and bellowed, "Sumu, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up here." Hearing the roar, Sumu was so frightened that she shrank back into the water, leaving only her eyes exposed, darting around, which caused Su-Won and the others to burst out laughing. And Yinzhou suppressed a smile and explained, "I think Miss Su may not be convenient to come out. Let's step aside for now." After saying this, he turned and walked back, and the other military cadets followed suit. Seeing that Su-Mu was in no danger, Su-Chen also led his companions to trail behind them. Seeing that everyone except Granny Xiaojun had turned away and even Xingbao had been taken away by Grandpa, my Su-Mu finally stood up from the water and took the clothes from Granny Xiaojun's hands. "What's the matter with you, child? You gave everyone a fright," Granny Xiaojun scolded. Su-Mu put on her clothes, not minding Granny Xiaojun's scolding at all. She hugged Granny Xiaojun's arm affectionately and acted coquettishly. "All right, Granny, I know. I'll explain when I get back." Unexpectedly, Granny Xiaojun was not taken in by this. She glared sternly and said, "Stand up straight. All limp and weak, what a sight. You're not even as good as Xingbao." Su-Mu pouted and stood up straight. While her first attempt had ended in failure. Back at Xingmu Garden, only Old Mai and Xingbao were playing in the courtyard. The others had gone who knows where. "Speak up. What's going on with you making such a huge commotion?" Granny Xiaojun sat down on the sofa with the expression of someone demanding a proper explanation. "That's right. Moo girl, today you really gave us old bones a scare, especially Xingbao." Old Mai echoed from behind his white beard, quivering and his eyes wide in a formidable manner. "Yes, Mama. Xingbao was so worried about you," Xingbao said in a sweet childish voice, then climbed down from Old Mai and onto Su-Mu, hugging her neck tightly. With the three of them speaking in turn, Su-Mu could only keep nodding and apologize. My bad. I won't do it again." Only after receiving their forgiveness did she extend her palm with a mysterious look. "What are you showing us?" "There's nothing there." The three widened their eyes, but could not discern anything on Su-Mu's empty palm. "Take a closer look." Su-Mu looked smug. The three pairs of eyes leaned in again, not even blinking. Suddenly Xingbao poked Su-Mu's palm with a chubby little finger. The next moment the empty palm twisted, and a transparent water screen gradually emerged. "Haha, not bad." Xingbao discovered it. Su-Mu laughed merrily. The water screen on her palm immediately became fully visible, forming a column of water above her palm. "Moo girl, what's going on here?" Old Mai's eyes were round with shock. As for the two elders' astonishment, Xingbao was also curious, poking at the water with his finger, enjoying himself immensely. Su-Mu extended her other hand to stroke Xingbao's little head, her face full of affection. Her little treasure was indeed clever and adorable. After doting on the little treasure, Su-Mu looked up and answered Old Mai's question. "This is what I found at the bottom of the water. Isn't it amazing? Originally, I simply felt that the oasis was problematic. The vines around the oasis had all mutated, while the vines in Granny Xiaojuan's courtyard were fine. Moreover, the mutated desert scorpions seemed to be terrified of the oasis. So I took some time to explore it, and unexpectedly, I really found something." Su-Mu's smile was radiant. Under her control, the column of water on her palm kept changing shapes, making Xingbao laugh heartily. Granny Xiaojun and Old Mai both found Su-Mu's adventure utterly incredible. Moreover, they noticed that ever since Su-Mu had awakened, everything seemed to have become miraculous. It seems Mu girl is truly a child blessed by the gods. Old Mai looked at Su-Mu with gratification, giving Su-Mu goosebumps. "Grandpa Mai, that's not how it works. It's true I'm lucky, but I got it at the risk of my life. You have no idea how painful it was after I swallowed that thing. Otherwise you wouldn't have heard my screams from so far away." Speaking of this, Su-Mu could still feel the pain, as if her marrow and bones were being washed and peeled. "But now I do feel much lighter." Su-Mu then realized that her body seemed to have undergone some transformation. Looking closely, her already fair skin had become even more delicate. "Mu girl, did you get taller?" Old Mai seemed to have discovered a new continent. He pulled Su-Mu up from the sofa and made her turn around, saying in disbelief, "You really are taller. Look at your pants. At noon the hems were at your ankles. Now they've exposed your whole ankles." Su-Mu looked down, and sure enough, her slender ankles were completely bare in the air. "Mumu, your hair has grown a lot too. It was at your shoulders before, but now it reaches your shoulder blades." Granny Xiaojun shared her discovery. "Mommy smells nice too." Xingbao happily announced his own discovery. Come on with me. I need to give you a full body examination." Old Mai, acting on a whim, insisted on dragging Su-Mu back to the Wubbing clinic. Su-Mu had no choice but to follow him. Granny Xiaojun did not go with them. It would soon be evening, and tonight's dinner would likely be her responsibility. Fortunately, Aunt May was there to help. Su-Mu was pulled into the Wubbing clinic by Old Mai, and upon reaching the second floor, was pushed directly into that time-worn medical pod. As the transparent glass cover closed, Su-Mu once again slipped into sleep mode. This time Su-Mu dreamed again. In the dream, a man with a blurry face wanted to take Xingbao away from her, claiming Xingbao was his child, and that he must bring him back. Without hesitation, Sumu slapped him, then woke up. When old Mai saw Sumu open her eyes filled with murderous intent, that icy stare stunned him. "Mu girl, were you dreaming again? You look like you wanted to kill someone." Sumu blinked, and when she opened her eyes again, her usual smile returned. She teased, "No killing, I just slapped a man who wanted to take my son from me. Anyway, dreams are all fake. Tell me how my examination went." Sumu lightly hopped off the medical pod and sat down on the sofa. "It couldn't be better. Every aspect of your body is top tier. A perfect state, and it even shows signs of continuous optimization. Looks like you really hit the jackpot, girl." Old Mai looked envious and handed the report to Sumu. Tonight's dinner was prepared together by Granny Xiaojun and Meishi, with little Bai and Xingbao occasionally lending a hand nearby. When Sumu and Elder Mai returned, they happened to run into Su Chun and the others, arriving alongside the group of military cadets. Standing at around 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall, Su Chun and the others looked almost delicate in front of the tall, handsome military cadets. Even Shun Mabe, who usually appeared tall and dashing, was reduced to an unremarkable sight, let alone the rest, who were utterly eclipsed to the point of vanishing. Sumu really wanted to remind them, but after a moment of thought she decided against it. She couldn't bear to crush the children's confidence. As they drew closer, the visual impact became more and more striking. Mo Lingji, walking at the very front, had flowing natural black hair and dark eyes that gleamed with cold light. Coupled with his tall, well-proportioned frame, he looked like a male lead who had just stepped out of a comic, instantly seizing everyone's gaze. Mo Lingji noticed Sumu staring at him. His dark sword-like brows instinctively knitted into a frown, and he grumbled inwardly, "This woman is far too brazen. Has she forgotten that she already has children?" Mo Lingji was about to shoot her a warning glare when he realized her gaze had already shifted away from him. An inexplicable sense of loss suddenly welled up in his heart. "Lingji, what's wrong?" And Yinzhou noticed the change in Mo Lingji and asked with concern. "Nothing. I was just thinking that this is the first time I've experienced tilling land, and it feels quite novel." Mo Lingji made up an excuse to brush it off, but Zheng Yangyang beside him nodded in agreement, his chubby doll-like face breaking into an endearing smile. "That's right, I feel the same way. Later we should ask Miss Su for some seeds, and see if we can grow vegetables. Besides, haven't you noticed that the vegetables and fruits here are far more delicious than those pricey ones sold outside? They're simply incomparable. When I go back, I definitely have to buy some to take home." Just thinking about food made Zheng Yangyang's mouth water. He quickened his pace as if he couldn't wait to sink his teeth into a delicious meal right away. Sumu had no idea what they were thinking. All she knew was that her own children standing beside other people's children looked far too small and frail. It was a direct blow to her heart. "I didn't expect those military cadets to have such outstanding physiques. Compared to them, Su Chun and the others look like they haven't even grown at all. Looks like I'll need to give them some proper nourishment." Sumu began making plans in her mind, determined to design a special diet once she got back. Milk and eggs were a must. "Mumu, were you waiting for me?" Suwon spotted Sumu from a distance and waved a greeting. Sumu waved back. When they drew closer, Sumu finally asked, "How come you all came over together?" Hearing Sumu's question, Suwon grew excited and walked up to her side. "Mumu, you have no idea. Thanks to these big brothers' help today, all the land in the vegetable garden has been fully tilled. We only have the seeds left to plant. Aren't we amazing?" Suwon looked so proud of himself that even Su Chun felt embarrassed. It was obviously the result of everyone's hard work, yet he made it seem like he had done it all by himself. Hearing this, Sumu could only shake her head with a smile. "Amazing, truly amazing. It looks like I'll have to reward you all properly today." She turned to Mo Lingji and the others. "And you all, thank you for your hard work today. No hardship at all. Just make us plenty of good food, and that's more than enough." The moment Zheng Yangyang mentioned food, his face lit up with eager anticipation. "Haha, I may not have much else, but food is absolutely never in short supply." Sumu had a very favorable impression of this Zheng Yangyang. His face was endearing, he had a silver tongue, and he knew how to read the room, which made him far more likable than that Mo Lingji, who just stood there with a cold, handsome face. The door behind them suddenly swung open, and an old man with a face full of wrinkles poked his head out. "What are you all still chattering about out here? Get inside and eat, or the food will get cold." Elder Mai twitched his beard and rolled his eyes. This time the meal was served at a large table that took up nearly the entire courtyard. Fortunately, it was a foldable table, otherwise there wouldn't have been any room left in the house. The entire table was laden with food, and the staple was still rice porridge. Yet everyone drank bowl after bowl without stopping. The blame lay squarely on the porridge's irresistible aroma. After working all afternoon, without a single sip of water, they were parched, and the porridge was exactly what they needed. The side dishes were all vegetarian. Stir-fried, cold-mixed, pan-seared, every style was well represented. Since Granny Xiaojun preferred a light taste, this evening's meal was all fairly mild and refreshing. Sumu took a bite of the blanched choy sum, and was surprised to find it absolutely delicious, easily on par with her own cooking. "Granny, this tastes amazing." Sumu gave her a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by Granny's culinary skills. "I just followed the recipes you gave me. Most of it was actually Meishi's work. My cooking isn't that good. All I can manage is a pot of porridge." Granny Xiaojun was very modest, but the smile on her face was real and warm. Xingbao, unnatural at flattery, stared at Granny Xiaojun with his big adorable eyes and said, "But Granny, the porridge you make is delicious too. Today Xingbao is going to drink 2 bowls. Oh my little Xingbao." Granny Xiaojun's heart melted with joy and she beamed with sheer happiness. Sumu couldn't help but think that her son was far too skilled at sweet-talking people. That little mouth of his was practically dipped in honey. On one side of the table the atmosphere was warm and joyful, on the other the cadets were wolfing down food like a pack of starving ghosts. Only Mo Lingji and Yinzhou maintained somewhat decent table manners, but even they were in no way slow when it came to grabbing food. As expected, nobility is nobility. Even their way of eating is elegant. Sumu sighed and placed a small bowl of vegetables in front of Xingbao. "Hurry up and eat," she urged. "In a little while there won't be any left." With that she too switched into combat mode. She had been starving all day as well. 15 minutes later every single dish had been wiped clean, and even the porridge had been drained to the very last grain of rice. The group of strapping young men all collapsed into their chairs with expressions of pure satisfaction rubbing their stuffed bellies. "You're all this full. Can you still manage some fruit?" "No problem, I can still fit it in." The moment he heard there was food, Jing Yang perked right back up. "Alright, if you can eat it then I'll go prepare some. But first we need to clear this table. Whose turn is it to wash the dishes today?" "Mine." Su Rishu raised his hand, then stood up and began gathering the dishes and chopsticks. "Come on, I'll help you. 2 people working together gets it done faster." Zheng Yangyang immediately joined in with a smile. "We'll help too. We'll help too." The other students also rose and crowded into the kitchen in a flurry. What followed was a series of clattering and crashing sounds that made everyone still seated knit their brows tightly. Sure enough, it was just as feared. Such a pity about those dishes. Sumu sat back down with a poker face and said to Mo Lingji and Yinzhou, "I won't charge you for the dishes this time, but don't let it happen again." Coming out of the kitchen, Zheng Yangyang apologized with a guilty expression. "I'm really sorry. I broke a few bowls. I'll definitely pay for them at full price." No need to pay. Just don't do it again." Won't happen again." Zheng Yangyang sat back down with a beaming smile. Sumu went to the kitchen and took the peaches and strawberries she had set out that morning from the fresh-keeping compartment. Their tender pink hues looked dewy and absolutely irresistible. Sumu washed them, sliced them, and carried them out. The very moment she stepped outside, the entire courtyard was filled with a sweet and fragrant aroma. Mo Lingji picked up a bright red strawberry and took a gentle bite. A wave of clean sweet flavor burst instantly across his taste buds, and a flicker of light suddenly lit up his eyes. As the next heir of the Federation, he had never lacked such luxuries, yet this was the first time he had ever tasted fruit this delicious. It felt as though all the fruit he had eaten before had no flavor at all. Even the meals here were the same. They looked plain and ordinary, but once eaten, they proved to be delicacies that could hardly be found anywhere outside. He never imagined that such a tiny remote place could be so extraordinary. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone left one by one. Urged by Granny Xiaojun, Xingbao, Qingfeng, and Yida washed up and returned to their rooms to rest. The entire Xingmu garden fell silent. Sumu tiptoed away and headed to the vegetable garden. By now the vegetable garden had changed completely. On the round arch hung a square sign woven from vines with 2 black characters written on it, "Vegetable Garden." The white wall green sign and black lettering created an unexpectedly beautiful and harmonious sight. Entering the courtyard, she found that the entire vegetable garden had been turned over, and she could even smell the fresh scent of soil. 5 plots of equal size had been neatly arranged, and in front of each plot stood a sign bearing the corresponding name. Sumu was very satisfied. She knew the whole vegetable plot had been turned over so quickly mainly because of the military cadets. She hadn't expected them to be so productive. Sumu walked over to the seeded plots and slowly extended both hands' palms facing downward, moving them across the ground. As her hands moved, specks of green light gradually diffused beneath her palms, fell into the soil, and vanished. Only after all the soil had been covered by green light did Sumu withdraw her hands. Then she extended them again, this time palms upward. 2 streams of water slowly appeared above her rosy palms and grew thicker until they were as wide as her entire hand. Sumu then cast her hands upward, and in an instant the water turned into scattered raindrops that fell into the earth. Sumu repeated this several more times and stopped only when the soil was completely moist. "I hope I can give those kids a surprise tomorrow." With that her work done, Sumu made her way back under the moonlight. Back in the courtyard, Sumu took a look at the baby bok choy and discovered they had already grown several leaves. The largest emerald green leaf was already as big as Sumu's palm. Sumu was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected that after just a few days of neglect they would have grown so big. She estimated they would be ready to eat in less than a month. Sumu gave the baby bok choy a little wood element energy and sprinkled some water over them, hoping to eat them before long. "Hey little bok choy, grow fast. I'm rooting for you." Sumu grinned joyfully and skipped into the house. "What were you doing out there? Why are you so happy?" The dark living room suddenly lit up. Granny Xiaojun stood upstairs holding a glass. "Oh." Sumu was startled for a moment before saying, "I ate too much today, so I went out for a walk." I also went to the vegetable garden to water the plots and get familiar with the new skill I got today. Hearing Sumu mention a new skill, Granny Xiaojun quickly understood and came downstairs with the glass. It's late. Hurry up and wash up for bed. After saying that, she went into the kitchen with the glass. Okay, Granny, good night. Sumu quickly ran back to her room. This child still acting like a little kid. Granny Xiaojun shook her head with a smile and returned to her room with the water glass. Back in her room, Sumu felt no sleepiness at all, so she opened her video account, planning to while away some time on the Starnet. She seemed to have been busy ever since she woke up. Even when she found time to live stream, she basically never checked the account again after the broadcast ended. Now she finally had some time to entertain herself. The moment she opened her account, a series of dings greeted her. Seeing that there were already several hundred messages, Sumu opened the inbox and skimmed through them. Almost all of them were complaints about her. Some complained that she only teased people with food, but never let them eat it. Some complained that her live streams were too short, and others accused her of grandstanding and deceiving everyone. Sumu merely scrolled past these completely unconcerned. The most common messages, however, asked where the ingredients came from and where they could buy the same ingredients. At this, Sumu had a sudden thought. Since people wanted to buy, there was no harm in her selling to them. But the very next second, she abandoned the idea. The reason was simply that their tiny planet had no interstellar shipping station, just like a parcel station on Blue Star. But building a shipping station on a planet where only a few of them lived was truly too difficult. Interstellar shipping stations were controlled by the Federation. To build one, they had to be evaluated by the Federation and meet the construction conditions, the most important of which was foot traffic. With only a dozen or so of them, there was no need to even think about it. They would definitely be rejected. Sumu sighed and continued scrolling through the messages. Suddenly, a familiar ID caught her eye. It was that Weiwei again. That Weiwei had sent several messages in a row. Gold Coin Sister, I really want to eat the food you make. I'm so craving it, I'm drooling. Gold Coin Sister, you have no idea. I had my family chef make the same dishes following your method. Although the ingredients were a bit different, the taste was so far off that I almost fired that chef. Gold Coin Sister, why don't you reply to me? You have no idea how I've gotten thin from hunger. It's all because your cooking is so delicious that I can't eat anyone else's food anymore. Gold Coin Sister, you don't know my chef now hides whenever he sees me, as if I'm some terrifying person. Judging by the way this person talked, Sumu decided that this Weiwei must be a very cute girl. Sumu continued browsing through Weiwei's messages when she suddenly became excited at one. Gold Coin Sister, I remember you said you live on Shastar, right? I've already arranged for an interstellar shipping station to be built on that planet. It should arrive in about a week. Seeing this message, Sumu was so happy she couldn't express it. Whatever she wished for actually came true. This was too lucky. But once she calmed down, Sumu wondered whether it might be a joke. In the end, she decided to verify with Weiwei. Since the message had only been sent yesterday, and she had only seen it today, she apologized before confirming. Sorry, I only saw your message today. Is it true that you're building a shipping station here? Ever since she learned that her son was safe, Weiwei had returned to her idle life, spending every day browsing videos and watching shows on the Starnet. She had been about to go to sleep when she suddenly saw the message from Gold Coin Sister and immediately sat up. She woke her already sleeping husband, who asked drowsily, Wife, what are you doing? Why aren't you asleep? Weiwei casually pulled the blanket over his head. Go back to sleep. Leave me alone. Hey. A long faint sigh sounded. Gold Coin Sister, you finally replied to me. Of course it's true. The staff have already set off and should arrive at your planet in about 6 days. Sister, add me on your Lightbrain, and I'll send you the contact's Lightbrain ID. Weiwei sat up straight and replied with a string of messages, unable to hide the excitement on her face. Sumu saw Weiwei's messages and felt relieved after receiving the definite answer. She was a little puzzled as to why they needed to add each other on Lightbrain, but she agreed anyway. The friend request was approved within a second. Weiwei the beauty, sister, we're friends now. I live on the main planet, so feel free to ask me if you need any help. Mumu, okay. Weiwei the beauty, sister, your name is Mumu, right? Can I call you Mumu from now on? Mumu, sure. Weiwei stared at her light brain in a daze. This sister speaks so little. So cute. I just wonder if she's as cute in person. Weiwei the beauty, Mumu, may I ask how old you are? Mumu, 20. Weiwei the beauty, so young. Then you should call me Sister Weiwei. Mumu, okay, Sister Weiwei. The two chatted back and forth, losing track of time. When Sumu finally realized the time, it was already past midnight, so she hastily ended the conversation. Weiwei looked at her light brain and sighed. How can this little girl go to sleep so early? Nightlife is just beginning. The moment she said that, an arm stretched out from the blanket beside her and pulled her into the quilt. A slightly hoarse voice said, that's right. Nightlife has only just begun. Since you're so energetic, how about we give our son a little sister? Oh, you. Why are you awake? You're the one to talk. Look at what time it is. I've already slept for a while. Since you're so energetic, let's. Good morning, Granny. Granny, I'm heading out for a bit. I'll be back for breakfast. Sumu yawned, greeted Granny Xiaojuan, who was busy in the kitchen, and took out her small flying skateboard ready to head out. Got it. Don't come back too late. She noticed that Sumu had been going out early every morning lately, and she didn't know what she was doing. Still, she didn't interfere as long as there was no danger. At the oasis, Sumu did not absorb the wood-type energy from the vines this time. Instead, she first transferred some wood-type energy into them, and then began to absorb energy in exchange. Sumu had discovered that the vines were becoming somewhat depleted due to her daily absorption. Although she would return some energy to them after absorbing, it still couldn't compensate for the vine's energy loss. Sumu felt a little guilty about draining these vines, knowing it was somewhat unethical. But vegetation on the entire planet was simply too scarce and demand far exceeded supply. Sumu plopped down on the sand, propped her cheeks with her hands as she stared blankly at the oasis. How exactly can I break this deadlock? A gentle breeze swept by, sending sand flying and filling Sumu's mouth with grit. Tutu. She spat out the sand. When will all this sand be gone? That's right. I'll turn all you sand into soil and plant green trees. Then let's see you fly. Sumu's eyes suddenly lit up. Why hadn't she thought of that before? She had a soul conversion agent in her hands, yet she had only thought of her tiny vegetable patch. What a criminal waste. But planting in the desert still had one crucial obstacle: the desert scorpions. She had discovered that the desert scorpions feared the oasis, but she hadn't yet figured out what exactly terrified them. Sumu scanned the area around the oasis, and her gaze finally rested on the cluster of thick vines. Apart from the water, there were only these mutated vines. Could it be that what they feared were these very vines? Sumu concluded that this was very likely. Because of the water-type spiritual seed, the jelly-like thing she had eaten underwater yesterday, which she named the water spirit seed. These vines had already transcended the category of ordinary vines and developed autonomous attack capabilities. As for whether they had any other functions, she had yet to discover them. With this hypothesis in mind, Sumu prepared to test it. She first caught a few scorpions nearby and threw them all at the thickest vine in the oasis. The next moment, branches whipped through the air with a whooshing sound, and in an instant the scorpions were torn apart and fell onto the sand. Whoa, that's awesome. Sumu caught a few more scorpions, but this time she did not throw them directly at the vines. Instead, she placed them about a meter away and communicated with the vines, telling them not to attack. However, the moment Sumu set the scorpions down, they gave a sudden backward leap and shot off into the distance. They paused for a moment in midair, then continued flying, as if something were chasing them. So it really is these vine spirits that the scorpions fear. Now that the problem of controlling the scorpions was solved, only the problem of planting trees remained. As for how exactly to carry it out, Sumu felt she needed to think it over. And then there's the matter of saplings. I can buy them from the system mall, but explaining where they came from, that's another big problem. Vegetables and fruits are easier to explain. On other wealthy planets, these things are common in circulation, they just don't taste as good. Moreover, because they're expensive, only a few people can afford them. That was why she explained that Bilancio had brought them back for her earlier and kept them in a thermostatic box. No one minded where they came from, even when the taste was excellent. They simply assumed it was due to her cooking. So how would I explain the sudden appearance of so many saplings? Also, once the transport station is built, I might take things from the system mall and sell them. Then how would I explain the source of those items? Sumu suddenly felt a headache, as if she had reached a dead end. Hey Zaire, think of an idea for Mama. Unable to come up with a solution on her own, Sumu could only summon Hey Zaire and see if it had any good ideas. After listening to Sumu explain the whole story, Hey Zaire lay in its fluffy nest and thought for a long time, but could not think of a good idea. Forget it. I shouldn't have counted on you anyway. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a road. I'll just take things one step at a time. Actually, Sumu wanted to tell them everything outright, but no matter the era, one must guard against others. Even though everyone in the estate was either old or young, she couldn't be completely open. Back at Xingwu Garden, everyone was already neatly seated at the large table. Even Lin Yanshu, who had missed dinner the night before, was there with the arrogant young lady sitting quietly beside him. It seemed she had been disciplined when she went back, otherwise why would she be so obedient? But it was hard to tell whether she was just putting on an act. AI Meyer caught sight of Sumu and instantly lowered her gaze, her eyes steeped in bone-deep hatred. When she raised them again, every trace of that hatred had vanished, leaving only a faint impatience behind. Ever since returning at noon yesterday, she had thrown a tantrum and smashed everything in her room, yet still could not vent her anger. Only Lin Yanshu had been by her side, comforting her, but in the end, even he advised her to restrain her temper and stop being unreasonable. At this, she curled her lip in disdain and shot back, I am the young lady of the AI family. No one has ever dared to treat me like this. I will never let her get away with it. As for AI Meyer's hatred toward Sumu, Lin Yanshu no longer said anything. Only then did he realize that AI Meyer and he were simply not people from the same world. The words his old friends had once spoken to persuade him suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Perhaps he should not have been so persistent. The reason AI Meyer was now behaving so docilely was simply that she had suddenly discovered that none of those military cadets were on her side. Even the people who had once clung to her like lapdogs had inexplicably begun to distance themselves from her. Only then could she suppress the hatred in her heart and maintain an outward calm. Sumu, however, could not have cared less about what was going on in AI Meyer's mind. After all, she had already taken the money. If AI Meyer showed up for meals on time, she was welcome. If she did not, Sumu had no intention of refunding her. Why are you back so late today? Granny Xiaojun carried out the last dish, and seeing Sumu urged, go wash your hands and eat. Got it. After washing her hands, Sumu sat down, and realized someone seemed to be missing. She turned to Su-Wen beside her. Why haven't Yida and Qingfeng come down for breakfast? Su-Wen swallowed the porridge in his mouth and replied, I don't know either. I heard Granny Xiaojun say Yida isn't feeling well. Grandpa Mai has already checked him and it's nothing serious. Qingfeng is upstairs with him. Oh. Su-Mu had just taken a mouthful of porridge when she saw Granny Xiaojun carrying 2 portions of food upstairs. She hastily rose and hurried over taking the dishes from her hands. Granny, you've worked hard cooking. I'll take these up. Granny Xiaojun did not refuse, she merely reminded Su-Mu to watch her step. Su-Mu brought the food to Yida's room. As expected, one was sitting on the bed and the other on a stool without a word passing between them. She couldn't help wondering whether they had also gone without speaking when they had lived in the same courtyard before, and in that case how the two of them had ever communicated. Come on, you two, come over and eat. Su-Mu set the dishes on the table and Yida immediately climbed out of bed. His golden hair was a bit tousled, yet it did not diminish his beauty in the least. Bathed in the sunlight, he looked more like a little angel who had just woken up still sleepy and dazed. But then she thought of that young lady downstairs and realized that not everyone with golden hair was an angel. Su-Mu felt that apart from seeming a little listless, Yida showed no sign of anything wrong. Still, to put her mind at ease, she thoroughly checked him over, feeling his forehead and peering into his eyes. Through the whole examination, Yida offered no resistance and sat there quietly, utterly obedient. His forehead isn't hot, so he definitely doesn't have a fever. There's no redness in his eyes, which means he slept well last night. And there's no cough either. The examination revealed no problems, and only then did Su-Mu feel relieved. She said to Yida, since you're not feeling well today, rest well. Let Qingfeng stay in the room with you. If anything happens, call me. If I'm not here, you can call Granny Xiaojun or Xiaobai and Aunt Mei. Having given her instructions, Su-Mu was about to leave when Yida tugged at the corner of her clothes. Looking up, she saw the child's face full of grievance. Oh dear. What's the matter? What happened? Who bullied you? Did Shinmabe yell at you, or did Su Risha scold you? Tell me, and I'll teach them a lesson. Or have you been worn out from the work these past 2 days? Su-Mu fired off a rapid string of questions, but the little angel merely fixed his clear, limpid eyes on her. Helpless, she turned to Qingfeng, only to remember that the 2 brothers were 2 of a kind. No, wait, Qingfeng at least shook his head at her. Su-Mu took a deep breath and prepared to go downstairs to ask the others. The pressure on her clothes, however, made her stop once more. Then she heard a gentle, slightly hoarse voice say, Sis, when is AI Meyer leave ing? It was probably because he had gone so long without speaking that his words came out halting. Before Su-Mu could even be happy that Yida had spoken and called her sister, she heard AI Meyer's name. She quickly asked, worried, Yida, has AI Meyer been bullying you? Tell me, I'll go teach her a lesson. The thought that AI Meyer would dare to bully a child made Su-Mu feel that the slap she had given yesterday was far too light. She wanted to rush downstairs at once and give her a few more. Su-Mu was burning with anger, but Yida shook his head. Not bullying. Now. Not bullying now. Then she bullied you before. Su-Mu frowned deeply. She had not expected there to be any connection between them in the past, and Yida lowered his head and stopped talking. Seeing Yida's golden hair, an absurd guess suddenly arose in Su-Mu's heart. Yida, what is your full name? Yida's eyes shrank as he tried to lower his head and evade the question, but Su-Mu held his shoulders and made him meet her gaze. Yida, look at me. Her tone grave. Su-Mu stared into Yida's eyes and said seriously, if you don't tell me, how can I help you? You can't avoid this forever. Yida's eyes wavered and Su-Mu pressed on. You have to believe us. Believe me. Believe that you're safe here. Now tell me what is really going on. Perhaps Su-Mu's words had taken effect. Yida no longer hid his face or turned away. Su-Mu pulled a stool over and sat down, determined to have a good talk with this little angel today. My name is AI Yida. AI Meyer is my older cousin. Her father killed my father and locked me up. This time Yida did not stutter, but the terror on his face instantly shattered Su-Mu's composure. She pulled him into her arms. Don't say any more, Yida. I understand. Your sister understands. She should have guessed. She should have guessed. Every child by Lancio brought here was an orphan. If Yida had been safe and sound, how could he have ended up here? If she guessed right, this was yet another tale of brothers from a wealthy clan destroying one another. Only they had not even spared a child. Moreover, Yida had arrived here 3 years ago. How old had he been back then? His autism must have been brought on by the shock and trauma. Su-Mu held Yida tightly in her arms and comforted him softly. Don't be afraid, Yida. You're safe here. Your sister will see to it that they leave soon. After calming Yida, Su-Mu returned to the dining table and sat down to eat in silence, only occasionally lifting her head to steal a glance at AI Meyer. The staring made AI Meyer extremely uncomfortable, and she shot Su-Mu a vicious glare. Su-Mu merely rolled her eyes in return, which made AI Meyer seethe with rage, yet unable to give vent to it. Su-Wen quietly nudged Su-Mu's shoulder and asked in a low voice, Sister Mu-Mu, has that person provoked you again? After breakfast, Mo Lingji asked Old Mai whether the estate had a gravity chamber, a place to train one's mental strength and physical fitness. In the interstellar era, whether piloting a mech in combat or controlling a starship, one required corresponding mental power control. It could be said that in the interstellar era, spiritual power had become the most fundamental criterion for a person's innate ability. It was only because they had always lived on a desolate sand planet that they had never concerned themselves with such matters. Mo Lingji had not held out much hope, but to his surprise Old Mai thought for a moment, and said, "There is one. I remember that young Lan Xiu mentioned it to me, but it's never been used." "Which house was it now?" Old Mai squinted, thinking hard for a long while before he remembered. "It seems to be the building right next to this one. Yes, the one beside us. I remember Lan Xiu also said that the kids could practice their mental strength when they had free time. He said your talents were all decent, but at that time Miss Mu had just given birth and her emotions were unstable, and he was afraid you might disturb her. So the matter was dropped." As soon as Old Mai finished speaking, all eyes turned to Su Mu. She shot a glare back at them. This wasn't her fault, and she refused to take the blame. Giving birth at such a young age, she can't be a proper person. She even made you miss the opportunity to learn. I don't understand why you all protect her. AI Mir started being sarcastic again on the side. Mo Lingji gave her an impatient glance. "If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Brother Lingji." AI Mir was hurt yet again, but since the offender was Mo Lingji, she had to swallow her anger and ran out once more with a turnaround. With the annoying person gone, Su Mu immediately felt the air freshen up. "Come on, let's go to the vegetable garden first. Once we've planted, all the plots will come back, and check out the gravity chamber tonight." In Su Mu's heart, getting the work done was the top priority now. Trying other things afterward wouldn't be too late. Su Wen and the other three were curious about the so-called gravity chamber, but they had no objection to Su Mu's arrangements. After all, they had never been exposed to these things before. Though their curiosity was strong, it was still within a controllable range. "Let's go. We'll help you all with the work first, and then we'll go to the gravity chamber together." Mo Lingji said this lightly, and led the way toward the vegetable garden. The other military cadets followed along noisily, while Su Chun and his group lagged behind, trailing like little tails. Only then did she notice that Su Chun and his companions were indeed a bit too short. She had been so busy these past 2 days that she forgot to prepare their egg and milk program for them. Physique and overall quality should be cultivated from childhood. This matter could not be taken lightly. Su Mu hurried into the kitchen and instructed Mei Shi, who was cleaning. "Aunt Mei, from tomorrow morning prepare 1 boiled egg and a cup of milk for Su Chun and the 6 kids. No wait plus Xingbao. I'll put the milk in the freezer tonight." "Yes, Miss Mumu." Having given her instructions, Su Mu caught up with the group ahead. When they reached the vegetable garden, everyone was surprised to discover that the seeds planted just 2 days ago had already sprouted. The tender green leaves were only as big as a thumb joint, yet they brought great surprise and satisfaction to the first-time vegetable growers. "I discovered today that the cabbages in Xingmu Garden are already the size of a palm. I wonder when ours will grow this big," Su Wen said with envy all over his face. Su Chan patted his younger brother's shoulder and teased, "You just need to water them diligently like Granny Xiaojun does. All right, no more fooling around. We need to plant the whole vegetable field today. The workload is rather heavy, so let's start now." Su Mu then began assigning tasks. Since Mo Lingji and the others had no experience, she let Su Chun and his group each take one of them under their wing, and she herself would personally lead the rest. Lin Yinshu had never been to the vegetable garden before. Unlike the others who had already come once and personally experienced the hardship of labor, he looked at the dirty soil with a face full of disdain. But when he saw his always aloof, reserved, and noble captain touch the soil, without changing expression, even using bare hands, he could only follow suit, though his face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. Mo Lingji saw it, but pretended not to. He continued bending down to sow seeds. Since he had condescended to help, Lin Yinshu had better not think about standing around. And Yinzhou also noticed Lin Yinshu's unease and walked over to comfort him. "I was pretty uncomfortable the first time too. But think about it. The delicious vegetables we eat here all grow from this soil. Doesn't that make you feel better? And watching the seeds you planted sprout, grow, ripen, and finally be served on the table, doesn't that give you a sense of accomplishment?" After Yinzhou's explanation, Lin Yinshu still couldn't feel that sense of accomplishment, but his psychological discomfort was greatly reduced. By the time the sun hung high at noon, they had only just planted half the field. Su Mu wiped the sweat from her forehead and said to everyone, "Let's take a break. In a little while Xiao Bai and Aunt Mei will bring us lunch." So lunch was settled at the vegetable garden that day. No one had any objections, and even if someone did, they had to endure it. After all, their boss said nothing. The meal today was 3 dishes and a soup plus a portion of rice. "Sister Mumu, what dishes are these? I've never seen them before. They look so delicious." Su Wen couldn't wait to open his lunchbox, picked up a bite with his chopsticks, and popped it into his mouth. The melt-in-your-mouth texture made him squint with bliss. "What you just ate was braised potato. The other 2 are stuffed peppers with meat and yuxiang shredded pork." "That's not right. I remember you made vinegar-tossed shredded potato before. It should be the same potato, but the taste is different. And this yuxiang shredded pork, why doesn't it have any fish in it?" Shinmabe wolfed down a big mouthful of rice with the yuxiang shredded pork and mumbled out his question. Su Mu replied with exasperation, "Why do you have so many questions? As long as it tastes good, isn't that enough? Learn from those big brothers. Don't you know, eat without talking, sleep without speaking?" The military cadets who had been called out all paused briefly in their eating. They slowed down, yet somehow looked even more earnest and elegant while eating. Once they had eaten their fill and rested enough, everyone got back to work, hoping to finish in the late afternoon and head back. Hard work paid off. Around 3 in the afternoon, they had completed all the work. But there was still one task unfinished: the vegetable signs. Without vegetable signs, it would be all too easy to confuse the many types of vegetables across so many plots. So everyone pitched in once again and completed 10 vegetable signs in just 2 hours. Now the garden had a total of 15 kinds of vegetables. Imagining the scene of a bountiful harvest, Su-mu could already feel gold coins showering down upon her. The gravity chamber was right next to Xingmu Garden, a bare white 2-story building with no ornamentation, which was why it had been overlooked for so long. Opening the door of the gravity chamber revealed an extremely spacious hall. In the corner were a few instruments that looked like exercise equipment. Su-mu found them familiar, but could not name them properly. Su-mu had always been physically weak, but her mental power was quite good. She had inherited her mother's excellent genes. Her mental power had been S-grade at birth. However, her parents were very low-key and had kept it hidden, only wanting her to be an ordinary girl and grow up happily. That was why her family had not built a gravity chamber. Even when her parents needed training, they would go to the military gravity chamber. Thus, Su-mu knew nothing about it. But even if she didn't understand, there were people who did. Su-mu let her gaze sweep over the uniformed military cadets and finally settled on the gentle, steady Yenjo. And Yenjo caught Su-mu's gaze and seemed to read the meaning in her eyes. He smiled slightly and was about to step forward when a dark figure took the lead. Mo Lingji moved his long legs past, and Yenjo without a word walked to a corner of the hall where a small door stood and pushed it open to go in. There's actually another door here. She glanced over in confusion and followed. Seeing this, the others followed as well. Behind the small door was a small control room. The pristine white tabletop was covered with all kinds of control buttons, dazzling Su-mu. Mo Lingji glanced at Su-mu. Her slim, frail body looked small and thin among the crowd, and her delicate face was no larger than a palm. She was staring at the tabletop with wide, curious eyes. The corners of his mouth moved slightly with an unnatural twitch before he began explaining what the buttons did. Pointing at a red round button on the tabletop, he said, "This is the gravity chamber's switch. Press it, and an entire layer of gravity will be applied to the space outside." Then he pointed at the buttons beside it, and continued, "These are for increasing and decreasing gravity. This is the pause button, and this is..." Mo Lingji explained in a careful, measured tone that was both attractive and slightly cool. The earnest expression was quite fetching. At least Su-mu's companions were watching very attentively. Su-won and the others were experiencing these things for the first time and were extremely interested. They all crowded around Mo Lingji, asking all kinds of questions, and he answered them one by one. Zheng Yangyang walked over to Yenjo, threw an arm around his neck, and, short by a few inches, had to stand awkwardly on tiptoe to whisper, "Captain, what's wrong with him? Since when did you see him so eager?" And Yenjo glanced at Mo Lingji, who was earnest and showed no trace of impatience. Well, it was indeed a little strange, but he merely smiled faintly and consoled himself. Maybe he's been won over by the food here, so he wants to repay them properly. But didn't they pay us 7,500 gold coins per person? That's 1 month of my allowance. Thinking of his empty little coffers, Zheng Yangyang's babyish face was full of heartache. What's the matter? Feeling sorry about it? If so, why not go ask for the money back and exchange it for some nutrient supplements? And Yenjo suggested with a look of kind concern. No, that won't do. A real man means what he says. There's no such thing as taking back money once it's been given. Besides, that little bit of money is nothing to me. Zheng Yangyang refused with an air of lofty righteousness. And Yenjo simply reached out and ruffled his big head. That's all the ambition you have? What are you two talking about? Wang Xiaoyan had been watching them for a long time, seeing that guy nod and shake his head, not knowing what he was up to. Nothing. We were just saying the food here is delicious and afraid that once we leave we won't be able to eat it anymore. Hearing Zheng Yangyang's explanation, Wang Xiaoyan agreed wholeheartedly. It really is delicious. You can't eat it outside. But when we head back we can buy some to take with us. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Zheng Yangyang suddenly felt enlightened. He thought that if he brought plenty of delicious food back he might be able to exchange it for more allowance from his parents. At the thought he could not help laughing out loud. What are you giggling about? Let's go. And Yenjo patted Zheng Yangyang, who was grinning foolishly. Quit laughing. You look like a fool. Let's go check out the second floor. Everyone left the control room and went up to the second floor. The second floor was arranged much like the first, except it lacked some equipment. In the center of the hall there was a square platform. On its top was a palm-shaped depression and a square stone marked with graduations. Su-mu recognized it. It was an interstellar mental energy stone specially used for testing mental power. She had used one as a child. Su-chin, Su-won, what level is your mental power? Have you ever been tested? Su-chun and Su-won exchanged a glance and shook their heads. No. At the thought of their life before coming here, bitterness filled their eyes. They had once struggled even to survive. How could they ever have been exposed to such things? If you haven't, then let's test you today. Su-chin, you go first. Place your palm on it and don't be nervous. Su-chin followed Su-mu's instructions and placed his right hand on the stone. His entire palms sank into the groove, yet there was no reaction at all. The wait seemed long. Just as Su-chan was about to take his hand back, the energy stone suddenly flashed with light and finally stopped at one of the graduations. No way. This kid's mental power is so high. It's almost as high as mine. Zheng Yangyang's eyes went wide with disbelief. A 2-level mental power. Not bad, Su Chun. Su, when you give it a try? Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Su Chun walked over to Su Mu with a dazed look and asked, is A2 really impressive? Of course it's impressive, Su Mu said, taking a moment to recall what she had learned earlier. The interstellar world divides mental power into 7 grades from highest to lowest: 3S, 2S, S, A, B, C, and D. The last 4 grades are further divided into 3 sublevels each. Among them, 3S is the highest. There are only a handful of such people in the entire interstellar. Virtually all of them are commanders or generals who dominate one region. D naturally is the lowest grade of mental power. But even so, not everyone is able to possess mental power. So you see, your A2 talent is really quite remarkable. Remarkable. It's more than remarkable. When I was your age, my mental power was only A1, one whole grade lower than yours. Zheng Yangyang's plaintive voice had barely faded when a flash of light sparked before their eyes and stopped at the A2 mark. Su Chun and Su Wen were overjoyed at the result. Su Mu was happy for them too, and even the military cadets were astonished. They never expected that such a remote place could harbor talents with such extraordinary aptitude. Next, Su Mu had Shun Mabe and Su Rushu take the test as well. Shun Mabe's aptitude was not as high as the two brothers, only A1 level, but Su Rushu unexpectedly reached A3. Such talent left the Nebula squad utterly stunned. Alright, that's enough for today. I'll bring Yida and Qingfeng over another day to have them tested. Su Mu turned to Mo Lingji again. Classmate Mo, would you explain how to operate this first floor once more? Aren't you going to take the test? Mo Lingji looked at Su Mu, his dark eyes shimmering with starlight. No need, I already know. Su Mu shook her head. Mo Lingji didn't press the matter. He led everyone to the same spot as on the first floor, where the control buttons looked identical. Yet the effects were completely different. The first floor applied gravitational force to the body, while the second floor exerted pressure on the mind. Though their functions differed, the underlying principle was the same. After the explanation, Mo Lingji brought everyone back to the first floor. It had been 3 days since they had last practiced here, so they had to make up for lost time. Today's training would begin with physical conditioning. Seeing the students take off their uniforms one by one and start warming up, Shun Mabe felt his hands itch and a restless urge stir within him. Noticing the longing in Shun Mabe's eyes, Su Mu said to the 4 of them, why don't you train here too? Or you can go to the second floor and have fun on your own. The 4's eyes lit up and they nodded. Yes, sure. Su Mu cautioned again. But this is your first time, so be careful not to hurt yourselves. The 4 nodded again, indicating they would be careful. Hearing Su Mu's warning, Yinzhou said to her, don't worry, we're here. With Yinzhou's reassurance, Su Mu finally left without worry. Mo Lingji quietly watched her slender, delicate figure walk away, suddenly seized by an inexplicable urge to hold her in his arms, and wondered what it would feel like. Zheng Yangyang, who had somehow come up behind Mo Lingji, suddenly spoke. Captain, what are you thinking about? Mo Lingji cast a cold glance at Zheng Yangyang and parted his lips slightly. I was just thinking that you haven't trained these days. Let me check if you've fallen behind. Before his words even faded, Mo Lingji's hand shot toward Zheng Yangyang's baby face. Captain, don't hit my face. The only response was an even more ferocious attack. In an instant, a series of miserable shrieks rang through the hall. Everyone was quite used to it. Zheng Yangyang sometimes just deserved a beating, so they calmly continued their warm-ups. Alright, we'll train on the first floor today and head to the second floor tomorrow. You 4 come over. I'll test your physical strength values. And Yinzhou led the other 4 to an L-shaped device and explained, this is a tool that tests your physical strength. Strike the lower area with all your might, and the corresponding value will be displayed here. Who wants to go first? I'll go first. Shun Mabe stepped forward and approached the device. The other 3 all stepped back to make room for him. At that moment, some people stopped their warm-ups and looked at Shun Mabe, as if curious about what score he would achieve. Even Mo Lingji stopped attacking and looked over, which made Zheng Yangyang heave a sigh of relief. He quickly scurried to Yinzhou's side for protection. Shun Mabe bent his left leg and straightened his right, leaning slightly forward. He swung his right arm in a few circles in the air, then slammed it violently onto the platform. The next moment, a streak of red light shot upward rapidly, finally settling on the value 92. Not bad. And Yinzhou nodded, then continued. Your mental strength isn't as high as those 3, but your physical strength is quite impressive. Which of you is next? The other 3 took the test one after another, but none of them broke Shun Mabe's record. Su Chun and Su Rushu only reached the passing line, while Su Wen scored 85, which was relatively quite good. Lin Yinshu watched the 4 of them, a hint of gloom flickering in his eyes. He had always looked down on the few people from that remote planet, thinking of them as no better than slum dwellers. He never expected their talent to be even better than his, which left him deeply frustrated. After the test, Yinzhou gave them a few instructions to warm up first, and then train along with the others. Su Mu returned to Xingmu Garden and watered the cabbage seedlings again, hoping they would grow quickly. However, Su Mu suddenly noticed that the seed she had planted had been placed on a small table in the courtyard. She walked over, and only then discovered it had sprouted. Though the leaf was as small as an ant, that tiny speck of green was very conspicuous against the brown soil. Su Mu was overjoyed. These past days the moment she opened her eyes, she would water it and send wood element power into it. Most of her wood element power had been consumed by that seed, but thankfully her efforts had finally paid off. It had sprouted. What puzzled Sumu though was what kind of seed it was. Even He Zaire couldn't find any information about it. But since it had sprouted, its true identity would be revealed one day. Grandma Xiaojun walked into the courtyard and saw Sumu staring at the flower pot, so she explained, "I went to your room to look for something for Xingbao, and I saw this had sprouted on your desk, so I moved it out to get some sun." "Thank you, Grandma Xiaojun." Sumu thanked her. Noticing that Xingbao wasn't around, she asked, "Grandma, where's Xingbao? How come I don't see him?" "Oh, he's with Yida. I think they're getting along quite well." Speaking of them, Grandma Xiaojun's face was full of smiles. Seeing that it was getting dark, Sumu asked Grandma Xiaojun to cook dinner together with her. She hadn't finished her live stream time for today yet. If only she had live streamed her vegetable planting today. With that thought in mind, she planned to do exactly that next time, and it would allow her to stream for even longer. Sumu planned to make more dishes today to celebrate properly. After all, having several children with such high mental strength in the family was truly worth celebrating. Besides, they had all worked hard today, so a good meal would be a reward for them. After checking the ingredients, Sumu decided to make 8 dishes and 1 soup: honey-glazed chicken wings, garlicky spare ribs, braised eggplant, scrambled eggs, with tomatoes, spicy chicken stir-fried, zucchini, soy braised chicken drumsticks, and a savory seaweed tofu soup. Having chosen the menu, she began to prepare the ingredients. Sumu turned on the live stream, planning to chat with her fans while cooking. Actually, she knew she wasn't a qualified streamer, too laid back and indifferent. But for the coins and for her fans, she decided to change. This live stream lasted much longer than the previous ones. After finishing cooking, Sumu did not rush to end the broadcast. Instead, she chatted with her fans. As long as the questions were not too outrageous, Sumu answered nearly all of them. Hearing the chaotic footsteps outside, she guessed that Su-Won and the others had returned from training, so she said goodbye to her fans and ended the stream. Walking to the door, she indeed saw that a group had already entered the courtyard, though a few of them looked rather less than lovely. Su-Won was supporting Su-Chun and Shun Ma-Bei was supporting Su-Rishu. All 4 were grimacing in pain, especially Shun Ma-Bei, whose face was black and blue and so sore that he could barely open his eyes. Their legs trembled as they helped one another along, as if they might collapse flat on their faces at any second. Once inside the courtyard, they tottered toward the small table in the corner and dropped onto the stools, gasping in pain. Seeing the 4 settle firmly into their seats, the tall, handsome students let out disappointed sighs. The next instant, they were met with 4 furious glares. But those students were no pushovers either, and they all burst into laughter. When Sumu came out, she saw 2 groups, one laughing, one fuming, one standing, one sitting. "What are you all doing? Exchanging looks like that? If you're so free, come over and help me serve the food." At Sumu's words, Mo Lingji led the way to fetch the food. Su-Won and the others tried to stand as well, but Sumu stopped them. "No need for that many people. You just sit there properly." The 4 obediently stayed seated. To be honest, they had had a rough day. This was only the result of a bit of training on the first floor, yet they had nearly failed to make it back. Worse, those students had actually made bets on whether they could walk back safely. Actually, by the time training ended, they had no strength left even to stand, and their limbs ached terribly. But they simply could not swallow that humiliation. The gravity chamber was only a few meters from Xingmu Garden. If they could not manage even those few meters, they would be too ashamed to show their faces. Sumu patted them on the shoulders and told them to sit still. Sumu could see exactly how strange they looked. She had plenty of experience with this herself. Back in high school and college, she had survived military training the same way. Still, she had never looked quite as miserable as they did. Still, this was their first training session, and perhaps the intensity had been a little high. But since none of the 4 complained, Sumu did not ask. She only noticed that the bruises on Shun Ma-Bei's face did not seem to have been caused by training alone. "Who did you get into a fight with? You look terrible." Sumu reached out and poked the bruised corner of his eye, making Shun Ma-Bei suck in a sharp breath and dodge her touch. "It's nothing. I just accidentally hit it during training." Since Shun Ma-Bei said that, Sumu didn't press. Seeing Mo Lingji walk out with a dish in hand, she took out the large dining table and set it in the courtyard. Dishes were placed on the table one after another, and Elder Mai and his 2 companions arrived just in time. Even Ai Mir showed up punctually. Everyone sat down. Sumu first set aside portions for the 3 children who had not come downstairs, had Aunt May take them up, and only then told everyone to start eating. The others said nothing about Sumu's actions. Only Ai Mir muttered disdainfully, "Why do we have to eat their leftovers? I paid money, and yet I'm being made to eat what others left behind." Mo Lingji shot Ai Mir a cold glance and lowered his head to eat. The others merely gave her an indifferent look and continued with their own meals. With such a table full of delicious food, they were not about to let anyone spoil their appetites. Seeing that no one paid her any attention, not even her classmates gave her a single glance, Ai Mir suddenly felt wronged. It was bad enough that Mo Lingji ignored her, but they dared to ignore her too. It was simply too much. When had she ever suffered such treatment? "Oh, what are you doing?" Lin Yinshu dodged Ai Mir's fingers, rolled up his sleeve, and found 2 bruised nail marks on his arm. Lin Yinshu frowned at Ai Mir, but she glared back and turned the blame on him. "Why are you looking at me so fiercely? Lin Yenshu silently turned away and switched seats with Wang Xiaoyan beside him, ignoring Ai Mir. Ai Mir had once been his princess. In his eyes, everything she did was right, and no matter how badly she treated him, he had savored it all. But that was no longer the case. He would not hurt her, but he would no longer allow her to hurt him either. Seeing that Lin Yenshu, who had always followed at her side, now so openly despised her, Ai Mir suddenly felt a sense of betrayal. Her brightly painted nails dug into her palms as rage surged in her eyes. Sumu had been paying attention to the commotion. She had thought that Ai Mir, given her personality, would surely make a scene. Unexpectedly, Ai Mir only took a deep breath, unclenched her fists, and lowered her head to eat. That was it. Just like that, nothing happened. Sumu actually felt a little disappointed. Are you disappointed? Mo Lingji suddenly raised his head and looked at Sumu. Oh, what? Sumu was baffled, then blinked and smiled. What did you just say? I didn't understand. Nothing. Eat. Seeing Sumu's mischievous expression, and Yenjo lowered his head to hide a smile. Sumu thought for a moment, then abruptly said, "Classmate Mo, I'd like to discuss something with you." What is it? Sumu was about to speak when she heard Ai Mir say one should not speak while eating or sleeping. Did you not know that? Good heavens. So she had been waiting to use that against her. She had actually used Sumu's own words to retort. Impressive. Her brain had finally come back. Sumu said no more and ate quietly. In an instant, the whole table fell silent, leaving only the rhythmic sound of chewing. Ai Mir was the first to finish, then left the table and went back. The others finished one by one and also got up. The three elders returned to their own courtyard. They always came only at meal times and slipped away as soon as they were done. Shinma Bei, on the other hand, was fully revived the moment he finished eating. He dragged Lin Yenshu away, heading toward the gravity chamber next door. As for what they were going to do, everyone present could probably guess. Given how hard they had trained today, Sumu did not ask them to clear the dishes. She had Aunt Mei and Xiao Bai take everything inside, then prepared to discuss with Mo Lingji the matter that had been left unfinished at the table. What did you want to say? Say it now. Mo Lingji sat on the sofa, his long slender legs stretched out and crossed in front of him, his eyes resting lazily on Sumu. What's the hurry? Let me go brew some tea for us first. Classmate, and please sit too. At that moment, all the other students had gone to the gravity chamber, only Yenjo had not. Sumu asked him to sit down as well. She had noticed that these two held the most influence in the group. Sumu walked into the kitchen and brewed 3 cups of flower tea, and in an instant a delicate fragrance filled the entire living room. What kind of tea is this? It smells lovely. And Yenjo held the cup beneath his nose, gently inhaled the aroma, then took a light sip and praised, "Not bad. The tea has a subtle fragrance, a light taste, and a sweet aftertaste. Truly excellent." After saying this, he took another sip. Hearing this, Mo Lingji also took a gentle sip. Indeed, the flavor was remarkably unique. Sweet with a faint trace of bitterness that did not detract from the taste, leaving instead an endless lingering aftertaste. This is rock sugar chrysanthemum tea. It clears heat, detoxifies, and benefits the liver and eyes. It also promotes circulation, metabolism, and replenishes hydration. Now that you've had some tea, let me get to the matter at hand. Sumu set down her cup and said to the two, "As you can see, the people on our estate are either very old or very young. There are few who can truly work. So there are some things I'd like to ask your help with. But I definitely won't have you help for nothing. Name whatever conditions you have." Sumu laid out the whole matter in concise terms. After hearing what she had to say, Yenjo did not speak, but simply looked toward Mo Lingji. Mo Lingji did not answer right away. He leisurely took a sip of water before setting down his cup, then looked at Sumu and drawled, "Helping is no problem. But it depends on the kind of help. It's quite ordinary help. You're definitely capable." Hearing that there was no issue, Sumu's eyes lit up immediately, and she continued, "It's farming. I've noticed the past couple days that you two have quite the talent for it." At the mention of farming, the two instantly raised their heads, 4 eyes all fixing on Sumu with looks of disbelief. "You think we have a talent for farming?" Mo Lingji narrowed his eyes and questioned Sumu, "Are you sure you think we're talented at farming?" "Of course." Sumu blinked her large eyes and gave an innocent nod, looking utterly guileless. "You're both tall and sturdy, and you work quick and cleanly. How is that not talent?" Hearing Sumu's explanation, Mo Lingji wasn't sure whether such a compliment ought to make him pleased or annoyed. Seeing the exchange between the two, and Yenjo couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. After a sharp glare from Mo Lingji, he finally covered his mouth and chuckled, "Haha, I think Miss Mu is right. They are indeed tall and sturdy, and truly a fine hand at manual labor. We'll take this job." Hearing Yenjo agree to the matter, Sumu turned her gaze to Mo Lingji. Mo Lingji shot a resentful glance at Yenjo, who was laughing so hard his eyes had disappeared, then gave Sumu a once-over and said abruptly, "Well, since you clearly need the help, we'll lend a hand. It's only about 10 days or so. But we won't do it for nothing." Sumu nodded, eagerly speaking with the air of someone who had money to burn. "That's only natural. Name whatever you want. I'll think over what I want and tell you later. But this tea of yours is quite good. Easy. I'll pack some for you right now." Mo Lingji took the several tins of chrysanthemum tea Sumu gifted him and left the Xingmu estate, strolling leisurely back with Yenjo. The bright moon hung high, spilling silvery white light across the ground and casting 2 long slender shadows upon the earth. And Yinzhou looked at Mo Lingji with a grin and teased, I didn't know our Mo Lingji could be so warm-hearted. You'd even agree to a job like hard manual labor. Mo Lingji kept walking straight ahead with an expressionless face. You were the one who agreed. I just didn't want to embarrass you. Oh, so that's how it is. All for my sake. And Yinzhou grinned at Mo Lingji. Oh, what's gotten into you today? Mo Lingji simply strode off without bothering to acknowledge him. Hey, wait for me. And Yinzhou quickened his pace and caught up. By the time Xin Mabei and Lin Yanshu left the gravity chamber, it was already very late. Everyone else had long gone. The two covered in bruises staggered out and switched off the lights before closing the door. Suddenly a crisp whistle startled them. Only then did they notice Su Mu leaning against the doorframe at the entrance of Xingmu Estate. Two objects were immediately tossed toward them. Quick on the reaction, they caught them and found they were palm-sized bottles of liquid. Su's white medicine. Great for bruises and injuries. Spray wherever it hurts. With that, Su Mu turned and went inside, closing the gate behind her. Staring at the shut door, the two exchanged a glance, then helped each other along as they left. The two had truly become friends through their fight. They had practically fought their way into a bond. In fact, in pure physical strength, Lin Yanshu was no match for Xin Mabei. Even his spiritual force was only barely on par. That was why Lin Yanshu could not swallow his pride and had provoked Xin Mabei with words until it escalated into a fight. As for Xin Mabei, though he was gifted in every aspect, he lost out in age and in experience. Still, managing to fight Lin Yanshu to a draw with all that going against him was no small feat. Even if it was largely because of his tenacious, relentless clinging that had finally drained Lin Yanshu's strength. The two returned to their rooms, sprayed the medicine, and collapsed into bed, falling asleep the moment their heads hit the pillow. Su Mu meanwhile purchased 10 more bottles of land conversion agent. Mumu, why did you buy so many? Staring at the pile of land conversion agents, He Zaire widened his eyes in shock. Mumu, are you planning some grand project? Not bad. Isn't my little cub smart? Su Mu patted the little one's head. I found a group of laborers. I plan to reclaim some of the desert outside and plant plenty of greenery. I want to grow all kinds of fruits and vegetables. When you have time, look through the mart for saplings. See if there are any fruit trees that look very similar to ones from the Interstellar era, so we won't arouse suspicion. No problem. I guarantee I'll get it done. Early the next morning, Su Mu got up early to make breakfast. Once everyone had finished eating, she led the group out into the desert. Su Mu selected a patch of desert near the oasis and marked out the boundary. Then she went to cut vine branches, 2 great bundles of them, until she had nearly stripped the vine tree bare, before she finally stopped. Everyone then began planting vines within the area Su Mu had marked off. These vines were mainly meant to ward off sand scorpions. She had no intention of letting the desert scorpions destroy the land she had just reclaimed. Because the area Su Mu had marked out was so vast, all 11 of them spent nearly an hour bent over planting before the vines were finally in the ground. As for why there were only 11 people, it was because as long as Emily refused to leave the estate, Ida refused to come out, and Qing Feng would stay by Ida's side. Though Su Mu did not approve of his avoidance, he was still a child, and she could not force him. As for Mo Lingji's side, Su Mu had simply never counted Emily among the helpers in the first place to avoid complications. All vine cuttings had been planted enclosing a plot in the desert. Su Mu roughly calculated its dimensions, both length and width were about 20 meters, making the area approximately 400 square meters. Su Mu took out 2 bottles of land conversion fluid and sprinkled it evenly over the sand. Within just a few minutes, the entire 400 square meter area had turned into gray-brown soil. Mo Lingji and the others were astonished by the miraculous scene. Could this be some newly developed invention? Why had they never heard of it? Su Chun and the other 3, however, were already used to this kind of thing. Su Mu was always able to pull out some strange and wonderful gadget. What did you use? It's incredible. Mo Lingji took the empty bottle from Su Mu's hand and shook it. It was completely empty inside with no text or introduction on the surface. Nothing much. It's just ordinary land conversion fluid that Uncle Bai brought back for me from another planet. Oh, then what are we going to do now? Mo Lingji put the bottle away, motioned to Su Mu, and said, this bottle is quite nice. Just let me keep it. Su Mu gave him a sidelong glance and teased that bare bottle is nothing special, but since you like it, it's yours. Here, everyone takes a plow. Today we're turning this plot. Su Mu brought over a stack of small semi-automatic plows from somewhere and tossed them on the ground for everyone to take. They all looked at one another, then at the vast field, then at the pile of plows at a complete loss. What are you waiting for? Get working. When it's done, I'll treat you to a feast. Seeing that nobody moved, Su Mu picked up a plow first and demonstrated for everyone. Su Chun and the others followed Su Mu without a word. Mo Lingji silently chose a tool and started to work, imitating their movements. Though he looked clumsy, he had already agreed to this and couldn't go back on his word. Seeing that their partners had all started working, the rest couldn't just stand by. One by one they picked up tools. But they were indeed unaccustomed to labor, and with it being their first time using these tools, mishaps kept occurring. One stubbed his foot, another cut his hand. These elite military academy students looked like toddlers just learning to walk. Su Mu was also using this kind of tool for the first time. She had never farmed, and this tool was a bit different from the ones used on Blue Star back in the day. She was still figuring it out. Unknowingly, several hours had passed, and the group had only managed to till less than 1/5 of the area. This is too much. I absolutely can't do this kind of work. Sister Mu, why don't you buy a big machine? With this little thing we'll be at it until the cows come home. Zheng Yangyang tossed his plow aside, collapsed onto the ground, and waved his hands repeatedly, refusing to move. He was after all a pampered young master who had grown up in comfort. Helping out in the vegetable garden before was one thing, but this time the work was really beyond him. Sumu stopped what she was doing, caught her breath, and said to him, "Do you think I don't want to buy a big machine? Forget the price and whether I can afford it. Even if I could, I don't have a transport station here. No merchant would be willing to deliver it anyway." Sumu was telling the truth. In the interstellar age, land was far from freely available. It was almost entirely monopolized. In the same way, farming machinery was sold at astronomical prices. Although she had an all-powerful mall, its prices were not cheap either. She could grit her teeth and afford it, but since the transport station wasn't built yet, it would be hard to explain where things had come from. Seeing these pampered young masters, all lying on the ground too exhausted to move, Sumu knew she had really asked too much of them. She told them to rest first, and she would continue working slowly on her own. Su Chun and the others silently quickened their pace. They had already been trained by Sumu. They had finished that vegetable field in 2 days. Although this area was a bit bigger, it didn't matter. At worst, it would take 2 more days. Mo Lingji saw Sumu's frail figure, as if a single gust of wind could blow her away. Her slender hand grasped the handle tightly, veins bulging clearly on the back of her hand. Her sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, exposing a thin, pale forearm that seemed like it would snap with the slightest bend. As if moved by some impulse, Mo Lingji walked over and grabbed Sumu's arm. "What are you doing?" Sumu looked baffled at Mo Lingji, who had grabbed her. And Yinzhou saw this, but only lowered his head and smiled, saying nothing. Mo Lingji looked at Sumu, pursed his lips, and said in a low voice, "Stop working. Take a break." "Oh, alright, I know. But I'm not tired right now. Thanks for your concern." Sumu flexed her hands and was about to start working again when she heard Mo Lingji speak once more, but this time not to her. "Yangyang, has your Bailing been repaired? See if it can be used." Zheng Yangyang looked bewildered and nodded. It's repaired, but what are you going to use it for?" "Nothing much. I just want to borrow your Bailing to plow the field." Mo Lingji said it as if it were only natural, like remarking that the weather was nice and suggesting you hang the laundry out to dry. "Boss, you must be joking." Zheng Yangyang's face was dead serious, utterly unable to believe it, thinking he had misheard. Letting his Bailing plow the field, that was a fantasy. But seeing that Mo Lingji's earnest expression was nothing like joking, Zheng Yangyang could only mutter a low "oh" and reluctantly begin to summon Bailing. His classmates, however, perked up completely. They all moved far away from Zheng Yangyang and stopped in a relatively safe zone, then began whispering that using Bailing to plow the field was actually a pretty good idea. One by one they discussed it excitedly. Zheng Yangyang could only fume silently when he heard their laughter. Sumu and the others also stopped, extremely curious about this Bailing. Suddenly a burst of white light surged around Zheng Yangyang, wrapping his entire body. Immediately after, a muffled thud was heard, and a colossal figure appeared beside him. Its body was white metal with black stripes. The word "King" was engraved on its forehead. Its yellow vertical pupils gleamed with a cold light, and it had sharp teeth, sturdy limbs, and piercing claws. Behind it, a thick long tail swayed back and forth. Radiating metallic luster, the creature looked awe-inspiring. "So it's a mech. This big cat doesn't look bad. It resembles classmate Yangyang quite a bit, and it's adorable. The name sounds good too." She had thought it would be something else. Still letting a mech plow her field. Who knew what Mo Lingji was thinking? That was far too extravagant. But the claws were indeed sharp, so they would definitely be great for plowing. Sumu suppressed the urge to go up and touch it. Su Chun and the others, however, could no longer contain their excitement and circled the hulking machine. Zheng Yangyang looked at his companion with utter despair, then turned to Mo Lingji. "Boss, do we really have to do this?" Mo Lingji raised an eyelid. "Stop wasting words. Get to work." "Alright, boss." The others filed out of the field and gathered around its perimeter. Mo Lingji likewise pulled Sumu away, leaving Zheng Yangyang alone with a bitter baby face. "Bailing, I'm so sorry." Zheng Yangyang apologized pitifully to Bailing, then lightly leapt onto Bailing's back. A hatch automatically opened at the back of Bailing's head, and Zheng Yangyang stepped straight inside. Then everyone saw Bailing's golden vertical pupils suddenly blaze with dazzling light before returning to normal, and its limbs began to move. "Look, it moved. The mech is moving. Isn't it cool?" Su Wen shook Shenmabe's arm excitedly, his excitement written all over his face. Shenmabe impatiently pulled his arm free from Su Wen's grip and said with disdain, "I saw it. Stay away from me. You're too noisy." With that, he even stepped back a few paces as if he really had been disturbed. Yet his eyes gleamed with the same excitement as Su Wen's. He too wanted a mech just as majestic. With Bailing, no one else was needed at all. Its enormous claw could match a person's workload with a single swipe. Plowing this land was practically child's play for it. Everyone else sat in a circle around the perimeter watching Zheng Yangyang and Bailing's performance. "Lingji, I never thought you'd be able to come up with such an idea." And Yinzhou narrowed his eyes and looked at Mo Lingji with a beaming smile. "Indeed, classmate Mo's idea is really impressive." Sumu chimed in with flattery. "With Bailing making a move, none of us have to work hard." We can finish in just one morning and save so much time. Come everyone have a drink. Just as Mo Lingji was about to say something, he saw Su Mu pulling out a glass kettle and glass teacups from somewhere filled with tea the color of rubies. It looked beautiful. Before Mo Lingji knew it, a cup had been pressed into his hand. What are you looking at? Drink up. This sour plum drink is made from several ingredients I brewed myself. It quenches thirst, invigorates fluids, and strengthens the spleen and appetite. If I didn't feel I'd put you all through so much trouble, I wouldn't have given you any at all. Seeing Mo Lingji staring blankly at the cup, Su Mu thought he didn't like it and grumbled at him. Only after he obediently took a sip did she go on to serve the others. One gulp down, the drink proved sweet and sour with a rich, lingering flavor. Mo Lingji couldn't resist taking a few more sips, and before long he had drained the whole cup in several big gulps. Another cup. Seeing the empty cup extended before her, Su Mu teased, "Well, classmate Mo, is it good?" Mo Lingji nodded. "Indeed it is. The taste is very special, right? Sister Mumu, it's really delicious, sweet and sour." "Sister Mumu, how is this made? I've never drunk anything like it." Influenced by Su Chun and Su Wen, the other students also called Su Mu's sister Mumu, one after another crowding around her. "It's called sour plum drink. It's a beverage with a long history made by brewing 7 or 8 ingredients. It can quench thirst, strengthen the spleen, and stimulate the appetite. Don't be fooled by how simple it looks. It took me quite a lot of effort, and even the ingredients alone took me ages to gather." "Sister Mumu, you're amazing. I want more. Please give me another cup." Me too, me too. Don't be in such a hurry. There's plenty left." From the control room, Zheng Yangyang saw the crowd outside huddled together chatting about who knows what, and looking utterly delighted. What's more, everyone held a cup in their hands as if drinking something. At that sight, Zheng Yangyang felt deeply wronged. This was simply too cruel. He wanted to drink too. No, he had to finish up quickly so he could have some. He immediately sped up. Su Mu and the others then watched as that enormous white tiger mech's huge claws, as if on double speed, quickly carved row after row of small pits into the soil. Haha, Yangyang is getting anxious. And Yinzhou couldn't help but laugh at the scene, making his already gentle features look even more tender. The others laughed along as well. Su Mu tilted her head and looked at Yinzhou. Perhaps drawn by his smile, she found herself saying impulsively, "Classmate, and you have such a nice smile. It feels like I've seen it somewhere before." "Huh? What did you say?" And Yinzhou turned his head to look at Su Mu and asked in confusion, "What did you say just now? I didn't catch it." "Oh, nothing. I just suddenly feel you look a lot like someone I used to know." Su Mu casually made up an excuse, but she genuinely did think Yinzhou looked a great deal like a neighbor brother from her childhood. Only that brother had moved away when she was 8 or 9. If it weren't for the different names, Su Mu would have thought Yinzhou was that gentle big brother. Another cup. A cup suddenly thrust into her field of vision, blocking her view of Yinzhou. "What are you doing?" Su Mu pushed the cup aside and met Mo Lingji's slightly cold eyes. "Another cup." Mo Lingji said expressionlessly. "Got it." Su Mu poured him another cup, then set the kettle aside and said to everyone, "Anyone who wants more can help themselves." I want some, I want some." An eager voice came from the distance, and then a figure leaped off by Ling's back and dashed over at lightning speed. Whoa, since when did Yangyang move so fast? Everyone was stunned to see the land was completely plowed. In the time it had taken to drink a few cups of sour plum drink, the entire field was done. Now that was speed. Truly, when faced with the temptation of food and drink, human potential knows no bounds. Su Mu had already poured a cup of sour plum drink and set it aside for Zheng Yangyang. When Zheng Yangyang ran over, she told him to sit down and rest a moment before drinking. No need, I'm not tired. Just let me have a sip first. Watching you all drink from up there almost drove me mad with craving." Zheng Yangyang eagerly grabbed the cup and took a sip, then let out a satisfied sigh. "It really is this good." Seeing how utterly shameless he looked, everyone burst into laughter and playfully scolded him for having no dignity. Zheng Yangyang didn't care about them in the least. After downing one cup, he asked for another, and Su Mu promptly refilled it. After all, he was her primary source of labor going forward, so she had to treat him well and strive to reclaim as much land as possible before they left. "You heartless lot. I'm working hard out in the field while you're all resting and sipping sour plum drink, and you still have the nerve to laugh at me. Keep laughing, and I'll stop working." Zheng Yangyang puffed out his baby face in anger. All right. We're just joking. Drink up quickly so we can go back and rest. I'll cook you a big feast. Boiled sliced pork and chili oil, Sichuan pepper chicken, glutinous rice, ribs, honeyed chicken legs, braised chicken feet, tomato beef brisket, and sweet and sour ribs. One savory dish after another, each a feast of color, aroma, and flavor, was carried to the table one after another. The table was already filled with people seated neatly in place, everyone staring at the sumptuous spread with watering mouths. "Mommy, is it ready yet?" Little Xingbao sat on the stool swinging his 2 short little legs as he called toward the kitchen. "Almost ready. If you're hungry, you may start eating." Su Mu's voice floated out from the kitchen. "Great. Then I won't hold back." Zheng Yangyang eagerly picked up his chopsticks and reached for that mouth-watering plate of sweet and sour ribs. Yet the instant his chopsticks rose, another pair came down and knocked them away. Who was that? So annoying. Zheng Yangyang turned around to find his boss staring at him with icy displeasure. He immediately swapped in a bright smile and chuckled sheepishly, "Oh boss. Then everything's fine." "Umph." Mo Lingji gave a derisive snort, his expression steeped in disdain. "Can't you act with a little restraint? All your manners have gone to the dogs. You're worse than a child." Having spoken, Mo Lingji reached out and ruffled Xingbao's little head, yet a faint flicker of deep thought passed through his eyes. This child, he truly liked him more the more he looked. Especially those eyes so very much like the eyes of the Mo family. The boy's classic phoenix eyes, though softened into mere adorableness by his tender age, gave that small face a sensation of overwhelming familiarity. Then again, this child and his mother had always lived on Shashing. There was simply no way they could share any ties with his family. Mo Lingji suddenly felt he was thinking too much. "Brother, you're so good looking." Xingbao's milky voice pulled Mo Lingji out of his thoughts. Back to his senses, he gave the boy's hair another firm ruffle and said, "You mustn't call me brother. You should call me uncle. But whoever is good-looking deserves to be called brother." Xingbao blinked his big watery eyes, so cute and innocent. Powerless against Xingbao's adorable assault, Mo Lingji could only press his forehead in exasperation, resolving that he would give the child a thorough lesson on generational titles. "Xingbao, I'm about the same age as your mother. Your mother and I are of the same generation, so you can only call me uncle, not brother." Mo Lingji seriously explained the principle to Xingbao, but the boy remained utterly unconvinced. "But anyone attractive is a brother. Isn't that right, Brother Su-wen?" Seeing that the attractive brother refused to accept his way of address, Xingbao turned to Su-wen for help with a hurt expression. Su-wen couldn't be bothered with such trivialities. "Exactly. Xingbao's got it. Anyone good-looking is a brother." Then he told Mo Lingji, "Fellow student, Mo, don't get hung up on this. Xingbao's still young. Let him call you whatever he wants." Mo Lingji could only purse his lips helplessly and say nothing. And Yinzhou, meanwhile, had been watching the whole scene with an amused smile. At Mo Lingji's sulky expression, his grin only widened. He teased softly, "What's wrong with you? Getting tangled in an argument with a little kid over something like this? When did you become so childish?" Mo Lingji cut a cold sidelong glance at Yinzhou with his dark phoenix eyes and said nothing more. And Yinzhou didn't take it to heart. The guy was prone to fits of willfulness like this sometimes. "Alright, the last soup is here. And Xingbao's egg custard too." Sumu came over bearing a small bowl of egg custard, followed by Aunt May carrying a big pot of delicious cabbage and tofu soup. This soup was probably the only vegetarian item on the whole table. "Mommy, sit here." Xingbao motioned for Sumu to sit next to him. Sumu placed the egg custard in front of Xingbao, and with a faint smile asked, "Why aren't you eating with Granny today?" Xingbao wrinkled his small nose and said in a milky voice, "I missed Mommy. So today I want to eat with Mommy." "Oh my." So Xingbao still remembers his mother. Sumu put on a jealous look and continued, "I thought Xingbao had already forgotten all about Mommy." "No, I haven't. Xingbao loves Mommy the most." "Huh." Sumu ruffled his little head affectionately, then called everyone to the meal. "Stop waiting, digging quickly. Aunt May, please take Ching Feng and the others their shares." At the signal that the meal had begun, everyone else reached for their chopsticks at once. Heaven knows how long they had been eyeing that table of delicacies while their mouths watered uncontrollably. "This one's delicious, and so is this one." "Hey, don't snatch. There's plenty more. Why'd you hit my chopsticks? Where's your politeness? Where's your etiquette?" The entire table instantly erupted into a whirlwind of flying chopsticks. Even Mo Lingji and Yinzhou, seeing the fierce battle, silently quickened their own pace. "Oh, no more, no more. I'm old, I can't compete with these young uns anymore." Grandpa Mai shook his head ruefully at the youngster's sheer appetite, yet his own hand moved even faster. Grandpa Zhuang nodded in agreement. "That's right. Little Moo's cooking has only gotten better and better." Watching her dish receive such enthusiastic praise, Su Mu's face glowed with a soft, contented smile. Mo Lingji turned his head and caught sight of a fair face framed in a gentle smile. Her delicate features and soft contours made her look unexpectedly radiant and lovely. Before he realized it, he was staring mesmerized. He noticed that Su Mu had become somewhat prettier than she was a couple of days ago. A little flesh had filled out her cheeks. She was no longer as frail and gaunt as when they first met. Yet her frame was still far too thin, and with that she still didn't eat properly. Mo Lingji saw Su Mu listlessly picking at her food with her chopsticks, occasionally lifting a bite to her mouth and chewing slowly, forming a striking contrast with those starving souls at the table. "Eat a little more. You're too thin." Su Mu saw the extra rib that had appeared in her bowl and turned her head toward Mo Lingji, who had just withdrawn his chopsticks. Confusion clouded her eyes, but she still nodded politely and said, "Thank you, I can take care of myself." Everyone else was busy fighting their food head down, and only 2 people had taken notice of the exchange. And Yinzhou observed it all in silence, his gaze tinged with a subtle worry. A.I. Meyer, who sat in a relatively far corner, yet had been covertly watching Mo Lingji all along, clenched her jaw in fury and silently cursed the woman as a fox spirit. She truly couldn't figure out what magic lay in Su Mu, a woman with no figure, no beauty, and a child already, that had captured Mo Lingji's attention. Mo Lingji was hers, and no one was going to take him away. A.I. Meyer lowered her head and quietly chewed her food, concealing the madness beneath her gaze. Rejected in his small act of feeding, Mo Lingji was a little disgruntled. He could only bury his head in his own meal. His sharply angular face was soon stuffed round with food somehow, making him look quite endearing. Beep beep beep. A sound suddenly rang out, and the entire table went quiet. Seeing that it was his optical computer, Mo Lingji hurriedly answered the video call, not even stopping to swallow the food in his mouth. Little uncle. At the mention of little uncle from Mo Lingji's lips, the entire dining table fell into utter silence. Su Chun and the others, oblivious to the reason, kept noisily chewing their food, until the students beside them suddenly clamped their hands over their mouths. Keep your voice down. Do you know who our boss's little uncle is? He's the heartthrob of countless women across the entire Federation and the idol of every cadet in our military academy. Zheng Yangyang whispered the explanation in Su Wen's ear. Su Wen swallowed his mouth full with difficulty, nodded blankly, and asked in bewilderment, then who on earth is he? The Federation war god Mo Junyan, and the younger brother of the Federation leader Su Chun, sitting nearby, suddenly interjected in explanation. At that moment a face appeared on Mo Lingji's light brain screen. It had the same black hair and dark eyes as Mo Lingji, and the features were roughly 50% alike, yet it looked far more mature, with sharper, more chiseled contours. The aura in those eyes was something Mo Lingji could never hope to match. Even through the screen, Mo Lingji could feel his little uncle's imposing presence. Straightening his back without realizing it, he greeted solemnly, hello little uncle. Mo Junyan lifted his eyelids slightly, and looked at the tense Mo Lingji on the screen. He was long accustomed to his nephew growing nervous at the sight of him, so he merely asked calmly, I'll reach your location in 5 days. Make preparations in advance. Huh, that's soon. Mo Lingji was astonished. Hadn't he said it would take at least half a month? Is there a problem? Mo Junyan's low voice came through the video. Realizing he had overreacted, Mo Lingji composed himself and answered, no little uncle. I'll have everything ready in advance. Good. So what were you just eating? Huh? Mo Lingji hadn't expected Mo Junyan to ask such a question. His flustered manner while eating must have been caught on screen. He could only steel himself and say, little uncle, I was eating sweet and sour ribs. Is it delicious? Delicious. Mo Lingji had already gone numb, answering each question as it came. Then let me see. Oh. Mo Lingji obediently turned the light brain toward the plate of sweet and sour ribs. By then only one rib remained sitting alone in the center of the plate, when out of nowhere a pair of chopsticks reached in and snatched away that last lonely piece. With a rib clamped between her chopsticks, Su Mu saw Mo Lingji staring at her in shock, and asked in confusion, why are you looking at me? I made them, so can I have one? Nothing. Mo Lingji hastily turned the light brain back toward himself. Mo Junyan caught a glimpse of an adorable smiling face flashing across the screen. Suddenly tempted to tease Mo Lingji, he raised an eyebrow slightly, and said, who is that child next to you? He looks quite a bit like you. When did you have a child? Just as Mo Lingji was about to explain, Xingbao turned the light brain toward his own face, and said in a babyish voice, I'm not Brother Mo's child. I'm my mommy's child. Mo Junyan looked at the child appearing on the screen, and felt more and more that the boy resembled his nephew. He had no idea where the child had come from. After all, he knew perfectly well that his nephew had never had a romantic interest to this day. Yet as he looked at this soft baby-voiced child, his heart suddenly melted, and even the cold sharpness in his brows and eyes turned gentle. In a slightly low voice he asked, what's your name? Xingbao, who seemed quite at ease with the person on the screen, answered happily, I'm Xingbao. What's your name? You're really handsome, even more handsome than Brother Mo. Can you be my daddy? Well, that was definitely not something to say so carelessly. Su Mu hastily covered Xingbao's mouth and lowered her head to apologize to the person on the screen. I'm sorry, the child is still young and says whatever comes to mind. Please forgive him. Then she returned the light brain to Mo Lingji. When he took it, he saw that the screen had gone dark. The call had probably been ended. Everyone else at the table silently gave Xingbao a thumbs up. Impressive, Xingbao. You've got guts. You actually dared to make the war god your daddy. All right. Since we're done eating, clean up quickly and head back to rest. This afternoon is left for your training. Whose turn is it to wash the dishes? Move it. With that, Su Mu pulled Xingbao back to the room. She needed to have a proper talk with him. Why had he suddenly come up with the idea of wanting a father, and why had he never mentioned it to her? Far off in the starry void, a massive warship was racing through space. In the office, a tall, slender figure sat behind a black desk in a chair formed of dark chi, his brows lowered, as if lost in thought. He was Mo Junyan. He had just hunted down a space pirate vessel, and was now heading to Shashing. He was still replaying in his mind the very familiar face that had suddenly appeared on the screen. Never had he expected her to still be alive. Ever since the accident 3 years ago, he had sent people to investigate her. They had found information, but she had vanished into thin air. No matter how hard they searched, she was nowhere to be found. Never did he imagine he would find her in this way. And the child beside her. That child. A flicker of excitement suddenly surged through Mo Junyan's eyes, then settled an instant later. As for the truth, it would not be too late to confirm it once he arrived. Yet he already had an answer in his heart. He simply needed to verify it in person. He opened the communicator and said, Shilin, full speed ahead. Received, General. Su Mu brought Xingbao into the room, set him on the small sofa, and sat down herself. She adjusted her mindset, organized her thoughts, and only then asked gently, Xingbao, tell mommy. Why did you suddenly want a stranger to be your daddy, just now? Xingbao had no idea how anxious Su Mu was. Still in his babyish voice he answered, because that uncle is so good-looking. He's the best-looking person I've ever seen. And I saw on StarNet that everybody else has a daddy, but Xingbao doesn't. So I want that uncle to be my daddy. That way my daddy will be the best-looking daddy in the whole world. Su Mu was both shocked and speechless at Xingbao's reasoning. She suddenly had no idea how to counter it. She could only respond patiently, Xingbao has mommy, and that's enough. Not just any uncle can become Xingbao's daddy, understand? Then which uncle can be my daddy? Xingbao tilted his little head and looked at Su Mu with anticipation. Oh well, somebody please save me. I don't know how to answer that. Su Mu's heart was screaming inside. This was really asking too much of her. She was a first-time mom too. She had no clue about child rearing. Fortunately, her inner cry was answered. The light brain suddenly rang. Su Mu opened her optical computer and saw that it was the transport station staff member Wei Wei had recommended. Her heart surged with excitement, and she immediately accepted the call. On the screen appeared a male employee wearing a pale blue work uniform and a matching cap. He said respectfully, Miss Mumu, I'm a staff member of the Interstellar Transport Station. Our team has arrived at the outer reaches of Shaoxing and requests permission to open Shaoxing's defense system. Hearing this, Su Mu was secretly delighted, but her face remained calm as she nodded. All right, the defense system is already open. I'll send you the coordinates. Got it, Miss Mumu. Please wait a moment. After the call ended, Su Mu happily hugged Xingbao and spun in a circle on the spot. Haha, Xingbao Mama is so happy. Shaoxing finally has a transport station and Mama can finally show what she's made of and make a fortune. Mumu, your balance is insufficient. Please earn money as soon as possible. Hey Zaire suddenly popped up raining on her parade. No way. 60,000 credits. How could they be gone so quickly? Su Mu stared in utter shock. It's devouring money. Have you thought about how many of you there are? Do you know how much just feeding everyone every single day costs? And then there are your semi-automated farming machines. All of that costs a fortune, but it can't cost that much. Su Mu simply couldn't believe that 60,000 credits had vanished so quickly. Why not? The transport station will be done soon, so you'd better get out there and earn some real money. Fine, I know. You little money grubber. Let's go, Xingbao. We're heading down now. Su Mu carried Xingbao out of the bedroom and turned toward Yida's room. Sure enough, Qing Feng was still with Yida, the two of them each sitting in their own spot, silently staring blankly into space. Yida Qingfeng stopped spacing out. Come out with me for a bit. Su Chun and the others had already gone to the gravity chamber to train. Su Mu didn't want to disturb them, so she decided to bring these two young ones along to greet the Interstellar Transport Station staff. Okay. The two nodded, stood up, and followed behind Su Mu. When they got downstairs, Aunt May was cleaning, so Su Mu brought her along too. Aunt May drove the four-wheeled buggy out of the garage and carried Su Mu and the other three slowly toward the main gate. On the first floor of the gravity chamber, after a round of training, everyone was sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. Come on, let's go try the second floor. Seeing that everyone had rested well enough, Zheng Yangyang suggested going to the second floor to train their mental strength. The moment the suggestion was made, all of them agreed and climbed to their feet. You all go ahead. Lingji and I aren't going. And Yinzhou waved them off. All right, then we'll head up first. After they left, and Yinzhou lay back down on the ground. Emma, what's wrong with you today? Something's off. And Yinzhou looked at Mo Lingji, but could only see the exquisitely defined line of his jaw. After a long silence, Mo Lingji turned his head, glanced at him, and said flatly, what do you mean? What's off about it? Don't play dumb with me. Why did you put food on Miss Mu's plate? That's not something you would do. Then what do you think is something I would do? Mo Lingji's tone still carried no emotion. He simply raised a hand and covered his eyes. Lingji, you know exactly what I mean. And Yinzhou kept staring intently at Mo Lingji, his voice low, a storm of meaning churning in his brown eyes. What nonsense are you imagining? If you have that much energy, let's have another round. Mo Lingji rolled over and stood up in one motion, then crooked a finger at Yinzhou, who was still lying on the floor. Come on, let's fight. Fine, I'll see it through to the end. And Yinzhou sprang up with a swift turn and immediately threw a punch at Mo Lingji. Mo Lingji tilted his head slightly to dodge, and Yinzhou's fist caught it with his palm, yanked him forward with a burst of strength, and struck at his waist with the other hand. But Yinzhou twisted away and dodged the attack. A corner of his mouth lifted and he mocked without mercy, Lingji, you've slowed down. Is that so? Oh. Mo Lingji, you sneak attacked me. If you lack skill, don't look for excuses. That was a sneak attack. Do you dare to fight me fair and square? What's there to be afraid of? In an instant, the gravity chamber erupted in thud after thud. The impact of fists hitting flesh was enough to set one's teeth on edge. Aunt May drove the four-wheeled buggy along leisurely. Just as they reached the main gate of the estate, Su Mu received a video call from the Interstellar Transport Station staff. Miss Mumu, we've arrived at our destination. Is that White Estate where you are? Yes, I'm at the front gate right now. Wait a moment. I'll come pick you up. All right. No problem. But it seems we've run into a bit of trouble. Something appears to be attacking us. The video was cut off abruptly. Su Mu knew they had already come under attack by mutated desert scorpions. Remembering that she hadn't warned them in advance, she told Aunt May to drive into the desert and make for their location. As they drew closer, Su-mu saw from afar 2 men in pale blue work uniforms struggling to fend off the desert scorpion's attacks. Su-mu had already taken out the frying pan, so she told Aunt May to speed up and drive over. The 2 staff members from the Interstellar transport station had never expected this place to be so dangerous. The problem was that they hadn't brought any offensive weapons, thinking it would just be an easy job to set up a transport station. Watching more and more desert scorpions closing in, the 2 men began to panic, truly afraid that by the time their employer arrived, only their skeletons would be left. Suddenly, a white desert off-road vehicle drifted to a stop, kicking up a cloud of sand. Then a slender-looking girl jumped out with a frying pan in hand, bounded over to them in 2 steps, and swung the pan again and again. Waves of desert scorpions were sent flying. Su-mu swung the frying pan while shouting at the 2 stunned men, "What are you 2 standing there in a daze for? Get in the car now." "Oh, all right." Snapping back to reality, the 2 scrambled frantically into the vehicle. When they looked up, they saw 2 handsome, refined-looking boys in the back seat, holding a doll-like toddler, all staring at them with wide eyes. Xingbao looked at the 2 disheveled men, thought they looked silly just sitting there, and said seriously, "Can you come inside first? You're blocking my mama." "Oh, okay." The 2 obediently moved deeper inside. Then Su-mu jumped into the vehicle, pulled the door shut, and said to Aunt May in the driver's seat, "Aunt May, let's head back to the oasis." With the danger dispelled, the 2 staff members breathed a sigh of relief and asked Su-mu in a businesslike manner, "Miss Mu, where do you usually plan to build the transport station?" Su-mu held Xingbao in her arms, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's build it near the oasis or at the entrance of the manor. Let's go take a look before deciding." The off-road vehicle sped along the road and came to a steady stop at the manor gate. They got out one after another. Looking at the magnificent white manor, the 2 staff members were shocked. Such a huge manor actually stood in such a desolate place. Su-mu looked around and finally decided to build the transport station outside the manor. At this early stage, some things could not be brought out openly, so the station had to serve as cover. It was naturally more convenient to put it outside. After the location was chosen, the 2 staff members began to work. They built very quickly, and before long a transport station the size of a small house was completed. This station, or space transport station, might look as small as a single room, but its functions were extremely powerful. In the very center of the building was a circular platform, and this platform connected to planets everywhere. Whether it was a bustling main planet or a remote, desolate planet, as long as a transport station existed, it could be linked. Simply place an item on the circular platform, set the name of the destination planet, and it would be teleported to that planet. The transport station there would receive it and send it to each recipient. It was extremely convenient. Once the transport station was built and all usage methods and functions had been explained, the 2 prepared to leave and report back. Su-mu didn't try to keep them longer. She asked Aunt May to take them back to their original position, but for their safety, she ultimately decided to escort them personally. Only after watching the 2 safely pilot their small ship away did Su-mu let Aunt May return. Back at the transport station, she saw the 3 little ones gathered together studying something unknown. "What are you doing? Is this your first time seeing this too?" The 3 nodded in unison. "With this transport station from now on, if you want anything, just tell me. As long as we have money, I can buy you anything from anywhere in the interstellar world." Su-mu chuckled and painted a rosy picture for them. "But Mom, we don't have any money." Xingbao pouted innocently. Even Yida and Qingfeng nodded to show they had no money either. Su-mu was a little disappointed at their lack of ambition and tapped the 3 little heads. "You 3 good-for-nothings. Listen to me. Never say you have no money, understand? You should say you have money, that you're rich, and only then will money come to you. Understand?" The 3 nodded, looking confused. Seeing that they were still puzzled, Su-mu explained, "This is the law of attraction. You attract whatever you say. If you say you're rich, you'll naturally attract wealth. Besides, the things in our fields are extremely precious across the interstellar world once they mature. As long as you farm carefully from now on, we're bound to get richer and richer." Su-mu seriously explained to the 3 children how to earn money. She became so impassioned that she wished she could start right away and make a fortune. "All right, let's head back. It's getting dark." Returning to Xingmu Garden, Granny Xiaojun had already cooked porridge and was making a stir-fried mixed dish with the leftover vegetables from the fridge. Su-mu remembered the cabbages she had just seen, which looked quite good, and said to Granny Xiaojun, "Granny, I think the cabbages in the garden have grown quite big. They aren't fully mature, but they're already good to eat. Let's have hot and sour cabbage today." Actually, Su-mu hadn't expected the cabbages to grow so fast. It was almost light-speed growth. But given that she had been watering them and feeding them energy nonstop all day, it would have been strange if they hadn't grown fast. Granny Xiaojun nodded. "That's fine. I'll do as you say." "Great. Xingbao, come pick vegetables with Mommy. Yida, you 2 take a basin and follow us." Su-mu pulled Xingbao along as she walked out, while Yida and Qingfeng went inside to find a basin before going out. Su-mu selected cabbages one by one in the patch and found every one of them beautiful. The leaves were emerald green and the stalks were watery white, and all of them looked beautiful. But they were still spreading out like blossoms and had not yet formed hearts. Su-mu planned to tie them all up after dinner to help them form round hearts. She casually pulled out a few cabbages. Just then Qingfeng and Yida arrived, so she put the cabbages in the basin and had them carry it. Sumu pulled out 10 cabbages in all. 5 were sent to the kitchen for Granny Xiaojun to make hot and sour cabbage, and the remaining 5 were meant to be sent to Wei Wei. Sumu had Qing Feng and Yida deliver the cabbages to Granny Xiaojun while she took the remaining 5 to the transport station. She thoughtfully prepared instructions for using and storing the cabbages, and even carefully packed some seasonings. After everything was packed and the address and recipient were written on it, she placed the package on the teleport platform and pressed the button for the main planet. However, the screen showed that due to the distance it would take 3 days to arrive. Then a flash of light swept past, and the package on the platform disappeared. Only then did Sumu remember to send Wei Wei a message saying that she had sent her a package of cabbages she had grown herself and asking her to receive the package from Sandstar in 3 days. As soon as Wei Wei saw the message, she excitedly replied, "Is the transport station already built? It's even faster than I expected. Is the cabbage you grew delicious? How do you cook it? It won't taste as good as yours, right?" Sumu saw Wei Wei's message and replied, "The transport station staff arrived ahead of schedule. The cabbage is very tasty. I sent you the cooking method and seasonings. This is just an experiment to see if the delivery works. Once there's no problem, I'll send you anything you want, as a thank you for having this transport station built." Seeing this message, Wei Wei was so excited she almost wanted to shout. She was overjoyed. The older sister was going to thank her, and from now on she would never run out of delicious food. Wei Wei excitedly replied again, "Then I want to eat little cookies." Sumu smiled slightly and replied, "Okay, no problem." Sumu sprinkled some water on the vine cuttings she had planted in the morning and sent some wood-type energy into them. Only after seeing them radiate vigorous vitality did she walk back to Xingmu Garden under the night sky. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she found that everyone was already seated neatly. It seemed only she was missing. "Do you really feel okay making so many of us wait for you?" Ymir muttered under her breath. But who were those sitting at the table? No matter how low her voice was, they could hear her, yet no one responded. Sumu only gave her a faint cold glance before sitting down beside Xingbao. Then she asked Aunt May to send a meal upstairs to Yida and Qingfeng, but Aunt May replied, "Miss Mumu, I already sent it up just now. No need to worry." "That's good." Sumu nodded and then said to everyone, "Let's all start eating." "Sister Mumu, what are we having today?" Zheng Yangyang picked up a slice of sour spicy cabbage with his chopsticks. He observed it for a long while before putting it into his mouth. His eyes immediately lit up and he took a second bite. The tangy, spicy, crisp texture was simply irresistible. "Sister Mumu, what is this dish?" "It's delicious. But why do these dishes all look the same?" Zheng Yangyang then tried several other dishes. Egg and cabbage soup, cold dressed cabbage, qianlong cabbage, and a cabbage roll. After tasting them all, he found every single one remarkably flavorful. After finishing, he discovered that the flavors were all quite excellent. Sumu also sampled a few dishes and found them genuinely delicious. She then explained to Zheng Yangyang, "These dishes are all made from cabbage. You know, the ones growing in that vegetable patch over there. Pretty good, right?" Great. Sister Mumu, your cooking is amazing." Zheng Yangyang praised Sumu between mouthfuls of rice. Sumu simply smiled and continued, "If it tastes good, eat plenty. But you're actually praising the wrong person. All today's dishes were made by Granny Xiaojun." In truth, Sumu hadn't expected the old lady to be so gifted at cooking. Her skills were nearly on par with Aunt May's. Sumu herself was admittedly a notch below. Her own cooking was tasty enough, but could hardly compare. After saying this, Sumu glanced at Granny Xiaojun, who was serving rice to Xingbao. The bowl was piled so high with rice that it formed a towering mound, making Sumu's lips twitch uncontrollably. Was she trying to turn Xingbao into some kind of bottomless pit eater? Hearing Sumu's explanation, Zheng Yangyang let out an awkward chuckle and quickly tried to redeem himself. "No wonder it's so delicious. It turns out Granny made it after all. Granny's cooking is absolutely superb." Granny Xiaojun lifted her eyelids and glanced at Zheng Yangyang, letting out a gentle laugh. "Thanks for the compliment. If you like it, eat more. There's still plenty of cabbage in the field. Once the other vegetables ripen, I'll cook more treats for you all." The entire dining table seemed filled with warmth and harmony, yet there was always one person who had to ruin the mood. Emily sat there as usual in her red outfit, her makeup immaculate, and her golden wavy hair dazzling. However, the expression on her face was one of pure disdain. Her red lips parted slightly as she sneered, "Isn't it just some leaves of cabbage? You're all acting like it's the most amazing thing in the world. Especially you, Zheng Yangyang. Have you not eaten in 800 years? You're sure laying it on thick. Emily, what's your problem? You want to fight? If you're so picky, then don't eat." Zheng Yangyang sprang to his feet, furiously ready to charge at Emily, but Wang Xiaoyan grabbed his arm. "Yangyang, calm down." Seeing Zheng Yangyang held back, Emily only grew bolder. After all, she was never welcomed among them anyway. Besides, her family had already sent people to pick her up in just a couple of days. If she couldn't be happy, then nobody would be. She would no longer stay silent as before. With renewed confidence, Emily retorted without hesitation, "Fight then. Who's afraid of you? It's worried you don't have the guts. Besides, I already paid for my meals, so why can't I eat? Go ask that woman, can I eat this meal or not? You can eat." Sumu nodded, replying with absolute certainty. Zheng Yangyang froze for a moment, then flew into a frenzy, once again lunging at Emily. "Wang Xiaoyan, let go of me. Just watch me teach her a lesson. She's way too arrogant." Calm down, Yang Yang. Yeah, a man should be above such petty squabbles. The others all chimed in to mediate, while Lin Yinshu sat off to the side, without moving a muscle. He had never realized how thoroughly detestable Emily's behavior truly was. Yet she had always been like this, never changed not once. So what exactly had he ever seen in her? Lin Yinshu couldn't understand it. Mo Lingji watched the whole farce unfold, and his handsome face immediately darkened. He said coldly, if you don't want to eat, then leave. Anyone who says another word will be thrown out. Don't disturb other people's meals. In an instant the entire table fell silent. Zheng Yangyang quietly sat back down, and said apologetically, to Su Mu's group, sorry for disturbing your meal. In response, Emily merely let out a heavy humph. Fine, I won't eat then. It's just some cabbage leaves anyway, like this young lady actually cares. With that she rose and left. Su Mu watched Emily's retreating figure, and said worriedly to those around her, she won't stop coming for meals just because she's angry, will she? What about my money then? She's not going to ask for a refund, is she? I really don't want to give it back. Don't worry. I won't let you refund her. If you're ever forced to, I'll cover it for you. Mo Lingji looked at Su Mu's delicate face, full of worry, and almost against his own nature blurted out those words of reassurance. And Yinzhou heard this, and a flicker of concern crossed his brown eyes. This was clearly unlike Mo Lingji. The protective undertone was far too obvious. Su Mu, however, didn't seem to notice anything unusual. She was merely taken aback, and quickly sought confirmation, afraid he was joking. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Mo Lingji nodded. Great, huh? Reassured, Su Mu's mood immediately brightened. Classmate Yang Yang, what are you staring at? Hurry up and eat, so you'll have strength to help me work tomorrow. Oh wait, actually. Eat as much as you can, because once you all go back you won't get food like this anymore. At Su Mu's sudden change of wording, Zheng Yangyang merely pouted, and turned his sorrow into appetite. And honestly, once they returned, he really might not get a chance to eat like this again. At Su Mu's sudden change of words, Zheng Yangyang merely pouted, and turned his grief into appetite. And honestly, once they went back, this kind of food might truly be hard to come by. Meanwhile, Old Mai and the three elderly men had been quietly eating and watching the spectacle from start to finish. Once the show was over and their bowls were empty, they set them down and announced they were going out for a stroll to aid digestion. Su Mu didn't stop them. She simply watched the three grandfathers file out of the courtyard one by one. Old Zhuang, old sure. If they all leave, we won't have any more entertainment to enjoy. Old Mai had barely stepped out of the courtyard when he started complaining to his two old companions. But his two old friends evidently didn't share his view. Rather disdainfully they said, ever since they arrived we haven't had a single peaceful meal. I'm about to get indigestion here. Old Mai strongly disagreed and retorted, if you've got indigestion, go take more walks. I think the more people the better. If you like having people around, why did you keep tossing that kid Suwon out before? You guarded against him like he was a thief. The other two elders refused to back down. How is that the same? Old Mai argued, puffing out his beard and glaring. What's so different? As the three elders strolled farther and farther away, the dining table fell into silence. Suwon, caught in the crossfire, felt utterly innocent and looked completely baffled. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Su Mu quickly urged everyone to eat. Come on, eat up. The food's getting cold. You'll get indigestion. Don't be shy, eat quickly. Especially you, classmate Yang Yang. You need your strength. Zheng Yangyang looked as if he were about to cry. He didn't want strength at all. Early the next morning, Su Mu rose at dawn, and as usual first sent a little nourishment to Little Sapling. Indeed, thanks to her tireless efforts, that seed had already grown into a tiny blade of grass. But Su Mu believed that since it had fallen from the tree, it would one day grow into a towering giant, so she called it Little Sapling. Then she went to the courtyard to water the two vegetable plots, and then hurried to the vegetable garden to water as well. She now did this twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, without fail. Thanks to her relentless care, the vegetable seedlings were growing splendidly. In just a few days they had already grown to a height of 10 centimeters, truly changing visibly every day. After taking a walk outside, Su Mu returned to the kitchen and boiled a large pot of eggs. 1 egg a day keeps the Shaoxing people strong. Then she also pan-fried egg pancakes and vegetable pancakes, along with a plate of cold-dressed baby bok choy and a pot of plain congee. When the meal was almost ready, Granny Xiaojun came downstairs. Seeing Su Mu bustling about the kitchen, she came over to help. Why are you up so early today? Granny Xiaojun took the ladle from Su Mu's hand and kept stirring the rice porridge so it would not stick to the pot. Su Mu grinned and said, isn't it because I hate to see you get up so early every day to make breakfast? I'm a good child who respects the elderly and cherishes the young. You little smart mouth. At breakfast, everyone arrived on time, including Ai Mir. Today, however, she did not stir up trouble. Her gaze simply stayed glued to Mo Lingji the entire time. Even though Mo Lingji's face remained dark and his cold aura radiated endlessly, she showed no restraint whatsoever. Su Mu rubbed her arms hard to smooth down the goosebumps, her eyes darting back and forth between the two. She clicked her tongue and murmured softly, this really is another tale of unrequited love. The flower yearns while the stream flows on unmoved. There is no need to turn on the air conditioner with all this cold air around. What did you just say? Mo Lingji suddenly asked. It took Su Mu a moment to realize he was talking to her, and she quickly denied it. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Nothing. Mo Lingji merely gave a faint, oh, and lowered his head to eat quietly. But Sumu felt a gaze land on her, as sharp as needles. Looking up, sure enough, AI Mir's eyes seemed as if they wanted to devour her. Oh my god, what is this all about? This daily jealousy tantrum is impossible to deal with. Sumu sighed. It was a pity AI Mir was neither a zombie nor an enemy, otherwise she would definitely have sent her straight to heaven to stop her from causing trouble every day. Looking at AI Mir sitting alone in a corner quietly eating, Sumu suddenly felt that treating a girl like this might not be right. It felt a bit like she was isolating her. She needed to reflect on herself. She could not treat a girl this way. Then AI Mir was startled by Sumu suddenly appearing beside her and let out a scream. The next moment, however, Sumu clamped her hand over AI Mir's mouth with a fierce expression. Don't scream. I haven't done anything to you. Everyone is watching, you know. AI Mir's large eyes, beautifully framed with delicate eye makeup, blinked and opened even wider. Fear and fury blazed up in them in an instant. She kept twisting her body, trying to break free from Sumu's grasp, but Sumu thought she was trying to fight back and only tightened her grip. Calm down. I haven't done anything to you. If you calm down, I'll let go, Sumu said gravely. AI Mir nodded. Seeing that AI Mir understood, Sumu released her hand. The moment Sumu let go, AI Mir burst into curses. You pervert. What is wrong with you? After her outburst, she ran away directly, leaving Sumu completely stunned. The others at the table also looked utterly bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. After a long pause, Zheng Yangyang finally reacted and gave Sumu a thumbs up, saying admiringly, Sister Mumu, impressive. The others nodded along as well, leaving Sumu utterly baffled. Breakfast ended with yet another farce. Sumu brought the others back to the oasis. In the area of land they had previously reclaimed, the surrounding vines and branches were now all alive, their emerald tendrils swaying gently in the breeze. The vine tree that had nearly been stripped bare had once again regained its former vigor. Its recovery ability was simply remarkable. So Sumu marked out another plot of land the same size as the previous one. This time, however, Sumu first used the soil conversion agent, planning to plant the vines only after the land had been cultivated. To improve efficiency, she proposed a division of labor. Yang drove Bai Ling to plow the land, while the others went to collect vine branches. Mo Lingji looked at the enormous vine tree before him and told the others to stand farther away. Then a magnificent long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a few effortless swings, vine branches fell one after another, and he finished gathering the vines without the slightest trouble. Your sword is really beautiful. Let me have a look. Mo Lingji looked at the small hand extended toward him, then handed over the sword. Sumu took it, studied it for a minute, and gave it back. She could only tell that it was not an ordinary sword, beyond that she knew nothing. Still, she had to admit it was really quite beautiful. Do you like it? If you do, it's yours, Mo Lingji said, looking at the sword in his hand. Lingji, you. And Yinzhou had just started to speak when a single look from Mo Lingji made him swallow the rest of his words. A gentleman does not take what others treasure. You had better keep it well. Sumu said nonchalantly. All right. Don't just stand there. There's not much left to do. We're just waiting for Yang and Bai Ling to show off their skills. Come sit down. I've made you all delicious little cookies and refreshing fruit juice. Sumu gestured for everyone to sit down and began bringing out food and drinks. The scene of everyone watching Bai Ling plow the land appeared once again. Sumu watched the beautiful and imposing mech Bai Ling plowing the land madly, and suddenly thought the scene was ridiculously adorable. But this was a scene that more people should see. So on a whim, Sumu started a live stream. Hello everyone. Today I won't be live streaming cooking for you. Hasn't everyone been curious about where I get my vegetables? Today I'll reveal the secret. Actually, if the vegetables you grow are to be delicious, the land is crucial. Only healthy soil can produce healthy, tasty vegetables. Today let me show you the first step before planting, turning the soil. Only when the soil is soft and loose enough can seeds germinate better. Today let me show you our tilling process. First, you need a mech that is both imposing and adorable. Sumu moved the camera from in front of her mouth to Bai Ling, who was not far away. Instantly, the entire live stream room erupted. Plowing with a mech. Is this streamer really that extravagant? What a waste. I could scrimp and save my whole life, even pawn everything I own, and still not afford an ordinary mech. And she actually uses one to plow fields. No way. This is just too much. Looking at the barrage of comments filling the screen, everyone laughed uncontrollably. These fans were just too cute. What a pity the mech was not hers. Sumu let out a soft sigh. Such an adorable mech, and it isn't mine. What a shame. You want it? I'll give it to you. Mo Lingji suddenly appeared beside Sumu and spoke, startling her so much that she jumped. Seeing it was Mo Lingji, she said irritably, what are you doing? You came over without making a sound. Are you trying to scare me to death so you can inherit my land? What would I want with your land? Mo Lingji leaned back, bracing his hands behind him, sitting lazily on the ground. He tilted his body back slightly and let his gaze drift elsewhere. Sumu sat on the ground in the same posture, watching Bai Ling's imposing actions in the distance. A mech isn't cheap. I can't accept a favor without earning it. Mo Lingji's gaze fell on Sumu again. It was only a clean, fair side profile. Soft light cast a halo around her, making her look truly lovely. All of a sudden, he actually wished time could freeze at this instant. But if it's possible, I'd like a mech like Bai Ling's. It'll make plowing the fields easier in the future. Sumu turned around excitedly only to see Mo Lingji staring blankly at her. She waved her hand before his eyes and shouted snap out of it. Only then did Mo Lingji snap back to reality. What's wrong? What's the matter with you? You're so young, yet you keep spacing out. Careful you don't get early dementia. Ask Grandpa to take a look at you sometime. I just said I want a mech like Bai Ling's to make plowing more convenient later. But could I pay in installments? The mention of money made Sumu suddenly realize why she had never had any money. No, she had to work hard and earn enough to one day retire among her gold coins and never worry about money again. Hearing Sumu's idea, Mo Lingji pondered for a while before replying seriously, if you want to use it for farming, you don't necessarily need a mech. A new farming device just came out in the Interstellar world with complete features to meet your requirements. As for the mech, I'd suggest you choose very carefully. Unexpectedly, Sumu rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly, little bro, do you think your big sister doesn't know that? But big sister's money has gone and gotten lost for now. When my gold coins finally find their way back into my arms, I won't hesitate to snap them all up. Ta! Sister Mumu, since when did you become such a joker? If you've got no money, you've got no money. Why put it so politely? Suwon was laughing uncontrollably at Sumu's explanation, so much that Sumu glared at him. At last she couldn't hold back and smacked him on the head, saying sternly, talk properly. If you say no money again and scare my money away, just watch me beat you. Don't forget you're depending on me now. Say anything else and you can go back to drinking nutrient solution. Suwon quickly shook his head and covered his mouth, signaling he wouldn't say another word. The others saw this and just smiled without comment. After admonishing Suwon, Sumu turned to Mo Lingji again and said seriously, I'm really serious. I truly want a plowing mech and something like Bai Ling would do. Do you have any connections? Can you get it a bit cheaper? Mo Lingji could see that Sumu wasn't joking, so he thought carefully and said, I don't have what you need on hand right now, but my youngest uncle happens to have a mech that exactly matches your requirements, and he'll be here soon. Still, piloting a mech requires B rank or higher mental strength. The mechs my uncle has are especially high-end, so the mental strength requirement is correspondingly even higher. I'm not sure if you can meet it. What do I have to worry about? You can rest easy. My mental strength is more than enough. Sumu waved her hand with confidence, telling him not to be anxious. Suwon, curious about Sumu's mental strength, asked, Sister Mumu, what rank is your mental strength? Why didn't I see you get tested last time? Sumu merely gave him a sidelong glance. Mind your own business. Stop fretting over everything all day. Suchin could tell that Sumu didn't want to talk about her mental strength, so he pulled Suwon's hand and signaled him to drop it. Suwon, though confused, obediently stopped asking and went back to eating. Actually, Mo Lingji was also curious about Sumu's mental strength, but seeing she clearly didn't want to say, he didn't pry. He simply said, in that case, I'll ask my youngest uncle about it. You don't need to worry about the price. Just then, Bai Ling, which had been plowing with fierce effort, stopped. The land around it had all been tilled. It had to be said that Bai Ling's speed truly was top-notch. Zheng Yangyang jumped down from Bai Ling's back, put Bai Ling away, and walked over to the resting area. What were you guys talking about? It's so lively around here. Zheng Yangyang sat down among everyone, casually picked up an apple, and took a bite. He was instantly conquered by the sweet, crisp taste. Staring at Sumu with bright, shining eyes, he said, Sister Mumu, what's this called? It's way too good. Sumu took a red apple, weighed it in her hand, then opened her mouth wide and bit into it hard. Juices burst out. After swallowing, she explained, this is an apple. A blessing apple, meaning peace and safety. I plan to plant apple trees in the field you just plowed, so we'll have endless fruit in the future. That's a great idea, Sister Mumu. When the trees bear fruit, you have to save some for me. I'll take them back for my parents to try. Zheng Yangyang's eyes lit up as he reserved in advance, as if seeing the fruit trees in a bountiful harvest. Mo Lingji watched Zheng Yangyang chatting and laughing with Sumu, and his gaze suddenly darkened. How had he never noticed how much in the way Zheng Yangyang was? The cheerful Yangyang had no idea he'd already earned his boss's resentment. And Yinzhou found it amusing and ruffled Zheng Yangyang's hair, saying with a smile, you sure think far ahead. You haven't even seen a shadow of a tree and you've already reserved the fruit. Then he turned to Sumu and went on, Miss Sumu, put me down for a share of those apples too. Count me in, count me in. I want some too, I want some too. The others weren't willing to be outdone and all placed reservations. After all, apples this delicious couldn't be found elsewhere in the interstellar world. Well, it wasn't that similar fruits didn't exist, they just went by different names, and their taste was naturally a world apart. Sumu only smiled and nodded about the reservations. As for what would happen later, she'd deal with it then. But then Sumu noticed that Mo Lingji seemed to be staring at her arm. She asked in confusion, Mo, what are you looking at? Mo Lingji looked up at her and said calmly, your live stream is still on. What? No way. Sumu quickly checked the stream and saw that the camera had been pointed at the ground the whole time, which put her at ease. She didn't want to reveal her true face, but it seemed the fans had heard their entire conversation. The entire screen was being flooded with fan comments. At the same time, Zheng Yangyang was startled by a sudden ringtone. Tapping open his optical computer, the first thing that came into view was a dignified, square-jawed face currently glaring at him with simmering anger. Dad, you're looking for me. Zheng Yangyang was taken aback, wondering why his father would contact him at this moment. After his ordeal, he hadn't received a single call of concern, and he had been the one to report his safety on his own initiative. "Can't I look for you?" The square-jawed man fumed. "If I don't, are you just going to keep using bailing as a farming tool? Is that what she's for? You're wasting her talents, do you even realize that?" The man sprayed spittle as he ranted, but Zheng Yangyang seemed distracted, his eyes darting away as he mumbled, "Actually, I think bailing handles it pretty well." "What did you say? Say it again, you little brat. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Get back here right now, and bring bailing with you." The square-jawed man on the optical screen seemed furious beyond measure, apparently smashing something. Even through the call, the clattering noise was unmistakable. Zheng Yangyang frowned, and was about to hang up when a gentle voice chided, "What are you doing? Flying into such a rage you've shattered the cups." Then a very adorable older sister appeared on the screen. Her features greatly resembled Zheng Yangyang's, both sharing a doll-like face. Yet hers looked even more delicate and tender. The moment she saw Zheng Yangyang, her eyes curved into crescent moons. She spoke softly, "Oh, it's Yangyang. When did you get back? Mom just watched your live stream too. When you come home, bring some apples for Mom, alright?" "Okay, Mom." Zheng Yangyang obediently nodded. "Good, don't forget now. Mom's hanging up. Bye-bye, Yangyang." "Bye, Mom." After closing the optical computer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he was still a child, always so cautious in front of his parents. Zheng Yangyang suddenly turned a pitiful gaze towards Su Mu, his lips tightly pressed together as he stared at her with such innocent eyes that Su Mu felt her scalp tingle. "If you have something to say, say it. Otherwise I won't bother." Su Mu suddenly felt like teasing Yangyang. She already knew what he wanted, but deliberately played dumb. Mumujia, I just want some apples. Can you make it happen?" Zheng Yangyang suddenly started acting coquettish towards Su Mu, giving everyone goosebumps. Mo Lingji grabbed him by the collar and dragged him aside. Su Mu couldn't stand a boy acting cute with her either, and quickly said, Fine, but only if you work hard with me." No problem. Zheng Yangyang agreed, eagerly. He immediately moved away from the group, summoned bailing, once more climbed into the cockpit, and trotted over to an empty patch of land with an elegant cat-like gait to begin plowing. Seeing how enthusiastic Yangyang was, Su Mu couldn't bear to discourage him. She could only take out the soil conversion agent again, spraying it over the sandy area to turn it into fertile soil, letting Yangyang play to his heart's content. Turning back, seeing everyone well-fed and satisfied, she said, "Since everyone's rested, let's start working." Pointing to the plowed land, she continued, "Yangyang has already finished plowing this plot, so let's plant the vines first. We'll plant the apple trees tomorrow. They'll only be delivered then." Apple trees? Su Wen and the others were puzzled. They had no idea who could deliver anything to them. Could it be that Uncle Bai was coming back? The four exchanged baffled glances. Su Mu asked in confusion, "Haven't you noticed what's new outside the manor? A building that big and none of you spotted it." The four turned to look, and only then did they notice that there was indeed something extra. "It's an interstellar transport station." And Yinzhou suddenly spoke up to clear up their confusion. But the four became even more puzzled. Su Wen asked again, "Mumu Jia, when did this appear? Why don't we know about it?" "It appeared yesterday. Yida and Qingfeng both knew about it, but you were all in the gravity room at the time, so I didn't let you come out to see." Alright, hurry up and get to work. We'll talk more when we get back." The sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays baking the earth as the temperature shot up rapidly. Su Mu led everyone in watering the freshly planted vine branches before finally returning to the manor. The moment they stepped through the manor gate, the sweltering heat receded, and everyone felt considerably more relaxed. Suddenly, an off-road vehicle came speeding over from a distance and came to a halt right in front of Su Mu. Aunt May, seated in the driver's cabin, said in her mechanical voice, "Miss Mumu, something has happened to Yida." "What?" Su Mu's heart jolted. Could it be that he'd run into Emily? She hastily boarded the vehicle with Su Chun and the others scrambling in after her. Before they could even settle in their seats, the car had already shot off like an arrow. Mo Lingji watched the vehicle's receding figure. Though he didn't know exactly what had happened, seeing Su Mu so anxious suggested it was quite serious. So even though he'd been left behind, he wasn't annoyed. Instead, he quickened his pace and followed behind. The others naturally were happy to follow Mo Lingji and join in on the excitement. Su Mu noticed that Aunt May's direction wasn't toward Xingmu Garden, but rather toward the vegetable garden. She couldn't help but guess that Yida bored indoors had come to the garden to pass the time, which was when he bumped into Emily. Along the way, Su Mu's mind raced with wild speculations. She kept trying to contact Yida and Qingfeng, but couldn't get through to either of them, and anxiety churned in her heart. Write the surveillance footage. Su Mu suddenly remembered she could check the manor-wide surveillance, knowing she could view the monitored areas. Opening the vegetable garden camera, she only saw a massive red fox-shaped mech. Su Mu's heart lurked. They'd even brought out a mech. Without another word, she switched positions with Aunt May and sped straight toward the garden at full throttle. At that very moment, Yida and Qingfeng were being pinned mercilessly beneath the fox mech's two massive claws, the excruciating pain leaving them without even the strength to cry for help. Yida in particular was already breathing faintly. Qingfeng saw it and burned with worry, but he could barely save himself. Seeing this from afar, Su Mu was consumed by fury. she shouted at the great fox. You beast, stop right now, or I'll break your claws. With that she jumped straight out of the vehicle, fury blazing in her eyes. How dare anyone bully her little brother Sumu? They must not want to live. Sumu clenched her palm, then opened it. A 2-meter-long vine appeared in her hand, and with a light flick it left a deep crack on the ground. Sumu looked at the vine in her hand. The familiar feel brought her a sense of peace. She murmured softly, Little Claw, thanks for your hard work. Once this is over I'll give you good nourishment and proper care. The vine in her hand gave a gentle tremble, as if responding to her words. In response to Little Claw's reply, Sumu no longer held back. She gave the vine a forceful flick, whistling through the air as it shot straight toward the fox mech, coiling tightly around the claw that was pinning Ida down. Ida, you should have died long ago. You don't deserve to live. The AI family can only belong to me. Seated in the cockpit, Emilia wore a face twisted with madness. She viciously slammed the gravity button intent on crushing Ida beneath the mech, only to be thwarted by the sudden appearance of vines. At the same time, Emilia spotted Sumu approaching. Glancing at the vine in her hand, she curled her lips in disdain and sneered, You again. Sumu, you really don't know your limits. Do you honestly think a broken vine can stop me? What utter delusion. With that she increased the pressure under the fox mech's foot once more. Ida had already fallen unconscious without any sign of movement, and even Qingfeng was spitting up blood. Seeing this, Sumu's gaze turned icy cold, yet it seemed as though flames were burning within. She clenched Little Claw tightly in her palm and yanked backward with explosive force. The fox mech was torn from where it stood and sent crashing to the ground with a tremendous boom. Sumu rushed over to help Ida and Qingfeng up. Noticing that Ida's breathing was already faint, she quickly channeled some wood element power into him. Only after his vital signs stabilized did she send wood element energy to Qingfeng as well. Fortunately, Qingfeng's injuries were not as severe as Ida's. Wood element power is the source of life. It sustains not only plants, but all living things in nature. By this time, Su-1 and the other 3 had also run over. Sumu handed Qingfeng and Ida over to the 4 of them, telling them to take the 2 to Grandpa Mai. I'm not going. I want to avenge Ida and Qingfeng. Shun Mabe refused flat out, his face churning with fury as he rolled up his sleeves ready to fight. Even Su-1 imitated him and rolled up his sleeves, clamoring for revenge. Listen to me, you lot. That's a mech. If you charge over with bare hands, are you trying to be punching bags? Sumu snapped at them irritably. Take the 2 of them for treatment right now. Stop getting in the way here. If you waste more of my time, don't blame me for being unpleasant. Alright, you take care of yourself. The 4 carefully loaded Ida and Qingfeng into the vehicle and sped away. In truth, the giant fox had already risen on its own, though the claw that had been pinning Ida down now bore a gaping breach. Emilia stared at the breach in disbelief, unable to accept that a mere vine could possess such power or that Sumu could summon such strength. Sumu, don't blame me. You brought this on yourself. Who told you to stick your nose where it doesn't belong? Emilia's eyes darkened as she fixed them on Sumu, then viciously pressed the button beneath her palm, sending the mech charging at Sumu. Sumu remained rooted in place. Though she could not hear Emilia's voice or feel her rage, her own fury was a fire with no outlet. You dare hurt my brother? I'll tear you limb from limb. Sumu stood quietly and placed Little Claw gripped tightly in her hand. The moment the great fox closed in, and its claws came slamming down at her, she pushed off the ground and leaped onto the beast's arm, then delivered a fierce kick to its chest, sending the massive fox stumbling backward. As the saying goes, to capture bandits capture their leader, to strike an enemy strike at their heart. Sumu landed lightly, then soared up again onto the creature's back, landing another heavy kick to the great fox's head. The fox mech's cockpit happened to be located inside its head, and Emilia, seated within, was knocked dizzy by the impact. Before Sumu's nimble figure, the great fox's enormous body proved to be a clumsy burden. Fuming with rage, Emilia piloted the mech to charge directly at Sumu. Sumu dodged with ease, but the walls that could not move bore the brunt of the assault. Looking at the rubble, Sumu's heart ached. That was all money wasted. First they bully my people, and now they make me waste money. Absolutely unforgivable. The moment the great fox stood, Sumu shot forward and kicked its 2 hind legs with tremendous force, then swung Little Claw around one of its feet and yanked hard. The fox lost its balance and crashed to the ground, smashing into another wall. Seeing the collapsed wall, Sumu's heart ached again. She wrapped her vines around both of its legs, binding them in place, then delivered a storm of fierce kicks to the great fox's head. Sumu, stop. Stop now. Inside the cockpit, Emilia was knocked senseless, her head ringing and splitting with pain. Outside, Sumu was too busy kicking to hear her pleas. Only when the mech beneath her feet was reduced to nearly scrap metal did she feel a surge of satisfaction. Then she complained, what kind of shabby mech is this? It breaks with a single kick. Did Emilia get scammed? Well, why was she worrying about that detestable woman anyway? With that, she delivered another heavy kick. Then a crimson light flashed, and the enormous fox vanished, replaced by Emilia, lying on the ground, her feet still entangled in vines. The 7 members of Mo Lingji's group had just arrived in time to see Sumu kick Emilia's fox clean out of existence. There was no denying the scene was utterly striking. Is this older sister's combat power really this strong? Since when did the great fox become so weak? Zheng Yangyang's jaw dropped in astonishment. And Yinzhou beside him was also surprised, though not as dramatically. He kindly reminded him, that great fox only ever had a pretty shell to begin with. And have you forgotten how this young lady went into the desert carrying a frying pan to save you? Fine, Zheng Yangyang nodded, continuing, sure, she looked pretty cool fighting those mutant scorpions with a frying pan. But she's always appeared so fragile that I kept thinking she was just a delicate girl in need of protection. Fragile? What about her is fragile? Sure, Emilia is pretty weak, but she's still a military academy graduate. Have you ever seen her get the better of Su Mu? Wang Xiaoyan looked utterly incredulous. He actually thought she was weak. Zheng Yangyang blinked, innocently realizing that seemed to be true. Meanwhile, Su Mu's eyes lit up at the sudden appearance of Emilia, and she immediately charged forward with a kick. Emilia scrambled out of the way, but with her feet bound, she fell to the ground again. She frantically tried to untie the vines, only to find they tightened the more she struggled. What is this damn thing? Emilia grew frantic. Little Claw. At Su Mu's soft call, the vines around Emilia's feet immediately loosened and returned to Su Mu's hand on their own. Sensing Little Claw's weakness, Su Mu gently moved her palm and withdrew it. Emilia looked at Su Mu somewhat incredulous, for she did not believe Su Mu could be so kind. Sure enough, Su Mu raised high the very vine that had just left her ankle. Aren't you so formidable? Didn't you want my brother's life? A vine as thick as a thumb lashed down across Ai Mir's body like a whip. Ai Mir dodged in a panic, trying to counterattack, yet every time, Su Mu precisely locked onto her position, leaving her no room to fight back. Within moments, several lashes had landed, and Ai Mir was covered in bruises and wounds. Catching the look in Su Mu's eyes, she suddenly felt as if Su Mu truly wanted her dead, and a wave of terror crashed through her heart. She began scanning for an opening to escape, only to spot 7 figures appearing not far away. She called out desperately, "Brother Lingji, save me." Mo Lingji merely shot her an expressionless glance and gave no response whatsoever. Unable to watch any longer, Lin Yanshu, though he no longer had feelings for her, could not bear to see her hurt. He hurried over and shouted, "Stop. Miss Su, please show mercy." The others also snapped back to reality, realizing that things had indeed gone too far. They followed as well. Mo Lingji trailed unhurriedly behind, showing not the slightest sign of urgency. Hearing Lin Yanshu's voice, Su Mu cracked her whip, once more the blow landing directly on Ai Mir's arm, and raising an instant red welt. Then she stepped back to the side. She knew Ai Mir was someone she couldn't truly touch. For now this was only a lesson, but she would remember this matter. Lin Yanshu rushed to Ai Mir's side to check her wounds, only to be shoved away by her. "Where were you earlier?" she said scornfully. Lin Yanshu silently retreated to one side, without rebuttal. He knew perfectly well that he counted for nothing in her eyes, and he had already decided not to love her anymore. So why did his heart still ache? Seeing his sworn brother berated, Zheng Yangyang couldn't help but step forward to argue. "Ai Mi, what are you doing? Don't take kindness for malice. Your kindness. Her kindness. I think you're all just hoping Su Mu beats me." Her eyes narrowing, Ai Mir began cursing everyone in front of her, a torrent of abuse fit for a street shrew with none of the noble grace befitting a young lady of an aristocratic family. Of course, Zheng Yangyang was no slouch when it came to verbal warfare. Though he normally disdained quarreling with women, wasn't adaptability the key to everything? The others edged backward, then stood watching the pair hurl increasingly fierce insults at each other. Mo Lingji walked up to Su Mu and asked, "Where are your 2 younger brothers?" "Right, how are they?" And Yinzhou also walked over to ask. Su Mu gave the 2 men a cool look and said, "They're both hurt pretty badly. I've already sent them to Grandpa Mai for treatment." Though Ai Mir's actions had nothing to do with them, Su Mu couldn't help venting her anger on them. After all, they were all together. Su Mu cast another sideways glance at Ai Mir before looking back at the 2 men. "You had better pray that my 2 younger brothers are fine. If not, I won't let her off. Since you can't control her, I'll do it for you." With that, Su Mu turned and left. As for how they would deal with Ai Mir, she wasn't interested for the moment. At Wubbing Hospital, Ida and Qingfeng were already out of danger. Ida's injuries were somewhat more severe though, and he had not yet emerged from the medical pod. Qingfeng lay blankly on the sofa beside the medical pod, staring motionlessly at Ida inside. When Su Mu came over, he finally shifted his gaze. As soon as she sat down beside him, he threw himself into her arms, trembling. He had truly been frightened. He and Ida had come so close to never seeing them again. It hurt so much. It was all his fault. If he hadn't suggested visiting the vegetable garden thinking they wouldn't run into that wicked woman there, Ida wouldn't have been hurt. It was all on him. Feeling Qingfeng tremble, Su Mu thought he must still be frightened. She reached out and gently patted his back to soothe him. "It's okay. It's okay. You're safe now." Su Mu's voice was gentle, trying to ease his tension, but from beside her ear came a low, choked apology. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I shouldn't have gone to the vegetable garden. I shouldn't have gone." His faint sobs finally turned into loud wails, and his trembling grew more violent. Su Wen and the others stood by, anxious and helpless. Shen Mabe was so restless he wanted to charge out and drag that person back for a beating, but Su Rushu pressed him down onto a stool and warned in a low voice, "Sit still. Don't stir up trouble. This isn't the time to fight." Su Mu held Qingfeng tightly, letting him vent fully. From his fragmented words, she guessed that after spending the last couple of days away from the group's activities he had grown bored. So he had taken Ida to the vegetable garden while most of the others were away, thinking AI Mir would never go there. But as luck would have it, they ran into her, and AI Mir recognized them. Sumu had indeed hit the truth. Though some details differed, that was largely what had happened. Once Qingfeng had gradually calmed down in her arms, Sumu asked him to recount the incident. The truth was essentially just as Sumu had guessed. Treatment complete. Please exit the medical pod. Ida's treatment had finally ended, and he was awake, though still weak, his lips pale and drained of color. Sumu thought that once they returned home, she would make sure to give them all a proper tonic. At the sight of Sumu, Ida's eyes instantly grew moist. Before losing consciousness, he thought he had seen her figure, and he knew she was the one who had saved him. The moment Ida's eyes teared up, Sumu panicked. Why was everyone so prone to crying these days? She hurriedly comforted him. All right, stop crying. Worst case, I'll go seek revenge for you, and give AI Mir another beating. Su-won and the others quickly chimed in that they would join him in getting revenge. Ida looked at these family members of his, and his tears flowed even harder. A decision quietly took root in his heart. He wiped his tears away, and said solemnly, thank you all of you, but this revenge I will take myself. Seeing a resolve and decisiveness in Ida's face, the likes of which she had never seen before, Sumu sensed that his so-called revenge was about far more than AI Mir hurting him today. Sure enough, Ida went on. Her father killed my father and seized the AI family. Now she wants to kill me too. I won't make it easy for her. She's afraid of my living, so I'm determined to live well. Su-won and the others had never heard Ida's past until now, and they were stunned to learn it was like this. Sympathy surged in their hearts. But then they remembered their own stories were not much better, some even worse than Ida's, and they suddenly pitted themselves. For a moment, a heavy gloom filled the entire room. Noticing the strange mood, Su-mu smacked each of them on the head in turn and demanded, what's the matter with you all? Don't tell me you all have some unspeakable pasts. Spill it, and let everyone have a laugh. Since Yida and Qingfeng's injuries were no longer severe, Su-mu brought them back to Xingmu Garden. Su-won and the other three followed as well, but upon reaching the entrance of Xingmu Garden, they turned aside and headed straight to the gravity chamber next door. They declared that they would train hard to improve their strength, determined never to let their friends suffer such harm again. When she saw them return, Granny Xiaojun immediately brought out a large pot of nourishing soup, saying that Yida and Qingfeng needed proper replenishment. No sooner had the two stepped inside than they were pressed into their chairs at the dining table, tasked with finishing the entire pot. Even Su-mu could not escape, for fighting also consumed considerable physical energy. Xingbao, Mama is sleepy now. Come up here and sleep with Mama for a while. Xingbao obediently took off her shoes, climbed into the blankets, and nestled gently in Su-mu's arms. Together the two drifted off into dreamland. To be fair, Granny's cooking was quite good, and the soup tasted wonderful. Su-mu finished one bowl in just a few mouthfuls, and Granny Xiaojun promptly refilled it. After 3 bowls in a row, Su-mu truly could drink no more. It was not as if she were the injured one, so why should she have to drink along with them? Well, such treatment was a rare privilege, but she simply could not bear any more. Thus Su-mu unhesitatingly threw her younger brother under the bus and said to Granny Xiaojun, Granny, Su-won and the others are training in the next room. They are expending a great deal of physical and mental energy. Please send them a pot of soup as well to nourish them properly. Of course. I made plenty today. I will send them half. Granny Xiaojun agreed, readily pouring out a portion of the soup and having Aunt May deliver it over, while she herself stayed to watch the 3 finish the rest. Being utterly bloated from drinking, Su-mu told Granny Xiaojun not to prepare dinner that evening and that everyone would just have nutrient supplements. With that, she led Yida and Qingfeng back to their respective rooms. Too full to move, Su-mu flopped onto the bed and lay there motionless. Before long, Xingbao came scampering back from who knows where, crouched by the bedside, and fixed her big round glittering eyes on Su-mu. Xingbao, Mama is sleepy now. Come up here and sleep with Mama for a while. Xingbao obediently took off her shoes, climbed into the blankets, and nestled gently in Su-mu's arms. Together the two drifted off into dreamland. Meanwhile, Lin Yanchu carried Emily back to the courtyard and tended to her wounds. He wished to ask what had happened, and why, yet in the face of their inquiries, Emily remained silent throughout. Even when Imo Lingji asked why she had attacked the 2 children, Emily merely lifted her head to glance at him, pale-faced, and sneered. What? Are you trying to seek justice for them? Unfortunately, you have no standing to do so. Having said that, she burst into harsh laughter on the spot. Seeing her in such a state, clearly rattled and overwrought, Imo Lingji chose not to press further. Just as he turned to leave, she spoke again. My father has already sent people to fetch me. They have performed a space jump and will arrive very soon. Whether you wish to leave this place with me is your own choice. With that, she rose abruptly and went back to her room, slamming the door with a thunderous crash that made everyone present tremble slightly. When Su-mu woke, darkness had already fallen. Xingbao, who had been nestled in her arms, was nowhere to be seen. Su-mu got out of bed and noticed the little sapling on the side table. It had grown considerably, now standing about a centimeter tall. She watered it, channeled her wood-type energy into it, and loosened the soil. Suddenly an image flashed through Su-mu's mind, a fragment of the dream she had just had. Though she could not recall it clearly, she vaguely remembered discovering that the little sapling had grown into a great tree far too large for its original little flower pot. Then of its own accord it burst free from the pot and flew out of the estate, and she found herself chasing after it. On and on she chased until she arrived at the vine tree beside the oasis. There a flash of green light passed through the tightly intertwined vines, causing them to scatter apart, revealing a withered trunk beneath. Then the little sapling flew in by itself and transformed into a towering tree, and that was when she woke up. Sumu wondered whether the dream was trying to tell her something. Perhaps once the little sapling grew a bit bigger she could transplant it to that very spot, and one day it might truly become a towering tree. Beep beep. Sumu opened her optical brain and found a friend request from Mo Lingji. Her instinct was to ignore it, but after a moment's thought she accepted, and the next second a message popped up. Miss Mu Emily's family has come to pick her up. They are currently just outside the protective barrier of Sandstar. Please grant them access. The moment Sumu read the message, she sent a video call directly. As soon as it connected, she launched into a scathing tirade. She hits people and then tries to slip away. Where does she think the justice in that is? Does she think she can hurt someone without paying compensation? Does she think she can damage my house and walk away scot-free? You pampered young masters and misses, did no one in your families ever teach you basic decency? Sumu's fierce stream of words left Mo Lingji utterly speechless, and Yinzhou, watching from the side, could no longer stand it. He pulled Mo Lingji aside and appeared on the screen himself. What? You think simply switching people will solve this problem? Unlike Sumu's aggressive demeanor, and Yinzhou spoke in a mild and courteous manner, as graceful as a gentleman. Miss Mu is absolutely right. This matter is indeed Miss Emily's fault, and compensation is certainly necessary. Please calculate the amount of damages, and we will negotiate on our end. How does that sound? Sumu was fairly satisfied with this approach. Nodding, she said, that's more like it. Though mere monetary compensation does not show a great deal of sincerity. Hearing this, and Yinzhou smiled faintly, and said in an uncertain tone, if that is not acceptable, then perhaps she could also offer an apology. Even he himself did not believe those words as he spoke them. Sumu simply waved her hand, and said, no, let's forget it. We cannot accept her apology. After a pause she continued, I can tell Emily holds grudges. I beat her quite badly, and if I let her people into the estate now, who is to say they won't seek revenge? You have seen the estate yourself. It is full of the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Wouldn't letting them in be practically walking to our own doom? At that, and Yinzhou found himself at a loss for words. After all, Sumu's concern was entirely plausible. Perhaps they would not do anything openly, but covert actions could not be ruled out. I can guarantee they will not dare to do anything to you. Mo Lingji suddenly stepped forward and appeared on the screen. Sumu looked at the utterly earnest expression on Mo Lingji's face and suddenly found herself uncertain whether she could trust him. For a moment she hesitated. Seeming to sense her hesitation, Mo Lingji continued, I swear on my identity as the Federation heir that I will not leave with Emily. As long as I remain here, they will not dare make a move against this place. Sumu sent the compensation to Mo Lingji, and before long the gold coins arrived in the account. Sumu transferred them directly into Yida's account, explaining that they were AI Meyer's compensation. But the very next second Yida transferred it back, saying it was for Sumu to cover household expenses. Now that the compensation was in hand, Sumu briskly granted access permissions, intending to make her leave as soon as possible. In the sky 5 kilometers outside the manor, a small spacecraft slowly descended. The light radiating from it was like a small sun in the darkness, illuminating an area of 5 li in all directions. The 7 members of the Nebula Squad escorted AI Meyer to the outside of the manor. AI Meyer looked at Mo Lingji and asked once more, Brother Lingji, are you all really not coming back with me? Mo Lingji shook his head and said, I have already arranged with my uncle. His warship will arrive soon, so there's no need to trouble you all. I see. What a pity. AI Meyer's eyes lowered, making her expression hard to read. In a low voice she said, since that is the case, I'll be going first. Sumu stood on a fairly high pavilion, watching AI Meyer's departing back, and then added another defense system to the manor. Regarding AI Meyer's character and the conduct of her family, despite Mo Lingji's guarantee, she still could not rest easy. She watched from afar until AI Meyer boarded the spacecraft. The spacecraft then launched, leaving a huge mushroom cloud behind and plunging the surroundings back into darkness. The 7 people at the manor gate also turned and returned to the manor. Only then did Sumu rise and come down from the pavilion, but she did not lift the manor's defenses. AI Meyer sat in the spacecraft's lounge and asked the steward, AI, good grandpa, AI, good, did you run into any warships on your way here? AI Gu shook his head in confusion. None. Are military forces coming around here? AI Meyer shook her head, a trace of madness flashing in her eyes. Just as she was about to instruct AI Gu, someone knocked on the door. Come in. AI Gu let the man in and then heard that crewman say, Mr. AI Gu, a warship is approaching head-on from the opposite side and shows no sign of giving way. Should we take a detour? Naturally, we'll take a detour. AI Gu immediately ordered the detour without any hesitation, then looked at AI Meyer and asked in confusion, Miss, is that their warship? Has something gone wrong? A hint of worry appeared on the old steward's face. Facing the old steward's question, AI Meyer had no intention of revealing the truth. This old steward, although he appeared loyal, had always stayed by the side of her father's cousin while that cousin was alive. If he had not been one of the old master's people, her father would have replaced him long ago. That was why she was also greatly shocked when she saw that AI Gu had come to pick her up. The fact that her younger cousin was still alive absolutely could not be allowed to reach him. No, speed up and do our best to return to the capital planet as quickly as possible. Very well, miss. Aboard that warship, Imo Junyan stood on the bridge looking at the earthen yellow planet in the distance ahead. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked with an expressionless face, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Report at maximum speed, there are still 2 hours and 20 minutes. The subordinate replied with a resonant voice while controlling the warship. After hearing this, Imo Junyan thought for a moment and said, "Sail at the slowest speed. Just arrive before sunrise tomorrow." "Huh." The soldier was stunned for a moment, then answered, "Understood." When Sumu said there was no dinner tonight, there was no dinner. Even though Old Mai protested, Sumu only had Aunt May boil a few eggs for them. As for the 7 members of the Nebula Squad, sorry, today, they would have to make do with nutrient packs. That night Sumu went to bed very late. It was already the small hours by the time she had thought through all her future plans. It was only because of an AI Meyer that she felt a sense of crisis. If they could just continue living quietly and silently on this planet unknown to everyone, that would be quite nice. But now the unexpected appearance of the Nebula Squad had shattered the tranquility here, and they had also become embroiled with AI Meyer. Or rather with the AI family of the capital planet. Thus this place would no longer be a paradise without danger. She would have to remain vigilant at all times against the AI family's retaliation. Thinking about having the power to withstand the AI family, first of all they themselves had to grow strong. Only then would they have the strength to resist, or even turn around and strike back. Money, money, money. Without money everything is wasted. Sumu felt somewhat on the verge of collapse. She re-entered the Interstellar Mall and dumped all the compensation she had just obtained into it. Besides the various saplings and seeds she needed to buy, Sumu turned everything else into defensive weapons. Actually, Sumu wanted to equip everyone in the manor with a mech, but she was truly strapped for cash, so she could only think about it. Despite having bought only so few things, all of Sumu's bank accounts went back into the red. In addition to all this, Sumu steeled herself and bought an intelligent machine that combined construction and farming. Mo Lingji and the others would not be staying here much longer. Without their labor, the manor's old, weak, sick, and disabled residents truly could not manage without a machine. After purchasing all this and storing it in the mall, Sumu felt at ease. Before bedtime, she ran to the vegetable field and watered it once more, and only then did she go to sleep peacefully. They were just some vegetables, but she was counting on them to earn money. The next day, before the sky was even light, Sumu crawled out of bed. As usual, she first took a stroll through the vegetable field. Seeing the lush green sprouts had grown a bit more, she knew that maturity and fruition were just around the corner. Then she secretly slipped to the transport station, intending to put all the seeds and saplings she had bought in the mall the previous day inside it, so as to pretend they had been purchased from elsewhere. However, just as she entered the transport station, she saw a small box lying quietly on the counter inside. The pale pink wrapping was extremely delicate, and a bow had been tied on top as a decoration. Very adorable. Sumu was a little puzzled as to who had sent it. The only person who knew the address was that Wei Wei. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard the beeping of her optical brain. Sumu opened it, and it was indeed a message from Wei Wei. "Dear Mumu, I have received your gift. The dishes I made following your method tasted wonderful. In order to thank you for your gift, I have also chosen a small gift for you. Please be sure to accept it." She had not expected Wei Wei to be so polite. It had been Wei Wei who helped her first, and she had only sent a return gift. This made Sumu feel very embarrassed. Still, since it had been sent, Sumu accepted it and prepared to send some more things over. After putting the things away, Sumu was about to go back and prepare breakfast when her optical brain beeped again. This time it was a video call from Mo Lingji. The moment Mo Lingji appeared on the screen, he said, "Miss Mu, the people here to take us away have arrived. Please open the access permissions." So the time for departure had indeed come this quickly. That was good too. The manor would soon become quiet again. Sumu hung up the video call, opened the access permissions directly, and waited right on the spot. Mo Lingji, for his part, hung up the video call and hurried out of the manor with his team members. The sky gradually brightened, and as the sun rose, a colossal warship appeared on the horizon. This warship was more than 10 times larger than the AI family's small spacecraft. Its entire hull was jet black, radiating a cold metallic gleam, and on both sides was emblazoned the huge character, Mo, proclaiming the vessel's owner. The deafening roar made Sumu's ears ache. Everyone in the manor was jolted awake and stumbled out, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Catching sight of the warship that had suddenly appeared in the sky not far away, they were all snapped awake by shock. Suchin quickly sent Sumu a message to ask what was going on. When he learned that classmate Mo's family had come to pick them up, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly contacted the others, telling them not to be overly alarmed. Mo Lingji led his squad to the manor gate, where he saw Sumu standing by the transport station. He paused for a moment, then walked over to her. "Miss Mu, why don't you come with us to meet my uncle?" "Huh?" Sumu asked with a puzzled expression. Why should I go see your uncle? I can just see you off from here. There's no need to go over there personally. Seeing Sumu's face full of refusal and resistance, as if there were wolves and tigers ahead, he sighed helplessly and said, don't you still want a mech like by Lings? I've already mentioned it to my uncle. He happens to have one there that is a perfect match for you. Are you sure you don't want to go take a look? Hearing there was a mech involved, Sumu felt conflicted. She hesitated for a moment, then resolutely shook her head. Forget it. You all should be on your way now. Just make sure AI Meyer doesn't come causing trouble for us once you're back. Seeing that Sumu truly didn't want to go, Mo Lingji didn't have the heart to force her. The enormous warship slowly descended to the ground, and the roar gradually faded. Sumu felt a little puzzled. Had it simply shut down its engines? Why was there no sound now? Driven by curiosity, Sumu flipped up onto the roof of the transport station. From a distance, she saw the 7-person squad swiftly running toward the warship. Then she saw a large hatch open on the warship. Several figures in dark green jumped down one after another and stood on both sides, as if awaiting someone. Then another tall, imposing figure leaped down. Unlike the others, this one's military uniform gave him an even more commanding presence. This should be that kid Mo Lingji's uncle, right? Although his features could not be clearly made out from afar, only such bearing could match that face. So handsome that Xing Bao called him daddy. Just then, Mo Lingji and his 7 companions arrived. The 7 gave the young uncle a slight bow, and then the uncle leaned close to Mo Lingji and seemed to say something. Sister Mumu. A sudden shout startled Sumu so much that she jolted. Because the roof was a sloped triangle, she lost her footing and jumped straight down. What are you yelling for? Don't you know that startling someone can scare them to death? Sumu glared at Suwon in annoyance and gave him a scolding on the spot. Oh. Suwon scratched his head sheepishly and explained, I just wanted to know what you were doing. Nothing much. Classmate Mo and the others are leaving. I'm just seeing them off. What? They're leaving already. Then we should see them off. Come on. If we go now, we should still make it in time. Suwon finished speaking and was about to lead them away, but Sumu stopped him with a furious shout. Everybody stop right there. If you have that much free time, pack up everything in here. We're about to start work. Seeing Sumu's stern expression, Suwon silently withdrew his foot and muttered an "oh" before going into the transport station to fetch things. The others followed him inside. As soon as the 4 entered, they were stunned by what was inside. The entire space was packed full. Unfamiliar saplings, packets of seeds, and in particular a machine they had never seen before. Sumu went inside and saw them all standing there frozen. She walked over and slapped Suwon on the back. What are you standing there gawking for? Move it. Oh. Suwon snapped out of it and hurriedly picked up a bundle of saplings. Be careful. Don't hurt them. Oh, got it. Seeing how reckless Suwon was, Sumu had to demonstrate it herself. Su Chun and the others, seeing Suwon get scolded, carefully carried the items, just as Sumu did, not daring to make the slightest mistake. They went back and forth countless times until at last everything inside had been carried out and placed on the open ground outside. Suwon sat down on the ground panting and said to Sumu, who was also breathing heavily, Sister Mumu, when did you buy all this? Sumu was so exhausted that she lay on the ground and didn't want to move. She thought to herself, this little frame of mine really isn't good enough yet. I need to train it properly. Hearing Suwon's question, she answered in a rather feeble voice, I bought them right after the transport station was finished. Though the delivery was quick enough. Sister Mumu, what are we having for breakfast today? Shinmabe rubbed his stomach, which had already begun to protest, pouted, and asked pitifully. At the mention of breakfast, Sumu heard her own stomach growl. That growl alone would have been fine, but the other 3 stomachs joined in, each one as if refusing to be outdone. Sumu suddenly sat up and said, come on, everyone get up. Let's go back and eat. Great. Food. The group jumped up excitedly, only to see Sumu's expression change. Wait a moment. I hear something. Sumu looked wary and whispered, it's footsteps. The footsteps of many people. Very unfamiliar footsteps. Miss Mu. A familiar voice came from the distance, drawing closer. She turned around and saw Mo Lingji and Yinzhou Zhengyang and the others not far away. Seeing Zheng Yang waving at them excitedly, Suwon was taken aback and asked Sumu, didn't they already leave? Why are they back? Sumu shook her head. I don't know either. I don't recall hearing the spaceship start up and take off. Right, she thought. That was exactly why something had fell off. So that was it. After all this time, she still hadn't heard the sound of the spaceship's engine starting. Mo Lingji and the others ran over in a few strides and came to a stop in front of Sumu. With an embarrassed look on his face, he said, my uncle says he wants to try the braised spare ribs you make, so he would like to stay at your place for one more day. Sorry for the trouble. What did you say? Sumu couldn't believe it and thought she was having auditory hallucinations. He said they want to stay another day and eat your braised spare ribs. Su Rushu, who had always been too downcast to speak, suddenly opened his mouth to explain to Sumu, only to receive a big eye roll from her. Sumu covertly shot Su Rushu a glare. Did he really think she was deaf? Then in a weary voice, she asked Mo Lingji, and your young uncle, where are they going to stay? If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to impose on your residence for a day. The low piercing voice was followed by a tall straight-backed figure abruptly appearing before them. Sumu stared blankly at the man before her. The face so favored by the creator was overwhelmingly striking, somewhat different from the one she had seen in the video that day. It was especially those pitch-black eyes like an unfathomable black hole. Under the weight of that gaze, Su-mu felt as if her soul were being sucked inside. Of course, with the war god paying a visit, I am deeply honored. Looking at her dazed companions, even Mo Lingji and the others had already retreated to one side. Su Rishu could only steel herself and speak up. Mo Junyan did not even glance at Su Rishu. His gaze remained fixed on Su-mu as if to say, I'll ask you again. By then Su-mu had already come to her senses. She quietly looked back at Mo Junyan, pursed her lips, and said with resignation, yes, the honor is mine. Mo Junyan heard her words and gave an imperceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. In that case, Miss Su, please lead the way. Su-mu's heart stirred. How did this man know her surname was Su? She had never introduced herself to Mo Lingji and the others. They had simply followed Su-one and called her Miss Mu or Sister Mu. What's wrong, Miss Su-mu? Is there a problem? Mo Junyan asked, a trace of confusion in his eyes, yet carrying a faint smile. Then since there's no problem, let's go. With that, Mo Junyan turned and headed toward the estate first. The dark green cloak on his shoulders swept a commanding arc behind him, followed by 6 soldiers, also in military uniform. An imposing, formidable procession. Su-mu's eyes narrowed. Why did she feel that they had not come with good intentions? She said to Mo Lingji beside her classmate, Mo, is it too late for me to back out now? Mo Lingji chuckled at her timid look and lowered his voice to reassure her, don't be afraid. My uncle only looks intimidating, he's actually very kind. Su-mu sighed. Whether he was kind or not, it was already settled. She could only hope they would finish their ribs and leave tomorrow, otherwise with so many people, she would really go bankrupt. While Su-mu was still lamenting her gold coins, Yenjo suddenly said, Miss Mu, so your surname is Su. Su-mu. That's exactly the same name as the younger sister of a former neighbor of mine. Oh really? Probably just a coincidence. Seeing that Su-mu seemed distracted, and Yenjo let the matter drop. Still, he was very curious about how Uncle Mo had come to know her surname. It really was a strange thing. Su-won and Shun Mabe watched Mo Junyan's back with fascinated admiration, and Su-won said enviously, he's so handsome. I want to wear a military uniform like that too. I bet I'd look amazing. Su Rishu gave Su-won a disdainful look. Look at you, so lacking in ambition. Do you think just changing your clothes makes you handsome? You're the one lacking ambition. You wear a long face all day as if someone owes you money. Su-won shot back. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Zheng Yangyang quickly cut in and coaxed with a grin that military uniform is indeed handsome, but it's not so easy to get into. Don't you think the one I'm wearing looks good too? Su-won, you could pick our uniform too. With your talent, getting into the military academy would be a breeze. Sorry, we'd rather not. Faced with such a blunt and resolute refusal, Zheng Yangyang felt a blow to his pride. Was the first military academy of the main star really so unpopular now? Yangyang, what are you standing around for? Hurry up. And Yinzhou's voice came from ahead, and Zheng Yangyang quickly jogged after him. Mo Junyan and his subordinates waited at the estate gate until everyone had gathered before setting off together. Mo Lingji said respectfully, Uncle, you should go to our quarters first and rest for a while. Mo Junyan said nothing. Instead, he looked towards Su-mu in the back. Su-mu caught off guard and baffled glared back at him. Glared at Mo Junyan, did not take offense. He only said mildly, I'd like to visit Miss Su's place. May I ask if it's convenient? It's convenient. Su-mu said while rolling her eyes inwardly. Could she possibly say no? Had he not seen how fully equipped those 6 guards were? Did she even have the right to refuse? Convenient then. Miss Su, please lead the way. Mo Junyan moved aside and let Su-mu walk ahead. A little embarrassed, Su-mu walked to the front of the group. She kept feeling a pair of eyes staring at her from behind, making her extremely uneasy, so she unconsciously quickened her pace. Mo Lingji and the other 6 did not return to their own quarters either. They followed along to Xingmu Garden. When they neared Xingmu Garden, Su-mu saw a small figure sitting by the garden gate in the distance. She waved and called out, Xingbao, Mommy's back. Xingbao saw Su-mu and jumped up excitedly, running toward her joyfully. His little body like a cannonball crashed into Su-mu's arms, and he said in a babyish voice, Mommy, where did you go so early? I missed you. Today I saw a huge spaceship in the sky. It was so cool. I wanted to watch it with you, but I couldn't find you. Su-mu fondly ruffled his little head and said softly, Mommy already saw it. Next time I go out, I'll take you along, okay? Xingbao wants to be with Mommy. Xingbao nodded, then suddenly noticed that there were many unfamiliar people behind his mother, and among them was even the handsome uncle he had met last time. His eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, Mommy, did you bring Daddy back? That cry of Daddy made the whole place fall silent. On reflex, Su-mu covered Xingbao's mouth and whispered, Xingbao, don't talk nonsense. Then, embarrassed, she turned around to apologize, only to see Mo Junyan, with his usually stern, handsome face, showing a rare, faint smile. It was said that people who usually wore cold faces rarely smiled, and when they did, it could be somewhat frightening. But Mo Junyan was clearly not that kind of person. His smile was faint yet very charming. He suddenly crouched down, extended his hand to Xingbao, and said in a gentle voice, Hello, I'm Mo Junyan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su-mu understood and released her hand. Freed Xingbao happily stretched out his chubby little hand and said in his babyish voice, Hello, Daddy. I'm Xingbao. Hearing Xingbao blurt out daddy again, Su Mu suddenly felt that she would crawl into a crack in the ground if she could. Why was this child calling someone daddy out of nowhere? Mo Junyan pretended not to see Su Mu's mortified expression. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he gently took that chubby little hand and wrapped it tightly in his own palm. This hand is far too small. Mo Junyan took a look at the little fist in his palm, then shifted his gaze to Su Mu's hands. They were completely different from his and Xingbao's. His own palms were large, rough, and wheat-colored, while hers were fair, delicate, slender-fingered, and extremely beautiful. He wondered what it would feel like to hold one in his hand. Su Mu sensed Mo Junyan's eyes lingering on her hands, so she quickly hid them behind her back and shot him a glare. Ignoring the glare, Mo Junyan casually looked away, scooped Xingbao up into his arms, and carried the child toward the courtyard. Su Mu pursed her lips speechlessly and followed along. The others also silently entered the courtyard. But with so many people filing in the courtyard that usually seemed quite spacious suddenly felt a little crowded. Grandma Xiaojun was taken aback by the sudden arrival of so many people, including a few she had never seen before. However, recalling the morning's events, she guessed what might be going on. She just thought that the man holding Xingbao was rather handsome. Because Grandma Xiaojun rarely browsed the Star Network, she did not recognize that this man was the war god known throughout the Interstellar Federation. Mo Junyan nodded politely at Grandma Xiaojun, and holding Xingbao sat down at the small table in the courtyard as if no one else were there. As for the others, they were clearly ill at ease, not knowing whether to stand or sit in the courtyard. Seeing that Xingbao seemed to adore Mo Junyan chattering away in his arms with a big grin, looking utterly delighted. Su Mu felt a twinge of jealousy. Could Xingbao really be treating him as his father? To avoid the sight and the vexation, Su Mu dragged Grandma Xiaojun straight into the kitchen. Feeling that Su Mu's mood was off, Grandma Xiaojun asked with some concern, Mumu, what's the story with that man? It's nothing. He just came to freeload a meal, and will leave tomorrow. Let's hurry up and cook so they can leave as soon as we're done. Su Mu said irritably. For some reason, ever since Mo Junyan arrived, she had felt a nagging unease in her heart. She jerked open the refrigerator, found only some eggs and none of the ingredients she needed, then slammed the door shut with such force that the people in the courtyard could clearly hear the crash. Grandma Xiaojun was even more startled and asked cautiously, Mumu, are you feeling upset? Grandma, I'm fine. There are no ingredients here. I'll go to my room to get some. With that, she left the kitchen and went upstairs to the second floor. Zheng Yangyang watched Su Mu's retreating figure as she went upstairs, feeling as if the fury in her steps could collapse the staircase. He asked the person beside him, Su Wen, don't you think Sister Mumu seems off? Do you know what's going on, eh? Su Wen merely shrugged and pursed his lips, murmuring, you ask me, who do I ask? Mo Junyan holding Xingbao said softly with a slightly innocent look, Xingbao, why do I feel your mom doesn't really welcome me? Wearing a face so handsome it could anger gods and men, and making such an innocent expression, it broke Xingbao's heart. He hurriedly explained for his mother, that's not true, Daddy. Xingbao likes Daddy very much, so Mama will like Daddy too. Seeing how serious Xingbao looked, Mo Junyan couldn't bear to disappoint him. He nodded indulgently and said, okay. Daddy believes you, Xingbao. Watching such a warm, affectionate father-son scene, Mo Lingji suddenly felt something amiss. Was this the same uncle who slaughtered across battlefields and never smiled? Could he have been swapped? And Yanzhou noticed Mo Lingji's shocked expression and leaned in to whisper, have you also noticed something off? Mo Lingji didn't say anything. He looked at Mo Junyan again, trying to confirm that his earlier impression was wrong, but the scene before him remained heartwarming. His uncle, who had always been stern before outsiders, actually smiled. Mo Lingji thought his eyes were playing tricks on him and rubbed them. When he opened them again, Mo Junyan shot him a cold glance and said expressionlessly, what are you all standing around for? Go do whatever you need to do. That sentence was like a pardon. The people, already uncomfortable standing there, scurried out in a flash. Before leaving, Zheng Yangyang also dragged Su Mu and the others along. Uncle will go train in the gravity room next door. Just call if you need anything. In response to Mo Lingji's explanation, Mo Junyan merely gave a faint In an instant, the courtyard, which had been somewhat crowded, was left with only Mo Junyan, his 6 guards, and Xingbao in his arms. However, the group that ran to the gravity room did not train. Instead, they gathered to gossip. The subject of their gossip was the newly acquainted father and son in the courtyard. The moment Su Mu returned to her room, she threw herself onto the bed and rolled over in agitation before entering the Interstellar Mall. As soon as she entered, Su Mu pulled up He Zaire, who was sleeping soundly in his nest, and said, stop sleeping. I want to buy pork ribs. He Zaire, yanked awake from his sweet slumber, grumbled drowsily, then just buy them. The stuff is right there, just pay for it. With that, he fell back asleep. You wake up. Don't sleep. Su Mu held He Zaire with both hands and swung him back and forth in midair. Dizzy and lightheaded from the shaking, he finally endured no more and opened his eyes, waking up fully. He said helplessly, stop shaking. I'm awake. Why are you so cranky today? Who provoked you? But upon hearing this, Su Mu directly dropped He Zaire onto the ground and said mockingly, Zaire, have you gained weight? You feel much heavier. He Zaire's fur stood on end at once. He retorted loudly, you're the one who's fat. I haven't gained weight, oh, I've just grown bigger. Only then did Su Mu look at He Zaire carefully. She nodded and said, "You have grown a little bit, but you're still fat. Have you been sneaking food?" "Nonsense, you're the one sneaking food. I told you I'm not fat." The little fellow's fur stood on end. "Do you still want the ribs? Say I'm fat again and you can forget about them." "You say no and it's no? Why should I listen to you? I'm buying them with my money." "Are you sure you still have money?" The childish milky voice made Su Mu's expression change and left her stunned in place. Only then did she remember that she seemed to have gone broke. All her savings from yesterday were completely spent. Thinking that she was now a penniless pauper, Su Mu gave an awkward smile and said, Baby, can mama owe it for now?" "Umph." Hazire turned his head away, swished his tail, and walked proudly back to his nest with little steps. The smug little look made Su Mu laugh. She grabbed Hazire again before he could reach his nest and said in a menacing tone, "Zai, didn't you hear what mama said just now? Do you need mama to say it again?" Hearing such a sinister voice, Hazire's fur stood on end and his big eyes grew as round as copper bells. Trembling, he shook his head and stammered, No need. Mama, what kind of ribs do you want? Baby will find them for you." "That's better, isn't it?" Su Mu smiled with satisfaction, stroked his bristling black fur, and set him down. As soon as Hazire landed, he hurriedly opened the mall's product list and pulled up every kind of pork rib. He introduced enthusiastically, "Mama, all the rib types are here. We have whatever you want. Take your time picking, Mama. I have something to do, so I'm off." With that, Hazire dashed away in a flash. Only after hiding behind the shelf in the back did he heave a sigh of relief. "Woo-woo, Mama is so fierce today." Seeing that Blackie had slipped out of sight, Su Mu merely smiled and scolded, "That little rascal sure runs fast, but he's far too timid." She knew, of course, that her mood had been off just now and that she had vented it all on Blackie, frightening the poor thing. Su Mu sighed, only hoping that Imo Junyan would leave shortly after the meal and preferably not stay for the night. Otherwise, that inexplicably uneasy feeling in her heart was truly unbearable. Since quite a few people were staying for dinner, and Imo Junyan had specifically asked for sweet and sour spare ribs, Su Mu decided to prepare several kinds of ribs so he could eat his fill in one go and then leave quickly. Su Mu picked out several kinds of ribs, weighing dozens of gene in total. Carrying them was a bit cumbersome, so she walked into the living room intending to ask Su One and the others for help. To her surprise, there was no one in the courtyard. Only Imo Junyan, still holding Xingbao in his arms as he sat there with a faint smile. At the sight, Su Mu couldn't help complaining inwardly, hasn't he held her long enough? Anyone who didn't know better would think Xingbao is his son. Imo Junyan noticed Su Mu staring at him and thought she needed help, only to see her roll her eyes and say no need. Then she walked off without even lifting her head. Imo Junyan could see Su Mu's disdain all too clearly, and he began to wonder when he had become so annoying. Before Su Mu, Imo Junyan felt a rare pang of self-doubt. Yet when he thought of her contemptuous little glare, he couldn't help but smile involuntarily. That temper of hers is actually quite cute. Imo Junyan smiled and shook his head, such a childish little temper. When Xingbao heard Daddy praising Mommy, he raised his little head and said proudly, "Of course. Mommy is cute and Xingbao is cute too." Yes, you're both cute." Granny Xiaojun hurried over to take the ribs from Su Mu, but Su Mu dodged with a light turn. "Granny, these are heavy. I can handle it myself." With a thud, Su Mu set all the ribs on the counter. After resting for a moment, she asked Granny to steam the rice and prepare the seasonings while she herself took care of the ribs. Then Su Mu rolled up her sleeves, picked up the cleaver, and began chopping the ribs. In an instant, the whole kitchen was filled with a deafening rhythmic thudding. Su Mu actually enjoyed the process, venting all her pent-up anger on the ribs. "Let me do it." A deep voice suddenly sounded close to her ear. Su Mu, immersed in the pleasure of chopping ribs, was so startled that the cleaver flew out of her hand. Imo Junyan caught the falling cleaver with lightning speed and pulled Su Mu behind him. "Go out and rest. Just tell me what size you want the pieces, and I'll take care of the rest." Su Mu had no idea what he was really trying to do, so she refused flatly, "No need. You're a guest. How can I let a guest do the work?" With that, she reached for the cleaver in Imo Junyan's hand, but he dodged it. He said with a hint of disdain, "At your speed, I'm afraid I won't get to eat before nightfall." Faced with the contempt in Imo Junyan's eyes, Su Mu angrily glared at him again and turned away without a trace of reluctance. "Fine, you want to work? Then work." "Fine, let him work. She would enjoy the free time." Su Mu plopped herself down on the sofa, picked up an apple from the table, and began crunching away at it. Seeing Su Mu lying on the sofa, Xingbao trotted over on his little short legs and nuzzled into her arms with soft whimpers. Su Mu pretended to be angry and ignored him. Seeing that Mommy neither hugged him nor spoke to him, Xingbao grew anxious. Clinging miserably to her arm, he asked in a baby voice, "Mommy, why did you disappear? Did Xingbao make you unhappy?" Faced with Xingbao's pleading, Su Mu still showed no reaction. That truly panicked him. He had made Mommy angry. What if Mommy was upset? What if she didn't want Xingbao anymore? Panic surged in Xingbao's heart, and tears instantly welled up in his eyes. Clinging to Su Mu's neck, he began to apologize. "Woo, Mommy, Xingbao was wrong. Xingbao shouldn't have made Mommy angry. Xingbao won't do it again. Mommy, please don't abandon Xingbao. Woo." The moment Xingbao started crying, Su Mu's heart nearly broke. She hurriedly coaxed him softly, "Don't cry, don't cry. Mommy isn't angry. There. It's okay. How could Mommy ever not want Xingbao?" Seeing Xingbao cry so bitterly, Sumu suddenly felt she had been far too childish. Because of some petty discomfort in her heart, she had sulked with a 3-year-old child. She was worse than a toddler. Seeing that Xingbao was still crying hard, Sumu felt at a loss. All she could do was threaten him pitifully, "Stop crying. If you keep crying, Mommy's going to cry too." The crying stopped at once. Xingbao, still hiccuping softly, wiped away his tears and said in a choked voice, "Xingbao won't cry anymore, so Mommy won't cry either." Seeing how sensible Xingbao was, Sumu again felt that she herself seemed inferior even to a child. Sumu suddenly felt a gaze resting on her. When she looked up, she saw Mo Junyan standing at the kitchen door, cleaver in hand, silently watching her. The moment she met his cold, sharp eyes, her heart tightened. But then she thought she hadn't offended him, and there was no need to fear him. So she asked directly, "Are the ribs chopped yet?" Mo Junyan gave Sumu a deep look and answered indifferently, "Not yet. Almost done." Shi Lin and his 5 companions sat in the courtyard, frozen in shock ever since they had seen their general enter the kitchen. As Mo Junyan's personal aide-de-camp, he had never dreamed of such a scene, even in his wildest imagination, yet it was now really happening. In a small courtyard on such a remote planet. Everything was so unbelievable. Mo Junyan was indeed fast. He had said it would be ready soon, and it was. After a few thudding sounds from the kitchen, he walked out. "The ribs are chopped. Sorry to trouble you, Miss Su." Sumu said faintly, "No trouble at all," and went into the kitchen. The ribs had been chopped into pieces of uniform size, neat and lovely. It seemed he actually had some talent in cooking. Setting aside her baseless prejudice against Mo Junyan, Sumu heated water in a pot and blanched all the ribs to remove the blood, then drained them and set them aside. She divided them into 5 equal portions and planned to make 5 flavors: braised ribs, garlic ribs, soy paste ribs, sweet and sour ribs, and plum ribs. Sumu thought darkly to herself, "You want ribs, do you? I'll make you eat until you're sick of them." The seasonings were all prepared and set aside nearby. Taking advantage of a free moment, Granny Xiaojun suddenly asked Sumu, "Moo, do you have some grudge with that gentleman? I can see you don't like him much." Hearing Granny's confusion, Sumu suddenly realized. Had her rejection of him really been that obvious? But why did she feel so repelled by him? Sumu herself didn't really understand. Was it because he had insisted on coming over to freeload a meal? Sumu quickly shook her head, feeling she was overthinking it, and said to Granny Xiaojun, "Granny, we've only just met. How could we have any grudge? Alright, enough about him. Let's focus on cooking for now." At 12 o'clock noon, all the dishes were finally brought to the dining table. Third uncle stepped through the small courtyard gate, right on time. "Oh my, is this another new guest?" Grandpa I spotted a strange figure seated in the courtyard and chuckled good-naturedly, but his laughter abruptly stopped the moment that figure turned around. "Old Stone, am I seeing things? How can I possibly be seeing the second young master of the Mo family?" Grandpa I asked Elder Sher beside him in utter astonishment, then rubbed his eyes and looked again to confirm the person was still there. In stark contrast to Grandpa Mai's shock, Elder Sher remained perfectly calm and simply stated, "Mo Lingji is here, so it's only natural for this one to show up as well." Upon seeing the 3 elderly men, Mo Junyan rose to his feet and nodded politely. "Greetings, honored elders. I never expected to cross paths with you here. What a delightful coincidence." The 3 elders all broke into warm smiles. "Tell me about it. It truly is fate indeed. Good heavens." They had already found it remarkable enough to encounter Mo Lingji here, though at least he did not know them. But this particular butcher had also shown up. "Enough laughing, let's eat." Grandma Xiaojun emerged from the kitchen carrying a large pot of rice and caught the 3 old men grinning foolishly. All right, let's eat." The 3 elders hurried over, each vying to take the pot from Grandma Xiaojun's hands. It was a rare sight to see all 3 of them doing anything together, so Grandma Xiaojun simply let them be. Su Wen and the others had received word from Su Mu in the adjoining room and promptly returned. Inside the courtyard, Mo Junyan sat at the dining table, holding Xingbao, with the 3 elders opposite them, while Grandma Xiaojun and Su Mu busied themselves in the kitchen. Mo Lingji approached Mo Junyan and called out, "Little uncle," and after receiving a response took his seat nearby. And Yin Zhou and the others followed and seated themselves one by one. When Su Mu and Grandma Xiaojun carried out the spare ribs, the large dining table was already surrounded by people save for 2 empty seats, to Mo Junyan's right. Su Mu set the plate of ribs on the table and was about to sit beside Elder Mai, when suddenly Xingbao nestled in Mo Junyan's arms, waved at her, and said, "Mama, sit beside Xingbao." He then glanced at Mo Junyan with a smile as mischievous as a kitten who had stolen fish. Su Mu looked at her climbing son and deliberately ignored him, plopping down right beside Elder Mai instead. She had no idea what charm Mo Junyan possessed to bewitch Xingbao so completely. Once Grandma Xiaojun was seated, Su Mu finally spoke, "Everyone eat quickly. At the guest's request, today's meal is all spare ribs, various flavors for everyone. Enjoy yourselves." After eating, those who need to work should work, and those who need to depart should depart. With that, Su Mu paid no mind to anyone else's reaction and began eating on her own. She was absolutely famished. She hadn't even had breakfast. Mo Junyan glanced up at Su Mu and couldn't shake the feeling that her words carried hidden meaning. A sense of helplessness rose in his heart. What was she referring to when nothing had even begun? How was he already disliked? Despite her petite appearance, why did she harbor such a grudge? Fortunately, Xingbao's temperament was nothing like hers. Papa, I want to eat meat. Xingbao held in Mo Junyin's embrace, pointed to one of the plates of ribs. Mo Junyin picked a piece of rib from each dish and placed them onto Xingbao's small plate. He then received a sweet smile from Xingbao. Thank you, Papa. Papa, you eat too. Mo Junyin affectionately ruffled his little head, then picked up a piece of rib for himself. He wanted to see what kind of ribs could make his nephew so fond of him. In the next moment, he realized that making this special trip was entirely worthwhile. Though the ribs appeared somewhat greasy, they were actually sweet and sour, refreshingly light, and far from heavy. Completely unlike any meat he had tasted before, with no off flavors whatsoever. Instead, carrying a faint, indescribable fragrance, clean and slightly tart. Now he was curious about the other flavors as well. Mo Junyin reached out with his chopsticks toward the remaining plates, and just as if he had discovered a new world, he found that though each dish differed in taste, they were all equally delicious. Soon Mo Junyin's bowl of rice was empty. Mo Lingji immediately refilled it for him. Though Mo Junyin ate quickly, there was nothing hurried or crude about it. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably refined and elegant. While eating, he also attended to Xingbao with great care. Those who need to depart should depart. Is she talking about us? Zheng Yangyang suddenly pieced together what Su Mu had said, savoring the words carefully before voicing her guess to Lin Yanshu beside her. Lin Yanshu had just finished a rib, and in that brief moment his plate was already piled high with bones, his mouth glistening with oil. Hearing Zheng Yangyang's suspicion, he brushed it off. Why overthink it? Besides, we were leaving anyway. This meal was an extra treat. We should eat our fill now, for there may not be another one after this. That's true. Though Lin Yanshu's phrasing seemed a bit odd, the gist was undeniable. Zheng Yangyang stopped overthinking and buried herself in her meal. It was truly delicious, meat pure and simple. But if she might not get to eat like this again, she had to make the most of it now and eat as much as possible. Mo Junyin's 6 subordinates, experiencing such exquisite food for the very first time, ate with their eyes shining, unable to stop. Elder Mai watched the interaction between Mo Junyin and Xingbao across the table, and hearing Xingbao call him Papa over and over, and Mo Junyin not objecting in the slightest, as if he truly regarded the child as his own, left him nothing but sheer astonishment in his eyes. Miss Mu, have you really found a father for Xingbao? Your taste is impeccable, you know. He's the dream man of every woman in the entire interstellar community. No matter how delicious the ribs were, they could not quench Elder Mai's burning curiosity. A pair of wrinkled eyes ignited with the fire of gossip. Su Mu was already irritated that her son had been stolen away, and hearing Elder Mai's delightfully sensational question, she snatched the chopsticks from his hand in a huff. I think you've had enough, Grandpa Mai. Why don't you go back and rest? She retorted sharply. Seeing his chopsticks taken away, Elder Mai panicked immediately. He knew he had pushed too far, and quickly pleaded for mercy. Miss Mu, don't be like this. Grandpa was only joking. Don't take it seriously. Please give my chopsticks back. Grandpa hasn't finished eating yet. Only after seeing Elder Mai beg for forgiveness did Su Mu hand the chopsticks back to him. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Su Mu finally turned to Mo Junyin and asked, I wonder when General Mo and Student Mo plan to depart, so that we may see them off. Seeing Su Mu's eager desire to shoo him away, Mo Junyin fell into thought, his palm gently stroking Xingbao's little head. The little one grew drowsy under the soothing touch. Lingji and his classmates may leave now. All right, they can leave right now, but what about the rest of you? Su Mu asked, her tone stern and even appearing somewhat aggressive. That's right. Little uncle, aren't you coming back with us? Mo Lingji also wore a puzzled expression. Facing their questions, Mo Junyin calmly set down the chopsticks in his hand and wiped Xingbao's mouth clean before slowly speaking under their watchful gazes. The thing is, the 500-strong team under my command has just finished a battle with space pirates. Although we achieved a complete victory, the casualties were significant, and we urgently need a place to rest and recover. I find this place quite suitable for recuperation, so I'll likely be disturbing you for a while longer. As for Lingji and his classmates, since they still need to hurry to the Trila planet for a military competition, I will send them ahead first. That's right, Miss Su. Many of our companions truly cannot endure any more travel on the road. The 6 guards brought by Mo Junyin nodded repeatedly, each one putting on an expression of utter pitifulness that made everyone else want to grimace. Just looking at how quickly they devoured their food, how could they possibly be wounded soldiers? Upon hearing that Mo Junyin intended to stay, Shalene and the other 5 guards felt their hearts swell with joy. Since there were no battles lately anyway, if they could really stay here enjoying such delicacies, every day would be nothing short of bliss. As for hearing their general say they had suffered heavy casualties, so be it. Face matters less than good food. Mo Lingji, however, wore an expression of complicated feelings, his gaze shifting back and forth between Mo Junyin and Su Mu. He suddenly felt that his little uncle hadn't come specifically to pick him up at all. There must be some other purpose. Mo Lingji suddenly noticed that the Xingbao in his little uncle's arms, when looked at carefully, bore a striking resemblance to himself. He had always thought Xingbao looked like him, but now it seemed clear that Xingbao looked far more like his little uncle, especially those eyebrows and eyes. Although his features shared some similarity with his little uncle's, they resembled his father's more refined and elegant. His little uncle's features, however, were more three-dimensional and imposing. Could it be that Xing Bao has some special connection with his uncle? Mo Lingji's expression suddenly changed as if frightened by his own speculation. And Yanzhou noticed Mo Lingji's unusual expression and asked with concern, "Lingji, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine." Mo Lingji shook his head. "It's nothing. Though have you noticed? Xing Bao seems to look even more like General Mo than you do." And Yanzhou seemed to have noticed the same thing, lowering his voice to whisper quietly. Mo Lingji thought to himself, so it wasn't just me who noticed. However, he did not agree with Yanzhou's observation, instead directly denying it. "I haven't noticed anything. Are you saying Xing Bao looks like everyone? First you said he looks like me, now you're saying he looks like my uncle." These words shouldn't be spoken carelessly. Seeing Mo Lingji's suddenly serious expression, and Yanzhou simply smiled faintly and said, "Understood." However, upon hearing Mo Junyent's explanation, Su Mu showed not a shred of sympathy. To avoid appearing too heartless, she could only explain tactfully, "General Mo, it's not that I don't want you to stay here. You can see that our manor is full of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people. The surrounding area is nothing but barren wasteland and desert, and beyond lies even more danger. We can barely sustain ourselves, and our manor is only so big. There simply isn't room for so many people. This really isn't a suitable place for recuperation. You should leave as soon as possible." Su Mu felt that although her words were tactful, the message of firm refusal was equally clear. They should be able to understand what she meant. Of course, everyone present was shrewd. How could they not understand that Su Mu was driving them away? But understanding was one thing, sometimes choices could be cast aside in the face of delicious food. When Shilin saw that Su Mu had already spoken so bluntly, he thought this was the perfect moment for him to step in. The general couldn't do the shameless things, but he could. A sergeant among the 6 subordinates, appearing to be the most honest-looking one, suddenly stood up from his seat, saluted Su Mu with a crisp military gesture, and spoke in clear, articulate tones, "Regarding accommodations, Miss Su need not worry. We can stay on the warship. We only ask that Miss Su provide 3 meals a day." Upon hearing this, Su Mu was utterly exasperated. The main party hadn't even spoken, and now they had a spokesperson. And such a spokesperson requesting 3 meals a day? Did they intend to eat her out of house and home? Having a place to stay is useless. You have too many people, and I can't afford to feed you all. Su Mu refused once more. "Miss Su needn't worry about that either. Our general has plenty of money." When Shilin said this, it struck Su Mu right in the heart. She almost couldn't help but agree on the spot. Fortunately, her reason prevailed, and she managed not to embarrass herself. "Well, money may not be the issue, but you have too many people. Our manor has only so many hands. We still need to farm and train. We simply don't have spare time to cook and provide 3 meals a day for you." Observing Mo Junyent's unruffled composure, Su Mu suppressed the temptation in her heart and continued her refusal, though her tone was noticeably less firm than before. Seeing that Su Mu was already wavering, Shilin pressed on with renewed vigor, his voice ringing out clearly, "Miss Su needn't worry about this at all. Our squad has nothing if not people. We can handle any task, right, brothers?" "Yes." The other 5 men suddenly rose to their feet in unison, their voices thunderous enough to stun everyone present. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving, and the sea cannot be measured with a bushel. One should never judge by looks. Those who follow the war god are no ordinary folk. What volume? What momentum? Su Mu was naturally shocked by the 6 men's imposing aura. Seizing the moment, she rose abruptly and slammed her palm against the table, declaring loudly, "Deal. 100 gold coins per person per day for meals. 500 people means 50,000 gold coins per day. If you need to stay at the manor, add another 100 gold coins per person per day. Now who will be settling the bill?" Staring at the fair, delicate hand extended before him, Shilin was left speechless. He stammered, "Miss Su, 50,000 gold coins in a single day. Isn't that a bit too expensive?" "Expensive?" Su Mu raised an eyebrow, disbelief evident in her voice. "You think it's expensive? Ask them if they think it's expensive." Then Shilin saw all 7 of Mo Lingji's group shaking their heads in unison. They remembered that even a single dish had cost 500 gold coins back then, and they had continued paying at that rate of 500 gold coins per day. Compared to that, 100 gold coins per day was already quite reasonable. Seeing no hope here, Shilin could only turn to Mo Junyent for help. Mo Junyent, seeing Shilin's innocent expression, helplessly rubbed his forehead. He had seemed quite clever just moments ago. How could he be so foolish now? He could only step forward himself. "I'll pay for 1 month in advance, 1,500,000 in total. How would you like to be paid?" Seeing Mo Junyent deftly open his light brain device, Su Mu felt a sudden pang of cowardice. Are you sure about this? Once this money lands in my hands, there's no way I'm giving it back. Even if you leave halfway, I won't refund it. Don't you want to reconsider?" Seeing Su Mu's conflicted expression, wanting the money yet afraid to take it, Mo Junyent let out an exasperated laugh. "Do you want it or not?" he asked impatiently. Yes, of course I want it. I was just being polite. Don't take me seriously." Su Mu promptly extended the light brain device on her wrist. Mo Junyent linked accounts and transferred the money in one smooth motion, as if afraid she might suddenly change her mind. And so the transaction was completed in full view of everyone at a speed that left them all stunned. Seeing the extra zeros in her account, Sumu grew excited and said to Mo Junyan with exaggerated enthusiasm, "Since I've taken your money, I won't mess with you. But there's no time to cook for so many people right now, so for the first meal your brothers will have to make do with some rice porridge." Watching Sumu's attitude do a complete 180, Mo Junyan raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, "Do as you see fit." "Alright." Sumu then thought of something and quickly asked, "But do you have any tableware?" "I don't have that much here." "Don't worry, Miss Su. We brought our own bowls and chopsticks." Just as Mo Junyan was about to answer his personal adjutant, Shi Lin interrupted with a loud voice. Interrupted mid-sentence, Mo Junyan could only cast a dark look at Shi Lin before saying, "Shi Lin, you 6 escort Lingji and his classmates back to the warship and dispatch 2 elite squads to escort them to the planet Talila. Once they arrive, they are not to return, they are to remain and provide personal protection." "Yes, General." Hearing that they could finally leave, Mo Lingji and the others did not look particularly thrilled. Zheng Yanyan's disappointment was written all over his face. "Sister Mumu, I can't bear to leave you. What should I do?" Zheng Yanyan looked at Sumu with reluctance, seeming to hope she would ask him to stay. Of course he knew that was impossible, and sure enough, Sumu flashed a teasing smile. "I think it's not me you can't bear to leave, it's my cooking." "Oh, Sister Mumu, don't be so blunt. I really am reluctant to leave your cooking. It's truly delicious, but I really don't want to leave you either." With his baby face, Zheng Yanyan blatantly acted spoiled, giving the group of men goosebumps. Alright. Stop being so cheeky. You still have important things to do. I won't keep you. Come on, I'll see you off." As she spoke, Sumu walked out. Aunt May had already driven the off-road vehicle over. Sumu got in first and urged them to hurry. Once Zheng Yanyan sat down, he started complaining, "Sister Mumu, it feels like you can't wait to send us off. How could that be? Am I the kind of person who would do that? I'm just worried about your competition." Sumu flatly denied his suspicion. Although Zheng Yanyan remained skeptical, he had no evidence and could only let out a dejected "oh." In contrast to Zheng Yanyan's obvious unhappiness, and Yinzhou looked perfectly composed, his brows soft and a faint smile playing at the corners of his eyes. "Miss Mu, since we're about to part ways, there are a few things I'd like to verify with you personally." Sumu was a little puzzled, wondering what there was for them to talk about, but she nodded anyway. "I'd like to know where Miss Mu lived before coming here. Your childhood home, I mean. Was it on the capital planet?" And Yinzhou's voice trembled slightly. Ever since he had learned Sumu's surname, he had felt a gut intuition that she was the little girl from the neighboring family he had known in childhood. The name and age matched exactly, only her appearance had changed. As they say, a girl changes a great deal as she grows up, which was why he hadn't recognized her at first glance. Now looking closely, he could indeed see traces of her former self. Sumu looked at Yinzhou without saying a word. Only after what seemed like a long moment did she give a faint smile. "Sorry, I suffered a head injury. I don't really remember." "Oh, I see." The excitement in Yinzhou's eyes faded in an instant, as if he had lost all his strength all at once. After a long while he said softly, "You don't remember?" "Yes, I don't remember." Sumu wore a faint smile, her tone completely certain. The others watched the dejected Yinzhou in silence. They all knew that he had been searching for the neighbor's little sister for 3 years using every channel available, yet had found nothing. Because her identity account had been marked as deceased, they had always advised him to stop wasting his effort. Yet unexpectedly, Yinzhou had never given up. The atmosphere in the vehicle immediately turned heavy. Sumu suddenly felt a pang of pity at the disappointment in Yinzhou's eyes. In fact, she had recognized him the moment she first saw him because his appearance had not changed much, especially those eyes which had always been so gentle. But she couldn't acknowledge him yet. Sumu turned to face the window, not wanting to be affected by the atmosphere in the car, and naturally didn't see the look Yinzhou cast at her back. Clearly, Yinzhou did not believe Sumu's words. He seemed already convinced that she was the neighbor's little sister he had been searching for all along. When the vehicle reached the entrance of the estate, Sumu got out. Unexpectedly, Mo Lingji quietly got out as well, awkwardly grabbed her wrist and pulled her aside. "What are you doing?" Sumu looked baffled and shook off his hand. "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't drag me around." Mo Lingji looked at Sumu, at how quickly she could change her expression, and sighed. Then in a very serious tone, he said, "Sumu, there's something I need to remind you. You absolutely cannot fall in love with my uncle." "What?" Sumu was dumbfounded, looking at Mo Lingji, as if he were an idiot. "Mo Lingji, are you okay? What's going on in that head of yours? You've got looks but no brains. How could you possibly think I'd fall for your uncle? Just look at how old he is. Is he the old cow craving tender grass, or am I the one losing my mind?" Seeing Sumu so worked up, Mo Lingji's eyes flickered, and he suddenly blurted out, 40 isn't old at all. And my uncle is rich. Just a moment ago, he had been telling her not to fall for his uncle, and now he was defending him. Seeing Mo Lingji's awkward stubbornness, Sumu suddenly felt the urge to tease him. She gave a thoughtful smile and said slowly, "Oh, that's true. In this interstellar age, 40 is the prime of life. Then I really should think it over carefully." "No." Mo Lingji immediately grew anxious. "You can't consider it. You absolutely cannot fall in love with my uncle. Your generations don't match." "Wrong generation." "Whose generation is wrong? Don't tell me you mean yours." Sumu looked shocked and went on, "What's the matter with you, kid? What nonsense are you thinking? Are you afraid I'd become your aunt?" "Oh, I get it. Do you think that because I have a child I'm not good enough for your uncle? Sumu looked heartbroken and even pretended to wipe her eyes. No I didn't. You don't overthink it. Seeing that Sumu had read him wrong, Mo Lingji became nervous in an instant. Seeing that Mo Lingji was getting anxious, Sumu gave up on teasing him. Her expression changed instantly, and she nodded seriously. Alright, I've got it. I haven't been reading into anything. I'll try not to fall in love with your uncle, okay? Now hurry up and go. Seeing how quickly Sumu changed her expression, Mo Lingji knew without a doubt that he had been played. Helplessly he said, not try. You must not. Alright, I'll try. Lingji, what are you two talking about? Time to go. Zheng Yangyang had already started urging from the car. Mo Lingji could only solemnly remind her once more, you must not fall in love with him. Promise me. Seeing how persistent Mo Lingji was about this matter, Sumu could only comply. I promise I'll try not to fall in love with your uncle. You. At his wits' end, Mo Lingji flung his arm and got into the car. Hey, wait for us. The 6 people from Shilin came running out of the manor shouting as they ran, their faces twisted in desperation. In just the time it took them to turn around, the group of students had vanished. Only after asking did they learn that the others had already left. With no other choice, they could only chase on foot. Seeing the 6 charging toward her, Sumu remembered that she seemed to have left them out. She could only explain awkwardly, I'm sorry. I forgot about you all. After seeing Mo Lingji and the others off, Sumu returned to Xingmu Garden. Just as she reached the outside of the courtyard, she heard waves of cheerful laughter from within, especially Xingbao's giggles. When she pushed open the door, she saw Mo Junyan standing straight in the courtyard in a dark green military uniform, tall and long-limbed, like a towering green pine, standing firm in the wind. With an effortless toss, he sent Xingbao into the air and caught him steadily the moment he descended, eliciting Xingbao's giggles and demands to do it again. I forgot about you all. After seeing Mo Lingji and the others off, Sumu returned to Xingmu Garden. Just as she reached the outside of the courtyard, she heard waves of cheerful laughter from within, especially Xingbao's giggles. Watching the harmonious sight of the tall man and the little boy, Sumu could not help thinking for a moment that they truly were father and son. Fortunately, she returned to reality in time to shatter that illusion. As for Xingbao's father, she alone was enough. Sumu stood at the door watching for a long while and realized the two showed no sign whatsoever of stopping. She thought to herself, this Mo Junyan doesn't know what it means to be tired, and prepared to walk around them to go inside. Mommy, you're back. Xingbao, still up in the air, finally noticed Sumu entering the courtyard and excitedly boasted to her, mommy, this is so much fun. Daddy is amazing. Do you want to try it too? As soon as he said that, he was caught by Mo Junyan and tossed skyward again. Mo Junyan turned to look at Sumu, a faint smile on his face, and asked tentatively, you're back. Wanna try? Wanna try? Sumu instantly felt the skin on her face twitch. She answered stiffly, no thank you. Then she walked around the two into the living room, gulped down a large glass of water, and only then entered the kitchen. Hey Zaire, by the biggest pot. In an instant, an enormous pot as tall as half of Sumu's height descended from above, nearly hitting her on the head before landing heavily on the ground with a loud crash. What's wrong? What happened? Mo Junyan rushed in, carrying Xingbao, his voice filled with alarm. Nothing. The pot was too big, and I couldn't hold it. Sumu casually made up an excuse to brush it off. Mo Junyan looked her over, and only after finding nothing amiss asked, do you need help? Hearing this, Sumu suddenly remembered a saying from back on launching, if a man asks whether you need help, your answer should be no. So Sumu answered thanks, but no need. Then she wrapped her arms around the oversized pot and tried to lift it onto the counter, only to find that she could not move it at all. Flustered, Sumu tried again, but still could not lift it. She could only ask, hey Zaire, Zaire, what is this pot made of? Why is it so heavy? Hey Zaire looked innocent and rolled over comfortably in the cat bed. I don't know either. I just grabbed one at random. This pot is big and cheap, a real bargain. Sumu's face darkened. Let me do it. Mo Junyan, who had been watching from the doorway for a while, suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth. Set Xingbao down, stepped forward, and scooped up the huge pot. Looking at Sumu, he asked, where should I put it? Just put it here. Sumu pointed at the stove, and added, time is really tight, so for now, I can only give your companion some porridge. Mo Junyan nodded. It's fine. Whatever you make we'll eat. Then he led Xingbao outside. Although Sumu kept saying there was only rice porridge, the man had after all paid no small amount of money, so serving only rice porridge would indeed seem rather shabby. However, she did not dare casually take out ingredients from the system mall that did not exist in this place, especially in front of Mo Junyan, for fear that he might ask, and she would be unable to explain. For this pot of porridge, Sumu deliberately used a type of rice that looked very similar to an Interstellar genetically modified rice variety, but the flavor was worlds apart. After washing the rice and putting it into the pot, Sumu went to the vegetable garden. While waiting, she found that the potatoes had already formed tubers, but each was only the size of a pigeon's egg. They should be ripe in another 2 days. At this size, Sumu really could not bear to pick them. The other vegetables were the same. They still needed more time. In the end, Sumu could only go back to the yard and pull up 10 heads of cabbage to bring inside. On the way, she also picked some young chili peppers that were not yet fully grown. These had been planted by Granny Xiaojun later on. There was too much cabbage for one batch, so Sumu stir-fried it in several portions, finally producing 2 large basins of hot and sour cabbage. By the time the dish was ready, the porridge was nearly done and the heat had been just right, leaving it thick, soft, sticky, and smooth. The whole kitchen was filled with the fragrance of rice. Attracted by the aroma, Xingbao ran in and poked his little head out from behind the door. "Mommy, the porridge smells so good. Can Xingbao have a little?" "Of course you can." Sumu beckoned him in, only to find that Mo Junyan had followed him in as well. His tall figure instantly made the kitchen feel cramped. Mo Junyan seemed unaware of that. Looking at Sumu with an impassive expression, he said, "I want some too." Sumu immediately shoved 2 bowls of porridge into Mo Junyan's hands and told him to carry them out and drink with Xingbao in the courtyard. Mo Junyan took the porridge but did not move, his eyes fixed on the 2 basins of cabbage. Sumu then filled a plate of hot and sour cabbage and handed it to him. Only then did he pick up the food and lead Xingbao outside. Where in the world did this tormentor come from? Sumu was vexed. She truly could not understand what charm her barren planet possessed. These important people kept coming one after another, forcing her to entertain them with fine food and drink with no idea when they would leave. "Mumu, why does this god of wealth look so much like that kid Mo Lingji? But he's far more charming than that little rascal." He Zaire's voice suddenly came from the system space. He continued, "But why do I feel like you don't like him? Have I been that obvious?" Sumu touched her face. "I didn't expect even He Zaire could tell. What do you think? It's practically written all over your face. I don't like you, hurry up and leave. But at least restrain yourself a little." Thinking of the zeros in her account, Sumu pouted in resignation. "Fine, I know." Then she said thoughtfully, "Actually, I'm not deliberately singling him out. It's just that the moment I see the way he gets along with Xingbao, I instinctively start to feel nervous. I don't know why myself. Besides, Xingbao took to him at first sight, so I'm a little worried." After the two had eaten and drunk their fill, Sumu called Mo Junyan to help carry the pot onto the vehicle and deliver it to the manor's main gate. After Mo Lingji and his companions were escorted by Shi Lin and his men back to the warship, an elite squad then escorted them onto a small shuttle and flew toward the planet Trella. After seeing off Mo Lingji's group of 7, Shi Lin's group of 6 began showing off the delicacies they had eaten at the manor, praising them as things found neither in heaven nor on earth, and stirring up envy among the others. Especially after being told that they would rest here for a period, a chorus of complaints broke out everywhere. Resting in this godforsaken desert? Who knew what the general was thinking? Still, since it was a superior's order, they could only obey and absolutely could not doubt or resist. Seeing the soldiers' low spirits, Shi Lin grinned slyly. Then with a deep breath and a booming voice, he shouted, "Snap out of it. The general spent 1.5 million gold coins to buy this chance for you, so treasure it. Now grab your eating tools, fall in, and head to Baishur Manor." He then looked at Zheng Hao, who had returned with him from the manor, and said, "Haozi, you take the lead." With that, he left first to fetch his own eating tools. "What? Did I hear that right? 1.5 million, not 150. For this dump? The general couldn't have been ripped off, could he?" A soldier said, his face full of disbelief. The others found it hard to believe either. "And bring our eating tools. What does that mean?" Everyone buzzed with discussion, not understanding what that phrase meant. Seeing the noisy scene, Zheng Hao shouted, "What are you all discussing? You have only 3 minutes. Assemble here in 3 minutes. As his words fell, everyone scattered like startled birds, and in a moment the place was empty. When Sumu brought the porridge and dishes to the manor entrance, she saw from afar a long army green column slowly moving toward her. Getting out of the vehicle, Sumu carried down a table. Mo Junyan cooperatively brought out the large pot of porridge and set it on the table. Su Wen and Shun Mabe also got out of the vehicle. Seeing Mo Junyan lift down that pot of porridge with such ease, their eyes instantly filled with admiration. They knew very well how heavy that pot of porridge was. When it was being loaded onto the vehicle, the two of them had tried, and even with all their strength, they could at most shift it, lifting it completely was impossible. As expected, the war god is the war god. Su Wen clicked his tongue. "What are you standing around for? Bring the dishes down." "Sure thing." The two hurried to the vehicle, and each carried down a large basin of cabbage. By the time the meal was prepared, the long dark green column had already turned into a neat formation on the clearing not far away. Shi Lin stepped out of the ranks and reported loudly, "General, the full force is 500. 5 are out on a mission and 455 remain. All are present. Please give your orders." Mo Junyan simply stood there, yet an imposing aura radiated from him. Mo Junyan nodded and said coldly, "Shi Lin should have told you already, we will rest here for a while for an unspecified period. During this time, all your meals will be provided by Baishur Manor. At the same time, you must do corresponding labor. Now start getting your food. After the meal, follow Miss Su's arrangements." After saying that, Mo Junyan stepped aside. "General, I have a question." A soldier raised his hand. "Speak." The soldier immediately stepped forward and said loudly, "General, since you have already paid for us, and it was a huge sum of 1.5 million gold coins, why do we still have to do labor? I really don't understand this." After hearing the question, Sumu stepped forward and said with a slight smile, "I'll explain this. As for the 1.5 million gold coins, that is the food expense for 500 people for 1 month, averaging 100 gold coins per person per day. As for your 5 people out on a mission, I will return the extra gold coins to your general later. As for the labor, providing corresponding labor here is the prerequisite for you to be able to stay here and recuperate." Sumu then looked at the soldier who had asked the question. Any more questions now? Though reluctance remained on his face, the soldier still shouted, "Report no more." Sumu then looked at the others and asked in a clear voice, "Are there any more questions? If not, come get your food. Line up properly one by one." The line was arranged in perfect order. But when the first person was about to receive his meal, a problem appeared. There were no eating utensils. Sumu looked at Shilin and asked, "Comrade Shilin, didn't you say they would bring their own eating utensils?" Shilin looked at the troops. "Didn't I tell you to bring your eating tools?" In an instant, everyone drew their weapons in unison. Shilin and Sumu awkwardly scratched their heads. Shilin hadn't thought of that either. Sumu turned to look at Imo Junyan, raising an eyebrow with a subtle expression. Imo Junyan, however, kept a poker face and did not say a word. "Fine, I'll solve it. I really can't escape it." Sumu asked them to wait while she went to the storeroom to see if there were any extra utensils. Sumu drove to the warehouse alone and bought 500 sets of eating utensils from the system mall. Each set included a pair of chopsticks, a bowl, a plate, and a spoon. Those 500 sets cost yet more gold coins, and Sumu suddenly felt that she had taken a bit of a loss. After picking up the utensils, she hurried back outside. By the time everyone had received their food, 2 hours had already passed. Although it was only a simple meal of porridge and one vegetable dish, it left them completely satisfied. The plain bowl of white porridge was sweeter and more fragrant than anything they had ever tasted. And that hot and sour refreshing vegetable dish, though they did not know its name, was so delicious that they simply could not stop eating. As a result, their objections to staying here and doing labor decreased noticeably. Some even felt that as long as the food was this good, they could stay for as long as they liked. After the meal, washing the dishes became a problem. They couldn't very well take 500 sets of bowls and chopsticks back to the manor to wash. That would be far too much trouble. Sumu thought it over and felt that it would be more convenient to build a canteen outside. After all, when they worked outdoors, they needed a place to eat and rest. They couldn't just sit on the ground for every meal. For today, though, they would have to make do and take the dishes back to wash. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Sumu began assigning the first day's tasks. The 450 people were split into 3 teams. 10 of them followed Aunt May back to wash the dishes, while the other 2 teams each had 220 people. Team 1 followed Su-1 and Shinmabe to plant trees, and Team 2 was to build the canteen. Sumu remembered that the manor should still have many scraps left over from its construction, so she led Team 2 following Su Rushu and Su Chun to the courtyard where materials were stored and had them move the needed materials outside. After giving the instructions, Sumu contacted Grandpa Sher. Grandpa Sher was an architect. Although Sumu did not know his exact qualification level, he had been in charge of completing the manor, so she trusted him greatly. After Sumu explained the situation to him, Grandpa Sher soon arrived with blueprints. After Grandpa Sher arrived, Sumu entrusted the task of building the cafeteria to him and followed the first squad to plant trees. Sumu had purchased a great variety of saplings. Besides all kinds of fruit trees, there were also 2 flowering trees. She singled out those 2 flowering trees and planted them on either side of the manor's main gate, so that when they bloomed, the entire manor would seem embraced by blossoming trees. Moreover, Sumu had bought many flower seeds. When she found the time, she would scatter them about every corner of the manor, and when they bloomed, the whole estate would turn into a sea of flowers. Earlier, 3 plots of land had been reclaimed. Since each was quite large, every plot was divided into 2, creating 6 zones in total, just enough for the 6 varieties of fruit trees. Sumu explained in detail the required depth for each pit and the spacing between the saplings before allowing them to start. It had to be said that these workers were truly efficient with impeccable understanding and execution. They worked far more swiftly than the group of student kids like Molingji. Indeed, the military truly produced the finest. Under their orderly work, the mountain of saplings gradually shrank. Everyone present was burying themselves in work, including Sumu. Only Mo Junyan lounged leisurely against a vehicle, eyes half closed like a landlord surveying his fields while overseeing the workers. At first, Mo Junyan had been rather curious about all of this, but after a while, having roughly understood it, he lost interest. With nothing to do, he began strolling about with the leisurely air of a gentleman. Not far away, Grandpa Sher was leading a fervent work effort. In just a short while, the rough outline of the cafeteria had already emerged. It had to be said this was the speed of soldiers. Mo Junyan watched his subordinates full of vigor and nodded in satisfaction before leaving the dust-filled construction site. On the open ground beside the transport station, the once massive pile of saplings was now only a small heap. Bags of seeds lay scattered around, and beside them stood a machine gleaming with a silvery white metallic luster. The machine stood about 1.5 meters high and 1 meter wide, with a long metal pipe on top and nothing else, bare without any ornament. Curiosity piqued, Mo Junyan walked over and circled the machine once. This machine appeared extremely strange. It somewhat resembled a force cannon, though the ones installed on his warship looked a bit different. He was thoroughly familiar with every weapon in the interstellar galaxy, yet he had never seen this one. Could it be an illicitly assembled weapon from the black market? Mo Junyan ran his hand over the machine's cold metal surface, lost in thought, his gaze gradually growing deep. Suddenly a crisp voice came from behind him. "What are you doing? Are you bored?" Mo Junyan turned around to see Su Mu striding over on her long slender legs, rubbing her hands as she walked with pieces of soil falling from the gaps between her fingers. Mo Junyan's eyes flickered. He thought to himself, how could there be such a woman in the world with absolutely no regard for her own image? Su Mu clapped the dirt from her palms, walked up to Mo Junyan, and stopped. She glanced at the machine, then looked up and asked, what is General Mo also interested in this? Yes. Mo Junyan nodded and went on, it's just that this machine looks quite odd. It resembles an offensive weapon, yet I've never seen it before. I wonder what new product it is. Would Miss Su mind enlightening me? Su Mu pressed her lips together upon hearing this, then gave a slight smile. Why not? It's actually a defensive weapon. It can withstand attacks of a certain strength within a certain range. For instance, its protective range is roughly the size of the manor. I don't know whether Mo Lingji has mentioned it to you, but I offended AI Meyer, the eldest young lady of the AI family on the main star. Not only did I hit her, but I also swindled a huge sum of money from her. Given that young lady's temperament, she's bound to come back and make trouble for me, so I have to take precautions in advance. Su Mu sighed and continued, actually I wanted to protect the entire planet, but I just don't have the money. Hearing Su Mu cry poverty, Mo Junyan looked at her with a skeptical expression as if saying, I don't believe you. You just received a huge fortune. Su Mu felt uneasy under his gaze and went on, don't look at me like that. It's true that I charged you a lot, but be fair, does your food deserve that much? Could you buy those things anywhere in the interstellar realm for 100 gold coins? I remember those Gene Company's vegetables and fruits don't taste good and their prices are not low. Compared to them, my price is already a bargain, okay? Besides, I'm providing you with tableware and building a cafeteria for you. Doesn't that cost money? And don't you forget, I wasn't the one begging you to stay. Su Mu crossed her arms and raised her chin, looking aggressive and absolutely not to be provoked. Mo Junyan suddenly let out a low laugh. The magnetic, deep chuckle nearly shattered Su Mu's composure, especially with his strikingly handsome face. It was simply too tempting. Seeing the slightly stunned expression on Su Mu's face, Mo Junyan sighed and said, I think Miss Su may have misunderstood something. I was just thinking that Lingji never told me about this. Instead, he told me that Miss Su needed a mech. I happen to have a suitable one here. As for what Sister Su Mu said about fearing retaliation, there is absolutely no need to worry. As long as I am here, nothing will happen. That good? A mech and protection. How much would that cost? I can't afford much. Su Mu looked at Mo Junyan with wariness. The gold coins she had just pocketed had yet to grow warm. If it was too expensive, she would not agree. Mo Junyan shook his head. I have an obligation to protect this place as long as I stay here. As for the mech, it's free too. Consider it a welcome gift for Xingbao. I like him quite a lot. Su Mu hastily refused. She had been thinking that Mo Junyan was quite dependable, but as soon as Xingbao's name came up, she grew alert. Could it be that because Xingbao called him dad a few times, he now wanted to treat Xingbao as his own son? Although being the son of the interstellar war god, or the younger brother of the Federation leader, made it sound quite impressive, she did not like anyone trying to snatch her son away. Mo Junyan watched Su Mu's expression shift from gratified to troubled to angry, wondering what wild thoughts she was having. Miss Su, Su Mu. Mo Junyan called several times before Su Mu finally snapped back to reality and asked, dazed, what's the matter? Mo Junyan shook his head. Nothing. Just asking whether you still want the mech. Yes. How much? I'll buy it. Mo Junyan gave Su Mu a glance and said indifferently, 150 million gold coins. What you're robbing me. In the end, Su Mu didn't take that last mech either. As dusk slowly settled, the first squad had finished their tasks and several plots of land were now neatly planted with various saplings. Meanwhile, the second squad's cafeteria construction was already 2/3 complete, with only 1/3 remaining to finish. Just then, Aunt May arrived with dinner and the 10 squad members responsible for washing dishes. Tonight's dinner was prepared by Granny Xiaojun and Aunt May together. By now, their cooking skills had far surpassed Su Mu's, especially with that cookbook Su Mu had given them. Anything written in it they could make. Tonight's meal consisted of steamed buns, scrambled eggs with chili peppers, and sour plum soup. Su Mu felt that tonight's dinner seemed a bit meager. But then she remembered that Xingmu Garden had almost no supplies left, and with so many new mouths to feed, it was already remarkable that Granny had managed to make this much. Still looking at the 2 heaping basins of small chili peppers, she thought to herself, they didn't pick all the peppers that just grew in the yard, did they? Oh well, if they picked them, they picked them. We can just plant more. They grow back fast anyway. Alright everyone. You've all worked hard. Stop what you're doing and come eat. At Su Mu's shout, everyone promptly dropped their tools and rushed over to line up. What's for dinner today? I could smell it from far away. Yeah, me too. I'm already drooling. The crowd buzzed with hushed chatter, everyone eyeing the food eagerly. Of course, there were also a few complaints. Geez, why does this work feel more exhausting than training? Exactly. I'd rather go 300 rounds with space pirates than do manual labor. But where there were complainers, there were also those to counter them. If you really don't want to do it, we can have the general bring Bo Zi and the others back and send you to protect young Master Amo instead. How about that? Still willing. Those who had just been grumbling instantly quieted down, speaking sheepishly, no, this is fine. This is good. Everyone received their meal, in turn a cup of dark sour plum soup, a big white steamed bun, and a serving of scrambled eggs with chili peppers. Sumu also filled a portion for Imo Junyan and Old Master Su Wenyan. She planned to have dinner here tonight rather than go back and trouble Granny Xiaojun to cook another meal. As for why Sumu wasn't cooking, naturally it was because she was too exhausted from today's work and didn't want to. Imo Junyan frowned slightly at the bowl of scrambled eggs with chili peppers. The pungent aroma made it hard to even take a bite. What are you staring at? Eat. Sumu laughed at Imo Junyan's conflicted expression. What's the matter? Afraid the food is poisoned. Exactly. Junyan, why aren't you eating? It tastes pretty good. Goes perfectly with rice. Old Man Sure then took a big bite of the eggs and peppers right in front of Imo Junyan, followed by a huge mouthful of steamed bun, chewing with great relish. Imo Junyan could also see his several hundred subordinates wolfing down their food. Each one had a red face and was sucking in air through their lips, yet none of them slowed down. Imo Junyan swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, and then put a bite of the scrambled eggs with chili peppers into his mouth. The next instant his eyes flew wide open and his face flushed red. After forcing the food down with difficulty, he quickly took a gulp of sour plum soup. Its sweet and tart flavor immediately overpowered the spiciness in his mouth. Sumu also noticed Imo Junyan's movements and saw the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. She raised an eyebrow, amused to discover that this mighty war god general actually couldn't handle spicy food. How was he ever going to be the head of the household like this? Sumu shook her head, reached out with her chopsticks, and picked all the chili peppers from Imo Junyan's bowl into her own. As she did, she said, "If you can't eat spicy food, just give them all to me. I love them. I'll give you my eggs instead." After taking the peppers from his bowl, Sumu also transferred all the eggs from her own bowl into his, saying, "There, you eat the eggs now. They're not too spicy. You should manage fine." Imo Junyan gave Sumu a long, deep look, then lowered his head and began to eat. Su Rushu suddenly whispered from behind Sumu, "Mujie, something's off. Really off. I remember you used to hate him, didn't you?" Sumu turned her head and gave him a sidelong glance, saying lightly, "I wasn't too fond of you at first either." "All right, forget I said anything." Su Rushu silently carried his bowl and turned his head away. By the time they finished eating, it was completely dark. A huge bright moon had risen high in the sky, its silvery light illuminating the earth. People began making their way back under the moonlight. Imo Junyan brought only one personal guard, Shilin, to stay in the manor, while everyone else returned to the warship to lodge. Watching several hundred people march back to the warship in neat, powerful strides, not a single desert scorpion dared show itself along the way. It seemed they had been frightened off by the overwhelming momentum. But Sumu figured the scorpions were simply smart enough to be wary of the weapons in their hands. After seeing the troops off, Sumu led the others back to the manor. She had originally planned to put Imo Junyan and his companion in the house where Imo Lingji had stayed before, but Imo Junyan declined, so she let him choose his own. In the end, he settled into the building right next to Sumu's. "Mommy, you're back." As soon as Xingbao saw Sumu return, he excitedly pounced into her arms. Then he looked behind her, but didn't see the figure he was searching for, so he asked in confusion, "Mommy, where's Daddy?" Seeing how attached Xingbao was to that man, a hint of crisis rose in Sumu's heart. She felt she needed to set the little one straight. Sumu sat down with Xingbao on the living room sofa, turned him to face her, and said earnestly, "Xingbao, that Uncle Mo isn't your daddy. He isn't even married yet. Calling him daddy would only cause him trouble. If you really like him, just call him uncle instead. But you can't call him daddy." Hearing Sumu's explanation, Xingbao pouted, his little mouth feeling a bit down. Though he was young, he was very smart. He couldn't fully grasp everything Sumu said, but he understood the main point. He couldn't call that handsome uncle daddy anymore, or it would be bad for him. He really liked that handsome uncle, so he couldn't hurt him. Xingbao nodded dejectedly, indicating he would behave, but in the end, he still asked Sumu one question. "Mommy, can uncle really not be my daddy?" Sumu looked at Xingbao's hopeful face and knew that he truly adored that man. But there was nothing she could do. She simply didn't have the ability to find Xingbao such an exalted stepfather. So she had to answer firmly, "No, he can't." "Okay then." Xingbao's hope instantly turned to disappointment, and he said in a low voice, "Good night, Mommy. Xingbao is going to bed now." Watching her precious little one's dejected back, Sumu suddenly thought of trying to have Xingbao take that man as his godfather. But then she immediately dismissed the idea. After Xingbao left, Sumu went to the vegetable garden as usual. The number of people to feed had surged recently, and ingredients were badly needed. The vegetables in the garden had to ripen faster. The potatoes, eggplants, radishes, and tomatoes in the garden had already set fruit, but the fruits were still tiny, especially the small green tomatoes, each no bigger than a little finger. The pleasant surprise was the cilantro, already a lush green patch ready to pick and eat. To help them grow faster, Sumu watered and fertilized them. Lately she had been too busy to visit them every day, which was why their growth had slowed. Sumu sat down at the gate of the garden and pondered how to make the vegetables mature quickly. Actually, ever since these vegetables were still seeds, Sumu had watered them with water from the water spirit seed and infused them with wood element power, so their growth was already extremely fast. Even so, Sumu still felt it was too slow. She wanted the ripening period to be shortened to within 1 week to meet her expectations. Sumu had considered giving them more wood element energy, but but unfortunately wood element energy was far too scarce. Relying solely on the vine's conversion was no longer enough, sparing even a wisp for these vegetables was already rare. Blackie, does the mall have any vegetable seeds that grow extremely fast and have a very short maturity period? Sumu asked Blackie in the system. Blackie stretched lazily in its nest and gave a big yawn before saying there are some, but they're rather expensive. Hearing that they existed, Sumu's eyes lit up at once, and she said excitedly, great. Price isn't a problem. Mommy has money now. With that, she took out her small flying car and sped off toward the outside of the estate in a flash. Arriving at the transport station, Sumu purchased another batch of supplies from the system mall, still all kinds of saplings and vegetable seeds, and even rice, wheat, and corn seeds. These seeds all had relatively short growth periods. Sumu put them away, then bought a large batch of ingredients and placed them at the transport station. With the sharp increase in the number of people to feed, a large amount of ingredients was consumed every day. Sumu couldn't conjure that much food out of thin air, so she had to use the transport station to explain where the ingredients came from. After preparing all of that, Sumu took out the soil conversion agent and sprinkled it over the sandy land. In an instant, more than 1,000 acres of yellow sand were transformed into arable soil ready for cultivation the next day. After finishing all this, Sumu walked over to the vine and sat down directly beneath its thick trunk. At once, specks of green light flew out from within the vine and slowly merged into Sumu's body, then flew out again and dove back into the vine. After going back and forth several times, Sumu finally opened her eyes. Sumu silently returned to Xingmu Garden in the moonlight. Mo Junyan stood at the second-floor window watching Sumu's slender figure enter the courtyard before drawing the curtains. He opened a video call on his optical brain. On the other side was a man who bore a striking resemblance to Mo Junyan. His cream-colored shirt made his features look delicate and gentle, and his bearing was refined and elegant, utterly different from Mo Junyan's style. This was Mo Junyan's elder brother Mo Juanmin, the leader of the Interstellar Federation and the father of Mo Lingji. Mo Lingji had fully inherited his looks, exquisite beyond compare with a hint of bewitching beauty. His personality, however, leaned somewhat toward his uncle Mo Junyan, making him appear rather cold and hard to approach. Mo Junmin looked at his contented younger brother across the screen and asked with a smile, Lingji has already departed for Trella. Where are you now, and when will you be back? Your sister-in-law recently got hold of something wonderful and wants to wait until you return so you can try it. Hearing this, Mo Junyan smiled faintly and said, send my regards to sister-in-law. I can't go back anytime soon, so don't wait for me. Can't come back. What's going on? Did you run into trouble? Mo Junmin asked with a worried look. No trouble. Hey, don't worry. I just found the person I've been searching for these past 3 years, so I'll be staying here for a while. Oh, that's good then. The worry in Mo Junmin's heart instantly fell away. Although his younger brother was battle-hardened and his personal strength was among the top in the interstellar realm, he was still his younger brother, and worry was unavoidable. Especially after an accident 3 years ago. If not for good luck, he might not have had a younger brother anymore. That was why he also knew about the person his brother had been searching for. There had been no news for 3 years, but now at last the person had been found. Mo Junmin was happy for his brother. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. Rest early. With that, Mo Junmin ended the video call, and Mo Junyan turned off his optical brain as well. The night was late, and the entire estate had entered sleep mode. Outside the estate, however, it was a completely different scene. At that moment in the moonlit desert, scorpions crawled out of the sand one by one. In just a flash, the desert surface was covered with palm-sized scorpions crawling relentlessly toward the estate. Dawn had just begun to break when Sumu roused Su-Won and the other 5, even dragging the youngest Yida and Qingfeng out of bed. They had to go early to bring back the ingredients, or there would be no dinner that day. Mo Junyan was woken from sleep by the sound of a car starting. Pulling open the curtain, he saw Aunt May washing the car and guessed they were probably about to head out. He quickly washed up, changed into a black skin-tight jumpsuit, and woke Shalene as well. When they went out, they happened to run into Sumu just as she was leading 2 young boys into the car. He knew these 2 children. He had seen them during dinner at Xingmu Garden yesterday. The golden-haired one was Yida and the other was Qingfeng. The 2 children seemed quite introverted. He hadn't heard them speak that day. Seeing the 3 of them already seated in the car, Mo Junyan walked over with Shalene. General, Mo, you're up so early. Sumu greeted him through the car window. Mo Junyan nodded and said, you're early too. Behind him, Shalene said to Sumu very warmly, yeah. Miss Su, you're all up pretty early too. What are you going to do? Would it be convenient to take us along? There's nothing inconvenient about it. We're going to work, and having 2 more helpers is more than welcome. Get in. By the time they arrived outside the estate, Su-Won and the other 3 had already arrived and were moving things out of the transport station. Seeing Su-Mu and the others arrive, they called out a greeting and continued working. Su-Mu and the others got out and began helping as well. But the car had limited space and couldn't carry everything in one trip, so Su-Mu had Su and Shun Mabe and the others take the first load back, unload it, and then return for a second trip. Su-Mu told Su-Chun and the others to take a break and wait for the cart to return before continuing. Su-Mu led everyone to the water's edge to rest, and Mo Junyan followed, sitting on the ground beside her. Shilin suddenly poked his head out from one side, asking Su Mu with curiosity in his eyes. Miss Su, I have a question. Where did you buy the things we just moved? Why do they taste so delicious? Is it some special variety? Sure enough, here it comes, still asked. Su Mu secretly rejoiced that she had delivered the items in advance. Facing Shilin's inquiry, Su Mu raised an eyebrow and countered, You haven't eaten it yet. How do you know it tastes good? Shilin was somewhat bewildered. Hadn't they been buying from the same place yesterday? Of course not. Su Mu said matter-of-factly, the cabbage and chili peppers you ate were all grown by ourselves right in the courtyard of Shimu Garden. Didn't you notice? Su Mu acted quite surprised, as if to say how could he miss such obvious vegetable patches. Shilin blinked and thought carefully, and it did seem so. Then Shilin seemed to remember something else, and asked again, What about the meat we ate that day? That rib dish, I couldn't even tell what kind of ribs they were. Those must have been bought, right? Su Mu nodded and said proudly, Those were indeed purchased, but the seasoning is a secret recipe. You won't find it anywhere else. Then she asked mysteriously, And haven't you noticed that those ribs had absolutely no offensive odor? Shilin savored the memory and nodded. You're right. Although those 5 flavors were different, none of them had any of that typical meaty smell. Miss Su, how did you manage that? As far as I know, the best meat deodorizers in the Interstellar era can only eliminate 80% of the odor. If you have a method to remove it completely, wouldn't that make you wealthy? The more Shilin spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already picture himself drowning in gold coins. Su Mu was also reminded by Shilin's idea, right? Why hadn't she thought of this money-making method herself? She could buy meat at a low price, remove the odor, and sell it at a high price. This was far more profitable than hard farming. Comrade Shilin, thank you so much. You're really clever. Su Mu excitedly patted Shilin's arm, and prepared to go back and carefully plan this matter. Shilin was embarrassed by the praise, and replied modestly, Miss Su, you flatter me, completely unaware that his general's face had turned dark. Mo Junyan watched Su Mu and Shilin chatting merrily with a cold expression. Only after they finished talking did he suddenly ask, Miss Su, are you short of money? Su Mu didn't hesitate to answer, of course. Do you think raising all these people is easy? Especially with each one wanting a mecha. How am I supposed to support them without making money? Called, each one, Su Chun and Su Rushu and the others all lowered their heads in silence. Not long after, Aunt May returned driving an empty cart. Su Wen and Shun Mabe stayed behind at the courtyard to wait for unloading and didn't come along this time. This round was fully loaded as well, and Aunt May took it back. The rest of them planned to walk back slowly, expecting to arrive just as breakfast was ready. But as they were leaving, Su Mu cast a glance into the distance and noticed something was off. The large patch of yellow earth she had transformed the night before had turned black. Su Mu was somewhat surprised, thinking she might be seeing things, but even when she looked again it remained black. To make sure she wasn't imagining it, Su Mu pointed and asked, Could you all take a look at that area beside the tree nursery? Isn't it black with speckled spots? Everyone took a look and nodded. Su Wen said confidently, Yes, it's black. What's wrong with that? Something's wrong. Su Mu said very seriously. It should be yellowish-brown, just like the soil in that forest area. But now it's turned black, which is very strange. I need to go see what's going on. As Su Mu walked toward the spot, Mo Junyan silently followed behind her. Seeing this, the others also followed. Arriving at the target location, Su Mu looked puzzled at the black particles on the ground. What were these things? Where did they come from? Su Mu picked up a black particle and studied it for a long time, but couldn't identify it. According to her knowledge, the only creatures in this desert were the mutated desert scorpions. She hadn't discovered any other life forms. The others had also never seen this thing. They studied it throughout the night, all wearing deeply puzzled expressions. Heizai just woke up in the system. He had smelled a foul stench all night, and was literally shaken awake by it. Sniffing around with his little nose, he finally traced the odor to Su Mu's hand, and immediately widened his eyes, shouting, Mumu, what are you holding poop for? It stinks to death. What? Su Mu's expression changed, and she hastily threw away what she was holding, rubbing her fingers vigorously against someone's clothes beside her, as if trying to scrape off a layer of skin. Sister Mumu, what's wrong? Seeing Su Mu's reaction, Su Chun asked worriedly. Su Mu said rather embarrassedly, what you're holding seems to be poop. What? Su Chun and the others hastily threw down what they were holding and awkwardly rubbed their fingers on their clothes. Mo Junyan wore a dark expression, looking at the fingers rubbing against his sleeve with exasperation. In a sinister tone he asked, Is this your reason for wiping yourself on my clothes? Su Mu suddenly realized whose clothes she had been wiping on. Flustered, she apologized with a forced smile. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. Your black clothes wouldn't show it anyway. Mo Junyan still wore a dark expression, seeming somewhat exasperated with Su Mu. He sighed faintly. Then tell me, whose poop is this? Seeing that Mo Junyan wasn't angry, Su Mu finally began to carefully analyze the situation. Beneath this yellow sand, the only non-human creatures I've ever seen are the mutated desert scorpions. And I noticed that the vines near that oasis are natural predators of these scorpions. So I planted vines around all the other plots. Look, those patches haven't been contaminated at all. Only this piece of land which I just transformed last night lacked vine protection and got covered in scorpion droppings. So this must be scorpion poop. Su Mu shared her discovery and analysis. Su Rushu suddenly exclaimed, "So that's the purpose of planting vines. I thought it was purely for aesthetics. Thank goodness we planted vines. Otherwise the whole place would have turned into a giant scorpion litter box." Looking at the land that had turned into a basin of scorpion droppings, Sumu instinctively turned her gaze to the cluster of vines beside the oasis. Perhaps sensing the deeper meaning in her eyes, the vines began to quiver involuntarily. But as Sumu stared at the vines she had nearly plucked bare, a sudden wave of compassion arose in her heart. Still, this couldn't go on forever. What exactly was she supposed to do? Sumu knitted her brows, having no clue at all. Forget it, let's set this aside for now. At least these scorpion droppings save us quite a bit of fertilizer. Let's go back for a meal first and talk about it later. Are you just going to leave it at that? Su Rushu asked, not understanding. Aren't you going to keep planting vines around the area? What if those scorpions come back? In response to Su Rushu's confusion, Sumu simply raised a finger and pointed at the vines in the distance, saying helplessly, "Look, they're almost stripped bare. Would you have the heart to do that?" Su Rushu looked at the now sparse vines and gently shook his head, somewhat unwilling to bear it. Seeing the reluctance in Su Rushu's eyes, Sumu reached out and patted his shoulder to comfort him. A thief may come every night, but you can't guard against them every night. These mutated desert scorpions must be wiped out root and branch. Sumu spotted the familiar vehicle from afar. Aunt May and the others had brought breakfast. Let's leave this for now. The food is here, so let's eat first. Sumu immediately ran over, excitedly waving at the vehicle. The car pulled up steadily outside the unfinished canteen. Su-won and Shun Mabe jumped out nimbly and began calling everyone over to eat. This morning's breakfast was as usual, made together by Granny Xiaojun and Aunt May. Just simple white congee, pickled vegetables, and boiled eggs. Sumu tossed an egg to each of Yida and Qingfeng, grinning. "Eat more protein to grow tall. You're the only short ones here now, so you'd better step it up." Yida and Qingfeng ignored Sumu's teasing and went off to eat their eggs in silence. When they finished breakfast, the soldier named Haozi led all the personnel from the warship to the edge of the estate. After breakfast, it was still Sumu who assigned everyone their work. Since the canteen only had finishing touches left and no longer needed so many hands, half of the construction crew was reassigned to planting. The 10 comrades who had gone to bathe yesterday went back to washing dishes while also helping Granny Xiaojun prepare lunch. Because the land Sumu had converted last night was so vast, nearly 1,000 mu, just turning the soil alone was a huge undertaking. Sumu suddenly looked at Mo Junyan with longing eyes, her fair, delicate face carrying a fawning smile. Mo Junyan saw Sumu's scheming smile and knew she must have something in mind, but he was curious to find out what she really wanted. "Miss Sumu, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Mo Junyan touched his own face, knowingly asking. Sumu nodded obediently. "You have so many men. Surely each of them has a mecha. I'd like to borrow a few to plow the fields." "Huh? What did you just say?" Mo Junyan suspected his ears must be playing tricks on him. Shilin thought Mo Junyan hadn't heard clearly, so he repeated loudly. "Miss Su said she wants to borrow a few mechas to plow the fields." Mo Junyan glanced askance at Shilin and said with disdain, "I can't hear you. No need to shout." "Oh, I thought you didn't hear it clearly." Shilin defended himself in a small, pitiful voice. Looking at Sumu's hopeful eyes, Mo Junyan finally nodded. "I do have mechas, but whether they can plow fields is another question." Upon hearing there was hope, Sumu's eyes immediately lit up. That's fine. With so many mechas there are bound to be usable ones." Mo Junyan had Shilin relay the order for everyone to deploy their mechas for Sumu to choose from. Though puzzled, the soldiers all obediently did as they were told. For a moment light blazed in all directions as enormous mechas of every conceivable shape appeared on the open ground. Sumu noticed that their mechas all seemed to be beast form, whether they flew in the sky or ran on the ground. She suspected these were all standard issue. With this doubt in mind, Sumu asked Mo Junyan directly, "Are their mechas all issued uniformly? How come they're all beast types?" Mo Junyan nodded. "Military mechas are indeed issued uniformly, mainly for better coordination in combat. Moreover, beast forms are more aggressive and better suited for the battlefield." Her conjecture confirmed. Sumu stopped worrying. As long as they had claws and could plow the land, that was enough. With so many mechas there was more than enough to go around. Sumu stepped forward and raised her voice. "I need 20 mechas modeled after Black Panthers and Black Tigers to plow the fields. Who's willing?" For an instant the entire space went silent. Silence so profound it was almost frightening. Then came a wave of protests. Their mechas were their comrades in arms, meant for fighting together. How could they be used to plow fields? It was an insult. Sumu was instantly drowned in the complaints of several hundred people. Even Su Chun and the others thought Sumu's idea was unrealistic. Those soldiers were not as talkative as the lovable Yang Yang. Faced with their complaints, Sumu simply picked her ear. For her nothing was impossible. If it seemed impossible, it only meant the temptation wasn't big enough. Seeing the chaos, Sumu suddenly shouted, "Everyone quiet down. You're as noisy as ducks. Can you all listen to a single sentence?" Sumu looked at the crowd, startled into silence by her shout, then continued to dangle the bait. "I'll make it clear now. No one will work for nothing. Those who step forward will get a surprise for dinner. It's absolutely a guaranteed win with no risk of loss. Seeing that they seemed not to believe or care about her words, a gleam flashed in Sumu's eyes. She suddenly pointed at Mo Junyan and said, "Your general can vouch for me." Instantly, everyone's gaze landed on Mo Junyan. Mo Junyan looked at the finger Sumu had pointed at him, feeling both helpless and amused. He thought to himself, sure enough, she's still just a little girl at heart, lacking the steadiness of a mother. But seeing Sumu's expectant gaze as she kept signaling him with her eyes as if saying, "Please, help me out," Mo Junyan rubbed his brow and said in a low voice, "I guarantee it. As long as you cooperate with Miss Su, she won't treat you unfairly." With Mo Junyan's guarantee, everyone immediately scrambled to sign up. In the end, Sumu still chose only 20 beast form mechas. Their thick sharp claws were by no means inferior to Yang Yang's bailing. Indeed, mechas were the ultimate plowing machines. Why should she waste money buying machinery? It wouldn't even be as convenient as mechas. 20 mecha tillers plowed ahead, while the rest worked behind, planting in flawless coordination. Even the scorpion droppings covering the ground now seemed pleasing to Sumu's eyes. Apart from an hour's break for lunch, they worked with their heads down the rest of the time. However, the land was so vast that by dusk, they had only reclaimed 1/10 of it. The gratifying part was that the canteen was finally built. All that remained was to equip it with the necessary facilities. But those facilities would still have to be bought from elsewhere. Sumu ultimately handed this task to the steady and prudent Suchun. "Suchun, since you all have nothing to do tonight, look through the optical computer for suitable tables, chairs, and the like. Buy them and put them in our canteen. I'll transfer you a sum of money first. If it's not enough, come ask me for more." After saying this, Sumu transferred 10,000 gold coins to Suchun. Suchun accepted the coins and nodded solemnly. "Okay, Sister Mumu." "Then Sister Mumu, do you have any requirements for these things?" "Requirements?" Sumu's eyes rolled around a full circle before she said, "Nothing fancy. Good quality and low price are the best." "All right, got it." Finally, before the sun set, that familiar food truck came into view. Everyone lined up in an orderly fashion to get their meals. After dinner, the 20 soldiers who had volunteered began discussing how to ask Sumu for their surprise. Sumu watched the 20 people gathered together, wondering what they were discussing. They just looked quite amusing with their bashful and awkward manner. "General Mo, your soldiers are really quite something." After saying this with a grin, Sumu ignored Mo Junyan's reaction and strode over to the 20, asking loudly, "What are you discussing? If your men, say it openly and honestly." The moment her words fell, the 20 shouted in unison, "We want our surprise." "I know." Sumu reflexively covered her ears and shouted back. Then she turned around, walked to the vehicle, bent down, and lifted out a big basket. Inside were round, plump, dewy, large, rosy peaches, and the rich fragrance of peaches rushed over her face. Sumu tossed one to Mo Junyan as if casually. He caught it and examined it for a long time. "What are you studying it for?" "Don't worry, it's not poisonous." Sumu handed the remaining peaches one by one to the 20 people, and the leftovers all went to Suchun and the others. The 20 looked at the juicy peaches in their hands with the rich aroma lingering around their noses, immediately making their mouths water. After taking a tentative bite, all their eyes brightened, and they began devouring the fruit. "Oh my God, this is so delicious, crisp and sweet. Right? This tastes sweeter than any fruit I've ever eaten." "What do you mean, any fruit? How much fruit have you actually eaten?" "Still, I have to say this fruit is really good." Seeing the 20 wolfing down the peaches like that, along with the faint sweet fragrance wafting over, the others had their mouths watering non-stop and rushed over in a flurry. "Good brothers, let big brother have a taste. Let me try to see if it's really that good." Me too, me too." "Don't grab. There's none left." The scene immediately became a chaotic mess. After all, there were too many wolves and too little meat. Even with all the grabbing, there wasn't enough to go around. Meanwhile, Suchun and his group, having received the peaches at the first moment, had already started gulping them down ravenously. Mo Junyan still held his peach in his hand. Watching the chaotic scene before him, he took a slow bite. Indeed delicious, crisp, refreshing, and exceptionally sweet. He was genuinely curious where Sumu had gotten such things. Not to mention him, even the Federation leader probably had never tasted anything so delicious. This kind of delicacy seemed to exist only on ancient Blue Star. A trace of deep thought flashed across Mo Junyan's eyes. Even so, his mouth never stopped moving. After everyone finished eating, Sumu watched all the soldiers return to the starship and was about to have the others head back first. But Mo Junyan refused to go, so in the end, he stayed behind, bringing Shilin along. The three of them sat down together in the newly built canteen that had not yet been put into use. Sumu casually took out a pack of melon seeds and tossed it to the two, then started cracking them one after another herself. Mo Junyan and Shilin looked at the things in their hands, greatly puzzled. They had never seen this kind of food. But seeing Sumu crack them with such gusto, they followed suit and picked up one to crack. That first crack wasn't a big deal, though they weren't very skilled. They found it quite fun. A gentle bite of the teeth let them eat the kernel inside, and mainly the taste was pretty good. So the three sat together and started seriously cracking melon seeds. "Miss Su, what is this thing called? I've never seen it before, and it's quite interesting to eat." Shilin cracked seeds while chatting with Sumu. It's called melon seeds. the fruit of a flower, or rather its seeds, also known as sunflower seeds. These are roasted sunflower seeds especially suitable for cracking when you've got nothing to do. Su-mu cracked seeds while explaining to them. Shi-Lin nodded repeatedly as he listened to Su-mu's explanation. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he asked, "Then Miss Su, do we grow this flower?" Su-mu was taken aback before she reacted. "Oh right, how did I forget about solar flowers?" "What solar flowers? Aren't they sunflowers?" Shi-Lin looked puzzled. Su-mu had to explain to him again that solar flowers were just sunflowers. Mo Junyan sat to the side, watching Su-mu's earnest expression as she explained. The bright moonlight slipped in through the window and landed on her profile, casting faint shadows beneath her long lashes. Under the moonlight her features looked even more delicate and exquisite. Mo Junyan was actually lost in the sight. Shoo. Su-mu suddenly pressed her index finger to her lips, signaling Shi-Lin to be quiet, then carefully moved to the window and looked far into the distance at the still unplowed land. Because of the distance, Su-mu could only see a dark layer of horizon surging forward continuously. "They're coming." Excitement gleamed in Su-mu's dark eyes. Mo Junyan and Shi-Lin also quietly moved closer. They only saw an immense pitch-black mass spreading non-stop forward like a surging expanse of dark water. Seeing the land completely covered by the dense mutant scorpions, Su-mu abruptly stood up and rushed out saying fiercely, "Let's go. We'll wipe them all out in one strike. How dare they poop on my land? If I don't teach them a lesson, my name isn't Su-mu." Shi-Lin followed out excitedly. Mo Junyan, however, still ambled along with his long legs behind them, strolling as leisurely as if taking a walk in his own courtyard. The trio crept furtively through the moonlight toward the land occupied by scorpions. A dense black mass writhed and collided endlessly, thick, curved tails swayed back and forth, their stingers glinting coldly in the moonlight. And the sight of those densely tangled, overlapping legs gave Su-mu goosebumps. A wave of nausea rose in her throat as she quickly covered her mouth and turned away, only to bury her face squarely in Mo Junyan's chest. Mo Junyan looked at the person who had suddenly tumbled into his arms. He stared at the back of her head for a full second before hesitantly raising his arm to embrace her. But before his arm could even wrap around her, Su-mu straightened up, abruptly wiped her mouth fiercely, and said with disgust, "These disgusting creatures have simply gone too far." "Exactly, they've truly gone too far." Shi-Lin stared at the dense spectacle and shuddered, shaking off his own goosebumps. Then he asked Su-mu, "Sister Su-mu, this can't be every scorpion on the entire planet, can it? There are way too many." Su-mu shot him a look and said, "You're being naive. Even if you took the scorpions of another planet, even half of them, this place still couldn't hold them all." Seeing Shi-Lin's skeptical expression, Su-mu continued, "Do you know that the sand beneath this entire area is packed with scorpions? If you went in alone, you'd be completely surrounded and overwhelmed. But these little creatures are extremely cunning. When they see a large group, they all hide away. Then what do these scorpions eat? As far as I can see, apart from the area around your manor, there's nothing at all on Shashing. How can it support so many scorpions?" Shi-Lin, who had been listening attentively to Su-mu's explanation, suddenly thought of this question and asked in a rush. But Su-mu had clearly never considered this before. She was momentarily at a loss for words, then stammered, I'm not a scorpion. How would I know what they eat?" Mo Junyan suddenly interrupted their conversation. "Enough. We've been discovered." When Su-mu looked up, she saw that the scorpions that had all been facing away had now turned around. Their pitch-black eyes were fixed intently on the group, their raised stingers pointing straight at them. Su-mu cautioned them carefully. "Let me tell you, these scorpions have remarkable jumping power and love to attack by leaping through the air. You'd better be careful. Once the fight starts, I won't have time to look after you. You're on your own." Shi-Lin replied with a serious expression, "Don't worry, Miss Su-mu. I'll protect the general." Mo Junyan said abruptly, "Just take care of yourselves." Su-mu reached out and produced a battle-worn frying pan once again. She looked at Shi-Lin and Mo Junyan and declared, "I'm going in first. Watch me beat them until they're utterly routed. If I don't, I'll be letting down all this filth." Before either of them could respond, Su-mu charged forward with the frying pan raised high. Her fierce momentum startled the scorpions in front, making them instinctively retreat, but a moment later they all lunged at her. Su-mu had long mastered the art of wielding a frying pan. One came, she smacked one, two came, she smacked two, a swarm came, she sent them flying. The pan whirled around her with ferocious speed, forming an impenetrable defense. Meanwhile, the moment Su-mu left, Mo Junyan and Shi-Lin, caught off guard, were surrounded by the swarm. Sensing the danger, Shi-Lin immediately stepped in front of Mo Junyan. "General, I'll protect you." Mo Junyan looked at Shi-Lin's back, rubbed his forehead in exasperation, and said helplessly, "Get out of my way. That frail frame of yours can hardly stop them. Hurry up and move aside." "Yes, I'll move right now." Having said that, he quickly dodged to one side without a moment's hesitation. Mo Junyan glanced at Su-mu surrounded in the heart of the scorpions, then at the dense mass of scorpions before him. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. A laser gun materialized in his hand, and he swept it across the swarm in a burst of rapid fire. Instantly, swaths of scorpions met their end beneath the gun, their bodies reduced to ashes. The display thoroughly cowed the scorpions behind, who froze in place, staring at the laser gun in Mo Junyon's hand. Shilin watched the scene, his own gun hanging motionless in his hand. Meanwhile, Sumu kept swinging the frying pan, her strength draining rapidly. Her arms were soon aching, her speed slowing, and the surface of the frying pan had become dented and pitted as if it could break at any moment. So Sumu simply put away the frying pan and took out the black umbrella. She pressed the button and the canopy immediately began spinning at high speed, forming a halo of light. Every scorpion that charged in was sent flying away. With the black umbrella's power, Sumu felt considerably relieved. The scorpions that had surrounded her were all flung outward, leaving an empty clearing around her. Only then did Sumu notice that the scorpions in front of Mo Junyon and the others were all watching them from afar, yet none dared to approach. She looked at the black gun in Mo Junyon's hand and at the patches of charred corpses lying before him. Well, firearms really are something else. What if I suddenly get envious? Sumu secretly asked Zaire in her mind. Baby, does mommy have enough money now to buy a firearm? The next moment, Zaire's soft, milky voice echoed in her mind. Of course you can buy one. But if you do, we won't have any money left to eat. Thinking of the several hundred people she still had to support, Sumu immediately abandoned the idea. She silently walked over to Mo Junyon's side, casually retracting the black umbrella. When she reached Mo Junyon, Sumu noticed he seemed to be staring at something. Following his gaze, she saw a dark, dense pile of scorpions forming a wall in the far back. Although it was a wall, it was only as high as their thighs, so it didn't obstruct the view at all. Sumu saw that enclosed within the swarm was an enormous scorpion 2 or 3 times larger than the others around it, measuring a full 30 centimeters in length. Sumu looked at Mo Junyon and asked softly, "Are these scorpions trying to protect it?" Hearing her question, Mo Junyon nodded. "They should be guarding the Scorpion King while it gives birth." "Are you sure?" With an incredulous look, Sumu turned back to the oversized scorpion and happened to see a dark round object roll out from beneath its tail. Although the distance was a bit far, she was absolutely certain it was not a baby scorpion. Sumu frowned, looking conflicted, and muttered to herself, "If you ask me, that looks exactly like an oversized scorpion dropping." Shilin nodded as well, and said pensively, "I think so too." "Do you think they gathered here just to poop, eh?" Sumu glanced at Mo Junyon, and Shilin voicing her guess. "I think so," Shilin said, stroking his chin and nodding thoughtfully. "This won't do. Even poop is natural fertilizer after all. But to relieve themselves anywhere without this owner's permission is far too disrespectful to me." Sumu turned her palm over, and an emerald green vine appeared in her hand. After being nurtured for the past few days, Xiaozhua had grown considerably bigger than before. "Xiaozhua, catch that big fatty." Sumu then hurled Xiaozhua straight at the heart of the scorpion swarm and flew forward right behind it. Sumu's move was so sudden that by the time Mo Junyon reacted, she had already flown out. He immediately followed. "Hey, don't leave me behind." Shilin's expression changed and he nervously hurried after them. Perhaps because Xiaozhua was clearing the way, the scorpions that had been guarding the periphery all backed off and opened a path, allowing them to advance without obstruction. The emerald vine coiled around the fat scorpion's body. Sumu grabbed the vine and swung it far away, sending the scorpion flying toward the distant vine cluster. Before the other scorpions could react, Sumu dashed out of the encirclement and ran toward the oasis. Mo Junyon and Shilin ran after her and finally returned to the oasis as well. Sumu pressed down on the struggling fat scorpion, pulled out a vine branch from the side, bound the creature up, and carefully put Xiaozhua away. However, Xiaozhua seemed unwilling to be put away, wriggling continuously in Sumu's palm. Sumu looked at Xiaozhua in slight puzzlement and saw that it kept struggling in one direction. She sensed that Xiaozhua seemed to want to go into the water nearby. Although a bit confused, she still tossed Xiaozhua over, and it fell straight into the water. Sumu thought that since the giant vine tree was also a vine and had grown so well, it must have been thanks to water. So Xiaozhua probably wanted to go there because it was short of water. The tightly bound fat scorpion kept wriggling, but its movements grew weaker and weaker. Its 2 mung bean-sized black eyes looked utterly pitiful. Sumu brought her fist down hard on the fat scorpion's head and said in a very serious tone, "So fat, no wonder you poop so much." As soon as Sumu finished, Shilin couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter, only to be silenced by Sumu's glare. "I won't laugh." Shilin obediently shut his mouth. Mo Junyon asked in slight confusion, "So you captured the leader first?" Seeing Sumu nod, he continued, "Then what do you plan to do after capturing it?" "Of course I'll give it a proper education. Tell it that even if it isn't human, it can't relieve itself anywhere. That's immoral." "But Shilin really couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Even Mo Junyon looked exasperated. Watching Shilin laugh like an idiot, Sumu said speechlessly, "What did you think I brought it back for? To kill it, or what? After all, they are also members of my shashing. If it had hurt me, then I would repay harm for harm, a life for a life. But it merely borrowed this place of mine to poop. I can't slaughter it over that." After Sumu said this, she looked at the big fat scorpion and saw that it was actually nodding. What was more, a few drops of water had even appeared on the ground. Could it be crying? Sumu was astonished. Could it understand human speech? Unfortunately, she couldn't understand scorpion language. If only there were a machine to translate between humans and animals. Why would you need a machine? I can do it. A soft, adorable voice suddenly appeared in her mind. And then Hazire went on, how could a machine be more clever than me? You can communicate with scorpions? I don't believe it. You're a different species. Sumu was extremely suspicious of the little kitten Hazire's claim. But the little one said disdainfully, you underestimate me. I'm not a low-level species like those scorpions. I'm super high-level and I can communicate in any language. Sumu nodded repeatedly and continued. Yes, you're amazing. But may I ask, since you can't come out, how exactly are you going to communicate? Put your palm on its head, then ask whatever you want to ask. Leave the rest to me. Sumu did as Hazire said. The conclusion she got was that the scorpions indeed had no ill intentions. They went into the soil only to poop. In particular, the fat scorpion was the scorpion queen. Her being so fat was entirely because constipation kept her from pooping. Now she was even struggling to conceive baby scorpions. She never expected that she could actually poop in the land Sumu had transformed, so she had been sneaking over under cover of darkness to poop. Hearing Hazire's account, Sumu was speechless. Good grief, I really guessed right. They made such a huge fuss just to poop. Zaire, tell her that pooping is allowed. But from now on, apart from coming over at night to poop, they are not to harm anyone here without my permission. After Hazire relayed this, Sumu saw the scorpion. She was pressing on, nodding with great effort. Zaire asked again whether they are afraid of the vines or afraid of the oasis, and why they have never approached this oasis. After relaying this, Hazire said to Sumu, they are not afraid of this oasis, they are protecting it. Protecting it? What other secrets does this oasis still hold? Sumu looked at the water beside her, a hint of deep thought flashing in her eyes. The treasure at the bottom of the water had already been swallowed into her belly. She wondered what other treasures she had yet to discover. At the thought that there might be more treasures, Sumu felt a surge of excitement and planned to find time to explore more carefully. Alright, since they like pooping in my land so much, don't play favorites. Let them poop in the other fields too. After having Hazire relay this, Sumu withdrew her palm from the fat scorpion's head, stood up, and said to Imo, Junyan, and Shilin, let's go. Back to sleep. Huh, that's it. Shilin was confused. Yes, that's it. What else do you want? No, didn't you say you were going to teach it a lesson? Yes, I did teach it a lesson. Did you? Shilin looked completely bewildered, wondering if something was wrong with his eyes. The three slowly walked into the manor under the moonlight. Only after their figures disappeared into the manor did the still tightly bound scorpion queen have her scorpion subordinates bite through the vines and carry her back. The next morning after breakfast, when everyone went to work, they were all stunned by the manure that had grown another layer thicker. With expressions of disgust, they could only grimace and get on with their work. At that time, Sumu was held up at Shingu Garden. She had barely woken up when a burst of beeping noises startled her awake. The person on the other end was an employee of Starlight Video Platform, the same one who had contacted Sumu to sign the contract. This time it was mainly because Sumu had not gone live for several days, so her streaming hours were seriously short. The employee had already tried to reach her through the platform, but Sumu had not logged into the backend recently and never replied. Unable to wait any longer, he had no choice but to contact her directly. Sumu was indeed the one at fault, so she could only repeatedly promise to make up the lost hours. Therefore, at the time when she should have been working, Sumu was preparing for the live stream. Once Sumu had finished getting ready, Aunt May found a hand-woven wicker basket from somewhere. It looked very natural and beautiful. Sumu took the basket and filled it with flower seeds, planning to scatter them along the roadside on the way. Actually, Sumu had long wanted to find an opportunity to scatter flower seeds all over the estate so that it would be covered with blossoms the next year. She just hadn't had time recently. Now that she was finally free today, she went ahead and did it. Since she needed to make up the streaming time, Sumu had planned this live broadcast carefully. She would first pick vegetables in the garden and then cook them, letting the audience see the whole journey of a dish from being picked to leaving the pan, and at the same time advertising her homegrown vegetables, killing two birds with one stone. Sumu was delighted by the idea and opened the streaming platform, turning the camera toward Xiaobai. As soon as the video came on, a short, chubby, white robot appeared on the screen. Everyone, long time no see. I'm Gold Coin, and this is my little assistant Xiaobai. Today Xiaobai and I will take everyone to enjoy the fun of vegetable picking. Xiaobai, let's go. Okay, master. After saying that, Sumu placed the basket full of flower seeds on Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai walked in front, while Sumu followed behind, grabbing handfuls of seeds and scattering them along the roadside as she walked. When she noticed someone in the live chat asking what she was doing, Sumu answered promptly, I'm scattering flower seeds. All kinds of flowers. By next year, this place will be full of blossoms. I'll definitely do a live stream and invite everyone to enjoy them together. She scattered seeds all the way, and by the time she reached the vegetable garden, every single seed had been used up. Not one was left. Sumu turned the camera toward the garden gate and explained, this is the vegetable garden. There are all kinds of vegetables in here. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll pick it for you, okay? As Sumu's words fell, the live chat erupted. To encourage Sumu to show off her skills and satisfy their cravings, the entire screen was filled with all kinds of gifts. Entering the vegetable garden, Sumu was slightly stunned because most of the vegetables had already ripened except for a few varieties that had been planted later. But having seen the world, Sumu quickly composed herself. She pointed at the vegetables that were not yet ripe and told the audience not to choose them, promising to cook them once they matured. Oh my God, what kind of vegetables are these? Their colors are so bright, right? Such beautiful colors. I want to eat that red fruit. I want to eat that purple one and that green one. What is that tall thing with layers of green leaves? It's so strange. Yeah, and that plant with leaves lying on the ground is strange too. I've never seen it before. And what's that thing propped up on a frame? There are strips hanging from it. Seeing these comments in the live chat, Sumu could only explain the names and ways to eat each vegetable one by one. That red one is a tomato. When ripe it turns red and tastes sweet and slightly tart. It can be cooked as a dish or eaten raw like a fruit. When unripe it is green and tastes sour and astringent. And that nice green leafy one is cilantro. I especially love it, whether as a garnish in hot pot as a cold-dressed cilantro salad or in cilantro oil pancakes. But some people can't stand its smell, so I want to give you all a warning beforehand. And that one sprawling across the ground is a potato. Its tubers grow underground while its leaves grow above ground. There's another similar food called sweet potato, which also grows underground. It's not ripe yet, so I'll share it with you when it's ready. Sumu went on explaining every vegetable one by one, and the fans were left wanting more, asking her to keep explaining. Having no other choice, Sumu introduced the unripe vegetables as well. Finally, when there were no more vegetables to introduce, she was able to stop her mouth, which had gone dry from talking, and began picking vegetables and turning the soil to dig up potatoes. I really want to dig potatoes with the young lady too. And those red tomatoes. She said they're delightfully sweet and sour. Boo-hoo, I'm drooling. I also want to visit the young lady's vegetable garden for a vacation. I wonder where she lives. Miss, could I hire you to be our private chef? The kind that comes with the vegetable garden. Annual salary 1 million. What? Only 1 million? You're too stingy. Miss, come to my house. 10 million a year. Seeing the lively chatter in the live chat, Sumu could not help laughing. She placed the cucumber in her hand into the basket on Xiaobai's head. All the vegetables had been harvested. But because there were too many vegetables and the basket was too small, she held a few oversized eggplants that took up too much space in her arms. Back at Xingmu Garden, Sumu pulled up a Napa cabbage and several green peppers before starting to prepare the ingredients. The dishes were hot and sour cabbage vinegar tossed, shredded potatoes, stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, braised eggplant, dressed cucumber salad, and cilantro oil pancakes. Because the ingredients were limited, Sumu could only make some homestyle dishes, but even these simple homestyle dishes were enough to make the fans in front of their screens drool. By the time all the dishes were finished, the live chat had gone completely crazy. Who could understand the agony of sharing in the flavor, but being unable to take even one bite? Everyone was frantically demanding that Sumu do a live stream sale of her vegetables. Only Bai Weiwei stared at the hot and sour cabbage on the screen with a puzzled expression. She had followed Mumu's steps exactly, and it tasted quite good, so why was it never as delicious as Mumu's? Bai Weiwei was deeply confused and planned to ask Mumu for advice after the live stream ended. Sumu, meanwhile, looking at the screen full of requests to buy vegetables, finally felt the pride of being a vegetable farmer. That's right, I'm a vegetable farmer, and I'm proud of it. Sumu suddenly had the desire to become the one and only vegetable farmer in the entire galaxy, so that the whole galaxy could eat the vegetables she grew. Alright, I've heard all your requests. Thank you for your love. To show my gratitude, I'll randomly select 20 lucky fans from the back end and send each one a vegetable gift pack. I'll announce the lucky list later. If you're selected, just private message me your address. Alright, that's all for today's live stream. See you next time. Miss, when is the next stream? Miss, don't end the broadcast yet. Let me smell the aroma of the food a little longer. Sumu looked at the screen full of pleas for her to stay, and without hesitation clicked to leave. Stretching lazily, she felt instantly refreshed. She then randomly selected 20 fans from the back end and threw the list to Aunt May to handle. She herself began to prepare lunch. The dishes she had just made during the live stream were not large in portion, only enough for a few people. Today, Sumu planned to cook some rice for them and make 3 dishes to go with it. The braised eggplant, hot and sour shredded potatoes, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes she had just made were perfect with rice. And that cilantro pancake, truly Sumu's favorite. She definitely wanted to make some more, but afraid no one would like it, she didn't plan to make a lot. Anyway, with so many people, someone will like it. She started steaming the rice first, and only then began to prepare the dishes. Xiaobai, bring me a basin. This one is too small to hold everything. Just as Sumu fished the washed eggplants and potatoes out of the water, a relatively larger basin appeared beside her. She took it casually and instructed again, bring me the bag of tomatoes on the living room table. I'll make scrambled eggs with tomatoes in a moment. Is this it? A red fruit appeared before her eyes along with a thick, powerful, wheat-colored arm. As the low, powerful voice fell, Sumu turned her head and indeed saw Mo Junyon's handsome, striking face. Why are you here? Sumu took the tomato and told him to bring over all the remaining tomatoes. Only after taking the tomatoes did Mo Junyon reply, I noticed you didn't come today, thought something might be wrong, so I came to check. Besides, I haven't seen Xingbao in a long time. Holding the tomato, she cast him a sidelong glance and said mercilessly, after all, I'm considered a big landowner and boss, aren't I? Which boss personally goes to the fields to work? Not only do I work in person, but I also cook for you. And you still come to supervise. That's going too far. Hearing Su Mu's complaint, Imo Junyan smiled helplessly. Just as he was about to explain, Su Mu continued, and another thing. Don't you get it? Xingbao is my child. Why are you so eager for no reason? If you really like kids, you can simply get married and have one. Do you know that ever since you came, Xingbao calls you daddy, all day long, and you never refute it? Xingbao is still young. If this goes on, I'm afraid he'll actually take it seriously. But you can't stay here forever being called daddy by Xingbao. You'll have to leave sooner or later. Su Mu stopped the cleaver in her hand and sighed softly. So, I think you should find a time to make it clear to Xingbao. Behind her, no sound came from Imo Junyan for a long while. Only the rhythmic thuds of Su Mu chopping on the cutting board filled the silence. Imo Junyan quietly stared at the back of Su Mu's head. Her hair seemed to have grown quickly. It could already be tied into a small ponytail. Because she was chopping with such force, the little ponytail bobbed constantly with the movement of her head. Suddenly Su Mu turned her head and directly met Imo Junyan's somewhat dazed gaze. Her delicate brows knitted together. What are you staring at? I've said so much. At least give me a reaction. Imo Junyan snapped back to attention, meeting Su Mu's gaze. He murmured, then said in a low, deep voice, actually, I could be Xingbao's dad too. What? Su Mu's eyes widened and a surge of anger rushed straight to her head, completely uncontrollable. She grabbed the cleaver and pointed it at Imo Junyan's forehead, saying in a sinister tone, so you want to take Xingbao from me? Fine. I never thought you were such a person trying to get a child for free. Where do you get such a good deal? Let me tell you, don't set your sights on Xingbao, or else. Seeing the gleaming cleaver pointed at his forehead, and Su Mu's threatening gaze, Imo Junyan's face darkened with helplessness. He sighed, quickly reached out to grip Su Mu's wrist, gently took the cleaver from her, and placed it somewhere safe. Struggling against Imo Junyan's grip, Su Mu strained with all her might, but to no avail. She could only stare fixedly at him, showing not the slightest compromise. On the matter of Xingbao, she could not yield. Imo Junyan stared back into Su Mu's eyes, trying to discern some other meaning in them. But after looking for a long time, he found only full-blown hostility within. It seemed that to be openly called daddy by his son, he absolutely needed the mother's consent. Imo Junyan suddenly realized that his previous approach had indeed been somewhat ill-considered. He had originally planned to win over the son first, so that the child's mother would naturally gradually accept him. But it seemed he had gotten the order wrong. Moreover, the one he had been searching for all these years was the child's mother. To him, Xingbao had indeed been just an accident. Still, he had to admit he quite liked this accident. Faced with Su Mu's strong stance, Imo Junyan could only soften first. He chuckled softly, Mumu, I don't want to take Xingbao from you. He's your child, and he'll always be your child. I think you've misunderstood me. Su Mu didn't doubt Imo Junyan's explanation. After all, no matter how much he liked Xingbao, Xingbao had no relation to him. Let go of me. Su Mu shook off Imo Junyan's restraint, and he released her accordingly. And I'm telling you, don't call me Mumu. We're not close. Imo Junyan nodded, and said, all right, Mumu. Su Mu was speechless with anger, but lacked the energy to keep arguing with him. She could only vent all her fury on the cleaver chopping with loud thuds. Imo Junyan tactfully withdrew, not daring to provoke her further. As soon as he stepped out of the kitchen, he spotted Xingbao standing on the stairs wearing a cow-cat-themed onesie with a pair of cat ears on the hood behind his back. He looked absolutely adorable. The moment Xingbao saw Imo Junyan, his eyes widened with excitement, and he threw himself at Imo Junyan. Startled Grandma Xiaojun behind him flinched and hurriedly reached out to stop him, but was a step too slow. Only when she saw Xingbao safely caught by Imo Junyan did Grandma Xiaojun sigh in relief. Daddy, why didn't you come to see me these past 2 days? Xingbao looked up at Imo Junyan, with soft adorable eyes, reached out to wrap his arms around his neck and nuzzled against him affectionately. Imo Junyan carried Xingbao out of the living room to play in the courtyard. Before leaving, he stole a glance at the kitchen, but when he saw no movement inside, he carried Xingbao into the yard. Granny Xiaojun walked into the kitchen to help Su Mu. Suddenly Su Mu said in a low voice, Granny, do you think I don't know how to be a mother? Because I'm such a bad mother, that's why Xingbao likes Imo Junyan so much. Granny Xiaojun sighed and said, what nonsense are you imagining? Xingbao loves you the most. He just thinks Imo Junyan is handsome enough to be worthy of you. He's fighting for a chance for you. What? Su Mu looked utterly astounded. Granny, I don't understand what you mean. Xingbao is so little. How could he possibly understand such things? At Su Mu's loss of composure, Granny Xiaojun only smiled faintly and said, if anyone is slow to understand, it's you. Xingbao has been trying so hard, yet you haven't shown any response at all. Su Mu's eyes flickered uneasily, and she decided it was better to stay silent. Heavens! She had always believed Imo Junyan had come to take her child away. The only reason she hadn't driven him off with a knife was her regard for that million-plus gold coins. The thought that she had just threatened Imo Junyan over Xingbao made her want to crawl into a hole in the ground. Seeing Su Mu keep her head down chopping vegetables without a word, Granny Xiaojun asked in exasperation, what is it that you really think? Why aren't you saying anything? Su Mu simply went crazy inside. How was she supposed to know what she thought? She didn't have any thoughts on it. Yet in the face of Granny Xiaojun, Su Mu still said, seriously, Granny, I really don't have any thoughts about this. I just want to raise Xingbao, earn money, manage the manor properly, and wait for Bailanqiu to come back. Actually, what Sumu didn't say was that she refused to believe her parents had both passed away. Without seeing their bodies, she would not, and could not believe it. Once everything was settled and Xingbao was a little older, she would go out and continue searching. Granny Xiaojun completely disagreed with Sumu's way of thinking and admonished her earnestly, Mumu, my girl. It's wrong for you to think that way, and Xingbao, he also. Sumu hastily cut off Granny Xiaojun's advice, steered her into the living room, pointed at the freshly cooked dishes on the table, and said, Granny, please don't say any more. The dishes I've just made will get cold if you don't eat them now. You and the others go ahead and eat first. By the way, call Elder Mai and the others over to eat too. Then aren't you eating? You go ahead and eat. I'm going to make lunch for Suchan and the others first. You've been cooking for the past few days and must be tired. Today let me take care of it. Granny Xiaojun did indeed feel that cooking over the past few days had left her with a sore back and painful waist. Preparing meals in those huge pots for several hundred people was truly no easy job. She nodded obediently and replied, all right. You go ahead and cook, I'll keep some food for you. Come and eat when you're done. Okay, I'll be quick. Sumu went into the kitchen. Granny Xiaojun first sent Elder Mai and the others a message, then carried the dishes to the courtyard and waited for them to come and eat. At the dinner table, Mo Junyan held Xingbao in his arms and fed him until he was full before eating himself. Granny Xiaojun took note of everything Mo Junyan did and kept nodding in her heart. Mo Junyan may hold a high and mighty position, but he doesn't put on airs with anyone. Especially with Xingbao, he is extraordinarily gentle and patient. One would think Xingbao was his own son, but at a closer look they really do resemble each other. Granny Xiaojun stared at Mo Junyan and Xingbao, switching back and forth a few times, and found that they really did look alike. Could this be the so-called father-son resemblance? What a stroke of fate. Sensing Granny Xiaojun's gaze, Mo Junyan slowly raised his head and asked in slight confusion, Granny, is something the matter? Caught in the act of staring, Granny Xiaojun waved her hand awkwardly and said, nothing. Eat. Seeing Granny Xiaojun's awkward expression, Elder Mai suddenly teased, I say, old lady, caught sneaking glances at the young man. Let me tell you, I was quite handsome when I was young too. Why didn't you ever look at me? But Granny Xiaojun would not indulge his nonsense. She shot him a glare, snatched the chopsticks from his hand, and said, if you don't want to eat, then don't. If you want to talk, then talk to your heart's content. Seeing that Granny Xiaojun was angry, Elder Mai quickly begged for mercy, took back his chopsticks, and buried his head in his food. The other two elderly people gave Elder Mai a look that said busybody, and silently lowered their heads to eat. Suddenly the only sounds left in the whole space were those of chewing and swallowing, which made things a little awkward. Granny Xiaojun's gaze unconsciously fell on Mo Junyan many times. Finally made uncomfortable by the staring, Mo Junyan asked Granny, is there something you need? Granny smiled awkwardly and said, no, nothing. I just wanted to ask you, what do you think of that girl Mumu? Let me tell you. Our Mumu can be hard to get along with sometimes, and she has a bit of a temper, but she's definitely a good girl. Except that, she is wonderful. She has raised Xingbao wonderfully too. Mo Junyan's voice was low and firm, carrying absolute approval of Sumu. Right? You also think that girl Mumu is great, don't you? Then can you consider giving it some thought? Granny Xiaojun hurriedly began to plead on Sumu's behalf, only to see Mo Junyan give a dejected smile. I have considered it, but Mumu seems to have some misunderstanding about me. Apparently she doesn't like me. After saying this, Mo Junyan saw Sumu standing at the entrance of the living room with a trace of shock in her eyes. Suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and pretending she had heard nothing, Sumu sat in the empty seat beside Granny, and said to them, have you all eaten enough? Because if you're full, I won't keep any for you. Xingbao saw Sumu slip down from Mo Junyan's lap, sidled up to her, and said, Mommy, I'm not full yet. I want to eat with Mommy. After the meal, Sumu called Mo Junyan and Aunt May to deliver food to the employees who were still working hard outside the manor. Arriving at the canteen, Sumu had just jumped out of the vehicle when she felt a dark blur flying straight at her face. Mo Junyan had just gotten out of the car when he saw Sumu deliver a graceful flying kick, sending the dark thing flying. He quickly asked, what is that? I don't know. Sumu shook her head. But as soon as the words left her mouth, the dark thing crawled back again. Only then did she see clearly what it was. Wasn't it the fat scorpion from last night? Why hasn't it left yet? Suchun, what's going on with this scorpion? Sumu called Suchun over to ask. Suchun was equally puzzled. I don't know either. All I know is that after it arrived, it refused to leave. No matter how we tried to drive it away, it wouldn't budge. Since we saw it attack people, we stopped trying. The plump scorpion slowly crawled back to Sumu's feet, rubbing against her incessantly. Sumu kicked it away in disgust, but it crawled back again over and over. Finally, Sumu grew tired and let it be. From then on, Sumu had a little tail following her wherever she went, which made He Zaire sulk inside the system. It was the one who should be by Muumu's side, yet a scorpion had stolen the spot. No, it had to grow stronger and strive to be by Muumu's side as soon as possible. Everyone was very satisfied with today's lunch and worked with even greater vigor. Now the canteen was fully furnished and ready for use. All that was missing was the ingredients. Sumu first sent out the 20 vegetable gift packages to the Black Fans, then led a few people to bring back a truckload of food, leaving only a small portion for Xingmu Garden. From now on, the main venue for cooking would shift to the canteen, saving the time spent running back and forth. All the ingredients were ready. Looking at the fully stocked kitchen, Su-mu felt a great sense of accomplishment, especially seeing the fresh vegetables just picked from the fields. Those were grown by her own hands. Moreover, she discovered that the vegetables she grew tasted even better than those bought from the system mall. Cabbages, potatoes, eggplants. No matter how they were cooked, they were delicious. Especially the tomatoes with their sweet and sour flavor and juicy flesh, she could never tire of eating them. It seemed she would have to expand the vegetable planting area. Once the saplings were planted today, she would put vegetable cultivation on the agenda tomorrow. Watching everyone working with such enthusiasm outside, Su-mu suddenly felt that the future was promising. To reward everyone, she decided to make a little snack, fried potato chips. However, it was his first time handling such a thing, and with one stroke of the knife, he sliced off a large chunk of potato flesh. Su-mu couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Mo potato in his hand, then picked up the knife and continued. But with so many people now, everything had to be made in basin-sized portions. Su-mu found a large basin and filled it to the brim with potatoes. The potatoes had just been pulled from the soil still caked with fresh earth, so they had to be washed and peeled first. Shilin took the initiative to wash the potatoes while Su-mu started peeling them on the side. Seeing that Su-mu was too slow and the potatoes would take forever to peel, Imo Junyan called a few people over to help, and he sat down to peel as well. However, it was his first time handling such a thing, and with one stroke of the knife, he sliced off a large chunk of potato flesh. Su-mu couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Imo Junyan looked at the half potato in his hand, then picked up the knife and continued. Within just a few strokes, Imo Junyan had become remarkably skillful. The potato peel came off thin and unbroken, and within less than a minute a potato was perfectly peeled. Su-mu sincerely gave him a thumbs up. With everyone working together, the large basin of potatoes was quickly prepared. Su-mu shooed everyone out of the kitchen and fried the potato chips by herself. No, wait, there was still that clingy fat scorpion beside her. Moo, this damn scorpion is too clingy and shameless. Why don't you chase it away? Hearing Hei Zaire's complaint, Su-mu gently kicked the fat scorpion at her feet, signaling it to move aside. When the oil boiled, she dropped the potato slices into the pot, which immediately sizzled. Su-mu moved her body back to avoid the splattering oil, then took the time to say to Hei Zaire, my dear. Since when did you become so petty that you're even jealous of a scorpion? Hearing this, Hei Zaire immediately bristled and retorted, I'm not jealous of it at all. I'm not. Su-mu nodded repeatedly. Right, you're not. My dear is the most magnanimous. I remember when I first saw you, wasn't it outside the system? That means you could leave the system back then. What about now? At this, Hei Zaire suddenly looked as if it had been wronged and said pitifully, going out costs a great deal of energy. Moo doesn't have enough money right now, so Moo still needs to work hard to earn more. Then I can come out soon. Then you might as well stay inside. Su-mu muttered to herself, but Hei Zaire still heard it. Hei Zaire's expression changed instantly, tears welling up in its beautiful amber eyes, as if it would start crying at any moment. Su-mu quickly comforted it. All right. I was just joking. I'll definitely work hard to earn money, and let my dear come out soon. That's more like it. I believe in Moo. With Su-mu's reassurance, Hei Zaire gathered its tears, turned its little head away, and ran off to its nest to sleep. Su-mu shook her head with a smile. This little furball is even more childish than Xingbao. The chips in the pot had turned golden and crisp. Su-mu scooped them all out into another basin and continued frying the remaining potato slices. A chip accidentally fell on the floor. Seeing it, the fat scorpion quickly crawled over and began crunching on it. Who would have thought this scorpion isn't picky about food? Seeing how much the scorpion enjoyed it, Su-mu tossed it another piece and tried one herself. It was indeed delicious, crispy and fragrant. Once all the chips were fried, Su-mu prepared a portion for the 4 elders and Xingbao in the manor and asked Aunt May to deliver it while still hot. Then she prepared another portion for Wei Wei, which she would send over through the transport station later. Just then, Mo Junyan walked in. Su-mu first let him taste the chips, and naturally received high praise. Seeing that Su-mu was about to deliver packages, he took the initiative to take the package and deliver it for her. Su-mu was naturally happy to oblige. She handed him the package and gave him an address. Mo Junyan looked at the address in his hand, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. How could this address be his own? But when he saw the name on it, Mo Junyan understood. This Wei Wei was none other than the Wei Wei from his elder brother's family. Mo Junyan glanced at Su-mu, very curious about how she had managed to get in touch with his family. Throughout the entire Mo family except for his elder brother, everyone else knew her. What kind of magic did she possess? Feeling Mo Junyan's gaze, Su-mu asked in confusion, Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? No. After saying that, Mo Junyan turned and left. Su-mu watched Mo Junyan's back and couldn't help but mutter, What's wrong with him? After Mo Junyan left, Shilin ran in instead, eagerly taking the big basin from Su-mu's hands and helping to carry it to the window. Taking advantage of the fact that no one else had arrived, yet he stole a chip. The crispy, savory flavor immediately captivated Shilin's taste buds, and he couldn't help but eat one after another right there. Only when the others gradually entered the canteen did he stop. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he even secretly hid a bowl of chips for himself. Mo Junyan returned and handed Su-mu a small gift box about the size of a palm tied with an exquisite bow. Sumu looked at it in surprise. For me, eh? Mo Junyan nodded. Sumu was flattered as she accepted it, and only when she saw the familiar name on it did she breathe a sigh of relief. She knew it. Why was Mo Junyan gifting her something? Just as she relaxed, a loud voice rang out. Boss, you're giving Miss Sue a present. That shout made everyone in line stop in their tracks, all staring fixedly at the gift box in Sumu's hands. Sumu suddenly felt the gift box burning her hands and quickly hid it behind her back, explaining to Shilin, "What are you talking about? This was a gift from one of my fans." However, this gesture was interpreted by Shilin as shyness. With an expression of understanding, Shilin said to Sumu, "I didn't expect you to have already become a fan of Miss Sumu." Sumu's expression darkened even more if this fellow was making increasingly absurd claims. Shilin, completely unaware of Sumu's discomfort, enthusiastically added, "Miss Sumu, I know you're live streaming. Would you mind sharing your account with me? Let me take a look as well." Just then the previously silent Mo Junyan spoke up. "Shilin, I don't think you need any rest at all. Go run 10 kilometers for me right now and don't come back until you finish." Mo Junyan's voice was deep and left no room for argument. Shilin had no idea what he had done to offend him, but he firmly executed the orders, standing at attention before running outside. The others continued lining up to receive potato chips. Everyone showed great interest in this snack, especially drawn by the fragrance wafting through the air that made their mouths water. The moment the chips entered their mouths, smiles of satisfaction appeared on everyone's faces. Sumu suddenly realized that potato chips might become her first step toward earning money. So Sumu decided to stream again tonight to gauge how popular the chips were. If successful, she could directly increase potato cultivation. With this idea in mind, Sumu didn't waste any more time there. She took Yida and Qingfeng to the vegetable garden and dug another basket of potatoes to take back. On the way, Sumu sent Wei Aiwei another message telling her that she had sent a portion of chips for her to try and see if it matched her taste preferences. Returning to Xingmu Garden, Sumu found Xingbao and Grandma Xiaojun sitting in the living room, each taking bites of chips while watching videos, looking quite at ease. When Xingbao saw Sumu come back, she hurried over and hugged her legs, acting coquettishly. "Mom, you're back. The chips you made are so delicious." Both Xingbao and Grandma liked them. Sumu patted Xingbao's little head affectionately and said, "One day is fine, but don't eat too many or your throat will hurt." Then she looked at Grandma and explained seriously, "Grandma, like Xingbao, you shouldn't eat too many either. Drink plenty of water after finishing them." Grandma Xiaojun said with a kind smile, "I know. I'll keep an eye on Xingbao." With this assurance, Sumu took Yida and Qingfeng into the kitchen together to wash, peel, and slice the potatoes. During this process, Sumu also shared her thoughts with the two children. Since she was planning to sell chips, she needed someone to manage this aspect. Actually, besides Yida and Qingfeng, Sumu had better candidates in mind, but she wanted these two children to interact with more people since they hardly spoke a word all day, which would eventually suffocate them. So Sumu handed this task over to them. Seeing Sumu's serious expression, Yida and Qingfeng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded and agreed. Regardless, after they agreed, Sumu carefully explained the process to them over the next few days. Processes she had figured out herself during sleepless nights. When Sumu went live this time, all her fans were thrilled. "Miss Goldcoin is actually streaming twice a day. What a miracle." Yeah, I'm still drooling thinking about those dishes from last time. It's just a pity I wasn't chosen as one of the lucky fans. Yeah, if any lucky geese were selected, send a bubble. Let me see who they are. Me. 20 bubbles from different people submerged in the crowd. The screen was filled with complaining remarks. Seeing the chaos on the livestream screen, Sumu could only helplessly urge, "Alright, everyone stop arguing. Today I brought you a little snack. If you like it, first come first served." "Alright, I'll start cooking now." Sumu completely ignored their reactions and directly put a basin of potatoes into the pot. A sizzling sound erupted and the audience on the other side looked shocked. "What kind of food is this? It has quite an attitude. But it smells pretty good. Isn't this similar to the shredded potatoes made this morning? I didn't know there was this cooking method, but I wonder how it tastes." Sumu used a spoon to stir the chips in the pot to prevent them from burning. Seeing her fans' questions, she answered them one by one. "This is made from potatoes called potato chips. Potatoes are a great thing, very nutritious and filling. No matter how you cook them, they're delicious. Next time I'll make you some cha-cha to eat." "What is cha-cha? Miss, why are all the dishes you make so strange yet extraordinarily delicious?" One type was cumin flavored without spice, and the other was slightly spicy. She was afraid her fans could not handle spiciness, so she specifically made it only slightly spicy with just a hint of heat. "And all these ingredients are grown by myself, different from what you buy outside. When you receive the vegetable gift package and follow my recipes, you'll understand." After explaining, Sumu no longer paid attention to those questions. Seeing that the chips were almost done, she took them out and sprinkled special seasoning on them. One type was cumin flavored without spice, and the other was slightly spicy. She was afraid her fans could not handle spiciness, so she specifically made it only slightly spicy with just a hint of heat. Sumu asked Yida and Qingfeng to come over and taste both to see which was better. Yida liked the cumin flavor, while Qingfeng preferred the slightly spicy one. Different people have different tastes. Sumu continued making the next batch, and by the time all the chips were fried and ready, the entire livestream room had exploded with messages from viewers wanting to buy them. Sumu just smiled faintly and told them not to rush. Then she opened the product window, set the quantity, and said, "The product is now available. I've listed 200 portions total with a limit of 1 per person, first come first served." In 1 second, all 200 portions were gone. Those who missed out were all complaining in the live stream room, asking Sumu to increase the quantity. Sumu could only respond helplessly, "I want it as well. But unfortunately the ingredients are limited. Alright, that's all for today. See you next time." After saying this, Sumu ended the broadcast, took a sip of water, and began packing the chips with Yida and Xingfeng, planning to send them out that day. With the tireless efforts of the three, all the potato chips were handed out before nightfall. Sumu once again purchased a large batch of potato seeds and some assorted vegetable seeds from the system mall. Under the diligent labor of the 500 personnel, the previously purchased seeds were nearly used up, a pace of consumption that Sumu had never anticipated. Seeing how hard everyone worked, Sumu put equal care into her cooking, filling every stomach with hearty satisfaction each day. Still, since the vegetables from the earlier garden were limited in quantity and the newly planted ones had not yet matured, Sumu would secretly buy identical vegetables from the system mall and mix them in. No one ever noticed. But vegetables alone were not enough. Having completely abandoned nutritional supplements, such grueling physical labor demanded far more energy than mere greens could provide. So Sumu had no choice but to spend credits buying meat from the system mall and pass it off as imported provisions. Yet meat was terribly expensive, and with 500 people to feed, she could only serve a meat dish every 3 days. Even so, no one complained. To them, whether meat or vegetables, as long as it was delicious, that was all that mattered. And with the occasional sweet, luscious fruits, they felt the life they led now was one they would never have dared to dream of before. Even if it meant working the fields every day, especially alongside their beloved mechs, they raised not a single objection. In fact, they eagerly fought for the chance. Don't ask why. The answer is simply the lure of good food. As the days passed, the reclaimed land expanded rapidly outward from the estate and the oasis at its core. Sumu's potato chip business was booming. Unfortunately, the demand for potatoes was enormous, and the newly planted ones would take a few more days to harvest. Sumu had no choice but to issue a notice temporarily limiting chip purchases. Yida and Xingfeng finally caught a brief respite, but Sumu would not let them idle. She asked them to open a shop on the Star Web Mall, the equivalent of Earth's Tao Xiaopu, and she had already thought of the name, the one and only Golden Coin Miss. Xingfeng and Yida readily accepted the task, vowing to make the shop a resounding success. Lately, Sumu noticed that Mo Junyan was always silently hovering by her side, following her wherever she went. When she worked in the cafeteria kitchen, he stood nearby, promptly handing her whatever she needed, while vigilantly kicking away the plump scorpion that kept clinging to her feet. Sumu felt sorry for the pudgy scorpion, yet she could only remind Mo Junyan softly, "Don't kick him so hard. Be careful not to hurt Pang Pang." His reply came back utterly emotionless, "Don't worry, his hide is thick." To that, Sumu could only offer a silent prayer of sympathy for Pang Pang. Thinking it over, Sumu realized Mo Junyan had been acting strangely lately. Not only did he stick by her all day, but in the past 2 days he had ordered his men to work at a frantic pace, cutting their noon break in half, from an hour for lunch and rest to just 1 hour total, and extending their workday from 6 in the evening to 8. The soldiers didn't rebel, but their mournful gazes made Sumu feel a pang of guilt, as though she were the tyrannical boss squeezing every drop of effort from her workers. To ease her guilt, she prepared an endless variety of delicacies, using good food to silence their complaints. Pondering the recent oddities, a sudden thought struck her. Perhaps they were about to leave. Wanting to confirm her suspicion, Sumu abruptly turned to Mo Junyan and asked, "Mo Junyan, are you all leaving soon?" Mo Junyan gazed at the delicate face before him. In a mere half-month, this person had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her once gaunt and pallid cheeks had filled out into a soft roundness, her skin radiated a fine luster, her brows were naturally dark, without makeup, and her lips were naturally rosy. Her bright, vivacious eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight, and even her height appeared to have grown, lending her an air of vibrant vitality. He had not expected her to be so perceptive. Facing her suspicion, Mo Junyan made no attempt to hide the truth. He replied directly, "Yes. We leave the day after tomorrow." He offered no reason for the departure, and Sumu did not press him. Instead, her tone carried a trace of reproach. "If I hadn't asked, were you planning to say nothing until the day you left?" Sensing the subtle shift in her tone, Mo Junyan knitted his brows slightly and answered in a low voice, "No. I was going to tell you tomorrow." In response, Sumu let out a light laugh and asked, "So this is why you've been driving your men like dogs these past few days?" Mo Junyan lowered his eyes, handed her the seasoning bottle beside him, and murmured yes. Though it was only 2 words, they spoke volumes to Sumu. No explanation was needed. She already understood completely. She had to admit General Mo was truly loyal. Even on the verge of departure, he still made sure the work was finished for her. Sumu set down her spatula, reached out, and patted Mo Junyan on the shoulder, saying with gratification, "General Mo, you're a true friend. Since you've gone to such lengths for us, I'm not one to be stingy. I'll provide all the provisions for your journey." That was it. That was all. Mo Junyan sighed inwardly. He had expected her to show at least a hint of reluctance at his departure. So why did she look positively delighted? It stung his pride a little. But then Su Mu's expression changed abruptly. She turned to him with wide, anxious eyes and asked, "What about the deposit you paid? We haven't even reached 1 month. You're not going to ask me to refund it, are you?" As she spoke, she nervously took a step back as if afraid he would demand his money back on the spot. Seeing her flustered look, Mo Junyan suddenly felt at a loss for words. He gave her a silent, lingering look, then turned and strode out. Su Mu watched him disappear without a word, and only when his back had vanished did she mutter in confusion, "What's gotten into him?" He looked angry. "I wonder if he still wants the money back." Outside, Mo Junyan let out a deep breath. Surrounded by the fresh greenery stretching in every direction, his spirits lifted considerably, and his expression grew noticeably warmer. Shilin spotted Mo Junyan from a distance and ran over excitedly. "General, where's Miss Su Mu? What do you want with her?" Mo Junyan's voice was cold and unfriendly. Faced with the general's suddenly dark demeanor, Shilin was bewildered. Why did the general seem unhappy? Could he and Miss Su Mu have quarreled? Of course he wouldn't dare voice that guess to his own commander. "All the seeds and saplings have been planted," Shilin said calmly, stating his reason for seeking Su Mu. "I wanted to ask Miss Su whether she needs us to plant more." And sure enough, as he spoke, he watched the general's terrible mood visibly improve. Su Mu informed Shilin that all the seedlings and saplings had been completely cleared, telling him to let the workers rest for the day, and that she would prepare a grand feast for them tomorrow. Shilin returned and shared the news with everyone, sparking an immediate cheer of excitement as they eagerly anticipated tomorrow's feast. Shilin conveyed Su Mu's question to the group. "Tomorrow's feast, barbecue or hot pot, which one do you choose?" They voted by a show of hands. Though none of them had ever tried these dishes called barbecue or hot pot, it in no way diminished their trust in Su Mu. When it comes to food, trusting Su Mu means delicious meals. After tallying 495 votes, the hot pot won by a single vote. Upon receiving their choice, Su Mu immediately went online to the shopping platform and ordered hot pot pots. With so many people, she needed at least 50 pots. Such specialized pots had extremely low usage rates elsewhere. Su Mu searched through the entire shopping platform before finally finding a type that seemed suitable for hot pot cooking. She checked the delivery address. It was remarkably close to Sandstar, so the pots should arrive the next day. She decisively placed the order. The following day, all work came to a halt, as everyone without any discussion slept in until they woke naturally. Of course, Su Mu was the exception. Just as dawn began to lighten the sky, she had already taken a stroll through the farm outside the manor. This had always been her habit. The wood-type power within her body could only grow through continuous absorption and transformation. As the farm continued to expand, with saplings gradually growing taller and seeds slowly sprouting, the entire farm had become a vibrant ecosystem. Correspondingly, the wood-type energy had grown remarkably abundant. Every morning, when Su Mu came for her rounds, those young seedlings would grow just a little bit larger, and the power within her body would increase by a corresponding measure. Su Mu had also come to understand a truth, that what was called wood-type power within her body could also be termed life energy. This was a realization that had only recently dawned on her. She could nurture those saplings, those vegetables, those vines. In turn, those plants could provide her with the same energy in return. Since discovering this secret, Su Mu had been tempted to move to the farm permanently. Unfortunately, she feared that excessive cultivation might bring adverse consequences. In an open space near the oasis, Su Mu performed a set of Tai Chi, then stretched her body before heading to the cafeteria to prepare breakfast for everyone. Today's breakfast was simple, just plain congee and pickled cucumbers. These cucumbers were crisp and refreshing, exceptionally delicious. Su Mu was particularly fond of eating them raw practically every day, sitting leisurely while munching on a peeled cucumber. This batch of cucumbers had been entirely harvested by Su Mu and turned into pickled cucumbers for storage. The next batch was still growing and would need another 2 or 3 days before harvest. After everyone finished breakfast, the 50 hot pot pots Su Mu had ordered the day before finally arrived. Each pot served 10 people, perfectly exactly enough for their group of 490. With so many people, every meal was a massive undertaking. Though hot pot was convenient and quick, the sheer volume of ingredients required for so many people was staggering. But it was precisely because there were so many people that working together made everything proceed swiftly and joyfully. Su Mu handed her distribution plan to Shilin for execution. This time Su Mu planned to hold the hot pot feast right there in the desert, a bonfire hot pot party. 50 pots required 50 pits, and digging these would require at least 50 people. Su Mu had prepared 10 vegetable varieties and 3 meat varieties, 13 types of ingredients in total. Each type of ingredient required 50 portions prepared. This meant a total of 650 portions, and all these ingredients needed washing and processing. Therefore, all 500 people had to be reasonably distributed to avoid wasting any time. Through everyone's united cooperation, they finally enjoyed their desert hot pot exactly at noon. All 50 pots emitted billowing clouds of white steam as everyone gathered around their respective pots, staring intently at the cooking vessel before them. The fiery red broth bubbled and churned intensely. Though no ingredients had been added, yet the pungent and spicy aroma had already set everyone's mouths watering. Seeing everyone's eager impatience, a knowing smile flickered across Su Mu's eyes. She announced loudly, "All right, Stop waiting, you can add the ingredients now. The moment her voice fell, everyone couldn't wait another second to drop their ingredients into the pot. They then fixed their gazes intently on the food before them, ready to be the first to taste the moment each item finished cooking. Yet every first bite left their faces contorted in intensity. The bold and aggressive texture was overwhelmingly stimulating. Though it was their first time eating something so spicy, it in no way prevented them from thoroughly enjoying and becoming addicted to it. Even though they were drenched in sweat from the spice, their hands never slowed their pace. Sumu sat together with Shun Mabe and the other young people accompanied by Mo Junyan. Elder Mai Xiaojun Popo and their group of 4 sat together with little Xingbao. Since none of them could tolerate spicy hot pot, Sumu had prepared a clear seafood broth pot for them. The expression of satisfaction on their faces was truly gratifying. Sumu gazed at the blazing sun, overhead beads of fine sweat forming on her brow. A sudden wave of regret washed over her. Why had she scheduled the hot pot in broad daylight? To make things worse, it was the hottest time at noon. This was truly a moment of temporary madness. Fortunately, she had prepared plum drinks in advance, which had been chilling in the refrigerator all night. A glass of ice-cold plum drink went down, and instantly, she felt refreshed and invigorated. This was Mo Junyan's first time eating something so spicy. He was extremely unaccustomed to it. His breathing had grown somewhat labored, and even his usually cold face had taken on a flushed complexion. Strangely, this made him appear quite stunning. Sumu accidentally caught a glimpse of Mo Junyan's face and found herself momentarily lost in admiration. She knew he was handsome, but she wasn't the type to be greedy for beauty, and she rarely observed him closely in daily life. Now, taking a careful look, she realized he was actually strikingly gorgeous. It was only his aloof demeanor that made people overlook his exquisite features. Mo Junyan glanced at Sumu, silently drank a cup of plum drink to suppress the spicy taste in his mouth, then reached over and placed a slice of meat into her bowl. He added a slice of vegetables, a slice of potato, and a slice of radish. By the time Sumu came to her senses, her bowl had been stacked into a little mountain. Sumu glanced at her own bowl, then at Shin and the others, who were all staring at her with synchronized expressions. She looked at their empty bowls in their hands, her expression innocent, as if to say, "It wasn't me who instructed him to do this." Yet seeing their collective expressions of disbelief, she could only glare covertly at Mo Junyan before lowering her voice to say, "Stop putting food in my bowl. Just eat your own." Mo Junyan fixed his ink-black eyes on Sumu and murmured softly, "All right." Only then did Sumu carefully lift her bowl piled high like a small mountain and begin eating slowly. Meanwhile, little Xingbao, who had been sitting beside Xiaojun Popo, kept glancing in Sumu's direction. When Xiaojun Popo wasn't watching, Xingbao slipped away and directly threw himself into Mo Junyan's arms. Seeing how clingy Xingbao was in Mo Junyan's arms, Sumu simply turned her head away. Given that Mo Junyan would be leaving tomorrow, she supposed she'd let the pair enjoy their affectionate moment a little longer. In truth, every time she saw the warm atmosphere between them, and with a closer look, their features did bear a certain resemblance. If Sumu hadn't been certain that she and Mo Junyan had never had any past entanglement, she might have almost suspected the two were truly father and son. Mo Junyan gazed at the back of Sumu's head. Somewhat dejectedly, he patted Xingbao's little head and said, "Xingbao, Daddy is leaving tomorrow. Will you miss Daddy?" A trace of hope flickered in Mo Junyan's eyes. The moment Xingbao heard Mo Junyan was leaving the next day, his big eyes filled with immense surprise. The next second, he threw his arms around Mo Junyan's neck and buried his whole head in the crook of it. "Daddy, can you please not go? Once you leave, are you never coming back? Is it because Xingbao has been disobedient, so you don't want to be Xingbao's daddy anymore?" Xingbao's voice was muffled, and by the end a faint sob had crept into his childish lisp. It broke Mo Junyan's heart. He hurriedly coaxed softly, "How could Daddy not love such an adorable Xingbao? Daddy will always be Xingbao's daddy. Daddy just has some work to take care of, so he needs to be away for a few days. While Daddy is gone, Xingbao must listen to Mommy and help Daddy take good care of her, okay?" Xingbao nodded vigorously in the crook of Mo Junyan's neck and said in his uniquely childish voice with utter seriousness, "Daddy, don't worry. I'll take good care of Mommy, and we'll wait together for you to come back. You are indeed Daddy, Xingbao. Daddy believes in you." Mo Junyan felt deeply gratified by Xingbao's maturity. However, Sumu sitting nearby darkened. The two had carried on their entire conversation without the slightest restraint, and everyone around had heard every word clearly, all lowering their heads to stifle their laughter. Sumu really wanted to interrupt their lingering farewell. What was wrong with those two? She could tolerate their clinging and reluctance, but why drag her into it? And besides, she was a grown woman. Did she need a 3-year-old to take care of her? Mo Junyan must be out of his mind. A trace of sympathy crept into Sumu's eyes as she looked at him. Granny Xiaojun had been watching Mo Junyan and Xingbao with smiling eyes the whole time, glancing at Sumu from time to time. But all she saw was Sumu with her head down, eating silently, without raising it once. Granny Xiaojun couldn't help sighing. This Mo Junyan was really too useless. She had originally thought that since Mo Junyan had been following Sumu around everywhere lately, he had already won her over. But it turned out he was still lingering around Xingbao. The pace was so slow, it was making her anxious. Watching Sumu's cluelessness, Granny Xiaojun grew fretful. It takes two to tango, one-sided feelings wouldn't work. Granny Xiaojuan's eyes glinted. She lowered her voice and asked Sumu beside her, Mumu Junyan is about to leave soon. Don't you have anything to say? As she spoke, she gestured meaningfully toward Imo Junyan. Sumu looked up and followed Granny's finger. She happened to meet a pair of dark eyes that also looked up at her at that very moment. Sumu whipped her gaze away and said to Granny, if he's leaving then he's leaving. What else can I say? After the hot pot, I'll make some food for them to take on the road. You dull girl. Are you trying to worry me to death? Granny Xiaojun reached out, poked Sumu's forehead hard, and said with exasperation, why is your mind only on food? I'm asking about Imo Junyan, not his men. Sumu looked at Granny Xiaojun with an innocent, pitiful expression and retorted, I know you're asking about him. It's not like I won't give him any of the food I make. Seeing Sumu's innocent smiling face, Granny Xiaojun didn't know what else to say. She comforted herself inwardly, don't be angry, don't be angry. Maybe fate hasn't arrived, yet you can't force it. By now everyone had nearly finished eating. The ever-energetic Su Wen stood up and suggested that Lin and the others bring out their mechas so that those of them from the remote backwater who had never touched one could get a good look. Everyone was quite amenable to Su Wen's suggestion. Having eaten, worked, and rested together for so many days, they had long become friends. Although Su Wen and his friends were younger, it didn't affect their friendship in the least. And so a perfectly good hot pot feast gradually veered off course and turned into a mecha display event. As soldiers, their mechas were combat mechas uniformly issued by the Federation. Though their exteriors weren't particularly cool or flashy, they were quite pleasing to the eye, and especially when it came to combat, they were absolutely beyond reproach. Watching each of them proudly introduce their battle partners, Su Wen and his friends wore expressions of longing. Every interstellar youth dreamed of owning a mecha, and every youth harbored a grand dream. Su Wen suddenly conceived the idea of becoming a soldier. Though it was a bit fantastical, he still wanted to give it a try. Turning to Imo Junyan, who was sitting across from him, Su Wen mustered his courage and asked, General Imo, I want to become a soldier. I want to own a mecha of my own. What do I need to do? On hearing this, Sumu immediately said anxiously, Su Wen, if you want a mecha, I can buy one for you. Su Wen looked at Sumu and said in a very serious tone, Sister Mumu, I know you would buy me one, but I think a mecha can only fulfill its greatest purpose on the battlefield. Hearing how serious Su Wen was, Sumu realized that she had never truly understood this seemingly carefree young man. Suchin watched the scene without saying a word. For him, he would support his younger brother no matter what. Who among youths didn't dream of galloping across the starry universe? He did too. He simply lacked the courage. It was Shun Ma Bei who stepped forward, instead slapping Su Wen on the shoulder and saying excitedly, Su Wen, I support you. If you go to the battlefield, I'll go with you. Good brother. Su Wen gave Shun Ma Bei a huge grin. Imo Junyan looked at the two passionate young men. Unwilling to discourage them, he could only tell the truth. Becoming a soldier is simple. The Federation enlists every year. But you two are still young, and you have good talent. I suggest you consider applying to a military academy like Ling Ji and the others. Seeing the excitement on their faces, Imo Junyan continued, you can think it over. Once you've decided, I can provide the two of you with recommendation letters. This lunch stretched all the way until the sun set in the evening, so dinner was simply skipped. After eating and washing the dishes, Sumu did not send them home. Tomorrow they would be leaving. Since Sumu had promised to make them some food to take along, she certainly wasn't going to go back on her word. But this time making steamed buns was different from her usual big pot cooking. If she had to wrap several hundred buns all by herself, who knows when she would ever finish. She was afraid that by the time everyone left tomorrow, the buns still wouldn't be ready. When they heard Sumu was going to make something delicious, they all pitched in willingly. Sumu planned to make 3 kinds of buns: chive and egg, soy marinated pork, and cabbage and pork. She had the others wash the vegetables while she kneaded and proofed the dough. Since cooking didn't require that many people, Sumu simply had Lin select 20 nimble, sharp-handed workers. The rest were left to their own devices. The 20 chosen ones followed Sumu, eagerly waiting to be assigned work. With nothing to do, the others pulled Su Wen and the others aside, recounting the battles they had fought, the honors they had won, and the dangers they had encountered. Through their stirring narration, Su Wen and Shun Ma Bei became even more resolved in what they had in mind. Through the window, Sumu watched the two of them surrounded by soldiers, wondering what on earth they were discussing. But judging from the constantly shifting expressions on the two faces, Sumu could guess more or less what was going on. Imo Junyan stood behind Sumu and suddenly spoke, those two kids are fine prospects. It would be a real shame if they didn't go to military academy. Imo Junyan's words were quite right, and Sumu agreed wholeheartedly, but she only nodded and said, we'll see what they choose. Sumu poured the flour into the dough mixer, with Imo Junyan helping from the side. Seeing this, the others all exchanged knowing smiles as they silently crowded around the sink to wash vegetables, grinning with mutual understanding. Noticing these guys huddling together and snickering, Lin warned them in a low voice to focus on their work. Watching his own general act so attentively, while Sumu remained so indifferent, Lin felt a pang of sympathy. As Imo Junyan's most trusted aide, Lin knew that Imo Junyan had spent the past 3 years searching for a woman who was none other than Sumu. Now he had found her, and there was even a child in the picture. Yet his general just wasn't being effective. To this day, he had still not acknowledged their relationship. Even though the child called him daddy all the time, no one believed they were truly father and son. Shi Lin couldn't understand why the general would not reveal the truth and claim the mother and child as his own. No one knew about Shi Lin's inner thoughts. Oh, everyone was busy making preparations for the buns. When all the ingredients were ready, everyone except Su Mu and Granny Xiaojun came up short in the final step of wrapping the buns. In order to get the buns ready in time, Su Mu and Granny Xiaojun had to teach them over and over again patiently. Finally, after 3 or 5 failed attempts, everyone managed to make buns that looked presentable. At least the filling didn't leak out. The bun making went on until night fell and a bright moon hung high. It took 7 hours in total to finish them all. When the buns came out of the steamer, everyone couldn't help eating one. If Su Mu hadn't stopped them, the nearly 1,000 buns would probably have been polished off that very night. Early the next morning, Su Mu took Su Wan and the others to see Mo Junyan and his men off all the way to the entrance of the starship. Xingbao had hung onto Mo Junyan the whole journey and refused to get down, so Su Mu simply let him be. After all the soldiers had boarded the starship one after another, only Mo Junyan and Shi Lin were left below. Mo Junyan set Xingbao down from his arms and quietly looked at Su Mu. Xingbao was a clever child. Knowing his father had something to say to his mother, he obediently stepped to the side. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Mo Junyan's gaze, Su Mu asked directly, "Do you still have something to say?" Mo Junyan's face darkened instantly. His eyes flickered, but in the end, all he could do was say in a low, helpless voice, "Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" "Oh, I do. What is it?" Mo Junyan grew a little excited. "Have a safe trip," Su Mu said with a smile. Mo Junyan. He let out a sigh. He certainly couldn't expect her to say anything pleasant. But what else could he do? "I have something to tell you, but I'll only tell you once I come back." Su Mu was startled by that. Face full of surprise, she said, "You're still coming back?" "What? Not welcome?" Mo Junyan's tone was sour. He was nearly infuriated by Su Mu. Just what kind of expression had that been just now? Su Mu also realized she had misspoken and blurted out her true thoughts. She hastily tried to salvage the situation. No, I couldn't be more delighted." "Huh?" Mo Junyan gave her a deep look and said in a low voice, "Let's hope so." Su Mu could only give an awkward laugh, then said to Xingbao, "Say bye-bye to Daddy." With his mother's permission, Xingbao sweetly said to Mo Junyan, "Goodbye, Daddy. Come back soon, Daddy." With a gratified smile, Mo Junyan ruffled Xingbao's little head and said gently, "Don't worry, Daddy will do his best to come back soon, and I'll bring you a gift then." Watching the starship vanish into the sky, Su Mu suddenly felt how empty everything around her was, even though the farm was full of luxuriant green life. In less than a month's time, Su Mu discovered that she had actually grown somewhat unaccustomed to this. But their arrival had been an unexpected occurrence. This was the original state of things. It was just that with so many people suddenly gone, Su Mu needed to carefully replan a few things. Especially with so many vegetables in the farm about to ripen, and the people who would have consumed them abruptly gone, Su Mu had to figure out how to deal with them. Just thinking about these things made Su Mu feel drained, so she decided to go back and sleep before doing anything else. But she had no sooner brought Xingbao back to Xingmu Garden than her optical brain began to ring. She opened it and found a message from Mo Lingji. Su Mu immediately opened a video call, and Mo Lingji appeared on the screen in a camouflage training uniform. Mo Lingji looked tired, black hair slightly disheveled with dust on the face, seeming to have just come out of a battle. Once the call connected, Mo Lingji's first question was, "Has my little uncle left?" Su Mu replied, "He just left." "That's good." At that, Mo Lingji let out an obvious sigh of relief. Then all of a sudden, Zheng Yangyang's big grinning face also appeared on the screen, though the bright red wound across the forehead was a rather alarming sight. The moment Zheng Yangyang saw Su Mu, an excited voice burst out, Sister Mumu, I missed you so much. I want to eat meat, Sister Mumu." Hey, Lin Yanshu, quit pulling me. My head's fine. I haven't said everything yet." Zheng Yangyang was dragged away, leaving only Mo Lingji before the screen. Su Mu asked, "What happened to you all? It feels like you've just been fighting someone." "We just came out of a fight, Sister Mumu. You have no idea how despicable those bastards are. They only dare to bully us because they know the terrain better than we do." Zheng Yangyang immediately poured out his grievances to Su Mu, not even noticing that he had squeezed Mo Lingji out of the frame. The moment he saw Su Mu, his eyes lit up. Su Mu noticed that the wound on Zheng Yangyang's forehead had been dressed and bound with white bandages. However, whoever had bandaged it was clearly a novice. The wrapping was crooked and loose. Yet against Zheng Yangyang's baby face, it wasn't at all ugly. Instead, it made him look even more endearing. Seeing Zheng Yangyang injured, Su Mu had wanted to express concern, but the lively Yangyang seemed so full of energy that she felt there was no need to worry. She smiled at him and said, "Classmate Yangyang, you look quite stylish like this." "Haha, really? Yanshu bandaged it for me." Zheng Yangyang grinned foolishly and touched his head, but accidentally pressed the wound and winced in pain. Su Mu looked at Zheng Yangyang and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did you press on the wound?" It's nothing. Zheng Yangyang waved his hand dismissively, then flashed a big smile at Su Mu and said with eager anticipation, "Sister Mumu, I want to eat meat. Make some and send it over, okay? Let me make those shameless bastards green with envy. They're the ones who made us go hungry." Although Zheng Yangyang was still grinning, Su Mu detected a trace of bitterness in his words. Looking at the bandage on his forehead, she made an educated guess and asked coldly what happened. Did someone bully you? Sumu's tone was harsh and her expression turned serious. Only then did Zheng Yangyang realize Sumu seemed angry. To keep her from worrying, he quickly explained not really. After all, it was because of us that the competition got delayed, so it's understandable for them to complain. It's just that the nutrient solutions they gave us were all low-grade. It's really hard to swallow. Just thinking about the taste of that low-grade nutrient solution made Zheng Yangyang feel queasy. It was utterly undrinkable, and he couldn't stand it. It was also their own fault for not preparing nutrient supplements in advance. Listening to Zheng Yangyang's complaints, Sumu was genuinely speechless. They were all grown-ups, so how could they still let themselves go hungry? Every one of them was rich. There was no way they couldn't afford high-grade nutrient supplements, right? So Sumu guessed that what he had just said was nothing but an excuse. At the end of the day, they were just craving something tasty. In fact, Sumu's guess was entirely correct. Their craving was real, and so was the fact that the host team had singled them out. But since she knew now, she naturally couldn't bear to let them truly go hungry. So she said to Zheng Yangyang, "Do you need anything else? If not, I'll go prepare some food for you." At the mention of food, Zheng Yangyang's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, "No, nothing else." But as soon as he finished speaking, a hand pulled him aside, accompanied by Mo Junyan's cold, clear voice, "If you're done, go stand over there. Don't get in my way." When Mo Lingji reappeared on the screen, he had tidied himself up. There were still a few droplets of water on his black hair, and he had changed into a black shirt, once again looking as immaculate as before. Gazing at Mo Lingji's delicate features, elegant yet with a hint of splendor, Sumu couldn't help clicking her tongue in admiration. This family's good looks are simply incredible. After finishing her admiration, Sumu got straight to the point. "Classmate Mo, is there anything else?" Mo Lingji looked at Sumu quietly for a moment, then suddenly said, "I'll be back before long." "Oh, okay." Sumu nodded in bewilderment, but in her heart, she thought, "Wherever you're going back to, you don't need to report to me." Sumu realized that the two of them had no common topic at all, and just staring at each other like that was terribly awkward, so she said to Mo Lingji, "Send me your address. I'll go prepare the food now." After saying that, Sumu hung up directly. Watching the figure vanish abruptly, a trace of disappointment appeared in Mo Lingji's eyes. When he had said he would return, he hadn't seen the slightest joy in Sumu's eyes. Could it be that Sumu really didn't like him at all? Mo Lingji suddenly sank into self-doubt, and Yinzhou glanced at the dejected Mo Lingji and shook his head helplessly. Indeed, anyone caught in a one-sided crush would be plagued by anxiety and doubt. After hanging up, Sumu began preparing the ingredients. After thinking it over, she decided that buns were the most delicious, economical, and convenient option for storage and transport. But the ingredients she had prepared that morning were already used up, so she had to start over. This time, Sumu didn't ask anyone to help. She simply took her time and did it herself. Ever since Su Wen and Shun Mabe had come up with the idea of joining the military yesterday, they had been immersed in the gravity chamber and refused to come out. As for Qing Feng and Yida, they had been busy with the small shop, and the rest of the time, they trained alongside Su Wen and Shun Mabe in the gravity chamber. Actually, this was also arranged by Sumu. She had once taken time to test Qingfeng's and Yida's mental power and physical constitution separately. She found that both had excellent mental power levels, both at A2 level, but their physiques were alarmingly poor. So Sumu made the two children train with Su Wen and the others. As for Su Chun and Su Rushu, all matters of the estate had now been placed entirely under their charge. The little vegetable garden now belonged to Granny Xiaojun. Elder Mai had shut himself in his room studying his potions, while Elder Shi was locked in his room, drawing some design. It looked very mysterious, and when Sumu asked, he wouldn't tell her. As for Elder Zhuang, he was even more mysterious. He too stayed shut in his room, and never came out, even having meals delivered to his door. As a result, Xingbao was the only idle person in the entire Xingmu garden. But Sumu didn't want to disturb his cartoons, so she could only do it slowly by herself. Fortunately, the workload wasn't too large. Compared with cooking for 500 people, it was nothing. By contrast, this was a piece of cake. Since Yang wanted meat, Sumu decided to make only braised pork buns, and she made a few extra to serve as dinner for everyone. There were 7 people in Mo Lingji's group in total, so Sumu prepared 5 large meat buns for each of them, each the size of a palm. Once the buns were done, Sumu still felt that something was missing, so she also made a pot of 5-spice marinated eggs and baked a tray of butter cookies. Seeing the large bag packed full of food, Sumu nodded contentedly. Then something else occurred to her, and she found a box packed up half of the remaining cookies and planned to send them over to Wei Wei while she was at it. She remembered that Wei Wei had seemed very eager to eat these cookies. In fact, it was because of the cookies that Wei Wei had first approached her. She simply had never had time to bake them until now. After everything was ready, Sumu called Xiao Bai over and had him carry the big bag of food beside her as they headed outside at a leisurely pace. The seeds Sumu had sown along both sides of the path had sprouted. Green branches and leaves swayed in the wind along the way, and Sumu was looking forward to the day they bloomed. After sending the food to Wei Wei and Mo Lingji at their respective addresses, Sumu went to the farm to take a look. Most of the vegetables in the farm were already ripe, but the large group who had been eating there had already left. Since these vegetables could not be preserved for long, Sumu had to find a way to dispose of them in time. Sumu walked in and saw Su Chun and Su Rushu crouching on the ground, seemingly studying something. Su Chun spotted Sumu and waved for her to come over. Sumu walked over and crouched down beside them, only to see patches of small green seedlings on the ground. Su Chun pointed at the green seedlings and asked, "Sister Mumu, do you know what these are? I don't think they are vegetables we planted, and I've never seen anything like them." Sumu reached out and pulled up the green seedlings directly. "These are all weeds," she told the two. "Of course you've never seen them. Just pull them up when you see them, otherwise with their growth rate, they'll absorb all the nutrients from the soil. Pull them up. There are so many. How are we supposed to pull them all?" Su Rushu pointed at the boundless farm before her voice filled with disbelief. Even Sumu could not argue with that. She also felt it was somewhat unrealistic. But the next moment Sumu saw Pang Pang emerge from who knows where. It crawled to Sumu's feet, rubbed against her affectionately, and then began crunching on a weed beside her. In less than a minute a small patch of weeds had been eaten clean. Sumu's eyes brightened. She excitedly picked up Pang Pang and praised it. "Pong Pong, you're amazing. Simply amazing. The weeds of the whole estate depend on you now." Pang Pang seemed affected by Sumu's excitement. Its tail kept wagging behind it, but the range of motion was so small that it could never hurt Sumu. With the weed problem solved, Sumu asked Su Chun and Su Rushu to count the ripe vegetables and fruits that needed picking, then put them up for sale in the small shop. When they made the count, there were as many as 5 or 6 kinds of ripe vegetables, and each kind came in large quantities. Sumu thought of Wei Wei again and decided to pack one share of every vegetable for her first. Back at Qingmu Gardens, Sumu happened to see Yida and Qingfeng returning from next door, so she told them about the vegetables and asked them to think carefully about how to arrange things. Early the next morning, Sumu heard the sound of a door opening and footsteps coming downstairs. Judging by the footsteps, it should be Yida and Qingfeng, but those two children had never gotten up this early before. It wasn't even light out yet. Sumu went back to sleep for another sound stretch before getting up to prepare breakfast. This morning's breakfast was very simple, just egg white congee. By the time breakfast was done, Qingfeng and Yida had come back. Both had rosy little faces, and their clothes were soaked through. Sumu guessed that the two children had gone out so early to the gravity chamber next door, so she told them to go upstairs, take a bath, change clothes, and come down to eat. After the two changed and came downstairs, the other 4 had all arrived. Seeing how those 4 ran back and forth every day, Sumu suggested that they all move in here. Anyway, there were plenty of rooms, 5 downstairs and 5 upstairs, enough for everyone. Or they could move to the courtyard next door. In the end, they decided to all stay at Qingmu Garden so that they wouldn't have to run back and forth for anything. Early in the morning, Bai Weiwei received a message from the transport station and sent the butler to pick it up. But just after the butler left, another message arrived, so Weiwei had to contact the butler to bring them back together. When the butler struggled back, carrying a pile of packages, he looked at Bai Weiwei with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Bai Weiwei was a little embarrassed too. She hadn't expected there to be so many things. But when she saw the addresses on the packages, Bai Weiwei grew excited at once and told the butler to hurry up and get scissors to open them. Seeing how excited Bai Weiwei was, the old butler knew where the packages had come from. After all, Weiwei only got this excited whenever there was delicious food. At the thought of those potato chips from last time, the old butler's mouth watered, and he hurried off to get scissors. Bai Weiwei opened the smallest package first. Inside was a transparent box filled with light yellow cookies. Cookies! Bai Weiwei's face was full of surprise and delight. She had been craving these for a long time. Mumu had finally made them for her. She absolutely adored Mumu. Seeing Bai Weiwei so excited, the old butler knew that these cookies must be delicious, perhaps even comparable to the potato chips. Bai Weiwei opened the box, and a rich, sweet fragrance rushed at her, filling the entire room with its sugary aroma. Unable to wait, she took out a cookie and bit into it. The melt-in-the-mouth texture made her squint her eyes with happiness. This is too delicious. How could it be so delicious? Standing nearby, the old butler unconsciously swallowed. The obvious gulp brought Bai Weiwei back from her bliss. Opening her eyes, she saw the old butler staring straight at the box in her hand. Instinctively, she hid it behind her, but the next moment, feeling that this wasn't right, she took it out again and hesitantly offered it forward. "Butler Bai, would you like to try one?" "Thank you, madam. Then I won't stand on ceremony." The old butler agreed quickly, leaving Bai Weiwei no time to regret it, and immediately stepped forward to take a cookie and bite into it. It was indeed delicious. Bai Weiwei watched the cookie that the old butler had taken, feeling very much aggrieved, and hurriedly screwed the lid back on. She continued opening the remaining packages, but they all turned out to be assorted vegetables. Bai Weiwei had the butler carry them all into the kitchen, planning to have a proper meal tonight. Meanwhile, far away on planet Trella, Mo Lingji also received a delicious food delivery from planet Shashing at lunchtime. Considering the difficulty of reheating the food, Sumu packed it together with a heat preservation container and sent it over. As soon as the container was opened, a fragrant aroma rushed out. Zheng Yangyang could not wait and stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth. "Oh my, this smells incredible. Sister Mumu's cooking is really the best. What am I going to do in the future?" Zheng Yangyang complained while eating, then had a sudden inspiration. "Why don't I just marry Sister Mumu and bring her home? Then I can eat delicious food every day." Mo Lingji, shut up. And Yinzhou, can't the food shut your mouth? Zheng Yangyang suddenly yelled at by the two looked innocent. Clutching his steamed bun, he quietly hid to the side and ate. Had he said something just now? Why were the two reacting so strongly? Zheng Yangyang couldn't understand. Since they were in the rest area, before long a circle of students from other academies gathered around pointing at the steamed buns in their hands. Mo Lingji and the others simply pretended not to see. After finishing the buns, each of them also had a tea egg. Finally someone could not help but step forward. A girl with a sweet charming face suddenly stepped out from the side and asked with a bashful smile, "Excuse me classmate Zheng, what are you all eating?" Hearing his name called in a voice so sweet and pleasant, Zheng Yangyang looked up and saw a female classmate with an equally babyish face. Her dazzling wine-red wavy hair was tied into twin ponytails falling on either side of her head, and beneath her straight bangs were a pair of large eyes of the same color, which blinked uneasily as they rested on him. Seeing the 6 towering male classmates behind the girl each glaring at him with murderous faces, Zheng Yangyang's expression flickered. Somewhat irritated, he assumed she must be some spoiled young miss from an influential family, yet he suppressed his impatience and replied, "These are steamed buns." Steamed buns. What a novel delicacy. Could I try one? The female classmate's lively, limpid eyes fixed tightly on the food in Zheng Yangyang's hand, an intense craving surging within them. Clutching the bun by instinct, Zheng Yangyang took a step back and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but I've already taken a bite of this one." "It's fine, I don't mind." Her face sparkling with excitement, the female classmate bounced right up to Zheng Yangyang, and without the least hesitation took the half-eaten bun from his hand. Zheng Yangyang stared at his empty hand, then looked at his companions with a wronged, almost tearful expression. His bun had been stolen. Lin Yanshu, seeing Zheng Yangyang's pitiful expression, rolled his eyes in utter exasperation. He took out another bun from the insulated food box, walked over, and thrust it into Zheng Yangyang's hand. "What's with that look?" he said. "It's just a bun. You worthless wretch." Clutching the bun, Zheng Yangyang took a fierce bite and mumbled, "What do you mean just a bun? Sister Mumu brought these all the way from afar for us. They're precious, you know. However, this bun was given to me of your own free will. That means you'll have to eat one fewer of the remaining buns." Hearing that Zheng Yangyang would scheme over even a single bun, Lin Yanshu was so angry, he laughed, comforting himself inwardly. "Don't get angry. Don't bother arguing with a glutton." The two returned to the table where Wang Xiaoyan winked and leered at Zheng Yangyang, teasing, "Say Yangyang, when did you get to know such a little beauty behind our backs? You're keeping it well hidden. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know her." Zheng Yangyang's face flushed slightly as he shyly pulled away the arm Wang Xiaoyan had draped over his shoulder. "Still claiming you don't know her? With so many of us sitting here eating, why did she come to you instead of us?" Wang Xiaoyan, utterly unconvinced, kept up the teasing. The other companions likewise simply smiled without a word. "I say, you lot from the main star, not sharing your tasty food with others is a little stingy, don't you think?" A hoarse voice, rough as gravel, yet brimming with arrogance, suddenly sounded from the side. The group followed the voice and saw a lean man in a black uniform, his eyes long and narrow and his head cropped in a golden buzz cut, striding over amid several teammates in identical uniforms like the moon encircled by stars. Though his hair was gold, its color was rather dull and lackluster, much like the man himself. This man was named AI Wire, a member of a branch of the AI family on the main star and a student at another military academy on the main star. He had come to compete this time as one of its representatives. Mo Lingji spared AI Wire only one glance before indifferently looking away. That AI Wire was nothing but a fly ruining his appetite. The moment Yenjo saw AI Wire approach, he knew the man came with ill intent. AI Wire fancied AI Meyer, but because AI Meyer favored Mo Lingji, he came looking for trouble every single day, impossible to shake off. Given that this man, mindful of Mo Lingji's status, had always confined himself to petty verbal jabs and mad ranting, Mo Lingji had never bothered to argue with him. When truly irritated, he would simply beat him soundly in secret. Yet thanks to the advanced functions of the medical pods, AI Wire was always hale and hearty by the very next day. That was why sometimes Mo Lingji genuinely wanted to kill him. In the end, Yenjo always managed to persuade him otherwise. AI Wire, it's merely a tiny steamed bun. I thought a man like you would hardly deign to notice it. A faint smile touched Yenjo's brow, but did not reach his eyes, and his gentle voice carried not the slightest note of aggression. "You therein. I wasn't asking you. Why are you butting in? Even a dog knows better than to bark out of turn." AI Wire spat insolently on the ground, cast a contemptuous glance at Mo Lingji, and said in an unpleasant tone, "What do you think? Don't you agree, classmate Mo?" Mo Lingji returned his gaze with icy eyes, his long, well-defined fingers clenched so tightly that their knuckles cracked, as if the next instant he would smash AI Wire's nose. And Yenjo reached out, pressing down on Mo Lingji's fist, and murmured, "Stay calm. The match isn't over yet. He's deliberately provoking you into striking first." Seeing that Mo Lingji did not dare to act, AI Wire grew even more insolent. Extending an ugly finger, he pointed at Mo Lingji and the others, and "Mata, you're all nothing but trash. So what if you're from the main star? Huh?" Zheng Yangyang's babyish face now burned with fury, and he shot back, "AI Wire, this is a personal attack. I'll file a complaint against you." "Huh? A complaint?" AI Wire's face was full of disbelief as he crowed with laughter. You really want to file a complaint against me? Then go ahead and do it. I'll wait for you right here. Ha ha ha. Isn't that the most ridiculous thing in the world, actually filing a complaint? Red-faced under AI wire's relentless mockery, Zheng Yangyang could not find a single word to retort. A ring of onlookers had gathered, everyone standing by to enjoy the show, yet not one person stepped forward. Mo Lingji abruptly rose to his feet, and Yinzhou too released the hand that had been holding Mo Lingji's fist and turned a baleful gaze toward AI wire. But just as they advanced a step, a petite figure in pale blue came flying over one leg, thrusting straight toward AI wire. In an instant, AI wire's tall frame was sent flying, crashing into the table behind him and smashing it to pieces. Minaya landed lightly on the ground, set her hands on her hips, and looked down at AI wire, who lay on the floor in utter incredulity. Spitting in public. 10 points deducted, she said, fuming. AI wire scrambled to his feet and shouted at Minaya, "You've broken the rules. Private duels are forbidden during the competition. You're going to be disqualified." AI wire had expected her to be nervous, but to his surprise a faint smile curled upon Minaya's charming, adorable face. "Don't worry your head about that. I just can't stand the sight of you." "So what?" Goaded past endurance, AI wire's features twisted into a loathsome sneer. "In that case, don't blame me for being rude. You were the one who struck first. I'm merely acting in self-defense," he snarled fiercely. With that, he waved his hand, and the several students behind him in identical uniforms stepped out slowly, closing in on Minaya. "Boss, why don't we go as well?" Zheng Yangyang looked at Minaya with concern, afraid she might suffer a loss, and tried to persuade Mo Lingji. Mo Lingji nodded. He had wanted to act long ago. Swallowing this kind of humiliation from such a worthless creature, he would sooner forfeit the match. "Ho ho, are you all planning to gang up then? I'd advise you to think this over carefully." When AI wire saw all 7 of Mo Lingji's group rise to their feet and fix their furious glares upon him, he was instantly seized by a surge of fear. He had only been spewing such arrogant nonsense because he had counted on them not daring to act for the sake of the competition. Seeing the fright written across AI wire's face, Minaya said with undisguised contempt, "Think it over. There's no need. A vulgar, uncivilized student like you spitting wherever you please deserves a sound lesson at the very least. Beating you is practically letting you off easy." With the barest wave of Minaya's hand, several students, as burly as giants, instantly stepped forward to shield her. Minaya merely said coolly, "Go easy on them. Don't kill anyone." The students from all the other colleges who had gathered to watch stepped back, leaving plenty of room for the two sides in the confrontation. Watching the one-sided beatdown, Zheng Yangyang asked Mo Lingji and in Yinzhou, "Boss brother, and are we going in or not?" And Yinzhou glanced at Zheng Yangyang and retorted, "What do you think?" Zheng Yangyang blinked and said, "I don't think we need to." "Classmate Yangyang, are there any steamed buns left? I still want to eat more." Minaya stopped in front of Zheng Yangyang, her charming face beaming with a smile, her beautiful big eyes curved into crescent moons. Zheng Yangyang looked at the pretty, adorable girl before him and stammered slightly. The memory of that devastating kick she delivered moments ago was still vividly fresh in his mind. No matter what, the girl had helped them, and Zheng Yangyang was not a stingy person. He opened the thermal container directly and said to Minaya, "It's all in here. Take a look and see what else you'd like. There are also braised eggs and cookies, and they're all made by my sister. You can't find them anywhere else." Seeing so many delicious foods, Minaya's eyes immediately lit up. With a meat bun in one hand and a braised egg in the other, she ate happily until her cheeks puffed out. Seeing Minaya enjoying the food so much, Zheng Yangyang smiled along and asked, "May I ask what your name is, classmate?" Zheng Yangyang seemed to think of something else and asked with some concern, "Also, during the competition, there's a rule against private fighting, or else you'll be disqualified. So, will you guys be?" With her mouth stuffed full, Minaya hastily shook her head upon hearing Zheng Yangyang's worry. No, we're not even competing in the tournament." "Not competing?" Zheng Yangyang was taken aback. "How can you not be competing?" Mo Lingji and in Yinzhou were also puzzled. Telei Military Academy, as the host this time, had a direct buy into the final round, and all its members' information was kept strictly confidential, so they had not obtained any information about them. Seeing them wearing Telei Military Academy uniforms, they had assumed they were tournament participants. They never expected that they had simply jumped to conclusions. Seeing their astonished expressions, Minaya burst out laughing and said, "Haha, look how surprised you all are. It's nothing at all. Alright, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Minaya, a 4th-year student at Telei Military Academy. I'm also the Civility and Safety Officer for this competition, mainly responsible for maintaining order and civility during the event." Clearly, classmate AI Wire was not civil at all. She even spat on the ground, which completely ruined my appetite. So it's perfectly reasonable to give her a small warning. Minaya stated it with utter conviction, leaving Mo Lingji and the others not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Zheng Yangyang, however, stared at Minaya in astonishment and asked incredulously, "Senior Naya, you're really a 4th-year senior? That's unbelievable. You look so young." The moment Zheng Yangyang finished speaking, he received a huge smile from Minaya. She suddenly leaned in close to him and asked with a grin, "Really? Do I really look that young?" Yes." Zheng Yangyang nodded with great sincerity. Delighted by his confirmation, Minaya patted him excitedly and said magnanimously, I just love having such sincere people around. Then her tone suddenly shifted, and she whispered to Zheng Yangyang. I haven't eaten my fill yet. Can I have a bit more? Zheng Yangyang was momentarily caught between laughter and tears. He pushed the thermal container in front of her, and said, It's all here. Help yourself. Then I won't hold back. I have a huge appetite, you know. Don't be polite. Watching Minaya eat with such a blissful expression, Zheng Yangyang couldn't help but smile along. And Yinzhou gently nudged Mo Lingji's shoulder and murmured, That kid Yangyang is pretty lucky, huh? He's even got a senior looking out for him now, huh? Mo Lingji cast a sidelong glance at the two, then turned to Yinzhou and asked, Do you know anything about Minaya's background? I'm afraid AI Wire will try to retaliate against her. Unexpectedly, Yinzhou smiled and shook his head, saying in a low voice, No need to worry. With those protectors around her, those useless pieces of trash from AI Wire are no match for her at all. And Yinzhou had just finished speaking when several heavy thuds rang out, accompanied by a chorus of groans rising one after another. Turning around, he saw AI Wire and her companions piled up like a human pyramid at the entrance of the cafeteria. AI Wire was crushed at the very bottom, struggling to breathe under the weight. The ones on top scrambled to their feet and pulled AI Wire up. Once she regained her senses, she shouted at Mo Lingji, Mo Lingji, what's the use of hiding behind a woman like a coward? You still have the nerve to call yourself the young lord of the Federation. I think you're nothing at all. Let me tell you, I won't let this go. You just wait. Darkness surged within Mo Lingji's eyes. With a turn of his palm, a long sword appeared in his hand, its faintly glowing tip pointing straight at AI Wire. You talk far too much. I had no intention of lowering myself to the level of a dog that only knows how to bark, but you're simply too noisy. With that, he turned his palm and slashed downward. Blood splattered at once, and the entire cafeteria erupted in screams and chaos. Feeling the warm blood spray across her face, AI Wire finally snapped back to reality and let out a shriek that pierced the sky. The people around reacted in an instant, and AI Wire was quickly carried out. In a flash, the only ones left in the cafeteria were Mo Lingji's group of 7 and Minaya's companions. Mo Lingji calmly put away his longsword, took out a white handkerchief, and wiped it clean. After all, it was a family heirloom, and it deserved to be taken care of. Putting away his light sword, Mo Lingji looked at his companions with deep guilt and said, I'm sorry, this competition. It's fine. No need to apologize. And Yinzhou patted Mo Lingji, conveying his understanding and support. Zheng Yangyang and the others likewise all expressed their support for Mo Lingji's actions. Boss, you should have done this a long time ago. Exactly, boss. What's this competition anyway? If it weren't for you wanting to come, I wouldn't have wanted to be here in the first place. That's right. Boss, you absolutely must not carry any guilt. Boss, don't worry. Once we get back, if that old coot dares to punish you, I'll pull out every last hair of his beard. Seeing everyone's understanding and support, the last trace of guilt in Mo Lingji's heart vanished without a trace. Minaya, however, was staring at him in shock. It took her a moment to snap out of it before she swallowed the food in her mouth and gave Mo Lingji a direct thumbs up. Not bad. As expected of the heir to the Federation. Now that's what I call real courage. Facing Minaya's praise, Mo Lingji did not feel the slightest joy. It was precisely his identity as the heir that made everything he did feel constrained. Especially now that he had offended the AI family, which controlled most of the Federation's economic lifeline, he needed to inform his father and uncle in advance and consider countermeasures. Mo Lingji and the others were disqualified from the competition. The 7 of them had no intention of lingering there, so that very day, under the protection of the people sent by Mo Junyan, they secretly returned to the main planet. After toiling for several hours in the kitchen by Wei Wei and the chef Chung, he finally managed to prepare 5 dishes according to the recipe Su Mu had given them. There was a bamboo shoot and egg dish, a spicy and sour cabbage, mashed potatoes, candied sweet potatoes, and braised eggplant. All these vegetables had been packed and delivered by Su Mu, still carrying fresh soil when they arrived. The dishes were indeed excellent, but they were not easy to prepare. The candied sweet potatoes and braised eggplant in particular were quite troublesome to make. It took 3 failed attempts before they finally succeeded. As a chef who could claim to be who knows how many generations of heir to the Chung family's culinary legacy, he had long been considered among the top culinary talents across the entire Federation. His family still possessed an ancestral cookbook passed down through generations. However, when faced with ingredients that had become corrupted in the Interstellar era, he found himself completely unable to recreate the exquisite flavors described in those ancient recipes. No matter how meticulously the ingredients were cleaned or how precisely the impurity content was measured, the taste always turned out strangely peculiar. Despite this, these vegetables remained in constant demand throughout the interstellar realm. But compared to the vegetables the madam had purchased from outside, they were simply unbearable to eat. Ever since that cabbage from some time ago, he had been eagerly anticipating the madam buying more vegetables, hoping for a chance to showcase his culinary skills. He and Wei Wei carried the prepared dishes to the dining table. Gazing at the array of dishes bursting with color, fragrance, and flavor, his eyes grew moist. He never imagined he would one day be capable of creating such delicacies that had been lost to the ages. Seeing the old chef wiping away tears, Wei Wei hastily asked, Uncle Chung, what's wrong? Is there anything I can help you with? Chung he wiped clean his tears, forcing a smile toward Bai Weiwei as his voice choked with emotion. Madam, I'm fine. I'm just so happy, so incredibly happy. I never imagined I would one day be able to create such delicious food. After calming himself, Chung, he continued, Madam knows my family possesses an ancestral cookbook, and our cooking skills have been passed down through generations. But ever since our ancestors left the ancestral star, this kind of culinary excellence has never reappeared, until now. That's why I'm truly overjoyed, genuinely overjoyed. Seeing Chung he so emotionally overwhelmed, Bai Weiwei found herself between laughter and tears, saying, Glad you're happy, glad you're happy. From now on these vegetables will be in your care. You must cook them properly for me. Madam, please rest assured. I guarantee I'll carry out your instructions to the letter. Chung He's weathered square face lined with wrinkles erupted into a broad smile. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he asked, Madam, where did you purchase these vegetables? The flavor is absolutely extraordinary, completely devoid of any off-taste. They don't seem at all like vegetables grown in the Gene Company's farms. Upon hearing Chung He's inquiry, Bai Weiwei's face beamed with pride. I know a dear sister of mine. She grows them herself at home. Pretty impressive, right? These vegetables aren't available anywhere else. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, Bai Weiwei knew immediately it was her husband, Imo Junmin, returning. Though it seemed there was another person's footsteps mixed in with his. Bai Weiwei instructed Uncle Chung to return to the kitchen and fetch the red wine, while she herself walked to the entrance to welcome them. As the door swung open, a tall and dignified figure gradually emerged. He wore a crisp, cream-colored uniform edged with gold, embroidered with intricate golden thread patterns that gleamed brilliantly. Yet on Mo Junmin, these flamboyant details only served to accentuate his refined and noble bearing. A step behind him followed a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and large expressive eyes that radiated an air of uprightness. His notably prominent nose was quite striking, giving him the appearance of a martial warrior wielding spears and staffs. However, he was in fact the Federation's bona fide Minister of Finance. At this moment, he trailed behind Mo Junmin with a face full of worry, constantly murmuring something to him. Catching sight of Bai Weiwei standing at the entrance, Qian Du's expression immediately changed. He tucked away his earlier worries, nodded politely toward her, and said, Greetings, madam. Bai Weiwei nodded in return courteously, saying, Good evening, Minister Qian. The dinner has just been prepared. Would you care to join us? Then I shall accept your kind invitation. Facing Qian Du's lack of ceremony, Mo Junmin's eyes went wide. When had this man developed such a thick skin, actually planning to stay for dinner? Today Qian Du had been clinging to him all day long in the federal government building, continuously whining about poverty, begging him to find a solution. The trouble was Mo Junmin wasn't even the Minister of Finance. What could he possibly do about it? Bai Weiwei could clearly see Mo Junmin's reluctance, but the words had already been spoken. There was no way to turn the person away now, so she could only warmly invite them inside. The three took their seats. Chung he walked over carrying the red wine, and just as he was about to leave after setting it down, Bai Weiwei called out to him, Uncle Chung, thank you for your trouble with this meal. Please join us for dinner. Chung he glanced at Qian Du seated at the table, then glanced at Mo Junmin, saying, That doesn't seem quite appropriate. Mo Junmin directly spoke up, There's nothing inappropriate about it. Uncle Chung, please sit down and eat with us. Since Mo Junmin had spoken himself, Chung, he naturally had no reason to refuse. He found a spot in the corner and sat down. Qian Du watched Chung he take his seat, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He still had things to discuss with Mo Junmin. With the chef sitting there, he couldn't very well bring them up. It seemed today was not meant to be. Qian Du sighed quietly. Being this finance minister was truly too miserable. Mo Junmin gazed at Qian Du's expression of utter despair, and only then did a faint smile curl at the corner of his lips. Turning to Qian Du, he said, Minister Qian, what are you sitting there stupefied for? Eat up quickly. With that, he picked up some cabbage from beside him and placed it into the bowl of the seated Bai Weiwei. He had tasted this dish before. The flavor was remarkable, tangy and spicy, perfect for whetting the appetite. Qian Du did not stand on ceremony with Mo Junmin. Turning his melancholy into appetite, he scooped an overflowing portion of braised eggplant and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes suddenly flew wide open as if in disbelief. He tried several more bites of the other dishes, all equally shocking. Then, as if no one else were present, he began frantically shoveling food into his mouth. Watching Qian Du's manner of eating as if he hadn't seen food in centuries, Mo Junmin was utterly stunned. He knew the cabbage was delicious, but this was simply too exaggerated. No, I need to eat quickly too, otherwise there won't be anything left. Mo Junmin placed more dishes into Bai Weiwei's bowl, urging her, Weiwei, you should eat too. Once they get going, there won't be anything left. Having been plagued by Qian Du for an entire day, Mo Junmin had subsisted on only one nutrient injection. Now stimulated by Qian Du's voracious eating, he suddenly felt his stomach was completely empty. Once Mo Junmin started eating, he found himself unable to stop, just like Qian Du. This food was far too delicious. Besides the spicy and sour cabbage he had tasted before, the other dishes were extraordinarily wonderful too. Bai Weiwei stared at these two men eating like there was no tomorrow, utterly flabbergasted. She hastily told them to slow down, that no one was going to snatch the food away. Chung he watched his dishes being received with such enthusiasm, his face filled with joy and deep satisfaction. Not bad, Uncle Chung, your culinary skills have improved again. Mo Junmin praised Chung he between bites. In response to Mo Junmin's compliment, Chung he dared not take the credit and hastily said, "You flatter me. It was only because Madam prepared such fine ingredients, otherwise I couldn't have made it taste this good." Hearing Uncle Chung attribute all the credit to his wife, Mo Junmin naturally agreed and said with a smile, "It's also your excellent cooking that made it so delicious." Du Duo paid no attention to their exchange of praise and modesty, focusing solely on eating. His eyes were only on the food. He had not eaten all day while pestering Mo Junmin for funding, so he was famished with his stomach almost touching his back. Watching the interplay at the dining table, Chung he quietly excused himself. Bai Weiwei also silently took out the biscuits Moo had given her, and returned to the table to enjoy them. Du Duo and Mo Junmin swallowed their last mouthful of rice, and let out deep sighs in unison, leaning back in their chairs with contented satisfaction. Du Duo took another sip of red wine, causing his square face to wrinkle. He set down the glass and said to Mo Junmin, "This wine doesn't match the dishes." Mo Junmin gave him a disdainful glance, and said bluntly, "Be grateful you have something to drink, and yet you're still complaining." Du Duo, unwilling to accept this, retorted immediately, "Hey President, this isn't me old Du making things up. It's the truth. Indeed, the food is better. If you don't believe me, ask your esteemed wife." Du Duo glanced at Bai Weiwei, and was instantly drawn to the small biscuit in her hand. His large nose twitched as he sniffed the air, then he said to Bai Weiwei, "Madam, what are you eating? Could I have a taste too?" Bai Weiwei looked at the remaining biscuits in the box, and reluctantly gave one to Du Duo. Mo Junmin also caught the fragrant aroma in the air, realized it came from the biscuits, and asked for one as well. Bai Weiwei glared at Mo Junmin, but still handed him 2 pieces. Seeing the diminishing supply of the biscuits, she felt a twinge of heartache. If only she hadn't brought them out. The biscuits melted on the tongue, their crisp and lightly sweet texture instantly conquering Du Duo, who had never been fond of sweets. Even Mo Junmin nodded in agreement. Not bad, a wonderful taste." He turned to Bai Weiwei and asked, "Weiwei, these aren't the biscuits you've been going on about, are they?" "The taste is indeed good. Of course. If they weren't tasty, I wouldn't keep talking about them." Thinking of his own wife who loved sweets as well, Du Duo asked Bai Weiwei, "Madam, where did you buy these biscuits? They're delicious. My wife also likes desserts, so I'd like to buy some for her." Bai Weiwei hesitated and said, "I'm afraid you can't buy them." "Why?" Du Duo asked, puzzled. "It was just a biscuit, wasn't it? Even if they're a bit tasty, they can't be that hard to buy." Bai Weiwei could only tell the truth, because these biscuits aren't sold on the main star. A friend of mine who lives on a remote planet made them herself. Even the ingredients for today's meal were grown by her and sent to me. They don't exist anywhere else. Nowhere else. Du Duo muttered to himself. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he looked at Bai Weiwei with excitement, asking eagerly, "Madam, are you saying these ingredients are exclusive to your friend? Even the main star doesn't have them?" "That's right." Bai Weiwei nodded, puzzled as to why Du Duo was so excited. Even Mo Junmin hadn't expected old Du to be this worked up, his hands starting to tremble. That's good. Du Duo could not suppress the excitement within him. He had initially thought these vegetables were newly improved products from a genetic engineering company. I didn't expect them not to be. "Minister Du, what's wrong with you?" Mo Junmin thought Du Duo had been stimulated by something as he kept muttering to himself and occasionally chuckled secretly. Just as Mo Junmin was about to call for a doctor, Du Duo's excited voice rang out. "Madam, could you give me your friend's contact information? I want to discuss a deal with her, a big deal." Seeing Du Duo's uncontrollably excited expression, Bai Weiwei seemed to guess something and asked, "Minister Du, do you want to cooperate with her to trade vegetables?" Du Duo nodded excitedly and said yes and no. "I want to cooperate with your friend to open a restaurant under the Federation's name. The key is that your friend would provide these unique ingredients." Bai Weiwei and Mo Junmin exchanged a glance, a spark of excitement passing through their eyes. Why hadn't they thought of that? Indeed, the finance minister had greater foresight. In contrast to Du Duo's excitement, Mo Junmin remained calm and said, "Minister Du, first draft a proposal for this matter, and then we'll discuss the details." Bai Weiwei chimed in, "Yes, Minister Du. You draft a proposal, and I'll contact my friend in the meantime. We'll all discuss it together tomorrow. How about that?" Du Duo thought this was reasonable, quickly stood up, and said, "Then President and Madam, I'll go back and write the plan now. I'll return tomorrow morning." With that he strode away, leaving a vigorous figure behind. Bai Weiwei turned to Mo Junmin and asked, "Honey, what do you think?" Mo Junmin lowered his head, took a sip of wine, and immediately spat it out. It really was awful. Why hadn't he noticed before? He set down the glass and looked at Bai Weiwei, saying, "I think old Du's idea is very good, but we still need to carefully discuss the next step. You should contact your friend first. See what she says. After all, she also needs to agree." Bai Weiwei laughed confidently and said, "Don't worry. As long as the money is right, my friend will agree 100%. I'll go tell her now." Bai Weiwei ran upstairs to the bedroom, ready to share the good news. Sumu had just finished dinner when she received Weiwei's voice call. She went back to her room to answer. Once she connected, a pleasant voice came through. "Mumu, sorry to bother you. I have something to discuss, but I was afraid text wouldn't make it clear, so I called. Is it convenient for you now? Sumu sat down on the sofa, found a comfortable position to lie down, and said, It's convenient. Sister Weiwei, what did you need from me? Hearing Sumu's voice, Bai Weiwei knew she had guessed right. Mumu was an adorable young girl, and her voice was simply too pleasant, clean, and sweet. She wondered how old she was, and whether she might be a good match for that bratling Ji. Bai Weiwei quickly shook her head to interrupt her stray thoughts. There was still serious business to handle. Here's the thing, a Federation official has taken a liking to the vegetables you grow and wants to cooperate with you. What do you think? Hearing that someone had taken a liking to her vegetables and wanted to cooperate, Sumu raised an eyebrow, unperturbed, and calmly asked, Cooperation is possible, but what exactly would the cooperation entail? Bai Weiwei replied, He's already gone back to draft the specific plan. It should be ready by tomorrow. I just wanted to ask if you agree. Only if you agree can this move forward. Sumu smiled and said, Of course I agree. I'd be a fool to turn down money. And I need to thank Sister Weiwei for thinking of me. The next morning, Du Duo arrived at the Missouri family estate at first light. Since Bai Weiwei and Mo Junmin were still asleep, he waited in the living room. Growing bored, he wandered into the kitchen to look for Chung He. He remembered that the meals from yesterday had been prepared by this very cook. Although the flavors owed much to the quality of the ingredients themselves, the chef's skill could not be overlooked either. Otherwise, like himself, even the finest vegetables would turn into a dark culinary disaster in his hands. Chung He was in the kitchen cooking porridge, constantly stirring with a ladle to prevent it from sticking to the pot. He also added a few drops of vegetable oil, following the lady's instructions that this would make the porridge more fragrant and silky. As Du Duo entered the kitchen, he was greeted by a rich, slightly sweet aroma, and his anticipation for Chung He's breakfast grew even stronger. Uncle Ching, what's for breakfast today? Chung He, focused on stirring, was startled by the sudden voice. Seeing it was Du Duo, he patted his chest in relief and said anxiously, Director Du, please don't call me that. Chung He truly could not bear being called uncle by Du Duo, who was actually older than him. Du Duo paused for a moment before realizing he had gotten the seniority wrong. If Mo Junmin called Chung He uncle, then he certainly could not do the same. Still, Du Duo did not mind the earlier misunderstanding. He chuckled and patted Chung He on the shoulder. No harm done. If I can't call you uncle, then I'll just call you brother Chung, right? Chung He felt a little uneasy under the enthusiastic warmth of the finance director, but he obediently nodded. Brother Chung, what are you making? It smells wonderful. Du Duo craned his neck to look at the stove. Chung He stepped aside so he could see clearly and said, Nothing special, just a simple pot of porridge. No. Du Duo shook his head in disagreement. This is no ordinary porridge. This is an extraordinarily delicious pot of porridge. Is there enough for me? Du Duo suddenly asked. Chung He replied, Yes, there is. The lady knew you would be coming this morning, so she told me in advance to make a little extra. Good. Hearing that there was food for him, Du Duo finally felt at ease. By the time Chung He finished preparing breakfast, Bai Weiwei and Mo Junmin had already washed up and were seated at the dining table. Chung He placed 3 portions of breakfast in front of them before returning to the kitchen. Du Duo handed Mo Junmin the plan he had worked on all night, then finally lowered his head to drink his porridge. With the first spoonful of porridge, Du Duo narrowed his eyes in bliss. Coming over early to mooch a meal had definitely been the right decision, and he happily sent spoonful after spoonful into his mouth. Mo Junmin flipped through the proposal page by page, a flicker of surprise passing through his amber eyes. He had not expected that despite Du Duo's age, his ideas were rather impressive. Indeed, the finance director truly had a head for business. After reading it, Mo Junmin handed the document to Bai Weiwei beside him. Weiwei, take a look too. Bai Weiwei skimmed through it and nodded repeatedly, finding Du Duo's ideas quite sound. Seeing that Mo Junmin and Bai Weiwei had no objections to his ideas, Du Duo set down his spoon and began explaining his plan in detail. President Maya, my idea is to open a restaurant on the main planet under the Federation's name, specializing in food that is pollution-free, chemical-free, and GMO-free. I tasted both yesterday's dishes and today's porridge. Their flavors are absolutely delicious, with no trace of contamination or off-putting odor, and they are completely different from the genetically modified vegetables grown by the gene companies. Those genetically modified fruits and vegetables may look gorgeous and plump, but they taste like chewing wax, utterly flavorless. Compared with the ingredients provided by your friend, they are as different as mud from clouds beyond all comparison. So, I believe opening such a restaurant with the Federation's backing will surely carve out a path to culinary success on the main planet. We're bound to make a fortune, and we'll never have to worry about funding again. Du Duo spoke with great excitement, then calmed himself, and added, As for the pollution-free, chemical-free, GMO-free claims, we will still need to conduct specific tests. Only then can no one raise any objections. Du Duo laid out all his ideas in one breath. Bai Weiwei nodded. Director Du's idea is quite good. I also believe such unique cuisine is sure to become wildly popular on the main planet. However, if we market it as green, pollution-free, and chemical-free, particularly GMO-free, I'm afraid no one will believe us without absolute proof. So we still need to have these vegetables tested to leave no room for doubt. Bai Weiwei also voiced her own thoughts. Although she found the ingredients sent by Moo incredibly delicious, the claim of being pollution-free, chemical-free, and GMO-free would be difficult to accept in the current Interstellar Federation. Regardless, only authoritative proof set down in black and white could convince people. Hearing Bai Weiwei's thoughts, Mo Junmin nodded with pride. His wife was truly smart. Mo Junmin said to Duo, Weiwei is right. Some matters can only be believed with sufficient evidence. Let's first send the ingredients to the genetic testing department for examination. Yes, Mr. President, you're absolutely right. I overlooked that. Duo quickly nodded in agreement. Bai Weiwei reviewed the proposal once more and said to Duo, Director, my friend already agreed to cooperate yesterday, but we still need to discuss how to carry out the cooperation. There is also the question of whether this project should belong to the entire Federation or be run as a private venture or something else entirely. I think we need to calculate that carefully. What do you think? Well, Duo hesitated. In his mind, it should naturally belong to the Federation, but judging by the lady's tone, she clearly did not think the same way. Duo glanced at Mo Junmin beside him, but Mo Junmin was earnestly eating his breakfast, as if he had not heard their conversation at all. Very well. It really does need to be carefully considered. Duo conceded. Seeing that Duo had no objections, Bai Weiwei straightened up, cleared her throat, and said, My idea is to divide the shares into 4 parts. My friend provides the ingredients, so she must get a share. Junmin and I put up the capital, so we should get a share as well. As for you running back and forth so diligently, you should certainly receive a share too. And the final share goes to the Federation, since we will be using the Federation's name and protection. As for how to allocate the exact proportions, I think we still need to discuss that further. What do you think? Bai Weiwei looked at Duo with a smile. Duo's old face had been knitted into a frown ever since Bai Weiwei began speaking. Hearing her ask for his opinion, he nodded mechanically and said, The lady is right. Your analysis is very thorough. I'll follow your lead. Really? Are you sure you'll follow my lead? Bai Weiwei looked surprised, then turned to Mo Junmin beside her and asked again, Are you really going to follow my lead? Mo Junmin raised his head and smiled gently at her. Of course I listen to you. But since this is a joint venture with your friend, the distribution of shares must be handled clearly and fairly. I'm not after the money, I just want to make sure there won't be any disputes later. Mo Junmin smiled indulgently and said, Whatever you say, whatever you say. Didn't you see that Minister Du has already agreed? Bai Weiwei chuckled and replied, Since you're all listening to me, then I won't hold back. My friend's family owns an enormous farm planted with all kinds of vegetables and fruits. Some of them haven't ripened yet, but that's no worry because their growth cycle isn't very long. Since she'll be our main supplier, I think my friend should get the largest share, so I suggest giving her 40 or 50% of the shares. Any objections? No objections. Mo Junmin shook his head and Duo could only agree as well. Bai Weiwei continued, Although we're putting up the money to get this business started, the cost isn't really that huge, so I'll only take a 10% stake. As for Minister Du, since we'll need him to do the work and handle the arrangements, I think giving him 10% as compensation is also reasonable. What do you two think? Mo Junmin kept nodding. Duo didn't object either. As far as he was concerned, he had never expected to profit personally. All he had been thinking about was how to fill the Federation's treasury. Being able to receive a share with the Federation taking 30% was already more than satisfactory, and he couldn't be too greedy. Thus, facing Bai Weiwei's proposal, Duo raised no questions at all. No matter what, as long as there was money, that was enough. He never wanted to go begging to those great families for money again. Oh, it was utterly humiliating. In that case, I'll go ahead and tell Moo now. Bai Weiwei immediately placed a voice call to Su Mu, and the call was answered the next moment. Sister Weiwei. A clear, cool, and pleasant voice came through from the optical brain. Moo, it's me. I've already sorted out the plan. We're planning to open a restaurant on the capital planet with you providing the ingredients and me covering all the initial expenses. Since this is a multi-party collaboration, I want to give you 50% of the shares. Does that work? As for the remaining 50%, the 3 of us will split it. Minister Du and I will each take 10%, and the remaining 30% will go to the Federation. What do you think? Any other issues? Bai Weiwei laid out their distribution plan to Su Mu openly, without a trace of concealment. Su Mu was somewhat surprised to learn that Bai Weiwei was giving her 50% of the shares, especially in a collaboration with the Federation government. With the Federation's backing and her own uniquely produced fruits and vegetables, Su Mu could already imagine herself buried in gold coins in the near future. Still, Su Mu felt that taking such a large share meant she was taking advantage of the other 3, and it made her uneasy. Since Weiwei was so good to her, she naturally couldn't bear to shortchange Weiwei in return. So she said to Weiwei, Sister Weiwei, I trust you completely, but I do think the share you're giving me is a bit too much. Unexpectedly, Bai Weiwei on the other end of the optical brain waved her hand grandly and said, Too much. Not at all. If I don't give you a big enough share to make you the boss, what if you turn around and supply your ingredients to someone else? I'm just preparing for rainy days and tying you tightly to the same rope so you can't run off halfway. Hearing Bai Weiwei's slightly exaggerated tone, Su Mu felt warmth in her heart. She hadn't expected that an older sister she had met online could be so caring. Su Mu thought for a moment and said, Sister Weiwei, since you think so highly of me, I naturally can't let you suffer any loss. In the future, besides vegetables, I'll also supply all the grain, fruit, wine, fruit juices, and other beverages the restaurant needs. I'll even throw in a free culinary training program. What do you think? Hearing that Su Mu would provide more than just vegetables, Bai Weiwei and the others were all pleasantly surprised. The quality of those goods still had to be confirmed, but since Su Mu dared to say such a thing, it meant their quality was certainly no worse than her vegetables. They couldn't help but look forward to it. Du Duo in particular was astonished. It was his first time learning about Su Mu, and from the voice coming through the optical brain alone, he could tell she was a very young girl. He had assumed that someone who had become sisters with the First Lady would be around her age, but he never expected her voice to sound so young. But he also guessed that her real age might not be that young. Perhaps the optical brain just made her voice sound a little more pleasant. But these were all trivial matters, and Du Duo let the thought pass quickly. Bai Weiwei said to Su Mu, then it's settled. Once we're ready, we'll send you word. But first you'll need to send over some samples. I'll take them to a genetic testing company to run tests so we can advertise confidently and with full justification. Su Mu replied, all right, no problem. But I can't send everything all at once because some things haven't ripened yet. In particular, some of the wines, fruit juices, and other beverages haven't been processed yet. Bai Weiwei had no objection to this and said directly, no problem. We can communicate if anything comes up. I'll prepare the contract and send it to you once it's ready. Great, then it's settled. After confirming everything, the two ended the call, and Du Duo, now at ease, went to work together with Mo Junmin. Sitting in the back seat of the flying car, Mo Junmin looked at Du Duo, who still hadn't snapped out of his excitement, and raised an eyebrow teasingly. What's the matter, Minister Du? Too happy today to focus on work. Hearing Mo Junmin's teasing, Du Duo immediately snapped back to attention. His square face quickly turned serious, making him look like a stern, silent old man. He said to Mo Junmin, you jest, Mr. President. I'm merely concerned about the Federation government's finances. Due to years of continuous war with the insect beasts, the government has frequently run deficits. Most of the Federation's economic lifelines are held by the rich and powerful. Being able to help the government escape its current predicament naturally makes me very happy. After hearing Du Duo's explanation, Mo Junmin fell silent for a moment. Du Duo was right. The government had been spending more than it earned for years, and that was his responsibility. Mo Junmin said in a low voice, Minister Du is right. The two of them remained silent for the rest of the ride. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei decided to send Uncle Chung to Mumu's place to learn culinary skills, knowing they would certainly come in handy when the restaurant opened later. After all, no matter how fine the ingredients, they could only show their true potential in the hands of a skilled chef. And once Uncle Chung returned after completing his training, she would be able to eat delicious food every day. After thinking it over and obtaining Chung He's consent, Bai Weiwei sent Su Mu a message saying she wanted to send her family's chef Chung He to learn culinary skills. Su Mu naturally welcomed the idea and told her to send him over without worry. Bai Weiwei promptly packed Chung He off aboard a private starship. After all, the distance from here to Shashing was by no means short. At normal speed, the journey would take at least half a month, and even with space jumps along the way, it would still take no less than a week to arrive. So the sooner he left, the better, because there was no time to waste when it came to making money. Mo Lingji, along with his party of 7 and the 5 covert protectors, returned to the home planet after 3 space-time jumps, finally arriving 5 days later. Back at the Missouri estate, Mo Lingji headed straight for the villa quarters where Bai Weiwei and Mo Junmin lived. The moment Mo Lingji stepped into the living room, he heard a thunderous crash. Fearing that something had gone wrong, he rushed inside. There he saw black smoke billowing from the kitchen, and a grayish-white figure came dashing out of it. Mo Lingji looked stunned. Mom, what did you do? Bai Weiwei ran out of the kitchen, covering her mouth. Looking up, she saw Mo Lingji standing right in front of her and widened her eyes in surprise. Son, why are you back so early? What, aren't you happy that I'm back? No, of course not. I'm just a little surprised. Bai Weiwei quickly changed her tune and took back what she had just said. She turned Mo Lingji around in a circle. Come here, let Mom see if you got hurt during the competition. Mo Lingji obediently spun around on the spot and said, what could happen to me? The question is, what happened to you? What's going on? Mo Lingji pointed at the kitchen where black smoke was still spreading. Haha, that's nothing. There was just a little accident. Bai Weiwei grabbed Mo Lingji by the arm, turned him around so his back was to the kitchen, and pushed him toward the living room. Come on, let's go to the living room and rest for a while. Sit down for a while and rest. I'll go make you something to eat. Bai Weiwei pressed Mo Lingji onto the sofa and hurried out again. Fortunately, the villa had another kitchen. The one that had just been blown up was only the small inner kitchen. Outside, there was an even larger one. Bai Weiwei quickly cooked Mo Lingji a bowl of congee and stir-fried a plate of baby bok choy, then brought it over. Here, son, have something to eat. Mom made it with her own hands. Looking at the familiar dishes before him, a flicker of something odd passed through Mo Lingji's eyes. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of cabbage, and put it into his mouth. The familiar texture and taste made him pause in astonishment. Bai Weiwei didn't notice anything unusual about him and looked over with great anticipation. How is it, son? Tastes pretty good, right? Mo Lingji swallowed the cabbage and said, it tastes great, very similar to what I had on Sandstar. Where did you buy this dish? Bai Weiwei was astonished and immediately said, right. These vegetables were shipped over from Sandstar. Then wait, no. How did you end up on Sandstar? Bai Weiwei, who had been kept in the dark by Mo Junmin all along, suddenly realized what was going on. She grabbed Mo Lingji's ear and began to interrogate him. Tell me honestly, how did you go to Sandstar? Mom, take your hand off right now. Embarrassed, Mo Lingji took hold of Bai Weiwei's arm and pulled her hand away from his ear. He was already so old, yet he was still being yanked around by the ear. It was too humiliating. Fortunately, no one else was in the living room. Bai Weiwei kept holding tightly onto his ear and threatened, are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'm not letting go. I'll tell. It's not like I said I wouldn't. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Bai Weiwei finally released his ear. Mo Lingji rubbed his sore ear and muttered under his breath, you didn't give me a chance to say anything. Bai Weiwei heard his muttering and shot him a sideways glance. What did you say? Startled, Mo Lingji quickly sat up straight. Nothing. Bai Weiwei said, then hurry up and tell me. Oh. Mo Lingji thought about how to explain. After organizing his words, he said, as for why I went to Sandstar. You remember how on the way to the Trella planet for the competition, we ran into space pirates. Then something went wrong, and we ended up stranded on the remote Sandstar. I was afraid you would worry, so I had Dad tell you that we had just run into a small mishap and had been safely delivered to the Trella planet. In truth, we stayed on Sandstar for nearly 2 weeks. It was only after Uncle arrived that he arranged for someone to send us to the Trella planet. Mo Lingji glossed over the danger of that situation, but as a mother, how could Bai Weiwei not imagine how perilous it had been? Half heartbroken and half furious, she scolded, you little wretch. How could you do this? It's just so infuriating. I'm your mother. How could you hide this from me? And you ganged up with your father to keep me in the dark. Just wait until he gets back, then see what I do to him. Seeing how worried Bai Weiwei was, Mo Lingji could only try to shift her attention by telling her about what he had encountered on Sandstar. Mom, you have no idea, Sandstar is truly an amazing place. It's all yellow sand, and beneath the yellow sand are mutated scorpions. But there's a massive manor there with only about a dozen people living in it. The manor is filled with vegetables, and there's a girl named Sumu. She's very beautiful, and more importantly, her cooking is absolutely delicious. I've never had such good food before. As Mo Lingji spoke, Sumu's name, a smile unconsciously slipped onto his face. Bai Weiwei didn't notice her son's unusual reaction, but she was very curious about one name he had mentioned. Muttering to herself, she said, why does the name Sumu sound so familiar? Isn't your little fiancé the one who disappeared 3 or 4 years ago, named Sumu? The engagement was arranged by your grandfather with the family of General Su Lingyang, the former federal war god. But after General Su and his wife had their accident, Miss Sumu went missing with no word on whether she was alive or dead. As for this Sumu, Bai Weiwei couldn't be certain she was the same one, but she did feel it was an incredible coincidence. Besides, the young woman she had been in contact with all along called herself Mumu, so she figured it was probably that same Sumu. She hadn't expected the world to be so small. Bai Weiwei asked again, son, how old is that Sumu? Mo Lingji was still reeling from his mother's revelation that he had a fiancé. Hearing Bai Weiwei call him, he snapped back to his senses and asked, Mom, when did I get a fiancé? How come I didn't know? Bai Weiwei tapped him on the forehead in displeasure. I asked first. You tell me how old Sumu is first. Mo Lingji held his forehead and answered glumly, probably around 20. Bai Weiwei calculated the timing and found that the ages matched almost exactly, so she asked again, son, do you have a picture of her? Mo Lingji shook his head forlornly. No. How can you be so useless? You don't even have a picture. Bai Weiwei's face was full of disdain. Mo Lingji could only shrug helplessly. He hadn't thought to ask Sumu for a photo, and the problem was that even if he had, she wouldn't necessarily have given him one. But in Bai Weiwei's eyes, Mo Lingji had wasted that handsome face he inherited from her husband. He couldn't even handle a girl or manage to get a single picture. She didn't think she hadn't noticed the tenderness spilling from her son's eyes the moment he said Sumu's name. Mo Lingji had long grown accustomed to his mother's disdain. But this childhood engagement was still not clarified. An engagement appearing out of nowhere was simply too absurd. Mo Lingji asked, Mom, you haven't explained it to me yet. What is this childhood engagement all about? What about it? Bai Weiwei seemed to have already forgotten what she had just said. Facing the mirror, she tidied her hair that had been messed up by the explosion earlier. To think she had paraded around the courtyard with such a disheveled head of hair. It was utterly embarrassing. Mo Lingji was not pleased. He tugged at Bai Weiwei and demanded that she explain clearly who the sudden fiancé was. Bai Weiwei could not talk him out of it, so she could only tell him the whole story from start to finish. Mo Lingji felt somewhat dejected. Although the sudden fiancé had been missing for so long without any news, as long as her body had not been found, she could not be presumed dead. Moreover, this engagement had been arranged while the elders were still alive. Mo Lingji did not know what he was feeling at the moment. He felt a little lost. Seeing Mo Lingji suddenly fall silent with a confusion and helplessness in his eyes that she had never seen before, Bai Weiwei felt both worried and amused. She suddenly let out a low, suppressed laugh. Before long, the entire living room was filled with her unbridled laughter. Mom, what are you laughing at? Mo Lingji was rendered speechless by her laughter, and the melancholy mood he had finally managed to build was completely shattered. What am I laughing at? Ha ha ha, I'm laughing because my precious son has been tricked. Ha ha ha. Bai Weiwei could not stop laughing once she started. But seeing her son's puzzled look, she suppressed her smile and explained, Your engagement did exist at first. But before your grandfather passed away, he said it was just a joke. The feelings of your generation were not something he could meddle in. So he told us to treat it as a joke, and drop the matter, and never take it seriously. Ha ha, son, tell me the truth. Did you really take it seriously just now? Ha ha ha. Watching Bai Weiwei acting somewhat crazy, Mo Lingji could not understand how his father had fallen for her. The problem was that she especially loved laughing at her husband and son's misfortunes. But since the engagement did not actually exist, he could be at ease. Just as his late grandfather had said, no one could interfere with his feelings. Mo Lingji suddenly thought of Su Mu, who was still on Shashing. Wondering how she was doing, he sent her a message. Mu, we've returned to the main planet. The trip went smoothly. At the Shashing farm, Su Mu was lying under an apple tree, leisurely drinking sour plum soup. A huge fat scorpion was curled up at her feet. It had to be said that being around Su Mu meant excellent food. In just a short time, Pang Pang had grown at least a size rounder. Ever since the discovery of weeds in the farm last time, Pong Pong's indiscriminate appetite proved to be a great advantage. All the weeds on the entire farm were now contracted to Pong Pong's underlings, completely saving the trouble of spraying pesticides. Especially now that they were working with the federal government to produce pollution-free, harmless green food, pesticides were absolutely forbidden. At this moment, the whole estate was packed with small scorpions. Wherever they passed, not a single weed would grow. Su Mu was very satisfied with such fast work efficiency. She placed a whole plate of homemade snacks in front of Pang Pang and encouraged him to keep up the good work. Suddenly, the star brain emitted a beeping sound indicating that a message had arrived. As soon as Su Mu opened her star brain, she saw the message from Mo Lingji and simply replied, "Got it." Mo Lingji stared at the two-word reply and froze for a second. "Son, what are you spacing out about?" Bai Weiwei suddenly craned her neck to look at Mo Lingji's light brain. Mo Lingji quickly dodged, but Bai Weiwei still saw it clearly. "Oh dear son, you were given the cold shoulder. Ha ha ha, you sent her news of your safety, and she only replied with 'got it.' Ha ha ha, I can't take it. This little sister Mumu is just too cute. Ha ha ha." Mo Lingji was truly speechless from his mother's laughter. Irritated, he muttered something about needing rest, stood up, and left. Bai Weiwei watched her son's back, still chuckling. "Oh son, are you shy? Son, do you like that Mumu girl?" Mo Lingji walked even faster. Watching his son flee in panic, Bai Weiwei laughed even more joyfully and shouted, "Son, do you want mommy to help you?" "No." His loud refusal was the response. "If you don't want it, then just stay single forever." Bai Weiwei pouted, coquettishly flopped back into the soft sofa, and opened Mumu's chat page. She really had not expected that she and her son knew the same person, and it seemed her son might even have a slight crush on Mumu. Bai Weiwei's eyes darted around. Although interfering in her son's love life was not quite appropriate, she could at least ask right. So Bai Weiwei sent Su Mu a message. "Mumu, I have a very handsome and talented son. Would you like to consider him?" A big smiley face image followed. Su Mu found Bai Weiwei's message baffling. What was she supposed to consider? Not quite understanding, she could only reply with a big question mark. Then she saw Bai Weiwei send, "My son. Any interest in dating him?" Oh my. Su Mu sprayed out a mouthful of sour plum soup. What on earth was this all about? She got along well with Sister Weiwei, and they could make money together, but now she was even trying to sell her son to her. What was that about? Facing Bai Weiwei's goodwill, Su Mu could only decline apologetically. "Thank you, Sister Weiwei, for your kindness, but I have no intention of being in a relationship at the moment." "Weiwei, don't be like that. Think it over. My son is really handsome. He's a student at the top military academy on the main planet with a brilliant future. Really, you won't consider it?" Facing such enthusiastic introduction, Su Mu felt a little embarrassed. What was wrong with Sister Weiwei today? She had suddenly become a matchmaker. But no matter how good the other party's conditions were, she had no intention of considering it. She only wanted to earn money and raise her son properly. Everything else was beyond her consideration. But faced with such an enthusiastic sister, Su Mu could only tell the truth. "Sister, it's not that I have high standards. It's just that I don't have this thought right now. Moreover, I have a son, and I really don't want to hold anyone back." After reading Su Mu's message, Bai Weiwei was momentarily incredulous. She was so young and already had a son, and the problem was that her son had fallen for a woman who had a son. "No, I need to calm down. I need to calm down." Bai Weiwei took a deep breath, still unable to accept it. But then she thought that her son hadn't explicitly confessed, right? Maybe she had overthought it. Yes, she had overthought it. After repeatedly talking herself down, Bai Weiwei finally felt much of her worry fade. Combined with Su Mu's unequivocal refusal, she was at last able to settle her mind. Although she was somewhat surprised that Su Mu had a son at such a young age, her fondness for Su Mu did not wane in the least. Especially since Su Mu had held nothing back from her good opinion only grew. Since it's not Mumu's problem, then it must be that bratty son of mine. I need to ask him properly, or I won't feel at ease. After muttering to herself, Bai Weiwei stormed into Mo Lingji's room and hauled him out of bed. "Son, tell your mother the truth. Do you really like Mumu?" Bai Weiwei stared fixedly into Mo Lingji's eyes as if trying to peer into his very heart. Mo Lingji was taken aback, not immediately understanding what his mother meant. It was only after catching her stern expression that he snapped back to reality and said with an exasperated look, "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever say I liked her? Don't talk nonsense. It suddenly dawned on Mo Lingji that his mother seemed to know Su Mu too, and quite well at that, so he quickly asked, "Mom, you didn't go directly to Su Mu, did you?" At Bai Weiwei's matter-of-fact nod and casual reply, "Of course I did." Mo Lingji felt his head explode. How was he supposed to face Su Mu after this? Heavens! Let him be sucked into a black hole. Seeing her son's frantic expression, Bai Weiwei gave an amused, sly smile. Since he said he didn't like her, she could rest easy, though today's expression on his face really was priceless. She really should have recorded it. Taking in his utterly dead-eyed look, she finally took pity on him and said, "Don't worry. Mu doesn't know I'm your mother." Mo Lingji instantly relaxed and let out a sigh of relief, then complained to Bai Weiwei in a listless voice, "Mom, am I really your own son? How can you torment me like this?" Bai Weiwei only smiled faintly at her son's complaint. "You're my son. I'd dote on you before I'd ever torment you." "How could I ever torment you?" Bai Weiwei sighed softly. "I know Mumu's character. She is a genuinely good person worthy of friendship and affection, but she isn't right for you. The two of you don't fit." "Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever say I liked her? Cut it out." Mo Lingji retorted with irritation, but his heart was in utter disarray, leaving him frantic. Bai Weiwei said no more, merely soothing him gently. All right. I won't say anything more. Just think of it as your mother overthinking." Only after Bai Weiwei left the room did Mo Lingji lie back on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling, his mind a whirl of unreadable thoughts. Meanwhile, on Shaxing, a new arrival had just landed. The moment he stepped off the spaceship's swirling yellow sand stung his eyes. He had barely cleaned them out when he stumbled back in fright at the dense carpet of giant scorpions across the ground, standing frozen and trembling, not daring to move. Suddenly, a white off-road vehicle came racing toward him and stopped right in front of He, with a sharp drift. A strikingly pretty girl with an exuberant expression jumped down from the driver's seat. "Are you Uncle Chung? Welcome to Shaxing." Su Mu extended her hand to He with a bright smile. He gathered his composure, reached out, gave her hand a light and hasty shake, then let go. Only after getting into the car did He fully relax. Then he saw those scorpions, as if reading the situation, retreat tactfully and vanish completely within a few seconds. Su Mu noticed the astonishment in He's eyes and knew he must have been frightened. She explained, "No need to be surprised, Uncle Chung. These scorpions won't simply hurt people now. They're very well behaved and obedient, and they're even good helpers on our farm. You'll find that out soon." "What do you mean well behaved and obedient now? Does that mean they weren't before?" It was clear Uncle Chung wasn't put at ease by Su Mu's explanation. Su Mu sped with He all the way toward the estate. They passed by the farm along the way, and He looked at the vast fields of vegetables and the unripe fruits still hanging from the branches with great attention. "Miss Mu, are those the vegetables you planted?" "Yes," Su Mu answered with equal seriousness. "This area is mainly planted with vegetables and fruits, plus some rice and wheat. However, because fruit trees take longer to grow, we'll need to wait a while longer for the fruit to ripen. As for the wheat and rice, they'll be mature and ready to harvest in just a few more days. This also benefits from Shaxing's high temperature and long hours of sunshine, so their growth rate is still relatively fast. Ahead is a large oasis with beautiful scenery. The estate where we live is right beside it." Along the way, Su Mu kept explaining things to He, and before they knew it, they had already reached the estate gate. Looking at the immense and magnificent estate before him, he was astonished. It seemed almost unbelievable that such an extraordinarily lavish manor could exist in this land of swirling yellow sand. But remembering everything he had seen on the way, he felt it was no longer so surprising. After all, he had come from the main planet. How could he be so easily impressed? Back at the estate, Su Mu arranged for He to stay in the courtyard where Mo Junyan had lived before. It was fully furnished, saving the trouble of preparing new things, and more importantly, it was close to Xingmu Garden, making it convenient for him to come over and study. Su Mu told him to rest first since dinner would be served soon, and said she would send someone to fetch him when it was time. He was truly worn out, so he picked a room and lay down to sleep. Before sleeping, however, he sent Bai Weiwei a message saying he had arrived safely. Su Mu, for her part, also informed Bai Weiwei that she had picked up He and that there was no need to worry. Reading the messages that had come in quick succession, Bai Weiwei first replied to Su Mu and then contacted He. Poor He had just lain down when a ringing sound woke him. Seeing that it was Madam, he quickly answered and spoke respectfully. "Madam, do you have any instructions?" A gentle, kind voice came through the light brain communicator. "Nothing important. I just wanted to ask, have you seen Mumu? What does she look like? Is she pretty? How old is her son?" "Miss Mu is very beautiful and has exceptional grace. She just looks quite young. As for the child, I haven't seen him yet. So far I've only met Miss Mu alone." He was telling the truth. He really couldn't see how such a young Miss Mu could already have a child, plus Madam had never mentioned it before. Bai Weiwei asked a few more questions, and he answered only what he knew. Seeing that he seemed exhausted, Bai Weiwei told him to rest for now. On her side, to welcome He's arrival, Su Mu had specially called Aunt May and Granny Xiaojun to prepare a feast to wash away the dust of his journey. Looking over the kitchen ingredients, she saw that they were mostly vegetables. Thinking that the ingredients to be supplied to Juewei Pavilion would primarily be vegetables, Su Mu decided to make this feast an all-vegetarian banquet. After nearly a week of deliberation and discussion by Wei Wei and the others had considered several restaurant names, but found none distinctive enough. Finally Su Mu made the final call, and named it Juwei Pavilion, which meant that long-lost delicacies had re-emerged in the world. Everyone felt that the name perfectly matched the restaurant's positioning, so they settled on Juwei Pavilion. Because the name Juwei Pavilion was distinctive and imbued with a unique ancient charm, yet there was no suitable location on the main planet to build it. Having no other choice, Su Mu went to see Grandpa Shi. After a deep exchange between the two, Grandpa Shi finally produced a blueprint of the Juwei Pavilion that matched Su Mu's vision. The moment Bai Weiwei received the blueprint, she delivered it to Du Duo, asking him to find people to begin construction. Everything was proceeding in a tense but orderly manner. The only thing missing was Chung He's return after mastering his culinary skills. Su Mu checked the variety of ingredients and, based on their usual appetite, ordered a few extra dishes. She planned to make 7 dishes and 1 soup plus a big pot of steamed white rice. And that would be perfect. Braised potato in rich brown sauce, fragrant, soft, and thoroughly flavored. Uncle Chung is old, so his teeth must not be good. This dish is just right for him. Then there was braised eggplant, an absolute rice helper. Add a few light side dishes such as baby bok choy and oyster sauce and blanched broccoli. Even meat wouldn't make one trade them away. In fact, Su Mu hadn't cooked for a long time and her culinary skills were only ordinary to begin with. Since Mo Junyan and the others had left, and there was no need to prepare meals for a large group, the estate's meals were basically handled by Granny Xiaojun and Aunt May. As for the soup, she would make a hot and sour soup to stimulate the appetite. After finalizing the menu, Su Mu led Granny Xiaojun and Aunt May into the kitchen to start working. In fact, Su Mu hadn't cooked for a long time and her culinary skills were only ordinary to begin with. Since Mo Junyan and the others had left, and there was no need to prepare meals for a large group, the estate's meals were basically handled by Granny Xiaojun and Aunt May. So this time Su Mu was again just assisting them, washing vegetables, chopping ingredients, and handing over plates and bowls on the side. Granny Xiaojun and Aunt May moved with great agility. With the 3 of them working in perfect coordination, the 7 dishes and 1 soup were soon brought to the table. Su Mu instructed Xiao Bai to go to the back and invite Cheng He over. Watching Xiao Bai's happily bustling figure, Su Mu then went upstairs to check on Xingbao. Xingbao had been acting strange lately. He stayed cooped up in his room all day and didn't even come out for meals as eagerly as before. Standing outside Xingbao's door, Su Mu listened for a long while, but heard nothing. She could only conclude that the soundproofing was excellent. Su Mu knocked on the door perfunctorily and pushed it open directly. She was determined to see what the little fellow had been so mysteriously up to. The moment she pushed the door open, she saw Xingbao reflexively close his star brain. Then he looked at her with a grin and asked coquettishly, "Mommy, why didn't you knock before coming in?" Seeing Xingbao's innocent smile, Su Mu didn't know what to say. She reached out and ruffled his little head, saying, "Who said I didn't knock? I think you just didn't hear it." Then half-jokingly she asked, "Come on, tell Mommy. What were you just doing, and who were you video chatting with? You didn't even hear the knock." The moment Su Mu mentioned video, Xingbao, who had just been looking innocent, immediately blinked uneasily, as if considering how to answer. Seeing the little fellow's eyes dart around, his expression shifted to one of great confusion as he said, "Mommy, I wasn't video chatting with anyone. I was just watching a cartoon." Oh, Su Mu wore a knowing expression, then said earnestly, "Baby, let Mommy tell you something. There are many bad people on the Star Network who specifically target naive little children like you. So baby, you must never make friends on your own on the Star Network, understand?" "I know, Mommy." Xingbao nodded obediently, but as he lowered his head, he muttered to himself, "Daddy is not a bad guy." Su Mu seemed to catch what Xingbao was saying and asked, "Xingbao, what did you say?" Xingbao looked up at Su Mu and said happily, "Mommy, I said I'm hungry. Let's go downstairs and eat." "All right, let's go down now." After saying that, Su Mu took Xingbao's little hand and walked downstairs. Xingbao just said that his father is not a bad guy. A childish, milky voice came from her mind. He Zaire had just woken up. He crawled out of his nest, gave a big yawn, stretched, and then said lazily, "Moo moo. I think your precious son is about to be snatched away." Hearing He Zaire's words, Su Mu merely raised an eyebrow in surprise. She hadn't expected that Mo Junyan had been in contact with Xingbao all along, and a sense of crisis welled up in her heart. That man couldn't really be thinking of competing with her for Xingbao, could he? The thing was, if he wanted a son, why didn't he have one himself? With his status and position, the women willing to bear him a son could probably circle the Sha Star. Why did he always have to fight her over Xingbao? But seeing how intelligent and adorable Xingbao was, perhaps he had indeed taken a liking to the boy. Thoughts churned in Su Mu's mind. Although she felt she might be overthinking it, to set her mind at ease, she had to reinforce the security defense grid of Sha Star once more. And Mo Junyan's access permission had to be revoked as well. No sooner said than done. Su Mu released Xingbao's hand and revoked Mo Junyan's entry permission on her optical computer. "Mommy, what are you doing?" Having done that, Su Mu took Xingbao's hand again and said, "It's nothing. Let's go eat." On a distant planet, Mo Junyan had just had his video call with Xingbao ended. Moments later, he received a notification on his optical computer that his access permission to Sha Star had been revoked. He looked utterly astonished. Then he seemed to realize something and could only helplessly press his forehead. What did Sumu take him for? But since he was far away at the moment, he didn't intend to ask Sumu about it. He would wait until he returned. Sumu led Xingbao to the courtyard. Indeed, they always ate meals in the courtyard as it was spacious and convenient. At this time, everyone had already arrived and sat properly in their seats. Cheng-He had been placed next to Elder Mai and the other elderly gentleman, and the three old-timers were chatting with great enthusiasm. Seeing Sumu approaching Cheng, he immediately stood up and greeted her, Miss Mu. Sumu replied casually, "Hello, Uncle Cheng." After settling Xingbao into his seat, she said to Cheng-He, "Uncle Cheng, don't be restrained. Just treat this like Sister Weiwei's home." Su Wen, who was always lively and enthusiastic, chimed in, Exactly. Uncle Cheng, you mustn't be polite or reserved. Treat this as your own home." All right. Cheng-He nodded repeatedly. All right. Enough talk. Let's eat before the food gets cold. Come, Uncle Cheng, try our cooking and see if it pleases your palate. As she spoke, Sumu used the serving chopsticks to place a piece of braised eggplant on a Cheng-He's plate, introducing it. "This is braised eggplant. It goes especially well with rice. Please try it." Cheng-He thanked her politely, then took a taste. The rich, mellow flavor immediately conquered his taste buds. Sumu had once sent this same vegetable to Bai Weiwei, but even with the identical ingredient, the taste could be worlds apart depending on who cooked it. Compared with the dish before him, his own cooking could not measure up at all. This time, without waiting for Sumu to urge him, Cheng-He sampled every dish on the table, and a bowl of rice was soon polished off to the last grain. Aunt May immediately replenished his bowl. The others watched as Cheng-He helped himself to one dish after another, and the contentment on his face struck them as strangely familiar. They had worn exactly the same expressions when they first tasted Sumu's cooking. Only now they had long grown tired of these dishes. "Grandpa, eat slower. Nobody is going to snatch it from you." A soft, milky voice suddenly piped up from beside Sumu, startling Cheng-He so much that he nearly choked. Cheng-He turned to see who had spoken. One glance was all it took. He stood frozen in place. Why does this child look so familiar? Doubt flickered in Cheng-He's eyes. Those familiar features, that familiar contour. Heavens, could it be? No, it absolutely cannot be. He shook his head, desperate to cast the thought out of his mind. But the harder he shook his head, the more entrenched the thought became. He had spent decades in the Mo household, watching Mo Junmin and his brother grow from boys to men, and then watching Mo Lingji grow up in turn. Their childhood features were indelibly etched into his memory. Now a child with such a striking resemblance had suddenly appeared, and for a moment Cheng-He could hardly believe his eyes. Seeing Cheng-He's expression shift unpredictably, Sumu thought that Xingbao's sudden voice had startled him, so she asked at once, "Uncle Cheng, what's the matter? Are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine." Recovering himself, Cheng-He shook his head and said, "This must be your son. The madam mentioned him to me. He truly is lovely to look at and seems so well-mannered and obedient." But what Cheng-He thought to himself was, the madam knows that Miss Mu has a child, but does she know who this child resembles? Hearing Cheng-He praise Xingbao, Sumu affectionately patted his little head and said graciously, "You are too kind. He only appears well-behaved. In fact, he can be quite a handful." Unhappy at being called naughty, Xingbao retorted in his soft, childish voice, "Xingbao is not naughty. Xingbao is really good. It's mommy who's not good." Everyone else at the table burst into laughter at Xingbao's retort. Sumu could only smile helplessly and say, yes, you're the best behaved. "Come, dear Xingbao, eat your meal properly now." Cheng-He stared at the adorable Xingbao, his thoughts in complete turmoil, uncertain whether he ought to tell the madam about it. With something weighing on his mind, even the most delicious food lost its savor. Fortunately, after 2 bowls of rice, he was already quite full. Putting down his chopsticks, Cheng-He began to secretly study the other people around him. There were more than a dozen of them, and every one was either too old or too young. No one there could possibly be Xingbao's father. Cheng-He considered asking who Xingbao's father was, and knowing the answer would have dispelled the doubt lurking in his heart. Yet after turning it over in his mind, Cheng-He decided not to pursue the matter. He had only come to learn cooking, and other matters were not his concern. Having settled his thoughts, Cheng-He felt at ease. He picked up his chopsticks and resumed eating. What he did not see was the thoughtful, searching gaze Sumu cast his way. After the meal, Sumu brought Cheng-He with her to the farm and introduced him to the various vegetables growing there. The vegetables here looked very similar to some of the genetically modified vegetables cultivated in interstellar society, yet clear differences could still be found. Pointing at the tomatoes in one patch, Sumu asked Uncle Cheng, "Look at those tomatoes. How are they different from the ones you usually eat?" Cheng-He walked over, crouched for a closer look, and replied, "They don't differ much in appearance, but they are somewhat smaller, and their color is a brighter red." Sumu nodded, picked a fully ripe tomato, and handed it to Cheng-He. "Here, try one." Cheng-He took the tomato and bit into it, and immediately the sweet and sour juice flooded his mouth, crisp and wonderfully refreshing. "How does it taste?" Sumu asked. Cheng-He nodded with great approval and said, "Very delicious. No tomato from those interstellar gene farms could possibly compare." Sumu was not surprised by Cheng-He's approval and said with confidence, "Naturally. All the vegetables here are of the finest genetic stock. They have undergone no mutation or contamination, need no pesticides as they grow, and are completely free of pests." Seeing Cheng-He's confusion, Sumu raised a finger and pointed toward the farthest edge of the farm. "Do you see those thriving plants around it?" He nodded, not understanding what Sumu meant. Sumu went on, those are rosemary, a medicinal herb. It calms the nerves, relieves pain, and reduces inflammation. Its distinctive fragrance also makes it an indispensable ingredient in some dishes, and it can repel insects and mosquitoes. That is why this farm has no need for pesticides. And this tomato, do you know how many ways it can be prepared, Uncle Chung? How many recipes can be made from it? Faced with Sumu's sudden question, he recalled a few dishes from his family's heirloom recipe collection and listed them. Sumu nodded approvingly and said, you are right, Uncle Chung, but that is not all. The tomato is an extremely versatile vegetable. It can be eaten as a fruit, and it can also be paired with most of the vegetables on this farm. When Sumu praised the tomato so wonderfully, he simply nodded without offering any comment. Sumu did not mind his reaction and simply took him on a complete tour of the farm, introducing every kind of vegetable and fruit along the way. Sumu's main purpose in doing so was to give him a better understanding of the farm and its vegetables, so that when he went back, he could properly report to Wei Wei. After all, she had no intention of leaving Sha Planet for now, but she cared deeply about the launch of Juwei Pavilion, and he held the key to its success. But the farm was simply too vast. By the time they had gone through it all, the sky had already darkened, so Sumu took He back for dinner and planned to formally begin cooking lessons the next day. At dawn the next day, He arrived at Xingmu Garden. Granny Xiaojun received her. Since Sumu had already instructed Granny Xiaojun to teach he culinary skills, Granny Xiaojun led he directly into the kitchen. Sumu generally rose quite early in the morning, and today was no exception. She arrived outside the manor before the sky had begun to lighten. As the greenery had continued to multiply and flourish, even the originally bare manor had become completely encircled by plants and flowers. In theory, no matter where she passed, the wood element power within her body should have automatically absorbed and transformed the surrounding energy. But recently she had discovered that no matter how much energy she absorbed, it showed no sign of increasing. For the time being, Sumu had not yet thought of a way to solve this problem. Sumu called Xiaozhua out from within her body. At once a slender little seedling emerged from her palm. Wreathed in a faint green glow, it gradually stretched longer and thicker, swaying unceasingly in the air, while leaves kept sprouting from its body. Finally, with a twist of its body, Xiaozhua broke free from Sumu's palm and flew toward the unusually thick vine tree beside the oasis, wrapping itself tightly around the tree, just like the other vines. This was the first time Sumu had summoned Xiaozhua since it had fought alongside her against AI Meyer. During that whole period, Xiaozhua had been in a deep sleep, recovering. She had never expected that after so much rest, Xiaozhua would have grown this much, and Sumu was overjoyed. But seeing Xiaozhua act this way, Sumu found it strange and called out, Xiaozhua, come back. However, Xiaozhua, already tightly coiled around the tree, made no movement at all, and a feeling of resistance came to Sumu through their connection. Is Xiaozhua unwilling to come back? Sumu frowned, deeply unable to understand why Xiaozhua would feel this way and refuse her summons. This had never happened before. Hey Zaire, do you know what's going on? Sumu could only turn to Hey Zaire for help. Faced with this situation, Hey Zaire was just as bewildered. He said to Sumu, Mumu Zai doesn't know either. However, I guess Xiaozhua must have been summoned by something or encountered one of its own kind and was drawn over. That's why it doesn't want to come back. Sumu said nothing to Hey Zaire's guess. She merely looked at Xiaozhua, which now seemed almost one with the vine tree. If Hey Zaire's own words had not carried a hint of hesitation, Sumu felt she probably would have believed his guess. Sumu strode straight over to the vine tree, reached out, grabbed Xiaozhua, and began to pull it away. As she pulled, she said, Xiaozhua, get down here. If you don't come down, I won't want you anymore. Are you coming down or not? If you still won't come down, I really won't want you anymore. Sumu pulled with all her might, but Xiaozhua remained tightly stuck to the vine tree. Then suddenly a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum drifted into Sumu's ear. Mumu, I'm not leaving. I've found Mother. I'm not leaving. Mother needs me. Who? Who is speaking? Sumu looked around cautiously, but all she heard was the soft rustling of a breeze through the branches and leaves. Sumu thought she was hallucinating, so she continued pulling at Xiaozhua. Then the same voice sounded again, even fainter than before. Mumu, it's me, Xiaozhua. Sumu thought she was hallucinating, so she continued pulling at Xiaozhua. Then the same voice sounded again, even fainter than before. Mumu, it's me, Xiaozhua. Mumu, stop pulling me. I won't leave. If I leave, Mother will die. Xiaozhua. Hearing it say that it was Xiaozhua, Sumu immediately released her grip and asked in amazement, Xiaozhua, you can actually talk? Sumu waited for quite a while before she heard that voice again. Yes, I can talk now, thanks to Mother. But Mother is very weak right now and needs Xiaozhua very much, so I can't return to Mumu's side. Xiaozhua's voice grew weaker and weaker, as if it would vanish in the next moment. Yet Sumu looked at the vine tree before her, still so lush and green, and could not see anything wrong with it. So she asked Xiaozhua, Xiaozhua, I don't see any problem with this vine tree. Can you tell me what has happened? There is a problem, there is a problem. Mother is dying. Mumu, save Mother. Save Mother. The voice that had been weak and gentle just now was now full of anxious urgency. But Sumu was still completely in the dark and did not understand what was happening, so she asked again, Xiaozhua, you need to make it clear how I'm supposed to save her. I don't know. Xiaozhua doesn't know. I don't know, Mumu. Xiaozhua is sleepy. Xiaozhua wants to sleep. Xiaojua's voice grew softer and softer. A sudden sense of crisis rose in Su Mu's heart, as if Xiaojua would disappear the next instant. She quickly pressed her hand against Xiaojua's body and poured wood element energy into it. Only when she clearly felt her connection with Xiaojua again did Su Mu finally relax. Su Mu then looked carefully around the oasis. She abruptly remembered that Pang Pang had once told her that the reason they never entered this place was actually to protect it. She had always thought that what they protected was the thing she had brought up from beneath the water, but now she realized there must be something else. Looking at the thick, luxuriant, verdant old vine tree before her, Su Mu felt as though her heart had finally found its anchor. Su Mu stretched out both hands, and at once 2 columns of water appeared in her palms like fountain jets. She waved her hands through the air, and the water instantly turned into raindrops that fell upon the surrounding vines. After the bathing rain, the branches and leaves of the vines became even more verdant. Whether it was Su Mu's illusion or not, she felt that the vine tree had stretched itself out a bit. Seeing such an obvious change, Su Mu repeated her previous motion and sent down another fine rain. Inside her body, she held the water spirit pearl, so the water that she manifested also carried threads of energy. Su Mu did not understand the principle, but she could indeed feel the changes in the vegetables after they were irrigated. Thus, bolstered by both wood element power and water source power, the fruit trees in the farm had grown so quickly, and their flavor was even better than that of the ones bought in the system mall. Yet she had always thought that being right next to the oasis, these vines were never short of water, so she had never watered them. But she had forgotten that the water spirit pearl in the oasis had already been taken away, and the energy contained in the water had become extremely scarce. Therefore, although these vines looked lush and green, the energy within them was actually less than that in the fruits and vegetables of the farm. Su Mu did not know if her guess was right, but in her heart, she felt it should be. From now on, even if only for Xiaojua's sake, she would pay much more attention to these vines. Su Mu once again fed some wood element energy to the vine tree, only to be surprised when the vine nourished her back in return. All along, it had been she who absorbed the energy from the vines, and then fed it back to them. She had never imagined that this time the nourishment would actually be returned to her. Su Mu bestowed another rainfall upon the fruits and vegetables in the farm before she returned to the estate. Back at Xingmu Garden, she found the courtyard and the living room completely empty, with only the occasional sound drifting from the kitchen. Su Mu guessed that it must be Granny Xiaojun and Cheng He busying themselves in the kitchen, so she did not go over to disturb them. Ascending to the second floor, Su Mu quietly opened the door to Qing Feng and Yida's room. Since neither of them was there, they must have gone to the adjacent gravity room for training. At some point, a training craze had swept through the entire estate. Whenever they had spare time, those young men would run off to the gravity room and linger there. Still, that was a good thing. They were all gifted and truly shouldn't waste their potential. Su Mu then went to Xingbao's room once more. This time, she gently pushed the door open without making a single sound. Through the crack of the door, Su Mu spotted Xingbao holding a light brain, seemingly chatting with someone. "Daddy, when are you coming back? Xingbao's birthday is almost here." His soft, childish voice drifted out through the door crack. That cry of "Daddy" did not surprise Su Mu in the slightest, for she had long known that Xingbao was secretly getting in touch with Mo Junyan. But hearing the word birthday from Xingbao's lips left her stunned for a moment. She actually couldn't recall the date of Xingbao's birthday. She had thought that ever since she came back, she had been trying her best to be a good mother, only to find that she couldn't even remember her own son's birthday. And she had always prided herself on being a qualified, loving mother. But in truth, she was nothing of the sort. Up until now, she had never bought Xingbao a single gifted toy or an article of clothing, never bathed him, and never played a game with him. Only now, thinking of all this, did Su Mu realize how unqualified she really was. She had been deceiving herself all along. She gently closed the door and sat down right on the doorstep, her eyes brimming with regret and self-anger. No wonder Xingbao was so attached to Mo Junyan. It wasn't just that Mo Junyan was handsome, it was also because Mo Junyan would play with Xingbao, hold him all the time, chat with him every day, and so Mo Junyan really was that good to Xingbao. No, I am Xingbao's mother. How could I be outdone by an outsider? Su Mu's eyes instantly blazed with fighting spirit. She went straight to the system mall and declared to He Zaire with great vigor, "Zaire, find me every outfit, pair of shoes, and toys suitable for a 3-year-old in the mall." Right away. He Zaire was extremely excited, hopping about joyfully as he walked. Lately, Su Mu had rarely made purchases from the mall, and its revenue had been dropping like a stone, slowing down his growth considerably. Though he had no idea what had provoked her this time, as long as there were gold coins, anything could be arranged. Chuckling with delight, He Zaire followed Su Mu's orders and picked out all the items that matched the criteria. There were adorable little clothes and shoes in all sorts of styles, exquisitely made and beautifully designed. And the toys were equally fascinating and educational, perfectly suited for a child of Xingbao's age. Su Mu waved her hand grandly. This one, and also this one. Wrap them all up." That bold, brisk gesture suddenly gave Su Mu a taste of the extravagance she had once seen on TV in the launching era, where wealthy ladies and heiresses shopped without ever looking at the price. The feeling was simply incomparable. Meanwhile, He Zaire was absolutely beaming at the substantial revenue. Though these items were just little trinkets, they were far from cheap. Sumu naturally saw the price tags attached to the items, but she didn't mind at all. In her eyes, Xingbao was the most important thing now. What were gold coins? If they were gone, she could always earn more. Having bought the clothes, shoes, and toys, Sumu was about to leave when it suddenly occurred to her that the defense system on Sha Planet had not yet been upgraded. Since this type of upgrade required specialized defense system personnel, and Sha Planet was so remote that who knew how long one would have to wait, Sumu decided to first check whether the system mall carried such a defense system. Naturally, the answer was yes. There was nothing the system mall didn't have. If you could imagine it, it was there. Hearing that Sumu also wanted to buy a defense system, He Zaire's eyes widened into perfect circles. Without even waiting for her instructions, he displayed a dazzling variety of defense systems, explaining the strengths and functions of each in meticulous detail. Looking at the kaleidoscope of defense systems on the screen, Sumu checked her savings balance, and after much deliberation gritted her teeth and bought a mid-grade defense system. That single mid-grade system cost her nearly 800,000 gold coins, leaving her with less than 200,000. Sumu instantly felt like she had been reduced to poverty overnight. Seeing Sumu's utterly crestfallen expression, He Zaire hastily comforted her. Mumu, don't be fooled just because this is only a mid-grade defense system. Its defense rating is even higher than those high-grade systems in the interstellar market. There's simply no comparison. You should know that those mid-grade systems out there routinely cost over $1 million. Compared to that, you truly got a bargain, okay? Hearing He Zaire's comforting words, Sumu shot him a big eye roll, but she had to admit that she felt considerably better at heart. Still, she would have to budget the remaining 200,000 carefully, or it wouldn't be easy to feed this big family. After receiving the 800,000 gold coins, He Zaire said to Sumu, Mumu, the defense system is fully installed. All you need to do is find the time to restart it. Why not make it today? Let's do it now. Sumu immediately pressed the system button on her light brain, and the defense system of the entire Sha Planet was upgraded in total silence. Alright, now that I've bought everything, I'll head back first. Sumu left the system space with a large bundle of clothes, shoes, and toys. But the moment she exited, all the items came tumbling down to the ground with a clatter before she even had the chance to catch them. Who's there? Hearing the noise, Xingbao quickly put down his light brain and dashed toward the door. When he pushed it open, he saw his mother looking at him with an awkward expression. Xingbao, I'm sorry. Mommy accidentally disturbed you. Sumu's face was full of guilt and apology. Xingbao, however, stared at the pile of clothes, shoes, and toys beside her, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with joy. No matter how brilliant he was still just a child. He needed gifts and surprises. When he saw on the Starnet how other children received gifts from their mothers, he would feel envious. In the past, when he had no mother, Granny Xiaojun couldn't afford to buy him things, so she made toys and clothes for him with her own hands. Later, when he finally had a mother, he didn't dare ask her for gifts or toys for fear that she would stop liking him. But he never expected to actually receive a gift from his mother one day. Xingbao's large starry black eyes instantly filled with tears, and he looked at Sumu with a watery, hopeful gaze. Sumu felt her heart clench as if struck. Then she saw Xingbao ask excitedly, yet cautiously, Mommy, are all of these for me? Of course they're for you. Sumu gently held Xingbao in her arms and said, full of apology, from now on, if you want any toys or anything you like, just tell Mom. Unexpectedly, Xingbao looked up at Sumu and said, Mom, I don't want anything. Just being by your side is enough. Hearing Xingbao's words, Sumu felt her whole heart filled to the brim. She held Xingbao tightly in her arms. Come see if you like these. Sumu picked up the clothes one by one and held them against Xingbao to see how they looked. She had to admit she had good taste. Everything suited Xingbao perfectly. Here, in these toys. See if you like them. Xingbao naturally loved everything Sumu gave him, so Sumu helped him carry everything into the house. Noticing that it was about time, she prepared to take him downstairs for dinner. But just as they reached the staircase, she heard a shout, Mumu, dinner's ready. That loud ringing voice was unmistakably Su Wen's. Then came a laughing, scolding, you little brat, keep your voice down. I'm nearly deaf. I told you to go upstairs and call them, and you had to take the easy way out. Sumu brought Xingbao downstairs to the courtyard, and saw that everyone had already gathered, only she and Xingbao were missing. She sat down first, then lifted Xingbao onto the chair beside her. Seeing that every dish on the table came in duplicate portions, Sumu looked at Granny Xiaojun and Chenghe and asked curiously, how can we tell which dish was made by which of you? Granny Xiaojun gave a slight smile and said to everyone, you've eaten my cooking for such a long time. You should be able to tell whether a dish tastes like mine, right? That won't do. Sumu hurriedly denied it. Picking up her chopsticks first, she said, then I'll be the first to try. After saying that, she took a bite of the vegetables. Once she finished, she declared with certainty, this one was made by Uncle Cheng. It doesn't have Granny Xiaojun's taste, but it really is quite good. Sumu tasted several other dishes as well, and finally gave Chenghe a thumbs up. Uncle Cheng, you truly have a gift for cooking. The flavor is fantastic. The others tasted the dishes too, and all expressed their unreserved approval of Chenghe. Chenghe, having earned everyone's approval, was beaming from ear to ear. He said with a touch of shyness, thank you all for your recognition. I'll keep up the hard work. Sumu had long ago told everyone about Chenghe's purpose in coming here. They also all knew that Sumu was cooperating with the Interstellar Federation government, so they very much hoped Chenghe would finish his culinary training soon and return to the main planet. That way they could soon earn enough to buy the dream mechas they longed for. So one after another they cheered Chung Hyun with all their might. Yes, Uncle Chung, you're the best. We believe in you. Right, go Uncle Chung. Uncle Chung, keep going. Seeing the atmosphere grow more and more heated, Sumu quickly called a halt. Everyone settle down. Eat quickly. After the meal, those who need to work get to work, and those who need to train get to train. Also, Ching Feng and Yida after dinner check how many chips are left from the day before yesterday and whether there are enough to sell for the next 2 days. If not, we'll need to make more. After the arrangements, everyone ate with their heads down. Once they finished, they all scampered off in a flash. Sumu left the dishwashing to Aunt May and trusted Uncle Chung to Granny Xiaojuan, and then led Xingbao back to his room ready to spend the afternoon enjoying some quality parent-child time. Once in the room, Xingbao made a beeline for the pile of clothes and shoes. He had to try on every single one, playing to his heart's content. Sumu noticed Xingbao's optical brain lying on the table, its screen still glowing. Curious, she walked over and saw a deep red desk on the screen. Behind the desk, an upright figure was bent over writing furiously. Mo Junyan heard the commotion and looked up only to see Sumu staring blankly at him. He was caught off guard for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and nodded at her. Mumu, long time no see. Seeing Mo Junyan, Sumu realized that Xingbao had been video chatting with him earlier and must have forgotten to end the call. She just hadn't expected that he would keep waiting for so long. The look in Sumu's eyes as she gazed at Mo Junyan suddenly grew complicated. No wonder Xingbao liked this Mo Junyan so much. One could only say that Mo Junyan spoiled Xingbao terribly. Sumu didn't know whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. Mo Junyan saw Sumu staring at him without responding, her beautiful eyes holding an emotion he couldn't read. He asked in confusion, Miss Mu, is it that you don't want to see me? Sumu withdrew her emotions and shook her head. It's not that. It's just that seeing you suddenly caught me off guard, and I feel that you seem to pay far too much attention to my son. After saying what was on her mind, Sumu actually felt much less suffocated. Deciding to just lay it all out, she complained bluntly, General Mo, I think some of your actions have crossed the line. I don't think we belong to the same world, so I hope you can keep some distance from Xingbao. After all, he's still very young and easily attached, and I'm afraid. Miss Mu, there's no need to worry. Mo Junyan gave Sumu a deep look, then suddenly interrupted her. In a very serious tone, he said, I don't think I've crossed the line. There's naturally a reason for everything I've done. I like Xingbao very much, and Xingbao also likes me as his father. And as for you, I also. Suddenly, a violent knock at the door cut off his words. Then Sumu heard Shilin's familiar voice speaking urgently, General, report. There's an enemy attack ahead. Through the screen, Sumu saw Mo Junyan's deep, unfathomable eyes gaze at her with an emotion she couldn't understand. Then in a low voice, he said, it seems we'll have to talk another time. With that, he stood up and walked out directly. Staring at the now empty chair, Sumu pressed a hand to her chest, feeling her heart pounding wildly like a startled fawn. Mom, what's wrong? Were you just talking to Daddy? Xingbao looked at Sumu and asked curiously. Then he ran over and peered at the optical brain, only to see an empty chair. Huh. Mom, where's Daddy? Your father had something to do and left. Sumu said it awkwardly, then turned off the optical brain in a fluster. Xingbao suddenly pointed at Sumu's face and asked in surprise, Mom, why is your face red? Is it? Sumu subconsciously touched her cheek. It was indeed hot. She suddenly felt a bit annoyed. It was all Mo Junyan's fault. Even with an enemy attack, his gaze was still so beguiling. Sumu spent a delightful morning playing with Xingbao in the room, thoroughly enjoying the pleasure of dressing up dolls. When lunchtime arrived, the two happily walked downstairs hand in hand for their meal. In the living room, both Qingfeng and Yida were busy packaging chips. The already wrapped packages were neatly arranged on the small table in front of the sofa. Upon seeing Sumu and Xingbao, they offered a polite greeting. Sister Mu, Xingbao, you're coming down. After his greeting, Qingfeng studied Xingbao carefully and finally spoke up. Xingbao, you got new clothes. They look really beautiful. Qingfeng's sincere tone filled Xingbao with joy. Xingbao ran excitedly to Qingfeng and said, Brother Qingfeng, look. My mom bought me these new ones. Aren't they pretty? I have many more in my room, all bought by my mom. After speaking, Xingbao turned around twice before them in a showy manner to fully display the new clothes. This time, even Yida praised how beautiful Xingbao's clothes were, making the smile on Xingbao's face impossible to contain. Sumu watched the three of them interacting with great joy. Now Qingfeng and Yida were becoming less resistant to contact with others, even able to take the initiative to communicate and express their opinions. Everything was developing in a positive direction. However, seeing that Qingfeng and Yida's clothes had become too short, exposing their slender wrists and ankles, Sumu suddenly realized that these two children were at an important stage of physical growth. Moreover, with the milk and eggs she supplemented them with every day, their height was growing as rapidly as bamboo shoots after spring rain. It seemed she needed to prepare new clothes for them. After showing off in front of the two, Xingbao happily ran off, saying he wanted to show his new clothes to everyone else. Sumu smiled and shook her head, coming to sit beside Qingfeng and Yida. She picked up a packaging bag, put on gloves, and joined them in packaging the chips. This type of packaging bag was specially customized by Sumu in the system mall. The chips were called Miss Goldcoin chips, and the chip pattern on them was photographed by Su Mu herself, completely authentic and true to the actual chips. There were also distinctive vines from the sand star painted as a trademark. Yida suddenly said, "Sister Moo Moo, we're running low on chip funds. We probably won't have any left today." "Well, that's fine. I'll make some more when I have time. But I'll have to trouble you both to peel the potatoes for me." Su Mu's movements were very quick, and speaking didn't affect the speed of her hands at all. Packaging, weighing, and sealing were done in one fluid motion. Qing Feng and Yida exchanged a glance and smiled subtly before saying in unison, "It's a piece of cake." Their voices were loud and full of confidence. Looking at these two vibrant children, Su Mu felt heartfelt contentment, her eyes containing a gentle warmth. After lunch, Su Mu stopped Su Wan and the others who were just about to leave. Even the 3 old grandfathers, old Mai, who usually slipped away right after eating, were kept back. The several people who were stopped looked puzzled, exchanging glances, not knowing what Su Mu wanted from them. Su Mu took out a measuring tape and tossed it to Su Chun. "Su Chun, take their body measurements and record the data for me." Although Su Chun didn't know Su Mu's intentions, he still took the measuring tape and said, "All right." Su Wen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Mu excitedly and asked, "Sister Moo Moo, are you going to make us new clothes?" Su Mu didn't deny it, only raising an eyebrow slightly and smiling lightly. "You're quite clever." Seeing Su Mu admit it, Su Wen directly jumped up with excitement. Su Rishu saw Su Wen acting like this from excitement, disdainfully curling her lips. "Look at your composure, how embarrassing." Although her words carried contempt, the faint smile on her face was impossible to hide. Old Mai looked at Su Mu with a face full of gratification, then turned to the 2 old men beside him and sighed emotionally. "Mu girl has really grown up. She even knows to buy us clothes now. Ha ha ha, good good good." Su Mu hadn't expected that just by wanting to buy them clothes, everyone seemed so excited. It appeared as if she had been mistreating them somehow before. "Grandma, I have a question for you." Su Mu quietly moved closer to grandmother Xiaojun and whispered, "Grandma, did Uncle Bai never buy them clothes before?" Grandmother Xiaojun saw through Su Mu's thoughts at a glance, and also spoke softly. "How could that be? It's just that the boy Lan Xiu is often not at the manor, always running around outside. And as a man, he wouldn't pay attention to everyone's clothes and shoes, so everyone's clothes are from 2 years ago. And since we were originally picked up by Lan Xiu, we naturally had no extra money to buy these things." "Oh, I see. Then I'll buy everyone several sets of clothes." Thinking of her wardrobe filled with all kinds of clothes and shoes, Su Mu suddenly felt how blessed she was, since this Uncle Bai really was very good to her. However, she had always been very confused about why this Uncle Bai was so kind to her, even wanting to give her control of the planet and the manor during a crisis. And she had never heard her parents on the main star mention this uncle. "Sister Moo Moo, done. All the information for everyone is here." Su Chen handed the measurements to Su Mu. Su Mu waved her hand and said, "Let them look at their own measurements first. I don't know what types of clothes you all like, so you can look on the star web yourselves. Let me know when you've chosen, and I'll transfer the money." After speaking, Su Mu specially reminded them, "Buy several sets each. Whatever you need, order together, and I'll pay for everything at once. Don't be stingy with the money." Seeing Su Mu act so lavishly, everyone excitedly opened the star web to start choosing clothes right away. Su Mu saw this and immediately began shooing them away. "All of you get back to work. Choose clothes when you have free time." As soon as the words fell, the entire living room was instantly empty. Su Chun and Su Rishu took farming tools and left. Su Wan and Shin Ma Bei went next door. The 3 old grandfathers each returned to their own homes. Grandmother Xiaojun and Uncle Chung went back to the kitchen. Even Xingbao bounced back to his room. Only Qing Feng and Yida were still packaging chips. "All right, Su Mu is so fast." Su Mu shrugged and called out, "Little White, come with me to dig potatoes." Before leaving, Su Mu again instructed Qing Feng and Yida to finish packaging and delivering the chips, then go directly to the cafeteria and wait there to peel the potatoes. Su Mu walked leisurely along the manor path with Little White. Under her careful planting, fertilizing, and tending, the entire manor had become an ocean of flowers with every conceivable color and variety in full bloom. Seeing these flowers, Su Mu suddenly thought of the flower cakes she loved eating when she was on Blue Star. The look in Su Mu's eyes as she gazed at these fresh flowers instantly became fervent. "These are all money." Su Mu reached out and gently touched the flowers, a trace of excitement in her gesture. Xiao Bai watched Su Mu's movements, his electronic eyes spinning round and round. Mimicking her, he extended his chubby little hand to touch them, but accidentally squeezed too hard, crumbling a delicate pale blue flower into pieces. Xiao Bai widened his electronic eyes in shock, staring at the flower that had been reduced to mush in his hand. Su Mu burst into laughter at the sight, patting its big head cheerfully. "It's okay. Stop staring at it, let's go." Xiao Bai glanced a few more times at the crushed flower before tossing it aside and following behind Su Mu. Passing by the oasis, Su Mu cast several glances at that vine tree. Little Claw remained firmly clinging to it, almost blending seamlessly with the surrounding vines. Unless one had a decent memory like Su Mu's, there was no way to spot which one was Little Claw. Su Mu attempted to communicate with Little Claw, but received no response. Fortunately, he could still sense its presence. It must just be sleeping temporarily. Upon entering the farm, Su Mu spotted 2 figures moving back and forth in the fields from a distance. It was Su Chun and Su Rishu. Due to limited manpower at the estate, Qing Feng and Ida were responsible for the small shop on the Star Network, while Su Wen and Shin Mabe trained relentlessly every day in preparation for the military academy. As for the three elderly masters, Su Mu had no intention of putting them to work either. That left only Su Chun and Su Rushu. Currently, nearly all the farm work fell on their shoulders. Fortunately, the farm had already taken preliminary shape before Mo Junyan and the others departed, so large-scale cultivation was not immediately required. Sumu pondered whether to purchase a few tillers and seeders for the farm. They would be needed sooner or later after all. But glancing at the meager balance remaining in his account, Sumu suddenly realized he could no longer idle away his days. He needed to work harder to earn money, or he wouldn't even be able to afford clothes for everyone. A surge of energy coursed through Sumu, and he called out toward the two figures in the distance, Su-Chun Rishu, come here. Su-Chun and Su Rishu were startled by Su-Mu's loud voice. Looking up, they saw him waving at them from the potato field and approached with their hoes in hand. What's up, Sister Mumu? Why are you over here? Su Rishu teased, gripping his hoe. The gloomy demeanor he once carried had long vanished. Though he was not as cheerful as Su when he could at least converse with people properly now. Seeing them arrive, Su-Mu replied directly, leave your work there for now and take your time. Today come with me to dig up the potatoes. They've grown nicely over here. Without a word, Su-Chun and Su Rusha bent down and began digging as soon as they heard Su-Mu. Meanwhile, Su-Mu retrieved a burlap sack from Xiao Bai's storage compartment. So the two of them dug while Su-Mu filled the sacks. Not bad, especially since there was also a robot to help hold the bags open. Only after filling 2 whole sacks of potatoes did Su-Mu call a halt. Su-Chun and Su Rushu worked together to place both heavy sacks onto Xiao Bai's broad head, entrusting the robot with the task of carrying them back to the cafeteria. Watching Xiao Bai's trembling, cautious steps, Su-Mu was utterly amazed. Looks like I've underestimated Xiao Bai's capabilities all this time, he said to them. Such a small body, yet possessing such incredible strength. The pair nodded in agreement, finding Su-Mu's words entirely convincing. Su-Mu suddenly spoke earnestly. You two go back to your tasks, but don't overexert yourselves. Remember, you're still children and growing. Alright, I'm off to wash the potatoes. As Su-Mu strode away with a carefree air, Su Rushu suddenly said to Su-Chun, Su-Chun, do you think Sister Mumu has gained weight lately? Su-Chun shot Su Rushu a long, meaningful glance, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. In the end, he simply grabbed his hoe and walked away. Su Rushu quickly hurried after him. Hey Su-Chun, I'm talking to you. What did Sister Mumu just mean by that? I didn't quite understand. Could she have just realized she's employing child labor? Su-Mu suddenly paused and glanced down at his legs, then patted his waist, pinched his cheeks, and inspected his arms before sighing in relief. Good, it's just a little extra flesh. I'm not fat. Su-Mu's mood instantly lifted. Humming a tune, he arrived at the cafeteria, just as Qing Feng and Ida were stepping through the doorway. The cafeteria had gone uncleaned lately. The tables and chairs in the hall were coated with a layer of dust. Su-Mu led them to the kitchen. Looking at the frail frames of Qing Feng and Ida, he dared not let them help and prepared to handle it himself, carrying the 2 sacks of potatoes off Xiao Bai's head. Qing Feng and Ida rushed forward to assist when they saw Su-Mu attempting it alone, but he stopped them, saying, this is too heavy. Don't touch it. Qing Feng replied, Sister Mumu, we can handle it. Ida added, that's right, Sister Mumu. We're perfectly fine. But Su-Mu brushed them off, refusing outright. What do you mean you can handle it? Look at those skinny arms and legs of yours. Let's revisit this when you've gained as much weight as I have. With those words, Su-Mu hoisted 1 sack of potatoes onto his shoulder with ease. Both sacks were nothing compared to his strength. Su-Mu clapped his hands and looked at Qing Feng and Ida with some puzzlement. I've been supplementing your nutrition quite a lot lately. Why are you only growing taller and not gaining any weight? Look at those thin faces of yours. Your chins are sharper than mine. Do you even weigh 70 Jin? Su-Mu measured Qing Feng and Ida's heights. The two were only a year apart, and both around 12 or 13 years old, standing roughly 1.6 meters tall. Yet neither weighed close to 70 Jin. They were far too skinny. After raising them for so long, they had only grown taller without gaining any substance. Qing Feng and Ida exchanged glances, speechless. After all, what Su-Mu said was the truth. Su-Mu pondered for a moment before continuing. You've been busy with the shop, and also finding time to train recently. That's quite a large energy expenditure. It seems we absolutely need to increase your nutrition. Qing Feng and Ida nodded obediently, their faces glowing with delight. Whatever Sister Mumu says. More delicious food is coming. With the temptation of good food, the two threw themselves into the work with vigor. While Su-Mu washed the potatoes ahead, they peeled them behind her. Pang Pang somehow slipped into the kitchen and rubbed back and forth at Su-Mu's feet. After being kicked away several times, without leaving, Su-Mu simply let it stay and tossingly tossed it a potato. Pang Pang wasn't picky at all, not even refusing potatoes after preferring potato chips. Cradling the potato in its paws, it scampered off to the side to gnaw on it. Qing Feng and Ida had seen Pang Pang many times before, but each encounter left them captivated by its endearing, almost silly demeanor that contrasted so sharply with its appearance. Sister Mumu Pang Pang seems to have lost weight recently. Qing Feng suddenly noticed Pang Pang looked thinner, lacking its former cuteness. Sumu replied with understanding, isn't that right? Since Shi-Jin and the others left it can't eat with them anymore. That's why it's gotten thinner. Then Sister Mumu, let's take Pang Pang back to the estate. Sumu did not refuse Qingfeng's suggestion, only saying as long as it is willing. All of the potato chips were finished, and after packing them up the three prepared to return to the estate. Sumu's optical brain suddenly rang. When she opened it she saw a message from Wei Wei saying that a set of cosmetics she had sent for Sumu should arrive today, and that Sumu should remember to accept the delivery. Seeing this message Sumu smiled, and shook her head marveling that this sister Wei Wei could be so kind to someone she had never met. But then she thought of herself. She had known Wei Wei for only a short time, had never seen her, and had not even asked Wei Wei's real name, yet she had directly agreed to cooperate with her. It had to be said that this kind of trust and silent rapport was truly magical. Meanwhile, the tracking information for their bound transport line also arrived, except that there were two notices. One was from the main star, and Sumu recognized at a glance that the familiar address and contact information belonged to Wei Wei's package. But whose was the other one? Both the address and the contact information were utterly unfamiliar. Qingfeng, Yida, come with me to take a look. Sumu let Xiaobai return to Xingmu Garden on his own, then brought Qingfeng and Yida to the transport station. As soon as they entered, the sight of three huge machines before them gave her a start. Mumu, what machines are these? Qingfeng and Yida circled the machines once, but could not tell what they were. They did not recognize them, but Sumu did. These were the machines she had been looking at for the past 2 days. Although they were a little different from the tillers and harvesters in the system mall, they were largely the same in design, and she just did not know how much the price differed. With the rice and other grains about to ripen, Sumu had been looking at harvesters all these days, but the prices made her balk. Most importantly, as Sumu's account balance had continued to grow, the system mall had unlocked access to a higher tier of items. But at the same time, her credit privileges had been revoked, which struck her as extremely unreasonable. Sumu wanted to protest, but there was nothing He Zaire could do about it either. Considering the newly upgraded planetary defense system, Sumu could only resign herself to her fate. But truly without money, she could not move even an inch, as she could not even afford a single harvester. Looking at the three machines before her, Sumu inwardly hailed them as a godsend. Yet who had sent this timely gift, she had no idea. Qingfeng touched the three machines all over, then suddenly asked Mumu, did you buy these? How much did they cost? Sumu felt a little awkward, but the next moment she said, I didn't buy them. But since they've arrived on Sandstar, they're ours now. I don't care who bought them. Qingfeng and Yida both endorsed Sumu's way of putting it. However, the true buyer had no intention of remaining an anonymous do-gooder. Sumu's optical brain rang again. She opened it, and saw a voice message from Imo Junyan. The harvester and the tiller cedar should have arrived. Remember to receive them. His low magnetic voice made Sumu's ears tingle. She could not help complaining, since you've already bought them, couldn't you have just told me by text? You had to send a voice message. Qingfeng, however, said, so it was General Imo. He really is a good person. Hearing Qingfeng's praise, Sumu pursed her lips. Yes, he really is a great guy. If he comes to Sandstar again, I'll definitely treat him to a full Manchuhan banquet. Come on, let's push the machines out to the canteen first. Qingfeng asked with a curious look, Mumu, what is a full Manchuhan banquet? Sumu thought for a moment, and said, a Manchuhan banquet means every delicious thing under heaven. After moving the three machines aside, Sumu discovered a small package squeezed into the corner, and she put it away directly. After settling the three machines, Sumu brought Qingfeng and Yida back to the estate. Instead of going straight in, however, she began picking flowers along the way. But the flowers she picked were the ones that could be used to make flower cakes. There were many flowers in the estate, yet few were edible. The three picked a large bagful along the way. When they returned to the estate, Sumu told the two to go rest, while she went to wash the flowers herself. Making flower cakes was extremely troublesome, and could be divided into 3 steps: flaky pastry, shortening, and flour jam. The flour jam had to be marinated in advance, and Sumu also had to sort the flowers by type before marinating. In this way she could make several kinds of flour cakes, but it also meant much more time spent. Sumu called Aunt May over, and with the two of them working together things became much faster. After washing and sorting, they took the flowers to the kitchen to marinate. At that moment Granny Xiaojun was in the kitchen teaching Chung He how to cook. When she saw the new pastry Sumu was making, she became very interested. Sumu explained as she worked, holding nothing back. Still, it was after all her first time making flour cakes, so a blunder was only to be expected. Looking at the blackened lump in the pan, Sumu blinked and said a little awkwardly, it's fine. It's the first try after all. There are still so many flowers left. We'll just make another batch. Yes, Mumu is right. Granny Xiaojun was very supportive, urging Sumu on with a kindly face. But imagination was beautiful and reality was cruel. For someone whose cooking skill was only ordinary, the flour cake truly was a little too difficult. Looking at yet another blackened lump, Sumu simply put down the spoon. I'm giving up. I can't do it. Don't. Mumu, try again. You're about to succeed. Faced with Granny Xiaojun's encouragement, Sumu could only steel herself and try once more. This time Sumu truly put her back into it, and at last she succeeded. Then came the flaky pastry and the shortening, which were relatively simpler. As long as the proportions were controlled, there was no real difficulty, and the three finished them without much trouble. All that remained was the most important step, making the cakes. With the three working in unison, the flour cakes finally came out of the oven successfully. Small and delicate with layer after layer of crisp pastry, the moment a piece entered the mouth, the crust scattered, and the fragrance of flowers instantly bloomed in one's mouth. Granny Xiaojun and Cheng-He both felt that this pastry was a great success. Looking at such a little cake, a thought suddenly sprang up in Cheng-He's mind. A flicker of excitement passed through his deeply wrinkled eyes as he looked at Su Mu and said, "Miss Mu, can this pastry be sold at Jiuwei Tower? It would definitely be a hit." Cheng-He's proposal happened to dovetail perfectly with Su Mu's own thoughts, as she had been thinking the same thing. Since it would be sold on the main star, Su Mu decided that the flour cake's current quality was still not good enough and needed to be more refined. So the three set out to perfect the flour cakes. When the earlier batch of flours was used up, they went out to pick more, continuing until they produced a perfect flour cake. The cakes they finally made won unanimous praise from everyone in the estate. In the end, Su Mu divided the remaining cakes into two portions. One would be sent to Wei Wei on the main star, and the other was meant for Mo Junyan. Although Su Mu felt she didn't particularly care for Mo Junyan, there was no denying that aside from trying to take Xingbao away from her, he was faultless in every way. In fact, one could even call him perfect no matter the aspect. Most importantly, he was incredibly considerate. If only for the sake of those three machines, Su Mu felt she ought to send him the flour cakes. On the light screen displaying the message Su Mu had opened, Mo Junyan's sharply defined features instantly softened, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. At least she has a conscience after all. He then instructed Shi Lin, who stood nearby. The labor force on Sandstar is too limited, so we won't be able to return just yet. Go purchase a few labor robots and have them delivered to Sandstar. Seeing the general's unusually gentle expression, Shi Lin grinned knowingly and replied, "Sure thing, no problem. But General, is there anything else you'd like me to send along as well?" Shi Lin had only asked casually, yet Mo Junyan actually began to ponder the question. His magnetic voice carried a hint of tenderness as he said, "I've noticed Mumu always wears the same casual outfits, just cycling between the same 2 or 3 sets. Buy some more clothes and send them over too. Oh, and don't forget Xingbao's things. See what children need and send it all together." Looking at Mo Junyan like this, Shi Lin could tell he was in an exceptionally good mood today. He sighed inwardly. Who knew when the madam and the young master would finally be brought home? The sudden sound made Shi Lin clap a hand over his mouth in alarm. He stared at Mo Junyan in panic. Heavens! I can't believe I said that out loud. Mo Junyan, however, showed no particular reaction. He merely cast a faint glance at Shi Lin and said, "You think I don't want that? But this matter requires patience. Haven't you seen the hostility Mumu holds toward me? She's afraid I'll take Xingbao away from her." At that, a note of puzzlement crept into Mo Junyan's voice. Mumu doesn't even know the relationship between Xingbao and me, so why does she feel such a sense of crisis? Perhaps it's simply a mother's instinct. They're always more sensitive about such things. Shi Lin thought for a long while and concluded that it was the only plausible explanation. Mo Junyan waved his hand to dismiss Shi Lin, then sank into his chair pondering how he could make Su Mu accept him. With the harvester in hand, early the next morning, Su Mu kept all the young people who could contribute labor behind and had them go to the estate to harvest the rice and wheat. Though they now had machines, the grain still needed to be packaged by hand. However, just as the group arrived outside the estate, Su Mu received a logistics notification, still from the same address and information as last time. I wonder what Mo Junyan bought this time. Though her words were dismissive, there was a hint of anticipation in Su Mu's heart as she led the 6 others toward the transport station. Heavens! Those are labor model robots, and there are actually 5 of them. Su Wen burst into excited shouts the moment he entered the transport station. The others were overjoyed to see the robots as well. With these machines, their workload would be considerably lighter. Indeed, with the robots available, Su Mu kept only Su Rushu and Su Chun by her side, while sending the others back to attend to their own affairs. Gazing at the robots before her, Su Mu wondered how she could repay this favor. She hadn't expected a mere box of flour cakes to carry such weight. It had directly bought her 5 robots. There was no denying that the robots were extremely efficient. In just a single major time cycle, all the rice and wheat had been packaged, filling 2 entire granaries. Looking at the abundant grain piled high, Su Mu felt a profound sense of security she had never known before. Indeed, only with food stored in the house could one face the world without fear. Now that they had both machinery and robots, land reclamation was put on the agenda. Sandstar was vast, and planting only vegetables and fruits seemed far too monotonous. This time, however, in addition to continuing to grow vegetables and fruits, Su Mu planned to cultivate large tracts of forest land as well. After a week of study, he had finally mastered most of the recipes and had also picked up the preparation of various beverages and the making of several pastries. Though the range of dishes was not extensive, it was more than enough to open the Jiuwei pavilion back home. After seeing Cheng-He off, Su Mu began preparing ingredients for the restaurant. The construction of the Jiuwei pavilion was already complete. Only the decorating remained, which would take just a day or 2. Su Mu needed to prepare the ingredients well in advance. Su Mu compiled a list of all the ingredients she needed and sent it to Bai Weiwei. Within moments, a substantial sum of ingredient procurement funds landed in Su Mu's account. Marveling at how swiftly the payment had arrived, Su Mu couldn't help but remark, Now that's a friend worth keeping. Meanwhile, upon receiving the flower cakes, Bai Weiwei had immediately invited several top noble ladies from the upper echelons of the main star over to sample them, drumming up early publicity for the not-yet-open Jiuwei Pavilion. Mo Junmin was astonished that Bai Weiwei would host an entire tea party just for some cakes. In the past, his wife had never been willing to share all the delicious things she received, so why the sudden change of heart, even bringing out her precious potato chips? To Mo Junmin's confusion, Bai Weiwei merely scoffed and said, "What do you know? You can't catch a wolf without risking your bait." Seeing Bai Weiwei looking so pleased with herself, Mo Junmin smiled dotingly and said, "Well then, I wish you a swift victory. Flowers suit beautiful women. Refined ladies adorn everything they touch." The noble ladies initially sneered at the idea of a mere little pastry, but the moment it touched their lips, they were utterly conquered, eagerly asking where they could buy such flower cakes. Facing such fervent interest, Bai Weiwei maintained an elegant and composed demeanor, unhurriedly lifting the coffee cup before her and taking a delicate sip. The next moment, however, she frowned and set the cup aside. It was simply undrinkable. Ever since savoring the delicacies Moo had sent, Bai Weiwei could no longer tolerate any food from the main star. A noble lady dressed in a magnificent red gown noticed Bai Weiwei's reaction and inwardly sneered, "What an act." Yet on the surface, she dared not reveal the slightest trace of disdain. Instead, she appeared even more enthusiastic, asking with slight urgency, "Do tell madam, where can these delicious flower cakes be bought?" Seeing the ladies so focused on the question, Bai Weiwei finally gave a subtle smile and said, "Ladies, please don't be impatient. That shop won't open for another 3 days. Once it opens, I'll let you all know." After speaking, Bai Weiwei had another plate of potato chips brought out and said to the ladies, "Come, do try these chips as well. I guarantee you've never tasted anything like them." With that, she took a chip herself and placed it in her mouth. The crisp crunch was enough to make the ladies' hearts stir, and all of them reached out to take one. The crispy, savory flavor instantly won them over. After receiving Bai Weiwei's payment, Sumu paid for all the clothes and shoes that the person in the manor had purchased on the Star Network that very evening. All that remained was to wait quietly for the packages to arrive. After dinner, the entire household of Xingmu Manor gathered together in the courtyard, a rare occasion, and sat leisurely gazing up at the enormous bright moon in the sky. Though this was now the interstellar era and countless planets had become human habitats, the sun and moon remained unchanged, still governing the cycles of day and night for mankind. Sumu reclined on her chair, cradling Xing Bao in her arms, only to find that the little one had grown considerably heavier, pressing down on her chest until she could barely breathe. She shifted Xing Bao upright and gave him an appraising look. "Oh, my little one, haven't you grown quite a bit lately?" "Really? Have I really grown?" Xing Bao jumped down from Sumu's arms in excitement and stood on the ground examining his own arms and legs. Grandmother Xiaojun watched with a beaming smile. "You have grown taller and sturdier indeed, but you still have a long way to go before you're grown up." "Ha ha." Sumu chuckled as well, reaching out to touzle Xing Bao's little head, his soft black hair delightfully smooth beneath her fingers. Su Wen, grinning broadly, called out to Xing Bao, "Come over here to your brother. Train with us every day and you'll grow up in no time." With that, he scooped Xing Bao up and brought him into their midst, and soon they were all playing together. Su Wen and the others were teenagers of 13 or 14, mature beyond their years, yet still childlike at heart. Watching them tumble about in play, Su Mu suddenly realized a problem. Su Wen and the others called her sister, yet in front of Xing Bao they called themselves brothers. What kind of relationship was that supposed to be? It seemed she needed to correct this matter with the children when she had the chance. After all, she had no intention of being called an aunt. As for the title of granduncle, Su Wen and the others could take on the role of uncles instead. Su Mu's little schemes clicked away in her mind. Meanwhile, the boys, thoroughly enjoying their play, had no idea that they had suddenly become uncles, elevated a whole generation without warning. When the prepared potato chips and flour cakes had all been eaten, the leisurely evening came to an end, and everyone returned to their own rooms to rest. Sumu, however, after washing up, quietly slipped out of the manor once more and made her way to the oasis. She had felt a surge of delight from Little Claw. Under the night sky, the oasis was exceptionally still, save for the bright, clear moonlight reflected in the water, casting a faint glow upon the darkness. She had no sooner arrived beneath the vine tree than she saw a green tendril upon the thick vine wriggle, suddenly spring loose from the trunk and shoot through the air toward her. Sumu calmly stretched out her hand and caught the flying little claw in her palm. The creature coiled its entire body around her arm, its tiny tail wagging ceaselessly, radiating pure joy. Even the surrounding vines began to sway as if they too were expressing their delight in this manner. "Little Claw, why are you so happy?" Sumu raised her arm and looked at the little creature in her palm, attempting to communicate with it. Little Claw's soft yet excited voice came through. "Moo, I can feel Mother's power. Mother is nearby. Mother is back." These words left Sumu completely baffled. Wasn't its mother that vine tree? And what was all this about feeling her return? But before Sumu could ask, Little Claw released her arm and returned to the tree, once more settling into the same spot in the same posture as before. Gazing at her now empty palm, Sumu let out a soft sigh and muttered to herself, "What on earth did I come out here to do in the middle of the night?" Still, since she was already here, she couldn't very well return empty-handed. She took a turn around the oasis and the farm, and only then went back to the manor brimming with energy. Back in her room, Sumu once again watered the sapling, fertilized it, and channeled energy into it. A ritual she had never once skipped since she began. It had successfully grown from a tiny seed into a lush, thriving sapling. Gazing at the verdant, flourishing leaves, Sumu couldn't resist reaching out and stroking one. Yet at that moment, she was astonished to feel the leaf beneath her hand gently rubbing against her. Startled and wondering if she had imagined it, she reached out and touched the leaves again. This time, however, nothing stirred. She let out the breath she had been holding and thought to herself, I knew it. It's one thing for that vine tree outside who knows how old to become a spirit, but even a mere sapling. The night had grown deep. Sumu slipped into her blankets and fell asleep in an instant. It was the same familiar oasis outside the manor, yet far larger than the one now. A dense ring of vines still encircled it, sealing the oasis tightly within. Sumu found herself dressed in a white nightgown, the very one she always wore. She floated weightlessly above the water's surface. A slight curl of her toe could touch the water and send ripples spreading outward in wide circles. But she saw no reflection of herself upon the water, only golden and red fish swimming back and forth beneath it. Is this a dream? Sumu murmured to herself, curiously looking around. Yet she noticed that here the stout vine tree was gone, replaced by a great tree of equally massive and luxuriant proportions. Its trunk was like a dragon, its canopy like clouds that blotted out the sky and veiled the moon, standing like a small mountain upon the ground. Looking closely, Sumu discovered that the leaves of this great tree were exactly like those of the sapling she had raised. Each leaf the size of a palm, a flawless oval, with vivid veins and a deep green hue that radiated luxuriant vitality. At that moment, a gentle breeze arose, softly lifting the hem of Sumu's white nightgown, stirring her shoulder-length hair, and rustling the extraordinarily lush branches of the great tree. Sumu felt as if the great tree before her radiated vibrant vitality, its swaying branches seemingly beckoning to her. As if compelled by an unseen force, she took one step, then another, then a third, until at last she stood before the great tree. Before her loomed the thick, furrowed trunk. She lifted her gaze, yet all she could see was an ocean of green. Suddenly a branch swayed gently, and a green leaf lightly touched Sumu's brow. Her eyes instantly sharpened with clarity, but just as she reached out to grasp that leaf, her vision blurred before her very eyes. Mumu, time to get up and eat. A knock sounded in the room, and Sumu opened her eyes in her soft, large bed. Squinting against the bright light streaming through the window, she raised an arm to shield her eyes, and answered in a hoarse voice, Grandmother, I'll be up in a moment. All right then, make haste and wash up. Breakfast is already prepared. Reassured by Sumu's reply, Grandmother Xiaojun left with peace of mind. Sumu lay in bed for a while longer, lost in a daze, before finally sitting up and stretching. Her entire body let out a series of satisfying cracks from head to toe, and only then did she truly feel awake. She washed up quickly, then picked out a white short-sleeved shirt and a light blue denim overall shorts from the wardrobe. Her shoulder-length hair was casually gathered into a cute bun on top of her head. Looking at herself in the mirror, Sumu curled her lips into a bright smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Paired with her naturally delicate and refined features, she radiated vitality and charm. Sumu leaned closer to the mirror and scrutinized her face. The reflection felt both unfamiliar and yet deeply familiar. She blinked and murmured to herself, my face really has gotten rounder. Before heading out, Sumu habitually patted the little sapling on its head, then skipped down the stairs with light and cheerful steps. You're down. Come sit and eat quickly. Grandma Xiaojun spotted Sumu and promptly waved her over. She filled a bowl to the brim with porridge and set it on the table in front of Sumu, then asked, why did you get up so late today? Even as Grandma Xiaojun fussed over her, her hands never stopped moving. She casually picked up 2 buns and placed them on Sumu's plate. Sumu took a spoonful of porridge and slowly said, last night I had a dream about the oasis outside the manor. In the dream, the oasis was much larger than it is now, and there was a towering tree by the water, lush and thriving. But it didn't seem to be the same vine tree that's there now. Hearing Sumu's account of her dream, Suwin grew quite intrigued and pressed on eagerly, Sis Mumo, and then, what happened in the end? Sumu took another bite of the bun. The skin was thin and the filling generous, shepherd's purse and egg, and the taste was wonderfully fresh. She took several more bites before swallowing and saying, there was no ending. I've already forgotten it. Can't remember clearly. I only recall that the oasis was huge and the tree was huge too. Sumu took another big bite of the bun. She had no idea why her stomach felt like a bottomless pit today. The more she ate, the hungrier she became. Suwin remained just as curious and speculated, Sis Mumo, do you think the dream you had could be about the oasis and the tree from a very, very long time ago? Everyone at the table heard Suwin's speculation and burst into laughter, treating it as a joke. Su Rushu teased directly, Suwin, your imagination is quite vivid. It's just a dream. Facing Su Rushu's teasing, Suwin merely shrugged nonchalantly. I'm just saying. However, Sumu didn't deny Suwin's guess. Instead, she nodded in agreement and said, what Suwin said makes sense too. The oasis hasn't always been the way it is now. That's right. Mumo and young Su would speak the truth. Old man Mai, who was sitting nearby, stroked his beard and said with an air of wisdom, I do know a thing or two about the past of Sandstar. The oasis really wasn't like this in the old days. Suwon immediately urged, Grandpa Mai, then tell us quickly. Don't rush, don't rush. Let me think carefully. It's been so long that I don't remember it too well. Old man Mai stroked his beard again and then began to speak slowly. It was when I was 20 years old that I read it in a tattered book of 10,000-year history. It described how Sandstar abruptly transformed from a planet suitable for human habitation into one shrouded in endless yellow sand. According to the book, Sandstar once had both oceans and land, birds and beasts, boundless deserts, and endless forests. And in those days it wasn't called Sandstar at all. It had a beautiful name, Blue Star. But then one day, all the trees and flowers on Blue Star suddenly withered away inexplicably, and every river, lake, and sea dried up completely, leaving behind only a single oasis and a single great tree. Grandpa Mai, when Blue Star ended up like that, weren't there any humans? Didn't they try any rescue measures? Old man Mai had been deeply immersed in his storytelling when Suwon suddenly interrupted, which made him so exasperated that his beard bristled. He huffed, it's all your fault. Why did you have to cut in? You made me forget the rest. Suwon stared back in utter bewilderment. At that moment, Sumu glanced at the logistics message and said to the others at the table, All right. Has everyone finished eating? If so, whoever is on dish duty today should wash the dishes, and the rest of you can go to the transport station to pick up a package. Your clothes have arrived. The moment Sumu finished speaking, the young men all charged toward the door, leaving only Suwon seated at the table. Clearly today was his turn to wash the dishes. Suwon resignedly began clearing the table. As for old man Mai, old man Zhuang, and old man Sure, they surprisingly didn't wolf down their food and rush off as usual. Instead, each of them dragged a chair into the courtyard to bask in the morning light. Sumu wiped Xingbao's mouth clean, then fetched a small stool as well, and sat down beside the three old men. Holding Xingbao in her arms, she asked them, Grandpa Zhuang, what have you all been busy with lately? Apart from mealtimes, I hardly ever see you at all. Hearing Sumu's voice, old man Zhuang opened his eyes, which had been lightly shut, and looked at her. Nothing much really. It's just that Suwon and Mo Bei, those two boys, they want to attend the military academy, don't they? I've been preparing their welcome to school gifts. Sumu hadn't expected that Grandpa Zhuang, who rarely seemed to talk with the children in daily life, would still keep them close to his heart. She nodded and then asked, But Grandpa Zhuang, isn't it a bit early to start preparing gifts already? Grandpa Zhuang waved his hand and said, Early? Not at all. This gift of mine takes a great deal of time to make. And the main planet's military academy starts recruiting from the 1st of next month. If we don't hurry, we won't make it in time. Sumu frowned. Was the timeline really that tight? She wondered whether the tuition at the main planet's military academy was expensive. She would need to set aside the fees for both of them in advance. It seemed she'd have to find time to consult Mo Lingji and the others. Sumu then turned to old man Zhuang and asked, And what about you, Grandpa Zhuang? The blueprints for the Juwei restaurant that you were asked to design were finished long ago. What have you been shutting yourself inside your room for these days? As though reminded of something, a trace of keen light gleamed in old man Zhuang's aged, slightly cloudy eyes. But when he looked at Sumu, he simply said in a calm tone, Nothing much. I just feel that our farm has been developing quite well and the area keeps expanding, but the surrounding facilities haven't kept up. So I've been working on some architectural designs, warehouses, granaries, food packaging rooms, office areas, and so on. They'll be finished soon. Old man Zhuang's face was filled with the delight of a project nearing completion. Sumu, inspired by old man Zhuang's idea, felt as though a light bulb had gone off in her head. She quickly placed Xingbao into Mai Lao's arms, dragged her stool over to old man Zhuang, and said with a beaming smile, Come, Grandpa Zhuang, tell me your ideas in detail. Maybe I can offer some suggestions too. Su Chun and the others returned to Xingmu Garden loaded down with parcels, only to find Su Mu and Elder Zhuang alone in the courtyard. The two of them, heedless of the heat, sat in the sunlight chatting with great animation. At the sound of their voices, Elder Zhuang, who had been explaining something to Su Mu with great enthusiasm, sprang up even more excitedly and moved forward to greet them. You're back. Come in. Put your things down. You must be exhausted. Not at all, not at all. The group hurriedly unloaded everything they were carrying, somewhat disconcerted by Elder Zhuang's sudden warmth. Su Chun and the others had already found their own parcels from the pile, and they also picked out Elder Zhuang's parcel for him. The remaining parcels were all stacked in the courtyard. The 6 of them, parcels in hand, could barely wait to start tearing them open. Suwon, who had been tidying up the kitchen, heard the commotion outside and hurriedly called the others in the living room to run out into the courtyard. They rushed over at the sight of the parcels on the ground, each digging out his or her own from what remained. Only Granny Xiaojuan, holding Xingbao's hand, came strolling along behind with Elder Mai and Elder Shi trailing after her. Look at you all in such a flurry. What a disgrace. Elder Mai watched the chaotic scene with great restraint, refusing to step forward and merely standing at a distance. Suwon looked at the little old man with his proud expression, shook his head helplessly, and carried all the remaining parcels over to Elder Mai and Elder Zhuang, giving each old man the one meant for him, then handing Granny Xiaojun and Xingbao theirs. There's one for me too. Little Xingbao hugged the parcel meant for her face, full of surprise. She immediately looked at her mother and saw Sumu gazing at her with doting affection. Xingbao gave Sumu a sweet smile, hugged the parcel, walked up to her, and said in a soft, milky voice, "Thank you, Mommy." Sumu reached out and ruffled Xingbao's little head. "No need to be so polite with Mommy," she said indulgently. "Sister Mumu, this one is yours." Suwen brought an oversized parcel over to Sumu. He had only just realized that one more package had not been claimed, and out of curiosity, he looked to see whose it was, only to find that it belonged to Sumu. "Mine." Sumu was equally surprised. She hadn't bought anything for herself, but when she saw the familiar address and contact information, she understood at once it was from him again. She had no idea what he had sent this time. As she watched everyone else open their parcels and try on new clothes on the spot, even little Xingbao was holding a new outfit up against herself. Sumu also opened the big parcel. The contents inside were so dazzling they nearly blinded her. "Whoa, Sister Mumu, why did you buy such an extravagant dress? Hey, what's this? Shoes. Heavens, my eyes are going blind. Too dazzling." Holding up the magnificent dress, its surface encrusted with multicolored gemstones, then looking at the high heels and Su Wen's hands equally studded with every kind of jewel, Su Mu's smile froze on her face. "What is Mo Junyan trying to do? Sending me this sort of thing? What kind of taste is this? Can this even be worn?" Su Mu's heart was filled with furious complaints, but she still allowed herself a sliver of hope about the rest, so she opened the entire parcel and took everything out. Su Mu felt that she should never have harbored even a sliver of hope. There were 10 dresses and 10 matching pairs of shoes in total, and without exception every single one was a resplendent regal gown paired with high heels. From an appreciative point of view, Su Mu decided these clothes truly were beautiful. Princess dresses that every girl dreams of wearing to a banquet in a brightly lit hall. But the truth was Su Mu would not wear clothes like these. Absolutely not. Su Mu simply couldn't fathom what was going on in Mo Junyan's head. How could he buy this sort of clothes for her? Could it be that he was mocking her for not being womanly enough, and so had sent her this? Far off beyond the sky, Mo Junyan had no idea that Su Mu would think such a thing. He was still lost in the fantasy of whether Mumu would be pleasantly surprised when she received the parcel. Su Rushu keenly noticed the change in Su Mu's expression and guessed that these clothes were not her usual style in the least, nor did they look like something she would buy. If he had guessed correctly, they must have been sent by someone else. So he walked over to Su Mu, picked up one of the dresses, blinked at her, and teased, "Sister Mumu, you really have good taste. These clothes were designed by a famous designer on the capital planet. They're sure to look wonderful on you." Su Mu glanced at the somewhat affected Su Rushu, completely unbothered by his teasing. She simply picked out an even more ornate dress and shoved it into his hands, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "Since Rushu likes them so much, you can have them." With that, Su Mu went straight back to her bedroom, leaving a dazed Su Rushu standing there clutching 2 gorgeous dresses. He muttered under his breath, "Why did she give these to me? They're pretty, no doubt, but I can't wear them." "Who says you can't? You won't know until you try." Su Wen suddenly popped his head out from behind Su Rushu, his face brimming with excitement. Before Su Rushu could react, he called to the others, "Hurry up. Rushu is going to wear a dress. Come help." As he spoke, Su Wen reached out to pull off Su Rushu's t-shirt, but Su Rushu dodged nimbly. He managed to escape the attack from above, but not the one from below. He could evade Su Wen, but Shinma was another matter. Su Rushu truly panicked then. Flustered, he warned, "Don't touch me. All of you stay back. Hey, don't take off my pants. Stop." The remaining elders watched the chaotic scene, their mouths gaping in astonishment. When had these young fellows become so uninhibited? Belatedly snapping back to his senses, Elder Mai quickly covered Xingbao's eyes. See no evil," he said. Then he scooped Xingbao into his arms and hurried toward the living room, saying, "You mustn't look, you mustn't look." The other elders shook their heads and followed him inside. From the second floor, Su Mu could clearly hear Su Rushu's piercing protests, and she laughed heartily without the least sympathy. Suddenly a ringtone rang out. Acting out of pure habit, Su Mu tapped accept, and only then realized the caller might not be who she had assumed. But the video call had already connected, and Su Mu still wore a very obvious smile on her face, albeit one that now looked somewhat rigid. Seeing the smile on Su Mu's face, Mo Junyan assumed she was delighted with the clothes he had given her, so he asked directly, "Mumu, did you like the clothes I sent?" Facing that handsome face capable of captivating every young woman in the entire interstellar realm, especially with the faint smile that made it simply irresistible, the corners of Su Mu's mouth twitched, and she suddenly had no idea how to respond. If she said she liked them, she would be fooling herself. If she said she didn't, she was afraid of hurting him. 2 inner voices kept arguing in Su Mu's heart, and for a moment, she couldn't reach a final decision. Looking at the eager expectation in Mo Junyan's eyes, Su Mu finally sighed, and as if conceding, said, "The clothes are beautiful, and the shoes are beautiful too. Thank you very much. But don't buy any more next time." "General, how is it? Did the madam like the clothes?" Shilin asked with a fawning look. Just as he stepped into the meeting room, he saw Mo Junyan ending the call, but he had recognized Su Mu's voice from outside. Mo Junyan raised his eyes and gave Shilin a cool glance, his expression unreadable. Shilin's heart tightened. Could he have said something wrong or done something wrong? Looking at the empty meeting room, Shilin grew even more nervous. Gazing up at Mo Junyan, he asked cautiously, General, is it that the madam doesn't like the clothes you sent? Humph, you're quite clever. You've even taken to calling her madam. Mo Junyan gave a light snort and continued, since you're so clever, why didn't the clothes you picked please her? How could that be? Shilin refused to believe his taste was so poor and hastily defended himself. Those were designed by the most renowned designer on the main star. Beautiful, gorgeous styles, and by no means cheap. They are extremely popular among the noble ladies of the main star. After hearing Shilin's explanation, Mo Junyan sighed lightly and said, forget it. Go select another batch of clothes. Focus mainly on simple, convenient styles. Once you've chosen them, show them to me before buying. Also, what about Xingbao's things? Have they been sent? Shilin replied, the young master's toys and clothes are still being selected. We don't understand children's tastes, so it's been a bit slow. Mo Junyan went on, that's fine. Once they're selected, show them to me as well. As soon as Shilin left the meeting room, he heaved a sigh of relief. Inwardly, he was deeply hurt. He still couldn't believe his taste had really become so awful. The general had actually stopped trusting him. Heartbroken. Because the clothes he had selected were rejected, Shilin ultimately decided to contact Sumu. After ending her video call with Mo Junyan, Sumu sat on the small balcony on the second floor watching several youths below chasing and roughhousing. But the gems and crystals on those dresses and shoes glittered too brilliantly under the sunlight. Sumu's eyes simply couldn't bear it, so she stood up and left the balcony. Seeing Shilin's incoming call request, Sumu raised an eyebrow and thought to herself, what's he up to? The boss just left, and now his subordinate comes calling. Comrade Shilin, is there something you need from me? Hearing Sumu's somewhat distant tone, Shilin was momentarily speechless. The words he had just prepared vanished completely from his mind. Not saying anything. Did I dial the wrong number? Hearing Sumu's puzzled voice, Shilin quickly spoke up, Miss Mu. But all that answered him was the sound of the call being cut off. What the yay? Sumu hung up the phone and flopped face first into the soft bed. At that moment her mind was in a jumble so chaotic that her head ached. Although Mo Junyan had left her territory, he kept sending things over batch after batch. What exactly did he mean by this? Was he simply fond of Xingbao, or was he fond of her? Sumu wasn't sure, but just thinking about it made her heart thump wildly. No, I can't think about this anymore. Oh. Sumu rubbed her cheeks and suddenly sprang up from the bed. No, I have to find something to do to distract myself. Right. Distract myself. Zaire, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Suddenly called by name, Zaire looked blankly into the emptiness of the space, and only after a long moment realized it was Sumu's voice. Zaire suddenly felt how empty the system space was. Watching the people outside eat, work, and play together, at first he had thought they were noisy, and that being alone was fine, but as time passed, loneliness crept in. So later he used sleep to pass the time and dispel that nameless loneliness. Zaire, are you listening? Sumu sat by the edge of the bed. After not hearing Zaire's voice for a long time, she grew worried and immediately entered the system space. Seeing Zaire curled up in his nest, as usual, she breathed a sigh of relief. She walked over, pulled Zaire out of his nest in one motion, and held him in her arms. Reaching out a finger, she tapped his head and said, what's wrong with you? You're clearly awake, so why didn't you answer me? Zaire, have you gotten fat? You're much heavier now. And your arms and legs have gotten thicker too. Sumu looked Zaire up and down, then gave him a little bounce in her arms. He truly was heavier, and his face had matured, no longer as soft and adorable as before. Hearing Sumu say he was fat, the loneliness in Zaire's heart vanished completely. Struggling out of her arms and landing on the ground, he raised his head and shouted at Sumu, take a good look at me. I've grown up. I'm sturdy, not fat. Zaire's roar echoed through the space. He was so agitated that the white whiskers on both sides of his mouth trembled. Seeing how excited Zaire was, Sumu crouched down, looked at him, and nodded with a grin. Right. You've grown up and your voice is much more imposing now. So Zaire, what would you like to eat? Zaire was rendered speechless by Sumu's words. His eyes were fixed tightly on her, and finally he said popcorn. And bread. He had seen people eating popcorn when he was in other planes, but at that time, he was only a formless system program. No matter how his previous master described how delicious popcorn was, he had never had the chance to taste it. And bread. That was the first time he had taken physical form and tasted food. That deliciousness he would never forget. Alright, I'll go make it now. Watching Sumu's figure disappear, he was once again alone in the space. Zaire sat on the ground dejectedly and murmured to himself, even if I want to eat it, what can I do? I can't eat it at all. Sumu left the space and returned to the bedroom. Her grinning expression instantly turned serious. She had always known that Zaire's growth required monetary support. It was just that the comfortable life she was living now had made her temporarily ignore her own need for money. Seeing today Zaire's somewhat hollow, lonely gaze and the joy he showed the moment he saw her, Sumu decided that she would work hard to earn money and spend money to help Zaire grow. Only with sufficient energy support could Zaire grow up and even leave the system. In fact, Zaire hadn't told Sumu that as the system kept upgrading and energy increased, he would keep growing, and he could then temporarily break free from the system's shackles and enjoy life in the outside world. But Sumu had secretly checked the system's instruction manual herself. It was only because He Zaire had never asked her for anything that Su Mu had completely overlooked his feelings and only cared about her own needs. Only today did Su Mu suddenly realize that in her heart He Zaire was no longer just a system spirit. He had already become her friend. And how could she bear to let her friend stay alone in that desolate space? Absolutely not. Su Mu went into the kitchen and began preparing the ingredients. Popcorn required very few ingredients and was simple to make, but bread was considerably more complicated. Not confident in her own cooking skills and hoping to avoid another oven explosion, Su Mu eventually called Granny Xiaojun over to make the bread together. The two of them first kneaded the dough and set it aside to rise, then began preparing the popcorn. Popcorn only required corn kernels and syrup. Besides the original syrup, there was also chocolate, condensed milk, cream, brown sugar, and so on. They happened to have all of those, so Su Mu planned to make every flavor. The two were full of enthusiasm. Before long, crackling pops filled the kitchen, and the sound continued for nearly an hour before finally stopping. The tiny kitchen could no longer contain the rich, sweet aroma. The whole living room and courtyard were saturated with it. So fragrant. What is that smell? Led by the smell, 6 young boys plus little Xingbao all made their way to the kitchen. Elder Mai and his 2 companions, who had been sitting in the living room, had long been lured over by the fragrance. They were leaning against the kitchen window, staring intently at the freshly popped popcorn inside. Carrying the popcorn, Su Mu opened the door and saw a crowd gathered outside. She quickly said, "Move, move. If you want to eat, go to the living room." Everyone scattered. Once Su Mu set the popcorn on the table, they all eagerly grabbed handfuls and stuffed them into their mouths. "Sister Mumu, this is so delicious. So crispy, so fragrant, and so sweet." Su Wen narrowed his eyes in bliss. "Right, Sister Mumu, why haven't you made something this tasty before?" Shen Mabe was even more dramatic. While everyone else ate one kernel at a time, he stuffed popcorn in by the handful. The others were too busy eating to talk, but their hands moved so fast they were like afterimages. Especially Su Wen and Shen Mabe. They actually started fighting over a bite to eat. A fight seemed about to break out, but Su Mu stopped them just in time. Seeing how much they loved it, Su Mu sat down and started eating too, completely forgetting that Granny Xiaojun was still busy in the kitchen. Qing Feng and Yida took their time savoring the popcorn. The sweet taste made it impossible for them to put it down. As if something had occurred to him, Yida quickly said to Su Mu, "Sister Mumu, what is this tasty thing called? I think we could sell it in our Starnet little shop." Qing Feng also chimed in, "Right, Sister Mumu. Our shop's potato chips sell well, but we have too few products. There's only the chips." Seeing how perceptive Qing Feng and Yida were, Su Mu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Your idea is excellent, and I think it's feasible. This is called popcorn. Once the bread is out of the oven, you two should taste it too. I want to sell both the bread and the popcorn in our shop." Su Mu thought for a moment and continued, "Tonight, I'm going to do another live stream to introduce the popcorn and bread. After that, the live streams will be up to you too. Is that all right?" Hearing Su Mu's idea, Qing Feng nodded without any hesitation. Yida, on the other hand, seemed a little hesitant. Qing Feng seemed to see Yida's worry and comforted him. "Don't worry, Yida. I'm here. We'll do it together. Together." With Qing Feng's encouragement, Su Mu smiled and said, "Yida, you have to believe that we have the ability to protect you. On Sandstar, no one can hurt you. Not even the AI Corporation." This was Su Mu's confidence and the goal she strived for. Not just to make money, but to protect those she wanted to protect. When the bread finally came out of the oven, it too received everyone's praise. That evening, Su Mu held another live stream and demonstrated the entire process of making popcorn and bread with nothing concealed. In particular, she enabled the full high-definition smell and taste sharing feature. Many people placed orders on the spot. Su Mu informed them in advance that these were pre-orders. She would need to receive the orders first and then produce the food to ensure its deliciousness was not affected. Only after they agreed did she accept the orders. After the live stream ended, Su Mu still remembered to have Qing Feng and Yida pack a portion of popcorn and bread for Bai Weiwei and Mo Junyan. Su Mu suddenly remembered that Zheng Yangyang and the others had apparently pre-ordered apples before, but she had forgotten about it during the apple harvest 2 days ago. Seeing that it was already dark, Su Mu chose to deliver them the next day. Still, she gave Su Chun and Su Rushu a heads up in advance so she wouldn't forget. Su Mu carried a portion of popcorn and bread back to the bedroom, placed them on the table, and only then entered the system space. Hearing the commotion, He Zaire scrambled excitedly out of his nest, catching the sweet fragrance on Su Mu. But when he saw Su Mu's empty hands, his earlier excitement vanished completely. Seeing He Zaire's obvious shift in mood, Su Mu scooped him up, rubbed his little head, and laughed. "What kind of expression is that? Didn't you say that outside things can't come into the system space? Is that so?" He Zaire widened his eyes in surprise. He didn't remember that. "All right, I'll take you out right now." With that, Su Mu hugged He Zaire and disappeared from the space. She placed He Zaire on the small sofa and quietly enjoyed the little fellow's incredulous expression. "All right, stop thinking about it. I just topped up a huge amount into the system to buy you 2 whole hours away from it. During these 2 hours, you can do whatever you want and eat whatever you want. So the remaining time is yours. If you keep spacing out, you're going to waste all of it. Really, Mumu, you're wonderful. Woo-woo." He Zaire snapped back to reality, but still couldn't quite believe it. Only after Su Mu reassured him again did he throw himself into her arms with a sob. Comforted by her, he finally pretended to be reserved and began to taste the popcorn and bread. Very soon his furry little mouth was stuffed full. Mumu, I also want meat buns and potato chips, and I want sour plum drink, and I want... Stop, stop, stop. Sumu hurriedly stopped him from continuing his menu. Can you finish all that? Save the rest for next time. It's not as if once it's gone there won't be any more. With that, Sumu left the bedroom to prepare some food for Heizire. Xingbao, on the other hand, had eaten a little too much today. Too full to sleep, he snuck into Sumu's room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a black furry creature hiding on the table eating the popcorn and bread Mom had made. Mom! A loud shriek suddenly pierced the sky, startling everyone in Xingmu Garden awake. They hurriedly turned on the lights and rushed out. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hearing the screams, Sumu dropped what she was holding and rushed toward the room. By the time she got there, the room was already packed with people. Sumu quickly squeezed her way in and saw Heizire and Xingbao in a tense standoff. Seeing his mother arrive, Xingbao angrily pointed at Heizire and accused Mom thief. Heizire stared blankly at Xingbao, who was accusing him. He wanted to retort, but suddenly remembered he couldn't reveal himself, so he could only look helplessly towards Sumu. Seeing Heizire's pitiful, pleading eyes, Sumu tried hard to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth and keep herself from laughing out loud. Sumu stepped forward and gathered Heizire into her arms, then said to Granny Xiaojuan, Su Chun, and the others, Granny, everything is fine here. This cat is mine, his name is Heizire. It's just that you've never seen him before. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Granny Xiaojun began shooing everyone away, telling them all to disperse and go back to sleep. The others returned to their rooms drowsy, leaving only Xingbao still standing where he was. Now that he knew Heizire was not a thief, Xingbao found the small furry black cat utterly adorable. Mommy, let me hold Heizire. Xingbao reached out directly, wanting to take Heizire, but Sumu did not hand him over. Instead, she asked, weren't you just saying he was a thief? Why do you want to hold him now? Hearing the word thief, Heizire's small ears drooped instantly, and even his whiskers sagged. He looked utterly wronged. Xingbao knew he had said something wrong, so he lowered his head and murmured to Sumu, Mommy, Xingbao was wrong. Xingbao shouldn't have said those things about Heizire. Seeing Xingbao apologizing so sincerely, Sumu felt deeply gratified, but when she saw Heizire's aggrieved little expression, her heart ached a little. She crouched down, looked straight into Xingbao's eyes, and asked gently, since you know you were wrong, shouldn't you apologize? Yes, I should. Heizire, I'm sorry. Xingbao apologized to Heizire with utmost sincerity. Heizire, who had been utterly miserable just a moment ago, immediately let out an excited meow. Xingbao could not understand that meow, but Sumu could. He was saying, you're welcome. This little one is very magnanimous. Heizire jumped down from Sumu's arms, landed on Xingbao's shoulder, and affectionately nuzzled against his plump baby soft cheeks. Xingbao seemed to adore Heizire. He showed not the slightest resistance to his touch, instead carefully holding him for fear that Heizire might fall. After nuzzling Xingbao, Heizire jumped down, walked over to the table, with elegant feline steps leaped onto it, and continued eating the snacks he had not finished earlier. The time outside was only 2 hours, and not a single moment could be wasted. Meow. Mumu, where are my buns, potato chips, and sour plum soup? Because he could not speak human language in front of others, Heizire could only communicate with Sumu through meows. Only then did Sumu remember that those things were still downstairs. She asked Xingbao to keep Heizire company while she went downstairs to get the food. Xingbao loved the task Sumu had given him, and as soon as Sumu left, he eagerly scooped Heizire into his arms. Heizire did not resist in the slightest. Instead, he nestled blissfully in Xingbao's arms. When Sumu returned to the bedroom carrying a large plate of food, she saw Xingbao sitting on the sofa with Heizire in his arms, feeding him popcorn and occasionally popping one into his own mouth, one for each of them, both thoroughly enjoying themselves. Sumu set the food on the table and considerately poured sour plum soup for the two of them before climbing into her comfortable bed. Watching the cat and the child growing more excited as they ate, Sumu casually warned them, take it easy with the food. Don't eat too much or you'll get a stomachache. After giving her warning, Sumu felt her consciousness begin to blur and slowly drifted into sleep. Seeing the familiar great tree vines and oasis, Sumu knew she had come here in her dream again. In fact, when it came to what old Ma had said about the records of Shashing from 10,000 years ago, Sumu did believe it. She also felt that she was not dreaming of this scene for no reason, as some force must be guiding her even if she did not yet understand it. Sumu gently stroked the rough trunk of the great tree, feeling the abundant vitality flowing through it, and for a moment, she felt as if she were floating. But the next second she felt her face was wet, and she woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw a magnified, chubby little face right in front of her. Seeing that she was awake, his big, watery eyes curved into crescent moons, and he pouted his pink little lips as he leaned toward her. Mwah! A wet kiss landed on Sumu's cheek. Looking at Xingbao's grinning face, Sumu smiled as well. She reached out and gently pinched his plump little cheek, then said softly, "Good morning, baby." "Good morning, Mommy," Xingbao replied sweetly. Sumu climbed out of bed and saw that the plate, which had been piled full of food the night before, had been completely devoured, leaving only an empty dish. Xingbao noticed Sumu looking at the table and said in his little baby voice, "Heizire ate it all." It's just that when I woke up, I couldn't find him. Xing Bao's voice sounded somewhat disappointed. They had gone to sleep together last night, so why was he gone when he woke up? Seeing how much her precious son could not bear to be parted from He Zaire, and the disappointed look in his eyes, Sumu quickly made up a reason to comfort him. He Zaire has gone to rest. He sleeps for a long time and loves sleeping very much. Once he has rested enough, you can see him again. Really? Xing Bao's face was full of innocence. Really? Sumu nodded very seriously, but inwardly, she was ranting wildly. It's true, it just requires a lot of money. It looks like I'll have to work hard to earn more. After breakfast, everyone got busy. Su Chun and Su Rushu continued to manage the farm. Now with the assistance of machines and robots, their work efficiency had greatly improved. Qing Feng and Yida were still busy with the little shop. Since the new products had gone on sale yesterday, mountains of orders had yet to be packed. Su Wen and Shun Mabe, showing great tact, did not stay for dinner and went straight to the gravity room to train, leaving Qing Feng and Yida to handle the packing. Sumu called Su Wen over, left Shun Mabe to help Qing Feng and the others pack, and took Su Wen to the transport station. The packages that should have been sent out yesterday had to be delivered early today. Only after sending off the packages for Mo Junyan and Bai Weiwei did Sumu begin wrapping apples for Mo Lingji and the others. After wrapping and writing names on them, Sumu remembered that she did not have their addresses. For convenience, she had only asked for Yinzhou's address, sent all the apples there, and let them divide them among themselves. As for why it was not Mo Lingji's address, Sumu could only say that Yinzhou seemed more approachable than Mo Lingji. With the three of them working hard, all the packages were sent out. At the estate, Su Chun and Su Rushu had also finished the morning's work. The two walked towards Su Mu and the others from a distance, the yellow sunflowers in their hands catching everyone's attention. Seeing those two enormous sunflowers, Su Mu's eyes lit up, and she murmured excitedly to herself, "Oh right. How could I forget sunflower seeds, the supreme leisure time snack? And peanuts. Tomorrow I'll have them plant the peanuts." Su Mu had them harvest all the sunflowers that had fully matured. In the end of the sunflowers that had once ringed the entire farm, only a few blooms remained still growing toward the sun. To thresh out every sunflower seed, Su Mu, Su Chun, and the others spent an entire afternoon outside before finally getting all the seeds free. Su Chun put away the camera and was about to send the recorded video to Su Mu, but Su Mu told him to send it directly to Qing Feng and Yida. Su Mu planned to record the whole journey of the sunflower seeds, from picking, sun-drying, and roasting to finally becoming a delicious snack, and put the video in the little shop so that people across the entire star system could appreciate the life of a sunflower seed. The freshly harvested sunflower seeds were still quite damp and had to be dried in the sun for 2 days before they could be roasted. After spreading all the sunflower seeds evenly on the open ground, Su Mu finally led the three of them back to Xingmu Garden to rest. Only Su, when upon reaching the gate of Xingmu Garden, turned straight toward the neighboring house. In the entire courtyard, only Qing Feng and Yida were present, as Shin Mabe was nowhere to be seen. She guessed the fellow had probably gone next door again to train. With the exam imminent, they were truly training every second. But Sumu noticed that Granny Xiaojun was not there either, so she asked Qingfeng, where is Granny? Qingfeng paused his work, looked at Sumu, and said, Granny said we're having dumplings today. She went to the vegetable garden to pick some cilantro and garlic. Dumplings? Is today some special festival? Why are we having dumplings? Still, I really do crave dumplings. It's just that wrapping them is a bit troublesome. At the mention of dumplings, Sumu's mouth watered. But at the thought of so many mouths in the estate and the huge number of dumplings that would have to be wrapped, Sumu got a headache. She loved dumplings, but did not love wrapping them. Preparing the fillings, however, was no trouble at all. Sumu went into the kitchen and began preparing the dumpling fillings: chive and egg tomato, and egg zucchini and egg, and of course scallion and pork. This pork was raw, unprocessed meat Sumu had recently bought from the Star Network. Because its texture and flavor were poor, the price was extremely low. Sumu spent a considerable sum to buy a purifier from the system mall. It was said to be able to purify this meat perfectly, and this was her first attempt. The purifier was not large, only about the size of a sink. Sumu filled it with water and put the prepared meat inside. At once the entire water surface began to churn constantly, emitting yellow foam. She purified the meat 3 times in this way. Only when no more impurities appeared on the surface did Sumu take the meat out. After purification, the meat no longer had the strange odor from before. Sumu eagerly looked forward to the taste of the meat dumplings made with it. After the fillings were mixed, Sumu kneaded the dough for the wrappers until it was just the right softness, then left it to rest under plastic wrap and waited for Granny to return. Granny, however, had not yet arrived when Grandpa Zhuang showed up. Grandpa Zhuang looked extremely excited today. A smile that could not be concealed covered his deeply wrinkled face. After scanning the courtyard and apparently not finding the person he was looking for, he asked in a strong, sonorous voice, Mu girl, where are those 2 lads, Su Wen and Ma Bei? Looking at Grandpa Zhuang, who was so unusual today, Sumu asked with a mischievous grin, Grandpa Zhuang, something seems off with you today. Did you start chatting with some pretty granny online and find a second spring? Old man Zhuang, caught completely off guard by Sumu's sudden teasing, stammered, don't talk nonsense. What second spring? Granny Xiaojun walked in with a kind, gentle voice. Old man Zhuang, already thoroughly embarrassed, instantly turned visibly red. Seeing Granny Xiaojuan's curious expression, he hastily explained, "Moo girl is talking nonsense. Didn't I build 2 mechas for those 2 lads, Su Chun and Ma Bei, for the military academy entrance exam? They were finally finished today, so I was a bit excited." Old man Zhuang explained the whole matter in one breath, clearly and thoroughly. But at the end he pointed one finger directly at Su Mu and said helplessly, "It's just that this Mu girl is truly infuriating. She insists on twisting my words." Su Mu, on the other hand, was laughing theatrically. How had she never noticed that old man Zhuang had such an adorable side? Granny Xiaojun saw that Su Mu had not the slightest shred of restraint and sighed. "Mu, how old are you now, still teasing your grandpa Zhuang like this?" Su Mu suppressed a laugh and explained, "Granny, I know I was wrong. I won't say such random things anymore. But Grandpa Zhuang really is adorable." Seeing that the two were about to start quarreling again, Granny Xiaojun quickly changed the subject and led everyone to make dumplings together. Even Su Wen and Xin Ma Bei, who were still training, were called back. Of course, no one let Qing Feng or Yida off either. Looking at the 3 large basins piled high with dumpling filling, Su Mu immediately seized the task of rolling out the wrappers. Compared with wrapping dumplings, she preferred rolling the skins. But the joy of eating dumplings comes from making them all together and then eating them together. 10 minutes later, however, everyone looked at one another in dismay over the dumplings that had split open one by one, while Su Mu alone wore a smile, thinking, "So there really are people whose dumplings are even uglier than mine. Is this what dumplings are supposed to look like?" Su Wen looked at the filling that had once again burst out of the wrapper in his hand, and stared at Su Mu with embarrassment, hoping she would nod and agree with him. But Su Mu would not grant his wish. In an extremely gentle voice, she said, "Then why don't you eat all the dumplings of this kind?" "We'll eat the kind Granny made." "I don't want to. I don't want to eat broken ones." "I don't either. Granny, please teach us." All right. Don't rush. Watch carefully. I'll demonstrate once more for you." Under Granny Xiaojuan's patient instruction, everyone finally enjoyed delicious, unbroken dumplings before nightfall. One after another, they all fell in love with the taste, and even wanted Granny to make dumplings every day. None of the people seated at the table said that the pork dumplings were not delicious. Su Mu, however, felt that the meat tasted rather bland. Still, since it had not been disliked by any of them, and not a single strange flavor had been detected, the purification of the meat had proved very successful. What remained was to plan carefully how to sell the purified meat out of Shashing. After eating another large bowl of pork dumplings, Su Wen finally set down his bowl and chopsticks, burped, and said to Su Mu's sister, "Mu, I somehow feel that although the meat today was tasty, why isn't it as fragrant as the meat you made before?" Xin Ma Bei chimed in from the side. "I think you've simply eaten too much and stuffed yourself. Go 3 months without meat and see if it still tastes good to you." So there really was a slight difference after all. Seeing how sensitive Su Wen's palate was, Su Mu asked, "Is the difference in taste so great?" Su Wen shook his head and said very seriously, "No, it isn't that. The texture is fine, but it's just that this time it truly isn't as fragrant as before." After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Elder Zhuang mysteriously took out 2 objects and gave them to Su Wen and Xin Ma Bei. Looking at the 2 lovely pendants in Elder Zhuang's hand, Su Wen and Xin Ma Bei exchanged a glance, their eyes holding a trace of surprise and delight. The 2 pendants, one black and one white, were both beautiful. Xin Ma Bei reached for the black one near Su Wen, but Su Wen snatched it away first. Su Wen snatched the black pendant and shot Xin Ma Bei a glare as well. Xin Ma Bei could only sheepishly take the other pendant. Seeing the sour look on Xin Ma Bei's face, Elder Zhuang pretended to be angry and asked, "What? Don't you like it?" "No. It's just that the black one looks more imposing," Xin Ma Bei muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Su Wen, who had snatched the black pendant, wore a smug look that made Xin Ma Bei gnash his teeth. Only then did Elder Zhuang's mood brighten. "Good, since you like them," he said bluntly, "I stayed up night after night making these for you. If you didn't like them, just see how I deal with you." Su Mu looked at the 2 pendants and felt that they were not as simple as they seemed. Sure enough, Elder Zhuang asked Su Wen and Xin Ma Bei to go out into the courtyard where there was more open space. The 2 obediently did as they were told. Once they were on the open ground outside, they pressed the ring-shaped spot at the very center of their pendants as Elder Zhuang instructed. 2 beams of light shot out from the pendants, and where the beams struck, 2 huge figures materialized out of thin air. Actually, the moment the light appeared, Su Mu had already guessed that they were mechas. What she hadn't expected was that these 2 mechas would be so cute. No, actually they were very beautiful too. Su Wen and Xin Ma Bei looked at their own mechas, unable to contain the excitement on their faces. The 2 exchanged a glance, then suddenly rushed at Elder Zhuang in a frenzy of excitement. "Wow, Grandpa Zhuang, thank you so much. You're the best. Grandpa, you're my real grandpa. No, even a real grandpa isn't as good as you. From now on, you're my real grandpa. No, he's my real grandpa." The people gathered outside could only watch as the 2 boys clung to Elder Zhuang, arguing over whose grandpa he was. And although Grandpa Zhuang enjoyed the feeling, it was obvious that his old bones couldn't take much more. Su Mu noticed that although Elder Zhuang still had a smile on his face, his complexion was starting to look off. She hurried over and pulled at the 2 of them. "Let go of Grandpa Zhuang right now. He can't handle your enthusiasm." Only then did Elder Zhuang heave a sigh of relief. "These old bones are no good anymore. I can't even stand for long now. Su when Mo-Bay, these two mechas are enrollment gifts I'm giving to you too. From now on work hard, and strive to get into the military academy. Otherwise I'm taking these gifts back. Elder Zhuang looked very serious, making it clear that if they didn't do well he truly meant what he said. Hearing this, Su Wen and Shen Mo-Bay hurriedly assured him over and over that they would definitely do well. Hearing their assurances, Elder Zhuang looked gratified, and said good. This black one is called Little Black, and the white one is called Big White. Take your time getting familiar with them. No matter how good a mecha is, it still needs a break-in period. As for their functions, you'll have to explore those yourselves. Alright, go get familiar with them. Elder Zhuang went back to rest after speaking. Elder Mai and Elder Shi, who had no interest in mechas, followed him back. Only the children remained staring longingly at mechas that belonged to someone else. Both mechas were beast type. Sumu took a closer look and somehow felt that they resembled Blackie a little, which was why she found them cute at first sight. Except for their different colors, the two mechas were exactly the same, like twins. Sleek lines, long slender bodies, sharp claws, and golden pupils. They bore feline traits from head to toe, yet Sumu couldn't tell what animal they were supposed to be. Cheetah. Tiger. Sumu thought of several species, but none of them matched. She gave up guessing since mechas weren't necessarily modeled after real animals. Looking at the two mechas, Sumu felt a stirring desire in her heart. Look how sharp those claws are. They'd definitely be great for plowing fields. Seeing that Su Wen and Shen Mo-Bay had already bonded with the two mechas and started testing them out, the others quickly grew bored and left one by one to go about their own business. After all, out of sight, out of mind. Around this time, Sumu also received a message from Mo Lingji, but the tone of his voice was a little off. Mumu, when you sent the apples, why didn't you ask for my address? Instead, you sent them all to Yenzhou. His voice carried a faint note of grievance. Even without seeing his expression, Sumu could imagine the sour look on that guy's face. Still, Sumu tried to pacify him. Classmate Mo, it's not as if just anyone can get into your house. On the other end, Mo Lingji, who was still wearing a cold, sour face, looked at Sumu's message, thought for a moment, and said that's true. Sumu remembered that Su Wen and Shen Mo-Bay were going to take the military academy entrance exam, so she thought she'd ask Mo Lingji about the academy. As soon as Mo Lingji heard that they were coming, he repeatedly assured her that they should come without worry. There would be someone looking out for them. Sumu was sincerely grateful for Mo Lingji's assurance. Then thank you very much. With you all there, I'll feel much more at ease. After ending the call, with Mo Lingji, Zhang Yangyang called. As soon as he opened his mouth, that familiar babyish voice came out. Sister Mumu, I got the apples. They're super tasty. I've never had such delicious apples before. My dad likes them too, my mom likes them too, my grandpa likes them too, and my big brother. Sumu nodded repeatedly and interrupted him before he could continue. Alright, I know your whole family likes them. Yeah, my whole family likes them. After finishing with Zhang Yangyang, Sumu received another text from Yenzhou. This time it was much more normal. It contained only 2 sentences. The first, the apples have arrived. I've already shared them. They taste great. The second, I hope you'll have the chance to return to the main planet someday. Sumu stared at the last sentence, slightly stunned. She had never once thought about returning to the main planet. Now that she had no family there, it no longer felt like home, and she didn't want to go back at all. But one day she would go back. She had always felt that her parents' deaths were suspicious. Once she was strong enough, she would return to uncover the truth. Days passed one after another, and every day was the same. Cooking, eating, cleaning, plowing fields, and planting vegetables day in and day out. Fortunately, they all rather enjoyed this peaceful life away from the world's strife. Then one morning, just after breakfast had been placed on the table, a message from Mo Junyan arrived through Sumu's optical brain. I'm right outside the Sha Star Defense Network. Requesting access clearance. A deep voice with a hint of helplessness rang out at the dining table. At this moment, the Mo family starship was facing Sha Planet from a distance. The planet was right before their eyes, yet they could not enter. Inside the starship's meeting room, Mo Junyan stared at the alert. Entry access not granted. No entry permitted. His heart felt frozen cold. He had been away for less than a month, and although he had been gone, he had never stopped sending gifts to this place. So how had it come to this where he couldn't even get in? Seeing how awful Mo Junyan's expression was, Shi-Lin quickly comforted him. General, maybe Sha Planet's defense system has been upgraded, so your access rights need to be reactivated. Mo Junyan raised his eyelids and gave Shi-Lin a cool look. Do you think I'm an idiot? Alright. Shi-Lin quietly retreated to one side. Upon hearing Mo Junyan's voice, Sumu felt a guilty twinge and hurriedly explained, sorry, the defense system was upgraded, so I temporarily revoked the access permissions. I'll activate them right now. With that, Sumu quickly hung up and said to everyone at the dining table, hurry up and finish breakfast. After you eat, we're going to welcome the ward god home. Xingbao grew excited at once. Mom, is dad back? Yes, your dad is coming back. When Mo Junyan heard Sumu's voice, the coldness on his face melted away instantly. He turned to Shi-Lin and said, why are you still standing around? The access has been granted. Why haven't you given the order to set course back to Sha Planet? Yes, I'm on it. Long accustomed to his general changing expression, as quickly as flipping through a book, Shi-Lin nodded and ran out. Only Mo Junyan remained in the empty meeting room, seated behind the conference table, with a faint smile on his face. As the starship slowly descended, Su-mu led everyone from the estate out to greet it, looking as if they were warmly welcoming their arrival. As the black hatch slowly opened, revealing the edges of military green uniforms, Su-mu began to signal. Welcome, welcome. A rousing welcome. Welcome, welcome. A rousing welcome. The first 2 men out were startled by the overwhelming enthusiasm. They quickly smoothed their expressions and took their places on either side of the hatch. Then Imo Junyan strolled leisurely toward the entrance, with Shilin silently following behind him. The moment Imo Junyan set foot on Sha Planet, he spotted Su-mu's figure in the crowd with a single glance, and his stern features instantly softened. General Imo, you must have had a tiring journey. Seeing that the elders had no reaction, Su-mu had to step forward and greet him herself. Imo Junyan stared fixedly at Su-mu, then gave a light laugh. It wasn't tiring. As long as I'm not kept outside the door. Well, how could that happen? Huh. A little embarrassed, Su-mu could only cover it up with laughter. Imo Junyan looked at her slightly guilty expression and smiled faintly. As long as it won't happen. Dad, didn't you see Xingbao? Xingbao stood beside Su-mu, craning his little neck as hard as he could, waiting for Imo Junyan to notice him, but saw that Imo Junyan's gaze never fell on him. He grew anxious at once. How could I not? Imo Junyan scooped Xingbao up at once and rubbed the child's little head with his slightly rough hand, saying dotingly, how could Dad not see Xingbao? Dad loves Xingbao the most. Still holding Xingbao in one arm, Imo Junyan said to Su-mu, I brought some things back for you this time. See if you like them. The moment Imo Junyan finished speaking, a relatively small door suddenly opened at the rear of the warship, followed by a chaotic burst of noise. Then a group of hoofed animal calves came running out, one after another. Each animal had a rope around its neck, with the other end tightly gripped by a soldier. Even so, they were all bursting with energy and trying to break free. These are live animals. You actually brought back a herd of live animals. Su-mu was utterly incredulous. That was the war god's starship. How could it be used to carry live animals? The thought of these animals eating, drinking, and relieving themselves in such a high-end place left her stunned. Seeing the strange look on Su-mu's face, Imo Junyan frowned. You don't like them? Su-mu glanced at him. It's not that. I'm just a little surprised. As long as you like them. Shilin, seeing his general expend so much time and effort to bring back a herd of livestock only to receive a simple, as long as you like them, quickly added, Miss Mu, our general saw that you all ate only vegetables every day and had no nutrition, so he went all the way to bring back some herbivore calves. There are 150 total, 100 young ones and 50 adults. At the sight of so many herbivores, Su-mu was thrilled. She was already savoring the image of a delicious barbecue feast. Her eyes shining, she looked at Imo Junyan and said gratefully, Thank you, General, for going to so much trouble. These animals came right on time. I've been craving barbecue for a long time. I didn't expect General Imo to be so considerate. Let me say thank you on behalf of everyone. Imo Junyan looked at Su-mu with a smile in his eyes. There's no need for thanks. No sooner had he said that than Shilin loudly cut in. The general hasn't had much appetite lately and has lost weight. He must be missing Miss Mu's cooking. Imo Junyan silently shot Shilin a glance, then looked at Su-mu without saying anything. That's easy. Now that you're here, how could I let you go hungry? Let's head back and I'll make you barbecue. As she spoke, Su-mu waved her hand and was about to lead everyone back, but Shilin stopped her. Pointing at the herd of calves, Shilin asked, How should we handle them? Su-mu thought for a moment. Since there are many of you, please build a temporary fence and sort these young animals into groups. Then take one back to the estate. Today I'll make you a big barbecue feast. Got it. Shilin answered with a grin, then said to one of his companions beside him, Howsy, I'll leave this to you. After choosing a location for them, and putting Su-chan in charge of the matter, Su-mu led Imo Junyan back to the estate. Back at Xingmu Garden, Su-mu settled Imo Junyan in, and then set about butchering the herbivore they had brought. Of course, Su-mu would not do such bloody work herself, so she handed it over to Shilin in the end. Shilin accepted gladly. It was everyone's first time witnessing such a bloody scene, so they could not help feeling a little queasy. Seeing Su when pale and desperate to throw up, Shilin jeered. You can't even stand a little blood, yet you want to be a soldier. Hearing Shilin's mockery, Su Wen's expression stiffened. He choked back the nausea in his stomach and retorted, Who said I can't stand it? It's just my first time. I'm not used to it yet. Looking at Su Wen trying to tough it out, Shilin only sneered and concentrated on his work. Su Wen went back to the living room feeling dejected, and Su-mu happened to see him. Su Wen, are you free? If you were, come over and peel some garlic for me. Su Wen had just uttered an okay when he felt a heavy slap on his shoulder. Well, a low voice sounded from behind him. Turning around, Su Wen saw Imo Junyan and obediently flashed a smile. Please go right ahead. With that, he slipped away. In the kitchen, Su-mu was preparing some palate-cleansing vegetables and various barbecue sauces. In addition to grilling meat, she also planned to roast eggplants, mushrooms, chili peppers, and leeks. Hearing footsteps behind her, Su-mu casually handed a few heads of garlic backward. Here, peel all of these. I'm going to make garlic mashed eggplant. It'll be so good you won't be able to stop eating. Come on, take them quickly. Noticing no one had taken them, she urged, Hurry up, I'm busy here. Imo Junyan hesitated for a moment before taking the garlic from Su-mu's hand, though this kind of garlic was unfamiliar to him. Staring at the large-headed garlic in his palm, he thought to himself, isn't it just peeling off the skin? Simple. With that, he found a corner in the kitchen and crouched down to figure out how to peel the garlic. Sumu was bustling about. All the sauces were mixed and the vegetables washed, leaving only the garlic and the meat before they could start grilling. Seeing that the garlic still wasn't ready, Sumu asked, Suwon, why are you so slow? I'll just do it myself. Turning around to peel it herself, she saw a tall figure crouched in the corner, head down, peeling garlic. Mo Junyan instinctively looked up and saw Sumu staring at him in surprise. Why are you the one peeling garlic? Where's Suwon? He quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up. Suwon said he had something to do, so I came to help you. As he spoke, he extended his palm towards Sumu. Upon hearing that Suwon had made up an excuse not to come, Sumu said directly, that brat. I guess he doesn't want to eat anymore. Sumu reached for the garlic clove in Mo Junyan's palm, and the moment her fingers touched his broad, calloused hand, a scorching warmth shot through her fingertips and straight into her heart. Feeling the faint coolness in his palm, Mo Junyan's heart also gave an uncontrollable leap. His hand instinctively curled inward, wrapping entirely around Sumu's delicate fingers, the fiery heat of his palm replaced by a wave of cool, soothing sensation. Sumu froze only for a moment when her hand was caught, then immediately snapped back to her senses. Seeing that Mo Junyan had no intention of letting go, her expression darkened. Haven't you held on long enough? Let go now. Only at the sound of Sumu's voice did Mo Junyan come to his senses, yet he still made no move to release her. Seeing Sumu's displeased expression, Mo Junyan gave a faint smile tinged with satisfaction. I've waited so long for this. Finally I get to hold your hand. What a... Sumu knitted her brows, not understanding what Mo Junyan meant. Seeing that he still wouldn't let go, she yanked her hand free with force. Mo Junyan made no move to stop her and let go. Sumu looked at the few garlic cloves in her hand, noticing the pitted, uneven surfaces, clearly gouged out by fingernails. A perfectly white clove had been peeled down to nothing but a tiny, pitiful core. Do you even know how to peel garlic? Can this even be eaten? Look at it. Does it make you hungry? Sumu shoved the mangled garlic cloves right in front of Mo Junyan's face, her tone dripping with disdain. Mo Junyan, however, was not upset. Instead, a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. It makes me hungry. As long as you made it, I'll have an appetite. Oh my god. Sumu felt goosebumps rise all over her body and shivered uncomfortably. Just as she was about to say something, a loud voice interrupted her. General, my lady, the meat is all processed. What should we do next? Shilin appeared at the dining room entrance carrying an entire slab of meat, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his wheat-colored arms, a delighted grin on his face. What did you just call me? Sumu frowned, thinking she had misheard. My lady. Shilin answered instinctively, then realized his mistake the moment the words left his mouth. He quickly clamped a hand over his lips and muttered, I didn't say anything. Miss Mu must have misheard. Oh no. He had forgotten that his general hadn't succeeded yet. Shilin furtively glanced at Mo Junyan, and seeing no sign of blame, let out a sigh of relief. He set the meat on the kitchen counter and said, Miss Mu, I'll leave the meat here. I'll go attend to my duties now. With that, he bolted out of the room. Sumu shot Mo Junyan a sideways glance and asked, don't tell me this was all you're doing. As she spoke, Sumu picked up a knife and slammed it heavily into the meat, striking precisely at the kidney. Seeing that Mo Junyan's muscles tensed. Swallowing hard, he replied, no, it was Shilin speaking nonsense on his own. I'll be sure to discipline him and punish him by withholding his meals for the day. That's more like it. Sumu nodded in satisfaction and said to Mo Junyan, here, cut the meat for me. Mo Junyan obediently stepped forward and, following Sumu's instructions, cut the whole slab into even square pieces, set aside the ribs, and chopped off the four-leg trotters, then placed everything into the meat purifier. It was then that Sumu noticed there were no organ meats, but since she figured they would be troublesome to prepare anyway, she didn't bring it up. After all the meat had been purified, Mo Junyan, at Sumu's request, sliced it into various cuts. Meanwhile, Sumu put the ribs and trotters into a pressure cooker for braising. By the time all the food was ready, the barbecue setup outside was also complete. Having already gained experience from their previous barbecue, Suchun and the others prepared everything with remarkable speed. All the ingredients were brought to the table, still piled high with various meats along with some vegetables. Everyone took their seats one by one, and Mo Junyan sat down beside Sumu. She shot him a glance, but didn't object. Mo Junyan gave Shilin a meaningful look, and Shilin enthusiastically brought out 10 bottles of red wine and placed them on the table. How can we have meat without wine? Come on, everyone, give it a try. With that, he began pouring wine for Su Rushu and Suwon beside him. They're underage, they can't drink. Bring them over here. Sumu stopped Shilin and told him to bring all the wine to her. Shilin obediently delivered the bottles, only to hear Sumu say, your general has decided that because of your slip of the tongue earlier, you're punished. No food for you today. What a... Shilin froze in place, staring at Mo Junyan in disbelief. Seeing that his general didn't refute it, he realized Sumu wasn't joking. His face crumpled miserably as he pleaded, no, Miss Mu. I was wrong. I'll never speak carelessly again. Can I be punished with no food tomorrow instead? After Shiline's extremely sincere apology and promises reinforced by the others' pleas, Shiline ultimately got his wish and was allowed to remain at the dinner table. But the price he paid was that he had to finish all the remaining food on the starship tonight, and tomorrow he would have to clean every empty room in the manor. Tempted by the delicious food, Shiline nodded and agreed to even the most difficult tasks. The barbecue meat this time seemed to be similar to pork from Earth, fattier, making it very fragrant, though the texture still left a little to be desired. After taking a few bites of the roasted meat, Sumu sighed. This meat really is a bit lacking. Once those animals are properly raised on my planet for a while, the taste will definitely reach a whole new level, right? It's not quite like the meat Sister Mumu made for us the first time. Suwon also felt the meat was similar to the meat dumplings from a few days ago, but it still fell short of the first barbecue they had. No way. I think it's really fragrant. Especially delicious with no gamey or astringent taste at all. Shiline was eating with great relish. He had never tasted meat this delicious in his life. Wait, something does seem off. I remember the ribs the general and I had here the first time were even better. Shiline suddenly recalled the scene of eating ribs for the first time. But whatever, this is delicious too. With that, he buried his head in grilling meat again, fully embodying the spirit of a true foodie. Mo Junyan took a few bites, and then stopped, picking up a bottle to pour Sumu a glass of red wine. Sumu finished a mouthful of grilled eggplant, then took the glass, and downed it in one gulp. Smacking her lips, she said, "This wine isn't good at all. It's not fragrant in the slightest. It must be the grape's fault. It's not even as good as sour plum juice." Then she added, "Pour me some more." Mo Junyan obediently refilled Sumu's glass without the slightest complaint, then poured himself a glass, and took a gentle sip. "Here, try this. This one's good." Sumu picked up a large pork hock and placed it on Mo Junyan's plate. Mo Junyan looked at the big hock on his plate, not knowing where to begin. Sumu noticed Mo Junyan's awkwardness, so she picked one up herself and said to him, "Here, watch me. Bite into it the way I do. It's really fragrant." Following Sumu's example, Mo Junyan picked it up and took a bite. He instantly felt like his mouth was full of grease, sticky and cloying, and quickly spat it out. "Tisk, you're wasting a delicacy. Such good food, and you don't even like it." Sumu stopped paying attention to him and ate on her own, occasionally giving Xingbao some meat and vegetables and pouring him a bit of sour plum juice. Seeing that Sumu wasn't paying attention, Su-Won and the others sneakily grabbed 2 bottles of wine. They had never tasted alcohol before. They wanted to give it a try. Old Mai and the other 2 also grabbed a bottle. It had been a long time since they'd touched liquor. They were getting on in years, but in their youth they could hold their drink remarkably well. Although their movements were cautious, they didn't escape Sumu's keen eyes. She only reminded them, "Don't drink too much. Keep yourselves in check." But how could anyone control themselves perfectly when it came to drinking? By the time everyone was full and satisfied, only Mo Junyan, Granny Xiaojuan, and Maisie, who had been helping grill the meat the whole time, remained sober. Everyone else was completely drunk, swaying and sprawling about. Even Xingbao was lying on his chair so stuffed, he was dozing off. Granny Xiaojun rubbed her forehead at the chaotic scene and said to Mo Junyan, "Take Sumu back to her room. I'll handle the rest with Maisie." Mo Junyan gave a slight nod. "Then I'll leave it to you, Granny." With that, he scooped Sumu up in his arms and headed upstairs. Granny Xiaojun looked at the rest of the people and let out a helpless sigh. She said to Maisie, "Maisie, go take the children back to their rooms first." Hearing Granny Xiaojuan's instruction, Maisie casually picked up Qing Feng in his left arm and Yida in his right, carrying them upstairs with ease. Mo Junyan carried Sumu to the second floor before realizing he didn't know which room was hers. By then, Sumu was already thoroughly drunk, mumbling incoherently under her breath. Just then, Maisie came up the stairs carrying the 2 kids and pointed out the room to Mo Junyan. Mo Junyan pushed open the door and looked at the interior of Sumu's room, feeling a warmth he had never experienced before. But Sumu's room was indeed remarkably bare. In the nearly 40 square meter space apart from the cream-white double bed in the middle, there was only a vanity mirror, a wardrobe, 2 nightstands, a small sofa, and a table. The only other decoration was a half-person tall sapling on the nightstand. I feel awful. Dad, Mom, I miss you both so much." Sumu murmured these words in a daze. When Mo Junyan heard her call out for her parents, his heart sank, and his expression turned serious. But the moment his gaze fell on Sumu, his face instantly softened, and he gently said, "It's all right. I will definitely help you find them." Perhaps she had heard his promise, for Sumu's little head nuzzled softly against Mo Junyan's chest, making his arms tighten around her involuntarily. "Are you big bad guy, big bad guy?" The Sumu in his arms suddenly cried out in pain, then began grumbling and cursing him. Mo Junyan gave a helpless smile and said, "I'm not a big bad guy." He then tried to lay her down on the bed. Though he was a little reluctant to let her go, he placed Sumu on the soft bed for her to rest more comfortably. But the moment Sumu's body touched the bed, her expression suddenly twisted with fury, and she loudly cursed, "You pervert. You degenerate. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." Mo Junyan instantly recalled that dream from before. The same familiar curses and the pain of being kicked still vivid in his memory. Back when the accident had occurred, Sumu had only wept pitifully and begged for mercy. She had definitely not cursed or fought back. So why had he dreamed of being beaten and scolded that time? Could it be that my guilt runs so deep that I dreamed of all this? Mo Junyan suddenly began to doubt, but before he could figure it out, he felt a sense of danger approaching. He looked up to see a small fist flying toward his face. He dodged it easily, but after that fist came another, and then even a kick swung at him. The fast asleep Sumu suddenly leapt off the bed, her eyes still tightly shut, lashing out at Mo Junyan with a barrage of wild punches and kicks completely uncoordinated. At first Mo Junyan could dodge nimbly enough, but he noticed that Sumu's eyes remained closed. She was acting entirely unconsciously, especially since her body was swaying and she could barely stand. To keep her from falling, he had no choice but to hold her tightly and coax her softly. "All right, Mumu. Go to sleep now. Go to sleep." But all he got in response was even more violent struggling and resistance, plus an uncontrolled kick aimed at his head. Caught off guard, Mo Junyan took it right to the temple, and his head immediately began to ring. Sumu lay asleep in his arms, looking utterly innocent and adorable. Two soft pink blushes colored her fair face, and her translucent glossy lips were slightly pouted, completely free of the usual cold detachment she wore at all other times. Such an adorable sight made Mo Junyan's anger, no matter how fierce it had been just moments ago, evaporate in an instant. But the lethality of Sumu's long legs was not to be underestimated. When he tried to leave, he found her hands clenched tightly on the front of his shirt, refusing to let go. With no other choice, Mo Junyan pressed her down onto the bed, wrapping his arms firmly around her upper body, while his long, powerful legs pinned her legs in place. Under his restraint, Sumu finally settled down for a while. But the moment Mo Junyan breathed a sigh of relief, a sharp pain shot through his neck. Sumu had buried her whole face into the crook of his neck, her sharp teeth sinking hard into his skin. Feeling the pain at his neck, Mo Junyan frowned slightly and shifted a little, only to discover that the mouth at his neck clenched down even harder. Mo Junyan let out a soft sigh and murmured by Sumu's ear, "Enough. It seems I owe you all of this." Then he wrapped her securely in his arms, his body fully relaxed and his brow smooth, and fell into a sound sleep, holding her. They slept all the way until the sun was setting in the west. The scarlet sunset light slanted through the balcony into the room, casting its glow over two figures entwined on the bed. Sumu woke up in a daze. Her mouth was filled with a metallic taste, and her teeth hurt slightly. She moved her jaws instinctively, and immediately heard a muffled groan beside her ear. The voice was low and husky, piercing straight into her heart. Sumu's eyes snapped open, only to see the back of a head with short black hair. Up! Sumu recoiled sharply. Mo Junyan lay on the bed, his neck covered with blood, his condition unknown. She reflexively covered her mouth, but her lips felt sticky and wet. When she moved her hand away, she saw blood on her palm. "Oh my God! He can't be dead, can he?" Sumu felt her heart trembling. She reached out a trembling finger and held it beneath Mo Junyan's nose to check for breath. "He's not breathing." Sumu couldn't believe it, so she checked again. Still nothing. "No, it can't be. It can't be. How could he die?" Her voice trembling, Sumu still refused to believe it despite the bloody, mangled flesh on his neck. She was about to feel for the pulse in his carotid artery when a large hand suddenly gripped hers. Mo Junyan held Sumu's trembling hand tightly, opened his eyes, and looked at her with dark pupils as deep as the universe. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he teased, "What, Miss Mu, is this your plan to kill me, to silence me?" With that smile lingering on his lips, Mo Junyan stared at Sumu without blinking, curious to see how the razor-tongued woman would retort this time. Who would have thought that Sumu's almond-shaped eyes would suddenly redden and tears would fall uncontrollably from them, tracing streaks down her porcelain skin? Mo Junyan was a little stunned. Looking at those tear tracks, he felt as though something in his heart was being torn. "Mumu, don't cry. I didn't mean it." Mo Junyan suddenly realized he didn't know how to comfort Sumu. He wanted to apologize, but the words wouldn't come. Seeing that Sumu's tears showed no sign of stopping, Mo Junyan panicked. "I shouldn't have held my breath on purpose to scare you. I'm sorry. Mumu, don't cry. I truly was wrong. Go ahead and hit me. I promise I won't scare you again. If you want, you can even bite me again. I absolutely won't fight back." In a rush, Mo Junyan stretched the other unharmed side of his neck in front of Sumu, hoping she would bite him to let off steam. Looking at the flustered Mo Junyan in front of her, Sumu only felt an enormous sense of grievance welling up inside her. She couldn't explain why she felt wronged, she just felt wronged. Seeing the neck Mo Junyan offered to her, Sumu could not hold back any longer and threw herself straight at him. Mo Junyan thought he would be met with the familiar pain, but all he heard was a voice full of grievance, pitifulness, and lingering fear ringing at his ear. "Woo woo. You're not dead. You're not dead. It's all your fault. Why did you scare me? Why did you scare me?" Along with her crying came the thud of fists pounding against his chest. Without the slightest resistance, Mo Junyan silently held Sumu in his arms. What he had done had truly gone too far. After she had vented all the panic in her heart, Sumu pulled back from Mo Junyan's embrace, wiped her tears with her fingers, and composed herself as if nothing had happened. "Don't move. Sit there. I'll get the medicine." Sumu straightened her clothes, got out of bed, and went to find the medical kit. When she came back, carrying it, Mo Junyan was still sitting obediently on the bed, behaving himself. Sumu treated the wound on Mo Junyan's neck without saying a word. Seeing such a deep bite mark, she could tell exactly how much force she had used when she bit down. It was fortunate that Mo Junyan had thick skin, otherwise he probably would have ended up dead. A pang of guilt rose in Su Mu's heart, and she said in a low voice, "Sorry, I was drunk." Because she was standing behind Mo Junyan to treat the wound, he could not see her expression at all. Hearing Su Mu's voice, Mo Junyan laughed lightly, unconcerned. "No need to apologize. What I really want to know is which enemy you mistook me for to bite me with such force." The moment he finished speaking, Mo Junyan felt another pain in his neck and sucked in a sharp breath. He hurriedly reminded Su Mu, "Mumu, be careful. I'm not your enemy. Don't accidentally poke a hole in my artery." "Oh." Su Mu calmly put down the cotton swab she had snapped in half and replaced it with a new one. Then she said slowly, "I didn't really mistake you for anyone. I don't usually have enemies. If I had to name one, it would be Xingbao's father. Only he could make me hate him enough to want to bite him to death." Noticing that Mo Junyan's body suddenly stiffened, Su Mu quickly tried to comfort him. "Don't be scared. You're not Xingbao's father. You're not really thinking of yourself as Xingbao's father, are you?" After saying that, a hint of profound meaning flashed in Su Mu's eyes where Mo Junyan could not see. Mo Junyan did not answer for a long time. It was not until Su Mu had finished treating the wound on his neck and was about to leave that he suddenly turned around and grabbed her wrist. His dark eyes locked onto her as he asked, "What if I really want to be Xingbao's father?" Su Mu was caught off guard by that deep gaze for a second, then shook off his hand. "Then so be it. Haven't you always acted as if you were Xingbao's father?" She turned and headed straight for the bathroom. The coppery taste in her mouth was too strong. She hadn't noticed it earlier, but now it was unbearable. Watching Su Mu's back, Mo Junyan's smile grew bigger and bigger until he could not help breaking into a wide grin. He hadn't expected a wound to win him Su Mu's own admission that he was Xingbao's father, truly an unexpected delight. Mo Junyan traded a wound for Su Mu's own words, confirming that Mo Junyan was Xingbao's father. His heart was brimming with delight. Even though a faint something fell off, it could not dampen the joy flooding through him. And so he sat on the sofa grinning foolishly at the bathroom door. Outside, however, Shalene was in for a world of trouble. The 500 soldiers on the starship had been eagerly waiting for the call to dinner ever since they arrived on the planet Shashing. But what came back instead was Shalene dead drunk, carried slung over Meishi's shoulder. They were also told that Shalene would be responsible for all of their meals that day. And so Shalene was dumped onto the starship floor, surrounded by ring after ring of men, all glowering darkly at the unconscious drunk. When Shalene came to and saw such a scene, he was so terrified that he wanted to pass out again. But the packed crowd was not about to give him that chance. The moment they saw he was awake, they swarmed him all at once. Wails rose from every side, now high, now low. "How dare you? You actually dared to hit me." At first, Shalene's voice was still full of bluster, refusing to believe they would truly lay a hand on him. But reality slapped him across the face, and all he could do was plead for mercy in an aggrieved tone. "Ow. Don't hit my face. Don't hit my butt. Ow. Easy, brothers. Ow, I know I was wrong, okay? I can't take it anymore, brothers. Stop hitting me. If you keep this up, you're going to beat me to death. Howsy, save your brother. Stop them from hitting me." Howsy stepped back from the crowd, loosened his arms, and finally said, all right, stop hitting him. Keep this up, and there won't be any dinner." At the mention of food, everyone's stomachs gurgled. They had deliberately gone a whole day without eating in order to enjoy the estate's cooking. Who knew Shalene would ruin it all? Everyone stopped and spread out, revealing the battered Shalene in the middle. Howsy walked over and carefully helped him up. "Howsy, you're the only loyal one." Shalene reached out and patted Howsy's shoulder, feeling very comforted. "Thank goodness for you. Not like them. Every one of them hit me so hard." The others heard Shalene's slurred voice and snickered quietly. Shalene grew embarrassed and shouted, "What are you laughing at? If you've got the guts, laugh in front of me." But he opened his mouth too wide, pulling at his wounds and making him hiss in pain. Seeing this, Howsy quickly called out to everyone, "Stop laughing. If you make Brother Lin angry, who's going to cook?" Then he looked at Shalene and said with a grin, "So Brother Lin, can you still manage it now? Damn you, Howsy, you're on their side." With that, Shalene lunged at Howsy and began hitting him wildly. Howsy merely kept smiling and supporting him through Shalene's attacks. After all, no matter how hard Shalene swung, he controlled his strength and would never cause real harm. It was the same with the others. Shalene's face was mottled with bruises, but they were only superficial wounds, frightening to look at yet not serious in the least. As Mo Junyan's 500 personal guards, they had grown up together, eating, sleeping, training, and fighting side by side. Their bond was naturally out of the ordinary, but they had always made a clear separation between public duty and private feelings. In the end, after enjoying the treatment of having his wounds dressed and bandaged, Shalene was escorted by his 500 brothers to the dining hall he had been away from for nearly a month. Looking at the dust-covered dining room, the 5 of them took the initiative to clean it up so they could fill their stomachs as soon as possible. It had to be said, many hands made light work. In less than 10 minutes, the entire room was spotless. But Shalene, facing a completely bare kitchen, was like a clever housewife who could not cook without rice. In the end, all he could do was contact Su Mu and ask for reinforcements. But this punishment had been Su Mu's idea in the first place, so how could Su Mu help him? In the end, Su Mu sent Su Wan and Shin Mabai over with some ingredients. There were more than enough ingredients, that was for sure. As for whether the food they made would be edible, no one knew. Su Wen and Shin Mabai arrived at the dining hall with a full cartload of ingredients. Seeing the spotless dining hall, they were both a little surprised, and they could genuinely feel the lively atmosphere that had once filled the place. But when they saw Shilin, they nearly didn't recognize him. If not for Hausi pointing him out, they could not have believed that half a day was enough to ruin someone's face so thoroughly. As for how it had happened, they could guess, even with their heels to think, and they all burst into laughter. Shilin stared at the very familiar vegetables in utter bewilderment. Having worked on the farm for so long, he naturally recognized the ingredients: Chinese cabbage, potatoes, tomatoes, eggplants, rice, and flour. But recognizing them was one thing, turning them into a meal was another. Seeing the two laughing like crazy, Shilin had an idea. When Su Wen and Shin Mabai heard that Shilin wanted them to help him cook, they were a little surprised, but they found the idea rather amusing and readily agreed. But Shilin had clearly overestimated Su Wen and Shin Mabai. These two could out-eat anyone, but cooking was a first for them, like a maiden riding a bridal sedan chair for the first time. Still, they had spent quite a long time by Su Mu's side, so they were at least a little better than the utterly incompetent Shilin. Only a little, though. Just the tiniest bit. Hausi led everyone to sit in the dining hall. Hearing the intermittent clatter from inside, along with the occasional startled shouts from those three, more or less everyone wore a dubious expression. One soldier suddenly whispered to Hausi, "Brother Hausi, can Brother Lin cook?" "No. But that doesn't mean he can't make it happen, right?" Hausi said this as if it were only natural. Right, you're absolutely right." Hearing their exchange, everyone else fell silent, but in their hearts they had already given up all hope in Shilin. Some even took out nutrient packs in advance. After who knew how long they were all dozing off, when finally a loud voice rang out, "Food's ready." Everyone jumped to their feet in excitement, but the next second, remembering who had made the meal, they all slumped back down. Seeing that no one moved, Shilin immediately urged, "What are you standing around for? All of you come up and get your meal. Let me tell you, you're the ones who asked me to cook. Now that it's done, you'll eat it whether you like it or not. What are you waiting for? Everyone line up and get your food." Shilin bellowed, and everyone in the hall reluctantly stood up and queued for dinner. In their hearts they were praying that Shilin's cooking would at least be edible. Watching the long line stretch like a dragon, Shilin felt a sudden surge of accomplishment. The food he had made would actually have people to eat it. Under Shilin's expectant gaze, several hundred people stared at the food before them, utterly at a loss to take the first bite. Hausi picked up a potato strip with his chopsticks, and eyeing the finger-thick pieces, swallowed hard before turning to Shilin. "Brother Lin, can this really be eaten?" Hausi's voice was heavy with doubt. "Anyway, I've eaten dishes like these plenty of times, but why do they look nothing like what Miss Mu and Granny Xiaojun make?" Hausi nudged the other dishes with his chopsticks. Their strange colors were a sight that killed the appetite. Seeing everyone wear the expression of "Can this even be eaten?" Shilin flew into a rage and bellowed, "Eat up, all of you, right now. This is this old man's first time cooking. It's your honor to taste it. Even my own father and mother have never had the chance to eat a meal I made. So count yourselves lucky." Shilin was throwing around this old man left and right. Clearly he was genuinely livid. Hausi, realizing things were going south, hurriedly raised his chopsticks and said to everyone, "Brothers, we've all been starved all day. Brother Lin went out of his way to cook for us, so let's all give him some face." With that, he took the lead and ate a mouthful of the vinegar potatoes. Seeing Hausi dig in, the others picked up their chopsticks as well, but the very next instant their faces contorted and they all spat the food out. Hausi, too, with a scrunched up face, spat the potato from his mouth. Looking at Shilin with a grim countenance, he said, "Sorry, Brother Lin, I really can't swallow it." Watching the awful faces all around, Shilin still refused to accept that his cooking was bad. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite himself, and promptly spat it out. "What is this stuff? Sour, bitter, and salty. It's practically lethal." Shilin raised his head with an embarrassed expression, wanting to explain, but saw that a ring of people had already surrounded him. The good brothers of yesteryear were all glaring at him like tigers eyeing their prey. "What are you trying to do? Real men use words, not fists." Shilin retreated cautiously as he spoke. "Brothers, get him." As the voice fell, everyone surged into action and lunged at Shilin in unison. In an instant his figure was engulfed by the sea of people from which issued intermittent cries for rescue and pleas for mercy. "Brothers, stop hitting. Boss, save me. Miss Moose, save me. Help. Someone's going to die." Su Wen and Shun Mabe watched this chaotic scene. Each dragged a stool over and sat down, fished a handful of melon seeds from their pockets, and began to crack them open. "Su Wen, tell me how many days before Shilin can get out of bed?" Shun Mabe, with a medical pod, "He's out the same day." Su Wen, "TCH, how boring." "What's boring?" A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind them as its owner casually snatched a few melon seeds from Su Wen's hand. The two whirled around to see Su Mu and Mo Junyan and hastily scrambled to their feet. Su Mu pressed them back down onto their stools and sat down, as well cracking melon seeds while she asked what had happened. Mo Junyan followed suit, sitting beside Su Mu and taking a small handful of seeds from her hand to crack. Su Mu gave Mo Junyan a glance, then asked the two, "What's going on?" "A group brawl. Who's the target?" Her face was brimming with excitement, the very picture of an amused bystander. At Su Mu's question, Su Wen's tongue loosened, and he recounted everything word for word with vivid flair. Sumu couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Only Mo Junyon's face was as dark as charcoal. Watching his subordinates in complete disarray, Mo Junyon's countenance sank, as if he had already devised the perfect punishment for this disgraceful bunch. In the midst of the chaos, someone suddenly yelled, "The general is here." At once the clamorous, chaotic scene fell into absolute silence. The crowd that had been tangled together quickly split apart and drew themselves up to attention, standing bolt upright among tables and chairs. Facing Mo Junyon, they shouted with booming vigor, "Greetings, General." Mo Junyon's imposing aura made it seem as though the farce of a moment ago had never existed. Mo Junyon regarded his subordinates with a gloomy, silent face. At that moment he was truly reluctant to admit that this crowd were his own personal guards. They had utterly disgraced him. Shilin, sporting a head swollen like a pig, stood trembling in the middle of the group, watching Mo Junyon with a pitiable look, but not daring to utter a sound. The whole group hung their heads low like errant schoolchildren awaiting their teacher's reprimand. The entire dining hall was steeped in a heavy, suffocating air. Sumu thoroughly disliked this atmosphere. She had come to watch the excitement, not to be tortured. In the end, she could only step in to smooth things over, saying to the glowering Mo Junyon, "All right, no more anger. They haven't eaten a thing all day. Let them eat first." Sumu's voice had barely faded when Mo Junyon's expression softened. He glanced at Sumu, then said to his men, "For Mumu's sake, eat first. After the meal, I'll settle accounts with you. All of you hear this now, sit down and eat." The order came, and everyone sat in an instant. Yet they merely stared at the food, none daring to move, each pair of eyes betraying fierce inner struggle. Seeing that not one of them had lifted chopsticks, Mo Junyon spoke, once more, his voice low and tinged with authority. "What? No one's hungry." "Hungry," they all shouted in unison. "If you're hungry, then eat, immediately." With the command falling again, the crowd could only take up their chopsticks in reluctance. Faces, some rugged and some handsome, all wore strained expressions of reluctance as they unwillingly lifted a morsel to their mouths, chewed and swallowed. From faces full of refusal in the beginning to unflinching expressions later on under the watchful eyes of Sumu and Mo Junyon, everyone ate every last bite of food. Sumu looked at the 500 people who were now so full they could barely move, a smile lighting up her face. She couldn't help praising, as expected of General Mo's subordinates, such fine character, truly refusing to waste a single grain. The 500 people, too embarrassed by Sumu's praise, all dropped their heads. Only Shilin, with his pig head of a face, came forward and said to Sumu, "Thank you for the compliment, Miss Mo. This is all thanks to the general's excellent command." Haha. At the sight of Shilin's pig-head face, Sumu struggled valiantly against her laughter and said, "You're welcome, you're welcome." Haha. Seeing how painfully hard Sumu was working to suppress her laugh, Shilin knew exactly how unbearable his face must look and said, "Miss Mu, if you want to laugh, just laugh. No need to hold it in." As he spoke, he gently touched his cheek, only to suck in a sharp breath from the pain, inwardly cursing these brothers. Were they even brothers, hitting so ruthlessly? Ha ha ha. This time Sumu truly couldn't hold back. With the victim's own blessing, she laughed out loud without the slightest scruple, laughing until she could hardly stand straight. Mo Junyon cast a helpless, indulgent glance at Sumu, then raised his broad, slender hand to pat her gently on the back. Only then did he give Shilin his order. "Shilin, choose 10 men. Starting today, you will learn to cook. From now on, you'll prepare your own meals." "No way, General." Objection overruled. From that day onward, the manor returned to the state it had been in before Mo Junyon and the others left. The only difference was that the mess hall outside the manor had been taken over by Mo Junyon's subordinates. After 3 days of grueling training, the 11-member cooking squad could already prepare simple meals. Although the taste could not compare with the cooking of Su Mu Granny Xiaojuan or Meishi, it was much better than nutritional supplements. Moreover, since Su Mu from time to time handed out snacks, fruit, and pastries, no one ended up going hungry. As for Su Mu, she still followed her own plan every day. There was less than half a month before the enrollment period at that aristocratic military academy on the main planet. She should have set out for the main planet half a month ago, but for some unknown reason the enrollment had been delayed. Since the main planet was quite far from Shashing, Sumu had already begun preparing daily necessities along with all sorts of snacks and packed lunches for Su Wen and Shun Mabe. Meanwhile, Su Wen and Shun Mabe trained so intensely that they forgot to eat and sleep, seizing every moment to improve themselves. Even though Mo Junyon had told them their skills and talent already placed them among the best of their peers, they still did not slack off in the least. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner except that, because Su Wen and Shun Mabe were leaving Shashing for the main planet the day after tomorrow, the manor was quietly immersed in the sadness and reluctance that came before their parting. The only one who was probably unaffected was Mo Junyon. Since that time, when he had won a room of his own in Xingmu Garden at the cost of his neck, the coming separation did not seem to trouble him. That morning, Mo Junyon went to knock on Su Mu's door, as usual. Lately, Su Mu had been going out of the manor with him and his subordinates to do morning exercise, getting up before daylight every day. But this time, no matter how long he knocked, there was no response. Mo Junyon knocked a few more times, but the room remained silent. Looking at the closed door, Mo Junyon felt a bit worried. He reached out and turned the doorknob, only to find that it was actually unlocked. After hesitating for a few seconds, he chose to enter. Oh! A sudden scream rang out, and then a figure jerked upright from the bed. The moment Imo Junyan heard the scream, he instinctively rushed in. By then he was already sitting at the edge of the bed, holding Sumu tightly in his arms. Don't be afraid. It's just a nightmare. I'm here. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. As Imo Junyan soothed her, Sumu's trembling gradually settled. She withdrew from his embrace and looked at him warily. How did you get into my room? What do you want? Seeing how guarded she was, Imo Junyan laughed helplessly. Don't look at me like that as if I were some lecher. Sumu curled her lips and said, you do have self-awareness. Imo Junyan sighed, helplessly, not intending to argue with her. Instead he asked worriedly, what nightmare did you have? What startled you so badly? Hearing the word, nightmare, Sumu only then realized that she had indeed dreamed something, though it truly could not be called a nightmare. Sumu pointed to the small sapling at the head of the bed and said, I dreamed of it, but in the dream it was a towering tree countless times larger. Then one day it suddenly withered, and afterward the entire planet began to suffer all kinds of natural disasters. As she recalled the rivers of blood that emerged later in her mind, Sumu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Sumu had, after all, been through the apocalypse. Although she had always been protected by the system, her hands were also stained with blood. The zombies she had killed were too many to count. Yet she had never felt fear. But the blood and corpses in her dream truly frightened her. Those had all been living, breathing people. Then one day they all collapsed into pools of blood, rivers of blood, mountains of corpses, and the entire sky stained with a layer of blood red. And that great tree worshipped by humans and antelopes alike also began to wither amid the bloody waters. Imo Junyan hugged Sumu tightly, pressing her head to his chest, and murmured softly, don't think about it. It's all a dream, just a dream. Perhaps because she had not slept well that night, Sumu, listening to the gentle magnetic voice and the dull steady pounding of his heart, slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep again. She slept until the dead of night. When Sumu opened her eyes, a devastatingly handsome face appeared before her. Up close, it was utterly flawless. Sumu reached out a finger and gently poked his face, which was so smooth that not a single pore could be seen. She said in a low voice, no wonder you're father and son. No wonder you look so alike. Then, thinking of Imo Lingji's face and the Federation chief Imo Juanmin's face, Sumu murmured, I even wonder if your family shares a single face. Imo Junyan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had already been awake the instant Sumu opened her eyes. He simply continued to pretend to sleep because he did not want to let her go. Yet he had never expected to overhear such a pleasant surprise. Mumu knows he is Xingbao's father. Imo Junyan's heart was pounding now, and he didn't know whether to be happy or afraid. Mumu's reaction was completely beyond anything he had envisioned. He had imagined that when Sumu learned the truth, she would be angry, frightened, or even hit and curse at him. He had never expected Sumu to have been hiding it from him all along. Sumu watched the thick long lashes before her trembling unceasingly, and a trace of teasing surfaced in her eyes. Leaning near his ear, she whispered, since you're awake, come with me somewhere. Her gentle voice brushed across his heart like a feather. Imo Junyan abruptly opened his eyes and saw Sumu's eyes swimming with a smile. He forced a calm demeanor and stood up, saying, let's go. Where do you want to go? Go out and wait for me. I need to change. Imo Junyan obediently walked to the door, opened it, and stepped outside. Sumu changed into a simple pale green dress. Its strapless fitted waist style made her figure appear even more slender. Her hair had grown to just below her shoulders and fell in soft, smooth waves down her back, while the bangs on both sides of her forehead hung quietly beside her ears. Sumu appeared in front of Imo Junyan, holding the meter-tall sapling as if she had become one with it. Imo Junyan's eyes lit up at the sight of her outfit. It was his first time seeing Sumu in a dress, and pale green truly suited her. But despite being utterly dazzled by Sumu's appearance, what he said was, it's cold outside. Wear more clothes. As he spoke, he went back into Sumu's room, rummaged through the wardrobe, took out a white jacket, and draped it over Sumu's shoulders. Only then did he nod with satisfaction. All right, where are we going now? The oasis. Carrying the sapling, Sumu walked slowly with Imo Junyan along the path in the manor. Everywhere there were birdsong and the fragrance of flowers, and the immense luminous moon overhead made the night appear incomparably beautiful. Imo Junyan's gaze involuntarily fell once again toward the top of Sumu's head beside him. Sumu once again felt his gaze on her head. She raised her head in annoyance and stared straight into Imo Junyan's eyes. We've only walked 500 meters, and you've already looked at me 10 times. Keep it up, and you'll bore a hole right through my head. Looking at Sumu's slightly angry expression, Imo Junyan felt his palm itch. In the end, he couldn't resist, and placed a large hand on Sumu's head, ruffling her hair, and a hint of amusement crept into his eyes. Don't rub my head like I'm a little dog. Sumu swatted Imo Junyan's hand away and rolled her eyes at him to show her displeasure. Afterward, Imo Junyan truly followed behind her obediently and did not cause any more trouble. By the time the two reached the oasis, the moon had already climbed to the middle of the sky. The entire lake was as calm as a mirror bordered by a ring of vines reflected in the water. At the very center of the lake, a bright, clear moon rested quietly on the water's surface. Sumu led Mo Junyan to the vine tree and looked up at the towering tree before her. Although it was thick and lush, it could not compare in the slightest to the great tree in her dream. Sumu's eyes grew distant, as if she had fallen into some memory. Her voice drifted softly as she said, Mo Junyan, do you know? The great tree in my dream was so much larger than this one. Its trunk was like a dragon, and its crown like clouds. Then why has it become like this now? Mo Junyan asked. Sumu hugged the sapling tightly, her fingers gently brushing the rim of the flower pot. After a moment's thought she replied, perhaps it is because its vitality could no longer support such a massive body. This was an answer Sumu had arrived at only after experiencing several dreams. Mo Junyan remained silent at her answer. He neither knew nor understood it, so he had no right to speak. Sumu did not expect Mo Junyan to give any reaction. She simply freed one arm, reached it toward him, and said, give me your sword. A flicker of surprise appeared in Mo Junyan's eyes. He extended his palm, and a ray of light slowly emerged from it. When the light faded, the object's true form was revealed. It was a black sword engraved with ancient, intricate patterns. Unlike Mo Lingji's glowing sword, it carried an extra sense of antiquity and gravity. Mo Junyan handed over his long sword, and asked a little curious, how did you know I had a sword? I have never used it in public. Sumu took the long sword, and at the same time tucked the sapling in her arms into Mo Junyan's. She hefted the long sword, and found it quite substantial. With a flick of her wrist, she made a sword flourish and found it fairly handy. Only then did Sumu spare a glance at Mo Junyan and answer, I guessed. I have seen Mo Lingji use a sword, so I figured you might have one too. I did not expect it to be true, but this sword is far better looking than Mo Lingji's. Alright, step back now. I am going to cleave this tree in two. Mo Junyan obediently stepped back 3 steps, and watched Sumu slowly raise the long sword. But as soon as Sumu raised the sword, the vines around her suddenly shook violently, and the vine tree in front of her trembled even more fiercely. The trunk formed from countless intertwined vines began to loosen in the intense trembling. Suddenly a vine shot toward Sumu. No, it shot toward Mo Junyan, who stood behind her. Mo Junyan was about to dodge, but Sumu's urgent voice cut him short, don't move. Mo Junyan stopped at once, and remained standing where he was. Then he saw a verdant vine coil around the flower pot, as if protecting the small sapling inside. Mo Junyan looked at Sumu puzzled, but Sumu's attention was entirely drawn to the sight before her. The thick trunk and lush branches and leaves that had been there just now had all vanished, leaving only a withered-looking tree at the center. Its trunk was thin and dry with only a few scattered yellowed leaves at the tips. The vines that had been acting as protectors now scattered to both sides, continuing to carry out their duty as guardians. Mo Junyan had not expected that there was something else hidden inside, so he asked, why is there another tree inside? And a withered one at that. It has not withered. It is only temporarily asleep. Sumu crouched down, reached out, and gently stroked its dry trunk. A wave of melancholy suddenly spread through her heart. In fact, from the very first time she entered that dream, Sumu had already begun to suspect this place, and to suspect the seed that had followed her from launching into this interstellar age, the sapling she had since raised. Throughout her long life, she had believed that there was never any coincidence in this world. So Sumu could not convince herself that the dream was nothing more than an ordinary dream, one caused by overly active brain cells. But in the end, she could not convince herself. She searched through all available information, and although almost all historical records about the ancient Gusha star had disappeared, she still found a trace of a clue. According to records on the ancient Gusha star of 10,000 years ago, no, it should be called launching, an unavoidable natural disaster suddenly struck. Nearly 2/3 of the planet's human population died, and the entire launching became an ocean of fire. All of humanity was forced to leave the planet they relied on and march into the stars. As all the surviving humans were leaving launching, someone looked out from a spaceship window and saw a colossal tree rising into the sky from the planet. Now a fiery hell, as if it were trying to save the world that had become an inferno. The human who had witnessed all this once told others about the sight, but it was dismissed as a hallucination. Yet that human firmly believed what he had seen was true, and in the end, he wrote it into a novel. Sumu happened to come across that novel by chance. Moreover, the records from back then were almost identical to what Old Ma had said that day. And so Sumu began to grow suspicious. But all of this was still only speculation with no evidence whatsoever. Sumu took back the sapling and slowly approached the withered tree. Even through the flower pot, she could feel the sapling's excitement along with the emotion in her heart that belonged to Xiaozhua. Sumu could not help but feel excited too. It was only a few steps, yet Sumu felt the journey stretch on forever. A seed did not need much time to grow into a sapling, but growing into a great tree required countless years. Looking at the withered branch before her, like an old man at the end of his life, she saw it tremblingly extend its dry boughs to gently stroke the childlike sapling, as if making a final farewell. Suddenly Sumu's eyes stung inexplicably, and a teardrop spilled from her eyes, landing on a leaf. The withered old tree that had been protected at the center had by now turned into sand and dust, drifting away with the wind. Mo Junyan, standing right behind Sumu, called out anxiously at the sight, "Moo moo." A hint of worry was carried in his deep voice. I'm fine, don't worry. Sumu picked up the longsword again and dug a small pit in the exact spot where the old tree had just vanished. Then she gently lifted the sapling soil and all from the flower pot and placed it into the pit. Now the young sapling had officially replaced the old tree as the new guardian of the vines. Sumu gently stroked its soft branches and leaves and whispered, grow quickly, and bring forth new life once more. With that, the wood element power within her body poured into the sapling in a wild torrent without the slightest trace of reluctance. Whether it was a dream or a legend that others refused to believe, Sumu's intuition told her that this was real, and that she was the one who had been chosen. She had been chosen to carry a seed of a successor's hope across 10,000 years to this place, granting the tree a new life. Sumu's face gradually turned pale, and her body slowly grew weak and listless. Seeing Sumu sway as if she was about to collapse, Emo Junyan quickly crossed the distance in 2 strides and drew her into his arms. What did you just do? Why have you become so weak all of a sudden? Feeling how fragile Sumu was, Emo Junyan instantly grew tense. Sumu smiled feebly, her pale face brimming with exhaustion, and she could sense his concern. She raised a hand to gently touch Emo Junyan's cheek, and sensing the delicate skin beneath her fingertips, mustered a smile. Her voice came out faint and airy. Don't worry. I just wanted to help the Tree of Life grow a little faster. The Tree of Life was the name she had given this tree. Her intuition told her that this was exactly the name it should bear. Mumu, look! Emo Junyan suddenly exclaimed, staring excitedly toward the Tree of Life. Sumu followed his gaze and saw that the sapling, which had been only half a meter tall just moments before, was now growing upward at a truly astonishing speed. In just a few breaths it had grown into the towering sky-obscuring tree from Sumu's dream. Sumu's jaw dropped in shock, and she stammered, in my dream it looked just like this. Immediately afterward, all the surrounding vines began to tremble and sway, circling the Tree of Life without cease. Even the lake water rippled gently, and from the nearby farm, wave after wave of green could be seen spreading across the distance. Everything seemed to be expressing the joy in its own way. And that was not all. Sumu was astonished to discover that the ground beneath her feet was sprouting green grass at a speed visible to the naked eye, continuously spreading into the distance. Even Emo Junyan, who had always kept joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure hidden from his face, and whose composure was absolute, was shocked by the scene. He felt as though the convictions he had held for nearly 40 years had been shattered in that single instant. Sumu watched all this and suddenly realized that this was how it had always been meant to be. Still, as she looked at the green grassland spreading endlessly into the distance, a sudden thought crossed her mind. If everything turned into grassland, what would Pang Pang and his kind do? The moment Sumu thought of Pong Pong, she saw an unusually plump scorpion scurrying toward her at great speed across the grass. And on the green horizon in the distance, a dark red line suddenly appeared. Sumu knew that it was the scorpion army. Well then, she had just resolved one matter when another arrived. At the same time, Xiaozhua, which had been coiled around the flower pot, returned from the rim of the pot to Sumu's wrist. It had shrunk by a full size in both thickness and length, and coiled around Sumu's slender wrist, it made her skin look even more snow-white. Sumu beckoned Pang Pang closer, then reached out and placed her hand on its back so He Zaire could communicate with it. Through the communication, she learned that they had indeed been frightened because the environment they lived in had suddenly changed. After He Zaire's explanation, Pang Pang finally calmed down and said to Sumu, we have always lived in the desert. We can't live without sand. I wonder if there is any way. Hearing Pong Pong's worries, Sumu gave it a gentle pat and said, don't worry. The one thing Shashing has never lacked is desert. Sure enough, the moment Sumu's words fell, the green grassland that had been ceaselessly spreading into the distance suddenly came to a stop and spread no further. In fact, a little thought made it clear that this green grassland had been purchased with the Tree of Life's own vitality. Naturally, the Tree of Life, which had only just grown with Sumu's help, did not have the power to turn the entire planet of Shashing into green grassland. But that was only a matter of time, though it would require all the living beings on Shashing to work together. Seeing that his home had been temporarily preserved, Pang Pang hurried back to comfort his own kind. He Zaire was at this moment also staring in shock at the enormous tree that could blot out the sky, and murmured to itself, oh my heavens. So it really was not an ordinary tree seed after all. He Zaire then thought back to its first meeting with the tree seed. If not for that seed, it would long since have taken the system space and left. So how could it have been forcibly bound to Sumu once more and even upgraded? So none of this was a coincidence, but as for what exactly it was, He Zaire felt it could not understand. The earth-shattering changes that had taken place in such a short time had an enormous impact on Emo Junyan. He suddenly felt that the Sumu he had known all along was so unfamiliar. This unease made Emo Junyan instinctively tighten his arms around Sumu, terrified that she would suddenly vanish the next moment, just like the old tree that had disappeared before his eyes. Emo Junyan's sudden movement startled Sumu, and she immediately tried to break free from his embrace. Emo Junyan, however, held her even tighter, burying his head deep into her shoulder and neck, and murmured, don't move. Let me hold you. I'm so afraid you'll vanish before my eyes like that old tree. His voice was thick with intense unease. Sumu knew that this was an enormous shock to Mo Junyon's perception of reality, and it was understandable that he had not yet returned to the present. She therefore let him hold her, and even reached out to gently stroke his back over and over. Feeling the gentle strokes on his back, Mo Junyon pulled a faint triumphant smile at the corner of his mouth, and thought so being pitiful and fragile is truly a killer move. Even Mumu cannot escape it. At that moment, Mo Junyon suddenly had an epiphany, understanding how he could win Sumu's attention, and he would act accordingly from then on. Sumu did not know what Mo Junyon was thinking. She simply watched the changes around them, and wondered whether everyone else would be startled once dawn broke, and what reason she could think of to explain it. That reason was a little hard to think of, so Sumu simply tossed the problem to Mo Junyon. Hey General Mo, are you done yet? If you were think of how to explain this tomorrow. Mo Junyon still had his entire face buried against Sumu's shoulder. Hearing Sumu's question, he simply shook his head, and said, I don't know. Don't ask me. Night was already deep, so Sumu could only say to Mo Junyon, we'd better go back to sleep first. Mo Junyon reluctantly pulled away from Sumu's neck, stood up, took her hand, and gave her a gentle smile. Let's go. Back to sleep. Returning to Xingmu Garden, the two tiptoed upstairs. Sumu opened her door, and was about to enter when she noticed Mo Junyon still following behind her. She looked at him warily, and said, you should go back to sleep too. You go in first. Mo Junyon watched Sumu close the door before turning, and entering the room next door. There were 5 rooms in total on the second floor. Apart from Sumu, the residents were Granny Xiaoju and Xingbao, and Qingfeng, and Yida. Qingfeng and Yida shared one room, leaving exactly one vacant room, which conveniently benefited Mo Junyon when he arrived later. Meanwhile, all 500 of Mo Junyon's subordinates had moved into the newly built houses outside the manor, which were specially designed by Elder Shi to give them a place to stay every time they visited. Fortunately, the labor force on Shashing was now sufficient. Building a residence capable of housing 500 people would take merely 1 week. One must say that the 500 subordinates Mo Junyon brought were truly the elite among elites, capable of fighting on the battlefield, tilling the land, constructing buildings, and now even cooking. They were indeed versatile top-tier talents. Early the next morning, Shi Lin and his 10-man cook squad rose ahead of time to prepare breakfast in the canteen. After all, cooking for 500 people in a huge pot was no easy task. They had to start preparations in advance. But the moment they opened the main gate, they were astonished by the sight before them. Every single one of them widened their eyes in sheer amazement. Only yesterday, the area before the gate had been a stretch of yellow earth with at most an occasional blade of grass in a corner. Now, however, it had turned into a lush green meadow with even some little flowers scattered among the grass. Shi Lin rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief, am I seeing things? Or have I been hallucinating? Yet no matter how much he rubbed, the scene before him remained unchanged. Brother Lin, you're not seeing things. We see it too. A companion behind him chimed in. Well, then it truly is a miracle. Shi Lin stopped dwelling on the external changes. Glancing at the time, he urged, let's hurry. If we don't leave now, we won't make it in time. With that, he led everyone rushing toward the canteen. He had no desire to be mobbed again for missing a meal. Their quarters were located near the farm, but still some distance from the canteen. It would take at least 10 minutes on foot to get there. Approaching the oasis, Shi Lin suddenly felt that the oasis seemed to have changed a little, though he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was different. But the top priority now was making breakfast. Nothing else mattered. As soon as breakfast time arrived, the remaining 489 soldiers filed out of their quarters one after another, eventually assembling into a square formation, as usual, ready to head toward the canteen. Only then did they belatedly notice something odd underfoot, but they merely exchanged puzzled remarks. Meanwhile, Su Mu and the others finished breakfast and went their separate ways to attend to their own tasks. Suchan and Shin Ma Bei were still going to the farm, as they were now primarily responsible for it. Before they left, Su Mu called the two of them over and briefly explained the changes outside. Although they were somewhat surprised, they had no questions at all. This conveniently resolved Su Mu's problem of not knowing how to explain things. Now in the entire living room, only Su Mu, Xingbao, and Mo Junyon remained. Xingbao snuggled in Su Mu's arms, unwilling to get down. Su Mu just planted a doting kiss on his forehead and then handed him over to Mo Junyon. Go play with your daddy. Mommy needs to prepare some things for your two brothers. Mo Junyon held Xingbao skillfully, and seeing Su Mu begin to bustle about, said to her, tomorrow I'll send someone to escort them part of the way. Have them taken to the nearest planet where they can board a starship. Starships can perform spatial jumps, which will cut down the travel time. Su Mu packed all the medicine and food she had prepared for the two of them into individual portions, wondering if she had missed anything. Hearing Mo Junyon's suggestion, she replied without looking up, "We'll do as you say. But I'm going to tomorrow. It's been a few years since I left Juxing, so I might as well go back and take a look." When Xingbao heard that his mother was going, he immediately freaked out before Mo Junyon could speak, struggling to get out of Mo Junyon's arms and pounced towards Su Mu as if she were about to leave at that very moment. Fortunately, Mo Junyon reacted quickly and held Xingbao tightly in his arms. Su Mu was also startled. Seeing Xingbao's strong reaction, she realized he probably thought she was abandoning him. She quickly took Xingbao into her arms and comforted him. Okay, I'll take you along. Mama will bring you to Juxing to have a look around. On hearing this, Mo Junyan chimed in, no way I'm going to. However, he didn't get the same warm treatment as Xingbao. Sumu merely replied coolly, go wherever you want. I haven't restricted your freedom. Mo Junyan instantly wore a hurt expression, lowering his head silently. Looking at the tall and upright Mo Junyan suddenly acting like a pitiful abandoned puppy, Sumu reflected inwardly whether she had spoken too harshly. Sumu said to Mo Junyan, feeling a little awkward, well, if you want to go then come along. Juxing just opened a new restaurant called Juowei Tower, and it's very popular. I can take all of you to check it out. Alright, I'll listen to you. Mo Junyan raised his head, unable to hide the smile on his face. He took the initiative to hug Xingbao, and said, Daddy will hold you while your mommy packs stuff up. Sumu had already repeatedly organized all the food for the journey, leaving only the task of packing her own and Xingbao's clothes. Then glancing at Mo Junyan, she casually asked, do you need to pack some changing clothes? Mo Junyan hurriedly replied, I'll trouble you then. My clothes are few, I'll just pack them together with yours. Huh? Sumu was taken aback. Was he implying she should pack for him as well? Well, fine, she might as well pack for him. Convincing herself, she went upstairs to start preparations. She wanted to pack more pretty and adorable outfits for Xingbao, to dress him up, all cute and charming. After finishing her own and Xingbao's packing, Sumu went to Mo Junyan's room, her first time entering it since he had moved in. The room looked extremely clean and tidy. There was nothing on the table except a box of tissues, and even the quilt on the bed was folded neatly. In comparison, her own bed was such a mess that it was not fit for human habitation. Sumu directly pulled open the wardrobe and found inside only a black t-shirt, a pair of khaki casual trousers, a black jacket, a pair of underwear, and a pair of socks. Good heavens, this was truly minimal. That evening after dinner, Sumu called everyone together and told them the news that they would be leaving the next day. Girl Mu, we all know about this already. You just go ahead and leave, don't worry about home. Old Mai waved his hand, signaling Sumu to rest assured and say no more. Sumu gave a helpless smile. I'm not worried really, just afraid you might not have enough money to spend. But since you say so, then I won't worry anymore. Old Mai hastily said, no, money is indeed something to worry about. Seeing Old Mai's sudden change, everyone else chuckled secretly. Sumu wore an amused expression and gently raised her hand to quiet everyone. Alright, stop laughing. Since we've always been self-sufficient, I'm not worried about food. But in case you need money for anything, I'll leave a sum of money with Granny Xiaojun for safekeeping, and I'll also transfer each of you some pocket money. What do you think? After hearing Sumu's plan, no one had any objections. However, Su Wen timidly raised his hand and asked, Sister Mumu, do Mabe and I also get pocket money? Yes, do we get some too? Shin Mabe nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Sumu had already paid their tuition, which was no small amount, so they felt a bit embarrassed to ask for pocket money, yet they were still quite eager. Of course you do. Everyone here gets one. Actually, I've been meaning to give it to you earlier, but I simply forgot for the moment. Also, if you both successfully pass the entrance exam and get into the military academy, I'll give you an extra reward. Hearing the word reward, Su Wen and Shun Mabe exchanged a glance, determination shining in their eyes. In unison, they said to Sumu, Sister Mumu, rest assured. We will definitely pass the exam. Sumu nodded. I believe in you. Old Mai chimed in. You two brats, once you enter the military academy, study hard. Don't disgrace our Shashing, or I'll break both your legs when you get back. Granny Xiaojun gave Old Mai a push and said crossly, what are you saying? Don't scare the kids. Then she suddenly hugged Xingbao beside her and said reluctantly, Xingbao, Granny will miss you so much. I won't be able to see Xingbao for a long time. What should Granny do when she misses Xingbao? In Granny Xiaojun's loving voice was deep reluctance. This was the first time Xingbao would be away from her. Xingbao, being very sensible, hugged Granny Xiaojun and comforted her with his unique, cute, milky voice. It's okay, Granny. Mom said we'll come back as soon as the two brothers finish their exams. Granny, if you miss me, just video call me, and we can see each other every day. Granny Xiaojun finally broke into a faint smile, comforted by Xingbao. Meanwhile, Su Mu discussed the farm issue with Su Chun and Su Rushu. Now that manpower was sufficient and nothing was lacking, the most important thing was to plan well. Because the various plants in the farm were planted at different times, even the same type of crop ripened at different times. This largely ensured that fruits and vegetables could mature continuously without interruption. Given the overwhelming popularity of Juowei restaurant on the main star, the previously supplied ingredients were far from sufficient, so the quantity of ingredients must be increased going forward. However, Su Mu left Su Wen and the others a large quantity of vegetable and fruit seeds. In addition, she also left many saplings. After all, for the current Shashing greenery was extremely scarce. After the miraculous scene last night, Su Mu couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Ever since she opened her eyes that morning, she had been pondering the issue of planting trees. She hoped that one day Shashing could be covered in green and restored to the vibrant vitality it had 10,000 years ago. Moreover, now that the Tree of Life had successfully returned to its place, there was no need for her to manually provide energy support. The Tree of Life alone was more than sufficient. After Su Mu explained her plan to Su Chun and Su Rushu, it received the support of everyone present. Mo Junyan also spoke up. Feel free to direct my subordinates as you please. I'll leave Shilin behind. If any of them doesn't obey, just go straight to Shilin. With the final arrangements concluded on the eve of departure, Sumu finally had everyone go back to rest, telling them there was no need to wake up early to see them off the next day. The next morning, as soon as the sky began to lighten, Sumu got up, made a simple breakfast, and then went to wake Xingbao. She picked out a light blue striped short-sleeve shirt for him, paired with matching light blue overall shorts. He looked absolutely adorable. After getting Xingbao ready, she first brought him downstairs to have breakfast, and only then returned to her room to get herself ready. Sumu chose a white short-sleeve top and light blue overall pants for herself. She looked playful and cute, not at all like Xingbao's mother, but more like his older sister. She simply tied her hair into a ponytail, radiating youthful vitality. Though her face was free of makeup, she appeared remarkably fresh and beautiful. Sumu packed all their luggage into a travel-specific suitcase. The suitcase was extremely compact, only about the size of a file box, yet it had more than enough room for the three of them. Its small size made it very lightweight to carry, perfect for travel. She had also bought one for each of Su-won and Shin-ma-bei. When she opened the door, coincidentally, Mo Junyan next door also stepped out. He was still in a black short-sleeved shirt and black pants. Despite being simple clothes, they looked stunning on him. But Mo Junyan was dissatisfied. Seeing Su-mu dressed so youthful and vibrant, he threw a silent tantrum and insisted that Su-mu take out his clothes and let him change. Your clothes look fine. Why change? Su-mu was puzzled and reluctant to reopen the packed luggage. No, I want to change. I want to wear the same white as you. Black is too dark. Mo Junyan frowned. He had never imagined that one day he'd be troubled by a dark color, making him look older. Although in the interstellar era his age was still that of a vigorous young man and his appearance remained young and handsome, the fact was that he was indeed much older than the girl before him. Sumu didn't know about Mo Junyan's inner conflict, but since he insisted, she had no choice but to take out his clothes. After he went in and changed, they went downstairs. However, Mo Junyan would have no spare clothes to change into during the journey. Downstairs, Su-won and Shin-ma-bei were already sitting at the table having breakfast with Xingbao. Sumu sat down and asked them if they had packed everything and if they had left anything behind. Su-won and Shin-ma-bei both answered no. At that moment, Mo Junyan also came downstairs. Sumu looked up and saw him in a white top and a pair of khaki casual suit pants. It was a very simple outfit, but Sumu felt he looked like an entirely different person. Before, he was an aloof and commanding general with a touch of occasional smugness, but now he gave off the vibe of a proper sunny young aristocrat. Of course, that was only when he wasn't looking at you with those cold, icy eyes. Mo Junyan caught a hint of admiration in Sumu's eyes. He thought to himself that he should try this style of clothing more often. After the four of them finished breakfast, the sky outside was just beginning to lighten. Without waking anyone, they were driven by Mei Shi to the starship. At that moment, one of Mo Junyan's subordinates was already waiting there ahead of time. Since they needed to take a small shuttle from the starship to Planet Ally first before transferring to an interstellar ship to travel the interstellar route, someone had to see them off and then fly the small shuttle back. Sumu handed the steamed buns she had prepared in advance to the subordinate. Only after he finished eating did they board the shuttle and set off. Sumu gazed through the window at the sand star receding into the distance, when suddenly an uncontrollable sense of reluctance surged in her heart. By the time she had just returned from the blue star, she had only been on this sand star for merely a few months. Yet it was just these few short months that forged an inseparable bond between her and this planet blanketed in golden sand. Mo Junyan was gently rocking Xingbao in his arms. Since they had woken up quite early in the morning and Xingbao was still young and needed ample sleep, the child could no longer stay awake and was drifting off. To help him sleep more comfortably, Mo Junyan continued holding Xingbao in his embrace. When he noticed Sumu gazing fixedly out the window, he assumed she was reluctant to leave the sand star and was contemplating how to comfort her. However, before he could figure out what to say, he heard Sumu ask, Mo Junyan, do you think it's possible that one day, when viewed from this angle, the sand star could transform into a place full of vibrant green and life? Mo Junyan leaned over to look and saw only a dull earthen yellow sphere, but he nodded seriously and said, I believe so. Hearing Mo Junyan's agreement, a bright smile spread across Sumu's face. After nearly 10 hours of flight, they finally arrived at the nearest Planet Ally star. Though not particularly large, Ally star had a substantial population and was absolutely bustling compared to the sand star. The spacecraft landed at the designated location and the five of them disembarked, immediately renting a flying vehicle and speeding toward the interstellar spacecraft station. Since they hadn't planned ahead, they hadn't expected the journey from Sand Star to Ally Star to be so lengthy. With time running short, they couldn't afford a single moment's delay. Fortunately, when they reached the flight hub, they just caught the final interstellar flight heading to the main planet. Only after seeing the cabin doors seal shut did the five of them finally exhale in relief. Now all they had to do was rest and wait for the spacecraft to arrive. Sumu and Mo Junyan sat in the same row with Xingbao still cradled in Mo Junyan's arms. Su-won and Shin-ma-bei sat behind them, putting on sleep masks the moment they boarded to catch some rest. The two of them had been too excited the previous night to sleep at all. Throughout the day they remained too exhilarated to feel drowsy, but now they could finally hold on no longer. Hearing the two somewhat heavy breaths from behind her, Sumu shook her head with a smile and reached for a sleep mask of her own. Just then an excited voice beside her suddenly drew her attention. Are you General Imo? A young man with light blue short hair sitting across the aisle was gazing at Imo Junyan with overwhelming excitement, his pale blue eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Oh no, he's been recognized. Sumu inwardly groaned. She was well aware of just how popular Imo Junyan was throughout the Interstellar Federation, and being recognized would surely mean no peace or quiet for the entire journey. As expected, the moment the young man's words faded, Sumu felt the scorching gazes from all directions converge, not on her, but on Imo Junyan. General Imo. Which General Imo? The one I'm thinking of. General Imo. Where is he? What General Imo is on this spacecraft? Voices rang out, some skeptical, others excited. Imo Junyan's gaze gradually turned icy as he coldly regarded the young man across from him, and stated flatly, "You've mistaken me for someone else." Silo's excitement evaporated in an instant as if doused with ice water upon seeing his idol's frigid stare. Listening to the surrounding chatter, he suddenly realized he had acted rather rashly. "I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Please don't take offense." Silo hastily rose to apologize to Imo Junyan. Yet Imo Junyan seemed to pay him no heed, his attention entirely focused on Xing Bao in his arms. Silo stood there feeling rather awkward. Those around them, seeing who he was apologizing to now, noticed a remarkably handsome young man. His crisp hair complemented by refined, striking features and a sculpted jawline that did bear a resemblance to the legendary federal war god, though he appeared somewhat young. Then a tentative voice chimed in, "The war god isn't that young, right? And didn't he seem to have a child?" This comment instantly drew rebuttals from those nearby. "Don't talk nonsense, kid. The war god is forever young, forever single." "Exactly. Anyone who dares say the war god is old, I'll fight them. The war god belongs to everyone. How could he possibly have a child?" The entire cabin erupted into chaos, with arguments nearly escalating to blows. Fortunately, staff intervened in time to prevent an actual fight. Yet Imo Junyan, the center of it all, was oddly forgotten in the corner. Sumu purchased a mask from the onboard system and handed it to him, teasing, "For the sake of our peaceful journey, you should probably put this on." Imo Junyan gave Sumu a silent look before taking the mask and putting it on. Then he asked glumly, "Do you think I'm old?" As expected, whether it's appearance or age, no one escapes such concerns. Not even the mighty federal war god himself. Looking at Imo Junyan's eyes above the mask, Sumu suddenly realized how exquisitely refined and deep his features were. Thick brows like sweeping brushes, starry gaze, eyes like celestial bodies. Mesmerized by such beauty, Sumu blurted out truthfully, "How could you possibly be old? You're clearly so wonderful." Hearing her compliment, Imo Junyan's eyes instantly filled with joy, sparkling as brilliantly as stars in the night sky. Instinctively, Sumu reached out to cover Imo Junyan's eyes, thinking to herself, "Too dazzling. Far too dazzling." Startled by the sudden darkness, Imo Junyan was confused but obligingly closed his eyes. His eyelashes brushing against her palm felt ticklish. When she finally pulled her hand away, she realized Imo Junyan had fallen asleep. Sumu gazed at his features for a long moment before finally looking away, only to find the young man who had recognized Imo Junyan staring at her with a puzzled expression, who then offered a friendly smile upon being noticed. Never refuse a smile, so Sumu nodded back before closing her eyes to rest. Yet the moment she shut her eyes, she too drifted off, only waking up when Xing Bao accidentally pulled her hair. Rubbing her head, Sumu opened her eyes to find Xing Bao sitting in Imo Junyan's arms, gazing at her with wide, innocent eyes. Upon seeing Sumu wake up, Xing Bao eagerly tried to crawl from Imo Junyan's arms into Sumu's embrace, only to be caught and pulled back by Imo Junyan. "You're too heavy, you'll crush your mother." At the mention of hurting his mother, Xing Bao obediently settled back in Imo Junyan's arms and said sweetly, "Mommy, Xing Bao is hungry." "Is the baby hungry? Mommy has steamed buns here. Does the baby want one?" Sumu asked Xing Bao with a beaming smile. Xing Bao nodded eagerly. Yes. Xing Bao loves steamed buns the most. Sumu took out the steamed buns she had packed earlier from her bag. Just then a beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed attendant walked over, pushing a cart on which were nutrient packs in various flavors, handing them out one seat after another. When the attendant came to Sumu's row, Sumu declined the nutrient packs she offered and asked if food could be heated there. The beautiful attendant looked at Sumu with a surprised expression, then nodded. "Yes, madam. Do you need help?" Sumu was a little taken aback by the way she was addressed, but she did not correct her. After all, she did have a son. Sumu handed the bag of steamed buns directly to her and said, "Then please heat these up for me. Don't take too long. 1 minute is enough." Sumu handed the bag of steamed buns directly to her and said, "Then please heat these up for me. Don't take too long. 1 minute is enough." The attendant then looked at Imo Junyan and Xing Bao. Seeing that neither of them was looking at her, she asked Sumu again, "Then would your child and husband like nutrient packs?" "No, they don't need any. The two behind me don't need any either." Sumu gave the attendant a polite smile after saying this. The beautiful attendant nodded politely and continued distributing the nutrient packs. Imo Junyan noticed that Sumu had not corrected the attendant for calling him her husband, and he felt secretly delighted. It seems Sumu was gradually accepting him. Sumu paid no attention to Imo Junyan's little thoughts. She noticed that the passengers were all frowning at the nutrient packs in their hands, but in the end they still drank them down in one go. At that moment Sumu felt very fortunate that she had made preparations in advance. Otherwise they would have had to rely on the terrible-tasting nutrient packs to stave off hunger for the entire journey. She also noticed that the blue-haired, blue-eyed young man just one aisle away did not seem to accept the attendant's nutrient pack either. Instead, he took out his own. Curious, Sumu stared at him a few times only to be caught by him. The young man smiled at her and asked, "Excuse me, is there something I can help you with?" His voice was clear and pure, and with his light blue eyes as limpid as the sky, he looked gentle and harmless. "It's nothing." Sumu shook her head. She just thought that the nutrient pack in his hand looked a little special. "Oh, you mean this? This one I brought from home. It has a sweet fruit flavor. Would you like to try it?" As he spoke, he held the nutrient pack out. But the distance between them was too long. Not only were Imo Junyan and Xingbao in the way, but there was also an aisle between them. Restrained by a seatbelt, Si Luo used all his strength, but could only stretch the nutrient pack to near Imo Junyan. Sumu signaled Imo Junyan to take it. Though a little unwilling, Imo Junyan took it anyway, and said thank you to the young man. Although that thank you sounded extremely unwilling, it made Si Luo feel enormously flattered. How could he be so lucky as to receive a thank you from his idol? It was simply the greatest honor. Sumu took the nutrient pack and examined it closely. It was a premium nutrient pack. Not only was the bottle sleek and pretty, but even the liquid inside was a beautiful light blue. She opened the cap and smelled fresh sweet fruit, but the taste still left something to be desired. Sumu took a sip, then capped it and set it down. Xingbao, however, seemed quite interested in it. He reached out, picked it up himself, and took a sip like his mother had. Instantly his tender little face scrunched up like a steamed bun, making Sumu burst out laughing. Imo Junyan shook his head helplessly and took the nutrient pack from Xingbao's hand. Si Luo looked at Sumu's and Xingbao's reactions, then at the premium nutrient pack in his hand, and suddenly had no idea how to take the first sip. He couldn't understand why they had made such an unpleasant expression at what was clearly the most advanced nutrient pack in the galaxy. For a moment Si Luo was filled with doubt. Seeing the puzzled look in Si Luo's eyes, Sumu quickly explained, "I'm sorry, we're just not accustomed to nutrient packs." "I see." Si Luo expressed that he understood. However, the others did not think the same. Suddenly, a pretentious female voice came from the front. "Young Master Si Luo, giving your nutrient pack to them is such a waste. From the way they look, they probably haven't even tried ordinary nutrient packs." In front of Si Luo sat a girl in a pink long dress. She turned around and complained to Si Luo at length. When she was done, she even gave Sumu a contemptuous snort. Sumu would never waste her energy on such an idiot. Although Sumu and the others did not care, Si Luo cared a great deal. His clear, beautiful blue eyes instantly turned cold. "Excuse me, miss, but I don't think I know you. Besides, you have no right to judge others. I suggest you watch your words." The young man's voice was still clear and pure, but it carried a sharp edge this time. The girl was embarrassed, her small face flushed bright red, and she still tried to argue. "Young Master Si Luo, I did it for you." The young man refused without hesitation. "No need." Rejected so bluntly, the girl felt that she had lost all face and immediately buried her face in her seat, crying sorrowfully. Suddenly a fragrance spread through the entire cabin, making everyone's mouths water. "What is that smell? It smells so wonderful, right? I've never smelled anything so fragrant in my life." The unfamiliar aroma sparked everyone's curious discussion. Only Si Luo cast a few glances towards Sumu and the others. Just then the blonde-haired, blue-eyed attendant walked in carrying a tray. As she got closer, the aroma became even more distinct. All the passengers present stared intently at the tray in her hand. Then they saw her walk over to the family of three and hand over the things on the tray. In an instant, everyone cast curious looks at them. Under all those bright staring eyes, Sumu felt speechless inside. It was just a steamed bun. Was this really necessary? Sumu first divided 4 buns between Su-1 and Shunmabe, behind her leaving 4 buns. Then she gave 1 each to Xingbao and Imo Junyan, and there was still 1 extra left. Sumu glanced at Si Luo, then handed the remaining steamed bun to Imo Junyan, gesturing for him to pass it to Si Luo in the next seat. Imo Junyan was still reluctant, but he did it anyway. He merely gave Si Luo a cold stare as Si Luo took the bun. Si Luo instantly felt as if he had been drenched in ice, and quickly began to wonder whether he had done something to displease his idol. But the aroma that reached his nose immediately captured all of Si Luo's attention. He could not wait to take a bite. Oh heavens, this was too delicious. Si Luo narrowed his eyes in bliss. A big steamed bun disappeared in 3 mouthfuls, and he still wanted more after finishing it. Silo licked his lips, still savoring the taste, and glanced at Sumu with a hint of embarrassment, as if wanting to say something only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Imo Junyan. Seeing this, Sumu lightly slapped Imo Junyan's arm, gesturing for him to stand and switch seats. Reluctantly, Imo Junyan rose with Xingbao in his arms, yielding his place, then settled into the inner seat, still holding the child. Silo had just been feeling dejected after being glared at by his idol, but the next moment he caught sight of a slender hand extended before him, palm open and filled with a small heap of something. Silo quickly looked up and saw the beautiful young woman smiling warmly at him. Noticing no movement from him, Sumu pushed her hand a little closer and urged, "Go on, take it." It's for you to eat. Oh, right. Only then did Silo snap back to his senses and hastily reached out both hands to receive what Su Mu was offering. Mo Junyan watched Silo's dazed expression and then looked at Su Mu's beaming smile, and jealousy churned in his heart once more. He muttered to Xing Bao in his arms, I don't know what's so good about that little fool. Dumb and dull, yet he's caught your mother's interest. Although Mo Junyan's voice was low, the distance was so close that Silo heard every word clearly and felt a flush of awkwardness. Silo genuinely couldn't understand what he had done wrong. His idol seemed to hold quite a grudge against him. Su Mu naturally overheard Mo Junyan's grumbling and gave his arm a firm slap, signaling him to restrain himself. Mo Junyan pursed his lips and holding Xing Bao began watching an animated video to pass the time. Seeing that Mo Junyan had finally settled down, Su Mu took out a handful of melon seeds and began leisurely cracking them open. Su Wen and Shun Ma Bei had been bored, and the sound of seeds being cracked reminded them that they had brought their own snacks, so they too took them out and began cracking seeds to pass the time. It was only when Silo saw Su Mu eating the seeds that he realized what she had given him earlier was something to eat. He imitated her manner and tried one, and once he started he simply couldn't stop. Silo looked at Su Mu in astonishment and asked politely, May I ask what I should call you, madam? Hearing herself addressed as madam, again Su Mu sighed. Although she was a mother, she still couldn't get used to the title. Once was one thing, but now this young lad had picked it up as well. Su Mu said directly, Don't call me madam. My surname is Su, and my name is Su Mu. Then Su Mu pointed to the two behind her and added, Seeing as you're about their age, you can call me Sister Mumu or Sister Su Mu, just like they do. All right, Sister Mumu. Silo called out without a moment's hesitation, then began introducing himself. Sister Mumu, my name is Ao Silo, and I'm from Olai Star. Hearing the young man's introduction, Su Mu suddenly realized and said, So you're the young master of Olai Star. My apologies, I should have known. You flatter me, Sister Mumu, please don't tease me. Silo said shyly, but then his expression suddenly turned serious as he addressed Su Mu. By the way, Sister Mumu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead, Su Mu said. Although she had no idea what this boy wanted, she figured it could only be about the buns or the melon seeds. Not to boast, but no one who had ever tasted her buns and melon seeds could possibly dislike them. Sure enough, Silo got straight to the point. Sister Mumu, what are the names of those two kinds of food you gave me earlier? Were they bought or made by yourself? Could you provide an address? I'd like to offer such delicacies on this spaceship as well. Hearing Silo rattle off so much in one breath, Su Mu couldn't help but admire his sharp business sense. He had only just tasted the food and was already thinking of partnering up. His mind worked astonishingly fast. It also dawned on Su Mu that from what Silo was implying, this spaceship belonged to his family, though considering his status, it made perfect sense. But no matter what, it would be a downright crime to turn away money. Su Mu never let a profit-making opportunity slip through her fingers. Meeting Silo's expectant gaze, Su Mu cut straight to the truth. What you have in your hand now is called melon seeds, a kind of snack. What you ate earlier was baozi, a type of steamed bun with many flavors. The braised pork bun you had was just one of them. And all of these are made by my family. Apart from our partnership with Juawei House on the main planet, you can't find these anywhere else. If you want to cooperate, that's not impossible. If your intentions are sincere, we can have a proper discussion. Absolutely. I'm sincerely looking forward to working with you. By the time Silo heard about the partnership with Juawei House on the main planet, he had already made up his mind that he must cooperate with them. He knew of Juawei House. Although it had only opened recently, its unparalleled delicacies had swept across the entire main planet, and even he from distant Olai had heard of it. Whether Su Mu truly had a partnership with Juawei House didn't concern him. As long as the food was delicious, that was enough. Seeing Silo's sincere enthusiasm for cooperation, Su Mu took the initiative to add him on her optical brain. Silo then personally escorted Su Mu into the spaceship's office. Mo Junyan, feeling uneasy, followed along with Xing Bao in his arms. Shun Ma Bei also rose to follow, but Su Wen grabbed his arm and pulled him back down into his seat. Why are you tagging along? Just sit tight. Su Mu, Mo Junyan, and Xing Bao followed Silo into the office. Silo quickly invited them to sit and personally poured tea for each of them. Su Mu happened to be parched from cracking melon seeds, so she took a sip, but the next moment she frowned almost imperceptibly and set down the cup. It's just plain water, so how can it taste so strange? I drink plain water on Sandstar too, and I never noticed any odd flavor there. Mo Junyan noticed Su Mu's discomfort and said, If it doesn't taste good, don't drink it. Water outside can never compare to what we have at home. Seeing Silo's awkward expression, Su Mu explained, Don't take it to heart, Silo. The water here does have a strange taste that I simply can't get used to. Why don't you try some of my sour plum drink instead? With that, Su Mu opened her portable case once more, took out a small bottle of sour plum drink, and poured a small cup, placing it before Silo to try. Silo picked up the glass, gazing curiously at the dark liquid within, and asked, Is this also exclusive to Juawei House? Su Mu nodded. Naturally. I hold a share in Juawei House as well. Silo nodded. I see. He then took a sip of the sour plum drink, and as it went down his mouth was instantly filled with an endless lingering sweet and sour savor. A mouthful of braised pork bun paired with a mouthful of sour plum drink was simply irresistible. Moreover, this was Juoe House's signature delicacy. If he could partner with Juoe House, his family's spaceship flights would surely soar across the stars. Siluo reached a verbal agreement with Su Mu that the two parties could cooperate, but the specifics of the cooperation still required further discussion between them. Su Mu also felt the need to think it over carefully. Moreover, although Siluo was young and quick-witted, he did not have the authority to make the final decision. Su Mu first stated her requirements, then asked Siluo to convey them to his parents. Once they made a decision, they could finalize the cooperation. After the matter was clarified, Su Mu led Xingbao and Mo Junyan back to their seats, leaving Siluo alone in the office to contact his parents and discuss the cooperation. Back in his seat, Mo Junyan asked Su Mu, "Mumu, why did you agree to that kid? It's not like we're short on that bit of money." Looking at Mo Junyan, whose jealousy was visible even behind his mask, Su Mu smiled and said, "Do you think I only care about that bit of money? What I care about is having Ally Planet as an ally. You also know the changes on Sha Planet. Though it is still remote, desolate, and unremarkable now, someday it will become a unique planet full of vitality, and I have a feeling that day won't be long in coming." Su Mu calmed her excitement and continued in a low voice, "But you also know that hope often comes with crisis. I'm afraid that after Sha Planet's transformation it will attract someone's envy." Su Mu didn't finish the rest, but Mo Junyan already understood. If the true value of Sha Planet were discovered one day, everything Su Mu worried about might really happen. So Su Mu wanted to find herself an ally first, an ally with whom they could earn money together. An ally planet the nearest to Sha Planet was the most suitable choice. Thinking of this, Mo Junyan reflected that his attitude towards Siluo might have been a bit too harsh, and he hoped the kid wasn't too petty. Nearly an hour after Su Mu and the others returned to their seats, Siluo returned as well. At the same time, Su Mu received a message from Siluo, "Sister Mumu, we agree to all your requirements. Just do it the way you said." After reading it, Su Mu saw Siluo beside her looking at her, so she reached out and made an okay gesture at him. Overjoyed at gaining another partner, Su Mu took out all the melon seeds from her bag, summoned the beautiful attendant, and asked her to share them among the other passengers. Within moments, the sound of cracking melon seeds spread throughout the cabin. To win over her new little friend, Su Mu took out some of the snacks she had brought and placed them before Siluo, saying, "These are for you to celebrate our pleasant cooperation." Seeing the table piled with all kinds of unfamiliar snacks, Siluo's pale blue eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Mu, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He said happily, "Happy cooperation, thank you, Sister Mumu. Don't be so polite. Since you call me sister, we're family now. No need to be reserved. Come try this popcorn and these potato chips. These are special snacks from my home. If you like them, we can supply them together. And here are some sweet potato chips. They taste great, crispy and sweet. Try them. And these spicy strips, fragrant and hot. I'm not sure if they'll suit your taste." Su Mu patiently introduced every snack to Siluo and watched him taste each one, exclaiming in admiration. Every time she heard that sound, Su Mu felt a great sense of accomplishment. In this way, Siluo became completely familiar with Su Mu and the others during the journey. After learning that Su Wen and Shun Mabe were also going to take the entrance exam at that aristocratic military academy, he stuck close to them. Siluo had chosen the military academy entirely because his idol, Mo Junyan, the federal war god, was a graduate of a military academy. As the war god's little fanboy, he naturally wanted to experience the academic atmosphere and environment of his idol. So Siluo chose the Federal Military Academy without any hesitation. But physically he was as weak as a little bird. So when he saw that Su Wen and Shun Mabe, two friends who clearly possessed strong combat abilities, Siluo knew he had found his backing. Thus Siluo followed behind them, shamelessly begging to be protected. Su Wen and Shun Mabe couldn't be tough with Siluo, a young master who looked innocent but had an extraordinary identity. Moreover, the young master was too good at playing pitiful, his woebegone expression completely capturing Su Wen and Shun Mabe. The spaceship hurried along the way and finally landed on the main star on the last day of the assessment. Only after getting off the ship and standing on the soil of the main star did Su Wen and Shun Mabe finally heave a sigh of relief. Siluo said with a proud look, "See, I told you we'd arrive on time." Su Wen glanced at him and said, "All right, stop showing off your family spaceship. Let's hurry to the Federal Military Academy to register. There are still 4 hours before 6 in the afternoon. If we don't hurry, we'll miss it." As he was speaking, a flying vehicle suddenly appeared from afar and with a blink stopped right in front of them. Only then did they see a young man in a black tailcoat step out. He spoke respectfully to the only female among them. "Excuse me, are you Miss Mu? I'm sent by Madame Weiwei to pick you up." Su Mu nodded and said, "I am Su Mu. Thank you for the trouble. We need to go to the Federal Military Academy first." The tailcoat man nodded and said, "Yes, Madame has instructed me. I will follow your orders throughout, Miss Mu." After speaking, he opened the car door and invited them in. However, when he saw the tall man holding a child, a flicker of surprise appeared on the tailcoat man's face, then vanished instantly. "Oh my, why does this man look so much like General Mo?" But at the thought of the child, the tailcoat man dismissed the idea that this person could be Mo Junyan. The entire Federation, even the whole galaxy, knew that the war god Mo Junyan was not interested in women. Apart from his own sister-in-law, the Federation leader's wife, there wasn't even a female around him. How could he possibly have a child? Mo Junyan was unaware of the tailcoat man's thoughts. He was just wondering how Su Mu had gotten in touch with Bai Weiwei, his sister-in-law, and become so close to her. Suddenly, Mo Junyan recalled that once his brother had complained to him that Bai Weiwei wanted some specific cookies and Su Mu was the maker of those cookies. Thinking of this, everything became self-evident. It was food that had connected two unrelated people. However, thinking of his nephew at home, who had feelings for Su Mu, Mo Junyan, even before arriving home, had already formed the intention to warn his nephew. The flying car sped off without a moment's delay, finally arriving at the Federal Military Academy at the very last second. It came to a stop before the towering solemn gates where only two uniformed guards stood and no one else in sight. At that moment, the heavy academy gates began to slowly close. Wait, we're not inside yet. Su Wen and Shin Mabe jumped out of the car and dashed toward the gates. Si Luo also jumped out and followed behind the two. Who are you people? How dare you barge into the military academy? The two guards stepped forward to block Su Wen and the others, their faces stern. We are candidates for this entrance exam. It's not time for it to end yet, is it? Why are the gates already closed? Su Wen explained the identity information of the three to the two guards, hoping they would show leniency and let them in to take the exam. However, the two guards looked at the three with puzzled expressions. One of the guards said, "Since you are candidates for this exam, haven't you paid attention to the academy's notices? Because we received a notice that an important figure is coming to supervise this exam, all exam times have been changed to tomorrow." The three were startled, for they truly hadn't paid attention. All right, thank you, brothers. After thanking the two guards, they returned to the flying car. Seeing the state of the three, Su Mu asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you three? Why are you back?" "Sai, don't mention it. The exam has been postponed to tomorrow." Su Wen lounged lazily in his seat as soon as he boarded, completely losing his earlier tension. "That's good. We get to rest today, so we'll have energy for tomorrow's exam. Come on, I'll take you all to a big meal." After comforting the three, Su Mu instructed Yan Weifu to take them to Juowei Tower. Yan Weifu, however, said, "Miss Mu, the madam said she wants to take you all back to give you a welcome dinner. The rooms have been prepared for you. What do you think?" "It's fine." Su Mu waved her hand and said, "I want to go check on the business at Juowei Tower first. Don't worry about me. I'll tell Weiwei myself." Seeing Su Mu's insistence, Yan Weifu could only respect her choice and drove straight toward Juowei Tower. Because Weiwei had previously told Su Mu that when they arrived at the main star they could stay directly at her home, and Su Mu had not refused at the time. So this time Su Mu still needed to specifically inform Bai Weiwei about it. Bai Weiwei was just about to call Chung He back to prepare the evening's welcome banquet when she received Su Mu's message ahead of time. Seeing the message, Bai Weiwei replied directly, "All right, when you arrive at Juowei Tower, just find Chung He and have him arrange everything. He's at the restaurant now. I'll head over too. Today we'll have your welcome dinner at Juowei Tower." After sending the message, Bai Weiwei jumped up from the sofa in excitement. While running toward her room, she muttered to herself, "Finally, I'm going to see Mu. I need to dress up nicely. What should I wear? What should I wear? I heard Mu is only 20. No, I have to dress younger too." Bai Weiwei returned to her room and rummaged through everything, pulling out all the clothes in the wardrobe and holding them up against herself one by one. "No, this color is too old. This one won't work either, it's too bright. No, this skirt is too short. This one is too plain, it makes me look dull. And this one is too childish, not suitable for my age." It was Bai Weiwei's first time meeting Su Mu, and she wanted to leave a good impression, especially since her son seemed to be interested in the girl. Yet there was not a single piece of clothing that satisfied her. Seeing that the agreed time was approaching, Bai Weiwei became anxious. Suddenly recalling that her son seemed to be on leave at home today, Bai Weiwei called out loudly, Son, Mo Lingji." Bai Weiwei's loud voice was very penetrating. Mo Lingji happened to be changing clothes in his room at the moment. He had just pulled on his trousers when he heard his mother's loud voice. He really wondered why. The house was soundproofed well, so why couldn't it block his mother's penetrating voice? Mo Lingji grabbed his hair in irritation and finally entered Bai Weiwei's room. "Mom, what are you calling me for?" The moment Mo Lingji pushed open the door, he saw his mother in a pink loungewear, standing in the middle of a pile of clothes and shoes, and even the bed was covered with clothes. Seeing her handsome son, Bai Weiwei's face lit up with joy. "Son, you have good taste. Help Mom pick a dress. Mom has an appointment today." "An appointment? A date with whom? Does Dad know?" Mo Lingji's handsome brows knitted tightly. Hearing her son's disdainful tone, Bai Weiwei slapped him on the shoulder and said crossly, "Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and pick out clothes for me. My little bestie is coming from such a far place, and I need to leave a good impression." At that, Mo Lingji's eyes lit up. Though his mother had plenty of friends, she had no close female friends. This little bestie could only be Su Mu. Mo Lingji instantly changed his aloof attitude and carefully selected a beige dress from the pile for Bai Weiwei, pairing it with a pearl necklace and a pair of low heels in the same color family. "Here, Mom, go try this on first. This set will definitely suit your temperament." Mo Lingji put the clothes into Bai Weiwei's hands and pushed her into the dressing room, then sat down on the sofa nearby. He knew Su Mu and the others were arriving today, so he had made preparations early, also intending to let Su Mu stay at his house. but Sumu said it would be an imposition, which made him somewhat frustrated. And after learning how close his mother and Sumu were, he had thought about revealing the relationship between the two, but his mother stopped him, saying she wanted to tell Sumu herself to give her a surprise. So for the sake of his mother's surprise, he could only endure it. But since his mother was going, he could just follow along. Thinking about how long it had been since they last met, Mo Lingji felt a little excited. Bai Weiwei changed her clothes and walked out wearing a cream-colored dress. The beige color really suited her. She looked exceptionally gentle and ladylike, and the pearl necklace around her neck made her appear even more elegant with a trace of classical nobility. Bai Weiwei walked out, and seeing Mo Lingji still there, blurted out, "Why are you still here?" Immediately after saying it, she regretted it. Wasn't she plainly showing her son that she found him unwanted? Knowing she had misspoken, Bai Weiwei could only smile and try to make amends. "Son, do you have anything to do today? If not, come out with your mother for a while." Mo Lingji was just waiting for those words. Before Bai Weiwei's voice faded, he answered directly, "I'm free." "Oh, you're free. Then let's go." Bai Weiwei suddenly felt her son was acting a bit abnormal today. Hadn't he always disliked staying by her side? Why was he so proactive today? Sumu sped off toward Juewei Tower. Ever since learning that their destination was Juewei Tower, Si Luo had been chattering away the whole journey about all manner of things concerning the place. Sumu simply listened in silence. Mo Junyan, however, was thoroughly fascinated and now and then asked a question or two. Faced with Mo Junyan's inquiries, Si Luo grew only more animated, confessing everything without the slightest reserve. He had no idea when his idol had gotten married, or even produced a son, but that did nothing to lessen the adoration he felt for Mo Junyan. This was his idol. He must have saved the entire galaxy in his past life to have the chance to ride in the same car as his idol and address his idol's wife as sister, which of course made the idol his brother-in-law. The more Si Luo thought, the more thrilled he became. In a sudden surge of excitement, he lost all restraint and blurted out to Mo Junyan, "Brother-in-law, if there's anything else you're curious about, just ask away." That single utterance of brother-in-law instantly brought the carriage to dead silence. Su Wen and Shin Mabe were so astounded that their mouths fell agape, and they simply stared at each other. Su Wen asked Shin Mabe, "Who exactly is he calling brother-in-law?" Shin Mabe shook his head blankly. "I have no idea either." At first Sumu looked perplexed, then turning to Mo Junyan with a none too friendly air, she demanded, "When did you marry Si Luo's sister? I've never heard a word about it." Hearing the disapproval in Sumu's voice, Mo Junyan hastened to clarify, "I'd like to know myself when I got married." Now it was Si Luo's turn to be confounded. His pale blue eyes swept back and forth between Sumu and Mo Junyan, and he asked in confusion, "Aren't you two husband and wife?" Si Luo then pointed at Xingbao and said, "And isn't Xingbao your child?" While there was no denying what Si Luo had said, yet Sumu suddenly could not think of how to explain. Was she supposed to say that her son had taken a fancy to Mo Junyan and insisted on becoming his son? Catching the awkwardness in Sumu's eyes, Mo Junyan hurriedly broke in, "What you've said is absolutely right. It was we who misunderstood." Such a straightforward statement was in effect an admission that Xingbao was his own son. At this spectacle, Su Wen and Shin Mabe were even more lost than before. Nevertheless, since Sister Mumu had not objected, they figured there was no need to split hairs. Just follow suit and call him brother-in-law and be done with it. Look at Si Luo, how quick-witted he was. He'd only known them a few days, and the term brother-in-law was already rolling off his tongue. Su Wen and Shin Mabe exchanged a smile, and all at once addressed Mo Junyan in unison, "Hello, brother-in-law." Ugh, these two rascals. Sumu was so furious she could have smacked the two brats who were simply adding to the chaos. Unfortunately, since they were sitting in the back and out of reach, she could only shoot them a fierce glare. Mo Junyan, for his part, was quite satisfied with the form of address. He nodded, then transferred a sum into both their accounts, saying, "Consider this a modest welcome gift." Nor was Si Luo overlooked. On the spot, Mo Junyan added him as a contact on the optical brain and transferred another sum. Having suddenly received two substantial payments, all three were astounded. Was saying brother-in-law really such a lucrative business now? Their newfound title of brother-in-law would have to be kept firmly on their lips from then on. As for Mo Junyan's extravagant display, Sumu simply could not bear to watch and pretended she had heard and seen nothing at all. At long last, the flying car pulled up on a crowded, prosperous street. Along the roadside stood a refined three-story building steeped in classical charm. At this moment, Chung, he dressed in a white chef's uniform, was standing at the entrance as though awaiting someone. When he caught sight of the familiar car pulling over, he immediately hurried up to it. Sure enough, a young woman stepped out of the car, followed by a tall, imposing man who got out with Xingbao in his arms. "Miss Mu, you finally arrived. Come, do come inside." Chung, he warmly invited Su Mu and the others, and then took a few more looks at the man. He felt a vague sense of familiarity, though for the moment, he could not recall where he had seen him before. Chung, he led the group into Juewei Tower, threading past the seats, every last one occupied, and made for the third floor. All along the way, the diners peered at Su Mu's party with curiosity, muttering among themselves about who these people could be to have the head chef of Juewei Tower escort them personally. By the look of their direction, they were heading either for the second floor or the third. Everyone knew that private rooms on the second floor were already worth their weight in gold, not to mention those on the third. Those curious gazes trailed behind the group until they vanished up the staircase. Server, which family do those young masters and ladies escorted by Chef Chung belong to? Unable to contain his curiosity, someone asked a server who was bringing dishes to the table. All he got in reply was, "I don't know." In the third-floor private room, Chung, he invited everyone to sit down. Sumu looked at him with a smile and said, "Uncle Chung, it looks like you've made Juoe Tower a smashing success. Business is booming indeed." Uncle Chung poured a glass of sour plum juice for each person, then said with a grin, "It's all thanks to Miss Moo's instructions. They all come for the food. Every bit of it is Miss Moo's doing." Chung, he was the picture of modesty, yet the pride in his eyes was impossible to hide. Come, you must all be weary from the journey. Have some sour plum juice to quench your thirst." Chung, he greeted them with great enthusiasm, but everyone at the table, with the exception of Si Luo, had long grown tired of sour plum juice. Delicious though it was, no one could stand to drink it day in and day out. And so not a single person touched the drink except Si Luo. Seeing this, Sumu shook her head helplessly and said, "Uncle Chung, would you mind calling over a server? I happen to have a pack of flower tea. Oh, would you have it boiled for us? I'd rather have something warm." Fine, no problem." Uncle Chung pressed a button on the wall. In short order, a pretty young waitress came and took Sumu's tea bag and stepped out. Sumu handed the remaining tea bags to Uncle Chung and said, "Uncle Chung, you should try it too and see whether it suits the taste of people from the main planet." At these words, Chung, he naturally understood her intention. Accepting the tea bags with a joyful countenance, he said with eager anticipation, "Miss Moo, please rest for a while. I'll prepare the meal right away. Here is the menu. Would you like to take a look?" Sumu accepted the menu without glancing at it, saying, "Only Uncle Chung, just make whatever you think is suitable. Only be sure to make plenty. The children are all hungry." At that, Chung, he answered straight away, "Very well. Everyone please rest for a moment. The food will be ready shortly." No sooner had Chung he stepped out than the waitress who had just left returned carrying a transparent glass teapot. Having received permission, she poured tea for each person and then withdrew. This was made from blossoms Sumu had gathered from the corners and roadsides of the estate and dried in the sun. Sumu had tried it before, and though its flavor was relatively light, it had a singular charm. When drunk, paired with flower cakes, it was simply bliss. Indeed, flower cakes with flower tea were pure bliss. Sumu suddenly came up with the idea of opening a tea house, and once the notion took hold, she could not shake it off. She decided to wait until Bai Weiwei arrived to talk it over with her. Bai Weiwei wore a beige belted dress with a neckline cut to the collarbones, revealing her delicately defined collarbones. Her porcelain white skin was complemented by a lustrous white pearl necklace, and her slender waist looked so dainty that one hand could almost encircle it. She hardly appeared to have given birth. Bai Weiwei held her handbag elegantly in her right hand, while her left hand rested lightly on her son's arm. With her head slightly lowered, the wide beige hat veiling her eyes, she walked gracefully into Juoe Tower, with Mo Lingji leading the way. Mo Lingji was dressed in a black shirt that was understated yet dignified, and a pair of black sunglasses concealed most of his face. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but the instant he stepped into Juoe Tower with Bai Weiwei, everyone in the room turned to look at them. The two calmly crossed the first-floor lobby and headed for the stairs. Behind them, a murmur of discussion arose. "We feel these two look so familiar," a pretty girl suddenly remarked to her companion. Yet after thinking hard, she couldn't remember who they were. She cast a few more glances at the two receding figures and shook her head doubtfully. "Maybe I was mistaken." The two reached the third floor and happened to run into a delicate-looking waitress carrying an empty tray as she walked out. Seeing Weiwei, the waitress quickly called out, "Madam, you're here." Bai Weiwei nodded. "Go on with your work. It's my friend in there. I'll just go in and say hello." "Very well, madam." After the waitress had gone, Bai Weiwei gently knocked on the door. The next moment, a clear, melodious voice replied, "Come in." The moment Mo Lingji heard that familiar voice, his heart seemed to skip a beat. "Why are you nervous?" Bai Weiwei suddenly shot a glance at Mo Lingji. "Nervous? Who's nervous?" Mo Lingji's expression turned awkward. "Because of your heartbeat." Bai Weiwei cast Mo Lingji a sidelong glance, then reached out and gently pushed the door open. As the door swung open, a group of 6 people came into view, one after another. Bai Weiwei spotted the only girl seated at the table at a glance, excitement blooming on her face. Mumu, is that you, Mumu?" Bai Weiwei let go of Mo Lingji's arm and hurried to Sumu's side, having completely forgotten her resolve to remain elegant and composed so as to leave Mumu a good impression. She asked excitedly, "You're Mumu, right? You're so adorable, so pretty, just as I imagined. No, even prettier than I imagined." Bai Weiwei took Sumu by the hand and spun her around in place, murmuring to herself uncontrollably. Sumu let Bai Weiwei have her way without offering the slightest resistance, a hint of helplessness and a trace of indulgence shining in her eyes. She hadn't expected Weiwei to have such an endearing personality, so utterly at odds with her elegant attire. "Mom, restrain yourself a little." Seeing that Bai Weiwei seemed a bit too enthusiastic, Mo Lingji quickly spoke up, hoping she would hold back so as not to startle Sumu. Only then did Bai Weiwei snap back to herself. She quickly composed herself and explained, "Sorry, Mumu. I was just so happy to see you." "It's all right, Sister Weiwei. It's just that you and classmate Mo are mother and son." Sumu pointed at Mo Lingji, who was standing behind Bai Weiwei, her face full of astonishment. Mo Lingji was the son of the Federation's leader, a veritable crown prince of the Federation. If Wei Wei was his mother, then wasn't she the first lady of the Federation? Seeing Su Mu point at Mo Lingji, Bai Weiwei patted his shoulder with a look of pride and said, "He's my son. What do you think? Handsome, isn't he?" Yes, very handsome. Su Mu nodded over and over, agreeing wholeheartedly. Huh, Bai Weiwei was delighted. Since you think he's handsome, how would you like to be my daughter-in-law? The moment Bai Weiwei said that, a burst of coughing broke out. Mo Lingji, standing behind her, was rooted to the spot, helplessness written all over his face. Amumu, don't take that to heart. My mother was talking nonsense. Mo Lingji hurriedly explained. Hearing Mo Lingji's explanation, Su Mu waved her hand magnanimously instead. What's the big deal? Sister Weiwei likes me. Isn't that right, Sister Weiwei? Bai Weiwei was thrilled as if she had found a kindred spirit. She hugged Su Mu's arm and said cheerfully, I like Mumu the best. Everyone present watched the three of them interact in confusion. Only Mo Junyan, wearing a mask that left only his deep black eyes visible, watched the two who had just entered with a cold gaze. Meanwhile, Xingbao, who was in his arms, rolled his big dewy eyes around curiously. It's brother Mo. Xingbao suddenly waved at Mo Lingji to make his presence known. Wow, what an adorable baby. He looks just like Lingji did when he was little. Bai Weiwei was taken aback at the sight of Xingbao, and only then remembered that Mumu seemed to have a son. But on closer inspection, this child did bear a real resemblance to Mo Lingji at 3 or 4 years old. Bai Weiwei's heart softened. She stepped forward to look at the child more closely, but the next moment, she caught sight of a pair of familiar eyes and was startled. At that moment, Mo Lingji also noticed that something was wrong. Why did that person look so familiar? Su Mu, for her part, sat quietly to the side, watching the scene unfold. She hadn't expected so many members of the Mo family to come together today. It was practically fate. Bai Weiwei studied Mo Junyan for a few moments, then asked with certainty, Junyan. Sister-in-law? Mo Junyan replied in a low voice. Then he pulled down the mask from his face. Looking at the all-too-familiar handsome face beneath the mask, Bai Weiwei suddenly realized just how strikingly similar it was to the face of the child in his arms. What is this child to you? Bai Weiwei frowned deeply. Suspicion stirred in her heart, yet she was also certain that Mo Junyan wasn't that kind of man, and besides, with his cold, unapproachable personality, it was simply impossible. There was a sharp edge to Bai Weiwei's voice. Innocent Xingbao, thinking she was bullying his father, immediately stood up in Mo Junyan's arms. Afraid he might fall, Mo Junyan quickly tightened his hold on him. But Xingbao glared, puffed out his lips, and shouted at Bai Weiwei in a fierce, childish voice, I won't let you bully my daddy. Your daddy, eh? Daddy? Bai Weiwei and Mo Lingji frowned at the same moment, disbelief written across their faces. Only Xingbao, looking utterly innocent and rather smug, said, That's right. My daddy. Bai Weiwei and Mo Lingji both turned to Mo Junyan, waiting for an explanation. All he did was affectionately stroke Xingbao's head and say to them, Xingbao is my son. My own flesh and blood. Hearing Mo Junyan admit so unhesitatingly that Xingbao was his biological son, Su Mu was stunned, not knowing how to respond. She had actually known it all along. With such a strikingly similar face, she wasn't blind. She had merely been pretending not to see. But she had never imagined Mo Junyan would acknowledge being Xingbao's father on such an occasion. Bai Weiwei did not believe Mo Junyan's words at all, asking seriously, Junyan, are you being serious? I'm telling you, this is not something to be said lightly. Bai Weiwei gestured that Mo Junyan should not speak carelessly. Mo Lingji stood silently behind them, gazing at these two remarkably similar people with utter disbelief, her heart feeling as if it were being strangled. She turned to look at Su Mu, only to see the worry etched on her face. What is she worried about? Mo Lingji kept telling herself, perhaps this is merely a joke uncle told. Silas had been watching this entire scene in complete bewilderment from start to finish. He nudged the equally confused Su Wen and asked discreetly, What's going on here? Isn't Xingbao just my idol's child? Why does it seem like none of them knew? Su Wen gave Silas an impatient glance and replied, How would I know? I'm not the one keeping secrets. How can you not know when you're all together? Silas refused to believe Su Wen's words, thinking he was merely making excuses. Su Wen felt somewhat speechless and said impatiently, We only just found out ourselves. It's just that Xingbao had been calling him father all along, and we thought he was just playing around. Who would have expected it to be true? Bai Weiwei sat there with a stern expression, gazing at Mo Junyan, awaiting his response. After waiting for a long time, all she received from Mo Junyan was a calm remark, Sister-in-law, this matter is rather complicated. I'll explain it to you in detail when we get back. But just know that Xingbao is my son, a biological son. Just as Bai Weiwei was about to continue questioning him, she heard a knock at the door. Miss Su Mu, may I come in? It was Cheng He's voice. Su Mu quickly replied, Uncle Cheng, please come in. Bai Weiwei swiftly composed herself as if nothing had just happened, and said with a smile to Cheng He, Thank you so much today, Uncle Cheng. Please take good care of Su Mu and the others. Cheng He directed a row of service staff to arrange the dishes on the dining table, then said respectfully, Madam, please don't say such things. This is what I should do. If there's nothing else, I'll go attend to my duties. If you need anything, just call Little Meng. After Cheng He finished speaking, he pointed to the female attendant who had just brought the tea. Bai Weiwei nodded, and said, "Alright, go attend to your work." After Chung, he left. Little Ming also said, "Madam, I'll be right outside. If you need anything, just call me." With that, she walked out and gently closed the door without making a sound. Bai Weiwei sat at the table gazing at the sumptuous spread of delicious dishes before her. The rich aroma wafted directly into her nostrils. She looked at the group of young people and a small child of 3 or 4 years old, all still in their growing years. Bai Weiwei let out a sigh and said, "Stop staring. Let's eat first." With that, she picked up a bowl of rice and began eating. The others followed suit and began eating as well. Silas Su Wen and Shin Ma Bei in particular had nothing but food in their eyes. Mo Junyan, as always, first served Xingbao a plate overflowing with dishes, then a small bowl of food for Su Mu before finally eating himself. Mo Lingji ate the delicious food, yet today it tasted like ashes. "Lingji, what's wrong?" Bai Weiwei noticed her son could barely eat and asked with concern, "Is the food not to your liking?" Mo Lingji quickly said, "No, it's very delicious. I was just thinking about something." After they had eaten their fill, Bai Weiwei grabbed Su Mu's arm and refused to let go, insisting that they must come to her home, as if what had just happened never occurred. Su Mu could not determine what Bai Weiwei was thinking, so she could only politely decline. "Weiwei Jia, let's leave it for today. Su Wen and the others have exams tomorrow. I want to find them a nearby hotel. It would be more convenient for them." Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei wore a disapproving expression and said, "How can a hotel be as convenient as home? I'm telling you, no way. You must come home with me today, and you too, Mo Junyan." In the end, Su Mu could not overcome Bai Weiwei's persistence and had to lead everyone back with her. The moment they stepped out of the car, everyone was stunned by the vast expanse of the Missouri family estate. Su Wen and the others had thought the Bai family estate was already large enough, but the Mo family's was even bigger. No wonder it belonged to the Federation leader. Seeing their astonishment, Mo Junyan explained, "Don't be fooled by how big it looks. Actually, not many people live here. This estate was built by my great-grandfather when there were many of us. But things are different now." "Why is it different now?" Su Mu asked, somewhat puzzled. Mo Junyan simply cast a deep glance at Su Mu without saying a word. Su Mu pouted unhappily and said, "Fine, keep your secrets. No need to glare at me like that." Bai Weiwei led them to a standalone villa within the estate and said, "You'll be staying here today. It was all cleaned in advance. Someone will prepare breakfast for you tomorrow, and after you eat, you can head to school." After giving her instructions, Bai Weiwei left with Mo Junyan. Bai Weiwei finished her instructions and then left with Mo Junyan. Su Mu held Xingbao in her arms, watching the three of them leave. She lowered her voice and said softly, "Xingbao, do you like your father?" Su Mu's voice was somewhat hoarse. "I like him. Then does Mama like Papa?" Xingbao looked at Su Mu with an innocent face, yet the words he spoke left Su Mu unable to respond. Su Mu directly avoided Xingbao's question and pretended to be displeased, saying, "What does a child know about likes and dislikes? Come on, let's go rest. We have to get up early tomorrow too." She let the others choose their own rooms while she simply picked a room, carried Xingbao inside, and went to rest. When Bai Weiwei brought Mo Junyan and Mo Lingji back to the villa where they lived, Mo Junming was already waiting in the living room on the first floor. Seeing the three of them return, Mo Junming abruptly stood up from the sofa and rushed toward Mo Junyan, throwing himself at Mo Junyan and wrapping his arms around his brother's neck. He said excitedly, "Little brother, I heard you have a son now. Is it true? Don't lie to me." Mo Junyan pushed away Mo Junming's arm in disgust and walked over to sit on the sofa by himself. "What's with that expression? Is he really your son or not? Say something." Mo Junming chased after him from behind, speaking with the manner of an expectant father. When Bai Weiwei saw her husband slipping into his father mode again, she quickly said, "He must be your son. You have no idea how much he looks like you." "But exactly what happened? That's for your brother to explain." Mo Junyan leaned back against the sofa, his arms relaxed on both sides, and said softly, "I only just found Mu Mu and Xingbao. As you both know, 3 years ago, I was in an accident. It was that accident that led to me being with Mu Mu and having Xingbao. But after that accident, Mu Mu disappeared. I only recognized them when I went to pick up Lingji." When Mo Junming heard his younger brother's explanation, his face, remarkably similar to Mo Junyan's, was full of shock and gratitude. Bai Weiwei was also confused and asked, "Since you found them so long ago, why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you give her a proper status? How could you keep something like this hidden?" Bai Weiwei strongly disapproved of Mo Junyan's secrecy and asked, "Little brother, is it that you don't like Mu Mu or?" The moment Bai Weiwei finished speaking, Mo Lingji nervously glanced at Mo Junyan. He was unsure of his own feelings now. The flutter of emotion he had once felt had completely dissipated upon hearing Mo Junyan recount the entire sequence of events. Though a trace of regret lingered in his heart, there was also a faint sense of relief. He never expected his youthful secret crush to end so swiftly. Mo Junyan, however, remained silent and did not immediately respond to Bai Weiwei's question. Scenes of his time with Su Mu flashed through his mind one after another. Some harmonious, some not, some heartwarming, others tinged with discomfort. Yet without exception, they were all moments of happiness deep in his heart. Yes, being with Su Mu brought him joy and contentment. Even when she openly or subtly expressed her disdain for him, as long as he could stay by Su Mu and Xingbao's side, he felt blessed. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. Bai Weiwei noticed Mo Junyin's silence, and her expression shifted instantly. Even Mo Junyin's countenance grew troubled. Brother, if you don't harbor feelings for that Su Mu, no one can force you. But the responsibility rests with you, and you must consider how to handle this situation. I believe Miss Su Mu is also a reasonable person. Mo Junmin pondered for a long while before voicing his opinion, hoping Mo Junyin would give it careful consideration and avoid causing any embarrassment. Bai Weiwei also felt the matter was quite tricky. In her eyes, no one was worthy of her young brother-in-law, Mo Junyin, yet Su Mu was equally exceptional in her heart. She didn't want either of them to suffer any harm. Mo Junyin met the three pairs of disapproving eyes fixed upon him, as though he were some irresponsible scoundrel unwilling to take responsibility. He explained helplessly, "It's not that I refuse to take responsibility, nor is it that I dislike Su Mu. I can assure you, I like her, I love her. But the problem is she has no idea I'm Xingbao's biological father. She's been on guard against me constantly, always fearing I'll snatch Xingbao away from her. Her hostility toward me isn't exactly light either." Mo Junyin himself felt quite helpless about this matter. He had wanted to explain it to Su Mu countless times, but never knew how to put it into words. Witnessing the helpless expression on Mo Junyin's face, the three people present suddenly felt a surge of sympathy. So he too was disliked by someone. At this moment, Bai Weiwei seemed to recall something and asked Mo Junyin, "Brother, have you ever looked into Mumu's information? I have this strange feeling that I've seen this child somewhere before, and her name feels especially familiar. She reminds me of that girl from the Lingyang family." Speaking of Su Lingyang, Bai Weiwei grew somewhat melancholic and immediately blamed herself, saying, "It's all my fault. Why did I happen to be sick at that time? If I had gone to pick up that child any earlier, she wouldn't have gone missing, and we would have found her by now." As Bai Weiwei spoke, a hint of worry surfaced in her eyes. Hearing Bai Weiwei's concern, Mo Junyin pondered for a few seconds before saying softly, "Mumu is General Su's daughter. Because she has stayed on the remote Sha Star for the past 3 years, there has been no news of her. Moreover, if my guess is correct, it should have been by Lanxiu, who took Mumu away." "What? Lanxiu took Mumu away? How is that possible?" Bai Weiwei was extremely surprised. Bai Lanxiu was her own younger brother, but 5 years ago he had a falling out with the Bai family over certain matters and left home never to return. His whereabouts had been unknown ever since. Over the past 3 years, she had only occasionally received text messages from Bai Lanxiu reassuring her that he was safe. She never expected it to be him who had taken Su Mu. Thinking of her brother whom she hadn't seen in 5 years, Bai Weiwei anxiously asked, "Have you seen him? What does he look like? Is he doing all right?" Mo Junyin shook his head and replied, "I haven't seen him. I heard that he doesn't stay at home often and seems to be searching for something outside." Having heard this, Bai Weiwei understood. Lanxiu still couldn't forget her. Considering this, it made sense that Lanxiu would take Su Mu. Bai Weiwei immediately sent a message to Bai Lanxiu telling him that Su Mu was currently at their house and asking him to come back upon seeing the message. Although she knew that a single message might not be enough to make Bai Lanxiu check it, reply, or actually come back, as requested, Bai Weiwei still harbored a sliver of hope. Mo Lingji had left the living room at some point without anyone noticing and came alone to the courtyard. Gazing at the dark oppressive sky, a bitter pang rose in his heart and spread continuously through his chest. The moment Mo Junyin revealed that Su Mu was General Su Lingyang's daughter, he completely gave up. Perhaps they were truly meant to cross paths, but not to stay together. Mo Lingji clutched his chest, feeling as though something had suddenly become empty inside. Meanwhile, Yanzhou had just finished bathing and was getting ready when he received a message from Mo Lingji, "Not asleep yet. Come out for a drink." Yanzhou helplessly rubbed his eyebrows, then pushed aside the quilt and got out of bed. Night bar. Inside, the lighting was dim, with soulful music playing. There was no noisy crowd or piercing tunes. Only a bartender in a black uniform behind the counter craftily mixing cocktails. It was a quiet bar opened by Yanzhou, a place he only visited occasionally when bored and had nothing better to do. Yanzhou and Mo Lingji found a secluded corner and sat down, ordering a bottle of wine. Yanzhou waved away the waiter and poured a glass of wine for Mo Lingji himself, handing it to him, while asking, "What's wrong? In a bad mood this late at night?" Mo Lingji took the glass and drained it in one gulp, casually wiping his mouth with the back of his hand before saying with obvious distaste, "This wine of yours is no good. It has no flavor at all. It doesn't even taste as good as Su Mu's tea." Having said that, he handed the empty glass back to Yanzhou and requested another round. Yanzhou shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "It seems you met Su Mu today. Then why are you still in such a bad mood?" Mo Lingji remained silent, took the glass, and continued drinking it down in one go. Yanzhou didn't stop him, instead pouring glass after glass for him. In his memory, Mo Lingji had always been proud yet restrained. Though he came from an extraordinary family, he carried not a trace of arrogance. Instead, he studied hard and trained rigorously to prove himself worthy of his status and to keep pace with his uncle. He had never before shown his emotions so openly as he did today. Mo Lingji kept pouring glass after glass down his throat. The bottle was already empty and his consciousness had grown somewhat hazy. His mind was beginning to lose control. "Lingji, you're drunk. Let me take you back." Mo Lingji swayed and pushed Yanzhou away unsteadily, But losing his balance, he directly toppled into Yinzhou's embrace. Just as Yinzhou was about to help him up, he heard a voice full of grievance coming from his chest. Why is it like this? Yinzhou, tell me. Just when I had already given up, why did you have to let me know that we once had a marriage pledge? And Yinzhou held Mo Lingji, who had fallen asleep in his arms, and let out a sigh. Drunken and babbling, Mo Lingji had poured out his heart to him. His secret crush, his inner turmoil, his troubles, his decision to give up, and all the pain he'd been enduring. Gazing at Mo Lingji's flushed, wine-reddened face, and Yinzhou worryingly smoothed his disheveled hair. Knowing full well they were destined to be strangers, having already resolved to let go, yet still unable to release him. Let's go. We're heading back. And Yinzhou retrieved a jacket from beside him, draped it over Mo Lingji to shield his face, then lifted him into his arms, and walked toward the door. It was deep into the night now, with only a handful of hurried pedestrians on the streets. And Yinzhou placed Mo Lingji into the car, and drove him back to the Missouri estate. The next morning, Mo Lingji jolted awake, realizing he was still in his familiar bed. He half remembered clinging to Yinzhou and slurring nonsense the night before, a memory that now filled him with embarrassment. But then the lingering scent of alcohol hit him so strong he could barely tolerate it himself, and he rushed to the bathroom for a quick, thorough wash. Once cleaned up, Mo Lingji headed to the villa where Su Mu and the others had rested, only to be told they'd already departed for the academy. Why so early? It's still quite early. He grumbled to himself as he prepared to head to school. On the way, he ran into Mo Junyan, who was out for his morning jog, dressed in black athletic wear with a white towel draped around his neck and beads of sweat on his forehead. Are you heading to school? Mo Junyan paused and asked. Yes, I'm on my way now. Wait for me then. Let's go together. Mo Junyan wiped the sweat from his brow, told him to wait a moment, and then dashed off. Meanwhile, Su Mu had already taken the 4 children and headed early to the Federal Military Academy. On one hand, the academy was quite far away, and on the other, they wanted to arrive early to get a sense of the situation. Despite their early departure, they still encountered many candidates along the way, nearly causing a traffic jam. After stopping and starting repeatedly, they finally arrived at the Federal Military Academy gates under the morning sun, where a long queue had already formed. Beneath the towering gate stood 1 or 2 tables, each manned by a staff member in the academy's uniform, their crisp short hair giving them an energetic appearance. Su and Shunmabe and Si Luo all jumped out of the car briskly and headed toward the waiting lines. Su Mu was the last to exit, leisurely pulling Xingbao along before coming to a stop among the crowd of parents. As soon as Su Mu entered with Xingbao, a glamorous woman in a rose-red qipao with cascading curly hair blocked their path. The enthusiastic woman reached out to grab Su Mu's arm, but Su Mu smoothly sidestepped the gesture. Unfazed, the woman chuckled and said, "Oh dear, which child are you here to support for the exam?" "Oh my, what an adorable little one. Is this your younger brother?" Her loud voice drew the attention of other parents waiting with their children, though they only glanced over before returning their focus to their own kids. Su Mu felt a twinge of impatience at the woman's booming voice, but masked it with a warm smile, replying, "Pretty sister, are you also here to support your child for the exam?" "Which child is yours? Point them out to me. Maybe we'll end up in the same class. And how strong is your child's spiritual energy level? What's your child's age?" Your child is truly impressive. So young, yet already possessing such a high spiritual energy level." The glamorous woman lost herself in the enthusiastic conversation, with Su Mu warming up to her quickly. Just as Su and Shunmabe and Si Luo took their places at the back of the line, a sudden shout from behind startled them. "This is our spot. Go wait in line behind everyone else." Su Wen felt himself being shoved aside by forceful hands, only staying upright thanks to Shunmabe's quick support. "Who did that? Step forward." Shunmabe frowned, glaring at the aggressor. A towering man with a brutish face full of coarse features radiating an intimidating presence. The man stared them down viciously, his voice dripping with menace. "Yeah, I pushed them, so what? I claimed this spot first, and you're going to wait in line like everyone else." Su Wen retorted angrily, "Why should we move? I got here first." The brute just scoffed, cracking his knuckles with disdain. "Because I say so, and my fists back it up." He flexed his fists in their direction as a threat. Xingbao clutched Su Mu's hand tightly, eyes wide with fear. "Mommy, that bad man is going to hurt my brothers." Su Mu soothed her gently. "Don't worry, Xingbao. Your brothers are more than capable." No sooner had she finished speaking when Si Luo, usually so gentle, lunged forward and delivered a swift kick that sent the man stumbling backward. Before he could recover, Su Wen and Shunmabe each landed a heavy punch to his face. A piercing scream erupted from the man, drawing everyone's attention. But the moment they realized it was just a fight, they casually turned away and resumed their places in line. The brute released his grip, revealing the dark bruises forming around his eyes. His face contorted in rage as he charged toward the 3 of them. Before he could reach them, a man, even larger and more muscular than the brute, emerged from the crowd, muttering curses under his breath as he marched toward them. "You dare lay hands on my son? I'll show you some courage." Seeing the danger, Su Mu crouched down to Xingbao. "Stay right here, darling. Don't move from this spot. Mommy will be right back." Still uneasy, Su Mu quickly spent a substantial sum to temporarily summon Black Cub from the system. The The creature was yanked from its dimensional space mid-sleep and deposited gently into Xingbao's arms. Black Cub stirred awake, greeted by Xingbao's beaming face. "You're up, little one." Sumu launched herself forward in a single bound, delivering a soaring kick directly to the brute's father's lower back. The man whirled around with a vicious glare, his massive arms swinging in a wide arc aimed straight for Sumu's head. Sumu evaded the blow with a light hop, her palm flashing green as a thick vine lashed out, wrapping swiftly around the man's neck before constricting. Noticing his face flush with desperation and fear flickering in his eyes, she released the vine and let it dissolve. Her contemptuous gaze swept over the now subdued man. "How shameless, getting involved in children's fights when you're an adult." The man spat on the ground. "Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost." Even as he spoke, a flicker of fear crossed his face. He dreaded facing her power again. Sumu raised her voice dramatically. "Hold on, spitting in public. I'm reporting you for littering and disrupting the peace." She thrust her hand skyward, calling out loudly enough for everyone to hear. "I'm filing a report." This man started a fight deliberately and is spitting everywhere, trampling on public order. Who dares to cause trouble here and actually dares to spit on the ground? They simply have no respect for our school at all. The staff member who had been calmly registering people at the school gate just moments ago walked over. Looking at the pair of bullies, a father and son, the stern-looking staff member pointed at them and asked, "Was it you two causing trouble here? Don't you know the academy's rules? If you don't want to take the exam, you can leave now." "On what basis?" They started at first, and it was 3 against 1. The arrogant-looking youth glared defiantly, shouting at the staff member. Su-won and his group weren't the type to stay silent either. Hearing the rebuttal, they curled their lips and mocked. "Why don't you mention that you were cutting in line? How old are you? No manners at all, and yet you have the nerve to come to a military academy." Su-won's mockery made the arrogant man lose face, and he was about to act violently, but was stopped by his father just as he raised his hand. The man who was twice his son's height completely changed his demeanor from just moments ago. His previous overbearing arrogance vanished, replaced by an ingratiating smile as he addressed the staff member. "I'm so sorry, teacher. My son was being hasty. I'll have him apologize to these 3 children right now. It's all my fault for poor parenting. Everything is my mistake." After the man finished speaking, he told his son to apologize to Su-won and the others, but his son refused, asking in confusion, "Why should I apologize? They're not worthy." Upon hearing these words, Siluo, who was always well-behaved, exploded with rage and delivered a powerful kick. The massive, arrogant young man's body went flying. This scene shocked everyone nearby. Even Su-mu was taken aback. Siluo, who always appeared gentle and obedient, had such a fierce temper. The teacher watched as Siluo calmly withdrew his leg, a gleam flickering in his eyes. "This child's strength is considerable, a fine prospect indeed." Siluo calmly retrieved his leg, and looking at the man lying 3 meters away in constant agony, said disdainfully, "You say I'm not worthy. What an inflated ego you have. It seems the one who's unworthy is you. You're simply not qualified to apologize to us." "Well done, Siluo. You're absolutely right. That kick was so cool." "That's right, Siluo. You're truly impressive." Su-won and Shun Mabe excitedly surrounded Siluo, heaping praise upon him until he grew somewhat embarrassed. When the arrogant young man's father saw his son in such a pathetic state, the previously sycophantic expression on his face turned grim. His fingers clenched tightly, knuckles cracking audibly. Sumu, standing to one side, could clearly hear the sound of that person's joints cracking. She immediately focused all her attention on him, prepared to defend against any sudden attack. The staff member's expression changed at the sight of this situation. Before the arrogant student's father could make his move, he sternly rebuked them. "What's going on with you people? You haven't even gotten into the school yet, and you're already causing trouble. What will become of you? Starting now, all 4 of you stand over there. You won't enter until everyone else has finished their exams. And you 2 parents go back to the parent area immediately. Do not cross the line." After finishing, the staff member coldly glanced at Su-mu and the tall man. Only after watching both of them leave the registration area did he turn to Su-won and the other 3 standing in a corner. Then he returned to the registration desk to continue his work. By this time, another staff member had already taken his place at the registration spot. "Student, and why are you here?" The staff member looked surprised when he saw Yenjo was the one registering. And Yenjo replied calmly, "I happened to be passing by and saw you were busy, so I came to cover for you for a while. Since you're here now, I'll take my leave." After Yenjo finished speaking, he handed the pen to the staff member and walked into the crowd, seemingly searching for someone. He had heard from Mo Lingji that Su-won and the others would be taking the exam today. He wondered if they had arrived yet. Only when Su-mu returned to the previous spot did she realize Xingbao was gone. Fear gripped her heart, and she began asking everyone around her. "Excuse me, did anyone see a little boy standing here just now? About this tall, wearing a light blue overall suit and a light blue striped short-sleeve shirt." Everyone around shook their heads, saying they hadn't seen anything. Sumu panicked for a moment, but then she calmed down and began calling out to Hei Zaire in her heart. "Hei Zaire, where are you and Xingbao? Answer me quickly." The moment Sumu finished speaking, Hei Zaire's voice came through, filled with excitement. "Mumu, come quickly. We defeated the bad guy." Sumu followed Hei Zaire's directions to a small alley. In the distance, she could see a small figure with its back turned to her. Xing Bao. Sumu shouted and ran over immediately, pulling Xing Bao into her embrace. After nervously checking him all over, she asked, "Are you hurt?" "Mommy, I'm fine. Look, baby, and I beat the bad guy down." Xing Bao pointed happily at the figure lying on the ground ahead, her face beaming with joy. Crouching on the person's back was He Zaire, who appeared extremely regal at this moment. The moment the person beneath him showed any sign of movement, she would greet them with her signature cat fist. Upon seeing Sumu, He Zaire proudly raised her little head and communicated in her heart, "How was that? Pretty impressive, right?" Sumu affectionately rubbed his little head and praised, "Yes, yes. Our baby is the strongest. You can even protect Xing Bao." It was definitely the right decision to leave Xing Bao in your care. Naturally, Sumu realized the person under He Zaire looked oddly familiar, the clothes, the hair. She thought this was that pushy woman. Sumu flipped the person over and confirmed it was indeed her. "How dare you target my child? You don't know what's good for you." Sumu's gaze turned cold. Ignoring the woman's pleas for mercy, she stepped directly on the woman's wrist. A crack sounded, followed by a shrill scream. At that moment, two men in military uniforms suddenly appeared at the alley entrance and walked in. Both respectfully saluted Sumu before explaining, "Madam, leave this person to us. We'll handle it properly." Sumu carefully examined their uniforms. Upon seeing the familiar emblem, she felt relieved and handed the woman over to them. Watching the two men drag the woman away like a dead dog, Sumu carried Xing Bao and walked out of the alley as if the previous scene had never happened. Seeing that Sumu hadn't put her back in the space, He Zaire hopped onto Sumu's shoulder on his own, sitting face to face with Xing Bao. However, in Sumu's heart, her thoughts churned. She felt a lingering fear. If He Zaire hadn't been there during that brief moment when Xing Bao was almost taken away, who knows what the consequences would have been. The main star was simply too chaotic. It was far better being a small landowner on Sandstar, living freely and easily. Sumu brought Xing Bao back to the school gate and caught sight of An Yinzhou standing next to Su Wan and the others, accompanied by that overbearing little fatty. Yet set against the four strikingly handsome people, the ruffian's appearance seemed somewhat coarse. Watching Su Wan and the others chatting and laughing with An Yinzhou, he began to regret his earlier impulse and recklessness. Although he was domineering, he was by no means a fool. As an outstanding cadet of the Federal Military Academy, An Yinzhou was well known not only within the school, but also across the Federation's capital planet. After all, he was himself the son of a high-ranking official and a close classmate and good friend of the Federation's young prince. Yet he simply could not understand how those three, who looked so easy to bully, could be acquainted with An Yinzhou. The overbearing Qing Jun truly began to regret it now. Suddenly, the previously quiet line fell into chaos as everyone excitedly looked into the distance. A tall man with an exquisite face and a straight, commanding bearing strode over, his eyes sweeping around as if searching for someone. "That's Mo Lingji, it's really him." "So it is. I've heard his talent is extraordinary. To think we'd be lucky enough to meet him in person before even entering the military academy." Because of Mo Lingji's arrival, the once orderly queue began to stir into chaos once again. Frowning at the clamorous scene, Mo Lingji lowered his head to check his optical brain. Finding that Sumu still hadn't replied to his messages, he wondered, with so many people around, how on earth was he supposed to find her? While Mo Lingji was still racking his brains, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Classmate Mo, why are you here? Isn't today your day off?" At the sound, Mo Lingji instantly turned around and saw Sumu standing behind him, holding Xing Bao with a black cat crouched on her shoulder. "Aren't you tired carrying all that?" Mo Lingji casually took He Zaire from Sumu's shoulder and tucked him into his own arms. He Zaire offered no resistance and nestled contentedly in his arms. Good heavens, what is the relationship between those two? And what's with that child? But we've never heard that the young master of the Mo family has gotten married. How does he already have a child? Look at that child, those eyes and brows. The two of them look far too much alike. At once, all sorts of speculation arose from the crowd. As the figures at the center, Mo Lingji and Sumu, naturally heard it clearly, and both looked rather uncomfortable. Worse still, someone in the crowd was taking photos. Sumu quickly shielded her own and Xing Bao's faces and whispered to Mo Lingji, "You handle this. I'm off." With those words, Sumu turned and ran off, leaving Mo Lingji alone to face the chaotic scene. It was then that the staff member from earlier finally snapped out of it. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone quiet. Get back in line. If I hear anyone talking again, all of you will be disqualified from the exam." The moment the threat fell, the entire square went silent, though there were still those whispering. It was then that An Yinzhou spotted Mo Lingji and said to Su Wan and the others, "Wait here for now. Judging by the line, I think you'll be waiting until the afternoon." At the word afternoon, Su Wan's face fell at once. He grabbed An Yinzhou's arm to keep him from leaving and said pitifully, "Brother Yinzhou, how can you bear to make us stand for so long?" And Yinzhou smiled faintly and pulled his arm free. "It's not that I have the heart to, but it is for your own good. Though you haven't been admitted yet, consider this an early experience of the Academy's discipline." With that, An Yinzhou walked briskly toward Mo Lingji. Although his friendship with Su Wan and the others was solid and long-standing, they had grown up on Shashing, never knowing restraint. So today might as well serve as an early lesson. Otherwise, once they entered the academy later, they would find themselves unable to adapt to its rules. And Yinzhou led Mo Lingji into the school, and only then did peace finally descend. Lingji, why did you come? After how drunk you were yesterday, I thought you wouldn't show up today, and Yinzhou said, studying Mo Lingji. Mo Lingji shook his head. Staying at home was boring, so I figured I'd take a look around. What's the matter with those 3 kids? Why were they punished? And Yinzhou couldn't help but laugh at that. What else could it be? They hadn't been here long before they got into a fight with a kid who cut in line. The kid's father came over to back him up, and Sumu couldn't stand by, so she beat the father up too. To make it worse, she reported him for spitting and being uncivilized, and teacher Lin ended up punishing them. Alright, let them wait then. Keep an eye on this side, and make sure nothing else goes wrong. I'll head back first. With that, Mo Lingji left without looking back. He had only intended to take a stroll around. No sooner had he arrived home than he received a video call from Mo Junyan. On the screen, Mo Junyan, dressed in military green fatigues, wore an extremely stern expression. Even through the screen, one could feel the chill radiating from him. Lingji, what was going on in the square just now? Why were you and Sumu photographed? The entire StarNet is now speculating about your relationship. Hearing this, Mo Lingji quickly opened StarNet. Sure enough, the top post was a photo of him, Sumu, and Xingbao, and also the cat nestled in his arms. Mo Lingji looked at the black cat, who was now curled up in his coat pocket, staring back at him with an utterly innocent expression. Mo Lingji rubbed its head, and then recounted the whole story to Mo Junyan. After listening, Mo Junyan said he would take care of it, and told Mo Lingji not to worry. Meanwhile, Sumu sat in an air car, still unaware that she and Xingbao had become the subject of intense discussion and guessing across StarNet. She continued to chat enthusiastically with Granny Xiaojun over video recounting the day's events. Granny Xiaojun listened with loving eyes, adding a word here and there. Finally, she reminded Sumu to stay alert when outside and never let her guard down, especially when it came to Xingbao. The outside world was chaotic and full of abductors, so Xingbao must never be allowed out of sight. Sumu nodded in agreement at Granny Xiaojun's words. Hadn't Xingbao almost been taken just a while ago? If not for Xingbao's quick wits and He Zai's protection, Sumu would have cried herself sick. Granny Xiaojun said a few more words to Xingbao, then began telling Sumu about the affairs at the estate. She said they were all extremely busy at the estate these days. Su Chun and Su Rushu had started a live stream show, a farming stream aimed at letting the whole galaxy see how their food was grown. They declared that one day they would sell their produce to all the stars and replace those so-called gene companies. Sumu nodded in agreement at Granny Xiaojun's words. Hadn't Xingbao almost been taken just a while ago? If not for Xingbao's quick wits and He Zai's protection, Sumu would have cried herself sick. Now, not only were the snacks on the StarNet shop in such high demand that they sold out instantly, but the fruits from the farm were also being snatched up. Add to that the supply contract just signed with Siluo, and it was fair to say that the entire Shashing was bustling with activity. Even the 3 grandfathers who never went out had been dragged in to help. Granny Xiaojun had barely been talking for a few minutes when she heard old Mai shouting, "Xiaojun, have a look. Am I doing this right?" Seeing how busy everyone was, Sumu urged Granny Xiaojun to go attend to her work and ended the call herself. After hanging up the call with Grandma Xiaojun, Sumu opened the Star Network, intending to check the video accounts of Su Chun and Xing Feng. According to Grandma Xiaojun, they were doing quite well, so she wanted to see for herself how they were managing. But the moment she opened the Star Network, Sumu saw a photo of herself and Mo Lingji posted at the top spot, with Xingbao cradled in her arms. The photo had been taken before she could react to cover her face, capturing every detail. Her nose and eyes sharply in focus, and especially Xingbao's face. The caption alone was enough to make her sigh. A headline declaring, "Shocking, the Federation's crown prince suspected of secretly marrying and siring a child." What nonsense. Sumu's expression darkened. This was complete fabrication. The post had already garnered nearly 10 million views within an hour, with close to 1 million comments, some offering congratulations, others hurling abuse. With a scowl, Sumu shut off her light panel, fuming. Xingbao noticed his mother's displeased mood and shifted his attention away from the animated show, regarding her with concern. "Mom, what's wrong?" Sumu's mood brightened instantly. Gazing at her adorable son's obedient demeanor, she said affectionately, "It's nothing. I'm just upset by those people online. They're recklessly claiming someone else is Xingbao's father, which is utterly senseless." Xingbao looked bewildered. "I don't want another father. I already have one." "That's right, you have a father." Sumu gently stroked Xingbao's head. But then her light panel rang again, displaying a familiar name on the screen. Sumu sighed. As expected, there are some people you simply shouldn't mention, for they seem to appear whenever you do. The video call connected, revealing Mo Junyan's handsome face, set in a stern, impenetrable expression. "What do you need, General Mo?" Mo Junyan. The moment Mo Junyan caught sight of Sumu, his rigid expression softened. Noticing her agitated state, he realized she must have seen that news. "Don't worry about that article," he reassured her. "I'll handle it." Sumu paused, then waved it off dismissively. "Oh, that thing. I don't care. It's not true anyway. Besides, they don't even know who I am." Let Mo Lingji clarify it himself. Seeing Sumu seemed entirely unaffected, Mo Junyan finally felt at ease. "Hey, where are you now? Why haven't I seen you today? It was only then that Su Mu remembered she hadn't laid eyes on him since returning home the previous evening. Mo Junyan was pleased that Su Mu was showing concern for him, a faint smile crossing his face as he patiently explained, I'm currently at the Federation Military Academy's examination grounds. I just watched Su Won and Shin Mabe's tests. They performed quite well. And that slow as well has solid ability. They'll all become official cadets at the Federation Military Academy. Hearing that Su Won and the others had successfully passed their exams and entered the academy, Su Mu felt genuinely surprised, even though the outcome was not entirely unexpected. Mom, I want to talk to Dad. Xingbao took the light panel and pressed it toward the screen where Mo Junyan appeared. Dad, you're my real dad. I don't want another one. Mom said someone wants me to call them Dad. Xingbao's voice was sweet and childlike, tinged with a hint of grievance, and it made Su Mu's heart melt. Mo Junyan on the other end felt his heart soften as well. Looking at Xingbao's aggrieved expression, he quickly reassured him, Xingbao, I'm your only father. I only have one child and no one can take you away from me. With Mo Junyan's promise, Xingbao finally broke into a happy smile. As the father and son began chatting, Su Mu found the noise a bit much and was about to step out for some quiet. But then she suddenly realized she was now a public figure. If she went out, she'd likely be swarmed. Su Mu had no choice but to return to her seat and continue listening to them whisper back and forth. Once the call ended, Su Mu took the light panel and sent a message to Mo Lingji urging him to quickly handle that news story. She didn't want to have to sneak out every time she went anywhere. Upon seeing Su Mu's message, Mo Lingji felt a tightness in his chest and immediately forwarded a message in response. Su Mu viewed the forwarded message with some confusion, but tapped to open it anyway. When she saw what was inside, she was furious. Her eyes widened in shock. Mo Junyan, what do you mean? The moment the video call connected, Mo Junyan saw Su Mu's beautiful face filling the screen, her eyes blazing with rage. Mo Junyan asked leisurely, you saw the message? Yes, I did. That's why I'm asking what you meant by this. Su Mu replied through gritted teeth, her fiery glare seeming capable of burning a hole through the screen and into Mo Junyan. Watching her seethe with anger, Mo Junyan sighed. Mumu, calm down first. I'm perfectly calm. Go ahead, I'm listening. Mo Junyan studied Su Mu's face, carefully confirming she was indeed calm, though clearly ready to devour him alive. He then explained, Mumu, I did this for no other reason than not wanting my son to be seen as someone else's child. Su Mu felt a surge of frustration rising in her throat. Taking a deep breath, she said, I won't deny the matter of our son. We're both intelligent enough to understand without stating it outright. But what exactly does wife mean in your message? I haven't married anyone yet, so how did I become your wife? Mo Junyan was momentarily stunned before quickly comprehending, a smile tugging at his lips. Is that so? Then let's pick a date to get married. Su Mu was equally surprised, then retorted irritably, what nonsense are you spouting? Who said I'm going to marry you? This is all absurd. With that, Su Mu ended the call abruptly. Staring at the darkened screen, Mo Junyan chuckled softly and sent a message to Mo Junmin. Brother, I'm getting married. I'm going after Su Mu. Mo Junmin had barely returned home when he received the message from Mo Junyan and immediately turned to Bai Weiwei with relief. Weiwei Junyan has finally come to his senses. He's thinking about getting married. Getting married? To Su Mu? Bai Weiwei asked in delight. She had always been fond of that child, and she felt there was truly a special connection between them. Only Su Mu could make Junyan want to settle down. Have you ever seen him stay at someone else's place and refuse to come home? Bai Weiwei shook her head. No, I haven't. Only Su Mu could do that. Su Mu really is a wonderful child. It's just a pity that Lingji doesn't have such fortune. What are you implying? Why bring Lingji into this? Mo Junmin looked puzzled. Observing his bewildered expression, Bai Weiwei pursed her lips in exasperation. What do you even know? You don't even realize who your own son likes. I doubt you're aware that Su Mu was also betrothed to Lingji since childhood. Mo Junmin was taken aback. I truly had no idea about that. Su and Shin Mabe and Si Luo climbed into the car, faces alight with joy. Just as they were about to share the thrill of having been admitted, they saw Su Mu watching them with a heavy, downcast expression. Sister Mumu, what's wrong? Who made you upset? I'll go beat them up. Yeah, Mumu, what happened? Su Won and Si Luo both asked, their voices laced with concern. Even the usually careless Shin Mabe grew uneasy. Watching the three of them look at her with such worry and tension, Su Mu found herself suddenly bursting into laughter. Alright, it's nothing. I just got inexplicably sentimental. Come on, let's go. I'm treating you all to dinner to celebrate your acceptance into the school. Sister Mumu, we haven't even told you yet. Then how did you know? Of course, I have an inside source. Su Mu looked immensely proud, all traces of her earlier sorrow gone. By now she had made up her mind, she would simply pretend everything online didn't exist. Anyway, Su Won and the others had finished their exams, and she was about to head back. Once she returned to her own turf, she would be the boss and nobody could influence her. Even Mo Junyan would be no exception. Once she got back, she would shut off his access so he couldn't set foot in Shashing. He simply took it upon himself to take care of her and marry her. Without a courtship and without a proposal, he wanted to marry her. What a wild fantasy. She would go back to Shashing and live as a great landowner with no worries about food or drink and her precious son by her side. How wonderful would that be? With her thoughts settled, Su Mu smiled and urged the driver to get going. Sister Mumu, are we going to the Jiawei Tower? At the mere mention of food, Si Luo's eyes brightened, and he instinctively swallowed. Of course. But if you'd like to try some other restaurant, I'd naturally be happy to oblige. Su Mu looked perfectly serious, though a hint of mischief gleamed in her eyes. Hearing this, Si Luo immediately grew anxious and hurriedly explained, I don't want that at all. I'm sick of food from anywhere else. They all charge exorbitant prices, but their flavors aren't even 1/10 as good as the Jiawei Towers. When it came to other restaurants, Si Luo had nothing but complaints, his face written with undisguised disgust. At the Jiawei Tower, Su Mu still covered her face with her hat before daring to get out of the car. She even buried Xingbao's face into the crook of her neck. Even though she wasn't a celebrity, she was certainly more famous than one now. Sure enough, no sooner had they entered the lobby than they heard people gossiping, occasionally pointing at their light brains. They didn't even raise their heads when the group walked in. As for Su Mu, one of the main subjects of their chatter, she held Xingbao close and hurried upstairs. Suddenly someone in the lobby gasped and pointed at a photo on their light brain. I've seen this woman and child before, they said. It was yesterday right here at the Jiawei Tower. They seemed quite close to the owner. Chef Chung came personally to receive them. At the sound of those words, the entire lobby erupted in astonished murmurs. Some even called over a waiter to ask about Su Mu, but the only answer they received was a curt not at liberty to say. The man was irritated, but he couldn't make a fuss. After all, for the Jiawei Tower to have gained a foothold on the main planet and carved a path through the culinary world in such a short time, it had to have a powerful backer besides the appeal of its cuisine. Those who could afford the Jiawei Tower were naturally not ordinary people. They would just gossip about such matters for amusement. No one would truly pry to the bottom of things. As Su Mu was just stepping onto the second-floor staircase, she collided full-on with someone. Xingbao was in her arms, his view blocked, so Su Mu was knocked into a stumble. She had barely begun to apologize when she was bumped once more. This time she was pushed back a step and missed her footing on the stairs. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick. She twisted and pressed against the wall, and Su Wan and the others moved to shield her, at once preventing any injury. No sooner had Su Mu steadied herself, Xingbao still in her arms, than she heard a somewhat familiar mocking voice. Why are you rushing about with a child in your arms? You crash into someone and don't even apologize, utterly lacking in manners. Having already been startled by being bumped twice, Su Mu's temper flared at these words. She suspected that the second bump had definitely been intentional. What nonsense are you spouting? If anyone lacks manners, it's you. Dressed up all flashy and putting on airs, yet your mouth is so foul. You're the one without breeding. Seeing that Su Mu was out of danger, Si Luo stepped forward and jabbed a finger at the woman, giving her a proper lecture. Su Wan hadn't expected Si Luo to be so quick with words. Not wanting to fall behind, he stepped out from behind Su Mu, but as soon as he saw the woman, he froze and blurted in surprise, it's you. What a stroke of bad luck. AI Meyer was also taken aback to see Su Wan. She thought to herself that she hadn't expected to run into them so soon. Truly, enemies were bound to cross paths. Looking at Su Mu, who was holding her child and shielded behind the two, a malicious glint appeared in AI Meyer's eyes. Since they had crossed paths, she thought, don't blame me for being rude. Then AI Meyer sneered disdainfully, running into me is indeed your bad luck. Serves you right for not checking the star almanac before you left today. Su Mu also sensed that something was amiss. She straightened up and shifted Xingbao onto her shoulder, and only then saw AI Meyer standing on the step above, dressed in a bright red outfit, flashy and provocative. The malice in her eyes was even more obvious than before. Well, Su Mu, I bet you never dreamed of seeing me here. Shocking, isn't it? Let me tell you, I'm shocked too. Don't you think the heavens have also grown tired of you using your child to throw your weight around? You seduced Brother Lingji before, and I let that go. But now you're after General Mo too. You even got him to acknowledge the bastard in your arms. Today I'm going to peel off that false face of yours. AI Meyer's eyes took on a hint of madness. A cold light also flickered in Su Mu's eyes, and with a sharp crack, she slapped AI Meyer across the face. Red fingerprints immediately appeared on AI Meyer's heavily made-up face, a clear sign of just how hard Su Mu had struck. Covering her slapped cheek in disbelief, AI Meyer said, how dare you hit me? Even the friends behind AI Meyer were shocked and incredulous. Su Mu, on the other hand, held Xingbao tightly, and Xingbao obediently lay quietly in his mother's arms. Meeting the venomous look in AI Meyer's eyes, Su Mu said contemptuously, I already slapped you, so why wouldn't I dare? I've given you plenty of slaps before too. If you call my son a bastard again, I'll strip your skin off and snap your neck. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try. The fierceness in Su Mu's eyes made AI Meyer shudder. Su Mu, you've gone too far. I'll make sure everyone sees your true face today. AI Meyer shoved past Su Mu in fury and ran down to the lobby. AI Meyer darted to the ground floor lobby, her face brimming with fury. Looking at all those seated, she announced loudly, excuse me for a few minutes. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am AI Meyer of the AI family. Today I have something to share with everyone, to expose a woman's true colors. At the mention that it was the young lady of the AI family, the guests grew rather intrigued. They set down their chopsticks one after another, eager to see what act she was putting on. Miss AI, who exactly are you trying to expose? Spit it out. Don't keep us in suspense. Exactly. If even Miss AI is this preoccupied with someone, that person must be extraordinary. That's right, that's right. Some people were already eagerly anticipating a good show. Although they didn't yet know who the target was with the AI family's eldest young lady involved, it was bound to be quite interesting. Suwon saw that AI mirror had stirred up all the guests in the lobby, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of worry. He didn't mind if people said or did anything to him, but he could not bear seeing Sumu being treated like this. Sister Mumu, should we leave first? Suwon just wanted to take Sumu away right now. Leave first. How can we leave at a time like this? We can't leave. If we leave, she'll just spout nonsense freely. Si Luo and Shun Mabe retorted in unison, both glaring at Suwon with annoyance. Suwon felt a bit wronged. Wasn't he doing it all for Sumu's sake? Yet even Sumu shook her head. Hiding from trouble was not her style. She only regretted that her slap hadn't been harder. It should have left that woman completely speechless. Don't worry. Let me see what that little brat can stir up. A ruthless gleam flashed through Sumu's eyes. She hoped AI mirror wouldn't cross her bottom line. Seeing that the three of them remained unmoved, Suwon finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He secretly sent a message to Mo Junyan. At this moment, the only one who could come to the rescue was him. Seeing that the guests had all been piqued by her words, AI mirror said with a frenzied look, "You have all seen the news online, right? It's about the relationship between General Mo Junyan and a mother and child." AI mirror refused to acknowledge Sumu as Mo Junyan's wife, referring to them only as that mother and child. But obviously, as soon as those words left her mouth, the whole lobby erupted. This was a huge piece of gossip. Just a moment ago, they had been wondering who this suddenly appearing woman and child were. Who would have thought someone would come forward to answer now? It was like a pillow arriving just as you were dozing off. Seeing that everyone was very interested, AI mirror said slowly, "What I want to say is that mother and child have absolutely no relationship with General Mo. Previously, they lived on the remote wasteland planet Shashing. How they ended up on the main planet and clinging to General Mo is beyond me. But let me tell you all, that child is simply a fatherless bastard. He is not General Mo's child at all. He is just a slap." The sudden sound cut off AI mirror's impassioned speech. Trembling all over, she clapped a hand to one of her cheeks, while the other cheek bore a bright red palm print. Her face twisted into a ghastly, ferocious expression. "Sumu, I hope you die a horrible death." Suppressing the fury in her heart, AI mirror slowly turned toward the staircase. A slender figure came into view holding a child in one arm and a green vine whip in the other, strolling down the stairs at a leisurely pace. At the sight of that green vine whip, AI mirror instinctively stepped back. That thing left an unforgettable memory. It had nearly cost her life at the Bai family manor. Sumu slammed the vine whip heavily onto the ground, producing sharp cracking sounds. The chill in her eyes shot straight at AI mirror, and her voice was icy enough to freeze bones. "Say that again if you dare. Let's see whether your tongue or my whip is faster. Last time at the manor I let you off. Today that might not be the case. You wouldn't dare." "I didn't say anything wrong. He is a bastard, a fatherless bastard." AI mirror craned her neck, stubbornly refusing to bow her head, her words harsh and unpleasant. "How dare you call my son a bastard?" A cold voice came from outside the door. The moment it sounded, everyone's gaze shifted to the entrance. A tall, erect figure in a black uniform walked in, carrying a trail of chill. Even though the temperature was constant, everyone in the lobby felt a cold shiver. Even the arrogant AI mirror involuntarily flinched. She would only dare to be arrogant in front of Mo Lingji, but before Mo Junyan, she would never presume to do so. Sumu met the reassuring look Mo Junyan cast her. Her eyes flickered for a moment, and then she turned to ask the three behind her, "Who among you notified Mo Junyan?" Suwon timidly raised his hand and said it was me. Sumu shot him a glance. As she had thought, that explained why he had come so promptly. She hadn't even enjoyed her fill of whipping yet. She should have struck faster and settled both old and new scores then. Mo Junyan looked coldly at AI mirror. "So you're the one spreading the rumor that my son is a bastard? What's your nonsense?" Under Mo Junyan's overwhelming presence, AI mirror felt her legs trembling. Yet deep down she still hated Sumu to death, resenting why, whether on Shashing or here, someone always stood up for her. What was so good about her anyway? Seeing the obvious hatred in AI mirror's eyes, Mo Junyan showed a hint of displeasure. He asked coldly, "Again, I'm asking you. Why spread rumors about my son and his mother?" Startled by Mo Junyan's intimidation, AI mirror instead became fearless. "General Mo, I'm only doing this for your own good, afraid you might be deceived by this woman. That child of hers is simply a fatherless bastard." Slap. "I see you haven't learned your lesson." Sumu walked straight over, holding Xingbao with the green vine whip dragging on the ground. AI mirror fell to the ground while covering her face, exclaiming in disbelief, "Sumu, how dare you?" AI mirror's friends hesitated for a moment, but still went to help her up. However, as soon as she stood up, she shot them a vicious glare. They could only silently retreat to one side. Facing AI mirror's fury, Sumu replied indifferently, "If you dare to say it, why wouldn't I dare to hit? Daddy hug." The usually quiet Xingbao suddenly called out to Mo Junyan with a wronged whimper. That woeful little voice softened everyone's heart. Naturally, Mo Junyan was no exception. He hurried over and gently gathered Xingbao into his arms, saying indulgently, "Xingbao, don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Daddy will protect you and Mommy." The two strikingly similar faces coming together put an end to the rumor that they were not father and son. None of the people present were fools, and Mo Junyan certainly didn't have the habit of being a father to someone else's child. The truth had become completely clear. AI Mir stared dumbfounded at the affectionate father and son, murmuring in disbelief, impossible. Impossible? What do you mean impossible? What's going on? What's going on? Bai Weiwei burst in like a whirlwind and, unable to stop in time, nearly slammed into Mo Junyan. Fortunately, Mo Junyan instinctively dodged the moment he heard that blustering voice. The moment Bai Weiwei entered and saw Su Mu, she rushed straight over, anxiously checking Su Mu from head to toe and spinning her around in place. Only after confirming she was unharmed did she let out a sigh of relief. Mumu, what's going on? I heard from Uncle Chung that someone started trouble with you. Who is it? Who? Bai Weiwei's piercing gaze swept across the room, and all the onlookers instinctively flinched. AI Mir still had to introduce herself to be recognized, but Bai Weiwei, the wife of the Federation leader, was famous in every household. There was no one who did not recognize that face. Even AI Mir, at the sight of Bai Weiwei, awkwardly looked away from Bai Weiwei's eyes and dutifully said, "Hello, Auntie." That frail, delicate voice together with a face covered in wounds made her look pitiable no matter how one looked at her. Seeing AI Mir in such a disheveled state, Bai Weiwei naturally guessed that she was the one who had quarreled with Su Mu. But Bai Weiwei did not feel the least bit sorry for her. From what Uncle Chung had said, AI Mir was the one who had stirred up trouble, and Su Mu's actions actually pleased Bai Weiwei greatly. Still, Bai Weiwei had to keep up appearances. Seeing AI Mir in such a miserable state, she pretended to look extremely shocked, and asked me, "What in the world happened to you? Who did you fight with? Our Mir has always been the most graceful and ladylike. How could you do such a thing?" Hearing Bai Weiwei's concern, AI Mir immediately moved closer to Bai Weiwei, as if she had found her pillar of support. Bai Weiwei subtly stepped back, and then heard AI Mir point at Su Mu and say with a resentful expression, "It was her. She's the one who hit me. I merely exposed her ugly true face, and she attacked me so ruthlessly. She is simply vicious. Auntie, I'm telling you, you must not be fooled by Su Mu's face like General Mo was. She is a liar." Su Mu rolled her eyes dramatically at the accusation. AI Mir had already said this several times. It was the same words over and over, and Su Mu was sick of hearing them. Mo Junyan remained expressionless, as ever, holding Xing Bao in his arms. His indifferent gaze occasionally drifted to Su Mu, but every time she glared back at him, he did not get angry. Instead, a faint smile crept onto his face. But when his gaze turned to AI Mir, it instantly became ice cold. AI Mir, completely unaware that Bai Weiwei's expression had turned cold, continued, "She used to be a single mother living on a desolate planet. That child isn't General Mo's either. Don't be fooled. That child is nothing but a bastard." The moment those words fell, the entire hall fell silent. Su Mu rolled her eyes again. There was that word bastard again. It seemed AI Mir still had not learned her lesson. But this time, before Su Mu could even act, there was a sharp smack, even more piercing than the slap from earlier. Watching half of AI Mir's face swell up at a speed visible to the naked eye, everyone present instinctively took a sharp breath. Truly, she was the First Lady of the Federation. That slap carried real force. Even Su Mu was startled by Bai Weiwei's move. "Miss AI, let me remind you, some words cannot be said carelessly. You called Xing Bao a bastard. Did you ask his father about that?" Bai Weiwei's usually gentle face instantly became stern. After speaking, she turned to Mo Junyan and asked coldly, "Mo Junyan, as the person involved, aren't you going to say something? If you have gone mute, then I don't think you should acknowledge this child at all. Come Xing Bao, come to Auntie." Without waiting for Mo Junyan to answer, Bai Weiwei reached out to take Xing Bao. Mo Junyan frowned helplessly, took a step back while holding Xing Bao, and said in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, don't cause trouble." That remark immediately set Bai Weiwei off. She pointed straight at Mo Junyan's nose and said, "What do you mean I'm causing trouble? Didn't you see your wife called a liar and your son called a bastard? And I'm the one causing trouble." Bai Weiwei was so furious that she was starting to say whatever came to mind. Seeing this, Su Mu hurried forward, grabbed Bai Weiwei's arm, and whispered, "Weiwei, calm down. Calm down. Right, calm down, calm down. I'm not angry." Bai Weiwei took a deep breath before finally settling her surging emotions. Watching Bai Weiwei, still even more agitated than the actual parties involved, Mo Junyan felt that if he did not do something soon, he would truly have no presence at all and might as well not exist. Mo Junyan lifted Xing Bao high in his arms, their faces level as his large face pressed against the child's small one. With such similar features, no one could deny their blood relation, even without a single word. Oh my God, they look far too alike. Even if someone said they weren't father and son, I wouldn't believe it. However, it seems the Mo family all inherited the same face. No matter how many faces they inherited, there's no mistaking that he's a member of the Mo family. I didn't notice it in the photos before, but side by side, they look as if they were carved from the same mold. Hearing the murmurs around him, Mo Junyan finally said solemnly, "I, Mo Junyan, and the child in my arms are father and son. And the child's mother is Su Mu." Mo Junyan gazed at Su Mu with deep affection and said, "We fell in love 3 years ago. It was only because of an accident that mother and son ended up stranded on a desolate planet. I am immensely grateful that the three of us can meet again. I will prepare a grand wedding to welcome their return." Looking at the deep affection in Mo Junyon's eyes, Sumu almost believed that they really had once been in love. But the very next moment she came back to her senses. A man's mouth is a lying ghost not to be trusted. Mo Junyon's affectionate gaze left Sumu and fell upon Ai Mir, turning extremely cold. He continued, therefore, I do not want to hear words like liar or bastard from any of you again. Do you hear me? Mo Junyon repeated coldly, his icy gaze remaining fixed on Ai Mir. Ai Mir's face turned pale as she stared at the scene in disbelief. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she let out an awe and ran out. Watching her fleeing figure, Sumu sneered inwardly, is that all she's got? Wasn't she supposed to be quite fierce and violent on Sandstar? Why has she grown so timid here? Thus the farce came to an end. However, someone with ulterior motives had recorded the incident and posted it on the Starnet. Now the entire Federation knew that their war god had a child. All that remained was a grand wedding. Now the whole network was discussing the war god's wedding. Who knew how many girls' dreams of marrying the war god had shattered? After returning home, Ai Mir locked herself in her room and refused to come out. Staring at her battered, bruised face in the mirror, the hatred in her eyes seemed about to burst forth. Sumu, I won't let you get away with this. And by way, I honored you the way one honors a mother-in-law, yet you dared to oppose me and even hit me. I won't let you off either. And Mo Junyon. None of the Mo family will escape me. And Mo Lingji. If I can't have him, then I'll simply destroy him. Sumu and the others followed Mo Junyon and Bai Weiwei back to the Mo manor. Along the way, Bai Weiwei clung tightly to Sumu's arm and kept praising her for what she had done today, saying that if she ever ran into that kind of person again, she should skip the nonsense and throw a punch directly. Even after they reached the small villa where Sumu was temporarily staying, Bai Weiwei still held on to her, unwilling to let go. Mumu, have you all eaten yet? Come on, let's go to my place. I'll treat you all to a big meal to calm your nerves. That works. Sumu nodded, suddenly feeling a bit hungry. It's all that Ai Mir's fault. She ruined the celebration banquet for Suwon and the others. Seeing Sumu agree, Bai Weiwei was overjoyed. Then she turned to Mo Junyon beside her and said, Junyon, do you want to come along too? Mo Junyon had not yet answered, but Xingbao held in his arms piped up, of course. Xingbao will go with daddy. Our little Xingbao. Come here and let Annie hug you. The moment Bai Weiwei saw Xingbao's adorable appearance, she couldn't move. Grinning, she reached out both hands to take Xingbao, only to hear Mo Junyon correct her in a low voice, Xingbao, that's wrong. You should call her aunt. Huh, really? Bai Weiwei was taken aback for a moment, then said, it's fine. Auntie and aunt are the same. Come on, Xingbao, let's go. Bai Weiwei carried Xingbao ahead, while the rest followed behind. Su and Shun Mabe and Si Luo chatted and laughed along the way, discussing how their exam had gone today. Before they knew it, they had walked ahead of Su Mu and Mo Junyon. Su Mu and Mo Junyon strolled slowly at the back, neither of them in the least hurry, even though Bai Weiwei had called out to urge them on several times. Today, I made Ai Mir lose face in front of so many people, and that face of hers is probably damaged quite badly. Will this cause any trouble for you? I've also looked into Ai Mir's background before. The Ai family counts as one of the first-rate families in the Interstellar Federation. In particular, they have a monopoly on the nutrient solution market. If they retaliate. Sumu voiced her worry. Looking at Sumu's worried expression, Mo Junyon found it amusing and asked, Mumu, don't you think you should be worrying about yourself? Why do I feel like you're even more worried about us? Seeing Mo Junyon's reaction, Sumu gave him a speechless glance and said, can't you use your brain? I'm indeed the one who hit her, and I'm indeed the one who made her lose face. But I'm the one you've been protecting. Even if they want to pick a fight, they won't come after me, right? After all, I'm just a small fry. Sumu blinked and continued, besides, my family isn't here. Once I go back to Shashing, no one can touch me. Worst case, I'll just take Su-Won and the others with me. If they can't find me, won't they just take all their anger out on you? Sumu blinked and said innocently, so I'm just thinking ahead for you. Haha, fine. Thank you for thinking ahead for us. Mo Junyon couldn't hold back a soft laugh and reached out to ruffle her hair. Why is it that I only discovered today how clever you are? Hey, what do you mean by that? Hey, stop ruffling my hair. My hairstyle is all messed up. My head may be chopped off and my blood may spill, but my hairstyle cannot be disturbed. When Sumu and Mo Junyon arrived at the villa where Bai Weiwei and the others were staying, they saw only Su-Won and Si Luo sitting stiffly upright in the living room, looking somewhat nervous. Little brother, sister-in-law, you're here. A figure suddenly stood up and walked over towards Sumu. It was only then that Sumu noticed there was another person in the hall. Seeing that this person's features were 70% similar to Mo Junyon's, and hearing the way he addressed them, Sumu did not need to guess his identity. She warmly stepped forward, proactively reached out for a friendly handshake, and said politely, greetings, leader. I'm Sumu. Mo Junmin nodded with a very gratified expression. I know. Your father is General Su Lingyang. Actually, you and my son, Mo Lingji, were betrothed as children. It's just that your father probably didn't have time to tell you. I never thought Junyon would end up getting such a windfall. Sumu was utterly stunned by Mo Junmin's words. She didn't know whether she was more shocked that Mo Junmin had already learned her identity or that she had actually been promised to that kid Mo Lingji since childhood. Seeing the shock in Sumu's eyes, Mo Junmin shot a triumphant glance at Mo Junyon, then warmly urged, come sit down first, and let's keep talking. Mo Junmin led Sumu to sit on the sofa, then suddenly said, Moo, I've already started preparing the wedding between you and Junyan. It can be finalized in as little as 5 days. Find some time to go with Junyan to pick out the wedding attire, and then. Just as Mo Junmin was speaking with great enthusiasm, he was cut off by a startled cry from Sumu. What? Wedding? I never said I was getting married. Sumu looked at Mo Junmin in complete bewilderment. The shocked expression on her face startled him so much that he flinched. I don't know either. My little brother asked me to prepare it. Mo Junmin pointed innocently at Mo Junyan beside Sumu. Sumu turned her head and looked at Mo Junyan with a questioning look. Mo Junyan gave Mo Junmin a cold glance, as if to say, I just asked you to help with a small matter, but you've accomplished nothing except making a mess of it. Mo Junmin instinctively shrank back. He hadn't expected that Mo Junyan still hadn't won the girl over. After all, they already had a child together, and he had shamelessly stayed at her house for so long. His efficiency at getting things done was really too low. Sumu looked at Mo Junyan's cold stern face and asked with some irritation, General Mo, can you explain the wedding matter to me? Mo Junyan's Adam's apple bobbed. There was a trace of deep meaning in his gaze as he looked at Sumu. Mo Junyan suddenly stood up from the sofa and knelt down on one knee. Then he took a small box from his pocket, placed it in his palm, and offered it in front of Sumu. The instant Mo Junyan knelt, Sumu was completely stunned, staring blankly at the delicate black box before her. Sumu suddenly realized her heart was thumping loudly, as if a little deer was racing around in her chest. Beside her, Luo was so shocked that her mouth fell open, and she grabbed Shinmabe's arm tightly with one hand. Shinmabe frowned from the grip, but endured it. Mumu, marry me. Although it was an accident 3 years ago, now it's not, and it never will be. Right now I am sincerely proposing to you. I hope you'll be my wife, and let me be Xingbao's father in an open and legitimate way. Mo Junyan's sharp, cold gaze was now brimming with tenderness, and his voice was unbelievably gentle. Marry him. Marry him. Marry him. Luo cheered in a low, excited voice, shaking Shinmabe's arm over and over. Even Mo Junmin was stunned by Mo Junyan. He couldn't help but comment inwardly, well, I didn't expect you had this move up your sleeve. You've hidden it too well. Sumu's mood gradually calmed, and she quietly watched Mo Junyan, who was kneeling on one knee before her. It had to be said that Mo Junyan's handsome face was stunning at any time. Even Mo Junmin, whose features clearly resembled his, did not possess the same striking impact. To be honest, when faced with a man as handsome as this, one who possessed both strength and authority, and whose eyes were full of only her, no one could help but be moved. The uncontrollable racing of her heart just now told Sumu that she did indeed have feelings for Mo Junyan. Yet Sumu's heart was in complete turmoil. Even counting both of her lifetimes combined, this was the first time she had personally experienced such a scene. In her hesitation, she reached out and took the small box from Mo Junyan's palm. The box was exquisitely made, and even in Sumu's palm it still looked extremely delicate. Seeing Sumu accept his proposal, Mo Junyan's heart brimmed with joy, and starlight seemed to shimmer in his eyes. Mumu, you've said yes. Sumu did not reply. She quietly opened the box and unsurprisingly found a ring. A diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg. A diamond is forever, a single stone endures through the ages. Sure enough, whether on launching or in this interstellar age 10,000 years later, diamonds remain the first choice for engagements and weddings. But its brilliance was simply too dazzling. Refracted by the overhead lights, it nearly blinded her. Mo Junyan was still waiting for Sumu's answer when he saw her put the ring back into the box and snap the lid shut. Mumu, sorry, the ring is too dazzling. We're not right for each other. Sumu stood up and said, I want to go out for some air. With that, she walked around Mo Junyan and headed outside. The entire living room was instantly enveloped in silence. Mo Junyan silently stood up, looked at the box that had returned to his palm, and finally put it back into his pocket. Meanwhile, Luo, standing nearby, clutched his chest and stared in disbelief at Sumu's retreating figure with wide light blue eyes, murmuring, how could this happen? Shinmabe patted his shoulder and said, this is how it was meant to be. Hey, where's Mumu? Bai Weiwei walked out carrying a plate of dishes and realized Sumu was nowhere to be seen. Little Xingbao looked around, but could not find his father either, so he asked Mo Junyan, Dad, where's Mom? Mo Junyan beckoned to Xingbao, and the boy obediently ran over and threw himself into his arms. Come meet your eldest uncle. Mo Junyan introduced Mo Junmin to Xingbao. When they had returned yesterday, it was already too late, so the two had not yet met. Unexpectedly, Mo Junmin took Xingbao into his arms with a grin and said, no need for your introduction. We've already gotten to know each other. Isn't that right, Xingbao? Xingbao also smiled sweetly and replied in a soft, childish voice, that's right, eldest uncle. Watching them so affectionate as if they were father and son by blood, Mo Junyan suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Now even his son did not want him. Mo Junyan silently stood up and walked out. Xingbao looked at his retreating figure in confusion and asked, eldest uncle, where is Dad going? Well, your dad went to find your mom. Sumu wandered aimlessly around the estate by herself. Mo Manor was truly enormous. Some of the plants planted there had undergone species mutation, making their forms comparatively thick and massive. Looking at this vast stretch of garden, the bowl-sized blossoms were exceptionally bright, yet she could not smell the slightest fragrance. They were far inferior to the flowers in her own estate. Moreover, Sumu still felt that something was missing. The whole garden was lifeless. Butterflies, bees. It suddenly occurred to her that in such an enormous garden, she had not seen a single living creature, not even a tiny insect. At this thought, Sumu immediately crouched down and searched through the soil. After rummaging around for a while, she suddenly realized what exactly she was doing. Was she losing her mind? This was neither ancient launching nor shashing. The soil here was specially formulated and the plants had been genetically modified. There was no need to follow that ancient natural cycle at all. Not only were there no little bugs, even if there were, they would be gigantic. Mumu, what are you doing? Mo Lingji's voice suddenly came from behind. Sumu whirled around and saw Mo Lingji standing behind her holding a little black cat and looking at her with a strange expression. Sumu stood up, dusted the dirt from her hands, and said, "It's nothing. I was just bored and playing with mud." "Oh." Mo Lingji responded indifferently, then handed over the black cat in his arms, saying, "Whatever." Sumu took Hazire and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I forgot Hazire. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he?" Hazire had been obedient just now, but as soon as he heard Sumu say he was not well behaved, he puffed up at once, all his black fur standing on end like a sea urchin. Sumu quickly smoothed his fur back down. Mo Lingji shook his head and said, "He is very well behaved. He just accidentally scratched a classmate." "Oh." Hearing that someone had been hurt, Sumu quickly asked, "Is that classmate all right? Should I go see him?" Mo Lingji shook his head. "That classmate is fine. Hazire is very sensible and did not use too much force. Besides, it was not Hazire's fault. That classmate touched him without permission." "Well, that's fine then." Sumu cheerfully lifted one of Hazire's little paws, revealing his sharp claws, and said, "Little one, if anyone dares to bully me in the future, use your claws to scratch him. Scratch hard. If he gets hurt, I'll take the blame." Mo Lingji stood quietly at one side, watching Sumu hang her head and lecture the kitten, with a serious expression, the ponytail at the back of her head bobbing up and down. "Mumu, are you really going to marry my uncle?" Mo Lingji suddenly asked. This matter was far too sudden for him. It was only yesterday that he had learned of Xingbao's connection to his little uncle, yet today, he heard they were getting married. He suddenly felt a heavy, suffocating ache in his chest. Sumu looked up at Mo Lingji and suddenly remembered that he had once seemed to warn her not to fall in love with Mo Junyan. "Classmate Mo, you seem very concerned about my love life and marriage." With a faint, inexplicable smile on her face, Sumu continued teasing. "Then classmate Mo, do you think I should marry your uncle?" Mo Lingji was suddenly tongue-tied. That was a question he could not answer. "Lingji, go back inside. Dinner is ready, go ahead and eat first." A deep magnetic voice suddenly came from behind. Mo Lingji turned and saw Mo Junyan standing about 3 meters away. Mo Lingji's expression changed instantly. Somewhat ill at ease, he said, "All right, little uncle." He then hurried away, leaving the two of them gazing at each other from a distance. Sumu held Hazire in her arms, stroking his fur in slow, rhythmic strokes. His silky smooth coat felt wonderfully soft to the touch. Mo Junyan quietly watched Sumu as she gently stroked Hazire's fur again and again, heading it forward and backward until Hazire's eyes reflected a look of utter resignation. Mo Junyan sighed softly, asking somewhat helplessly, "Is it really that much of a dislike?" Sumu finally looked up and noticed the slight hurt in his expression, pursed her lips, and countered softly, "I didn't say that." Hearing Sumu's denial, a visible hint of joy crossed Mo Junyan's face. "If it's not that you dislike me, then why are you unwilling to marry me?" Upon hearing another mention of marriage, Sumu felt a wave of irritation and responded impatiently, "Not disliking you doesn't mean I have to marry you. What makes you think I should agree just because you proposed?" Sumu's eyes flickered as she continued, "Besides, I don't want to get married right now. I just want to raise Xingbao properly, earn money, travel across the entire galaxy, and find my parents." Mo Junyan's expression darkened upon hearing Sumu's explanation, his voice growing low and serious. "Since you are unwilling, I will not force you. But I hope you will give me a chance to properly care for both of you. As for General Su and Madame Su, I will continue sending people to search for them." In truth, over these past 3 years, while constantly searching for Sumu, Mo Junyan had also been relentlessly pursuing any leads on Su Lingyang and his wife. The incident involving the Su couple had been too suspicious, neither found alive nor dead, with not a single trace of information emerging, making it almost unbelievable. "Then I thank you, General Mo." Sumu nodded toward him, a faint trace of gratitude in her eyes. Her parents' death had already been confirmed by the entire Federation, yet he still chose to believe her and offer help. Claiming she was not moved would be a lie. Simply expecting her to marry him without any hesitation was far from easy, though. As Sumu turned to leave with Hazire in her arms, Mo Junyan's deep, resonant voice stopped her. "That incident 3 years ago was purely accidental, and I have been searching for you ever since." Sumu halted mid-step, her fingers instinctively tightening around Hazire, causing the little one to widen its eyes in discomfort. Yet it remained silent, sensing her turmoil and enduring it without complaint. From the moment he recognized her, Mo Junyan had wrestled with how to break this news to her. He had waited for her to speak first, never anticipating that he would be the one to finally give in. With the secret finally released, Mo Junyan felt a weight lift from his heart. But as he watched Su Mu's slightly trembling figure, worry began to take root within him. Mo Junyan. Su Mu spoke up suddenly, her voice calm, yet tinged with sorrow. Mo Junyan, I am telling you now. If it was an accident, then let it go. I am not blaming you. Those painful days were not mine to endure. Still, I hope we do not revisit this matter again. Su Mu drew a deep breath and wiped the dampness from the corners of her eyes, a heaviness settling in her chest. Ever since returning from Blue Star, she had deliberately pushed those memories away. Though she loved Xingbao deeply, she lacked the courage to uncover what had transpired during her absence. Not even wanting to know what trauma had driven the body she had inherited to madness. Nor did she want to learn under what circumstances Bai Lanxiu had come to take her in. She simply wanted to farm on Sandstar, earn money, raise her child, live as a carefree little landowner, and eventually seek news of her parents. But now that Mo Junyan had brought up those deliberately forgotten memories, Su Mu found herself at a loss. Should she claim indifference or hatred? Neither feeling truly applied. Mo Junyan watched Su Mu's retreating figure grow distant, his expression slowly darkening. By the time Su Mu arrived at Bai Weiwei's villa carrying He Zire, the dining room was filled with cheerful laughter. Slock's voice rang out the loudest, his earlier shyness on the spaceship completely gone. Su Mu composed herself before stepping inside. Bai Weiwei was serving food to Xingbao when the child's excited voice echoed through the room. Mom, you're back. Zai Zai is back too. Bai Weiwei looked up and saw Su Mu walking in with a dark round shape in her arms, immediately calling out warmly, Mu, come sit down quickly. Try my cooking. Uncle Chung personally taught me. Come taste it. Su Mu nodded and took the empty seat beside Xingbao, casually placing He Zire into the child's arms. Xingbao's face lit up with delight, and she pressed a kiss to the little one. Su Mu picked up her chopsticks and tasted the braised eggplant. Undoubtedly quite delicious. How is it? Tastes good, right? Bai Weiwei watched Su Mu with eager anticipation. Smiling, Su Mu nodded in agreement. It is really good. Delighted by the praise, Bai Weiwei burst into excited laughter and slapped Mo Junyan's shoulder triumphantly. I told you I have a talent for cooking. You wouldn't believe me and kept putting me down. Mo Junyan chuckled indulgently. Yes, my fault. I failed to recognize a gem when I saw it. That is more like it. Watching the couple's playful banter, Mo Lingji was long accustomed to it, but Slock and the other two watched with keen interest, marveling at how well matched the couple seemed. Su Mu also lowered her head in silence. Observing their interaction, she found herself wondering whether her own life with Mo Junyan might resemble theirs, and suddenly a flicker of hope stirred within her. Snapping back to reality, Su Mu felt a warmth rise to her cheeks. Suddenly a series of beeps echoed from the dining table. Mo Junyan activated his light brain, his expression immediately turning grave. Bai Weiwei noticed the shift and grew serious, asking softly, has something happened? Mo Junyan calmly shut down the light brain and tried to sound nonchalant. Nothing major, just that the gene company under the AI group has halted nutrient supplement deliveries to the main planet. The moment those words hung in the air, the entire dining room fell deathly silent. Even Xingbao sensed the tension clutching He Zire as she ate in quiet contemplation. Mo Junyan entered just then, taking in the heavy atmosphere at the table. Looks like you have already received the news. What the AI group did this time has gone too far. His gaze lingered on Mo Junyan, silently urging him to handle the matter properly. Mo Junyan sighed. Let us eat first. We can discuss this afterward. Mo Junyan took his seat beside Su Mu and piled her plate high with dishes she loved, only stopping when she shot him a sharp look before burying himself in his meal. He had not eaten in a full day. Ever since returning from Sandstar and getting used to real food, he had refused to touch nutrient supplements, preferring starvation over compromising his standards. Of course, there was the exception of work meals. After finishing the meal, Mo Junyan and Mo Junmin left the dining table early and went upstairs to the second floor. Su Mu watched their retreating figures with some worry, guessing they must be discussing how to deal with the AI family situation. Weiwei sister, I'm really sorry. This is all because of me and the AI family. Bai Weiwei directly interrupted Su Mu's words, her gentle brows and eyes carrying a faint smile as she said, Mu, this has nothing to do with you. The conflict between us and the AI family started long ago. The events of today are merely a trigger. Bai Weiwei, seeing Su Mu's disbelief, pointed to Mo Lingji and said, don't believe me. Ask Lingji. Mo Lingji, catching her mother's gaze, quickly nodded. Yes, what my mother says is correct. Hearing Mo Lingji's response, Bai Weiwei continued to explain, I think you also know that AI mirror that child has feelings for Lingji. Her father came here in person to propose a marriage for her, but he and I rejected it. Since then, the AI family has been looking for any opportunity to make trouble for Junmin. Recently, they raised the prices of nutrients across the board on the main star. The wealthy didn't mind much, but it was the common people at the bottom who suffered. Later, with the Federation government's intervention, nutrient prices returned to normal, but the price of nutrients supplied to government troops more than doubled. Su Mu found the AI family's actions despicable, but was puzzled by the Federation government's response. She asked, the AI family is being so brazen. Doesn't the government have any solution? Bai Weiwei sighed. There is a solution, Just replace the person in charge of the AI family. However, the nutrient formulas and materials produced by the gene company under the AI family have all been secretly kept by AI Kelly. We've searched for a long time, but haven't found them yet, so we can't act rashly. Listening to Bai Weiwei's explanation, Su-mu pondered deeply. No wonder they're so arrogant. They're essentially a monopoly. But Mo Juanmin's position as a leader must be quite frustrating. Bai Weiwei suddenly thought of something as she looked at Su-mu, saying excitedly, Mu, your people can produce food too, right? And they're all green and pollution-free, much more delicious than those nutrients. You can see how popular they are just by looking at the business at Unique Flavor Tower. If your food could be popularized on the main star, then what would the AI family matter? Exactly, that's the idea, Momo. What do you think? Bai Weiwei looked at Su-mu with eager anticipation. Even Mo Lingji and Siluo Suan and the others sitting nearby were fired up with excitement. They all had no fondness for the AI family, and this opportunity to strike at them absolutely couldn't be missed. But Su-mu hesitated. If they were to provide food for the entire main star, how much more labor would Sandstar need? That would be too exhausting. Su-mu's laziness was essentially acting up again, two little voices in her head constantly fighting each other. One said, agree quickly, what a great opportunity. Not only would we strike at the AI family, but we'd also earn gold coins. The other said, can't agree. Supplying food for an entire planet is no small matter. If we agree, we'll be kept busy for a long time. While Su-mu was still thinking haywire, seeing Su-mu's hesitation couldn't sit still anymore. Ever since Su-mu had plenty of money, her motivation to earn had decreased more and more. Even her spending in the system mall had been downgraded, and the round of flesh it had just gained had unknowingly disappeared. Haywire gently leaped onto the table and sat in front of Su-mu, a pair of pitch-black eyes firmly fixed on her. Then came a meow, followed by a small paw patting Su-mu's arm. A cute yet somewhat indignant voice rang in Su-mu's mind. Mu, what are you hesitating about? Those are all money, all glittering gold coins. Su-mu glanced at Haywire and said nonchalantly, I have money. You have money. Why don't you check your account balance? Somewhat confused, Su-mu checked her account balance. 5,000 gold coins. What's going on? Where's my money? Although she had distributed the gold coins to everyone before leaving Sandstar, she had kept nearly 100,000 gold coins in her account for emergencies. How could it all be gone? Haywire turned its little face to one side, whispering, don't look at me. It's not my fault. You forgot to send me back to the system space. Hearing Haywire's explanation, Su-mu suddenly realized that this creature consumed money every second it spent in the outside world. It was practically a mobile gold coin consuming machine. Now she wished she could stuff Haywire back right there. But she couldn't do that in public, and even if she did, the gold coins wouldn't come back. Looking at Bai Weiwei's expectant gaze, Su-mu made her decision. So what if it's a bit exhausting? What's the big deal? Sandstar still has several hundred laborers after all. Having made up her mind, Su-mu didn't hesitate. She directly said to Bai Weiwei, I can provide the food, but for now I can only supply unprocessed ingredients, just like what I supply to Unique Flavor Tower. But I can't guarantee the quantity for now. Hearing that Su-mu agreed, Bai Weiwei was overjoyed and quickly said, that's not a problem. Nutrients are essential food for interstellar families. Almost every household has stockpiles. We should be able to hold out for a while longer. Su-mu nodded and said, that works then. I'll order Su-chun and the others to increase production as soon as I get back. In the study on the second floor, Mo Junyan and Mo Junmin sat facing each other. Mo Junmin's eyes carried a trace of worry, while Mo Junyan's eyes were cold and piercing. A chilling voice emerged, sounding as if it came from the depths of an icy crevasse. The AI family dares to spread rumors on the Star Network with such audacity. Su-mu is my person. Their courage knows no bounds. Mo Junmin heard his younger brother's words, a helpless smile crossing his face as he replied, you've known their audacity for a long time. If it weren't for not being able to find the nutrient formula and food material sources, I would have made them bankrupt and reduced them to begging. Looking at the frustration on his brother's face, Mo Junyan's eyes flickered before he suddenly said, perhaps Su-mu has a solution. Mo Junmin's expression betrayed his skepticism. What can a young girl do? Although you've said she has excellent combat abilities, this isn't something that can be solved by force. Moreover, they're targeting her specifically. You can't possibly expect her to walk into a trap voluntarily. Mo Junmin firmly disagreed. Though Su-mu hadn't officially entered the Mo family, yet that was merely a matter of time. Since she was essentially part of the Mo family, protecting her was his responsibility. Witnessing his brother's reaction, Mo Junyan felt speechless. You're thinking too narrowly. What I mean is, since the AI family is no longer supplying food, let Su-mu take their place. Or more precisely, let Unique Flavor Tower take their place. After receiving Su-mu's answer, Bai Weiwei could barely contain her eagerness and dragged her upstairs. The moment she pushed open the door, she eagerly announced, Mimi and I have figured out a solution. Saying this, she pulled Su-mu onto the nearby sofa and continued excitedly, since the AI family is so arrogant, we can simply find someone to replace them. Let's see how arrogant they'll be when no one will even buy their nutrient supplements. How about that? Our idea is brilliant, isn't it? Bai Weiwei looked at the two brothers with a smug expression. Mo Junmin nodded, a hint of hesitation in his tone. Yes, it's an excellent idea. Junyan and I were thinking the same thing. But the question is, who should we find to be this replacement? Sumu sat quietly on the sofa, silently observing the couple. Noticing the faint smile in Mo Juanmin's eyes, she was certain that his claim of not having found a replacement was merely a performance for Bai Weiwei, especially when he deliberately glanced at her after speaking. Sumu had a strong feeling she was being drawn into their scheme. Even if Bai Weiwei hadn't mentioned her, these two would have eventually come to her. Upon hearing their thoughts aligned so perfectly, Bai Weiwei's face lit up with delight. She pulled Sumu forward and scolded them mockingly. Why would you need to look for anyone? Isn't she right here? Mimi has already agreed. Really? That's wonderful. Mo Junyan was still worried you might refuse. Mo Juanmin's smile couldn't be contained. After being economically suppressed by the AI family for so many years, they finally had a chance to turn things around. Although Sumu didn't fancy getting involved in such troublesome matters, she replied, anyway, what reason would I have to refuse? After all, I was the one who sparked this whole thing. Besides, I've never liked anyone with the surname AI. The surname AI? Mo Junyan savored those words, then turned specifically to Sumu. Have you had dealings with other people surnamed AI? What? Mimi, other people named AI have bullied you. Tell me right away. I'll go settle this for you. Bai Weiwei rolled up her sleeves, looking ready for a confrontation. Seeing Bai Weiwei's reaction, Sumu quickly explained, it's not me. He had a conflict with my younger brother. Mimi, when did you get a younger brother? Not only was Bai Weiwei surprised, Mo Junmin also looked puzzled. Mo Junyan, however, gazed thoughtfully at Sumu and said, the younger brother you're referring to is Yida, isn't he? Sumu nodded. Yes, that's him. His real name is AI Yida. AI Yida. Why does that name sound so familiar? Mo Junmin frowned, pondering for a long while before suddenly exclaiming, 3 years ago, when the AI Corporation's young master passed away from illness, wasn't his name Yida? Could he still be alive? Mo Junmin couldn't believe it. That's him. Sumu nodded and continued. Last time on Sandstar, AI Mayor recognized him. Yida nearly lost his life at her hands. AI Mayor is truly vicious. Yida is her own cousin. How could she bring herself to harm him? Seeing Bai Weiwei's incredulous expression, Sumu sneered dismissively. What's there not to dare about? Her father dared to betray his own brother. Killing a cousin would be nothing to her. You mean? Sumu nodded. Yes, exactly as you think. Mo Juanmin's expression turned grave. In a low voice, he told Sumu, don't worry. I'll have someone investigate this matter. Sumu smiled gently. I have no reason not to trust you. Moreover, I plan to bring Yida to the main star. He'd be more than willing to participate in the campaign against the AI family. If I'm not mistaken, Yida is only about 13 or 14 years old. Can someone so young really handle this? Bai Weiwei voiced her doubts upon hearing Yida's age. Sumu responded confidently. Yida may be young, but his business acumen is extraordinary. Come take a look at this. Sumu pulled up the storefront from the Star Network and showed it to Bai Weiwei. Currently, the entire operation of this shop is managed by Yida and a child roughly his age. She knew about this store as well, but ever since becoming close friends with Sumu, she hadn't had the chance to shop there. Still, she was quite impressed by the shop's rapid growth and turnover. Though the products certainly played a major role, the management's efforts were equally crucial. Age, it seemed, was no barrier. Seeing that all three had approved her proposal, Sumu immediately sent a message to Yida asking him to pack up and come to the main star as soon as possible. After notifying Yida, Sumu discussed the specific implementation plan with them. Replacing a century-old family enterprise was far from easy, especially one that supplied the nutrient drinks humanity relied upon. This needed to be planned from the ground up. Their discussion stretched late into the night. Downstairs, the four who had already eaten had returned to rest. Mo Junyan escorted Sumu back, and the two strolled slowly through the manor grounds. Beneath the dim yellow lamplight, their two long shadows intertwined, carrying a faint undercurrent of ambiguity. Neither spoke along the way. They simply walked in silence until they reached the villa entrance. Inside the villa's main hall, a single dim light remained on, likely left by Su-One and the others. I'll see you no further. Go rest early. Sumu waved and was about to enter when, without warning, Mo Junyan caught her wrist. His grip was gentle and Sumu didn't resist, only asking curiously, is there something else? Mo Junyan gazed into Sumu's bright eyes, his lips parted slightly, but in the end he whispered softly, nothing. Go upstairs and get some rest. Oh, Sumu felt a pang of disappointment. She had half expected the man to say something more tender. Only this. Mo Junyan, having noticed her slight letdown, managed to suppress a smile and gently patted her head. Go on, get inside. Only after seeing a light flick on upstairs did Mo Junyan finally turn and leave. Yet upon returning, Mo Junyan made no move to rest. Replacing the AI family wouldn't be as straightforward as they'd hoped. He needed to prepare and make arrangements in advance. He knew Sumu wasn't keen on involving herself in such complicated affairs, so he would handle the intricate parts himself. Sandstar Shimu Garden. The lights still burned in Yida and Qingfeng's rooms. Since receiving Sumu's message, Yida had been both thrilled and restless, pulling Qingfeng aside to go over details for the shop before his departure. But as the initial excitement gradually faded, a deep sense of unease began to take its place. He had waited for this moment for so long, but now that it had arrived, he wasn't certain he truly possessed the ability to topple his target. Neither of them slept that night. They talked more in a single evening than they had in the previous 3 years combined. The next morning, surrounded by farewells and encouragement, Yida boarded the spacecraft bound for the main star. The next morning, before Sumu had even gotten out of bed, she could already hear Bai Weiwei's loud voice. Mumu Mumu, time to wake up. Wake up. Sumu suddenly opened her eyes, her consciousness still trapped in dreams. She sat on the bed dazed for a few seconds, then sleepily threw off the covers and got up. Her bare feet touching the cool floor instantly awakened Sumu. Looking at the bright daylight outside, she realized it was indeed getting late. After washing up, Sumu changed out of her pajamas into a white short-sleeved shirt paired with light blue jeans, giving her a youthful and vibrant appearance with a touch of heroic spirit. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei was dressed in a pale blue elegant dress, playing with Xingbao in her arms. Bai Weiwei adjusted her grip on Xingbao, finding it somewhat straining. She was puzzled. How could such an adorable petite child feel so heavy to hold? It had only been a short while before Bai Weiwei felt her arms beginning to ache. Wondering if Xingbao sensed her growing fatigue, Bai Weiwei turned to find the child gazing up at her with bright questioning eyes. Auntie, am I too heavy? Caught off guard by the question, Bai Weiwei grew flustered and quickly responded, not at all. You're not heavy at all. When your brother Lingji was your age, he was much heavier than you, so you need to make sure to eat well. Okay, I'll definitely eat properly. Xingbao nodded vigorously, his large eyes blinking as he looked at Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei felt her heart melting. Xingbao had inherited all of the Mo family's fine features, and though he was young, he was absolutely adorable. The more she looked at him, the more she loved him. He seemed even cuter than her own son Mo Lingji had been as a child. As Sumu entered the living room, she found Bai Weiwei staring at Xingbao with complete fascination. Her eyes hadn't moved an inch, so absorbed was she that she didn't even notice Sumu approaching. Sumu crept up silently behind them. When Xingbao spotted her, she immediately held up a finger to her lips, signaling him to stay quiet. Xingbao cooperated with a wide, silent smile. Sumu slowly approached Bai Weiwei from behind and suddenly shouted in her ear, "Good morning, Sister Weiwei." Up! Bai Weiwei screamed and jumped, clutching Xingbao tightly. When she realized it was just Sumu playing a trick, she relaxed and gently set the child down. Then, pretending to be angry, she tapped Sumu's forehead helplessly and said, "You're so mischievous." Sumu laughed and rubbed her forehead, protesting. "I'm not. I'm as well behaved as Xingbao, I swear." Bai Weiwei smiled warmly and agreed repeatedly. Yes, you're both just as good as each other." Bai Weiwei was naturally beautiful, with soft, gentle features, appearing as a very kind and warm person. Aside from occasional moments of stubbornness, which only Mo Junmin had the privilege of seeing, she gave Sumu the impression of a gentle, understanding older sister. Although their appearances were somewhat similar, there was actually nearly a 20 to 30-year age gap between them, since Sumu was only 2 or 3 years older than Mo Lingji. Since arriving on the main star, Sumu had felt as though Bai Weiwei was always protecting her from behind, giving her the same comfort and sense of being cherished as she had experienced growing up under her mother's care. At this thought, Sumu suddenly felt her eyes stinging as if tears were about to spill. Bai Weiwei noticed her changed expression and asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" "I didn't even say anything." Sumu quickly explained with a smile, "Sister Weiwei, I thought about my mom. You remind me so much of her." After speaking, Sumu felt her voice carrying a slight quaver of emotion. Bai Weiwei's expression softened with concern, but instead of offering comfort, her eyes lit up with a playful smile as she replied, "Oh really? So you don't want to marry my Junyan after all? You actually want to be my daughter? In that case, why not just marry my son directly? I'll accept you as my daughter-in-law." "Oh, that's not true." Sumu hurried to protest. But Bai Weiwei wouldn't listen to her explanation, and the two of them immediately launched into a lively debate. Nearby at the entrance, a tall, slender figure stood quietly, emotions swirling in his eyes. Only Xingbao, sharp-eyed as ever, spotted Mo Junyan and excitedly called out, "Daddy." He darted forward and leaped toward Mo Junyan. The cry of "Daddy" startled both of them mid-play, leaving Bai Weiwei frozen in shock. Mo Junyan steadied himself and caught Xingbao, then addressed the two with a calm voice, "Xingbao will stay with me today." "Oh, all right, no problem." Sumu nodded absent-mindedly. Mo Junyan glanced deeply at her before turning and walking away with Xingbao in his arms. Watching Mo Junyan's retreating figure with Xingbao perched on his back waving at them, Bai Weiwei finally asked Sumu anxiously, "Mumu, do you think Junyan heard what I said earlier?" Sumu blinked and offered a gentle smile, "Probably not." That's a relief. Bai Weiwei exhaled in relief and grabbed Sumu's hand, pulling her toward the door. "Let's go shopping today." "Shopping?" "Yes, we're going shopping. I'll buy you some things. Your clothes are so plain, let me get you some new outfits and accessories. You're completely bare." Bai Weiwei scanned Sumu from head to toe and began critiquing her outfit, making Sumu question her own sense of style. She thought her current style was perfectly fine, youthful and energetic, exactly fitting her age. But realizing that Su-Won and the others had gone to school and would be boarding there, and that her son had just been taken away, she was left all alone. Going shopping sounded lovely, and she could pick up gifts for her family still on Shashing. Bai Weiwei first took Sumu to Juewei Tower, and after satisfying their appetites, dragged her to the largest department store on the main star. Since they were in the primary city of the main star, the shopping centers were numerous beyond counting. Bai Weiwei pulled Su Mu straight into the biggest mall, a 50-story silver tower where the entrance buzzed with constant crowds. As soon as they entered, across from the main entrance, a nutrition supplement advertisement caught their eye, with a nearly 100-square-meter store right beside it. This floor doesn't seem to be for food retailers, does it? How did they end up opening a shop here? Su Mu observed the row of jewelry stores surrounding them, with only the largest shop standing out as incongruous. Yet surprisingly, many people were entering it. Bai Weiwei naturally noticed Su Mu's confusion and explained, ordinary nutrient supplements are still sold in the supermarkets. What they sell here are only mid to high grade ones, so naturally they don't come cheap. Besides, since nutrient supplements are daily necessities, the store sits in the most conspicuous spot in the mall. After all, who can compete with the wealth of the AI group? Oh. Su Mu nodded, then suddenly reacted and asked, wait, didn't they say that the nutrient supply on the main planet had been cut off? At Su Mu's question, Bai Weiwei curled her lip, looking thoroughly disdainful, and said, that's right. It was indeed cut off, but what was cut off was only the ordinary kind, the low-grade nutrient supplements. In other words, they cut off the source of livelihood for ordinary people, while those in the upper class remained completely unaffected. I see. I have to say the AI family really are clever. They really are little money-making prodigies. Don't you think so, Sister Weiwei? Su Mu watched the storefront in the distance with a smile in her eyes. Then it suddenly hit her that Sister Weiwei had not brought her out shopping with entirely innocent intentions. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Su Mu put on her sunglasses, pulled Bai Weiwei's hat lower, and led her into the AI group's nutrient supplement store. Welcome to AI's nutrient supplement store. How may I help you? The attendants here had apparently all undergone professional training. Each of them was warm and courteous, and even their smiles seemed to be cast from the same professional mold. Su Mu dismissed the attendant trailing behind them, took the basket from their hands, and began browsing on her own. With Bai Weiwei at her side, Su Mu helped herself without the slightest hesitation, tossing every attractively packaged nutrient supplement she saw into the basket. After all, the Federation's First Lady was paying. This time she intended to go back and study exactly what these nutrient supplements tasted like and what ingredients they contained. After all, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy lets you win every battle. If she wanted to completely replace them, she first had to replace their products. Su Mu told Bai Weiwei her plan in a low voice. Bai Weiwei approved wholeheartedly and began choosing supplements as well. Then suddenly a commotion broke out at the entrance. Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up, and she pulled Su Mu over. There they saw a plainly dressed mother and daughter being stopped by the attendant outside. The little girl was crying, held tight in her mother's arms, while the mother explained with a face full of grievance, we didn't steal anything. We just want to buy some nutrient supplements. All the other shops are closed. Only this store still has them. The mother's voice was very low, and even her explanations sounded timid, as if she was not used to such a scene. The attendant, who had been all politeness moments earlier, now rolled her eyes skyward and said in a condescending tone, Madam, please take your child and leave. The nutrient supplements in our store are not something you can afford. The attendant's voice was not loud, but it stabbed the mother to the heart. For the sake of her daughter, she pleaded once more, we have money. My daughter hasn't eaten since last night. Please just let us in and buy the cheapest nutrient supplement. The attendant refused to listen and repeated, I'm sorry, but even the cheapest one is beyond your means. The words were not loud, yet they sounded like a long thorn in the mother's ears. Mom, let's go home. I don't want any nutrient supplements anymore. I'll never drink them again. The girl looked to be only about 10 years old, but her gaze was extraordinarily resolute. Her brown eyes stared coldly at the attendant as she said, even if I starve to death, I won't drink your nutrient supplements. Seeing how fiery the girl's temper was, Su Mu nearly wanted to applaud. Even Bai Weiwei was ready to give them supplements, but Su Mu held her back. Su Mu pressed down on Bai Weiwei's shoulder and whispered, what's the hurry? Let's watch a little longer. Come on, Mom, let's go home. The little girl took her mother's hand and led her away. Seeing how insistent her daughter was, the mother followed obediently, still apologizing over and over, Fei, it's Mommy's fault. Mommy was lazy and forgot to stock up on nutrient supplements. It's all Mommy's fault. Once the mother and daughter left, the customers who had gathered at the entrance scattered at once as if none of it had ever happened. They're gone, Bai Weiwei said, and started to chase after them. But Su Mu stopped her again. Wait a moment. I'll have someone investigate that mother and daughter. We'll discuss the rest when we get back. Bai Weiwei had no idea what Su Mu was up to, but she immediately picked someone out of the crowd and sent him to investigate the mother and daughter who had just left. Watching the shadow guard vanish into the crowd, Su Mu scanned the surroundings to see if she could spot any more. Sure enough, going shopping with the leader's wife was never a simple affair. The two settled the bill and continued shopping. The supplements they had just bought had already been sent back by Bai Weiwei's people, and Su Mu had long since stopped being surprised by such things. They wandered through every kind of store, jewelry, clothing, shoes, skincare, cosmetics, and browsed them all. After a full circuit, Su Mu could barely walk another step. Spotting a barbecue restaurant up ahead, she insisted on dragging Bai Weiwei inside. The place was exceptionally popular, and since it was exactly mealtime, it was packed to capacity. Su Mu reasoned that with so many customers, even if the food was not superb, it could hardly be bad. To avoid being recognized, they asked for a private room. While they waited for the barbecue, a server brought 2 glasses of the restaurant's signature drink. Sumu happened to be thirsty, gulped down a big mouthful, and the next moment sprayed it out. God, why does this taste so weird? Sumu's face turned sour, and she pushed the drink far away, clearly detesting it. Bai Weiwei took a small sip. Her expression shifted slightly, but far from as dramatically as Sumu's. Then she said, "It is a little hard to enjoy, but I can bear it. But it's nowhere near as good as the sour plum drink from Juewei Tower." Bai Weiwei knew Sumu must be deeply unaccustomed to the local flavors. Even she, who had never minded them before, found it hard to drink now. By that point, Sumu no longer held any hope for the barbecue. Sure enough, when a platter of meat, of unidentifiable origin, was set down, she took one bite and spat it out. What on earth was this? The texture was dry and gamey, almost impossible to swallow. It was entirely her own fault. She had grown used to life on Blue Star and forgotten what food tasted like in this interstellar era. Sumu wiped her mouth and pulled Bai Weiwei to her feet. "Sister Weiwei, let's go? This is simply inedible." "Huh, I think it's pretty good." Bai Weiwei looked baffled. She thought the flavor was quite good. "What do you mean tastes good? This is dry and fishy, utterly inedible. Come on, let's go back and let you taste what I make." With that, Sumu put on her sunglasses, fixed Bai Weiwei's hat, and pulled her out of the shop. Just as they were about to reach the door, it swung open by itself. A hulking man in a white chef's uniform, his face a mass of coarse flesh, glared at the 2 women and said, "So you're the ones who said my barbecue was inedible, weren't you?" Then a head popped out from behind the chef and pointed at Sumu. "It's her, the one in the sunglasses. With those golden messy waves and that exquisite makeup paired with malicious eyes. Who else could it be but AI Mir?" Under her hat, Bai Weiwei rolled her eyes in a very unladylike manner and muttered to Sumu, "That woman again. Truly, enemies always meet on a narrow road." "You said it." Seeing AI Mir pointing at her, Sumu knew exactly who had stirred up the trouble. She had just been wondering how that person had heard what she said in her room, since her voice had not been loud. Still, when faced with AI Mir's accusation and the chef's menacing expression, Sumu was not afraid. She stepped forward, not sparing AI Mir so much as a glance, and stood in front of the chef. "Your barbecue truly is inedible. Is there a problem?" The utter calm in Sumu's voice made the chef feel insulted. The fat on his face trembled endlessly, his thick lips quivered a few times before he panted heavily. "You've got quite a nerve. If you ask me, you're looking for trouble. Mind yourself, or I won't be polite. Apologize to me this instant, or you can forget about leaving this room." AI Mir stood behind him, enjoying the show, a triumphant smile curling at the corner of her mouth. This barbecue house happened to be the largest chain restaurant in the capital city, and AI Mir's true goal in coming today was to win over the head chef. She had tasted Sumu's cooking firsthand on Shashing. In an interstellar age where delicious food was scarce, Sumu's ability to turn ordinary ingredients into something miraculous was an absolutely coveted skill. Now, at her request, her father had halted the massive supply of low-grade nutrient packs, all to wait for the MO family to bow its head first. Once Sumu lost, the MO family's protection, crushing her would be nothing more than a piece of cake. But the MO family had not made a single move from last night until now, so she guessed that they had already prepared some countermeasure. And any countermeasure would have to start from some other food supply. AI Mir was no fool. A moment's thought was all it took to land on Sumu. She did not know the specifics, but she had to make preparations in advance. So she had first approached the soul-stealing barbecue chain on the capital planet. As long as she controlled the meat supply, no matter how capable Sumu was, she could not stir up any waves. AI Mir had planned well, but she seemed to have overlooked one small thing. Seeing how insolent the chef was, Bai Weiwei immediately wanted to tear off her hat and curse the man out. Sumu calmly pressed Bai Weiwei's hand and said softly, "Don't be rash." Then, giving the chef a faint smile, she added, "You cook badly and still won't tolerate criticism. You may be useless in the kitchen, but you're certainly an expert at playing the shameless bully. Come, everyone, take a look. The food is terrible and we're not allowed to say so. Now he's even trying to lock us in. Everyone come see. Come see, everyone. Come see." Sumu squeezed out from between the fat man and AI Mir, and the dining hall was soon filled with her cries. The chef and AI Mir were both stunned. Even Bai Weiwei was amused, unable to believe that Sumu, who was usually so calm and detached, could have such a side. The chef, however, was so maddened that his eyes went red. He raised his arm and swung it at Sumu. "Mumu, watch out!" Bai Weiwei cried out in alarm. Sumu merely lifted her hand and caught the chef's thick wrist. With one eyebrow raised, she smiled. "What's this? Trying to hit someone?" She then called out to the guests in the hall. "Would some kind person please call the police? This chef is hitting people. He's hitting people." Bai Weiwei squeezed out too and shouted behind Sumu, "Quick, call the police. The chef is attacking a customer." With the two of them shouting, one guest who had been watching the excitement actually did call the police. She was a rather plump, elegantly dressed lady. After hanging up, she said to Sumu with concern, "Don't worry. I've called the police. They'll be here soon." For the lady's kindness, Sumu thanked her courteously. "Thank you, madam." "Let go. Let go." The chef panicked at the mention of the police and tried to wrench his arm free, but though he pulled several times, Sumu's arm did not even waver. The tall, obese man was being subdued by a skinny young girl. The contrast could hardly have been more striking. The customers who witnessed the scene watched the pair with fascination, and from time to time someone even whistled to cheer Sumu on. Before long the restaurant manager arrived. He apologized profusely the moment he entered and begged Sumu to let their chef go. Looking at the suited man before her, Sumu gave him a once-over. "So you're the manager. Why did you only come out now? Did you enjoy the show just now?" The manager was caught short by her words, his expression shifting as he said in a hurry, "Not at all. I only just heard about the matter and came straight out." Sumu had noticed the manager standing in the corner long ago. He had probably wanted to watch her get humiliated, which was why he had not shown himself earlier. Now that he saw his own man being disciplined and the police summoned, he finally rushed out in a panic. Facing the manager's ingratiating smile, Sumu gave no ground and continued holding the chef in a firm grip. Feeling a little tired from standing, she pulled a chair over for Bai Weiwei to sit, then pulled another over and sat down herself. Because she suddenly lowered herself, the tall chef was jerked forward and nearly fell flat. Though he managed to steady himself in time, the constant pulling forced his enormous frame into an awkward, painful crouch. Humiliated beyond endurance, the chef's face twisted with fury as he tried to attack again. With a crack, the other arm he raised was instantly snapped by Sumu and now hung limp at his side. His obese body sank to the ground. His pudgy face turned white in an instant, and his forehead was covered with dense beads of cold sweat. Seeing Sumu's flagrant audacity, the manager's expression changed, and he shouted outside, "Security! Security!" The security guards arrived quickly, but behind them came two tall, stern police officers. One of the officers, tall and easygoing in appearance, walked up and asked the crowd, "What are you calling security for? And who made the report?" The manager did not dare answer. The lady who had made the call stepped forward instead. Pointing to Sumu, who was sitting on a chair, and the chef, she said, "I called the police for this young lady. She was just attacked by this chef." Hearing the lady's account, Sumu smiled. Attacked was the right word, as she almost wanted to give the kind-hearted lady a thumbs up. "That's not how it happened, officer. This young lady first slandered our chef by saying his food was inedible, and that was what caused the conflict. And as you can see, she is the one who injured our chef." The restaurant manager hurriedly stepped forward, pointing at Sumu and explaining to the officer with a look of grievance. But the police officer gave the restaurant manager only a casual glance before saying sternly, "That is just your side of the story. I still need to hear what the person involved has to say." The officer looked at Sumu. "Miss, could you describe exactly what happened?" Behind her sunglasses, Sumu's eyes rested on the handsome officer. Sensing the goodwill radiating from him, her gaze flickered, and she said, "The manager is right. I did say the chef's cooking was poor and the food was awful. But I will not admit to striking anyone. It was the chef who made the first move. I was merely acting in self-defense. Isn't that right, fat chef?" she said, shooting the chef a provocative glance. The hand gripping his wrist tightened further until the plump chef's fleshy face twisted in pain, and only then did she let go. The moment he was freed, the fat chef scurried behind the restaurant manager. He was terrified of the woman's strength. Her fingers had been like iron bands, leaving him no chance to resist. Looking at the ring of purple bruises around his wrist, resentment flickered in the fat chef's small eyes. Sumu clapped her hands, unable to stand the greasy feel left on her palms. Suddenly, a wet wipe appeared beside her. Turning her head, she saw Bai Weiwei holding it out. Sumu smiled faintly, took it, and said while wiping her hands, "If you don't believe me, officer, you can check the surveillance footage." As she spoke, she looked back at the two from the restaurant, and added, "Of course, that is if the footage is still there." The restaurant manager's eyes flickered, but he kept silent. The handsome officer instructed the officer behind him, "Chungzi, go check the surveillance footage first." The officer nodded and dragged the restaurant manager into the surveillance room. Unwilling as he was, the manager had no choice but to obey. Seeing that the manager was gone, the fat chef looked at Sumu, who remained seated calmly in her chair. His body of fat trembled, and he began inching toward A.I. Meyer. A.I. Meyer looked at the huge pile of fat beside her, a trace of disgust flashing through her eyes, and muttered under her breath, "A complete waste. He can't help with anything and ruins everything." The fat chef was taken aback by A.I. Meyer's mocking words. He wanted to lash out, but in the end he restrained himself. Shortly afterward, the earlier officer returned with the manager. "Brother Xing, I checked the footage. It's exactly as this young lady said. She was acting in self-defense and the chef was the one who made the first move." The fat chef looked at the manager in disbelief, as if asking, "Why is the footage still there?" The manager was now full of regret. He should have deleted the surveillance footage before coming out. But this was also his first time encountering someone who came here to make trouble, so he lacked experience. Behind her sunglasses, Sumu watched the two, exchanging meaningful glances with great interest. "Ahem. Well, since the truth has come to light, miss, would you prefer to settle this privately, or through official procedures?" Seeing that neither party had any reaction, Xingzhan could only ask awkwardly. It was also his first time seeing both sides remain so unruffled after the truth came out. At the mention of official procedures, the fat chef grew anxious and blurted, "No. We'll settle privately." Xingzhan turned to Sumu and asked, "What do you think, miss?" "I agree to a private settlement, but it depends on how much this fat chef is willing to pay. After all, the crime of unprovoked assault on the main planet should be quite serious, don't you think? And then there's my compensation for emotional distress, damage to reputation, and so on." Sumu crossed her legs and waited for the fat chef's answer. Seeing Su Mu extorting people again, AI Meyer suddenly recalled her own experience of being extorted on Sand Planet. Her mind heated up, and she stepped forward to say, "I disagree. Su Mu clearly hasn't suffered any harm, so why should she get compensation?" Emotional distress. With that arrogant look, what emotional distress do you have? Reputation damage. You and your friend are wrapped from head to toe like people who can't show their faces. What reputation do you have to lose? Miss AI, please watch your wording. What do you mean by people who can't show their faces? Bai Weiwei rose from her chair, took off her hat, and stared at AI Meyer with sharp eyes, determined to make AI Meyer give her an explanation. Miss AI, please watch your wording. What do you mean by people who can't show their faces? Bai Weiwei rose from her chair, took off her hat, and stared at AI Meyer with sharp eyes, determined to make AI Meyer give her an explanation. Even though she had asked her father to pressure the Mo family for the reward, it had ultimately been nothing more than a probing move. She did not dare to truly have a falling out. After all, both Mo Junyan and this lady's father were the most famous generals in the Federation. The military power under their command was not something a merchant family like theirs could contend with. Furthermore, she had always regarded marrying Mo Lingji and becoming the next leader's wife as her lifelong goal. So in front of Bai Weiwei, she put on the guise of an understanding, graceful lady. She absolutely could not ruin the impression she had built in Bai Weiwei's eyes today. Faced with Bai Weiwei's rage, AI Meyer could only hastily explain that she had just misspoken. Meanwhile, the fat chef naturally recognized Bai Weiwei's identity too. In a panic, he said hurriedly, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hurt anyone. Whatever compensation this young lady wants, just name it. Just name it." Watching their expressions change in an instant, Su Mu curled the corner of her mouth. As expected, having status truly made a difference. In the end, Su Mu obtained a handsome amount of compensation. Seeing another payment come in, she was overjoyed. After all, over the past 2 days, just to sustain He Ziyer's time outside, the money in that account had been flowing out in streams. It was utterly heartbreaking. Yet even after the money arrived, Su Mu showed no intention of leaving. She even stopped the 2 officers who were about to leave, and she kept AI Meyer there as well. Bai Weiwei was somewhat puzzled by Su Mu's behavior, but she quietly stood by and supported Su Mu. Su Mu took off her sunglasses, her dark eyes fixed on the restaurant manager and the fat chef. "Since I just said your barbecue wasn't good, then it simply isn't good. To make you fully accept that, why don't we have a match right now? The loser must personally admit their cooking is inedible and apologize publicly to the other party. How about it?" Su Mu looked utterly arrogant, exuding undisguised provocation. Meanwhile, the other guests in the restaurant gradually recognized Su Mu too. They knew she was Mo Junyan's rumored fiancée, acknowledged by Mo Junyan himself, and one who supposedly already had his child. Now that she appeared alongside the leader's wife, Su Mu's identity as the general's wife was directly confirmed. Especially since Mo Junyan, as the war god of the Federation, was the object of their faith. Naturally, they also respected the wife their faith had recognized. Instantly, as if waking from a dream, everyone took out their phones to record. Xingzhen initially wanted to stop them, but when he noticed that Su Mu showed no reaction, he let it go. When they heard Su Mu propose a contest, the portly chef and the restaurant manager both beamed with delight. Even though Su Mu kept insisting that their barbecue was barely edible, they refused to believe that someone so young could make better-tasting meat. The thought that winning would not only secure the restaurant's reputation, but also humiliate the future wife of the war god left both of them thrilled. "I accept the challenge." "We accept the challenge." Both agreed to the contest, their faces alight with excitement. AI Meyer, for her part, felt a flicker of doubt amid the chef and manager's excitement. Seeing Su Mu so confident, she sensed something off. From her knowledge of Su Mu, that woman was never one to suffer losses. If she dared to propose a contest, it meant she was certain of victory. Especially since she had eaten meat dishes cooked by Su Mu when she was on Shashing. Although the meat had been a species she had never seen before, Su Mu had made it absolutely delicious. "Since this is a contest, it must be fair," AI Meyer immediately said in a loud voice. "I suggest they have to use the same kind of meat for it to be fair." "No problem. How about our police officer provides the meat? That is fair to everyone." Without waiting for anyone else's reaction, Su Mu turned to Xingzhen and said, "Officer, I'll have to trouble you then." "No trouble at all. It just needs a bit of time," Xingzhen said quietly, then left with another officer. Once the policemen were gone, Su Mu pulled Bai Weiwei back to their seats. Seeing this, AI Meyer sat down beside Bai Weiwei, affectionately hooked her arm through hers, and started chattering to her. Bai Weiwei subtly rolled her eyes and gave only perfunctory replies to AI Meyer's attempts to please her. AI Meyer naturally noticed Bai Weiwei's coldness toward her. A trace of chill flickered in her eyes. "Just you wait. One day I'll make you taste what it feels like to be unwelcome too." No matter how furious AI Meyer was inside, her face still wore a warm, enthusiastic smile. The 2 officers returned quickly. Officer Xing came back carrying a huge slab of meat in one hand and dropped it onto the table with a thud. "This is meat from a mutated star boar. It has already been purified." "All right, thank you for your trouble, officer." Looking at the large slab of meat, Su Mu asked the portly chef, "Do you want to choose your cut first, or should I?" "Since Miss Su is being so courteous, I'll gladly accept." The portly chef smugly drew out a knife, and with a few quick strokes carved away the part he had chosen. There were still quite a few guests left in the restaurant, so a large amount of ingredients was needed. But the portly chef's move had taken all the tenderest parts of the mutated star boar, leaving behind only the tougher fore and hind legs, and some bony cuts. In the interstellar era, the meat of these food animals had changed completely. The gamey smell became stronger, the texture became tougher, and the limbs used for walking and running were especially dense and hard to eat, which made them unpopular. This chef has gone too far. He took all the best meat. How can she still compete? Some of the guests present could no longer stand it and protested that it was unfair. Even Bai Weiwei grew angry and wanted to argue. Sister Weiwei, it's not worth it. Be good, don't be angry. Su Mu coaxed her softly until Bai Weiwei calmed down. Looking at the leftover scraps, Su Mu curled the corner of her mouth in disdain. Even if he chose the best cut, what did it matter when the quality of the meat was poor? Su Mu and the portly chef each carried their own ingredients into the kitchen. Ai Meyer tried to follow, but Bai Weiwei grabbed her arm. Bai Weiwei fixed Ai Meyer with her beautiful pale gold eyes and warned in a low voice, "Stay right here and don't go anywhere." Ai Meyer cast a wronged, pitiful look at Bai Weiwei, then obediently sat down, complaining endlessly in her heart. Su Mu and the portly chef entered the back kitchen together. While Su Mu was still looking around, the chef had already claimed a stove and was looking at her provocatively. "Miss Su, I advise you to just admit defeat now. Even though you're General Mo's fiancé, I won't go easy on you. Don't blame me if you end up embarrassed." Unmoved by the chef's provocation, Su Mu calmly walked over to a stove relatively far away from him before saying, "That's not something you need to worry about. What you should worry about is whether you can keep this job after you lose." The portly chef was so angry that the fat on his face trembled, but all he could do was say fiercely, "Humph. We'll see who's really skilled." Su Mu shrugged indifferently. "Then we'll just wait and see." Listening to the thudding sound of meat being chopped beside her, Su Mu silently took out a purifying agent unique to her system space. Only after all the meat had been purified once more did she start processing the ingredients. After the ingredients were prepared and marinated, the most important step came: preparing the seasoning. To keep the portly chef from noticing anything unusual, Su Mu first found a few common seasonings in the kitchen as a decoy, then secretly bought a barbecue-specific seasoning from the system mall. This seasoning was the best-tasting one she had picked after trying all the barbecue seasonings in the mall. Grilled short ribs, grilled tendons, grilled trotters, grilled hocks. No, I can't. I'm drooling already. Looking at the barbecue with its enticing color, aroma, and taste, Su Mu swallowed, then quickly took a bite. Her eyes narrowed in bliss. This was indeed the flavor. Tender savory and springy pork combined with a numbing spicy and fragrant seasoning, a perfect match. It had been a long time since she had last tasted this after leaving Shashing. Even from a distance, the portly chef caught the aroma wafting from Su Mu's side. Such a rich fragrance immediately gave him a sense of crisis. In all his years as a chef, he had never smelled such an intense aroma. Looking at the barbecue in front of him, he instantly lost confidence. As everyone waited, Su Mu was the first to walk out, carrying 2 large platters piled high with barbecue. The portly chef followed behind, also carrying 2 large platters, though the smugness on his face was long gone. The two placed their barbecue on separate tables and invited all the guests present to taste it. Bai Weiwei picked up a bowl and chopsticks and was the first to sample Su Mu's barbecue. She chose a grilled short rib. The moment the short rib entered her mouth, Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, it was filled with rich fragrance and completely free of any gamey smell. So delicious, it almost made one cry. One short rib was nowhere near enough. Bai Weiwei went on to try several other kinds of barbecue and discovered that apart from their different textures, every single one was delicious. The kind of delicious that made it impossible to stop. Watching Bai Weiwei's formidable momentum, Su Mu was truly afraid that she would polish off all the barbecue by herself. Fortunately, Bai Weiwei remained mindful of her image. She took a few more bites, then reluctantly stepped away from Su Mu's table and made her way to the portly chef's table. Having already tasted Su Mu's barbecue, Bai Weiwei had no interest whatsoever in the portly chef's version. Yet in the name of fairness, she forced herself to sample it with an impartial attitude, then silently set down her chopsticks. Seeing Bai Weiwei's sudden change in attitude, everyone present became curious about the 2 plates of barbecue before them. One after another, they went up to taste Su Mu's offering, and once they did, they crowded around her table, refusing to move. As a result, the slower ones were left stranded at the edge. Heavens! What kind of delicacy is this? How can it be so delicious? Indeed. Who knew starboar meat could be roasted with such fragrance? Hey, stop shoving. You stepped right on my shoe. You think I want to squeeze in here? If you don't want to be crowded, finish eating and make room. The restaurant, once quiet and orderly, instantly turned into a bustling market. "Boss, should we do something?" asked the slightly younger officer standing beside Xingzhen. Xingzhen glanced at the chaotic scene ahead and replied indifferently, "That's not our jurisdiction." Yet the young officer said in a wrong tone, "If we don't do something soon, all the meat will be gone." Xingzhen heard the unmistakably loud sound of someone swallowing, and his face darkened. He was on the verge of calling the man spineless when the wafting aroma seized his attention. "This fragrance is unlike anything I've ever smelled. Not the slightest gamey smell, only a rich, smoky, charred aroma." Everyone form a line. One at a time. The sudden crisp ringing voice startled the guests who had been jostling for position. The scene that had been crowded just a moment ago fell silent in an instant, and a few thin-skinned people flushed red. It was the first time they had lost their composure over a piece of barbecue. Those who came to their senses quickly fell silent and stepped back a few paces. Even the guests at the very front courteously withdrew, letting those behind them sample the barbecue. Everyone quietly queued up to receive their barbecue, and the scene once again became calm and orderly. The restaurant manager saw how popular Su Mu's barbecue was, and the fragrance filling the air was so tantalizing that one could hardly resist. He instinctively wanted to step over and taste it, but in the next moment he remembered his position. Looking at the crestfallen, portly chef beside him, the manager grew irritated and snapped, "What's the matter with you? You can't even beat a little girl. What use are you?" Hearing the manager's reprimand, the portly chef felt as though his heart were being cut by knives. Though he had known the outcome was already decided the moment the meat came off the grill, listening to his own guests praise someone else was still more than he could bear. Only after everyone else had tasted did Xing and the young officer finally step forward. As expected, they were completely conquered by the delicious flavor. The young officer in particular stared at the already empty plate so aggrieved, he looked about to cry. Having only one bite of such exquisite barbecue was sheer torment. After tasting Su Mu's barbecue, not a single person went to try the portly chef's version. After all, a flavor that this restaurant had served unchanged for 10 years hardly needed another tasting. Before Su Mu's barbecue, it had already been utterly defeated. Who won and who lost hardly needed to be stated. Standing to one side, Ai Mir still could not accept the scene before her. She too had tasted Su Mu's barbecue. It was indeed something the portly chef could never match, as different as heaven and earth. But even so, she would not let Su Mu win so easily. Barbecue this irresistible. Could you have added something to it? The moment those words were spoken, the entire restaurant fell silent. Ai Mir, you can eat whatever you like, but you must not speak carelessly. Bai Weiwei shot Ai Mir a warning look. Ai Mir simply curled her lips indifferently and said, "My apologies, madam. I spoke carelessly." In the face of Ai Mir's perfunctory apology, Bai Weiwei could only fume in silence and ignore her. Instead, she cast a meaningful glance at Xing beside her. But Ai Mir's words were like a drop of oil in a sizzling pan. Impossible. The police officer is right here. Still, if you think about it, the flavor really is too delicious. Almost unnatural. Don't talk nonsense. She's General Mo's fiancée. Amid the crowd's murmurs, Ai Mir wore a triumphant expression. Su Mu, the one at the center of it all, remained perfectly calm, silently, turning her gaze toward Xing. Without the slightest hesitation, Xing stepped forward and called out in a commanding voice, "Everyone quiet." Silence fell around them as all eyes turned to Xing. Only then did he continue, "Whether anything was added to the barbecue will be known after we test it." At that moment, an unfamiliar police officer hurried in from outside and handed Xing an object. "Brother Xing, this is the drug detector you asked for." Xing took the device and nodded. "Thanks for the trouble." After receiving Bai Weiwei's glance, Xing had already notified his colleagues and asked them to deliver a drug detector immediately, all so that Su Mu could be cleared of suspicion at the earliest opportunity. Seeing the detector in Xing's hand, Ai Mir knew that this affair had once again worked in Su Mu's favor. Unwilling to see Su Mu's smug expression, she turned and left directly. Bai Weiwei watched Ai Mir's retreating figure, and her eyes instantly turned cold. Back home, Ai Mir watched the video that had been uploaded to the Starnet. Footage of Xing announcing Su Mu's victory, after which the portly chef apologized to Su Mu and promised to leave the restaurant. Watching Su Mu surrounded like the moon amid stars while remaining utterly unruffled, Ai Mir was furious. "So what if you can cook? What is there to be so proud of? Su Mu, just you wait." She immediately dialed a number. "Dad, you have to help me." At the same moment, in an opulently decorated office, a middle-aged man was also watching the video. A voice as icy as a serpent's hiss rang out, "A girl still wet behind the ears dares to dream of replacing me." Utterly delusional. When things ended on Su Mu's side, she and Bai Weiwei prepared to head back. They had wandered for quite a while, and were tired, and nearly everything they needed had been bought. Xing and the other two officers did not leave, instead they followed behind them. Seeing Su Mu's puzzled expression, Bai Weiwei explained, "These are Junyan's people. They're escorting us back because they're afraid you might be retaliated against." "Oh, I see." Su Mu nodded, stepped forward, and extended her hand toward the three of them. "Hello, I'm Su Mu. Thank you all so much for today." Xing looked at the fair, slender hand offered before him, hesitated for a moment, then shook it. "I'm Xing." Su Mu then shook hands with the other two young officers, in turn learning that the one who had arrived first was named Tianyu, and the one who came later was called Tianqing. They were brothers. Yet no matter how long she looked, Su Mu could not find the slightest resemblance between them. Escorted by 3 police officers, Su Mu and Bai Weiwei left them all. Since they had not gone down to the underground parking lot, the 5 of them waited on the roadside for the driver to arrive. Before 2 minutes had passed, Su Mu sensed something was off, though she couldn't quite say what it was. Seeing her glance around, Xing immediately grew alert, his sharp eyes sweeping the surroundings. Suddenly, a resonant hum sounded from all around, growing closer and louder. "Vehicles! Watch out!" In an instant, Xing Jun and the other two officers lunged at Su Mu and Bai Weiwei, and the five of them tumbled to the side in a heap. At the same time, two black flying cars whizzed past overhead, leaving trails of black smoke. Su Mu helped Bai Weiwei to her feet and checked her from head to toe. Only after confirming that she was unharmed did Su Mu feel relieved. Xing Jun, I'll leave Sister Weiwei to you. Protect her well. Su Mu finished speaking and flicked her wrist. A flash of pale green light crossed the air as Xiao Zhua appeared in her hand. Xiao Zhua's emerald body kept squirming as if expressing its joy. How wonderful, Mumu finally remembered me. Hearing that familiar, adorable voice in her mind, Su Mu's lips curled into a faint smile. Xiao Zhua, make sure you perform well. No problem. Just watch me. Su Mu gripped Xiao Zhua tightly and looked up as the two flying cars swooped in again. With a cold gleam in her eyes, she flicked her wrist, and Xiao Zhua coiled tightly around the rear of a flying car. Su Mu rode the momentum and leaped up onto the vehicle. The people inside the flying car realized the trouble and tried to shake Su Mu off, but since she had already gotten on, there was no way she would get off easily. She stood steadily on the roof and stomped down hard, making the vehicle shudder violently several times. Taking advantage of the shaking, she darted into the car. The two people in the rear seats were stunned at the sight of Su Mu and only then thought to resist. Su Mu casually kicked out and planted her foot on one of their necks. Seeing this, the driver was so alarmed that he lost control of the vehicle and sent it crashing straight into a pole on the roadside. The violent impact left Su Mu momentarily dizzy. Geez, if you're going to assassinate someone, at least hire professionals. Su Mu curled her lips in mock complaint, but her hands did not hesitate at all. After a single kick disposed of the person in the back, her slender hand reached for the driver's neck. The driver had only just recovered from his daze with a bleeding gash in his head and blood streaming down his face. You can't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll tell you who sent me to kill you. The driver stared in terror, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Covered in blood, he looked utterly pathetic. But Su Mu couldn't care less. She said lightly, I'm not an idiot. I already know exactly who my enemies are, so there's no need for you to bother. With a snap, Su Mu clapped her hands and climbed out of the car. At that moment, the other flying car in the sky suddenly dropped out of midair. Midway through the fall, a pale blue figure jumped out of the car and landed steadily on the ground. The vehicle slammed onto the ground and shattered into pieces. You're pretty good. Su Mu patted Xing Jun on the shoulder. Xing Jun's dark eyes held a trace of curiosity as he glanced at her and replied softly, you're not bad either. Under the escort of a ring of black-clad guards, Bai Weiwei ran over and asked worriedly, Mumu, are you all right? Of course I am. Whoever hired these people must really look down on us. They sent nothing but trash. Let's go. We'll head back first and talk later. So saying, Su Mu pulled Bai Weiwei toward the car. They had come in one flying car, but now there were more than 5 flying cars to take them back. Su Mu's car was tightly guarded by a ring of flying cars on the way back. Meanwhile, the site of the clash had been cleaned up so quickly that it was as if nothing had ever happened. And yet that fierce moment had been recorded by someone and posted to the Starnet. Su Mu had no idea that she was already going viral. She became famous not for the title of being someone else's fiancée, but for her outstanding culinary skills and formidable combat prowess. Just as she arrived at Mo Family Manor, before she had even exited the car, a video call came in. Seeing the name by Lancio written in large characters on the screen, Su Mu was stunned. Mumu, get out of the car? Oh right, coming. Snapping out of it, Su Mu hurriedly followed them out of the car. Xing Jun and the other two also followed into the manor behind her. Her light brain kept ringing as if it would not stop until she picked up. But Su Mu was a little afraid to answer right then. She felt conflicted about Bai Lancio and truly didn't know how to face him, for she was no longer a fool. Mumu, your light brain is ringing. Why aren't you answering? Bai Weiwei pointed at the continuously ringing light brain. Seeing that Su Mu was neither answering nor turning it off, she kindly reminded her. Su Mu looked at the notifications jumping on the light brain and decided that she had better answer. After all, it was already a surprise that this guy was still alive and able to video call her. Once the video connected, a disheveled, bearded uncle appeared on the screen. Uncle, who are you? Su Mu was so startled that she jumped. This man was anything but the radiant, gentle, refined Bai Lancio. He looked more like a beggar. You brat, what have you done? Why did you restrict my access to Shashing? The bearded man suddenly opened his mouth and yelled at Su Mu. It startled her so much that she immediately cut off the video, completely missing the excitement in his voice. Su Mu felt that this man was far too different from the Bai Lancio in her memory. Setting aside his appearance, even his personality was a million miles apart. After all, the Bai Lancio in her memory had never called her brat. He had always gently called her Mumu. Yet this man called her brat the moment the call connected. Su Mu needed a little more time to get used to such a contrast. Who was that just now? Why was he yelling at you? Before Su Mu could say anything, the light brain rang again. Seeing this, Bai Weiwei grabbed it and answered it herself. She wanted to see who was bold enough to shout at her Mumu. That person clearly deserved a beating. When the video connected again, Bai Lancio saw the face on the screen and for a moment failed to react. Seeing the disheveled, bearded man who looked as though he hadn't bathed in 10 days, Bai Weiwei immediately yelled, so it's you who yelled at my Mumu, huh? You've got quite some nerve. How dare you yell at my little sister? Sis. The sudden trembling sis stunned Bai Weiwei. Since when had she become his sister? Bai Weiwei was about to curse him for randomly calling her sis, when she suddenly remembered that she had indeed had a younger brother. Looking at the unkempt man on the other end, Bai Weiwei suppressed the bitterness in her eyes and carefully studied Bai Lanqiu. But when she caught the faintly familiar features, her expression suddenly changed. Who's your sister? I have no brother. Don't go claiming relatives. Hearing Bai Weiwei deny having a brother, Bai Lanqiu could not hide the pain in his voice and murmured, sis, I'm Lanqiu. Don't refuse to acknowledge me. His world-weary voice carried a hint of grievance, and Bai Weiwei's tears nearly fell. With a snap, she turned off the light brain and handed it back to Sumu. Let's go. Time to head back. After saying this, Bai Weiwei walked straight ahead, without waiting for Sumu's reaction. Sumu put away her optical computer and followed. Walking behind Bai Weiwei, she asked curiously, Sister Weiwei, are you and Uncle Bai really biological siblings? Bai Weiwei didn't even turn her head, as she answered crossly, don't mention him to me. I don't have a brother like that. Seeing that Bai Weiwei's anger didn't seem fake, Sumu let out an "oh" and silently followed behind Bai Weiwei without another word. Inside, though, she marveled at how strange fate could be. Although Bai Lanqiu and Bai Weiwei both had the surname, Bai Sumu had never once linked the two. But now that Bai Lanqiu had returned safely, Sumu could finally let go of the worry in her heart. Bai Weiwei stormed ahead, while the four of them trailed slowly behind. And so the five of them walked from the entrance all the way to Bai Weiwei's small villa. In the spacious living room, only Xing Bao and He Zire were playing. Xing Bao was holding a toy gun and firing at He Zire, but every shot was cleanly dodged by He Zire. Bai Weiwei had calmed down by now. The sight of Xing Bao instantly lifted her mood, and a smile crept onto her face. Xing Bao, why are you here all by yourself? Hearing Bai Weiwei's voice, Xing Bao stopped what he was doing and looked toward the door. When he saw Bai Weiwei and Sumu, a huge smile spread across his little face. Mommy Annie. Xing Bao dropped the toy gun and ran straight toward Sumu. Sumu hurriedly shot Xing Bao a meaningful look. Xing Bao changed direction mid-step and threw himself at Bai Weiwei, burying his little head in her neck and nuzzling her. It melted Bai Weiwei's heart, and she wished she could have a child as adorable as Xing Bao right now. He Zire, who had been busy all day, jumped into Sumu's arms the moment he saw her. Noticing that he seemed tired, Sumu adjusted her arms so he could sleep more comfortably. He Zire settled into Sumu's arms and let out a comfortable sigh. Just one day had finally made him realize how hard it was to look after a child. Sumu guessed that He Zire had spent the day accompanying Xing Bao and was tired, so she asked, do you want to go into the space and rest for a while? He Zire shook his head while lying in Sumu's arms. Seeing that Sumu didn't insist, and tried to move as gently as possible so he could sleep better. Mo Junyan, wearing black loungewear with a pink apron over it, came out of the kitchen carrying a dish. Only then did he notice the people in the living room. He calmly set the dish down and said, you're back. Then hurry up and wash up for dinner. He glanced at the three people standing by the door and added, Xingjin, you three should join us too. With that, he turned and went back into the kitchen, oblivious to the strange looks on their faces. The moment he turned around, Bai Weiwei couldn't hold it in and let out a laugh. Ha 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 ha, Mumu, ha ha ha, look at Junyan. He's so adorable, isn't he? Ha ha. Bai Weiwei doubled over, unable to straighten herself from laughter. At the thought of Mo Junyan's appearance just now, Sumu couldn't help but smile. She had to admit that his outfit just now had a certain charm to it. To be honest, with Mo Junyan's figure and face, he would look good even in a burlap sack. As for women's clothing, she wondered if he would still look as good wearing it. A sudden image of Mo Junyan in women's clothing flashed through Sumu's mind. She got goosebumps and hurriedly wiped the image from her head. That was truly an eyesore. Xing Jun and his two companions were still stunned, standing there blankly. Tian Yu poked Tian Qing's arm and asked, as if questioning life itself, brother, was that General Mo just now? That. It should be right. Hearing the two whispering, Xing Jun shot them a glare. Don't talk nonsense. Mo Junyan heard the loud laughter coming from behind him, and his face darkened instantly. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Mo Junyan took off the pink apron and handed it to Mo Junmin, who was scrubbing pots. Here, put it on. Mo Junmin stared at the apron held out to him with a face full of refusal. No way. Are you putting it on or not? Mo Junyan's tone carried a threat. I'm not wearing it. What self-respecting man wears pink? Put it on. No. Ow. Mo Junyan, I'm your big brother. Go easy on me. Ow. Ow. Fine, I'll wear it, okay. Mo Junmin's voice was tinged with grievance and resignation as he finally yielded to his little brother's fists. Looking at Mo Junmin dressed head to toe in pink, Mo Junyan finally nodded in satisfaction. Since they were brothers, he couldn't let one of them be the only one embarrassed. When Mo Junyan and a reluctant Mo Junmin brought out the rest of the meal, Sumu and the others had already washed their hands and were sitting at the dining table. Then they saw that the pink apron which had been on Mo Junyan just moments ago was now on Mo Junmin. Bai Weiwei immediately sprayed out a mouthful of water. She pointed at Mo Junmin with a trembling finger and said, ha ha, how come we never knew you two brothers had this little quirk? Ha ha. Watching his wife's giddy state, Mo Junmin shook his head helplessly. He now understood why his younger brother had insisted on making him wear the apron. Mo Junyan must have been laughed at by his own wife. Mo Junmin sat down beside Bai Weiwei's side and said with a hint of indulgence, all right, stop laughing. Careful you don't get a stitch. Mo Junyan sat down beside Su Mu and suddenly whispered in her ear, who wears it better, him or me? Su Mu froze, thinking she had misheard. But the serious look in Mo Junyan's eyes confirmed that she hadn't. Under the pressure of Mo Junyan's gaze, Su Mu's eyes swept back and forth between the two brothers. She had to admit that the saying still held true. Anyone good-looking would look good, even in a burlap sack. Although Mo Junmin and Mo Junyan bore a striking resemblance in their features, their temperaments were complete opposites. The apron wasn't ugly on Mo Junyan. At most it was quite a contrast. On Mo Junmin, however, it was surprisingly fitting, softening his entire demeanor. Of course this was due to Mo Junmin's naturally cool, gentle temperament. But that was not something Su Mu would tell Mo Junyan. Su Mu looked at Mo Junyan and lowered her voice, trying her best to appear perfectly serious and sincere. Of course you look better. With that body and those features you'd look good, even in a burlap sack. Su Mu thought she had spoken quietly enough, but she forgot that none of the people present were ordinary. Their hearing was razor sharp. Oh my god, are we supposed to be hearing this? Tian Xing and Tian Yu exchanged a look of shock and helplessness, then silently shrank into a corner, trying to minimize their presence. Xing Zhen's face remained as calm as ever, but the twitching of his eyelids betrayed the turmoil within. Pleased with Su Mu's answer, Mo Junyan smiled, and personally picked up a piece of scrambled egg with his chopsticks, placing it in her bowl. Come taste it. I made it myself. See if it's as delicious as yours. Flattered, Su Mu took a bite. Her eyes suddenly lit up in surprise. The taste was unexpectedly good. She also gave He Zaire in her arms a bite to try. He Zaire wiggled his little nose, finding the scent quite agreeable. Just as he opened his mouth to eat, he caught Mo Junyan's dark eyes staring at him with a brooding gloom. With a jolt, he scrambled down from Su Mu and leapt into the arms of Xing Zhen, who sat farthest away. Hey He Zaire, why did you run off? Su Mu's chopsticks froze midair as she watched the suddenly fleeing cat with a puzzled expression. Mo Junyan, seeing that He Zaire was so tactful, gained an even better opinion of the cat. Come Mumu, since you find it delicious, eat more. You don't need to worry about He Zaire, Xing Zhen is there. With that, Mo Junyan poured all the remaining eggs into Su Mu's plate. Xing Zhen stared at the little black cat that had suddenly jumped into his arms, exchanging wide-eyed looks with it. However, mindful of Mo Junyan's request to take good care of the little cat, he silently picked up his chopsticks and began picking dishes for it. Naturally, He Zaire thoroughly enjoyed Xing Zhen's care and was quite satisfied with his performance, feeling he had indeed chosen well. Meanwhile, Bai Weiwei's chopsticks, which she had just extended, were completely ignored by Mo Junyan, leaving her hanging awkwardly in midair. Humph! Looking at the empty plate set back before her, Bai Weiwei let out a light snort. Isn't this just showing off their love? As if no one else could do that. She snapped her head around and said loudly to Mo Junmin. Mo Junmin, which of the dishes did you cook? Bring them all over to me. Mo Junmin looked utterly bewildered and blinked before saying, I don't know how to cook. I was only helping out. Bai Weiwei's face darkened on the spot. Mo Junmin snapped back to reality at that moment. He hastily swallowed the food in his mouth, then began picking dishes for Bai Weiwei, gathering all her usual favorites until the small bowl was piled high. Only then did Bai Weiwei nod with satisfaction. That's more like it. From now on you'll learn to cook as well, and you can't do worse than your younger brother. Mo Junmin nodded repeatedly, and said with a trace of affectionate indulgence, Fine. I'll listen to you. Tian Xing and Tian Yu could not hold back and burst out laughing one after another. So the leader of the Federation and General Mo were both henpecked in private. It was simply unbelievable. But in the next moment, they all came to their senses and quickly covered their mouths, staring at their boss with pitiful looks. Xing Zhen let out a helpless sigh at his two subordinates' pleading eyes, then continued feeding the little black cat in his arms, as if nothing had happened. As expected, those who couldn't speak were the cutest. Xing Bao sat between Bai Weiwei and Su Mu, having finished eating long ago. Feeling a bit bored, he looked left and right, finally fixing his gaze on Tian Xing and Tian Yu. Those two seemed a bit dim-witted. Then with a little kick of his legs, he jumped down from the stool and squeezed in between Tian Xing and Tian Yu. A bit flattered, the two hurriedly made room for Xing Bao. Seeing this, Mo Junyan asked Xing Bao, from now on Tian Xing and Tian Yu will be your bodyguards, staying by your side to protect you. Really? Daddy? Xing Bao likes these two big brothers. Xing Bao said cheerfully to the two brothers, Hello, big brothers. My name is Xing Bao. Please take good care of me. After saying that, he gave a little nod as a polite gesture. Tian Xing and Tian Yu also quickly introduced themselves. One should know that in order to become the Little Master's bodyguards, they had defeated nearly 100 competitors to earn this chance. Although they had known the Little Master was adorable, they had thought that coming from a desolate star, he had merely inherited the general's excellent genes and was just cute looking. But once they interacted with him, they realized how badly mistaken they were. This wasn't mere cuteness, it was the kind of deadly charm that stole hearts without compensation. The two brothers stared at Xing Bao with starry eyes. Wasn't he just too adorable? Cute, clever, and polite all at once. Little did they know that Mo Junyan had spent the whole day at the army with Xing Bao, and every soldier in the force had been conquered by little Xing Bao. Each one was now regretting not having tried harder, allowing Tianxing and Tianyu to snatch the chance. It was only that Tianxing and Tianyu had been brought out early by Xingzhan to guard Su Mu and by Wei Wei, completely missing that wonderful scene. Su Mu watched the three interacting warmly and suddenly realized how thoughtful Imo Junyan was. Unlike her, who had only thought of assigning a cat to stay by Xingbao's side. Thank you, Su Mu said to Imo Junyan with a sudden sense of awkwardness. Before he could react, she went on to ask, what about Xingzhan? Su Mu looked at Xingzhan with a thoughtful gaze. Since the three men were all sitting here eating and two of them had become Xingbao's bodyguards, she didn't believe there was no other arrangement for Xingzhan. Just as Su Mu had expected, Imo Junyan said, that is your bodyguard. He glanced at Xingzhan before continuing, with Xingzhan by your side, I can rest easy whenever you go out. I already know what happened outside today, but the mastermind behind it hasn't been found yet. Hearing Imo Junyan's explanation, Su Mu blinked and asked, haven't you found them, or haven't you confirmed who it is? A trace of a smile curled at Imo Junyan's lips. How can you be so clever? All the clues point to the AI family, but you find it odd and believe there's someone else. Su Mu abruptly took over Imo Junyan's words. Hearing that her thoughts matched his own, Imo Junyan was rather surprised, and then explained, I thought you would have positively insisted that AI Meyer was the culprit. Su Mu curled her lips. I do despise that AI Meyer, but I'm not brainless. Why not AI Meyer? Bai Weiwei suddenly asked. Seeing the seeking look in Bai Weiwei's eyes, Su Mu explained, although all the evidence, including the words of those two assassins I took care of, points to AI Meyer, there is one thing they overlooked, AI Meyer's desire to marry Imo Lingji. For that reason alone, she would never harm Sister Weiwei. So no matter how much AI Meyer hates me and wants me dead, as long as you're by my side, she'll be restrained. So the one behind the scenes is someone else. Bai Weiwei looked bewildered and asked again, then who do you think it is? Su Mu calmly took a sip of water and asked back, then who do you think we have harmed today? Bai Weiwei was taken aback. After a moment's thought, she said uncertainly, the fat chef, or that restaurant owner. Imo Junyan patted Bai Weiwei's head and said with gratification, so my lady is actually quite clever, huh? Bai Weiwei slapped away Imo Junyan's hand, glared at him, and fumed. Imo Junyan, you've grown bold enough to make fun of me. Are you implying I'm usually stupid? Huh, are you? Seeing that Bai Weiwei was so angry that she was even swearing, Imo Junyan hurriedly begged for mercy. My lady, calm down, calm down. There are still outsiders here. Imo Junyan winked and gestured at Bai Weiwei to save him some face. Unexpectedly, Imo Junyan's voice suddenly rang out. Sister-in-law, it's fine. We're all family. The meal concluded with every dish on the table completely finished. All tableware was cleared away and the table was wiped clean, yet everyone remained seated at their original places. Imo Junyan poured a glass of water for Su Mu and placed it before her, saying, please share your thoughts freely. Su Mu looked at the people she had invited to stay. Since they were all trusted allies, she felt no need for pretense and explained directly, I asked everyone to stay so I could share my ideas. You've all likely heard about what happened today. Without question, I've probably become a thorn in the side of that chain barbecue restaurant owner. My thinking is, if we've already made enemies of them, we might as well go all the way and take over their business completely. Bai Weiwei immediately clapped the table excitedly upon hearing this and declared enthusiastically, I think this is a great idea. But then with a puzzled expression, she looked at Su Mu and asked, how exactly do we go about doing this? Su Mu rubbed her forehead and admitted somewhat timidly, I don't know how either. I just wanted to voice my idea, which is why I asked everyone to stay and help figure things out together. There's strength in numbers, isn't there? Having finished speaking, Su Mu's gaze instinctively fell on Imo Junyan, the man known as the Federation's god of war. Surely nothing could stump him. Feeling Su Mu's gaze, Imo Junyan turned his head and gave her a reassuring look, then said in a deep voice, just tell me your ideas directly. As for execution, I'll handle that. Watching Imo Junyan's encouraging expression, Su Mu's inner turmoil instantly cleared. On the main star, she wasn't fighting alone. Behind her stood Imo Junyan by Weiwei Ida, who was still on his way, her family back on Sandstar, providing support along with Xingbao Heizai and the three new bodyguards who had just taken their posts. Seeing everyone's trusting gazes, Su Mu laid out everything she had been thinking. Su Mu cleared her throat, a confident light spreading across her face, and organized her thoughts before speaking. I want to discuss two matters. First, regarding replacing the Shaohan barbecue chain restaurant. I want to expand Juowei Lu into a chain restaurant, as well with our barbecue shop becoming its subsidiary. We'll call it Juowei Barbecue. With Juowei Lu's established reputation and the taste of our barbecue, I'm confident we can quickly capture the main star's market. The second matter concerns selling ingredients. Although we discussed this yesterday, we haven't yet developed a concrete implementation plan. I've come up with an idea to open a grocery supermarket on the main star, one that carries a complete variety of meats, vegetables, and fruits. What do you all think? I think it's great. Imo Junyan nodded in strong agreement. Bai Weiwei, unwilling to be left out, quickly raised her hand and declared, I think it's excellent too. Imo Junyan, having no understanding of business whatsoever, saw how supportive his wife and younger brother were and chimed in with his own endorsement. Mom, I support you. Xingbao, completely bewildered by the discussion but unwilling to be left behind, raised his little hand high to show his support for his mother. Xingzhen and Tianyu followed suit, silently raising their hands as well. Only Tianxing, looking thoroughly confused and out of the loop, weakly asked, "Aren't all those barbecue places basically the same taste? Can we really replace that well-established Shaohan barbecue?" Tianxing's question actually highlighted the biggest obstacle. Shaohan barbecue had monopolized the main star not just because of their meat supply chain, but because they held exclusive access to a meat-purifying agent unavailable elsewhere. While Sumu considered it worthless trash, everyone on the main star viewed Shaohan barbecue as the finest barbecue available, meaning she'd need to make her own barbecue well-known before she could shift their perception. Tianyu, having already tasted Sumu's barbecue, immediately countered, "Brother, you haven't tried Madam's barbecue yet. Once you do, you'll understand that so-called Shaohan barbecue is nothing but garbage." "Are you Brother Xing?" "Yes." Xingzhen nodded. "Brother Tianyu is right. Shaohan has been around for decades, and replacing them won't be easy. It requires careful planning." Sumu glanced at Mo Junyan and continued, "I need a meat supply chain purified or not, since I have my own purifying agent. I also need a shop directly opposite Shaohan barbecue plus several capable security guards." "No problem, I'll handle it." Sumu continued, "As for the grocery store, I want to name it after my small shop on the Star Network, selling both online and offline. However, for the physical location, I need at least 200 square meters, several refrigeration units, and staff I can trust completely." Mo Junyan nodded again, "No problem." Sumu smiled gently and said, "Then since there are no issues, I'll await your updates. The sooner the better. The people on the main star cannot wait that long. Regarding the ingredients from Sandstar, Suchun and the others, just message to say everything is prepared and already in transit, arriving at the latest the day after tomorrow. As for Ida, he probably won't make it back for at least half a month, so we won't wait for him." Bai Weiwei, astonished at how methodically Sumu had organized everything, asked in disbelief, "This is what you meant when you said you didn't know?" Sumu gave an awkward smile and said, "I truly have no business experience. Even the small online shop I run has always been managed by others that you're aware of." "That's true, you've never run a business. You only know how to cheat people out of money." A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Mo Lingji walked in wearing neat training clothes with 3 stumbling figures following behind him. Su Wenshun Mabe and Si Luo thrust 3 oversized bags heavier than themselves onto the ground, creating a violent tremor. "Why are you back today? Isn't today a rest day?" Bai Weiwei asked with surprise as she approached. Even Sumu rose and walked over, asking with concern, "Su Wenmabe, Si Luo, what are you bringing?" Opening one of the bags, she saw it filled with raw meat still oozing blood. The heavy metallic scent made Sumu's stomach churn. Predictably, the other 2 bags contained the same. "Miss Sumu, these were brought back by the senior students from an outdoor mission. We happened to see your barbecue competition video on the Star Network, so we," Si Luo said in an obedient tone, though his voice carried a hint of embarrassment at the end. Seeing Si Luo's cheeks tinged with a faint blush, Sumu immediately waved her hand and said, "Don't be silly. If you want to eat, go wash the meat for me." "Got it." Upon hearing this, the 3 perked up instantly, each grabbing a bag and running off. "Oh, where's the kitchen?" Over here, over here." The 3 of them bustled into the kitchen, leaving Mo Lingji standing alone in the hall, feeling awkward. I'll go help in the kitchen." Unable to endure the abrupt solemnity any longer, Mo Lingji felt an oppressive urge to flee. "Wait." A deep, indifferent voice sounded from behind, and he reflexively halted the step he had just taken. "Little uncle, is there anything else?" Mo Lingji turned around and asked cautiously. Mo Junyan raised an eyebrow and gave him a faint, indifferent look. "Did you come all the way back just for a barbecue?" His voice was still cold, but carried a pressure that left no room for defiance. In an instant, the whole space was shrouded in a suffocating, low-pressure atmosphere. Tianxing and Tianyu both bent their heads low, afraid of being caught in the storm. Xingzhen also lowered his eyes, stroking He Zaire's fur with an idle, absent-minded motion, as if whatever was happening in the room had nothing to do with him. Seeing that even Bai Weiwei and Mo Juanmin, the child's parents, had nothing to say, Su Mu quietly stayed in her seat and made herself invisible. Mo Lingji stood there, caught in a dilemma. His little uncle had always been extremely hard on him, especially in matters of study and training, offering not a shred of preferential treatment or sympathy. Today, sneaking back outside the holiday period for nothing but a barbecue had already violated the academy's regulations. Judging from his little uncle's severe gaze, this punishment was most likely unavoidable. The sight of Mo Lingji's cowardly demeanor made him furious. With that spineless look, he still dared to bring back so much meat for Su Mu to roast. He was just asking for trouble. Seeing that Mo Lingji remained unresponsive for a long time, the coldness in Mo Junyan's eyes deepened. "What? Is this question so hard to answer?" "Forget it. Since punishment was doomed, no matter what, he might as well tell the truth." Mo Lingji sighed inwardly, straightened his back, and answered with a forceful air, "Not hard to answer, because my classmates saw it." He hesitated, glanced at Su Mu sitting beside his little uncle, and then added, "They all saw Little Aunt's barbecue, and were dying of craving, so they begged me to come back, and ask Little Aunt to make it. And I did get the teacher's permission to come back." Mo Lingji keenly noticed that the moment he called her little aunt, his little uncle's expression visibly softened. Inwardly, he was relieved that his approach had been correct. But before Mo Lingji could celebrate, Mo Junyan went on, "Oh, teacher approved." Then what about the three of them, Su Wen, Mo Bei, and Si Luo? Those three are all newly enrolled students. Don't tell me they also got the teacher's permission. At the mention of these three, a trace of unnaturalness flashed in Mo Lingji's eyes. He hesitated for a good while before saying, "We enticed the teacher with barbecue and promised to return before lights out tonight, so he agreed to let the three of them come back." When Mo Lingji said this, everyone present except Mo Junyan, who kept a cold face, couldn't help bursting into laughter. Sumu hadn't expected her barbecue to have such a special function. However, seeing Mo Lingji's sincere and slightly innocent gaze, Sumu suddenly had an idea. She reached out and tugged at Mo Junyan's sleeve, signaling him not to push it too far. Seeing that Sumu seemed to have something to say, Mo Junyan knowingly leaned back, freeing up some space. Sumu did not stand on ceremony, and said directly, "Classmate Mo, when you go into the kitchen to help later, could you record the whole process? I want to use it for promotion in the future. Of course, if it's inconvenient to show yourself, you don't have to appear on camera." The moment Sumu finished speaking, Bai Weiwei cut in before Mo Lingji could answer, grinning cheerfully. "No problem, no problem, it's a trivial matter. Isn't that right, Lingji?" Mo Lingji felt that compared to him, Sumu was more like his mother's real daughter. Ever since Sumu arrived, his status at home had plummeted. But seeing how hard his mother was trying to perform, he couldn't possibly let her lose face, so he immediately answered okay. Seeing that Mo Lingji was being so sensible, Sumu had no choice but to wave her hand and say, "Fine. Go to the kitchen and help Su Wen and the others. Go to the kitchen and help Su Wen and the others." "Oh, that's all." Mo Lingji looked utterly incredulous. She hadn't even mentioned punishment. It was simply too unbelievable. "What? If not that, what else did you expect?" Nothing. I'll go to the kitchen now." Snapping back to reality, Mo Lingji bolted away as if a ghost were chasing him. As soon as Mo Lingji was gone, Bai Weiwei immediately clasped Su Mu's hands and said apologetically, "Mumu, I'm so sorry. That boy Lingji was so thoughtless and put you to so much trouble. When will you ever finish roasting so much meat?" Faced with Bai Weiwei's apology, Sumu quickly soothed her sister Weiwei, "That's being too formal. And don't you think this is an opportunity that Lingji has delivered to us? Weren't we just worrying about how to raise our profile? Isn't this a golden opportunity? Think about it. If my barbecue can conquer a military academy and a noble one at that, it will surely stir people's curiosity. Those who are curious will want to try it, and once they dare to try, they will definitely come a second time, a third time, and even more." Sumu's words were passionate and stirring, and Bai Weiwei was infected with excitement, as if she could already see an endless stream of customers coming for barbecue tomorrow. "Mumu, that idea is wonderful. I have to go supervise them. Don't let them mess up the video." Bai Weiwei immediately got up and rushed out of the kitchen. "Mom, why are you here?" Mo Lingji was surprised to see Bai Weiwei walk in, but before he could react, she glared at him and said sternly, "Film it carefully. If you ruin the video and hold up Mumu's plans, I'll sort you out later." Mo Lingji's face fell, and he muttered, "I thought you came to see how I was doing. What are you muttering about? Steady the camera." The three people washing in the kitchen were also startled by Bai Weiwei's fierce tone. Their hands moved faster, and they thought to themselves that the leader's wife indeed had an extraordinary presence. Under Bai Weiwei's supervision, the three large pieces of meat were soon cleaned. Luckily, Su Wen and Shun Mabe had eaten their fair share of barbecue when they were on Shashing, so they cut all the meat into the proper shapes and sizes from memory. Yet looking at the piles of meat stacked like small mountains and releasing a nauseating stench, the few of them couldn't help wondering, could this meat really produce the delicacy that had people scrambling for it in the video? "Bebe, don't you think there's something wrong with this meat?" Su Wen frowned and voiced his suspicion. Shun Mabe's handsome face puckered into a bitter gourd at that moment. Hearing Su Wen's question, he quickly replied, "It's too stinky. Can we even eat this?" Right, it's too stinky." Si Luo also nodded vigorously. He hadn't thought it was a big deal at first. Though it was fishy, it was still bearable, but now the smell was too overpowering. Seeing their miserable, listless expressions, Mo Lingji said with exasperation, "Enough. Stop acting like you're at death's door. All meat in the interstellar world smells this way before it's purified. Then ask my mom if you don't believe me." Mo Lingji turned to look behind him, only to find that she was already gone. It was obviously impossible for Sumu to grill so much meat alone, and even if Sumu did not mind, Mo Junyan certainly would not allow it. However, during this process, Sumu noticed that Su Wen and Shun Mabe's movements seemed somewhat off, and even Si Luo felt something was strange. Sumu carefully observed the three while grilling the meat, certain that they were hiding something from her. Yet she did not press the matter immediately, instead continuing her work. With everyone's combined efforts, they finally finished grilling all the meat before dusk. After washing her hands, Sumu then called Su Wen and the other three along with Mo Lingji into the living room. "Roll up your sleeves and pant legs." As soon as Sumu entered the living room, she ordered in a cold voice. The three were taken aback by Sumu's sudden intensity. She had always been warm and never lost her temper with them. Even when she did get angry, it was only in jest. But at that moment, they truly felt her anger. Seeing her icy expression, the three dared not hesitate and obediently complied. Sumu examined the three's exposed skin marred by bruises and wounds, some with flesh turned inside out, a sight that was truly shocking. In truth, Sumu had caught a hint of blood upon their arrival, but dismissed it as coming from the meat. She never expected it to be from their bodies. Compared to the others, Su-1 and Shin-Mabe bore more severe injuries, while Si-Luo's were comparatively lighter. Watching their averted gazes ignited Su-Mu's fury, and she turned her attention to Mo Lingji. Tell me what is going on. Su-Mu was genuinely furious. She had assumed that with Mo Lingji protecting them at this institution, they would never be bullied. Yet in such a short time, they were already covered in injuries. Mo Lingji decided not to hide anything and, disregarding the three's glances, replied directly, "It was some outsiders. Yang and I happened to be looking for someone when we heard they had gone out, so we came to find them. By the time we arrived, they had already fled, but I do not know the specifics. Then you three will tell me. If you refuse to speak, do not call me sister anymore. I will not have brothers like you." Sumu looked at the stubborn three and could only resort to threats. "I will speak, Sister Mumu. Please do not be angry." Su-Wen hurried to explain. "This afternoon someone told us you were bringing food and asked us to go meet you. Then we were ambushed by several people. They not only outnumbered us, but were far superior in rank. We could not defeat them, but fortunately Senior Brother Mo and Senior Brother Zheng arrived in time." As Su-Wen spoke, his expression grew increasingly grievous, which only made Shin-Mabe look at him with utter disdain. "Just tell your story. Why are you crying? It is embarrassing." Sumu regarded the three fools before her with cold eyes, her anger bubbling up. "Are you stupid? If I am bringing you something, would I not contact you myself? Would she need someone else to relay the message? And if they could not fight, why did they not run? Why did they not call for help?" The three silently lowered their heads and listened to Su-Mu's reprimand with grievous expressions. Even without her saying so, they knew upon reflection that they had acted foolishly. "Do you know why they attacked you?" Sumu continued. "I know." Si-Luo spoke weakly. "I heard one of them say that if that person surnamed Su dares to bully our young miss again, next time the punishment will not be so simple." Su-Mu's expression darkened upon hearing this, and she said softly, "I understand. Lingji, there should be medical pods here, correct? Please take them to receive treatment." "Yes, no problem." After the three finished their treatment, Su-Mu had composed herself and was cheerfully packing the grilled meat for them. Of course, Mo Lingji and the others ultimately only took 2/3 of the grilled meat, with Su-Mu keeping the remaining third as compensation for her efforts. Watching the four eagerly carrying several large food containers about to leave, Mo Junyan suddenly called out to Mo Lingji, "Little uncle, is there something else?" Mo Lingji had no idea what was coming. Mo Junyan looked at him with a hint of amusement and slowly said, "Go back and write me a 10,000-word self-criticism." Mo Lingji froze on the spot, his eyes wide with astonishment. Su-Wen and Shin-Mabe, who had never received formal education, were still asking Si-Luo what a self-criticism was, but Si-Luo merely shook his head and smiled without answering. "What do you think? 10,000 words is too few. Then perhaps. No, it is just right. Goodbye, little uncle and auntie. Goodbye, dad and mom." Mo Lingji finished speaking and ran off immediately. "Hey, wait for us." Su-Wen and the other three politely bid farewell before chasing after him. Su-Mu turned to look at the amused Mo Junyan and asked, "Hey, Marshal Mo, is it proper to tease your nephew like this?" Hearing this, Mo Junyan's handsome face suddenly leaned close to Su-Mu, blinking with a playful smile. "Of course it is." Su-Mu stared at the suddenly enlarged face before her, frozen in place for a moment. Mo Junyan's striking good looks were recognized throughout the entire Federation. Though the Mo family members were all handsome, Mo Junyan's appearance carried the most profound impact. This was partly due to his cold and lethal aura. But at this moment, looking at this face she had seen countless times before, she suddenly realized she had never observed his brows and eyes so closely. It was undeniable that the features on this face were exceptionally beautiful, beyond description. The only pity was that they adorned a man's face. Mo Junyan noticed a flicker of regret in Su-Mu's eyes, and immediately stepped back confused. "What are you regretting?" "Huh? What?" Su-Mu remained bewildered. Seeing her innocent expression, Mo Junyan felt somewhat deflated. "Never mind, nothing. I will go rest now," Mo Junyan said, and left. Watching the two awkward individuals, Bai Weiwei shook her head and chuckled, about to say something, when she noticed Xing Jun and the other three still sitting in the corner. Madam, it is getting late. We should head back now and prepare our things, then come back tomorrow morning." After Xing Jun finished speaking, he was about to leave with the other two brothers. Honestly, they had been feeling restless here for quite some time, simply waiting for an opportunity to depart. Since it was now dark and Su-Mu had not arranged any place for them to rest, it indicated that their mission would begin tomorrow. However, his assumption was incorrect. It was not that the mission started tomorrow, but rather that Su-Mu had completely forgotten about it. Seeing him about to leave, Su-Mu spoke up, "Then take some grilled meat with you." "Really? Can we?" Upon hearing they could take some back, Tianqing and Tianyu's eyes lit up immediately. After receiving confirmation, they excitedly went to pack the food. Seeing that all the others had gone, Bai Weiwei suddenly said to Su-Mu, "Why don't you bring Xingbao and move in with me? The two of you living alone are just too lonely. Before I let you stay by yourselves because I was afraid you weren't used to being here yet." But now those 3 children have all gone to school, and it's not convenient for you to stay there alone. So why don't you just move here? Our place has so many rooms we can house you easily. Besides, aren't we still going to be talking often about opening the shop? If you live so far away, running back and forth is just too inconvenient. Please, please. Bai Weiwei shook Su Mu's arm, acting coquettish. Su Mu looked at Bai Weiwei with a helpless expression, sighed, and yielded. Fine. When you beg me like that, how can I refuse? But you can't end up disliking me, that's all. How could that be? I would sooner dislike Mo Lingji than you. Isn't that right, little Xingbao? Annie loves you the most. Come here, give me a kiss. Bai Weiwei excitedly kissed Xingbao's little cheek, gave He Zaire's soft body a casual stroke, then called a housekeeper over, and sent her to the villa Su Mu had been staying in to pack up the things. Su Mu didn't object. After all, almost all her belongings were kept in the system space, and the only things left in the room were a couple of outfits for changing into. But seeing the housekeeper appear suddenly, Su Mu was a little surprised, and asked Sister Weiwei, why have I never seen this housekeeper before? Bai Weiwei explained this housekeeper is a high-end intelligent robot. You could say she's the Manor's butler. Actually, even though the Mo family manor looks enormous, only the 4 of us live here. The little villa you stayed in was only cleaned out by the housekeeper on a temporary basis. Even Junyan doesn't stay in his building very often, and most of the year he's either in the army or away fighting wars, so he rarely comes back. Lingji is even more seldom around. He's at school year-round. That's why despite this huge place we haven't hired many servants. There's just this housekeeper and the cook to help, plus a few drivers. As for sweeping and cleaning, we rely on all kinds of small robots to handle it. Alright, you know the cook, it's Uncle Chung. After Uncle Chung left for Juowei Tower, I never came across another suitable cook, so I simply stopped recruiting. After all, I think I'm already quite good at cooking now, don't you think? Bai Weiwei proudly puffed out her chest, waiting for Su Mu's compliment. Su Mu naturally played along. That's right. Your cooking is wonderful now, and it will only get better in the future. Of course it will. Come on, I'll show you to your rooms. Alright. Xingbao is a big kid now, so you should have a room to yourself, shouldn't you? Of course. I've always slept in my own room, Xingbao piped up in her childish voice. My Xingbao is so amazing. Auntie will reward Xingbao with a big teddy bear, okay? Okay, thank you, Auntie. Su Mu watched the 2 of them chattering merrily, and shook her head with a smile. After comfortably settling Su Mu and Xingbao in, Bai Weiwei returned to her room, and immediately sent a message to Mo. Junyan. Mumu and Xingbao are going to live with me from now on. Mo Junyan was currently brooding in his own residence. On the table sat a half-empty bottle of liquor. In the dim light, he gave off the gloomy aura of the king of the night. When he saw the message from Bai Weiwei, Mo Junyan frowned, wondering what his sister-in-law was scheming now. As dusk deepened, Su Mu only left Xingbao's room after making sure the child was sound asleep. The little one had severe trouble sleeping in unfamiliar beds. She hadn't slept well the first day they arrived, so this time Su Mu only felt at ease after coaxing Xingbao to sleep. Back in her room, He Zaire was curled up on the bed, fast asleep. Su Mu gently patted it several times, waking it from its dreams. Mumu, why haven't you gone to sleep yet? He Zaire yawned, its eyes starting to close again, ready to slip back into slumber. Su Mu hastily flung a splash of clear water onto its face. That woke it up immediately. Mumu, how could you? Is water element power meant to be used like that? He Zaire looked furious, full of the irritation of someone rudely awakened, but all it could do was resign itself to grooming its fur. Su Mu gave an embarrassed laugh. She had never used it like that before. Alright, I apologize, okay? Su Mu took the initiative to admit her mistake. Seeing that He Zaire wasn't angry, she continued, Zaire, Mom needs you to do something. You know Su won, and the others were bullied today. You have to get revenge for them. He Zaire raised an eyelid. Revenge? Isn't that your job? Having said that, it went back to grooming. Oh, come on. You know this main planet is packed with surveillance cameras, and the AI family's mansion is not something I can just storm in. Only you can do it. You're the best system cat. Bombarded by Su Mu's shameless flattery, He Zaire finally caved in. Fine, it said with a haughty look. Since you're begging me with such sincerity, I'll grant your wish. Watching He Zaire's insufferably smug face, Su Mu rolled her eyes inwardly. But it couldn't be helped. She didn't want to put in the effort only to enjoy the results. Come on, listen to me. You'll do this, and then you'll do that. I've already pinpointed the location. In a little while I'll send you to the AI mansion's entrance, and I'll wait outside for you. What do you think? Fine. He Zaire answered listlessly. Su Mu smiled slightly. As long as it's fine, let's go now. Off we go. Su Mu scooped He Zaire into her arms. Yet just as she opened the door, she saw a figure outside. Mo Junyan. What are you doing here? Su Mu was truly frightened. Hadn't they said Mo Junyan didn't live here? Mo Junyan looked at Su Mu, then glanced at He Zaire nestled in her arms. His gaze dimmed unconsciously, but the next moment the darkness was hidden away. He asked in a low voice, are you going? Su Mu gave a shudder and quickly rubbed her ear. She was trying to think of an excuse to brush him off, but the moment she accidentally met Mo Junyan's deep eyes, her mind went blank. There was no way she could come up with a reason. She could only answer obediently, I'm going to get revenge for Su Won and the others. She dared to send someone to bully my little brother. I'll have He Zaire scratch her face. Seeing Su Mu huffing with indignation, a flicker of surprise appeared in Mo Junyan's eyes. He hadn't expected her to have such an adorable side. Enough. Go back to sleep like a good girl. I'll handle whatever you want to do. Be good, you're still growing. Go back to bed now. Mo Junyan opened the door, pushed Sumu inside, then considerately closed it for her. Only then did he open his light brain device and send a message. Scratch AI Meaner's face. At that moment outside the AI mansion, a petite figure saw the message. Looking suspiciously at her immaculately trimmed nails, she wondered how she was supposed to scratch someone's face. Su-Won and his 3 companions had barely stepped through the academy gates with the barbecue when a crowd of students surrounded them and escorted them all the way back to the dormitory. Every dormitory in the academy was a 3-person room. Su-Won, Shun Ma-bei, and Si Luo happened to share one, but at this moment the room was packed with people. Even a few teachers were among them, sitting primly in the center of the sofa. The moment Su-Won and the others returned, they were stunned by the scene. It turned out that what had happened outside earlier was mere child's play. The people here had truly turned the dormitory into their own home. Mo Lingji silently stayed at the very back and recorded it all. What are you all doing standing out there? Get inside now. A white-bearded teacher sitting on the sofa smiled kindly and waved them in. He was a senior grade teacher, the homeroom teacher of Mo Lingji's class, and a highly amusing little old man. Zheng Yangyang was in the room as well. Seeing them return, he walked straight over, pulled them inside, and casually helped himself to the large bags of lunchboxes in their hands. Come teacher, you go first. Let me tell you, the barbecue my sister Moo makes is absolutely amazing. Once you taste it, I guarantee you'll want more. Zheng Yangyang unceremoniously opened every lunchbox. He handed the first one to Rue Gu, the eldest teacher, then passed another to a young female teacher from the lower grades. Since their teachers were present, the other students bore no complaints and obediently waited. Yet all of them were lured by the fragrance drifting in the air and could barely restrain themselves. Rue Gu took the barbecue, swallowed his saliva, and laughed. Well, then I'll just have to taste it right now. Then he turned to the young female teacher beside him and said, Teacher Xiaojing, have a taste too. Seeing the two of them eat, Zheng Yangyang excitedly started beckoning the other students. Come, everyone, get over here and eat. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire dormitory burst into chaos. Su-Won and his 3 companions had obediently stood in the corner ever since entering, watching Zheng Yangyang put on a show. Now watching everyone fight over the food, they suddenly felt a little out of place. Mo Lingji never forgot Su-Mu's request. He dutifully recorded the entire scene, though watching his classmates lose all their composure left him feeling somewhat helpless. And Yinzhou quietly walked over to Mo Lingji, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, What are you recording? Mo Lingji answered truthfully, recording a video. Su-Mu asked for it. And Yinzhou nodded, then asked, Have you all eaten yet? Mo Lingji looked up at Yinzhou, then suddenly took out a lunchbox from his spatial storage and handed it to him. Write me a 10,000-word written self-criticism, and this is yours. A written self-criticism. And Yinzhou let out a light laugh. Fine, I agree. I'll take the item first. Send me the requirements later. And Yinzhou took the things and left directly. If he lingered any longer, that box of barbecue would end up shared by everyone. With the written self-criticism taken care of, the heavy stone in Mo Lingji's heart finally landed. Seeing that everyone was almost done eating, he called out in a loud voice. Everyone stopped for a moment. The entire dormitory fell silent. Without any change in expression, Mo Lingji walked up to Rue Gu and Teacher Xiaojing and asked, Teachers, is the barbecue good? Please share your thoughts. Rue Gu wiped his greasy mouth with his hand, swallowed the barbecue in his mouth, and finally said, Delicious. Absolutely delicious. I've never tasted anything this good. After saying this, Rue Gu gave a thumbs up. Although he had no idea why Mo Lingji had suddenly become so strange, he knew it was enough to say nice things. After Rue Gu, Mo Lingji turned to Xiaojing. The young and attractive teacher Xiaojing gave a gentle smile, carefully wiped her mouth clean, and said, This is the best barbecue I have ever eaten in my life. I truly thank Miss Su-Mu and all of you. I hope we can often have barbecue like this in the future. Mo Lingji was very satisfied with Xiaojing's answer and politely thanked her. Since all 3 teachers had expressed their opinions and praise, Mo Lingji naturally did not spare the other students. He started with Zheng Yangyang. Zheng Yangyang could be called Su-Mu's diehard fan. The moment Su-Mu's cooking was brought up, his words gushed like a fountain, praise spilling out as though it cost nothing. Finally, Mo Lingji asked every single person one by one, and everyone gave Su-Mu's barbecue extremely high praise. Only then did he stop the recording with satisfaction and send it to Su-Mu without a single cut. Alright, lights out is in a moment. Everyone hurry back. Mo Lingji directly began sending people away. But we haven't finished our barbecue yet. Zheng Yangyang wore an unwilling expression. Well, I'm sleepy too, so I won't disturb you any further. Rue Gu hurriedly packed up a box of unfinished barbecue, hugged it to his chest, and left. Zheng Yangyang watched in astonishment. So that's how it's done. Then I'm taking mine back to eat too. The moment those words left his mouth, the others snapped back to reality, and all began scrambling. In the end, the commotion drew over students from the neighboring dormitories. 5 or 6 tall, burly students suddenly appeared at the door and shouted aggressively, What are you making all this noise for in the middle of the night? Don't you know other people need their rest? Everyone in the room immediately turned toward the door, all wearing hostile expressions. Whoa, what's with those looks? Want to pick a fight? The students outside were instantly enraged and charged straight at the people inside. Yo, you little brats who just entered the academy sure have nasty tempers. The moment those words were spoken, both sides launched into a brawl, and pained cries rose from every direction. Zheng Yangyang pinned one of the big male students to the ground, and asked with a grin, "So, do you submit?" "No way. You're all ganging up on me." The male student had been beaten until his face was bruised and swollen, yet the stubbornness in his eyes showed not the slightest sign of backing down. Zheng Yangyang actually rather admired this kind of spirit. He patted the boy on the head, and said with a grin, "Fine, if you won't give in, then so be it. Here, have a piece of meat." He then grabbed a piece from the table, and stuffed it straight into the boy's mouth. "Well, is it good?" Zheng Yangyang asked with an expectant look. The male student smacked his lips, his eyes lit up, and he said with lingering regret, "Too little. I couldn't really taste it." Zheng Yangyang burst out laughing, hauled him over, and flung him out. "You just go back now. If you come looking for trouble again, I'll cripple you." The male student froze for a moment, then suddenly said in a pitiful tone, "Oh, come on. After a fight, we're friends now, aren't we? We're basically friends now, right? Hey, don't throw me out." The few who had been fighting were tossed out one after another, and then the door slammed shut with a bang. "Aren't you all going to leave?" Shin Mabe suddenly clenched his fist until his knuckles cracked. Looking at the dormitory that had become a pigsty, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. I'm going right now." Zheng Yangyang hurriedly said farewell, and slipped away. He knew better than to provoke someone with such a foul temper. Seeing Zheng Yangyang leave, the others also fled in a flash. As soon as the room emptied out, Si Luo immediately called in a cleaning robot to tidy up. Once everything was in order, Su Wen took out the remaining barbecue from his spatial storage along with a bottle of freshly squeezed juice. After busying themselves for so long, they could finally sit down and enjoy a slow, leisurely meal. Sumu looked at the video Mo Lingji had sent, and only then did the thoughts Mo Junyan had stirred up begin to settle. It was a pity, though, that she could not personally teach that pest a lesson. Sumu watched every single video before starting to edit. But when she reached the part about what happened after Su Wen and the others returned to the dormitory, she could not help bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, that's too funny." Still smiling, Sumu finally finished editing all the videos. Then she stood up, stretched, and got ready to rest. Mumu opened the door. "Something's wrong." Bai Weiwei's anxious voice came from outside, and the door was being pounded so hard it boomed. When Sumu opened the door, she found Bai Weiwei standing there in a white nightgown, her face full of worry. At that moment, the door across the hall suddenly opened too, and Mo Junyan stepped out, asking in confusion, "What's going on?" Downstairs in the living room, Bai Weiwei recounted the whole story from beginning to end. It turned out that Bai Weiwei had always had a habit of browsing Starnet before bed. When she could not fall asleep after returning, she wandered Starnet again, and stumbled upon an anonymous account claiming that everyone who had eaten Sumu's barbecue at the soul-stealing barbecue restaurant today had developed symptoms of poisoning. Starnet was now flooded with accusations, with a chorus of voices demanding that Sumu come forward and apologize. "I think that soul-stealing barbecue place must be behind this," Bai Weiwei shared her guess. After listening to Bai Weiwei, Sumu's expression turned grave. Thoughts surged in her mind, and she said in a low voice, "This is a critical moment for opening the shop. If we don't clarify this, all our preparations will have been in vain. Mo Junyan, do me a favor." Sumu looked at Mo Junyan. "Tell me." "Xingzhen happens to be outside right now. Have him investigate everyone who was at the restaurant today. I suspect those people are all in the dark. Someone is using their names to sling mud at us." Mo Junyan nodded, his eyes full of admiration for Sumu. Even at a time like this, she stayed clear-headed and completely unruffled. Mo Junyan gave Xingzhen the order on the spot, then said to Sumu, "Xingzhen works for you now. You can assign him tasks directly. That's part of his duty." Sumu was taken aback. "Oh," she said a little awkwardly. "I forgot." Mo Junyan laughed outright. He had just been praising her for being calm and rational, and yet she had exposed her true colors that quickly. "All right, go upstairs and rest." Mo Junyan reached out to ruffle Sumu's hair, but she nimbly dodged. "I'm heading up first. You two get some rest too." With that, Sumu jumped up nimbly and ran upstairs, leaving Bai Weiwei and Mo Junyan staring at each other. Bai Weiwei looked at Mo Junyan with a mischievous smile, a trace of mockery in her eyes. Mo Junyan shot her a glare. "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me like that. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from hitting you." Bai Weiwei rolled her eyes and said crossly, "You're only ever fierce with me and your brother. If you're so tough, why don't you act that way with Mumu?" Seeing Mo Junyan fall silent, Bai Weiwei thought she had gone too far. You can't just keep going on like this. I get the feeling Mumu doesn't have any interest in you at all. Aren't you supposed to be the dream lover of every woman in the entire Federation? How can you not even win over my Mumu?" Her tone carried a trace of disdain. Mo Junyan lifted his eyelids slightly and gave Bai Weiwei a cold look. Instinctively, she clamped her mouth shut. Only then did she realize she had probably said too much. She was no Mumu who could do whatever she pleased in front of Mo Junyan. Mo Junmin had waited in the room for a long time without seeing Bai Weiwei return, so he had no choice but to come out and look for her. As soon as he stepped out, he saw his wife looking utterly bewildered and guessed that she had probably provoked his younger brother again. "Weiwei, are you two done talking? If you're done, come upstairs and rest." Mo Junmin stood on the second floor calling for Bai Weiwei to come back. Bai Weiwei looked up and saw Mo Junmin. A relieved expression flashed across her face. She quickly stood up, ran to the second floor, and threw herself directly at him. Honey, why are you only now coming? Bai Weiwei's sweet, playful voice carried a hint of grievance. Mo Junmin helplessly rubbed her head and admonished, be more careful with what you say in front of Junyan in the future. Don't keep provoking him. Oh, got it. I'm good as long as you know. Mo Junmin scooped Bai Weiwei up by the waist and carried her toward the room. Along the way, he suddenly asked out of curiosity, what exactly did you say to him just now? I could tell Junyan was really angry. Nothing much. I just said I think Mumu isn't interested in him. Back in her room, Sumu looked at the video she had already finished editing and ultimately decided to wait until tomorrow to see how things went before deciding whether to post it. That night, Sumu slept soundly, completely unaffected by the previous night's incident. The first thing she did after waking up the next morning was log on to Starnet to see how far things had escalated after a night of brewing. General Mo's fiancé was framed in poisoning incident. Peerless Barbecue suddenly appears on the main star, whose cake has been upset. And the general's wife's barbecue has won the recognition of the military academy. As soon as Sumu entered Starnet, she was bombarded with these 3 reports one after another. There were even interviews below with the guests from the restaurant yesterday. Everyone actively defended her and praised her barbecue as the best. Not only that, but even the video Mo Lingji had sent her was posted online. It had not been edited at all, only the facial features of a few students were blurred. It was put online in its entirety without the slightest hesitation, as if that was the only way to express their recognition of her and their love for her barbecue. Now the entire Starnet was buzzing about Sumu and her barbecue. Those who had eaten it could not stop thinking about it, and those who had not were so persuaded by the recommendations that they all wanted to give it a try. There were even comments under the video urging Sumu to open a barbecue shop so they would have a chance to taste it. After all, with so many people recommending it, and even the academy's students and teachers giving it their approval, such a delicacy was certainly worth a try. It looks like everything is ready. All we need is a favorable wind. A faint smile appeared on Sumu's face. She would ride this wind to open Peerless Barbecue and replace Soul Stealing. But when she thought of Soul Stealing Barbecue, the smile in Sumu's eyes gradually faded. From today onward, they would truly be as irreconcilable as fire and water. Mumu, come down for breakfast. Mo Junyan's voice came from outside. Sumu responded, washed up, briefly changed into a light green dress, and then went downstairs. Mommy, you look really pretty today. Xing Bao, already seated at the dining table, brightened at the sight of Sumu coming down. His big, dark, sparkling eyes rolled around mischievously, making him look clever and full of tricks. Sumu walked over and gently pinched his chubby cheeks, teasing, when is mommy ever not pretty? The little guy actually thought about it seriously before answering, you were pretty before too, but you're even prettier today. Oh my, why is your mouth so sweet today? Did you eat candy? No, I didn't. Xing Bao shook his head and said pitifully, Xing Bao's candy is all gone. Sumu was amused by the little guy's expression and ruffled his hair. It's okay, mommy will make you some more. Alright, let's eat first. Mo Junyan emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of plain congee, setting one before Sumu and the other in front of Xing Bao. Bai Weiwei and Mo Junmin also came downstairs at that moment. There's congee in the pot. Help yourselves. Mo Junmin glanced at the two of them before taking a seat beside Sumu. Mo Junmin gestured for Bai Weiwei to sit down first while he went to fetch his own meal. Bai Weiwei sat down, picked up a fried egg with her chopsticks, and stuffed it into her mouth, filling her cheeks to the brim. Mumu, any plans for today? Bai Weiwei chatted casually with Sumu between bites. Sumu thought for a moment and said, a batch of supplies from Shashing just arrived today. In a little while, send someone to accompany me to pick them up. After that, we'll go check on the renovations of the 2 shops. Are you free today? If you're not busy, come with me. I'm free. We'll set off as soon as we finish eating. Hurry up, eat up. Urged on by Bai Weiwei, Sumu hastily finished her meal and then set out with Bai Weiwei to the transport station to receive the supplies. Xing Bao was left in Mo Junyan's care, who took her along to the military base. When the two arrived at the transport station, all the supplies had already been loaded. Since Shashing delivered ingredients to Juewei restaurant at regular intervals, the transport station was long accustomed to such large bundles. Sumu first had the driver take the transport truck back to the Mo Manor, while she and Bai Weiwei headed to check on the 2 stores, the Ingredient Supermarket and Juewei Barbecue. Based on distance, the two decided to visit the Ingredient Supermarket first. The Ingredient Supermarket was located on a pedestrian street with heavy foot traffic. As soon as they entered the street, a highly conspicuous sign caught their eyes. A green background with yellow lettering that was extremely eye-catching. The floor area of the Ingredient Supermarket fully met Sumu's requirements, being exceptionally spacious. The renovation was now nearly complete, with only the arrival of the specialized refrigeration units remaining before it could be ready for opening. Sumu was very satisfied with the progress of the Ingredient Supermarket. She then went with Bai Weiwei to Juewei Barbecue. This store had not undergone any special site selection, opening directly beside Juewei Restaurant. Its interior decoration style was almost identical to that of Juewei Restaurant, and the renovation was also nearing completion. After another 2 days of checking the finer details, it would be ready to open. After reviewing both stores, the two dropped by Juewei Restaurant for a drink before packing up some dishes to take home. Back home, Sumu immediately pulled by Wei Wei into the transport truck and rummaged through it until she finally found all the ingredients needed to make candy. Sumu planned to make orange soft candies and nougat for Xingbao. She also intended to make extra portions to send to Su Wen and his classmates as well as to the kind-hearted people who had testified for her at the restaurant that day. Seeing Xingzhen idling about behind her with nothing to do, Sumu pulled him in to help. The orange soft candies were easy to make. The only troublesome part was peeling the tangerines. By the time Sumu finished making all the candies, Xingbao came bouncing back home, followed by the twin brothers Tianqing and Tianyu. Sumu glanced behind her a few times, but didn't catch sight of Mo Junyan, so she asked in confusion, "Xingbao, where's your father?" "Daddy said he has something to do tonight, and will be back later." After saying that, Xingbao spotted the mountain of candies piled on the table, and her eyes immediately lit up as she pounced on them. "Mommy, what is this? It's so yummy. And sweet too, though it's a bit sticky." Xingbao chewed on the soft candy in her mouth, and the expression on her face gradually shifted from initial delight to a strained grimace. Seeing Xingbao's appearance, Sumu couldn't help but laugh heartlessly and teased, "This is the candy you've been longing for. Isn't it tasty?" "It's tasty, but it's just a bit hard to chew." Xingbao furrowed her little brows and popped another candy into her mouth. As the sky gradually darkened, Sumu hurriedly called Tianqing and Tianyu over to help wrap the candies. After all, if they were to be given as gifts, they needed to be nicely packaged to give them a sense of ceremony. Once all the candies were wrapped, the question of how to deliver them arose. There was no problem sending them to the military academy students. She could simply drop them off at the school gate and have Su Wen come out to pick them up. But what about the people from the restaurant that day? "Xingzhen, do you know those people who were interviewed on the Starnet last night? Do you happen to know their addresses?" Sumu suddenly turned to Xingzhen, her intuition telling her that he must know. Sure enough, the moment Sumu finished speaking, Xingzhen volunteered eagerly, "Leave this matter to me." The two split up to handle their respective tasks. Sumu was only responsible for delivering the portion meant for the students into Su Wen's hands, while she didn't concern herself further with the portion entrusted to Xingzhen. "Su Wen, come out for a moment. I have something for you." Sumu parked the car in a corner outside the school and waited for Su Wen to come out. Before long, she saw three figures running over from afar. "Over here." Sumu waved to them from a distance. "Mumu Jia, what delicious food did you make this time?" Su Wen asked about food the moment he came up. "I made some candies. Share them among your classmates and teachers. We owe them a lot for what happened yesterday." Su Wen and the other two each carried a large box of candies back, drawing the frequent stares of many students along the way. "Su Wen, what are you guys carrying? Need any help?" Zheng Yangyang had just returned from class. Seeing Su Wen and the other two struggling a bit with the boxes, he came over and took the box from Silo's hands. Su Luo handed the box to Zheng Yangyang before answering, "Candies made by Mumu Jia. Since you're here, just take this box back and share it. And give some to your teachers too." "Candies. Not bad, not bad." As soon as Zheng Yangyang heard it was food, he excitedly hugged the box and ran straight back. "Hey, slow down." When Su Wen and the other two returned, they found the room already packed with people, all waiting eagerly for the trio to come back laden with goodies. Zheng Yangyang was there as well. The crowd was the same as before, their eyes still shining just as brightly. Before Su Wen could even set down what he was carrying, they all pounced like a pack of starving wolves. Don't grab, everyone gets a share." On Su Mu's side, she tidied up Xingbao and coaxed her to sleep before dragging her exhausted body back to her own room. He Ziyue, meanwhile, had long since fallen asleep sprawled out on Su Mu's bed. Watching He Ziyue sleeping spread-eagled, Su Mu felt that something about him seemed off. Su Mu stared at He Ziyue for a long while before finally realizing what was wrong. He Ziyue had grown bigger again. Since they had been seeing each other every day recently, she had overlooked this change. Looking at He Ziyue's body, which was now more than twice its former size, Su Mu felt genuinely happy for him. She patted his rump, then picked him up and tucked him into the blanket beside her to sleep. But no sooner had she settled into bed than her optical brain began to ring. Seeing that it was Su Qin, Su Mu thought something had gone wrong on Shashing and immediately connected the video call. "Look at this, Mumu." As soon as Su Mu opened the video, she saw a colossal tree before her, so immense that the camera could not capture it in full. All she could discern was a massive brown trunk and dense foliage, the crown entirely beyond view. "What about this tree, eh?" Su Mu asked. Su Qin stepped back a few paces to reveal the entire tree, then explained, "Mumu, haven't you noticed this tree has grown rather large? I don't recall it being this big before. It's only been a few days, at most a month. It's more than doubled in size, and I find it quite peculiar. Moreover, the vegetables and fruits on the farm are growing visibly faster than before. Even some of the sandy land, not yet cultivated, has sprouted green plants. I find it extremely unusual." Su Qin recounted all the recent changes on Shashing in detail. He had originally planned to wait until Su Mu returned, but the transformations had become too drastic, and it seemed she would not be back anytime soon. After careful consideration, he contacted her. Su Mu sensed Su Qin's concern, but she herself felt there was little to worry about. After all, wherever the tree of life resided, it was only natural for vitality to flourish. Still seeing how anxious Su Qin was, Su Mu comforted him with a serious, earnest tone. "Su Qin, let me tell you, everything you mentioned is perfectly normal. Shashing is now beginning a new cycle of life, Just as seas once turned into mulberry fields and deserts are now reverting to oceans, so there's no need to make a fuss. Su-mu explained to Su-chun mysteriously without revealing the whole truth. In fact, even she herself did not know how to explain it. Something as mystical as the Tree of Life was hardly likely to be believed, even if she told him outright. Su-chun was half convinced by Su-mu's explanation, but seeing how serious she looked, he never imagined she would deceive him. Seeing that Su-chun believed her, Su-mu asked him to show her around the farm. She had been away for so long that she already missed the fields and farmland she had cultivated with her own hands. Su-chun led Su-mu through all the land they had reclaimed so far. Looking at the thriving fruit-laden crops, Su-mu felt deeply satisfied. Su-mu then asked Su-chun to show her the dozens of pinned herbivorous animals. Seeing them all plump and robust, she felt her mouth water. These were all money. Although she had purifying agents capable of cleansing any meat, no matter how thoroughly the contaminated meat of the interstellar era was purified, it could never match the flavor of naturally clean pure meat. Su-chun buy another batch of animal cubs and raise them well. I plan to open a barbecue restaurant on the main planet, and in the future I'll be relying on the herbivores you raise to supply my ingredients. As she spoke, Su-mu felt as if gleaming golden coins were waving at her. Su-chun naturally agreed to every instruction. After ending the call, Su-mu stretched, comfortably exhausted from the days running around. Blackie crawled out from under the blankets and stretched as well, then suddenly said, "Mumu, why not buy the cubs from the system mall instead? The cubs provided by the system are absolutely uncontaminated." Su-mu's eyes lit up, and it suddenly dawned on her. Why didn't I think of that? Oh my dear cub, you're so clever. Su-mu hugged Blackie excitedly and gave him a kiss. By the way, there's still one problem. I'm on the main planet right now, so how am I supposed to send all those cubs back? As Su-mu voiced her confusion, while holding Blackie, the little creature rolled his eyes at her. Hey, I only gave you one little compliment, and now you're getting cocky. You dare roll your eyes at me. Su-mu roughed Blackie up playfully until he begged for mercy, and only then did she let him go. Su-mu set Blackie down and gently poked his big head. All right, now say what you wanted to say. The moment he was free, Blackie scampered back a few steps until he reached the edge of the bed, then said, "Everything from the system is top quality. Just pay a few extra coins, and they'll be delivered right to your doorstep." Su-mu thought about it and decided that spending a bit more money to save plenty of time was quite worthwhile, so she nodded. "Then let's do it your way. I'll take 100 interstellar piglets, 100 interstellar lambs, 100 interstellar calves, 100 interstellar chicks, 100 interstellar rabbit kits, 100 interstellar ducklings, 100 interstellar goslings, plus an interstellar shepherd dog. Oh right, and one more copy of the complete guide to animal husbandry." Su-mu rattled off every edible animal cub she could think of in one breath, leaving Blackie thoroughly dizzy, though it was more from the joy of all the gold coins about to come his way. All right, all done. The goods have all been delivered. That fast? Su-mu was so astonished by the speed that she immediately sent a message to Su-chun. "Su-chun, I've sent over some animal cubs. Make sure you receive them and arrange everything properly." At that very moment, Su-chun was staring blankly at the countless animal cubs before him, surrounded by an endless chorus of clucks, bass, moos, quacks, squeaks, and oinks. Feeling his communicator vibrate, he silently opened it and saw Su-mu's message. Despair washed over him in an instant. Wasn't she supposed to have me by the cubs myself? How did they just come falling from the sky? Su-chun was once again certain his suspicions were not groundless. The current Su-mu was definitely no ordinary person. Ever since she woke up, the entire Shashing had undergone earth-shaking changes. Without any time to keep pondering, Su-chun hastily summoned Shalene and Hauzi, waking them from their sleep, and told them to arrange workers to build shelters for all these little cubs right away. Shashing was so vast that if the cubs were allowed to wander freely, they might never be found again. As for Su-mu, she slept soundly through the night without a single dream. Early the next morning, Su-mu headed out with Bai Weiwei. For 2 straight days they had gone back and forth between the ingredients supermarket and the Juewei barbecue restaurant. Now all the ingredients had arrived, and the staff had long been trained by Juewei Tower, leaving only the grand opening. Yet the past 2 days had passed in perfect calm. With the opening set for tomorrow, Su-mu felt a nagging sense that something was off, a faint unease stirring in her heart. In particular, Amir had not shown her face these past 2 days, which was unlike her. And that mysterious big boss had remained completely silent as well. It simply didn't make sense. At the dinner table, Su-mu voiced her concerns. But Mo Junyan merely said, "Don't overthink it. Rest well today. Tomorrow both shops open, and you'll have plenty to keep you busy." Early the next morning, before the sky had even brightened, Su-mu and Bai Weiwei climbed out of bed to prepare for the day's grand opening. Actually, almost everything had already been settled. The managers hired for both shops were experienced talents specially brought in by Mo Junyan, so there was no need to worry at all. Yet the two of them felt restless unless they personally inspected everything once more. Especially for the opening of the ingredient supermarket, since it supplied daily necessities, and in this day and age hardly anyone knew how to cook. Su-mu had specially invited Master Chef Chung to record nearly 100 videos demonstrating how to use every ingredient, completely solving the problem of people buying things and not knowing what to do with them. Customers who made any purchase at the ingredient supermarket could receive the instructional videos for free. Since the videos covered the simplest methods, there was no need to worry about failing to learn. The two women walked through both shops checking everything thoroughly. After confirming that there were no problems at all, they finally went to Juwei Tower to rest for a while. Uncle Chung personally brought a pot of tea for Su Mu and Bai Weiwei. It was the scented tea Su Mu had brought, and because the supply was limited, Uncle Chung only served it when honored guests arrived. Come have some tea. Uncle Chung poured a cup for each of them, then sat down nearby. It was not yet mealtime. Juwei Tower usually opened its doors to guests at noon, so there was nothing to do at the moment. Su Mu took a sip of tea, then looked at Uncle Chung and asked Uncle Chung, how is it that you still have this tea? Could it be unpopular here? Uncle Chung was taken aback, then suddenly understood and laughed. How could that be? I hid it away and couldn't bear to put it up for sale in the shop, which is why a little is left. Su Mu was amused and explained, Uncle Chung, don't be so reluctant. As long as it sells well, I can provide you with enough supply. That would be wonderful, wonderful. Uncle Cheng's old face beamed so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. The three of them sat in the private room for a long while, and before they knew it, it was almost noon. The main hall of Juwei Tower was gradually filled with customers, so Uncle Chung could no longer stay. He left to help in the kitchen. Su Mu and Bai Weiwei remained in the private room, watching the opening ceremonies of both shops on the light brain. Everything seemed to be running normally, yet Su Mu felt uneasy in her heart, as if something was about to happen. Sister Weiwei, stay here and keep an eye on things. The barbecue restaurant will be in your hands. I'm going to check on the ingredient supermarket. Bai Weiwei waved her hand and said, go on, don't worry. I've got things here. And if anything comes up, there's still Uncle Chung. He's the top figure in the main planet's culinary circle. As soon as Su Mu stepped out of Juwei Tower, Xingzhen appeared from somewhere and followed behind her. Su Mu was used to his moving in mysterious ways, so when he appeared, she only gave a calm nod. When she arrived at the ingredient supermarket, she found the entrance blocked by an enormous crowd. To build the ingredient supermarket's reputation, Su Mu had sent out 200 invitations in advance. Anyone holding an invitation could deduct 200 gold coins from their purchase. Of course, these invitations were not handed out randomly. She specifically selected 200 residents from the slums who had good reputations and moral character. The original purpose of Su Mu's ingredient supermarket was to solve the problem of poor residents being unable to afford high-grade nutrient solutions. Therefore, the prices were set relatively low, at least much cheaper than high-grade nutrient solutions, while the taste was far more delicious than those nutrient solutions by more than a bit. But looking at the crowded entrance, Su Mu felt uneasy. The volume of people was so large that something seemed off. On the wall outside the supermarket, an advertisement for food ingredients was playing on a loop. Beneath the billboard, two reporters holding microphones stood, occasionally grabbing passers-by to interview. Excuse me, ma'am, I see you've bought quite a lot. Do you think the products from this ingredient supermarket are truly safe to eat? The female reporter's microphone was practically shoved into the woman's face. The person being questioned was a plainly dressed lady carrying her purchases in one hand and holding her daughter's hand in the other. She looked uneasy under the reporter's aggressive tone. Well, I think it's fine. We bought things after tasting samples inside. She finished speaking and hurried away, pulling her daughter along. They had not eaten for 2 days. It was only because she had received an invitation that she had come with the mindset of trying it out. To her surprise, the prices here were very affordable and the food they made was delicious. All she wanted now was to hurry home and cook a proper meal. The two reporters questioned several people in a row but never heard what they wanted, so their faces turned unpleasant. Then the two of them hid to the side and whispered about something. Afterward, one of the male reporters stepped aside, opened his light brain, and apparently contacted someone. Su Mu shot Xingzhen a meaningful look. Xingzhen nodded knowingly and quietly followed the reporter. Before long, he returned, bringing back with him a recording. After listening to the recording, Su Mu's eyes turned cold. She sneered, I thought AI Mir had been lying low lately, but she's still showing up shamelessly to make trouble for me. Since trouble was brewing here, the barbecue restaurant would not be safe either. Su Mu sent a message to Bai Weiwei telling her what had happened and asking her to be prepared. After all, when it came to food businesses, the troublemaking methods were likely limited to only a few tricks. Su Mu and Xingzhen followed the crowd into the supermarket. It was truly a packed scene, especially the tasting booths where lines stretched extremely long. Watching the bustling scene, Su Mu knew she had made the right move. Her products from Shaxing had only taken the first step into the main planet, but she was determined to make Shaxing a presence that the entire star system would look up to and never be able to reach. The two stood in a corner for a while. Sure enough, the orderly queues suddenly fell into chaos. It was at the spiced pancake tasting booth, the one with the longest line. Su Mu and Xingzhen squeezed through the crowd and saw a man in black lying on the ground, convulsing all over. Beside him, his friend was shouting hysterically, oh my God. What did you put in the pancakes? My brother ate one, and now he's like this. I'm calling the police to have you arrested. The moment he said that, the surrounding people were so frightened that they threw away the small pieces of pancake they had just received, and one after another they demanded answers from a staff member. The young waitress was also frightened by the scene and became at a loss for what to do. Within moments, the booth was surrounded by layers of onlookers. Fortunately, the security staff arrived quickly. More than a dozen security guards rushed over to separate the crowd from the two men, while also calling an ambulance and the police. The ambulance arrived swiftly no more than 5 minutes later, as though it had been stationed nearby all along. We're not going to the hospital. No way. Who knows if you'll even care whether we live or die once you've sent us away. The man threw his arms around his companion lying on the ground wailing and weeping uncontrollably, refusing to get up no matter what. Sir, please calm down. I need to examine the patient first. I hope you'll cooperate. After much persuasion, the doctor in his white coat finally managed to have the reluctant family member pulled away by the security guards. The doctor examined the patient up and down. His gold-rimmed glasses caught the cold gleam of the light, and his eyes flickered uneasily before he looked up and asked the family member, "May I ask what this patient has consumed recently? There are signs of poisoning." The moment those words left the doctor's mouth, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Sumu leaned close to Xingzhen and whispered, "Something's off about this so-called doctor. Have someone look into it. Ideally, pull the nearby surveillance footage." Even at full speed, the nearest hospital couldn't possibly reach here in under 10 minutes. Yet this ambulance arrived in just a few minutes, as though it had been waiting here all along. Xingzhen made a call and received word within 2 minutes. As Sumu had suspected, they had indeed been parked near the supermarket the entire time. Sumu nodded and quickly devised a plan, leaning over to whisper a few words to the manager who had just approached. The manager nodded, then stepped out to calmly reassure the surrounding customers before turning to raise his objections against the doctor. Within mere exchanges, the doctor was left speechless. Noticing the doctor's unnatural demeanor, the manager pressed his advantage, speaking sternly, "You are not a doctor at all. Show me your professional credentials. I suspect you're an imposter. And tell me, why has this so-called patient suddenly stopped complaining of stomach pain?" The patient had long since stopped his moans, lying on the ground with a foolish grin as if enjoying the spectacle. Only when he noticed everyone staring at him did he realize and hastily furrow his brows to resume his fake suffering. The manager sneered, "Your acting lacks any professional spirit." Meanwhile, 2 reporters who had been loitering outside had somehow slipped in unnoticed. Each holding a camera, they stood at the edge of the crowd, filming the chaos at the center. After capturing their footage, they prepared to sneak away. Sumu turned her palm, and Xiao Zhao appeared in her grip. Clutching it tightly, she hurled it toward the 2 reporters. Xiao Zhao's slender body slithered past the others and shot straight for the pair, lashing savagely at their shins. "Who's there? Who hit me? Who did this?" The 2 searched wildly in all directions. When they turned their heads, a dark green vine lashed toward their faces once more. Terror-stricken, they squeezed their eyes shut, only to feel a searing pain ripple through their bodies the next instant, followed by the sensation of being launched through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Ah!" The man who had been lying motionless on the ground only moments before sprang to life upon feeling the 2 crash down upon him. No longer pretending to be ill, he struggled painfully out from beneath them and scrambled behind his companion for cover. The 2 reporters' faces twisted with rage, began cursing loudly despite their throbbing pain. But surrounded by so many people, they had no idea who had attacked them. In the end, they failed to find their assailant and only succeeded in enraging the onlookers. Realizing they had provoked the crowd, the 2 reluctantly fell silent. Meanwhile, the doctor attempted to slip away stealthily, but Sumu would not grant him that opportunity. Only then did Sumu slowly emerge, gazing at the 4 individuals surrounded at the center. A faint smile graced her lips. "I have something quite entertaining here. Would you like to hear it?" Without waiting for their response, she played back the recording she had stolen earlier. Once the recording ended, Sumu produced further evidence proving the doctor was a fraud. The unfolding scenes drew gasps from the crowd, each person itching to hurl something at those shameless individuals. Yet distracted by the remarkably delicious food on display, they reluctantly lowered their hands. Regardless of how the 4 attempted to justify themselves, Sumu simply stated, "Wait for the police. Security, keep a close watch on them." The police arrived swiftly. Almost before Sumu finished speaking, the wail of sirens could already be heard. Watching the troublemakers being arrested, Sumu asked the manager to comfort the guests while she accompanied the police to the station. At the same time, a similar incident occurred at Jiuwei Barbecue. Fortunately, Sumu had given timely warning. Bai Weiwei had made thorough preparations, using her own identity to summon both the police and an ambulance to patrol the area. Any suspicious activity would be dealt with on the spot. Moreover, the barbecue restaurant's opening ceremony had invited only distinguished guests. Though it was merely a simple grand opening, not just anyone could slip inside. Given how strikingly similar the incidents at both locations were, Bai Weiwei couldn't help but suspect they were the work of the same gang. The first day of business passed without further incident. Upon returning home, both Sumu and Bai Weiwei collapsed onto the sofa, too exhausted to move. Mo Junyan strolled in slowly, Xing Bao nestled in his arms, and He Zire perched on his shoulder. Seeing the 2 sprawled on the sofa, he teased, "What's wrong with you 2? How did you get this tired?" Hearing his voice, they simply rolled their eyes and turned over, continuing to rest with their eyes closed. Mo Junyan shrugged helplessly. All right. You 2 rest. I'll go cook." He then headed to the kitchen with the 2 little ones. Bai Weiwei, noticing this, kicked Sumu gently and winked curiously. "Mumu, my brother, is capable both in the hall and in the kitchen. Really, won't you consider him?" "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Sumu pretended not to grasp the implication, deflecting with feigned confusion. You're just pretending. Bai Weiwei kicked Sumu once more before turning her attention elsewhere. Feeling somewhat bored, Sumu suddenly remembered Bai Lanxiu left forgotten in a corner. She quickly opened her light console and discovered not a single message about him. A pang of guilt stirred within her. Although she had granted him access to Star Sand, it had been so long without any care or check-in. It simply wasn't right. Just as she was about to send him a greeting message, she received a notification from Ida. Sister Mumu, Uncle Bai and I will arrive at the main star in 2 days. Upon seeing the message, Sumu exclaimed in surprise, Uncle Bai is coming to the main star too. Who's coming? The moment Bai Weiwei heard that Bai Lanxiu was coming, she jumped up from the sofa instantly. Sumu merely shrugged innocently. You heard correctly. Your dear younger brother is coming. Are you excited? Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and replied, Oh, I'm thrilled. Once he arrives, I'll show him exactly what I think. For the following week, business at both shops remained steady until rumors suddenly swept across the Star Network that Sumu, the fiancée of Mo Junyan, was none other than the golden coin miss from those popular videos. In truth, Sumu herself had orchestrated the spread of these messages. Her mindset had long since shifted, as she no longer contented herself with merely guarding her humble little corner of Planet Sha, but instead aspired to carry Planet Sha, and everything belonging to it, out into the vast interstellar expanse. She longed for the entire Star Network to know of Planet Sha's existence, and to make it truly unique. As Sumu had anticipated, the moment the news broke, business at her 2 shops exploded in popularity. Though Sumu's golden coin cooking videos were few in number, each one left viewers drooling uncontrollably, their frustration bordering on agony at being unable to taste such delicacies. Even after she had opened a Star Network boutique, it offered only a handful of snack items. Though the flavors were utterly irresistible, demand far outstripped supply. Now that physical storefronts were finally opening, convenience would be vastly improved. The problem was that only residents of the main planet could enjoy this convenience, while those on other worlds could only watch helplessly from afar. Consequently, many residents from other planets took to the Star Network, voicing their wishes for Sumu to bring her shops to their worlds as well, rather than showing favoritism solely to the main planet's inhabitants. Sumu had taken all these suggestions to heart, finding them aligned perfectly with her own ambitions. However, since everything was still in its earliest stages, she knew she must first lay a solid foundation before expanding outward. Yet it was merely a question of time. One crisp morning, 3 figures, 2 tall and 1 short, appeared beyond the gates of the Mo Manor. The moment the surveillance footage revealed these 3, the once joyful dining room fell instantly into an eerie silence. Staring at the figure standing beside Bai Lanxiu on the monitor, Sumu's mind went blank for a split second. Disbelief washed over her face before she abruptly rose and stumbled blindly toward the door, crashing into a chair without even registering the impact. On Bai Weiwei's face flickered an unnerving expression, surprise laced with something fierce. Seeing Sumu dash out, she hurried right after her. Xingbao, clutching Blackie, watched the 2 women's flustered retreats with bewilderment, then turned to Mo Junyan. Dad, what's wrong with Mom and Auntie? Aren't they eating? Mo Junyan exchanged a glance with Mo Juanmin, then fondly ruffled Xingbao's head. They've already eaten. All done. With that, Xingbao quickly shoveled the remaining half of his steamed bun into his mouth. Only when Mo Junyan saw him finish did he scoop Xingbao into his arms and stride purposefully toward the door. Mo Juanmin wiped his mouth and followed, falling into step beside his elder brother. Lowering his voice, he asked, Little brother, your father-in-law coming back from the dead like this. It doesn't seem entirely right, does it? Mo Junyan cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone utterly impassive. Your brother-in-law disappeared for years and just reappears today. I find that equally suspicious. Mo Juanmin, expecting to tease his brother, but instead receiving a counter-strike, grumbled wordlessly and fell back into silent footsteps behind him. Beyond the main gate, Bai Lanxiu guided the figure beside him to a nearby bench and sat down, asking with genuine concern, Yang, are you weary? Let us rest a moment. Su Lingyang obediently took a seat, a trace of tender dependence upon his face, and spoke softly, I'll show you sit as well. Watching their intimate exchange, Ida had long grown accustomed to such scenes, having passed through shock and bewilderment to reach a state of tranquil acceptance. Sumu barely reached the gate when she spotted Bai Lanxiu, his face radiating tenderness as he wiped the perspiration from Su Lingyang's forehead, occasionally leaning down to murmur something. Dad! Sumu's startled cry caused Bai Lanxiu to drop the tissue in his hand. Turning his head, he saw Sumu's slender figure hurling herself forward, and before he could react, a tremendous force slammed him waist first into Ida, sending him crashing straight backward. Once Bai Lanxiu regained his footing, he found Su Lingyang holding Sumu tightly in his embrace, a look of overwhelming joy spreading across his face, an expression Sumu had never seen upon him since that fateful day of reunion. A father and daughter, after all, bound by more than blood, it seems. Bai Lanxiu's spirits sank. Bai Lanxiu, that wretched man actually dares to return. With a ferocious cry, a figure charged forward furiously. Bai Lanxiu's eyes tightened. He took off running, only to be seized by the wrist by Ida. Uncle Bai, what's wrong? Ida asked with an air of innocence, seemingly oblivious to the guilt flashing across Bilanccio's face. I haven't done anything. Let go at once. Bilancio frantically struggled free, but he was a fraction too slow. Bai Weiwei had already arrived. Ida watched in amusement as the beautiful federal madam pursued and pummeled Uncle by suddenly realizing that her notion of Bilancio, as merely gentle, refined, and unflappable, was altogether wrong. He could grow angry, he could curse, he could be chased and beaten. And that man named Aeyong, who had scarcely spoken a word throughout the journey, was actually Su Mu's father. Truly an unexpected revelation. Yet considering how deeply Bilancio doted upon Su Mu, it all made perfect sense. Love one loved their whole world. After all, during the entire journey, Bilancio's care and attention towards Su Lingyang had rivaled if not exceeded what he showed Su Mu. Following his younger brother to the gate, Junmin witnessed his wife's remarkably formidable display and could only sigh, massaging his forehead as he murmured to himself. Only a brother-in-law who's been absent for years could provoke such unrestrained, image-defying ferocity from Weiwei. Su Mu pressed herself close against Su Lingyang's embrace, drinking in the warmth and steady rhythm of his heartbeat, terrified that this entire moment might be nothing more than an illusion. Su Lingyang patted her shoulder with paternal tenderness and spoke gently, Now, Dad's back. Su Mu muffled her reply against his chest, I know. I just wanted to hold you. Seeing Su Mu clinging to a strange man, without letting go, a trace of imperceptible jealousy flickered in Mo Junyin's eyes. Cradling Xingbao, he approached and stopped behind Su Mu. Locking gazes with Su Lingyang for a brief second, he announced loudly, Father-in-law, I am Mo Junyin, Su Mu's fiancé. This is your grandson. Xingbao, call him Weigong. Xingbao blinked in confusion, glancing between his father and the unfamiliar man, then obediently chirped, Hello, Weigong. Su Mu hastily released her father's embrace and shot Mo Junyin a pointed glare, hissing under her breath, Don't go calling him that randomly. Keep stirring up trouble and see what I do to you. At Su Mu's threats, Mo Junyin merely blinked innocently. His expression, matched with Xingbao's, was so strikingly similar that Su Mu could only stare at them both in exasperation. Su Lingyang, however, was utterly bewildered by the rapid-fire introductions of father-in-law and grandson. Bilancio had only told him he was bringing him to meet his daughter, not that there would be a future son-in-law and a grandson waiting. Su Lingyang turned to Bilancio for an explanation, but poor Bilancio was himself in full flight and hardly in a position to offer any. Mo Junmin noticed that the atmosphere among the three seemed strangely tense and immediately felt that it was time for him to step in. This was the war god of the previous generation, his idol. Mo Junmin straightened his clothes, walked up to Su Lingyang, and with a smile extended his right hand. His voice carried a slight tremor as he said, Welcome back, General Su. I am Mo Junmin. Su Lingyang glanced at Mo Junmin, hesitated for a moment, then still clasped his hand and nodded. I know you. You are the current leader of the Federation. You have been in office for 3 years, and you have done well. No, this is all my duty. To receive the approval of his idol, Mo Junmin could not hold back the smile on his face, and he ended up laughing a little foolishly. Bai Weiwei, having finally caught her younger brother and given him a sound beating, felt much of the gloom in her heart disperse. She then walked over to Su Lingyang with a poised and dignified air and said, General Su, I am Mu Mu's close friend Bai Weiwei, and also Bilancio's elder sister. You probably know who I am. You all haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Why don't we go inside and eat first? Bilancio, his face swollen black and blue from the beating, also walked over and nodded repeatedly despite the searing pain. That's right. Aeyong, let's go inside and eat first. Su Mu, however, directly wrapped her arm around his and pulled him inside. Dad, come in. I'll make you something delicious. Su Lingyang naturally would not refuse his daughter, so he obediently followed her in. Along the way, Su Mu did not mention the matter of her mother at all. It was not that she did not want to ask. She simply knew that since only her father had returned, the outcome for her mother went without saying. Her father's return was already an unexpected joy for her. Su Mu quietly glanced at Bilancio, who was grimacing beside her, and a trace of gratitude welled up in her eyes. It was he who had given her a place to stay, he who had allowed her to give birth to Xingbao safely, and he who had brought her father back. As soon as they returned to the house, Su Mu hurried into the kitchen to prepare a welcoming feast for her father and to celebrate Bilancio's safe return. But the moment Su Mu left, the entire living room was instantly enveloped in an awkward atmosphere. Yida sat on the sofa in the corner, trying to make himself small, unwilling to be caught in the silent battlefield. Su Lingyang and Mo Junyin sat facing each other in silence, yet their eyes had already clashed for who knew how many rounds. Even Bai Weiwei quietly retreated to one side. Grandpa, hold me. A sweet, adorable voice suddenly broke the strange atmosphere. Su Lingyang looked at his well-behaved grandson, who was holding out both arms toward him, and his gaze instantly softened. He reached out and scooped Xingbao into his arms. When Su Mu came out carrying a dish, she saw Su Lingyang holding Xingbao and laughing joyfully. They seemed to be getting along wonderfully, and only then did Su Mu feel relieved. All right, everyone, go and bring out the food. We barely had a few bites earlier, so now let's all eat together. At the dining table, Bilancio sat beside Su Lingyang, continuously placing food onto Su Lingyang's plate and asking from time to time whether it suited his taste. He attended to Su Lingyang with the utmost care. Seeing this, Sumu suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Over the years, Bai Lanxiu had been wandering outside, returning to Shaxing only roughly every 6 months to a year. Each time he would bring Sumu clothes and gifts, replenish Shaxing's supplies, and then leave again. Now looking at her father beside Bai Lanxiu, she finally understood why he had kept running outside all these years. There was no resentment in her heart. She only felt that her father's return was already a blessing, and all of this had been won by Bai Lanxiu through immense hardship. She had no grounds to object. Yida sat quietly in the corner, savoring the meal he had been craving for a long time. Suddenly a message appeared in his optical brain, an invitation address that seemed to be for a high society party. Yida silently glanced at Sumu. Feeling Yida's gaze, Sumu asked with concern, "Yida, what's wrong?" Yida shook his head. Nothing. Though he was uneasy, he did not want to disturb Sumu's mood. After the late breakfast, Sumu settled Su Lingyang and Bai Lanxiu and then stopped Yida and kept him behind. "Yida, is there something you're hiding from me?" As soon as she sat down, Sumu cut straight to the point. Before Yida could answer, she continued, "Don't tell me it's nothing. If it were nothing, you wouldn't have kept glancing at me every now and then. And your optical brain even went off once in between. I heard it. Go on. What exactly is it?" Seeing that Yida seemed torn, Sumu pointed directly at Mo Junyan and said, "This is the war god of the Federation." Then she pointed at Mo Junmin and said, "This is the leader of the Federation. And this is the wife of the Federation leader. What more do you have to worry about?" Sumu's words gave Yida confidence. Yida showed Sumu the message on his optical brain and said, "I just didn't want to trouble Sister Mumu anymore." Unexpectedly, Sumu glanced at the message and waved her hand dismissively. "Isn't it just AI Mir? What's there to trouble about? Don't forget, I didn't ask you to come here just to help me mind the shop. Aren't you still hoping to take back the AI family business that belongs to you? Now is the chance." With that, Sumu suddenly leaned closer to Yida and asked in a low voice, "You haven't slacked off in your training recently, have you?" Puzzled Yida shook his head. "No, I haven't." His mental strength was not weak. Every day apart from work, he trained with Shilin and the others. Whether it was his control over mental strength or his hand-to-hand combat skills, he had improved by leaps and bounds. Never again would he be pinned down and beaten by AI Mir. Sumu pressed a ring into Yida's hand and said, "This is a gift for you." Looking at the so-called gift in his hand, a flash of surprise appeared on Yida's face. "This is a mech." Sumu nodded. "Right? Didn't I tell you that all of you would have one? I just hadn't expected it." Yida was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, Sumu teased, "Come on. Stop being so surprised. Isn't it just that the surprise came a little suddenly? I also feel that today's surprise came a little suddenly." Sumu sent Yida to the mech training room outside, so he could familiarize himself with and adjust to his mech ahead of time. Only then did she plop down onto the sofa and let out a sigh of relief. Zaire quietly walked over and lay down on Sumu's stomach, saying in a sour tone, "You really are good to all of them." Hearing the jealousy in Zaire's voice, Sumu wearily patted his big head and said, "What? Am I not good to you? If I weren't good to you, could you have grown this big? You're almost twice the size now. And with this weight, you're pressing down on me until I can hardly breathe." Sumu had just finished complaining about Zaire in her heart when she saw Mo Junyan walk over and lift Zaire up. "What are you doing?" Sumu asked in surprise. Why was this man holding her cat for no reason? Didn't he usually hate it? Mo Junyan said in that low, cold voice, "It's too fat. It will crush you." At those words, Zaire immediately became displeased and cursed back in an adorably cute voice, "You're the fat one. Your whole family is fat. You're the one who will crush Mumu." Sumu's face changed instantly. Her eyes darkened as she stared at the little black cub wildly yapping at Mo Junyan. Sensing the murderous intent in Sumu's gaze, the cub immediately shut its mouth and cautiously turned its head to look behind. "Hey Mumu, what's wrong?" The little black cub, having completely lost its earlier audacity to trade insults with Mo Junyan, sounded both cowed and babyish. "What am I doing?" "Teaching you how to speak, of course." With that, Sumu grabbed the cub and pulled it into her arms, then began to touzle it all over. "I told you to talk nonsense. I told you can't talk. You're this old and still can't speak properly." The cub was tossed around until it was dizzy. Its originally glossy black fur was now a complete mess. It hastily begged for mercy. "Mumu, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I won't talk nonsense anymore." Hearing the cub's pitiful pleas, Sumu finally stopped, clapped her hands, and released the cub from her arms. As soon as it was free, the little cub jumped down from Sumu's arms and scurried away. Watching its fleeing back, Sumu raised an eyebrow and smiled smugly. "If you dare talk nonsense again, next time I'll turn you into a hairless cat." Having fun. Suddenly, a low magnetic voice sounded by her ear. Sumu looked up abruptly and saw Mo Junyan sitting on the sofa opposite her, watching her with an amused expression. Sumu quickly composed her expression, coughed lightly, and said, "Why haven't you left yet?" Seeing that Sumu was trying to shoo him away the moment she opened her mouth, and Mo Junyan wasn't the least bit annoyed. He merely gave a soft sigh, then asked with a smile, "What's the story with that little black cub? Aren't you going to explain, Mumu?" Mo Junyan's deep gaze locked onto Sumu's eyes as if trying to see through them. All Sumu did was blink calmly at Mo Junyan, then asked with a mischievous grin, "What? General Mo, you're not that old, are you? How come your hearing isn't what it used to be? Finished. Sumu didn't wait for Imo Junyan to respond. She waved her hand and said, Alright, I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to get some rest. General, Imo, make yourself at home. With that, Sumu left the living room, leaving Imo Junyan with a faint smile. Imo Junyan rubbed his slightly stiff shoulder, looked at Sumu's receding figure, and chuckled softly. We have plenty of time. I'll wait for you, he murmured. With that, he turned and left as well. Night was slowly falling. Sumu pulled Bai Weiwei along and knocked on Ida's door. She dragged him out of bed, planning to take him to the mall to buy a proper set of clothes. Just as they were about to leave, they happened to run into Bai Lanxiu, who was pulling Su Lingyang by the wrist out of a room. Sumu's gaze landed on their hands. Feeling his daughter's eyes on him, Su Lingyang hastily pulled his wrist free from Bai Lanxiu's grasp, smiled at Sumu awkwardly, and asked, Mumu, what are you all off to do? Sumu calmly withdrew her gaze. Instead of the expression Su Lingyang had feared, a smile adorned her face. Ida has a banquet to attend in a couple of days which is important to him. We're taking him to buy some clothes. Do you want to come along? Seeing that Sumu didn't seem to object at all, Bai Lanxiu openly grabbed Su Lingyang's wrist and replied to Sumu, sure. It happens that your father and I returned in a hurry this time and didn't bring any clothes for changing. Su Lingyang was startled by Bai Lanxiu's audacity. His heart skipped a beat. He struggled briefly but failed to break free. When he looked up and saw his daughter watching him with a teasing smile, he simply resigned himself and let Bai Lanxiu hold his wrist. Bai Lanxiu contentedly led Su Lingyang by the hand, following behind the other three. Ida meanwhile felt out of place, sandwiched in the middle of the group, and could only walk silently behind the four. As soon as they entered the mall, Bai Weiwei pulled them into a well-known men's clothing store that she frequented. The shop assistant spotted Bai Weiwei from afar and enthusiastically ran out to greet them, ushering them inside. Once inside, Bai Lanxiu dragged Su Lingyang around the store. From time to time, he held up an outfit against Su Lingyang to see the effect, and when he liked something, he would simply have Su Lingyang try it on virtually. Although Su Lingyang disliked the fuss, seeing how happy Bai Lanxiu was, he let him have his way. After all, Bai Lanxiu had snatched him back from the jaws of death, endured plenty of hardship for him, and taken excellent care of his only daughter. Su Lingyang had seen all that Bai Lanxiu had done and could never repay him. So as long as Bai Lanxiu was happy, he would go along with it, especially since he didn't have to try on the clothes himself. Meanwhile, Ida was already dazzled by the clothes Sumu and Bai Weiwei had chosen for him. Because he was young and had a delicate, refined appearance, his exquisite features together created a stunning impression. The clothes they had picked looked beautiful on their own, but once worn by Ida, they became even more breathtaking. Sumu and Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up instantly, and they wished they could wrap up the entire store for him. In the end, it was Sumu who sensibly held Bai Weiwei back. In the end, Sumu settled on 5 sets of clothes for Ida, 3 casual outfits, and 2 formal suits. When Ida stepped out of the fitting room looking brand new under the bright lights, he looked like a noble young master, beautiful, elegant, and refined, instantly drawing the gaze of everyone present. Dad, he's so pretty. A young boy tugged at his father's arm, exclaiming in admiration. His father rolled his eyes in exasperation and corrected him. That's not pretty. That's refined elegance. Bai Lanxiu casually tossed the clothes he had picked out to Sumu and said, I know you're rich now. Just pay for these for your father. Sumu raised an eyebrow and asked Bai Weiwei, Sister Weiwei, was your brother always like this? Bai Weiwei glanced at Bai Lanxiu, somewhat baffled. He's always been like this. He's always such a pain. Every time I see him, I want to beat him up. Oh, Sumu nodded as if suddenly understanding. Then that explains it. My memory isn't faulty. He's just a great actor. Hearing Sumu's comment, Bai Lanxiu fidgeted and avoided her gaze. He had indeed been putting on an act during those years on Shashing, but if he hadn't, Sumu wouldn't have listened to him. She would have taken me for a bad person and refused to trust me. After paying, Sumu left the mall carrying 2 bags by herself. But then again, it's a small world. As she stepped out of the mall, she saw a hover car pull up at the entrance and a graceful, seductive figure stepped out. Little Ida, long time no see. A familiar voice tinged with malice. Ida said nothing, quietly watching Ai Meyer, who wore heavy makeup. Then he smiled faintly and said, Cousin, long time no see. You seem to have matured quite a bit. Ai Meyer had intended to thoroughly humiliate Ida, but instead found herself outmaneuvered. Her previously triumphant expression instantly darkened. Now she detested most anyone commenting on her appearance. Ever since her face was disfigured in that previous incident, although she had received timely medical treatment, and for some unknown reason her skin had completely healed without a trace, it had never fully returned to its original state. It always looked somewhat unnatural, even slightly grotesque. To be called mature at such a tender age was an indignity she could scarcely endure. Amir's urge to curse erupted, but the sight of Bai Weiwei beside Ida stayed her tongue. Instead, she swiftly backhanded one of her attendants. The attendant merely pressed his hand to his cheek and retreated into the shadows, his expression unreadable. This was not the first time this had happened. He had long grown accustomed to it. With the composure of someone unbothered, Amir approached Bai Weiwei and offered a guiltless explanation, her tone delicate. Forgive me, Auntie. I hope I haven't frightened you with my harshness. Still, he's simply incapable of handling even the simplest tasks. If he can't manage a single thing properly, he hardly deserves the salary he's being paid. AI Mir had originally tasked him with tracking Ida's whereabouts, but this person had only reported Ida's arrival here, never once mentioning that both Bai Weiwei and Su Mu were also present. When enemies cross paths, the animosity runs deep. But constrained by Bai Weiwei's standing, Amir could only vent her fury elsewhere. Bai Weiwei merely smiled faintly at Amir's excuses, saying nothing. She had long seen through the girl's true nature. Yet since she was a junior and had been raised across both families, there was no need to openly sever ties. Some words were better left unspoken. Seeing Bai Weiwei remain silent, Amir took no offense and shifted her gaze towards Su Mu and Ida. Amir narrowed her eyes, sizing up Su Mu from head to toe, then curved her lips in a dismissive smile. You look quite well, Miss Su. A fine balance of love and career achieved. Yet given your youth, Miss Su, it might be wise to tread more carefully. Overreach, and one risks stumbling. The memory of her family's recent losses ignited Amir's fury. She had been the one to suggest this scheme to her father, yet it yielded nothing from the Mo family, and instead dealt AI Corporation a severe blow, costing her allowance for 2 months. Seething over her own misfortune, Amir turned her dark gaze toward Ida. Brother Ida, we haven't met in ages. Perhaps we should find somewhere to catch up properly. As she extended her hand toward Ida, he rebuffed it. Keep your hands to yourself when speaking, he said coldly, casting a disgusted glance at Amir before wiping his palm against his clothes several times. Amir broke down at Balancio's dismissive gesture, his refusal to engage verbally before resorting to force. What sort of household had Su Mu grown up in? Surrounded by those shielding Su Mu and Ida, Amir's composure shattered. Her eyes reddened as she cried out to them. You're all bullying me. She bolted into the flying car without another word, leaving only a trail of smoke behind. Watching her vanish as quickly as she'd arrived, Su Mu could only stare in disbelief. The girl's emotional fragility was staggering. We hadn't even provoked her yet. Recalling how Balancio had effortlessly handled the confrontation, Su Mu chuckled and clapped him on the shoulder. Uncle Lon, that was splendid. I'll prepare something special for you when we return. Balancio laughed good-naturedly. It's nothing, just acted on instinct when I saw you about to intervene. But what grievance does that little princess AI have with you all? Su Mu tilted her head in thought. I suppose it's hardly a conflict. She crashed on Sandstar, and we rescued her, yet she took an immediate dislike to me. Once she recognized Ida, she nearly cost him his life. After I arrived at the main star, she became a constant source of trouble. That's really all there is to it. Nothing more comes to mind. Let's head back now. I'll fill you in on the details along the way. It's rather fascinating, honestly. By the time they returned to the estate, it was well past midnight. Mo Junyan and Mo Junmin sat in the living room, and the moment they spotted the group safe and sound, their relief was palpable as they hurried to greet them. Did anything happen on your journey? Mo Junmin asked, anxiously scanning Bai Weiwei from head to toe before exhaling with relief at the absence of injuries. Bai Weiwei replied with puzzlement, nothing at all. Then she added, unless encountering that girl, Amir counts. Stripping off her coat, she perched on the sofa and began venting. Let me tell you, AI Mir is impossible to shake. Resist her, and she only grows more persistent. Fortunately, I saw through her true nature early on. Had my son actually married her, he'd have nowhere to turn when things fell apart. Actually, my son is far too exceptional to ever wed someone like her. Mo Junyan sat beside Su Mu and began asking about what transpired. From their demeanors, he could already tell AI Mir had fled in defeat. Yet watching his elder brother and sister-in-law share such warmth stirred in him a quiet longing for that same closeness. Noticing Mo Junyan's concern, Su Mu recounted the full sequence of events in detail. Mo Junyan pondered for a moment before drawing a conclusion. I believe AI Mir's real target this time is Ida. Recently, rumors have surfaced in their social circle that the previous head of AI Corporation did not die accidentally. He was murdered. Moreover, the long-missing only heir has returned to the main star. The AI family must be in disarray now. For the next couple of days, Ida shouldn't venture out alone. Balancio noticed Su Lingyang growing drowsy and interjected. Yang hasn't fully recovered yet. I'll take him upstairs to rest. Watching them ascend, Su Mu spoke up unexpectedly. I'm thinking of taking father back to Sandstar in a while. The environment there would be ideal for his recovery. Mo Junyan nodded in agreement. The surroundings there are indeed quite favorable. Turning to Ida, who remained present, Su Mu suddenly remembered something and urged Mo Junyan. Ida has an engagement the day after tomorrow. And dinner party, I suspect the AI family has arranged to undermine him. Please gather intelligence on this matter and have someone brief him on proper banquet etiquette. Since he's back now, he certainly can't be upstaged by that thoughtless young miss. Mo Junyan readily agreed and made arrangements on the spot. Mother, you're back. Xing Bao materialized at the second floor railing, eyes heavy with sleep. Cradling a large black cat in his arms, he struggled noticeably to maintain his grip. The feline nearly slipped free several times before Xing Bao managed to secure it once more. It was then that Su Mu realized how late it had become, and she quickly urged everyone to retire. Late at night, within a modest cottage on the AI estate grounds, an elderly man with silver hair stood gazing out the window. A single desk lamp cast dim light behind him, wrapping the room in an atmosphere of profound isolation. Did you meet the young master? The old man asked, his voice rough with age. From the dimness of the room, another voice responded. Yes, he bears a striking resemblance to his father. During these 2 days, aside from undergoing the training arranged by Mo Junyan, Ida spent every remaining moment preparing to take over the two shops. Truth be told, Sumu didn't want him to be so busy. Ida was but a teenager, still a child at an age meant for schooling rather than shouldering such heavy burdens. Yet whether by genetic inheritance or not, Ida had fully inherited his father's innate talent for business. After merely a single day's grasp of the two shops and Sumu's vision, he had already charted a course for their future development, only strengthening Sumu's conviction to entrust him with the entire affair. At last the evening of the banquet arrived. Sumu escorted Ida to the entrance of the grandest hotel on the main star, gave him a few parting words of advice, and left. This banquet was hosted by the current head of the AI family, AI Meyer's father, ostensibly to celebrate his nephew's triumphant return. Its scale was lavish indeed, yet its true purpose Sumu could guess with her eyes closed. Nothing more than using this grand occasion to scrub away the suspicion of fratricide, while crushing Ida once and for all, leaving him no chance to ever rise again. Over these 2 days of waiting, Sumu had not been idle. Leveraging Mo Junyan's connections, she had investigated every detail to the last thread. At the banquet, apart from the socialites and business partners invited by the AI family, nearly half of the staff had been replaced with Mo Junyan's own people. Even He Zaire had slipped in on the sly, prepared to intervene should anything go awry. Thus Sumu dared to send Ida alone into that den of wolves and tigers. Yet she had not breathed a word of this to him, for her real intention was to observe how he would rise to the occasion. In the car, Bai Weiwei caught sight of Sumu's composed expression and teased, "Are you truly at ease letting a mere child take on that pack of jackals?" Hearing Bai Weiwei's doubt, Sumu let out a soft chuckle. What difference does unease make? This is his own choice. Ida may be young, but he has already weathered what needed to be weathered, even brushing against death at AI Meyer's hands. He is long since a reborn Ida. I am genuinely looking forward to his performance tonight. Back at the manor, Sumu curled up on the sofa in silent watch. She could have simply pulled up the surveillance feeds to witness every moment of the banquet, but she chose not to. She had no need for the process. All she wanted was the triumphant return of Ida. Mom, what are you doing? You're not playing with me at all. With He Zaire away, Xingbao was bored and restless. The manor held no peers his age to converse with. Grandpa and Grandpa Bai were out strolling, and he didn't wish to disturb them. Dad had left in the morning and not yet returned, and even Aunt Bai and Uncle Mo seemed to have vanished. Seeing her son's disheartened little expression, Sumu realized she had been neglecting him lately. She lifted him into her arms, settled him onto the sofa, and pulled him close, lying down together. Mindful of Xingbao's age, Sumu asked, "Sweetie, at your age you should be entering a school to meet children of your own. Would you like Mom to choose a school for you?" Sumu expected Xingbao to leap at the offer, but the boy simply pouted and shook his head. "No, I don't want to. I don't want to go to school here. I want to go home. I miss Grandma and my brothers. Why can't I study at home? This place is so far away." Hearing Xingbao's sentiments, Sumu's eyes flickered thoughtfully before she nodded. "All right, Mom respects your wishes. Once everything is settled, we'll go back, okay? Okay. Will Dad come back with us?" A trace of hope colored Xingbao's face. Sumu found herself momentarily at a loss for words, then answered uncertainly, "Well, he should, I suppose. He should come along, shouldn't he? After all, his subordinates are still there." Recalling their first encounter, Sumu couldn't help but smile. Looking back now, it truly was rather absurd. Through their time together thus far, Sumu had come to realize she did hold considerable affection for Mo Junyan. Yet she hesitated to unsettle the current harmony between them. She had never known love in either of her two lives, leaving her uncertain whether these feelings were right at all. And so, holding Xingbao, Sumu waited in the living room for those who had yet to return. But even after she had drifted to sleep on the sofa with Xingbao in her arms, not a single one had come through the door. Mo Junyan returned to the villa bearing the weariness of a long night. Yet when he saw the mother and son sleeping soundly curled on the sofa, all his fatigue was instantly replaced by a sensation called happiness. A gentle arc curved his lips as he approached with feather-light steps, lifting the two gently into his arms. The instant someone drew near, Sumu jolted awake. Her eyes snapped open, hand rising to strike, until Mo Junyan's familiar voice halted her. She relaxed, leaned into his embrace, and slipped back into slumber. Gazing at the two who slept so obliviously in his arms, the smile on Mo Junyan's lips simply refused to fade. He pressed a gentle kiss to each of their foreheads, Sumu's and Xingbao's alike, before carrying them upstairs. That long, weary day dissolved entirely into sleep. When Sumu awoke, dusk had already cast its dim veil across the sky. Making her way downstairs from her room, she was greeted by a rich, beckoning aroma. Bai Weiwei emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, and seeing Sumu descend the stairs, she called merrily, "Finally awake, sleepyhead. You can outsleep even Xingbao. Wash your hands quickly and come eat." Sumu obediently washed her hands and took her seat, while Xingbao sat waiting at the table, already cradling He Zaire in his arms. "Zaire, you're home. Where's Ida? I don't see him." Sumu glanced around and found that he was indeed nowhere in sight. Bai Lanxiu pulled Su Lingyong over to sit down and replied casually, That young lad, Ida, formally took over the AI group this morning. He's the helmsman now, still flooded with matters to handle. Sumu hadn't expected that a little extra sleep could make her miss so much. Yet wasn't Ida's progress alarmingly swift? And AI Meyer and her father? Sumu voiced the question in her heart. Bilancio continued, AI Meyer is fine, but her father has been taken away by the police. The evidence of his murder of his elder brother is rock solid, and on top of that the AI group has been evading taxes ever since he took charge. That single offense alone is enough to put him through the ringer. Bai Weiwei emerged with dishes, and overhearing the topic chimed in, the reason this went so smoothly is all thanks to the AI family's old steward. He had grown up by Ida's father's side, watching him from boyhood to manhood. Since Ida's father once saved his life, he remained devoted in repayment. He had always despised the younger son's ascension through illegitimate means. After the second son did away with Ida's father to silence the public clamor, he kept the steward on, never imagining that this very man would become the final straw that demolished him. Sumu was rather taken aback by Weiwei's revelations. She had never imagined such a hidden drama lay behind it all. Just as the dishes were all served, Mo Junyan and Mo Juanmin, like brothers in spirit, finally returned travel-worn and exhausted. The meal was sumptuous, every dish made personally by Weiwei. Though the flavors weren't breathtaking, they were more than palatable, yet an odd tension hung in the air. Only when dinner was finished did Sumu finally lose patience. Sister Weiwei, is there something you're all hiding from me? Bai Weiwei cast Sumu a glance and murmured, it's not me holding back. Ask Junyan. Sumu looked at Mo Junyan. Mo Junyan's deep eyes also turned towards Sumu for a brief glance before looking away. He said casually, it's nothing much. I just need to leave for a while. A planet sent out a distress signal saying it had come under attack by an insectoid swarm and needed support. After hearing Mo Junyan's explanation, Sumu was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, does that squad of subordinates you have on Shashing need to go with you? Mo Junyan shook his head. No, let them stay on Shashing for now. I'm alright then. It's getting late. I'm heading up to rest. You should get some rest too. Sumu stood up and left the living room, taking Xingbao upstairs with her. Seeing that Mo Junyan remained seated without any reaction, Bai Weiwei quickly made urgent facial gestures and urged, you're leaving tomorrow. Who knows when you'll be back? If there's something you need to say, why wait until later? When it came to the relationship between Mo Junyan and Sumu, Bai Weiwei had always been more anxious than the two people involved themselves, and she would frequently ask how things were progressing. But the relationship between the two had remained stagnant, and Bai Weiwei was practically even more anxious than they were. If not for the fact that Sumu and Mo Junyan already had a child together, she would have been urging them to marry based on the childhood betrothal between Sumu and Mo Lingji. Only now the two of them were not people she could push around. Seeing his wife getting too worked up, Mo Junmin quickly interjected, Vivi, did you eat too much? Let's go out for a stroll. A stroll? Aye, fine. I do feel a little too full. Let's go for a walk. Bai Weiwei saw Mo Junmin desperately signaling to her with his eyes, so she changed the subject and followed him outside. Once outside, Mo Junmin explained to Bai Weiwei, don't ask about those two anymore. They each have their own thoughts about their relationship. Especially now that Sumu's father is back, this matter can't be casually discussed. Her father hasn't even said anything yet. At the dining table, Bilancio made sure Su Lingyong finished the last bite of his meal, then put down his chopsticks and turned his gaze to Mo Junyan. General Mo, I hear you are pursuing our Mumu. Bilancio got straight to the point. These past few days he had noticed a thing or two. After all, the two of them already had a child together, yet there was still no formal status between them. This was inevitably making him and Su Lingyong overthink things. Mo Junyan did not beat around the bush either. Yes, I am pursuing Mumu. 3 years ago, an accident led to Su Mu and me having Xingbao. I have been looking for her all these years. Fortunately, we met on Shashing. I love Mumu and I want to marry her. Mo Junyan had revealed his thoughts to the two elders without reservation. Bilancio, however, gave a cold snort and said, you think you can marry her just because you want to? Do you know that if I hadn't arrived in time back then, 2 lives would have been lost? Mo Junyan's pupils abruptly contracted. Staring at Bilancio in disbelief, he asked urgently, what exactly happened? That's right. Lancio, why have you never told me? What exactly did Mumu go through? Bilancio suddenly realized he had let it slip. How could he tell Ayang that his precious daughter, after Ayang's unexpected disappearance, had not only become deranged, but had been sent while pregnant to the black market beneath their home? How could Ayang bear it? Bilancio quickly changed the subject and explained it's nothing much. Mumu was a bit unstable after a shock and nearly had an accident. Fortunately, I arrived in time and brought her straight to Shashing. Hearing Bilancio's explanation, Su Lingyong breathed a sigh of relief. But Mo Junyan did not believe the so-called explanation. Since Bilancio was unwilling to speak frankly, it looked like he would have to find a time to talk with Bilancio personally. Su Lingyong studied the young war god before him with a trace of admiration in his eyes, but said, I know you like my daughter, but I feel the two of you are not suited. I won't stop it, nor will I approve it. Everything will be up to Mumu. Su Lingyong was truly someone who could send Mo Junyan to hell with one sentence and lift him to heaven with another. Seeing the change in Mo Junyan's expression, Su Lingyong burst out laughing and said, it won't be that easy to pursue my daughter. Bai Lanxiu and Su Lingyang also went back to rest, and the dining room suddenly fell quiet, leaving only Mo Junyan sitting there alone. He sat there until late in the night. Sumu woke up, came downstairs to pour a glass of water, and saw Mo Junyan still sitting at the dining table. Sumu was startled. After realizing it was Mo Junyan, she breathed a sigh of relief and scolded, "Why are you sitting here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Enjoying the silence and solitude of the deep night?" "No, I was thinking whether I might run into you if you came downstairs in the middle of the night." Sumu froze. Was that something a man like Mo Junyan would say? Then she heard Mo Junyan speak again in a slightly aggrieved voice, "I'm leaving at dawn. I'm afraid you won't come to see me off." Actually, Sumu hadn't planned to see him off. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was simply that it was too early for her to get up. There are still 2 hours until dawn. Go upstairs and rest for a while. I'll prepare some things for you to take. Sumu pushed Mo Junyan toward the staircase, then turned and went into the kitchen herself. Watching her retreating figure, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Mo Junyan's mouth, and he obediently went upstairs to rest. Sumu was woken by the notification tone of a message on her optical brain. Blinking groggily, she saw a message. "I've already left. I'll send you a message when I arrive. Don't worry." Looking at the message, Sumu smiled and said, "At least he has a conscience. He knows enough to send a message." The night before, Sumu had prepared things for Mo Junyan until dawn and personally saw him off before going back to sleep. Before leaving, Mo Junyan had asked Sumu to wait for him to return. Sumu merely smiled, neither agreeing nor refusing. She had already decided that in a few days she would take Bai Lanxiu and Su Lingyang back to Shashing, so she couldn't answer his question. In order not to hurt him, she could only remain silent. Seeing Mo Junyan's message, now Sumu suddenly, as if possessed, replied, "Safe journey. I'll wait for you to come back." But the moment she sent it, Sumu regretted it. Since she couldn't unsend it, she felt a little annoyed. Then she remembered that she hadn't said where she would be waiting for him, and her mood improved. As it happened, that day was a day off. Su and Mo Bei Siluo and Mo Lingji would all be coming back today. That rascal Su Wen had even sent her a list of the things he wanted to eat early yesterday. Thinking that she would soon be leaving, Sumu immediately got out of bed and started preparing. After all, once she left, these children would no longer be able to eat the food she cooked. Sumu also sent Yida a message asking whether he could squeeze in some time to come back today, since Su Wen and the others had the day off, and everyone could get together. Yida replied quickly, saying he would arrive at the Mo family manor right at noon. The next morning, Bai Weiwei reluctantly held Sumu's hand and kept muttering, "Come back, whenever you have time, won't you? You must come back. If you don't, I'll have Mo Junyan drag you back." Sumu gave a gentle smile. "Alright, I still have several children keeping me rooted here, so how could I not come back? But after I leave, those children of mine will have to rely on your Lingji to take good care of them. You can rest assured. With Lingji here, your children will never be treated unfairly." Bai Weiwei promised solemnly, then turned her gaze to Xingbao, completely skipping Bai Lanxiu without even a glance. Looking at the adorable little one, Bai Weiwei was overcome with reluctance. Once they left, the vast manor would once again become cold and cheerless. Bai Weiwei's eyes darted as an idea came to her. "Mumu, let's discuss something. Why don't you leave Xingbao here? Once Junyan returns, I'll have him send Xingbao to you." "Huh?" Sumu laughed awkwardly and scooped up Xingbao quickly, saying, "Sister Weiwei, it's getting late. We should get going now. Otherwise we're going to miss the spaceship." "What's there to fear about that? If you do, I'll personally bring you back." Bai Weiwei grandly waved her hand and moved to grab Xingbao. Sumu was so startled by this move. How could that be allowed? Seeing Sumu truly startled, Bai Weiwei finally said in a cheerful mood, Go on. I was just teasing you." She waved her hand and shooed them away, her face full of reluctance. She had still hoped to keep them here until Mo Junyan returned. It looked like there was no helping it. Mo Junyan's wife was determined to run off, and there was no stopping her. Sumu's group of 4 boarded a spaceship headed for Sha Planet, and finally reached Ally Planet after half a month of long-distance travel. This time, Sumu didn't notify anyone on Sha Planet to pick them up. Instead, an attendant arranged directly by Siluo piloted a small spaceship to send them back to Sha Planet. The spaceship stopped outside Sha Planet's defense network. Through the windows, Sumu and the other 3 gazed toward Sha Planet from afar. Bai Lanxiu looked at the scattered specks of green on Sha Planet, shock brimming in his eyes. He turned to Sumu in disbelief and asked, "What did you do to it?" "Do what to it?" Sumu tilted her head in confusion. It took a moment, but then she caught on and said with sudden realization, "Oh, you're referring to that. Did I never mention it to you? When did you ever mention it to me, eh?" Bai Lanxiu was somewhat exasperated. "Since I didn't then, I won't say it now. You'll find out when we get back." Sumu winked at Bai Lanxiu with a mischievous air, then opened the defense network and instructed the pilot to land. Seeing Bai Lanxiu fuming, Su Lingyang pulled him over and patiently comforted him. "Why are you upset with Mumu? She's just teasing you. Isn't that right, Xingbao?" That's right. Mommy is teasing Grandpa." Bai Lanxiu wasn't really angry at all. He had simply been struck by a sudden playful urge to tease Sumu. Sumu had changed far too much this time. Although he was glad she had returned to her old self and had grown even more extraordinary, he inexplicably felt as though it was all unreal. Su Lingyang knew exactly what Bai Lanxiu was thinking. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Stop worrying. You've had a tough few years. Just leave everything else to Moo. Su Lingyong looked at his daughter, standing by the window with her back to them, his eyes full of trust and pride. His daughter had grown up and could now handle things on her own. But recalling everything his daughter had gone through after his downfall, he felt deeply pained, and guilt welled up in his eyes. Come on. You just comforted me, and now what are you doing? Bailancio wrapped an arm around Su Lingyong and sighed. This time let's go back and rest for a while. Once your body has fully recovered, we'll go back. There are some grudges that must be avenged. Su Lingyong nodded without a word. The spaceship is about to land. Please sit steady and fasten your seatbelts. At the pilot's reminder, the spaceship landed steadily in an open field, sending dust swirling up everywhere. Once the dust settled, the young pilot saw that they were surrounded and froze in place. In a trembling voice, he asked Su Mu, Miss Su, we're surrounded. Su Mu stood up and saw that it was Shilin leading his men in an imposing circle around them. She quickly explained, don't worry. There are people. Oh, that's good, that's good. I thought they were space pirates. As they got off the spaceship, they saw Shilin running toward them, delight all over his face. Miss Su, so you've come back. Why didn't you notify us earlier? I thought it was. Who? Did someone come looking for trouble while I was away? Shilin hadn't expected Su Mu to be so perceptive. She hit the nail on the head immediately. Grinning, he scratched his head and explained, not really. It's just that recently some people keep asking to visit Shaw Planet. We've turned them away every time, but they refuse to give up and keep coming by every now and then to try again. Shilin looked around and suddenly realized he didn't see his general, so he asked quickly, Miss Su, where's our general? Oh, your general is away on a mission and won't be back for now, so we came back first. After seeing Su Mu and her group down from the spaceship, the pilot took the opportunity to say goodbye and was about to leave when Su Mu called him to a stop. Since you're already here, why not have a meal before going back? And while you're at it, take a look around Shaw Planet. Oh, I really couldn't. Though the young man's mouth said he couldn't, his body honestly remained rooted in place. As soon as he had gotten off the spaceship, he saw a huge black warship parked not far away, its enormous Mo family emblem highly conspicuous. Shilin casually assigned someone to accompany the pilot on a stroll and to bring him back when it was time to eat. Su Mu introduced Bailancio and Su Lingyong to Shilin, which gave Shilin a serious shock. He thought the former war god who had fallen years ago had suddenly appeared right before his eyes. Although he had excellent composure, his face still revealed a flash of astonishment. But the next moment he recovered and warmly clasped the hands of Su Lingyong and Bailancio. What an honor. Young Master Su, General Su. I am Shilin, General Mo's adjutant. Truly an honor to meet the two of you. Shilin arranged for them to take vehicles back to the manor. He then continued working with the remaining men. Meanwhile, Su Chun received word and had already led everyone to stand at the manor's entrance, looking into the distance with anticipation. As the car grew nearer, the row of figures at the manor gate appeared dimly through the distance, waving at them. Xingbao pressed against the window, pointing excitedly at the manor gate. Mommy, it's Granny and the grandpas and brother Su Chun and brother Qingfeng. Su Mu pulled Xingbao back at once. Don't press against the window. It's too dangerous. We'll be home soon. Su Lingyong looked at the people in the distance. Though he couldn't see them clearly, the joy radiating from within them was real. Only then did a little comfort rise in his heart. It seemed his daughter was doing well here. Ishio, thank you. It seems Mu is quite welcome here and lives well. Su Lingyong looked at Bailancio with gratitude in his eyes. Oh, no need to thank me. Ha ha. Bailancio laughed a little awkwardly. This expression of gratitude was something he did not deserve. Finally back at the estate, Su Mu felt wholly soothed and relaxed. After having a meal with everyone, she left her father in Bailancio's care and returned to her room to catch up on sleep. That night, Su Mu slept deeply, yet her rest was far from peaceful. A faint sense of unease lingered at the bottom of her heart. Granny Xiaojun had barely finished cooking before she knocked on Su Mu's door. Mumu, come down and eat. Su Mu woke up in a groggy daze. She rubbed her eyes at the bright light streaming in from outside the window, then swiftly rolled out of bed. After breakfast, she set out for the estate together with Su Chun. She had already registered the changes outside when she came back yesterday, but only now, standing outside the estate, did she truly feel the impact of the transformation. It looked absolutely nothing like it had before she left. Every plant in the estate had grown to nearly twice its former size. The vegetables and fruit trees, lush and plump, hung heavy with fruit, filling anyone who laid eyes on them with the joy of a bountiful harvest. The farm had meanwhile more than doubled in size, and Su Mu had not brought the flying skateboard she normally used. She was wondering how she was supposed to cover so vast an area when she saw Su Chun take out 2 compact flying vehicles. Sister Mumu, let's use these for now. I've already purchased 2 even handier runabouts, and they're still in transit. They should be here in another 2 days. Su Mu, however, gave a quite satisfied nod. No worries at all. I think one is perfectly convenient too. The two of them rode their flying vehicles in a slow pass over the farm, their eyes greeted by a verdant sea of thriving greenery. Every so often a sprinkler head sent water spraying in every direction, a full 360 degrees, leaving no corner unwatered. Su Chun, whose idea was this? Su Mu turned to Su Chun, filled with curiosity. She had always handled the watering personally in the past, and had completely forgotten about it when she left, as she never imagined that someone would actually think up a solution like this. Su Chun answered, his voice bashful. I thought of it. Is it not good? Sumu shook her head. No, it's excellent. Receiving Sumu's praise and approval, a subtle smile spread across Su Chen's face. Seeing the naive smile on Su Chen's face, Sumu asked abruptly, Su Chen, would you like to go to school? A child your age should be in a school receiving a proper education. Caught off guard by the unexpected question, Su Chen froze for a beat before replying, Sister Mumu, did you not know? Uncle Bai enrolled us in optical brain network courses a long time ago. We study every day. Oh, right. Sorry, I'd forgotten. Now it was Sumu's turn to be embarrassed. After completing a loop over the farm, Sumu gained a rough understanding of the farm's full scale. As it stood, the acreage and available manpower were just about perfectly matched. This with Mo Junyant's 500 men still around. What was more, the current output was more than enough to supply the several shops on the main star. Sumu therefore told Su Chun to stop land reclamation for the time being and simply preserve the farm's continued well-being. As for the herbivores, Sumu still intended to have Su Chen purchase another batch. But reflecting that they were not so easy to buy, she ultimately decided to deal with it herself. Yet since the stock was to be expanded, the planting area for pasture would have to be enlarged along with it. Once again, Sumu had to brief Su Chun on this additional task. Fortunately, growing pasture grass was relatively simple and did not require much tending. Alright, that'll be all for now. I'll let you know if anything else comes up. With that, Sumu started back, Su Chen beside her. On the way, a thought suddenly occurred to Sumu. Most of the sandy land had now been transformed into fertile land. So what of the desert scorpions? And what of Pang Pang? Why hadn't she seen him since she came back? Su Chun, with the sandy area shrinking, what's going to happen to Pang Pang and his companions? At Sumu's worry, Su Chen only smiled faintly. Sister Mumu, you don't need to worry. After you left, Shalene and I used the cosmic survey system to inspect the entire sand star and found that these desert scorpions aren't found all over the star. They only lived within 100 li of our estate. Now with the surrounding land being reclaimed, Pang Pang has already migrated together with his clans to a place relatively far away. It's only Pang Pang who remains at the estate. If you haven't seen him, he's probably run off somewhere to relax in the shade, or he's lying asleep under the life tree. Only after Su Chen's explanation did Sumu relax. She had no desire to cause the extinction of a species because of her own land reclamation. Sister Mumu, why don't you head back first? I'll take another look around. On hearing this, Sumu did not ask any questions and simply piloted her flying vehicle back. The lake was still so clear that the bottom was visible in full detail. Puffs of breeze stirred 1,000 ripples on the surface. Sumu stopped at the water's edge and at once felt a soothing comfort wash over her, clear-headed and light-bodied. After washing her face with the lake water, Sumu drew near the life tree. And sure enough, there sprawled beneath the tree was Pang Pang, rounder by a full size, sleeping soundly on his back, his thorny tail curling and relaxing from time to time. Sumu had just wanted to go up and tease the little one when she heard Haizair's anxious voice, Mumu, I want to get out. Let me out quickly. What's wrong? What's the matter? Hearing the urgency in Haizair's voice, Sumu hurriedly released him. The moment he was out, Haizair took off toward the life tree, gave the sleeping Pang Pang a sharp claw swipe at the base of the trunk, then leapt onto the tree, scrambled up into the thick foliage, found a stout branch, and lay down upon it. Heaven, that's comfortable. This life force is just too strong. If I'd known, I'd have stayed here all along. Haizair sprawled across the branch with a contented face, letting out a blissful sigh. Haizair's little performance thoroughly stunned Sumu. But having spent such a long time with him, she had a fair understanding of his ways, and knowing that he exchanged money for life force to live, his behavior here was indeed comprehensible. In the beginning, the life tree had only just begun to sprout its power, its life force still faint, and Haizair hadn't considered pulling from that source. That was why he had always urged her to make good money. Now that she was well funded, Haizair could no longer be bothered with the mere trickle of life force money could buy. Pongpong's fine dream was abruptly disturbed. A pair of black, glittering eyes snapped open with a flash of anger, and he tried to climb up, only to find he couldn't turn himself over no matter how he flailed. Sumu burst into hearty laughter at the sight. Pongpong, it's only been a short while, and you've grown so fat that flipping over is a struggle. Laughing and poking fun as she nonetheless reached out and helped him flip over. Seeing Sumu, Pang Pang promptly crawled onto her shoe and hugged it tight, expressing his delight. But Sumu could not understand his language, so she had to call on Haizair. Haizair, what is Pang Pang saying? You interpret for me. Haizair lazily raised one eyelid. What else could he be saying? He's saying, why did you just get back now? Did you bring him something nice to eat? He missed you so much. Haizair then rolled his eyes and muttered quietly, so sappy it's gross. Hearing that, Sumu felt very happy. She reached out and gave Pongpong's head a rub. Surprisingly, his hard shell felt quite pleasant, smooth and cool to the touch. In lingering fondness, she stroked it several times before letting go, then took out a few high-grade nutrient supplements and brought them to Pongpong's mouth. There really isn't any good food out there, or our own food is better. But go on, try this and see if you like it. Pang Pang leaned and sniffed at it, then instantly swung his head away to express his disgust. Fine, Sumu conceded, I guess it really isn't good. Sumu shrugged and put the supplements away. She patted Pongpong's head. Okay, go on back to sleep. With that, she stood up, meaning to take a stroll elsewhere, when she heard a soft and tender voice, Mumu, I want to go outside. Recognizing the voice as Xiaojua's, her heart stirred. She guessed its intent, and she released it. A ripple of soft emerald radiance shimmered in Su Mu's palm, and a jade-green vine began to grow there, swelling larger and larger. Then turning with a decisive twist, it flew straight toward the life tree and blended into its trunk. Su Mu could feel Xiaojua's joy and excitement, and she exulted along with it. She waved a hand at them. "Stay here then. I'll come to pick you up later." Before Su Mu could even step into the estate, the Opticom blared a defense alert. At the same time, the alarm system installed in her estate also began to sound in tandem. Alert, alert. An unidentified spacecraft is approaching. An unidentified spacecraft is approaching. The spacecraft requests permission to enter. Is that allowed? Su Chun piloted the aircraft, flying swiftly to Su Mu and stopping smoothly before he explained helplessly, "It is that person again. Lately he has come once every day, and no matter how we refuse, it is useless. We have all gotten used to it." At that moment, Shilin also arrived with several people, a hint of impatience on his face. As soon as he saw Su Mu, he complained, "That person is utterly insufferable. Having to suffer through an alarm every day has thrown all the poison scanning and work into chaos, and nothing gets done well anymore. Miss Su Mu, just let me out. I'll go beat him until he wets his pants." Su Mu only smiled faintly at Shilin's complaint and said, "A guest is a guest. Since this visitor is so patient, I'd like to see what he wants." Su Mu silently entered the system space and paid a considerable sum to have the spacecraft outside investigated from top to bottom. She even learned exactly how many people were inside and how many weapons they carried. The spacecraft was only a medium-sized vessel, ordinary in appearance from the outside, but its interior was decorated in dazzling splendor. Including the pilot, there were only 3 people aboard, yet each one appeared far from ordinary, all dressed in exceptionally magnificent clothing. In particular, the young man, lounging on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, was strikingly gorgeous and androgynous. A luxuriant mane of purple hair framed a pair of deep violet glass-like eyes that made him look bewitchingly delicate. He wore a form-fitting purple uniform with 2 purple diamond-shaped gems on the collar, matching round gemstone buttons, and even the cuffs were adorned with gems. Clearly this person was extraordinarily wealthy. A flicker of strange amusement passed through Su Mu's eyes. She scanned the man's portrait, sent it to Shilin, and said, "Check out this guest." Zichen ended the call on his Opticom, raised his head, and looked around. A trace of doubt entered his eyes. He felt as though someone had just been spying on him. A relatively younger youth beside him, keenly aware of Zichen's behavior, asked with a hint of confusion in his pale purple eyes, "Brother, what are you looking at?" "Nothing." Zichen withdrew his gaze and shook his head at Zisheng. Shilin looked at the image appearing on the Opticom, unable to conceal the surprise in his eyes. "Why is it this person?" "Miss Su, are you sure the one outside is him? What do you know him?" Su Mu asked. "I do. This man is Zichen, Star Lord of Ziwei Star, and the General's closest friend. I just never imagined that the one who has been coming to harass us every day these past few days was him. But that does fit his lordship's temperament. Still, Miss Su need not worry. This person is a friend, not a foe. Since he is a friend, not a foe, and a friend of your general, as well, then let him in." Su Mu granted entry permission on the spot, and then stood where she was quietly awaiting the guest's arrival. During this period, Su Mu had been on the main planet, but as her income had been quite substantial, she had generously purchased many excellent goods for Sha Planet from the system mall. By now the estate and the farm were all wrapped airtight in high-tech equipment and weapons. If this noble Star Lord had come to make friends, she would treat him with courtesy, but if he had come to cause trouble, she would make sure he never left. It wasn't that Su Mu didn't trust Mo Junyent's friends, but after all, the human heart is hard to fathom. While Shilin went to receive the guests, Su Mu sat beneath a tree chatting idly with He Zire. Her whole body lounged lazily against the trunk, her forehead slightly tilted upward, her eyes half closed, her lips moving faintly, as if she were murmuring. Dappled leaf shadows spilled across her fair, glossy face. The first thing Zichen saw was such a peaceful and comfortable scene that a momentary daze flickered in his mysterious, gorgeous eyes. Shilin looked at Su Mu, who still seemed to be resting with her eyes closed, as if she had not noticed the arrival, and then at the somewhat stunned noble guest. A trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Finally, he turned to Zichun and said in a low voice, "Mr. Z, this is Miss Su Mu, the current master of Sha Planet. Miss Su only returned not long ago, so she probably hasn't rested well. Shilin, you don't need to explain." "I didn't say anything." Zichen's gaze remained on Su Mu's face as he continued, "But your general's taste is indeed on point. These days the entire interstellar realm rarely sees someone so refreshingly plain and unassuming. Thanks to General Mo, I finally had the chance to meet one today. I never expected such a noble and luxurious guest to speak so plainly." Su Mu opened her eyes, rose from beneath the tree, brushed off the non-existent dust on her clothes, and strolled over. "My name is Su Mu. May I ask what has brought a distinguished guest all this way?" Zichun blinked his beautiful, mysterious eyes, and said with a smile, "What if I say that I was born with a wandering heart, ended up passing through this fine place, and found the scenery quite lovely, so I came to take a look. Would you believe me, Miss Su? As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face." Su Mu returned a smile, and said, "The reason may sound a little far-fetched, but a guest is a guest. Once you pay the sightseeing fee, you may enjoy the view as you please. One person costs 1 million gold coins, 3 people cost 3 million. Pay first, enjoy later. Sumu extended her fair little hand in front of Zichun, displaying her money-loving personality to the fullest. Boss, this is daylight robbery. The hulking Zishur angrily pulled Zichun aside, stepped in front of him, and roared at Sumu, we have no money. If you want money, there isn't any. If you want a life, I've got one to give. Zichun staggered from being pulled, and had Zixing not steadied him from behind, he would have fallen awkwardly. When he heard Zishur's words, his face was covered with black lines of exasperation. Even the others were stunned into silence by Zishur's words. A Star Lord without money. Who would believe that? Hey Zishur, stop causing trouble. Brother has money. The purple-clad youth awkwardly pulled Zishur behind him, revealing Zichun. Young master, didn't you say the master had no money? And that he often docked your allowance? Startled Zixing hurriedly covered Zishur's mouth and nervously glanced at the big brother ahead. Only after seeing no reaction did he let out a sigh of relief. He then lectured Zishur, you stupid rock, don't talk nonsense. I never said that. My brother is so broke that he has nothing left but money. So broke he has nothing left but money. Sumu thought to herself. I like that kind of poverty. The black lines on Zichun's face grew even darker. He turned his head and scolded, is that something you're supposed to say? Sumu only smiled faintly at this unexpected farce. She looked at Zichun, who was once again standing before her, and arched one delicate eyebrow. Since you're so rich, don't be modest. Quick. Little money, come into my arms. Sumu looked at Zichun with sparkling eyes. The expression made Zichun feel like a huge gleaming gold coin. It seemed that Imo Junyan, that kid, had been right. She really did love money, and was making an outrageous demand. But after all, she was his sworn brother's wife, and it wasn't his money anyway. With that thought, Zichun swiftly transferred a sum of money to Sumu and asked considerately, is this enough? If it's not enough, I have more here. If you have any requests, just say the word. This little black thing of yours isn't bad at all. It's quite cute. Zichun's sharp eyes spotted Little Black lying on a tree branch. With his 1.9-meter frame, he reached out and touched Little Black's head with ease. Seeing the murderous intent in Little Black's suddenly opened eyes, Sumu did not warn him. Sure enough, the next moment, she heard a muffled grunt, and a pink scratch appeared on the fair tender back of Zichun's well-cared-for hand. A trace of schadenfreude crept into the corner of Sumu's eyes. Serves you right for having itchy fingers. You've kept your skin even softer than mine. You're hardly a man. Seeing the smile on Sumu's face, Zichun suddenly found it quite amusing and curled the corner of his mouth. This little black thing has quite a fierce temper. Let me raise it for a few days, and I'll discipline it properly. With that, he grabbed Little Black by the scruff of its neck with lightning speed and lifted it up in one motion. Little Black's limbs flailed wildly in the air as it let out a shrill, goose-like shriek. Let me go. You big villain, you pervert. Mumu, save me. I don't want him to keep me. Stop screaming. Your voice is terrible. Zichun reached out and flicked the back of its head. The piteous scream halted abruptly, but in the next instant it burst out even more miserably. Sumu found it hard to watch. When had her little one ever suffered like this? She was just about to refuse when Zichun's voice sounded full of temptation. This little one costs 100,000 gold coins a day. How about 10 days to half a month first? Sumu quickly swallowed the refusal that had risen to her throat and said with a cheerful smile, absolutely no problem. Having received another big pile of gold coins, Sumu's eyes curved into crescent moons. She reached out and gently stroked the little one's head, then said with a warm chuckle, my little one, you must behave yourself. In her heart, however, she said to Little Black, if you want to come back soon, be smart about it. Torment him until he sends you back on his own. The gold coins are already paid and non-refundable anyway. Hearing Sumu's words, Little Black obediently gave up, struggling as if resigned to its fate. Shalene, take this honored guest around for a stroll. You can come back when it's mealtime. Sumu finished her instructions and returned to the estate alone. Today, with such a distinguished guest at the door, she had to personally cook a veritable Hongmin feast. After all, this guest was exceedingly rich. But halfway there, Sumu turned back and broke off a branch of the tree of life before returning home again. As soon as she got back to the courtyard, she found a flower pot, planted the branch in it, and sent it to Su Lingyang via Xiaobai. Su Lingyang's body had been depleted too severely. Although he could be nourished by the tree of life's vital force as long as he was on Shashing, Sumu still felt it wasn't enough. She wished she could tie him to the tree, but of course that wouldn't do, so she could only resort to this alternative. Su Lingyang looked at the branch sent by Xiaobai and sighed softly. To Bai Lanqiu, who was at his side, he said, Mumu has grown up so suddenly that I'm not quite used to it. These 3 years Bai Lanqiu stepped forward and hugged Su Lingyang, murmuring comfort. This isn't your fault. You coming back alive is the best explanation you can give her. Otherwise, with her temperament, now she would go out looking for you sooner or later. You're right. But her mother, never mind, let's not talk about it. No matter what, it won't change the ending. Su Lingyang wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and his gaze became resolute. Those who dared scheme behind my back, I won't let them have an easy time. Looking at the table full of delicacies that were perfect in color, aroma, and taste, Zichun and his 2 companions stared with such greedy longing that Sumu couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you staring at? Eat. Sumu picked up her chopsticks first. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Recently I've often seen the food and barbecue from your Juwei Tower on Starnet, and I've been dying to eat them. but I was always on the spaceship and couldn't go. Today I finally got to taste them. Zixing grabbed a piece of braised pork without ceremony and stuffed it into his mouth. The next moment he squinted his eyes in bliss and let out a satisfied sigh. This is what food for humans should be. That blissful expression made Zixin eager as well. He elegantly picked up his chopsticks and helped himself to the vinegar-glazed potato shreds in front of him. The crisp texture and the sour and spicy flavor left Zixin simply unable to stop. He no longer cared about appearances and went on to sample the other dishes. He found that no matter whether they were sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, or salty, not one dish was unpalatable. Even the plain rice in his eyes seemed fragrant and sweet. Zixin instantly felt that coming here was the right choice, even worth paying for out of his own pocket. This time he would stay a few more days before leaving. Or perhaps not leaving at all was also an option. The three of them ate most satisfactorily. Zixin and Zixing in particular ate until they were hiccuping and truly couldn't eat any more before lowering their chopsticks. With the meal finished, it was time to pay. Seeing the small, delicate hand extended before him, Zixin very sensibly sent over a payment on his own. Pleased with the number, Su Mu nodded contentedly. After returning, Su Mu led a truly leisurely life. She didn't need to worry about the affairs of the estate. The farm had developed a fixed process and model under Su Chen's management while she was away, so there was nothing for her to manage. At most, she would be notified when buying equipment and would simply pay. Recently, another batch of work robots had been purchased, taking over most of Shalene and the others' jobs. Since there hadn't been much work lately anyway, they were now even more at leisure. But they weren't actually idle, they trained every day. Training in a place with such dense vitality made their abilities improve at a speed that could only be described as astonishing. Once they discovered this, they trained whenever they had any free time, not daring to waste it. After all, they were warriors and couldn't stay here forever. Zixin and the other two felt perfectly at ease staying here. Every day they either hugged Little Black while strolling outside admiring the flowers and grass, or waited at the dining table for dinner. What surprised Su Mu, though, was that Little Black had come to get along quite harmoniously with Zixin, even if they occasionally exchanged blows. Everything seemed so beautiful. Until one morning, Shilin ran anxiously into the Xingmu courtyard and told Su Mu that Mo Junyan had met with a sudden accident and his life was unknown. They had to leave Shashing immediately to provide support. Hearing this news, Su Mu couldn't react for a moment. Her heart pounded violently, as if it would jump out of her chest in the next instant. She pressed her hand to her chest and asked with difficulty, "Is the news accurate?" "Accurate." Upon hearing the extremely firm answer, Su Mu took a deep breath and made an immediate decision. "Give me 30 minutes. I'll go with you." With that, Su Mu ran upstairs, leaving the group behind, still not having registered what was happening. Zixin arrived at the courtyard right at mealtime and saw exactly this scene. After hearing the explanation, his expression turned somewhat awkward. "Didn't we just call him yesterday? He was glowing with health. How could his condition be unknown after just one night?" Zixin was a bit suspicious. His intuition told him Mo Junyan was up to something, so he hurriedly had Zixing and Zixin pack their things. They would go along to watch the excitement. In less than half an hour, Su Mu packed her belongings, settled household matters, and prepared to set out. She was somewhat surprised to see Zixin and the other two preparing to follow, but since Shilin did not object, she said nothing more. The place where Mo Junyan was stationed was a thriving planet rich in mineral resources, but it was extremely far from Shastar. To arrive as quickly as possible, they had no choice but to perform consecutive space jumps. To avoid physical discomfort, Su Mu chose to sleep, thinking that she would arrive at their destination when she woke. "Miss Su, wake up. We're here." Su Mu opened her eyes in a daze and saw Zixin's strikingly beautiful eyes looking at her with a hint of a smile. She rubbed her eyes, stretched, and climbed out of the sleeper pod. "How long did I sleep?" Su Mu asked. "I didn't think you could sleep so much. You slept for 10 whole days. If the sleeper pod hadn't sounded the alarm, I'd have thought you were dead." "Sister Mu, don't listen to my brother's nonsense. You only slept 8 hours. Zixing unceremoniously exposed Zixin's lie. With his lie exposed, Zixin felt a bit deflated. "Miss Mu, Master Z, please prepare to disembark." Shilin came over to tell the four of them to prepare. The warship had landed safely. When Su Mu and the other three left the warship, the others had long since filed out and were standing in neat rows on the ground waiting for them. Once everyone was assembled, Shilin activated the positioning system and led the way toward the destination. Because the enemy was still around, they had landed in a remote place, a yellow mountain covered with rocks. Or rather, it was more accurate to say the entire planet was built from rock. All of you listen up, activate your mini hoverboards, set the volume to the lowest, keep the altitude as low as possible, and reach the destination at top speed. After relaying the order to the several hundred people, Shilin handed Su Mu, Zixin, and the others one item each. So this was the little hoverboard. It was much like the one she always used, just smaller and lighter. Once everyone was ready at Shilin's command, they all flew low in a single direction. Su Mu deftly controlled her hoverboard and flew at the front of the formation. Shilin warned her several times not to fly so fast as it was too dangerous, but Su Mu's speed did not slacken. Zixin drifted casually up to Su Mu's side, and with a mischievous smile teased, "Miss Su, are you in such a rush to see your beloved?" Su Mu shot him a glare and said nothing. She was indeed anxious. Though rationality told her that Imo Junyan was not the type to get into an accident, so easily her heart could not help but worry. Seeing that Su Mu ignored him, Zichun became even more intrigued, hovering around her and chattering with endless questions. Annoyed by the noise, Su Mu suddenly said, "Are you thirsty? I have some fruit here." As she spoke, she tossed a piece of sugarcane to Zichun. With her ears finally quiet, Su Mu flew even faster. Under her lead, they reached their destination at maximum speed. Imo Junyan's squad was temporarily stationed in a small two-story building. To avoid being detected by the enemy, Shilin led everyone around carefully to the rear. It seemed a fierce battle had just taken place here. Most of the surrounding buildings were damaged, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of gunpowder smoke. On the ground floor of the small building, Shilin and his companions were gathered in discussion. Su Mu and Zichun sat to one side, listening quietly. They did not understand these matters, and had no way to help, so they could only try not to cause trouble. A soldier sitting not far away suddenly smiled at Su Mu, flashing a row of white teeth. Then he said, "You must be the madam, right? Even prettier than in the photo. The general often tells us that his wife is beautiful and his son is adorable. Madam, why didn't the young master come along?" He was about to say more when a companion beside him patted him. "It's too dangerous here. How could the young master come?" "That's right, madam. It's too dangerous here. Why did you come along too?" The people around looked worried. With such danger here, one misstep could mean death. However, when they saw Zichun and the other two resplendent in their gorgeous attire, their worried looks turned into undisguised contempt. "Did you come here to display your clothes?" Seeing everyone's contempt, Zichun raised his delicate chin with total indifference and declared smugly, "They're just jealous." Having learned the situation, Shilin came over and said, "We've more or less understood the circumstances. They were ambushed while preparing to return after victory. Fortunately, casualties were light, but the general vanished while rescuing someone, and now all contact with him has been lost." "Have you tried every method?" Su Mu asked very calmly. "We've tried them all." Shilin looked somewhat helpless. He Zaire, who had been lying in Zichun's arms, suddenly stood up, stretched lazily, then walked over with an elegant cat-like gait and rubbed against Shilin's leg. At the sight of the adorable He Zaire, Shilin's taut expression relaxed a little, but the worry on his face did not fade in the slightest. Suddenly reminded of something, Su Mu quickly said to Shilin, "Since the instruments are useless, let's use the most primitive method. Is there anything here that Imo Junyan has used? Bring it over, and let He Zaire smell it. Its sense of smell is extremely keen, and it can use the scent to find Imo Junyan." Though Shilin found Su Mu's suggestion incredible and had serious doubts whether such an ancient method would work, seeing her confident gaze, he went ahead and did it anyway. Soon someone found a cloak. It was a little damaged, but still usable. He Zaire was not too happy about Su Mu using it like a dog's nose, but it still obediently went up and sniffed the cloak. Then it chose a direction and had Su Mu follow. Su Mu led Shilin and a small squad after it, while Zichun, Zixing, and the other member of their group followed as well. He Zaire moved extremely fast like lightning, completely unlike its usual languid self. Meanwhile, in a fairly intact building, Imo Junyan lay on a soft bed, eyes tightly shut, face flushed, breathing rapid. White bandages were wrapped around his shoulder, which was exposed outside the blanket, and faint red stains were seeping through the gauze. "Sister Scorpion, are you still not giving up?" Hearing the voice outside, Imo Junyan's eyes snapped open. That woman had come again, utterly detestable. Sure enough, a cloying voice followed. "What I do is none of your business. I've set my mind on the man inside, and today, I'll make him yield no matter what." As the sound of the door opening came, Imo Junyan quickly shut his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. He now felt that his strength had recovered a little. The drug's effect must have worn off. If that woman dared to come near, he would definitely kill her with a single strike. "How much longer do you intend to sleep?" A voice tinged with amusement suddenly rang out, and the fist Imo Junyan had been about to swing instantly and silently loosened. The taut corners of his mouth relaxed slightly, curling into a faint smile. "What, still not had enough sleep? If you're not awake, then go back to sleep. I won't wait for you." Su Mu watched the one pretending to sleep turn to leave, but suddenly felt her wrist seized. Turning her head, she saw a face so devastatingly handsome it could stir both gods and men gazing at her pitifully. "Can't you show me a little patience? Ha, today truly is a fine day to actually witness the great General Mo acting so spoiled. This trip was absolutely worth it." Zichun had slipped in at some point, pointing at Imo Junyan and bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, Imo Junyan, seems like life here treats you pretty well. You've got a bed to sleep on and someone to keep you company. Living the good life, aren't you?" Seeing it was Zichun, Imo Junyan gently released Su Mu's wrist and shot Zichun a dark glare. This guy was nothing but a light bulb with zero tact. It was then that Shilin finally finished dealing with all the enemies and walked in with his companions. Seeing the scene, he quickly blocked the others at the door, refusing to let them enter, and dragged Zichun out as well. "Hey, why are you pulling me? Is it appropriate for you to be a third wheel here? All right, stop glowering, they're gone. Let me first check your wounds." Su Mu was speechless at the man who suddenly turned so childish. Imo Junyan obediently sat up, revealing his bare upper body and finely chiseled muscles, which made Su Mu's heart stir enviously. How could his physique be this good? She had no idea how he trained it, But she noticed the injuries were not just on his shoulder. There was also a palm-long gash across his abdomen, a sight that was truly alarming. Seeing Su Mu's dazed expression, he thought he had frightened her, so he hastily explained, "Don't be scared by the looks of it. It's not a big deal. They just refused to treat me, so it ended up like this. And let me tell you, I've had countless wounds like this. This is nothing but a minor scratch." Mo Junyon's endless chatter irritated Su Mu into furrowing her brows. When had this man become so talkative? "Hey Mumu, why are you here? Where's Shilin? Did he bring you? Did he shut up?" The cold, sharp words slipped out, yet Su Mu's hands never paused, deftly and expertly dressing his wounds. Ever since she had returned to the Interstellar era, she no longer had the chance to bandage wounds by hand. A single medical pod solved everything. Mo Junyon quietly lay by the head of the bed, his eyes fixed intently on Su Mu's face. "Do you know? I thought I might never see you again this time. But I haven't married you yet, and that feels like something I'd never forgive myself for. Your appearance was an accident in my life, yet I feel incredibly fortunate to have such an accident. It was this accident that brought me to you. Mumu, will you marry me?" Su Mu's disinfection movements suddenly halted, her eyes staring straight at Mo Junyon, their depths so deep that emotions could not be read. Outside the door, a row of ears pressed against it, eavesdropping on the commotion inside. When they overheard a marriage proposal, they all quivered with excitement and whispered, "Say yes, say yes, say yes." "Shut up, I can't hear anymore." A single glare silenced them all in an instant. Mo Junyon quietly awaited Su Mu's answer, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Zichen had said that this was the perfect moment to stir a woman's protective instincts. Proposing now would surely succeed. But sometimes a brother's advice isn't always right. What greeted him was a searing jolt of pain. The wound dressing tools were all exchanged by Su Mu from the system space, not the common tools of the Interstellar era. Now she pressed a disinfecting cotton ball onto the wound on Mo Junyon's shoulder, the stinging sensation making him grimace in agony. Su Mu, with a mischievous smile, asked, "Well, are you awake now?" "Awake, awake. Have mercy." Mo Junyon hastily begged for leniency. Only then did Su Mu, satisfied, ease the pressure. "All right, it's bandaged. Let's go." Su Mu helped Mo Junyon to his feet, and he leaned his whole weight against her, resting his oversized head directly on her shoulder, weighing her down until she could barely stand straight. "Stand up straight. Do you have no idea how heavy you are?" Mo Junyon looked a little aggrieved, but silently straightened himself. On the warship, Su Mu felt as if she were sitting on needles. Mo Junyon had been staring at her with those mournful eyes for 2 full days now. Ever since she had rescued him, he had looked at her that way, no matter the time or place, and even on the voyage home aboard the warship, he had not stopped for an instant. Su Mu sighed, finally unable to hold back. "What exactly do you want? Don't your eyes hurt from gawking at me all day like that?" Mo Junyon nodded pitifully. "They hurt. But it hurts even more that you won't marry me. My heart aches." In this love, Su Mu had never been the one to take the initiative. Even if there was a fleeting flutter in her heart, her reason extinguished it completely. But Mo Junyon had never given up on her, and of this she had always been keenly aware. Actually, this time, when Su Mu had been preparing to rush over with Shilin, she had already made a decision. As long as Mo Junyon dared to propose, she would dare to accept. After a moment of silence, Su Mu suddenly said, "Have you thought it through?" Mo Junyon's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. "I have. I've thought it through long ago." "Fine. Since you've thought it through, we'll get married when we return." "Really? Really? Wonderful. Wonderful." The overwhelming joy left Mo Junyon dizzy with happiness. He scooped Su Mu up and tossed her into the air, just as he used to toss Xingbao. Watching Mo Junyon laugh like a fool, Su Mu began to laugh as well. In an instant, thunderous applause and cheers erupted around them. Their general had finally gotten what he wished for. Witnessing this tooth-achingly sweet scene, Zichen pouted with a hint of jealousy. "Shilin, your general sure is lucky." Shilin paused, then said with great relief, "Indeed." Gazing out at the vast universe beyond the window, Zichen suddenly felt that finding a loving partner might not be a bad choice after all. The end.